Just after crossing over, I was bound to a supreme scientific research system. The first mission was to tackle the nuclear wastewater separator. When the whole world was mocking us for accepting nuclear wastewater as self-destruction, I silently activated the separator. Nuclear waste instantly transformed into precious resources. Dragon Country profited wildly with zero capital investment. But this was only the beginning. My real goal was to create a world-disrupting nuclear-powered engine. Let the Dragon Nation ascend to the pinnacle of the world. While production lines were running at full capacity and nations still basked in the joy of taking advantage, my engine design blueprints were already laid out. The next world-shocking groundbreaking technology was about to be born. Chapter 1, Nuclear Wastewater Separator. August 24, 2023, Blue Star Calendar. The island nation announced that starting today, it will discharge untreated nuclear wastewater into the ocean. For a moment, the entire world was shaken. People from every nation stood up without exception, condemning the island nation's actions and vehemently denouncing its damned government. However, at this very moment, a completely different scene unfolded within the Zongnanhai compound in Beijing, China. The originally spacious conference room had been temporarily converted into a laboratory, filled with numerous cutting-edge scientific instruments neatly arranged in rows. Additionally, several national treasure-level academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences were staring intently at a barrel-shaped experimental apparatus, barely daring to breathe. With a flash of blue light, data began to appear on the displays of dozens of instruments. We did it! The nuclear wastewater separator is a success. A 70-something academician with graying hair immediately shouted in excitement. He was none other than Xin Guoliang, one of the leading authorities in China's nuclear field and a founding figure of the nation's nuclear program. Under his leadership, the entire Tiananhai temporary lab erupted in celebration. At the center of a crowd of academicians and officials stood a young man barely in his 20s. Moreover, before this, he had only been a vocational college student in Shanghai. It was academician Xin Guoliang who submitted his research project to the state, which ultimately led to these current achievements. Classmate Lu Qiu, oh no, Mr. Lu Qiu, is the nuclear waste separator's working condition normal now? Xin Guoliang and the others gathered around the young man, humbly inquiring. Because, Lu Qiu, was precisely the inventor of the nuclear wastewater separator. Excellent. Lu Qiu also let out a sigh of relief. The experimental data far exceeded theoretical expectations. It seemed success was at hand. Congratulations, host. The nuclear wastewater separator research mission has been completed. Rewards are now being issued. Rewards as follows: 10 million in research funding, plus an enhancement of your memory function to the level of photographic memory. At that moment, Lu Qiu heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Oh, upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Qiu was immediately overjoyed. Not only is this 10 million essential, I urgently need this money for my research funding, but also, this extraordinary memory is absolutely mind-blowing. This way, keeping track of information would become much simpler in the future. 2 months ago, I crossed over to Blue Star and awakened this scientific research system. The first research task was to develop a nuclear wastewater separator. After days of hard work, it's finally done today. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again in Lu Qiu's mind. System notification. Host has completed the previous research mission. The next research mission is now activated. System alert. Research mission initiated for host nuclear engine development. Duration, 6 months. Relevant materials have been issued. Please check your inbox. Nuclear-powered engine? Lu Qiu was so excited he nearly jumped up. Even without looking at the materials yet, just hearing the name told him this wouldn't be simple. Moreover, wasn't your previous project precisely about refining nuclear materials? Is this nuclear engine precisely what it was born for? At this thought, Lu Qiu couldn't wait another moment and immediately addressed the senior leaders of Dragon Country and the several national treasure-level academicians present. Everyone, the nuclear wastewater separator has now been successfully developed. Our next step must be implemented as soon as possible. However, I suggest that before this matter is finalized, only those present here should know about it. We don't want those islanders with a quite comfortable lifestyle to guess anything. As he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Qiu's mouth. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately straightened their expressions, then exchanged knowing smiles. Right away, under the leadership of Xin Guoliang and others, they began reporting to the distant leaders of Manhwa, Dragon Nation. Before long, an official document was issued from Zongnanhai. The latest official statement from Longwei. In light of island nation's decision to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, we have previously issued solemn condemnation and warnings. However, island nation has persisted in its willful course, which will cause severe pollution to the marine environment. We are now willing to take over all of island nation's nuclear wastewater and handle it through Longwa's processing. This will represent Longwa's outstanding contribution to the global environment. If the island nation is willing to fund the transportation to Dragon Country is prepared to accept all the nuclear wastewater. Meanwhile, to demonstrate its commitment to contributing to the global environment, Dragon Nation will soon begin accepting nuclear wastewater from around the world, including but not limited to Island Nation. Interested governmental organizations are invited to contact us. Every official social media account of Long Nation, including its representative at the United Nations, issued such a statement. Instantly, the whole world erupted in an uproar. What is Dragon Country doing? When did Long Country become so kind-hearted? Is Longwa truly willing to accept the world's nuclear wastewater? On Earth, netizens worldwide were stunned. Upon learning that all these announcements from Dragon Country were official government statements, they couldn't help but freeze in disbelief. On the contrary, the citizens of Longwa itself reacted differently. Are the leaders out of their minds? How are we supposed to deal with all that nuclear wastewater? Exactly. They're not even charging a single cent for processing fees? Could it be they knew the island nation would never agree, so they just threw out empty words? First I couldn't eat seafood, and now they're bringing their nuclear waste right to our doorstep. You must be kidding me. I'm done, goodbye. Are the higher-ups brain dead? How could they do something so stupid? Didn't anyone else try to stop them? Fine, bring the nuclear wastewater here, will you drink it then? Damn it. Who would have thought our Dragon Nation would ultimately be destroyed by our own people? Everyone might as well wait to die, there's no hope left. Though online sentiment is overwhelmingly pessimistic, the official stance of Dragon Country remains unusually defiant, with state media even personally stepping in to vigorously promote it. At this moment, if we were to say who was the happiest, it would naturally be the island nation's government. They've been under immense pressure to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean because the storage costs were too high. Now, even if everyone condemns them, they have no choice but to proceed with this plan. But now, Dragonia actually announced they would take in all the nuclear wastewater? The island nation's leadership was baffled but even more delighted. Who wouldn't be happy to have a scapegoat willing to shoulder their burden? Years have passed since the nuclear wastewater issue first arose. The island nation's leadership had considered spending money to resolve it, but when experts quoted them an astronomical figure, they immediately abandoned the idea. Prime Minister, have the top officials in Dragon Country gone mad? How could they agree to take on such responsibility? The crazier they are, the better for us. As long as we ship the nuclear wastewater out, we'll be celebrated as heroes of the great island empire. Exactly. Just transporting some nuclear wastewater, it's practically zero cost for us, and we won't even face condemnation from other nations. We'll be hailed as saviors. In the meeting room of the island nation's high-ranking officials, the bureaucrats could barely restrain themselves from popping champagne on the spot. Subsequently, the island nation's authorities also announced their response to the top leaders of Dragon Country. We sincerely appreciate the support from the Longway authorities. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. As neighboring countries separated only by a narrow strip of water, to uphold the peaceful friendship between our island nation and Longwa, we will open more ports and dismantle further technological barriers after signing the nuclear wastewater transfer and processing contract. We warmly welcome major enterprises and companies from Longway to come and discuss cooperation opportunities. This time, the island nation was uncharacteristically generous and immediately responded to Dragon Country's official communication. The embassy of Dragon Country even began formal negotiations directly to expedite the matter as quickly as possible. After all, if Longwa changes its mind, this opportunity to gain an advantage might be gone for good. For a time, the entire world was focused on the cooperation between Longwa and the island nation, because no one believed that Longwa would actually accept so much nuclear wastewater. Chapter 2, Risk-Free Business, Huge Profits. Just as anxious as the island nation's high-ranking officials were Longway academicians like Lucio and his team. At that moment, they were all anxiously waiting for the latest news from Longwa's embassy in the island nation, fearing something might go wrong. For island nations, those are nuclear wastewaters, useless substances that require heavy investment for storage. But for the current Dragon Country, those are all treasures. Lucio's nuclear wastewater separator is capable of extracting materials from those nuclear wastewaters. The nuclear substances within can all be collected and reused, and although the content isn't high, it's far cheaper than reprocessing. Moreover, Lucio's nuclear wastewater separator is incredibly cost-effective, priced at under 50,000 yuan per unit. Yet, it can generate over 100,000 yuan in revenue within just 24 hours. Where else can you find such a risk-free deal? Mr. Lucio, Academician Shen, Academician Zhou. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs stationed in Island Nation has just sent the latest news. Island Nation has signed an unconditional nuclear wastewater transfer agreement, permanently effective. Whoosh! Lucio heaved a sigh of relief, and everyone present looked visibly delighted. With Island Nation's massive amount of nuclear wastewater, who knows how much nuclear material Dragon Nation will be able to extract. Additionally, they mentioned that, in light of Dragon Nation's friendly actions, Island Nation will increase its investments within Dragon Nation's borders and compensate by granting access to some technical patents. The relevant agreements have already been finalized. The first batch of ships transporting nuclear wastewater is probably already on its way by now. The staff member's additional comment instantly ignited the meeting room at Tiananhai. Mr. Lu Qiu, your invention will rewrite the history of Dragon Country, and your name will be celebrated for generations to come. The senior academicians present were visibly excited. Despite Lu Qiu being just over 20 years old, they all addressed him with the respectful term you to show their esteem. You all are too kind, this was merely a stroke of luck. Lu Qiu gave a modest smile, then immediately began coordinating with everyone on the arrangements. Since the nuclear wastewater was about to arrive, starting the refining and separation process without delay would be optimal. The current priority was to establish the necessary supporting production line as quickly as possible. After both Manhwa and the island nation issued solemn joint statements of cooperation, other nations that had been taking a wait-and-see stance could no longer remain on the sidelines. Is Manhwa truly accepting all the nuclear wastewater? At this moment, every nation went wild because, as long as they were involved in nuclear research, they had massive amounts of nuclear wastewater. Previously, everyone had been sealing and storing it meticulously to prevent leaks. Even if discharged secretly, they wouldn't dare do it openly. But now, with Dragon Country as the scapegoat, all the nations breathed a sigh of relief and began contacting Dragon Country's embassies within their borders to sign agreements for the transfer of nuclear wastewater. Soon, nuclear powers like Eagle and Gaul also responded to Dragon Country's earlier declaration. We are willing to establish an active cooperative relationship with Dragon Country and are prepared to supply nuclear waste and wastewater to Dragon Country on a long-term basis. Our embassy in Dragon Country has already stepped forward to sign the contract. With them taking the lead, nearly all countries possessing nuclear wastewater worldwide promptly initiated cooperation with Dragon Nation. Facing such enthusiasm from major nuclear-capable nations, Dragon Nation's leadership watched with satisfaction and delight in their hearts. While nuclear waste and wastewater were burdens and liabilities for other countries, for the present Dragon Nation, they became nothing short of resource bonanzas. Not only can they obtain recyclable nuclear materials, but they also secured concessions from multiple countries. This is an absolute win. The key is that other nations remain clueless, each patting themselves on the back, thinking they've taken some massive advantage over Dragon Nation. However, Dragon Nation's top leadership, privy to the inside scoop, is naturally overjoyed. But the oblivious public has completely erupted, abandoning their previous restrained tone and now hurling outright abuse. I take back what I said earlier, our leaders aren't just dumb. They're full-blown, brain-dead morons. How the hell did these people even get into power? Out of 1.8 billion people, we couldn't find a single one with a functioning brain? I'll be damned. Nuclear wastewater and waste from dozens of countries, this could poison all 1.8 billion people of our Dragon Nation, couldn't it? We're digging our own graves. I'm going to the capital to protest. These brain-dead higher-ups aren't doing anything remotely humane. We need a thorough investigation. They might as well have been brainwashed by aliens. In the comments sections of Dragon Nation state media, similar remarks kept popping up, quickly pushing the topic of the government collecting nuclear waste to the top of trending searches. Among them were the heated discussions of genuinely concerned citizens, as well as the deliberate fanning of flames by those with ulterior motives. After all, those European and American countries have always been eyeing Dragon Country with covetous intentions. Although Dragon Country accepted their nuclear wastewater, it doesn't mean they won't continue to harass Dragon Country. At this moment, in the Tiananhai conference room, Lu Qiu, along with academicians from the highest scientific institution and senior leaders of Dragon Country, looked at the public grievances online with great helplessness. Originally, their plan was to silently reap great benefits, posing as a merciful savior while profiteering and boosting their reputation. But now, with public opinion pushing so hard, it seems unavoidable to announce the truth ahead of schedule. Fortunately, most countries have already signed permanent and unconditional contracts with the Dragon Kingdom to supply nuclear wastewater. Now, even if they realize the Dragon Kingdom can refine and separate nuclear wastewater, it's already too late. After careful consideration, the official authorities of Manhwa have issued a new announcement. This message has nothing to do with senior officials, it's just a technology briefing. According to our reporter, Modu Academy of Sciences has successfully developed ultra-low-cost nuclear waste separation and extraction technology. This technology enables the recovery and recycling of all radioactive elements and nuclear materials from nuclear waste and wastewater, with related applications of renewable nuclear energy currently under research. Once this piece of scientific news broke, it instantly stunned the entire nation. What on earth? We've already achieved ultra-low-cost nuclear waste separation and extraction technology? Just how low is this ultra-low cost? I'm starting to get it now. All that global collection of nuclear wastewater and waste materials was for this very purpose. Asterisk. Didn't any of you notice? This report says it can separate and extract radioactive elements. Doesn't this fucking turn waste into treasure? Domestic citizens were utterly shocked, though some believed it was merely official rhetoric to placate the public, a sentiment that gained even more traction on the international internet. Dragon Country is just covering their asses now. Their elites are about to deceive their ignorant masses again, they always do. This might fool the low-tier citizens of Dragon Country, But how could Eagle Sauce, a global top-tier tech superpower, ever be duped? If Dragon Country really had this tech, they'd have dominated the world long ago. Why wait till now? The Dragon Nation's higher-ups are just trying to cover up with these transparent lies. If nuclear waste and wastewater treatment technology were that simple, could the eagle and the Gallic rooster really fail to understand it? The nuclear powers are technologically on par with each other. No one could be significantly ahead of the others. Exactly. How many years has the Dragon Nation's technology been developing? They simply lack the technical level to manufacture such high-end equipment. This is nothing but a smokescreen. Chapter 3, Terrifying Many Veteran Academicians. Netizens simply refuse to believe the Dragon Nation's leadership. However, the Dragon Nation's top officials and academicians like Lucio couldn't care less. They would wait for the results of the nuclear wastewater refinement to speak for themselves. At this moment, Lucio had arrived in Longwa's Magic City. Seated in the conference room of the Magic City Academy of Sciences, he was flanked by Xin Guoliang and Zhou Hong, two national treasure-level academicians convening a special meeting for him. Xin Guoliang rose to his feet, looked at the assembled experts and scholars, and said with a smile, "After deliberation between academician Zhou Hong and myself, we have decided to recommend Comrade Lu Qiu as the chief director of the Nuclear Waste Separation and Extraction Project, in the name of both the Shanghai Academy of Sciences and the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Furthermore, we will apply to the Supreme Academy of Sciences to confer the title of academician upon Comrade Lu Qiu." The announcement was met with spontaneous applause. No one objected, for everyone understood just how groundbreaking Lu Qiu's research truly was. Lu Qiu, however, shook his head. "Professor Shen, academician Zhou, I deeply appreciate your kindness, but I must respectfully decline both proposals. I have even more critical projects demanding my attention and simply cannot spare the time for this work. The separation and extraction of nuclear waste and wastewater is never the end. The collected nuclear materials must be reused to achieve true fulfillment. Therefore, I have already determined the direction for my next phase of research." "What? Lu Qiu, you're abandoning nuclear wastewater separation? What do you plan to pursue instead?" "Indeed. Mastering this alone would secure your legacy for generations, truly unparalleled in history. Won't you reconsider?" The two academicians were utterly astonished. They never imagined Lu Qiu would decline responsibility for the nuclear wastewater project, claiming he had other research to pursue. What could possibly be more important than this? "Well, gentlemen, after returning today, I will begin researching nuclear propulsion engines capable of utilizing multiple nuclear materials." Lu Qiu's words detonated like a nuclear blast, instantly engulfing everyone's thoughts. Xin Guoliang was stunned, while Zhou Hong leapt to his feet, his excitement palpable as he sought confirmation. "Mr. Lu Qiu, you're knowledgeable in this field too?" Lu Qiu nodded and explained. "Yes, I've already compiled preliminary research data and finalized the design blueprints. We're just waiting for the materials to be secured before commencing production of the first prototype." Lu Qiu's words sent shockwaves through the assembled minds once more. Seeing the two academicians' faces frozen in shock and disbelief, Lu Qiu let out a wry smile. He understood that for the two academicians, this was indeed hard to accept. If he didn't have the system, anyone who mentioned a nuclear-powered engine to him would have earned a couple of slaps. But now it was different. The system had indeed provided him with the relevant research materials. Unlike current international research directions, the nuclear-powered engine I'm developing isn't a simple nuclear fission reactor. It operates using the nuclear waste extracted and separated through these processes. "Professor Shen, may I borrow your equipment?" Saying this, Lu Qiu opened his phone and uploaded part of the materials the system had provided to the projector. Pointing at the engine with its cyberpunk mechanical style, Lu Qiu remained calm. "This is the prototype of the renewable nuclear power engine. Constructed entirely from superalloy materials, its strength-to-weight ratio and hardness surpass titanium alloys by 183 times. This means an engine of equivalent weight can support significantly heavier equipment platforms. With this, the Dragon Nation's Southern Heavenly Gate project will soon become reality. Once the prototype engine passes testing, the Phoenix aerospace carrier will be an imminent goal. Beyond its vastly superior strength-to-weight and hardness ratios compared to existing designs, the regenerative nuclear engine also incorporates high-energy storage modules. These modules mean it functions not only as an engine but also as a temporary power generator. A single high-energy storage unit, occupying just 4 square meters, can store enough electricity to sustain the daily living and recreational needs of 1 million people. The global acquisition of nuclear wastewater and waste materials is merely the first step in my plan. The extracted and separated nuclear materials are indispensable resources. My ultimate goal is to propel our Dragon Nation to the pinnacle of technological advancement." Lu Qiu's speech transformed the audience's initial stunned silence into growing excitement, culminating in boundless enthusiasm. They were eager to follow him to the heavens and seize the moon. Shen Guoliang and Zhou Hong exchanged glances, seeing mutual conviction in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they rose to their feet. "Mr. Lu Qiu, we'll initiate your new project application immediately." "Excellent. To be honest, I need more support. After all, this isn't something one person can accomplish alone. Lu Qiu had no objections to the two academicians' words. His previous nuclear wastewater separation project had only been successfully approved and launched because they had personally advocated for it. In fact, Lu Qiu felt a twinge of guilt toward the two elders. After all, he had left all the tedious administrative tasks for them to handle while he focused solely on his experiments. I'll focus on my own work. The rest is in your capable hands, academicians. Seeing Lu Qiu nod in agreement, Xin Guoliang and Zhou Hong were overjoyed. Not only would they witness the rise of the Dragon Nation firsthand, but they would also behold technologies once confined to legend something unimaginable in the past. However, Xin Guoliang's brow furrowed again as he continued. But Mr. Lu Qiu, while you may not oversee the nuclear wastewater project, your name must remain attached. This is your achievement. I won't allow anyone else to take credit for it. Indeed, Zhou Hong chimed in, echoing Xin Guoliang's sentiment. We both agree you should retain the credit. After all, you poured the most effort into this project. We merely assisted. We've already benefited greatly from your contributions. Zhou Hong chimed in with a smile, his and Xin Guoliang's coordinated effort leaving Lu Qiu no room to refuse. Lu Qiu sighed in resignation. Still, it was merely a nominal credit. As long as it didn't interfere with his nuclear propulsion engine research, it wouldn't matter. The system wouldn't care whether he had time or not. If he failed to deliver the research within the deadline, punishment would follow. Alright, I'll defer to the two academicians. Lu Qiu had no choice but to agree. The meeting had barely concluded when the staff overseeing the construction of the nuclear wastewater extraction and separation production line arrived. With a beaming smile, the staff member reported to everyone present. Academician Shen, Academician Zhou, our first production line is now operational. We just conducted a test run of nuclear wastewater separation and extraction. The results are outstanding. 100 liters of nuclear wastewater completed the entire extraction process in just 10 minutes, achieving efficiency 20% higher than anticipated. Hearing this, Xin Guoliang, Zhou Hong, and the other researchers beamed with joy, while Lu Qiu nodded calmly. The nuclear waste separator he designed featured a simple structure and user-friendly operation, making production line setup straightforward. 3 days prior, when he and academician Xin Guoliang had just established the nuclear wastewater separation project in the capital, senior state leaders had already directed relevant departments to prepare for its implementation. Now, the production line was up and running, not surprising at all. Moreover, judging by the experimental results, there was even an unexpected bonus. Xin Guoliang let out a cold laugh. Seems the island nation didn't dare tell the truth. Chapter 4, Doubts? Non-existent. Their nuclear wastewater is undoubtedly Class 1 contact material, not the Class 3 safety isolation water they claimed. That's exactly the kind of thing those bastards would do. Thank goodness for the powerful performance of your instruments, Mr. Lu Qiu. Otherwise, one misstep could have spelled disaster for us. After speaking, Xin Guoliang turned to the production line supervisor. By the way, has this information been released to the media? We're under immense public pressure right now. Many citizens don't trust us. Hearing this, the production line manager's face turned slightly awkward. It has been released, but the public pressure remains unchanged. He opened his phone and played a state media video touting the production line's efficiency. The comments section was a sight to behold. What kind of bull is this? They just slapped together a video of some random sewage treatment plant and passed it off as nuclear wastewater processing? Who are they trying to fool? Deceiving the people. This is just special effects. If such technology existed, it would have appeared in the US first. Why would they let us have it? Exactly. The government keeps deceiving us common folk. I dare say this massive acquisition of nuclear waste and wastewater must be fishy. The bigwigs up top probably have their pockets stuffed full. Traitors. All of them are traitors. The island nation was struggling with disposal, and then Dragon Country volunteered to take it? Absurd. Reading these outrageous comments, Shen Guoliang, Zhou Hong, and the other elders fumed, their beards bristling as they cursed the ignorance and foolishness. Lu Qiu, however, shook his head. Having traveled here from Earth, he understood online trolls all too well. Moreover, judging by the comments, many were identical, likely paid trolls hired by someone. He felt it necessary to warn everyone. Otherwise, if the Dragon Nation's good intentions sparked unrest among its citizens, that would be problematic. I don't think these people necessarily represent the general populace. The internet is a vast swamp teeming with all manner of creatures. Perhaps these few are spies sent by hostile forces to stir up trouble. Besides, only a minority actively voice opinions online. With 1.8 billion citizens, most are merely passive recipients of information. Rather than confronting hostile elements now, we should focus on delivering fresh insights to the broader public. Lu Qiu's few words instantly enlightened everyone present. Xin Guoliang and Zhou Hong couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. What brilliant idea would this mastermind come up with next? Lu Qiu noticed all eyes on him but remained unflustered, instead responding with a puzzled counter-question. If students don't understand, can't we teach them? Teaching students is education, and teaching the public is education too. Why not just hold a public experimental class? If people don't grasp how groundbreaking our research is, or its profound implications for humanity's future, then let's make them understand. Even if we can't fully explain it, simply informing them of its existence is worthwhile, isn't it? These words struck like a thunderclap, awakening the assembly. Shen Guoliang immediately rose to his feet. I'll contact the authorities immediately. We'll broadcast this open lecture globally. It'll serve as a slap in the face to those who doubt our nation's capabilities. Plus, it might finally silence the domestic complaints. 3 days later. Dragon Nation, Magic City. China invited journalists from nearly every major global media outlet. Under the live broadcast of hundreds of television programs worldwide, academician Zhou Hong began explaining issues related to nuclear wastewater. Good evening, everyone. I am Zhou Hong, Vice President of the Dragon Nation's Supreme Academy of Sciences. I'm sure you've all seen the rumors circulating online these past few days about our nation accepting the world's nuclear wastewater and waste materials. I wish to solemnly declare, this is not a case of public office for private gain. It is Dragon Nation acting for the future of all humanity. In response to these online doubts, today I will demonstrate how the nuclear wastewater separation and extraction device developed and manufactured by Mr. Lu Qiu operates. As you can see, the instrument indicates this barrel of water shipped from the island nation contains significant radioactive substances. We simply pour it into the production line and wait a few minutes. Well, as you can see, after 8 minutes, the wastewater has been separated and extracted. Flowing out from this end is pure water with zero radioactivity, while collected at the other end are the restabilized nuclear materials. Though this sample of nuclear material weighs only 0.1 grams, its value far exceeds that of an equivalent weight of gold by hundreds of times. Zhou Hong personally took charge, meticulously explaining every detail of the separation and extraction process before the cameras. These scenes were broadcast live to journalists worldwide, making this public demonstration visible to nearly every region and nation on the planet. Meanwhile, netizens from nations like the Island State and the Eagle-Eyed Nation, witnessing this spectacle, instantly lost their minds. Because these two nations were precisely the ones that unconditionally gifted vast quantities of nuclear wastewater to the Dragon Nation. Now, seeing the Dragon Nation actually repurposing this wastewater into something valuable, how could they not be furious? Holy, this is actually real. They can actually separate and extract nuclear waste. Is this the great alchemy? Holy. So we've been gifting the Dragon Nation tons of resources and even giving away our technology? Our government is utterly stupid. Damn it, those Dragon Nation bastards are shameless. They've swindled our island nation out of so much nuclear waste. Unlike foreign netizens, domestic Chinese netizens, after witnessing this public lesson, abruptly shifted from their previous curses and accusations. So that's how it is. No wonder the Dragon Nation's leaders made this decision. They actually have the real technology. My apologies. I was too harsh in my previous comments. I'll abstain from pornography for a month to show my sincerity. This isn't alchemy, it's science. It's the hard-earned achievement of our Dragon Country scientists. Everyone should trust our country's leaders and researchers from now on. Now, no one doubted the Dragon Nation's government could handle the nuclear wastewater. Domestically, the previous public outcry was silenced. Faced with absolute experimental data, no one could argue. However, this also brought new troubles to the Dragon Nation. Kyoto, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You must give us an explanation. This is outright fraud. You're swindling our resources. I'll lodge a complaint against you at the UN General Assembly. This technology, beneficial to humanity, should be shared globally. Your secretive approach, Longwei, is unacceptable. The nuclear wastewater separation and extraction technology was originally invented by our country. This is theft. Return it to us immediately. Over a dozen foreign diplomats gathered at the Dragon Nation's Foreign Ministry headquarters. These were representatives from nations that had previously signed agreements to send all their nuclear wastewater and waste to the Dragon Nation. Initially, they doubted the Dragon Nation possessed such technology, but now they had no choice but to believe it. Didn't this mean they had foolishly handed such a treasure over to the Dragon Nation? Thus, they united to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation. Chapter 5, Blockade? You'll regret this later. Faced with this situation, the Dragon Nation naturally had to step forward to respond. However, it was precisely this attitude that infuriated these nations. Gentlemen, we have a contract here. Your nations are all countries that uphold contractual integrity. To disregard the agreement we signed would damage your international credibility. Consider this, if you were to handle this nuclear wastewater yourselves, aside from dumping it into the ocean like Japan does, it would require massive amounts of money and equipment. Yet our nation, the Dragon Kingdom, has volunteered to assist you in processing this nuclear wastewater, even covering all transportation costs ourselves. This initiative saves your nations hundreds of billions in disposal expenses. Can you not see the sincerity of the Dragon Kingdom? At that moment, the official statement from Dragon Nation was broadcast live to the world by journalists present at the scene. Witnessing this scene, netizens from Dragon Nation couldn't help but speak up. But this tone only made foreign netizens even more furious. How despicable. Our country saved them so much money, yet they still try to turn the tables on us. Exactly. While we made trillions, they still made hundreds of billions. Are they just jealous because they made less? I agree with the above. +1. At this moment, netizens back home were voicing their opinions, though many seemed to be relishing their moment of triumph. In contrast, netizens from countries that signed nuclear treaties with Dragon Nation were furious. Damn it! Dragon Nation is despicable. If we'd known nuclear wastewater could be used like this, our country never should have sold it to them. All Easterners are despicable, they deserve to die. But seriously, how did they even get their hands on this technology? The Dragon Nation is so rude, scooping up trillions worth of resources from the entire world in one fell swoop. I support our government reneging on the treaty. Though netizens voiced many opinions, they merely reflected the prevailing sentiments across nations. The actual course of action would depend on official announcements. Meanwhile, officials at the Foreign Ministry headquarters faced immense pressure. They had to suppress their inner amusement while maintaining stern expressions during negotiations with diplomats from other nations, even feigning righteous indignation. No matter how the diplomats from over a dozen nations negotiated, the Dragon Nation refused to budge. After all, this involved assets worth hundreds of trillions. How could they simply back down? Finally, the Dragon Nation's foreign minister concluded the meeting with a single statement. The Dragon Nation solemnly declares that regarding the acquisition of nuclear wastewater, we will strictly adhere to the contractual terms and set an example as a global power. Simultaneously, we urge other nations to join us in upholding international credibility and honoring the spirit of agreements. With that, diplomats from other nations understood there was no hope of persuading Dragon Nation to return the nuclear wastewater. Yet they weren't entirely resigned. Diplomats from several nuclear powers, led by the Eagle Nation, disregarded all decorum and immediately voiced their objections. Given the deliberate concealment by the Dragon Nation authorities, which resulted in our country's nuclear wastewater flowing into the Dragon Nation, we, the Eagle Nation, will submit relevant materials to the International Court. We'll see what happens then. Our nation strongly condemns Dragon Nation's actions. We demand Dragon Nation's government disclose its nuclear wastewater treatment technology. Such technology, vital for humanity's progress, should not be monopolized by a single country. Exactly. Just as Tesla once released its AC patent, Dragon Nation shouldn't monopolize such technology. This is what Eagle-chan said. It sounds noble and righteous, but it's actually full of ulterior motives. Gaul wasn't far behind, resorting to outright slander. We believe the Dragon Nation's actions conceal malicious intent seeking to weaken other nations' capabilities and dominate the world. Therefore, we will immediately terminate the agreement and demand compensation from the Dragon Nation for our economic losses. The gratitude they once showed toward Dragon Nation was matched only by the ferocity of their betrayal, utterly without scruples. Within a single day, the Dragon Nation became the target of global condemnation within the international community. Their grandstanding was all about forcing Dragon Nation to hand over its nuclear wastewater treatment technology. Because, as everyone knows, it's not the nuclear wastewater itself that holds value, otherwise nations wouldn't go to such lengths to dispose of it. The true treasure lies in the technology to separate and extract valuable materials from it. With such technology in hand, how could Dragon Nation not take off? Therefore, they could not stand idly by. Yet faced with this pressure, the Dragon Nation's government remained silent. It wasn't until the following day, after Lu Chou finished his phone call with the Dragon Nation's leader, that a solution emerged. They want the technology? We can give it to them. But just like with the lithography machines, we can sell them the equipment. As for anything else, we won't provide it. Lu Chou presented the plan. Facing the pressure exerted by Western nations on the Dragon Nation, Lu Chou knew direct confrontation was unwise. After all, the Dragon Nation currently lacked the strength to antagonize the entire world. But they couldn't expect to obtain such technology for free either. Didn't those Western nations love to monopolize technology and sell equipment? Manhwa could easily follow suit. Of course, to prevent other nations from mastering this technology, Lu Chou had a backup plan. All future exported equipment would be his modified models. These models were fortified with impenetrable technological barriers. Any attempt by foreign researchers to crack them would be a pipe dream. Soon, the Dragon Nation issued an official announcement. Since you all want my research achievements so badly, fine, pay up. The price isn't steep, 50 billion per production line, payable only in Dragon Nation currency. Additionally, our current production capacity is limited. We must prioritize domestic projects, so the number of production lines available for export is restricted. First come, first served. If you're late, you miss out. The moment this announcement hit, world leaders started fretting. The Dragon Nation government itself didn't respond. Instead, they put a researcher forward to negotiate. This clearly signaled to everyone that they were the underdog, forced to sell their core technology out of necessity. And since it was a transaction, payment was required. 500 billion per production line? That sounded ridiculously expensive. If these leaders knew the actual production cost was only 500,000 per line, they'd likely spit blood in frustration. Yet despite the staggering price tag, the dozen or so nations possessing nuclear technology gritted their teeth and bought it. 500 billion for nuclear waste processing technology? They're not losing out. Major powers even scrambled to buy it, with the Eagle Nation being the first to transfer funds, fearing they might miss out if they delayed. They were supremely confident, knowing they held over half the world's top scientists. They couldn't believe that with Dragon Nation's equipment, they wouldn't be able to crack Dragon Nation's technology. Yet, within a week, the research teams from various nations, led by the Eagle Nation, were thrown into turmoil once again. Chapter 6: Enhanced Cooperation? Only under certain conditions. This is deception. This is blatant retaliation. Dragon Nation's actions show no sense of responsibility befitting a major power. We solemnly condemn Dragon Nation's actions. Their nuclear wastewater treatment equipment is completely beyond our capabilities to crack. Research teams worldwide vented their frustrations on social media, but venting was all they could do. Because this time, Lu Qiu had made it clear, Dragon Nation was selling equipment, not technology. It was the research team's own belief that they could crack the code that drove them to spend such a fortune on the nuclear wastewater separation equipment. Now, unable to crack it, they were naturally taking a huge loss and cursing their luck. The Eagle Nation's scientific prowess was unquestionable. They had long been the undisputed leaders in their field. Yet now, they were utterly stumped by nuclear wastewater separation technology. To them, it felt like the sky had fallen. By pressuring Longwei to gradually share its technology now, they might seize an opportunity to overtake them in the future and re-establish their hegemony. Soon, just as Lu Qiu had predicted, the Eagle Nation government began its shenanigans. If the Dragon Nation insists on acting unilaterally, pursuing hegemony, and refuses to share this technology beneficial to all humanity, we will have no choice but to respond. Effective immediately, we will prohibit all cooperation with Dragon Nation in the semiconductor sector. This ban will remain in effect until Dragon Nation voluntarily discloses its nuclear wastewater separation and extraction technology. Sanctions, bans, blockades. The usual trio. In response to the hawk's tough rhetoric, the Dragon Nation government swiftly issued a statement. The Dragon Nation has always been a primary force for peacekeeping and stability in the international community. We will absolutely never become a hegemonic power, nor will we ever bow to hegemonic forces. The Dragon Nation reserves the right to pursue legal action against the Eagle's slander and fabrications. The international community is invited to watch and see. The Dragon Nation would never yield on this matter. Moreover, it was now almost the first time it had taken the lead over the Eagle Nation, or rather, the world in this field. If it surrendered now, there would be no chance of ever surpassing the Eagle Nation again. Not long after, while Lu Qiu was briefing the lab technicians on precautions, the secretary to the Dragon Nation's leader approached him. Mr. Lu, the island nation has expressed a desire to strengthen cooperation with us, seeking to engage in in-depth collaboration on nuclear wastewater treatment. What are your thoughts? Though this liaison held a relatively low-level position, he was a close associate of the head of state and thus held considerable standing. Even so, he remained deferential in Lu Qiu's presence, never daring to adopt the slightest air of superiority. He knew Lu Qiu's accomplishments warranted such treatment. Lu Qiu was unaware that he had already made a profound impression on the higher-ups, and even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. In this life, only the pinnacle of scientific achievement could capture his heart. Upon hearing the proposal from the island nation, Lu Qiu shook his head immediately. No. Lu Qiu refused decisively. He understood the terrifying scale of the industrial chain involved in nuclear wastewater separator technology, a market worth trillions. If this technology were leaked, it would reignite the hopes of nations that previously lacked the capability to develop nuclear weapons. Such an outcome would severely destabilize the current global order on Blue Star. Under no circumstances could this technology be disclosed. The Eagle just announced sanctions and blockades against the Dragon Nation, and the island nation immediately stepped up cooperation. While their actions appear diametrically opposed, it's all just about the nuclear wastewater separation technology. We anticipated this when drafting the contract. Rest assured, they can't touch us. Lu Qiu harbored no goodwill toward Japan, the nation responsible for over half the world's nuclear wastewater entering the Dragon Nation. He was delighted to see them suffer in silence. With Lu Qiu's definitive assurance, the Dragon Nation promptly rejected the island nation's request. Strengthening cooperation? Fine. But making it conditional on obtaining nuclear wastewater separation technology? No way. Sure enough, after the Dragon Nation verbally rejected the island nation's demands, they revealed their true colors. Just like the eagle-eyed ones, they began fabricating reasons to target the Dragon Nation, even deliberately stirring up public opinion. Even if Dragon Nation extracts nuclear elements from the wastewater, what good would it do? Science demands conservation of energy. Discarded nuclear materials are fundamentally unusable. At best, they could be used to produce some low-grade nuclear weapons. If they use these materials to build nuclear weapons, they'll be violating the very nuclear treaties they signed. Then let's see how China explains itself to the global community. Exactly. As one of the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members, Dragon Nation is still expanding its nuclear arsenal. They clearly want to start a war. Our government calls on all nations to unite and oppose Dragon Nation's actions. In an instant, 2 factions emerged, the blockade and sanctions camp led by the Eagle Nation, and the united boycott camp spearheaded by the Island Nation, both harboring deep dissatisfaction toward Dragon Nation. Even nations that had previously maintained friendly relations with Dragon Nation began distancing themselves upon witnessing its actions, with numerous cooperative agreements being cancelled. The Dragon Nation found itself in a dire predicament. Lu Qiu himself paid little heed to these developments. His sole focus was racing against time to perfect the nuclear-powered engine. Once the nuclear-powered engine was unveiled, the rumors circulating abroad about the Dragon Nation expanding its nuclear arsenal would naturally be debunked. By then, not only would Longhua's technological prowess be vastly enhanced, but it would also make the Western nations truly wary, curbing their current arrogance. Under the leadership and assistance of academician Xin Guoliang and academician Zhou Hong, the Dragon Nation swiftly established a dedicated nuclear propulsion engine project team, with Lu Qiu naturally appointed as its head. Moreover, the nation drew relevant scientific talent from research institutes across the country to assist Lu Qiu, aiming to develop the nuclear propulsion engine in the shortest possible time. Amidst the heated public debate, Lu Qiu's nuclear propulsion engine had already taken shape in its preliminary conceptualization and design. For the next month, Lu Qiu lived and worked in the project team's laboratory. After a month of arduous work, through the joint efforts of Lu Qiu and the team of researchers, every aspect of the nuclear-powered engine was finally perfected. Now, all that remained was to manufacture the necessary components and begin assembly, then the nuclear-powered engine would be complete. However, as the project reached this stage, Lu Qiu realized he had overlooked a critical issue. The raw materials Dragon Nation couldn't procure them all. The nuclear engine had to withstand the extreme conditions of nuclear fusion reactions within an extremely confined space. Existing materials were simply inadequate. He needed to develop an entirely new type of alloy. The raw materials required for this alloy alone involved multiple precious metals. Dragon Nation simply couldn't gather such a vast and complex array of resources domestically. So the Dutch aren't willing to sell us the materials? The Americans are meddling again, right? Their foreign minister just visited them a few days ago. Gaul also rejected our purchase request. They won't sell even at double the price. White Elephant Kingdom too. Looks like Dragon Nation will have to rely on itself after all? Chapter 7, Cooperation with the Oriental Group. Inside the laboratory, experts sighed in frustration. After a month of arduous effort, they had finally made significant progress on the nuclear-powered engine. Yet now, they couldn't even secure the raw materials. The problem is, even if these rare metals exist within Dragon Nation, starting exploration and mining now would be too late. Lu Qiu calculated the timeline. With just over a month left before the system's deadline, factoring in assembly and testing time, they had less than a month. Where could they possibly explore and mine within such a short time frame? Just as Lu Qiu and Xin Guoliang were frowning in deep thought, a cool, clear voice interrupted their train of thought. "Grandpa, what's troubling you? Tell me your worries, I might be able to help." The newcomer was in her 20s, not much older than Lu Qiu. She wore a white lab coat over a business suit, and with her gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded an imposing presence, like a formidable career woman. Xin Guoliang's eyes lit up at the sight of her, while Lu Qiu was quite surprised. He recognized her. Jiang Ying, current president of Dongfang Group, one of Longhua's top 10 conglomerates. When she took over the company at just 24, it had caused a national sensation. That's why Lu Qiu recognized her too. Wait. Grandfather? Just as Lu Qiu was puzzled, Xin Guoliang approached with a warm smile. Little Ying? What brings you here? You've arrived just in time. We've actually run into a bit of trouble. So she was Xin Guoliang's granddaughter. Lu Qiu nodded to himself, but just then, Xin Guoliang grabbed his arm and pulled him over to stand beside Jiang Ying. Lu Qiu, this is my granddaughter, the president of Dongfang Group. You've surely heard of her? The problem we're facing now, perhaps she can solve it. Oh? Hearing this, Lu Qiu's interest was piqued. If Jiang Ying could help resolve the raw material issue, that would be a tremendous help. With that thought, Lu Qiu wasted no time, promptly extending his hand in a polite greeting. Hello, Miss Jiang. I'm Lu Qiu. Their hands touched briefly before withdrawing. As Lu Qiu grew curious about Jiang Ying, she too was sizing up the boy before her, who still carried a hint of youthful innocence. Lately, her grandfather had been praising Lu Qiu to the family as a genius who appeared only once in a century in Longhua. This had stirred a hint of jealousy in Jiang Ying, who had earned her grandfather's deep affection through her exceptional talent in materials science. She had always wanted to meet this genius her grandfather spoke of. Now, she saw him as nothing more than a fairly good-looking student. It was hard to imagine this was the genius who had developed the nuclear waste separator. Miss Jiang, you mentioned earlier that you could help us with our materials issue? Lu Qiu asked, his voice tinged with excitement. With the blueprints provided by the system, developing the nuclear material engine presented no real bottlenecks. With sufficient materials, his research could advance smoothly. You should know my identity, right? Jiang Ying flicked a strand of hair from her temple. Lucio certainly did. In other words, there wasn't a single person in the entire Dragon Nation who didn't recognize Jiang Ying. Among the foreign enterprises collaborating with our Oriental group, many specialize in minerals and materials. They should possess the ores required for your research. I can personally handle securing the materials. I hope we can collaborate under the name of the Oriental Group. Lucio hesitated upon hearing this. As far as he knew, the Oriental Group was their family enterprise, and his nuclear substance engine project involved a great deal of classified information. He turned to glance at Xin Guoliang. A faint smile appeared on old Shin's face. You can trust Xiaoying and the Dongfang Group completely. Rest assured on that point. In fact, many military and aerospace materials in Longwei are commissioned to Dongfang Group for manufacturing. Lucio finally relaxed and nodded. This time, Jiang Ying took the initiative to extend her hand, smiling as she said, "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Immediately afterward, Jiang Ying arranged for the company's legal team to sign the first phase cooperation agreement with Lucio's nuclear material engine laboratory, and arrange for the group's brand departments to launch a large-scale promotional campaign. Given the broad future application prospects of the nuclear material engine laboratory's products, the Oriental Group will establish a partnership with this laboratory. Upon hearing the news, many netizens once again exclaimed Kila and began unleashing a torrent of criticism. Wow! Nuclear substance engine? This sounds like a follow-up project to the nuclear waste separator. Shouldn't it be completely classified and off-limits to outsiders? Why is Oriental Group, a family-run enterprise, allowed to participate in this project? These lab folks will stop at nothing for funding. I bet this so-called nuclear material engine lab is just a gimmick to scam financial backing. It's definitely a scam. Do you really think we're capable of inventing a nuclear material engine at our current level? If that day ever comes, I'll live stream myself doing a headstand while washing my hair. These keyboard warriors' remarks were immediately detected by the Oriental Group's Public Sentiment Monitoring Center. When they reported it to Jiang Ying, she couldn't be bothered to respond. The louder these people bark, the harder they'll fall when we prove them wrong. The more attention we give them, the more they'll howl. However, several high-ranking executives from the Dongfang Group soon sought out Jiang Ying, questioning her collaboration with the nuclear substance engine laboratory. The lab's director is a young man named Lu Qiu, correct? Our intelligence indicates he only holds an associate degree and hasn't even graduated yet. There's a strong possibility this entire lab is a scam. Everyone urged her to terminate the partnership. Yet Jiang Ying remained steadfast in her conviction. The Nuclear Matter Engine Laboratory is directly supervised by the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Senior academicians Shun and Zhou are personally involved. Don't you think that speaks volumes? Jiang Ying's retort silenced them all. She had just assumed the presidency. Although the Oriental Group was their family business, she intended to use this collaboration to strengthen her control over the corporation. There was no way she would give it up easily. Jiang Ying immediately reached out to several companies with existing partnerships with the Dongfang Group. Mr. Daniel, your company has been a long-term partner of Dongfang Group. Are you really unwilling to accommodate such a minor procurement request? It seems I must reconsider our cooperative relationship. Our group purchases materials from you every year. Can't you even fulfill this minor request? Ms. Davian, it's been a while. Leveraging Jiang Ying's extensive network in the cloud of the Dongfang Group, numerous foreign companies ultimately agreed to her material procurement requests. Within a mere week, Jiang Ying had gathered all the materials Lu Qiu required. Fantastic! Oriental Group truly lives up to its reputation as a global behemoth. Lu Qiu exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying couldn't help but curl her lips. Shouldn't you be thanking me the most? If I hadn't weathered the internal pressure at the company, who knows when we'd have gotten these materials together. Lu Qiu froze. Chapter 8, Potassium-Ion Battery Technology. In his eyes, Jiang Ying had always been the cool, aloof type, giving off an aura that made people feel unwelcome. He never expected to see this side of her. Of course. We owe our deepest gratitude to President Jiang. Therefore, our lab has decided to pursue deeper collaboration with Dongfang Group. Jiang Ying looked at Lu Qiu in surprise, unsure how he intended to proceed with the collaboration. You should know that our nuclear matter engine laboratory focuses on 3 fundamental research areas: propulsion technology, energy technology, and materials technology. We will absolutely not hand over our core nuclear matter engine patents. However, we are willing to share some of our energy technology patents with your Dongfang Group. We hope your group can apply them as soon as possible. Lu Qiu said with a smile. He understood clearly that technologies successfully invented in the lab didn't necessarily translate to production applications. That's precisely why he chose to partner with Oriental Group. Oriental Group's diverse production lines and facilities span nearly every category of industrial manufacturing, making them the ideal partner for applying their experimental technologies. Wonderful! I'll arrange for someone to sign the agreement with you immediately. Jiang Ying exclaimed excitedly. After securing the foundational experimental materials, Lu Qiu returned to the lab, determined to develop an alloy suitable for nuclear propulsion engines. Of course, this would undoubtedly be a lengthy process, impossible to achieve overnight. But with the blueprints provided by the system in hand, success was merely a matter of time. You bastards! Why did your companies defy our ban and supply materials to the Dragon Nation? Damn it! I never imagined traitors like you would emerge among the Eagles. This is our disgrace. What immense benefits did the Dragon Nation offer you? Colluding with the enemy. Treason. Can you bear such charges? Eagle Nation, Black House Conference Room. Eagle's top brass raged furiously, spitting venom at the heads of several materials companies before them. These companies were Eagle brand enterprises that had secretly sold materials to the Eastern Group. All heads hung in silence, knowing their companies had indeed violated the ban. Stop playing dumb. Explain yourselves immediately. Seeing the corporate heads fall into a deathly silence, the Eagle Sword executives assumed they were using silence as a form of protest. Sir, we had no choice. This time, it wasn't the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences contacting us for materials, it was the Oriental Group. You should know that Dongfang Group has extensive business dealings with us. Refusing their request would make it extremely difficult for us to continue operating in Longwa, resulting in significant losses. They lamented helplessly. This time, it was the Eagle Sauce officials who were speechless. They understood perfectly well that these companies' operations in the Dragon Nation were inextricably linked to the Oriental Group. Losing such a major client would slash their profits in half. Use your Satan-corrupted brains to think it through. Not long ago, the Longwei Academy of Sciences sought to purchase such materials. After we refused, Oriental Group immediately approached you to acquire similar materials. Doesn't that prove everything? The Eagle Group executive exclaimed, visibly furious. Gentlemen, the Oriental Group is merely a family-run enterprise in Longwa. This must be a coincidence. Some still tried to defend them. I suspect this so-called family enterprise is merely a front the Dongfang Group uses to deceive others. There must be official backing from the Dragon Nation behind it. Having spanned 3 generations, Dongfang Group has grown into a colossal international conglomerate under Jiang Ying's leadership. Based on the clues our intelligence division has gathered, Dongfang Group is no ordinary entity. We just received news that the Oriental Group has signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the Nuclear Matter Engine Laboratory under the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. After analyzing the situation together, everyone felt even more convinced that the Dongfang Group was no ordinary entity. Sanction it. We must impose severe sanctions on the Dongfang Group. Someone declared viciously. The Eagle now preferred to err on the side of caution, rather than let a single one slip through. Once suspicion arises, the Eagle will seize every opportunity to sanction Longwa Enterprises. Issue the order immediately. Impose tariffs on all imported products from the Oriental Group. At least triple them. Our Eagle's chips, special materials, and everything else, none of it is to be sold to the Oriental Group. The Eagle Nation president declared, narrowing his eyes. This news spread like wildfire throughout the business community. Many found it hard to believe. Everyone understood that imposing sanctions on the Eastern Group would likely impact numerous Eagle Swan companies, a thankless task yielding little benefit. The Eagle Nation publicly stated its rationale. The Oriental Group leveraged its global business network to supply secret experimental materials to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, aiding in the development of weapons of mass destruction that could threaten peace and development on Blue Star. The entire statement boils down to 3 words. Groundless. At that moment, Jiang Ying was flipping through the sanctions notice the Eagle Nation had issued against the Oriental Group. Her spirits plummeted instantly. Within just half a day of the Eagle's announcement, over a dozen of its affiliated companies had already contacted her by phone, stating that due to force majeure, they would terminate their cooperation with the Oriental Group. This had an immediate and devastating impact on the Oriental Group. Numerous executives urged Jiang Ying to abandon the collaboration with the Nuclear Material Engine Laboratory. While our Dongfang Group has always maintained close cooperation with the state, we are ultimately a business. Profit must come first. Exactly. We've already secured some experimental materials that's more than our fair share. If Eagle's blockade cripples our group, how can we continue serving the nation if we lose opportunities? President Jiang, please think this through carefully. We still have a chance to rectify this. Hesitation could cause our group's business to shrink by 40%. The executive's words did not sway Jiang Ying. After all, Lu Qiu was someone her grandfather had high hopes for. She believed Lu Qiu's nuclear material engine experiment would succeed. But surrounded by naysayers, she had no choice but to leave the company and seek out Lu Qiu once more. When she was with Lu Qiu, she found herself able to let go of the cutthroat intrigues of business warfare, her mind finding a moment of respite. I saw the notice Eagle posted. This period must have kept you incredibly busy, right? Lu Qiu had just stepped out of the lab, a hint of fatigue still visible on his face. Chapter 9, A Minor Incident at the Press Conference. As it happens, our lab has made further progress in energy conversion technology. We've now developed a potassium-ion battery with energy conversion efficiency reaching 97%. How about we transfer this technology to you to help Dongfang Group overcome its difficulties? He said with a smile. Lucio certainly wasn't the type to be easily distracted by beauty. His motive was to accelerate the commercialization of the lab's breakthroughs. Jiang Ying stared at Lucio in utter disbelief. You're serious? This is fantastic. Now those foreign companies that just terminated their partnerships with us will surely regret it. Jiang Ying instantly burst into joyful excitement, acting as childishly as a little girl. The two promptly finalized the collaboration and jointly issued an announcement. The Oriental Group Collaborative Laboratory has recently achieved a breakthrough in potassium-ion battery technology, successfully developing market-ready potassium-ion battery products with an energy density of 600 Wh/kg and a conversion efficiency of 97%. Upon hearing this news, energy and materials companies worldwide went into a frenzy. Consider this, the most advanced lithium batteries currently available only achieve an energy density of 400 Wh/kg. And that's only at the laboratory stage, not yet feasible for mass production. Many foreign companies that had just announced the termination of their cooperation with Oriental Group were filled with regret. Had they secured exclusive distribution rights for Dongfang Group's new potassium-ion batteries, wouldn't they have made a fortune? Many were itching to act, but held back by the Eagle's sanctions. President Zhang's move is nothing short of a stroke of genius. With this potassium-ion battery production technology, we'll be light years ahead of the world in the new energy sector. Numerous executives were utterly impressed by Jiang Ying's maneuver. Those foreign companies that terminated their partnerships with us are still sitting on the fence. Let's give them a wake-up call. Spread the word. If our former partners resume cooperation, we'll even license some patents to them. Once Oriental Group released this news, the foreign companies that had terminated their partnerships could no longer sit idly by. Countless foreign companies flocked to Dongfang Group, begging for another chance. Faced with such enormous profits, the Eagle's ban on Oriental Group became nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. It held no deterrent power whatsoever. The Eagle Nation, the Black House. Several high-ranking officials wore ashen expressions. President Dawn was so furious he could have thrown every document on his desk into the shredder. Those damn businessmen. The moment they smell profit, they're like cats chasing blood. They couldn't care less about our Eagle's interests. Dawn couldn't hold back any longer and let loose with a string of expletives. I suspect this is merely a publicity stunt by the Oriental Group or even the Dragon Nation. Lithium battery technology hasn't seen breakthroughs in years, yet they claim to have developed potassium-ion batteries? While the Oriental Group has its own research team, their scientific capabilities aren't exactly top tier. This is most likely just a ploy to lure Eagle brand companies back into partnership. The secretary beside him frowned as he spoke. This remark made Dawn's eyes light up. Exactly. Spread the word based on your theory. Tell the world that the Dongfang Group is nothing but a scam. With their technology, they could never master lithium-ion battery technology. Dawn declared excitedly. Soon after, the Eagle Swan's online army began amplifying the narrative. Doesn't everyone know the Dragon Nation's technological capabilities? The most powerful company in new energy technology today is Eagle Sauce. Even Eagle's Tesla wouldn't dare claim they can develop potassium-ion batteries. How dare Oriental Group issue such a statement? Probably trying to trick Eagle Squad into lifting their ban on the company. With the flood of online comments making it hard to separate fact from fiction, many companies that had initially planned to risk violating the ban and engage with Oriental Group began to hesitate. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ying showed no sign of panic. Debunking these rumors couldn't be simpler. We can replicate our approach with the nuclear waste separator. Invite media outlets, journalists, and influential figures to our potassium-ion battery technology launch event. We'll demonstrate it live right there. Jiang Ying's proposal immediately gained unanimous approval. After finalizing the timing and guest list, Jiang Ying ultimately decided to call Lu Qiu. Attend a new product launch? Great, I'll definitely make time to be there. Lu Qiu accepted the invitation without hesitation. Thanks to you for helping Oriental Group resolve this crisis. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time. After hanging up, Jiang Ying found herself inexplicably flushed. A hint of bashfulness flickered in her eyes. 2 days later. Kyoto Grand Hotel. The press conference for Oriental Group's new technology was held here. Early in the morning, media outlets had already swarmed the venue. Reporters knew full well that if Oriental Group's new technology proved mass-producible, it would generate massive traffic for their outlets. Jiang Ying, president of the Oriental Group, was greeting arriving guests at the entrance. This press conference was truly a gathering of the elite. The attendees were either high-profile celebrities, influential dignitaries, or even foreign ambassadors. Yet Jiang Ying kept her gaze fixed outside, as if waiting for something. It wasn't until a young man in a plaid shirt came into her view that she finally broke into a radiant smile. You finally made it. You're the star of today's event. The young man who arrived was none other than Lu Qiu. You personally invited me, how could I not come? Jiang Ying immediately chatted and laughed as she led Lu Qiu into the venue. Everyone in the conference hall watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening in astonishment. Who was this young man? How could he be so highly regarded by Jiang Ying? Please wait here for a moment. I have a few more guests to attend to. After escorting Lu Qiu to his seat, Jiang Ying said apologetically. Lu Qiu smiled and nodded. He understood that as the CEO, Jiang Ying must be extremely busy at such a moment. After Jiang Ying departed, the glances from those around him carried a hint of hostility. This is ridiculous. How could such a thing involve some unknown, ill-mannered young upstart? I don't recall this person being on the guest list. Oomph. He's nothing but a flashy, attention-seeking research fraud. Just because he developed one product, he thinks he's something special. Just look at his clothes, he's nothing but an ordinary student. Although Oriental Group was a family-run enterprise, several major shareholders held substantial controlling stakes and wielded real power. Many shareholders present were deeply displeased by Lu Qiu's abrupt intrusion. Some members of the group's internal research teams were somewhat familiar with Lu Qiu, but naturally, they gave him the cold shoulder. After all, he was encroaching on their turf. Just then, a youth dressed in trendy attire sauntered over and sat beside Lu Qiu. Who let their guard dog loose? Bringing it to an event like this? Chapter 10, Look Down on Him? Never judge a book by its cover. The young man loosened his tie casually. Though his gaze remained fixed ahead, his words were clearly meant for Lu Qiu's ears. Whoa! That's Fong Wenqing, son of our Oriental Group's major shareholder. Word is he's had his eye on General Manager Jiang for ages. Must be annoyed seeing Jiang enter with this youngster. Fong Wenqing? Lu Qiu narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought such a melodramatic plot twist from a novel would land squarely on her head? I haven't seen any dogs, but I've certainly heard plenty of barking. Lu Qiu's words instantly ignited the spoiled Fong Wenqing. Say that again. How did a mongrel like you sneak into this press conference? You must have tricked Xiaoying with some underhanded trick. Jiang Ying, who had heard the commotion, witnessed the scene and instantly slapped her forehead. Fong Wenqing. Lu Qiu is my guest. How dare you be so rude? Jiang Ying stood in front of Lu Qiu, her face flushed with indignation. Guest? Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Fong Wenqing took another look at the young man before him. An ordinary plaid shirt and jeans, he looked no different from the most common programmer. Was someone like this worthy of being Jiang Ying's guest? Wasn't this dragging down the prestige of their Oriental Group? As if sensing Fong Wenqing's thoughts, Jiang Ying hurriedly explained. The gentleman before you is Mr. Lu Qiu, head of the Nuclear Matter Engine Laboratory under the Supreme Academy of Sciences. Our breakthrough in the new energy sector this time is precisely because Mr. Lu Qiu transferred some of his patents to us. Hurry up and apologize to my guest. Jiang Ying's words instantly made everyone around gasp in shock. This guy is the head of the Nuclear Material Engine Lab? I heard he invented the nuclear waste separator. He's so young. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I thought he'd be some old man with gray hair. Thanks to him, our Oriental Group was able to break through the Eagle's technological blockade. The murmurs around him made Fong Wenqing's expression darken considerably. He shot Lu Qiu a fierce glare and stormed out of the hall without another word. For him, attending today's press conference was merely going through the motions. Now that Lu Qiu had thoroughly humiliated him, there was no reason to stay any longer. Sorry about that. He's just got this rebellious streak. Don't take it personally. Jiang Ying said apologetically. It's fine, as long as it didn't affect today's press conference. Lu Qiu reassured her with a smile. Once most of the attendees had arrived, Lu Qiu stepped onto the stage in a well-tailored suit. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a groundbreaking milestone in the history of Dongfang Group's new energy division. We are honored to have Mr. Lu Qiu, director of the Nuclear Matter Engine Laboratory, preside over this product validation test. Amidst thunderous applause, Lu Qiu stepped onto the stage. He was intimately familiar with the potassium-ion battery he had developed. As he operated the equipment, various data points appeared clearly before the audience. Whether it was energy density or energy conversion efficiency, it far surpassed all existing products at this stage. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone from journalists to invited dignitaries and numerous foreign ambassadors was stunned into silence. Fortunately, their emotional control remained relatively strong, preventing any immediate loss of composure. Once the journalists present disseminated the news, the companies that had previously terminated their partnerships with the Oriental Group immediately sprang back into action like cats smelling blood. They reached out once more to Jiang Ying or other shareholders of the Oriental Group. However, with its new technological edge, Oriental Group naturally set much higher partnership thresholds. Many who were rejected by Jiang Ying promptly sought out Oriental Group's other major shareholder. Fong Shan. Chairman Fong, we understand you wouldn't want some 20-something girl riding roughshod over you. We can offer 3 times the market price. This price will undoubtedly boost your standing on the board, won't it? Think it through carefully. Fong Shan, in his 50s, possessed a square face and a neatly trimmed short haircut, exuding an air of command without needing to raise his voice. Haha, it's my honor that you've sought me out proactively. Your Smith Group is the largest precision instrument manufacturer in Eagle Nation. Our Oriental Group is naturally eager to walk a long road with you. Fong Shan was exceptionally shrewd. He knew that with this new product launch, Jiang Ying would easily secure her position as president. Fong Shan was now desperate to solidify his position on the board and would certainly not refuse cooperation with Smith Group. Let's make this a fruitful partnership. A man with a high nose and deep-set eyes, distinctly eagle-like, extended his hand with a smile. This man was the head of Smith Group's operations in the Dragon Nation. After leaving Fong Shan's residence and entering his private vehicle, he picked up a dedicated line phone. Your Excellency Dawn. Fong Shan has agreed to our partnership. On the other end, President Dawn, the leader of the Eagle Nation, was overjoyed upon hearing this welcome news. Excellent. Maintain your friendship with Fong Shan, gradually earn the trust of the Oriental Group, and when the time is ripe, find a way to acquire their new technology. Officially, we won't touch the ban on the Oriental Group. When the time comes, we'll issue Smith Corporation a sky-high fine that'll earn you their trust. Dawn's plan was meticulously crafted. Smith Corporation was, in reality, controlled by the Eagle Swan government. This so-called collaboration was nothing more than a scheme to steal Dragon Nation's technology. Kyoto. To-Ran Cottage. This place is considered a renowned gourmet haven within the capital. Its signature cuisine is Huayang-style dishes, though naturally refined and optimized to suit contemporary tastes. With its serene ambience reminiscent of Jiangnan waterfront pavilions, it attracts a steady stream of patrons daily. Come on. I promise to treat you to dinner. We're already here, so stop being coy. Jiang Ying said to Lucio with a smile. Guided by staff, the two entered a waterside pavilion. It was Lucio's first time dining in such a setting, and he found himself intrigued. Xiaoying. Just then, a clear, lovely voice rang out. Lucio and the others looked up. A woman with medium-length hair, a gracefully curvaceous figure, and bold, striking makeup beckoned to Jiang Ying. Xiaolan. I never imagined you'd be here too. The two women appeared to be close friends who hadn't seen each other in ages. As they chatted, they completely forgot about Lucio. Realizing her oversight, Jiang Ying apologetically introduced. This is my best friend, Jiang Lanlan. She's been studying abroad in the Eagle country until recently, when she returned home. She's the heiress to the Baolong Group. Chapter 11, Nuclear Engine, Success. Jiang Ying's words left Lucio stunned. Baolong Group was another major multinational corporation with considerable clout. While it might be slightly less prominent than Oriental Group, the gap was negligible. It really was true that different circles meant different people. Jiang Ying introduced Lucio to Jiang Lalan, whose eyes lit up. Your Oriental Group's new product launch just the other day really made us Longwa proud. Our Baolong Group has just launched several new energy vehicle production lines. Would Xiaoying consider giving Baolong Group an opportunity to collaborate? She leaned closer to Jiang Ying, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Jiang Ying hesitated inwardly. After all, Lucio, the inventor behind the new technology, was right there. But considering their relationship, Jiang Ying reluctantly nodded in agreement. Having achieved her desired outcome, Jiang Lanlan waved her hand. She left the two alone to finish their meal. Your best friend's personality is truly one of a kind. Lucio remarked with a smile. Don't take it personally. Xiaolan practically grew up in Eagle Town, so whether it's her makeup style or personality, it all seems pretty eccentric to us. We've eaten our fill for today, so I should take my leave. The materials you provided our lab have been incredibly helpful. I'm confident it won't be long before we develop our nuclear substance engine. Lucio said as he picked up his coat from the rack. His words made Jiang Ying's eyes light up. Jiang Ying's grandfather, Shen Guoliang, was a veteran of the Academy of Sciences. Combined with her own PhD in materials science, she fully understood the transformative impact a nuclear substance engine would have on Longwa and indeed, the entire world. Then I wish your research swift progress. Jiang Ying smiled radiantly, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms. For the next fortnight, Lucio poured every ounce of his time and energy into the laboratory, severing nearly all external social connections. Half a month later, a cheer erupted from Lucio's lab. It worked. We actually pulled it off. Thanks to Lucio laying out the research plan for us beforehand, we wouldn't have managed to develop it in such a short time otherwise. I'll report today's breakthrough. But shouldn't we issue an announcement to share our achievement with the world? Upon hearing the news, Shen Guoliang and Zhou Hong hurried to the lab. We can certainly promote it heavily, but it's best not to disclose too much data. Our nuclear material engine is still too advanced. Let's leave some room for other countries to speculate. Lucio remarked with a hint of mischief. Everyone agreed with Lucio's assessment. Their nuclear matter engine had only just been developed and hadn't undergone practical verification. With incomplete data across the board, it certainly wasn't suitable for grand announcements. Soon, a brief official statement appeared across major state-run platforms in Dragon Nation. Recently, the Supreme Academy of Sciences of Dragon Nation successfully developed a nuclear matter engine, currently undergoing practical verification. It is reported to be the world's first nuclear matter engine. Stay tuned for further details. Though the press release was extremely concise, the information it contained was immense. What does a nuclear matter engine even mean? Even large-scale nuclear power plants face immense technological barriers today, often requiring coastal locations and massive cooling systems. Yet Manhwa has managed to harness nuclear matter as a power source in an engine no larger than a small engine. Such technology is unimaginable for Manhwa to have developed alone. Even if the world's top scientists pooled their efforts, it would take at least a decade to develop such a breakthrough. What on earth has possessed our Manhwa Academy of Sciences? First the nuclear wastewater separator, now this nuclear material engine? Are they trying to put other nations out of business? Do you really believe Dragon Nation could develop this? Let me tell you straight, it's impossible. They probably just got some theoretical breakthrough in the lab and couldn't wait to announce it. This must be an attempt to save face internationally, which is why they released such a press release. Now that the US and many other countries have imposed technological blockades on us, they're probably trying to intimidate us. All sorts of commentators emerged online. Some believed the Dragon Nation's technology was rapidly advancing, while others dismissed it as mere propaganda in response to the Eagle Nation's technological blockade. Lu Qiu couldn't care less about these online opinions anymore. If he let himself get caught up in the online frenzy, he'd probably die of frustration. At that moment, Lu Qiu and a group of researchers all wore worried expressions as they stared at the engine assembly before them. All the data. Since there's no precedent, we can't calculate anything. Proceeding with practical operations without theoretical validation could lead to irreversible losses. Someone sighed and said. Lu Qiu shook his head. I think we should just put it on the machine and try it. There's no need to be so overly cautious. Back when they tested the atomic bomb, weren't there people worried it would trigger a chain reaction and destroy the entire planet? Shen Guoliang clearly agreed with Lu Qiu's words. Lu Qiu was right. We should experiment first. Ordinary machines certainly can't handle such powerful thrust. I suggest we use our independently developed J-40. Shen Guoliang's words immediately sparked a stir among the group. Everyone knew the J-40 was Shen Guoliang's crowning achievement. Other aircraft likely couldn't withstand such immense power. Installing it directly on a rocket would be too costly. I also think the J-40 is suitable for practical testing. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement beside him. With both heavyweights speaking up, no one dared to object. We'll prepare the test flight site and issue air traffic control restrictions immediately. Soon after, the Dragon Nation government issued an airspace restriction notice, drawing the attention of several nations. Eagle. Inside the White House. As president, Dawn dealt with a mountain of state affairs daily. Even with the assistance of secretaries and cabinet ministers, he was constantly overwhelmed. Sir, we've just received urgent intelligence. Tomorrow afternoon, Dragon Nation will enforce airspace restrictions in a specific zone, apparently preparing to test new weaponry. The intelligence chief abruptly entered the room, handing a dossier to Dawn. Didn't they just announce yesterday that they'd developed a nuclear-powered engine? Good lord! How dare they even suggest such a thing? We know this project is far beyond humanity's current capabilities. I haven't even approved the project proposal. Dawn rubbed his temples. I consider this matter extremely important. I advise Your Excellency to order all satellite facilities to monitor that airspace over Dragon Nation. It's highly likely it's the Dragon Nation's latest fighter jet. Seeing Dawn's unconcerned expression, the intelligence minister spoke with growing urgency. Indeed. Upon hearing it was Manhwa's newest fighter jet, Daoan immediately took it seriously. You're absolutely right. Dragon Nation's research across various fighter jet models has indeed advanced rapidly lately. I'll sign a presidential order to mobilize satellites and intensify our surveillance of Dragon Nation. Chapter 12, Terrifying Speed. The next day. Gaoyang Military Airfield. The sky was clear and crisp, with a gentle breeze, absolutely ideal weather for fighter jet operations. Looking at the J-40 on the runway, Lu Qiu felt quite satisfied. Are you absolutely sure this is okay? Someone asked anxiously. Rest assured. This fighter has undergone my modifications, significantly improving compatibility with the nuclear-powered engine. Plus, we're using intelligent flight control systems, no need to worry about pilots losing their lives if the experiment fails. Lu Qiu declared with confidence. True. But there should be plenty of reconnaissance satellites watching us from space right now. This test is practically being conducted under the gaze of every nation on Earth. If it fails, it'll be a bit embarrassing, to say the least. Shen Guoliang shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced up at the sky. According to intelligence from Dragon Nation satellites, over 20 satellites from various nations were currently hovering in this airspace, watching Dragon Nation's experiment. Don't worry. We'll proceed step by step. First, we'll limit the nuclear material engine's power to 1/10 capacity. Once the aircraft adapts to this power level, we'll gradually increase the speed. Lu Qiu smiled as he surveyed the array of control instruments before him. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was almost time. Initiate engine debugging phase. Remember, you must suppress the engine's power output, Lu Qiu said with a stern expression. He knew full well that even his modified J-40 fighter jet couldn't withstand the nuclear engine's full power output. The throttle valves are open, ready for takeoff at any moment. His assistants reported nervously. Take off. At Lu Qiu's command, the J-40 fighter jet instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. Control the flight angle and climb. Slowly reduce speed. Upon seeing the aircraft's initial velocity, Lu Qiu immediately barked the orders. He had deliberately throttled the nuclear-powered engine down to just 1/10 of its capacity, yet it still unleashed such immense thrust. The J-40. It's vanished. There's no trace left in the stratosphere of this airspace. The assistant monitoring the flight path reported with a bitter smile. People rushed over in a flurry of confusion. It seemed impossible. How could a perfectly good aircraft simply vanish? As if struck by an idea, Lu Qiu urgently ordered. Keep expanding the detection range. Search beyond the atmosphere too. His words snapped everyone into realization. Right. At that speed, especially flying vertically upward, it might already be approaching the atmosphere. We've underestimated the power of the nuclear material engine. We should have installed it directly on a space launch vehicle from the start. Thankfully, this was an unmanned aircraft test. At this speed, even a highly trained pilot couldn't withstand the immense pressure from the accelerometer. Found it. We've located the J-40's trail. Just then, the assistant monitoring the trajectory exclaimed excitedly. What do you think? Is it nearing the atmosphere? Hard to say. Probably just exited the stratosphere. But when everyone looked at the coordinates on the screen, they were all stunned. It's actually flown into outer space. Even with our gradual deceleration, it couldn't have taken less than 5 minutes. To propel an aircraft out of the atmosphere in just 5 minutes, reaching first cosmic velocity and breaking free from Earth's gravity. Shen Guoliang muttered, unable to believe his eyes. And that's not all. Keep in mind this was achieved with the engine power restricted to just 1/10 of its capacity. It's terrifying to imagine what horrifying speeds it could reach if unleashed fully. Zhou Hong added with equal awe. Everyone looked at Lu Qiu as if he were a rare treasure. You kid, your future achievements are truly boundless. With just these 2 inventions alone, you've already matched what us old-timers have accomplished in our entire lifetimes. Everyone crowded around Lu Qiu, showering him with endless praise. Lu Qiu was flattered into embarrassment. At that moment, the system's notification chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The nuclear-powered engine mission has been completed. Rewards are now being issued. Rewards as follows: 30 million research funding, enhanced physical attributes. Next phase mission, orbital ion cannon research project. The sound of mission completion finally reached him. Lu Qiu felt a warm current surge through his body. His physique, previously weakened from prolonged lab work and lack of exercise, now felt invigorated as if he'd taken a potent tonic, his entire being brimming with renewed strength. Lu Qiu was quite satisfied with this reward as well. He knew he would inevitably spend vast amounts of time and energy in the lab in the future. Having a strong body would undoubtedly be a great advantage. As for the newly released mission, Lu Qiu glanced at the blueprint within the system but chose to ignore it for now. Coming back to his senses, Lu Qiu glanced at the official media outlets of the Dragon Nation beside him. Released today's experimental results. After all, reconnaissance satellites from numerous countries have likely detected our experiments anyway. Perfect. Let every nation on Blue Star know our test data openly and honestly. Eagle San. Why did the reconnaissance satellite feed suddenly go black? Staring at the suddenly blackened screen, Dawn couldn't help but curse. The staff responsible for the reconnaissance satellite hurriedly began troubleshooting. This is strange. Neither the scanning instruments nor the camera systems show any issues. Just then, the intelligence chief seemed to remember something and blurted out. You bloody idiots. Switch to macro mode immediately. The staff wiped cold sweat from their temples as they adjusted the equipment. Once the camera was switched to close-up mode, the room fell silent. The screen displayed an iconic image of the Dragon Nation's military. Then the full form of the J-40 fighter jet came into view. It's right up close. No wonder the screen went black earlier. Their plane actually reached outer space in such a short time. Damn it. According to our calculations, that aircraft was less than 600 meters from our reconnaissance satellite. We nearly collided. The staff erupted in gasps of shock. Both Dawn and the others stared in stunned silence at the military expert Keynes beside them. Keynes shook his head with a wry smile. That speed. I'm starting to wonder if it's approaching the speed of light. With our current technological capabilities, it's absolutely impossible to build an engine like that. Keynes' words instantly sent everyone's hearts plummeting to the depths. Chapter 13, Tit for Tat. We must take necessary measures. First they developed the nuclear waste separator, and now they've built a nuclear-powered engine. Clearly, this was premeditated. Dawn rubbed his furrowed brow. Dragon Nation's technological progress had been advancing at an alarming pace lately, announcing one groundbreaking invention after another. This has severely undermined Eagle's standing. We have no effective countermeasures against the Dragon Nation at present. Are we to intensify economic sanctions against them? The Secretary of State beside him offered a wry smile. Economic sanctions were essentially a lose-lose strategy. After all, Dragon Nation would retaliate with countermeasures, inflicting a series of negative impacts on Eagle Nation's own economic development. Of course, we must intensify the economic blockade against the Dragon Nation. Beyond that, we must impose technological restrictions. Our chips, semiconductors, and all related technologies are strictly prohibited from export to the Dragon Nation. Violators will be charged with treason. Dawn declared with fierce determination. He understood clearly that if they failed to curb the Dragon Nation's current momentum of development, it could very well propel their technological advancement into a vicious cycle. By then, stopping the Dragon Nation would become exceedingly difficult. He then turned his gaze to Keynes beside him. Haven't we kept some research findings under wraps before? Select a few high-impact technological achievements to release. Let's strike a blow against Dragon Country's arrogance. When there's no tiger in the mountain, how can the monkeys become king? We must make every nation in the world realize that we, the Eagle, are the undisputed leader in technology. Keynes nodded in agreement. Immediately after, the Eagle Nation's Military Research Institute publicly announced 6 cutting-edge research breakthroughs. These included super-powerful electromagnetic cannons, orbital missiles, space reconnaissance instruments, and other cutting-edge weapons. Almost the moment the Eagle's Military Research Institute unveiled these achievements, nations worldwide erupted in uproar. Many military enthusiasts couldn't contain their excitement. The Eagle truly reigns supreme on Blue Star. Unbelievable. How many more hidden gems does Eagle Swan possess? Had Dragon Nation not tested the J-40, Eagle Swan likely wouldn't have unveiled so many cutting-edge weapons at once. Am I seeing this correctly? Orbital missiles? Isn't this the prototype for orbital weapons? Launching military strikes on targets directly from outside the atmosphere, how do you even defend against that? And an electromagnetic railgun. Didn't Eagle Lady previously claim this technology was pointless to develop, publicly announcing they'd abandoned it? Who knew it was all a feint? Many smaller nations' governments even use terms like arms race to describe the relentless stream of cutting-edge technologies emerging from the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation. Upon learning of the global reactions, Dawn's heart surged with elation. Excellent. The research findings Dr. Keynes released couldn't have come at a better time. Especially the orbital missile. It's nearly complete and ready for live fire testing. Dawn looked at Dr. Keynes with great satisfaction. This man was hailed as a genius rarely seen in Eagle Nation's centuries-long history. Though only in his 30s, he had already led his team to over a dozen groundbreaking scientific achievements, making him a name of immense prestige. Contact our allies Gaul, Sakura, Taiji, and John immediately. With such advanced technology, we must share it with our allies. A faint smile touched Dawn's lips, hinting at some brewing plan. Shortly after, the heads of state from several nations convened a video conference. Minister Dawn, the technologies you've recently unveiled are truly enviable. The president of Gaul spoke first. His tone brimmed with envy. Led by Gaul and the Great Sun, Europa had been trying for years to break free from Eagle's control, yet their relationship only grew deeper. Ha ha ha. Isn't that precisely why I invited you all to this meeting? As you all know, we possess orbital missile technology, which involves significant space-related advancements. Should you join us in sanctioning the Dragon Nation, we would consider sharing this technology with you all. Dawn's words were utterly seductive. Though Eagle's allied nations were currently vying for so-called political autonomy, no one would refuse such a generous gift offered by the Eagle. Minister Dawn, you jest. Our nations are bound by common cause. We will, of course, continue to support the Eagle Nation as always. Exactly. We will impose economic and technological sanctions on the Dragon Nation. All nodded in agreement. One after another, 7 or 8 nations announced economic sanctions against the Dragon Nation, instantly intensifying the pressure on it. The Supreme Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Nation. Shen Guoliang paced anxiously. What on earth should we do now? Eagle clearly has it out for us. Who would have thought our nuclear-powered engine would provoke such a strong reaction from them? Lu Chou, however, remained calm and composed beside him. Senior Shen, since they're clearly targeting us, we must retaliate. How about we announce to the world that we've mastered orbital ion cannon technology? Lu Chou's words made the eyes of several veteran scientists at the Academy widen in disbelief. Scientific research is inherently rigorous work. How can we engage in empty talk? We haven't even developed it yet. Exactly. Orbital missiles are already massive projects integrating space and military technologies. And you're talking about orbital ion cannons? Have you already figured out how to build them? As the group spoke, they noticed Lu Chou still wearing a smile. Suddenly, it dawned on them. Exactly. I've actually been conceptualizing the orbital ion cannon project all this time and have already developed a framework. The only challenge is sourcing certain materials. Sanctions imposed by various nations might make procurement difficult. Don't worry about that. Just hand it over to the Oriental Group. With Jiang Ying's capabilities, what materials could she possibly not get? Shen Guoliang was undoubtedly the champion of digging holes for his granddaughter. Seeing Shen Guoliang take full responsibility, Lu Qiu could only nod helplessly. At worst, she could always exchange other technologies from the system later to compensate the Oriental Group. Jiang Ying, who was in the middle of an Eastern Group shareholder meeting, immediately arranged for her subordinates to collect all the materials needed for Lu Qiu's research at any cost after receiving her grandfather's call. Most of these materials were banned from import into Longhua, forcing even the massive Dongfang Group to pay an enormous price. They even lost some business to competitors before finally gathering all the materials. Only then did they finally gather all the materials. Chapter 14, Recruiting Talent. Oriental Group. At the shareholders' meeting, President Jiang, for the sake of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences research project, has actually provoked behemoths like Eagle Sauce. He even sacrificed part of our business. This seems rather contrary to our group's interests, doesn't it? As the second largest shareholder after the Jiang family, Fang Shan was the first to raise objections. The other shareholders all wore grim expressions. Chairman Jiang had better provide us with a reasonable explanation. To gather these materials, our overseas operations have faced near total blockade from virtually every country. These overseas markets were built through our blood, sweat, and tears. Now you're handing them over on a silver platter. How are we supposed to stay calm? Facing the pressure at the shareholders' meeting, Jiang Ying felt a sense of helplessness, but her outward stance remained resolutely firm. The partnership with the Supreme Academy of Sciences is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Oriental Group. Had they not provided us with their new energy technology, our group's business would have been decimated. What partnership in this world carries zero risk? We can't just reap the benefits and then kick them to the curb. I believe the Academy will develop even more advanced technologies to help us break through these external blockades. Every business we lose today, we will reclaim in full someday. The Jiang family remained the largest shareholder of the Oriental Group and its de facto controller. Jiang Ying's words rang out with conviction. Even if the shareholders harbored resentment, they could only hold their fire for now. After all, the Jiang family suffered the heaviest losses this time. After dealing with the shareholders, Jiang Ying finally let out a long sigh of relief. She then personally delivered the collected materials to Lu Qiu. Thank you. Our research project had just hit a bottleneck. Without these materials, the research would likely have been halted midway. After arranging for the materials to be unloaded, Lu Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he's once again pouring all his energy into the lab. And thanks to the stamina boost the system rewarded him with, if it were before, he'd have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. How's it going? Jiang Ying saw Lu Qiu's exhausted expression and felt a pang of unease for some reason. Lu Qiu shook his head. As you know, the orbital ion cannon project involves some space-related technologies. We're currently trying to find a material that can withstand high-voltage electric ions in a vacuum environment. Even with the materials you provided, we still haven't found a better solution at this point. Lu Qiu shook his head helplessly. How about letting me join your experimental project? You know I hold a PhD in materials science. This very challenge you mentioned falls squarely within my previous research domain, Jiang Ying said excitedly. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qiu finally nodded in agreement. It must be said that Jiang Ying truly lived up to her reputation as a professional. With her assistance, the project began to progress smoothly. In less than a week, all the core components were developed, leaving only assembly behind. But just as they were catching their breath, they quickly encountered another major hurdle. I need a large number of researchers in materials science, dynamics, and space technology. The orbital ion cannon itself involves too many fields. Our lab doesn't have enough manpower. We need a lot of research personnel to assist. Lu Qiu began venting his frustrations to Zhou Hong. Truthfully, they didn't need to rush this much. With the existing personnel in the lab, they could probably assemble the orbital ion cannon smoothly in about 2 months. But the damage was done. Word had already spread to the outside world. Compounding this, the Dragon Nation was now under immense pressure from the shameless international economic sanctions. The orbital ion cannon must be developed within the shortest possible timeframe. Well, most of the Academy of Sciences is already stretched thin. I can't spare many people for you. Lu Qiu was at a loss. Why not pull some top researchers from major corporations? We just need to conduct rigorous vetting. I'm confident there won't be any issues. Besides, I'll only assign them to assembly tasks. They won't handle too many core secrets. Lu Qiu explained. While many exceptionally talented researchers had joined the Academy of Sciences, quite a few who preferred independence had chosen to work for corporations instead. Zhou Hong initially intended to reject Lu Qiu's proposal. While corporate research leaders might possess strong scientific capabilities, their backgrounds were too mixed to verify their identities. However, when he considered the mounting pressure from sanctions imposed by other nations, he sighed helplessly and reluctantly agreed. You're absolutely right. I'll find a way to reach out to scientists in the corporate sector to get them involved in this project. Zhou Hong's connections in the tech community were undeniably extensive. Under his call, dozens signed up to join the orbital ion cannon experiment in less than 3 days. However, after rigorous screening, only 9 individuals ultimately gained access to the laboratory to participate in the project. The 2 most outstanding individuals were Dr. Ding Yiming from the Oriental Group and Dr. Zhang Luan from the Baolong Group. Looking at Zhang Luan before him, Lu Qiu sensed something amiss. Baolong Group primarily focused on real estate. Why would they have a research expert in the field of aircraft? He kept his composure outwardly, but inwardly, he remained cautious. You are all elite talents from major enterprises across our Dragon Nation. Your invitation to participate in our orbital ion cannon project is testament to your capabilities. As you all know, this is a classified project for our nation. So, starting now, you'll have to endure some inconvenience and stay at our laboratory. Once our orbital ion cannon is fully assembled, I'll personally host a celebratory banquet to make amends. Lu Qiu's words drew hearty laughter from the group. Serving our nation is only natural. Besides, the government has provided us with a generous stipend for this assignment. Assisting Mr. Lu in completing the orbital ion cannon would be a major feather in our cap. Exactly. No need for formalities with us, Mr. Lu. Just let us know if there's anything you need. Lu Qiu didn't linger on pleasantries. With time pressing and the task demanding, he immediately assigned each person an assembly task. When it came to Zhang Luan, Lu Qiu paused thoughtfully before handing him a set of fake documents. Thank you for your help, Mr. Zhang. Chapter 15, The Leaking Spy. Lu Qiu gazed at the massive railgun as big as a truck, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Fantastic. I never imagined we'd assemble this massive thing in less than a month. Thanks to all of you. Lu Qiu beamed as he addressed Zhang Luan, Ding Yiming, and the others who had come to assist him. It's all thanks to Mr. Lu. He had all the core components ready long ago. We were just responsible for the assembly, which made the task much easier. Zhang Luan replied with a smile. Anyway, our orbital ion cannon is now ready for ignition and firing tests. If the launch succeeds, we'll all have done a tremendous job. Lu Qiu felt immense gratitude toward everyone present. He knew they worked almost every day until 1 or 2 in the morning before resting. Without each person's dedication, completing the orbital ion cannon in such a short time frame would have been impossible. In 3 days, we'll successfully ignite and launch it. I hope everyone can come and witness the moment. How's the modification progressing? Eagle. Black Palace. Dawn looked at Keynes before him with excitement. The modification is complete. We used all the technology leaked by that spy. I have to admit, that scientist from the Dragon Nation named Lu Qiu is a true genius. With his anti-gravity propulsion system, the stability of our orbital missiles will be vastly enhanced. After thorough testing, we're confident each launch will be a success. As the foremost expert in the Eagle's military-industrial sector, Keynes was equally thrilled. After all these years, he finally felt he had met his match. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Nation never imagined their technology had already been stolen by us. Since they plan to ignite and complete their experiment in 3 days, we'll start tomorrow. And we'll invite the global media for a live broadcast. We'll slap the Dragon Nation right in the face. Dawn felt that after years in politics, he had cultivated considerable composure and quickly reined in his inner excitement. The Eagle's terrifying state machinery began to roll. Fueled by massive capital injections, virtually every major media outlet worldwide received the Eagle's message. What? Dragon Nation's orbital ion cannons launch in 3 days, yet Eagle Nation plans to fire theirs tomorrow? This is nothing short of a slap in the face. The Eagle Nation sure plays a masterful game. They've diverted the world's attention. By the time the Dragon Nation unveils its new weapon, hardly anyone will care. Numerous journalists privy to the inside scoop rushed overnight to the Eagle Nation satellite launch site. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, everyone tuned into the livestream on YouTube. Prepared to witness the grand spectacle of Eagle Nation launching its orbital missile. Are you absolutely certain there are no issues? Dawn looked sternly at Keynes beside him. Rest assured, Your Excellency. All our data is based on information provided by Dragon's internal personnel. There will be absolutely no malfunctions. Prepare for ignition. Dawn finally gave the command. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Launch. Left compartment status, clear. Right side. Boom. Barely 30 seconds after leaving the launch tower, a magnificent fireworks display erupted across the sky. Dawn's face turned deathly pale. Is this what you meant by guaranteed success? He shot a cold glance at Cairns beside him and stormed off. Cairns stared at the fireworks lingering in the sky, murmuring to himself. This is absolutely impossible. Unless the data provided by Dragon Nation's internal personnel was flawed from the start. The media present erupted in a frenzy of camera clicks. Everyone scrambled to capture the scene with their cameras. Online viewers watching the live stream erupted in a torrent of complaints. Holy! Is this the orbital missile our Eagle buddy spent all that time developing? Our tax dollars just went down the drain. This is hilarious. Is this the Eagle's new weapon? They even paid for all these reporters to come. I'd say it's a pretty successful fireworks show. Seriously, they just had to make something out of nothing? Hope the launch site wasn't in Florida, right? Countless mocking comments have torn the official account to shreds. The officials were so scared they shut down the livestream immediately. Dragon Nation. Academy of Sciences Laboratory. Lu Cho turned off the livestream on the screen and nodded with a smile to the state security personnel beside him. Several short-haired, sharp-looking state security agents stepped forward, produced their credentials, and addressed Zhang Luan, who stood before them in stunned disbelief. Mr. Zhang, we need you to come with us. You are suspected of passing military secrets of the Dragon Nation to the Eagle Nation. Zhang Luan's hands began to tremble violently. On what grounds? How dare you accuse me of being a traitor? Where's the evidence? If Zhang Luan still didn't realize Lu Qiu had betrayed him at this point, his intelligence wouldn't have been sufficient to propel him to such a high position in the first place. It's simple. If the data I gave you had only been used for assembling the orbital ion cannon, there wouldn't have been any malfunctions. But if that same data were used to modify orbital missiles, they would inevitably fail to launch. Today's malfunction in Eagle's launch was entirely predictable. Still won't admit it? Lu Qiu's words instantly silenced Zhang Luan, who obediently allowed himself to be led away by the state security agents. Every scientist present fell silent, frozen in fear. My apologies for alarming everyone. Truthfully, I suspected something was off with this guy from the start, which is why I kept a backup plan ready. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the others. Should we proceed with the launch plan? Xin Guoliang asked, looking at him. Of course we continue. Eagle's failure will only serve to highlight our success. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Satellite launch site. Manhwa had also invited journalists from various media outlets to broadcast this grand event live to the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, orbital weapons have always been at the forefront of international research. Although a certain nation recently experienced a failed launch test, we in Dragon Nation have full confidence in our independently developed orbital ion cannon. Therefore, we will proceed with the launch as originally planned. Lu Qiu passed through the mixed press area before entering the launch pad, using the cameras to demonstrate Manhwa's confidence to the entire world. This guy sure knows how to put on a show. But I like it. Hope our Dragon Nation nails this launch and gives those eagle bums a proper slap in the face. Hell. They actually think they can climb over our eagle's face to get higher? May your launch send you soaring skyward. The live chat exploded with comments. Chapter 16, The Dragon Nation's Overreach. Holy. What a massive surprise. Why did Dragon Nation succeed? That's an orbital ion cannon. Eagle Nation. Black Palace. Dawn roared in fury. Even with his exceptional composure and deep reserves of patience, facing such a humiliating blow from Dragon Nation would push anyone over the edge. We must sanction them. Economic and technological sanctions alone won't suffice. Declare outright that Dragon Nation is barred from space technology. After pondering for a moment, Dawn waved his hand and declared with great conviction. But isn't that somewhat contrary to the spirit of the agreement? We signed a treaty with the Dragon Nation and several other countries at the time. The Secretary of State beside him voiced his reservations. What's there to fear? We are the true experts in space. Dragon Nation's technological progress is rapid? Let them figure it out on their own. Dawn signed the presidential decree immediately, announcing the unilateral termination of the space program with Dragon Nation effective immediately. The news sent shockwaves through the nation. The outrage simmering among the Dragon Nation's citizens was instantly ignited by this shameless act from the Eagle Nation. How shameless! They were the ones who invited us to join the human space program in the first place, and now they're unilaterally ending our cooperation. They must be terrified by how fast we're advancing. It's shaking the Eagle's top brass to their core. The height of shamelessness. But our achievements in space technology do fall short of the Eagle Nations. This spells big trouble for us now. The concerns of netizens naturally echoed those of the Dragon Nation's leadership. Across the nation, Dragon Nation's leadership urgently summoned scientists including Zhou Hong, Xin Guoliang, and Lu Qiu. Gentlemen, Eagle's unilateral decision to expel us from the human space program has profound implications. Our astronauts stationed on the International Space Station have already been recalled. This isn't just about saving face. We joined the space program to learn advanced space technologies from the Eagle Nation. Now look at us. Everyone wore grim expressions. Only Lu Qiu wore a look of utter bewilderment. Surveying the assembled scientific luminaries and high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. Actually, we might not be completely without options. Among those present, Lu Qiu was the youngest in both age and experience. Only then did everyone turn to glance at this young scientist who, despite his age, had already achieved 3 world-class scientific breakthroughs. You kid, you wouldn't be suggesting you've done some research in space exploration too, would you? Zhou Hong stared at Lu Qiu in utter disbelief. He knew that despite his youth, Lu Qiu acted with remarkable maturity. Lu Qiu nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. That's right. While developing the orbital ion cannon, I delved into some space-related technologies. So lately, I've been researching this field and have achieved some significant results. Lu Qiu glanced at the new mission the system had assigned him after completing the orbital ion cannon. Manned Lunar Exploration Spacecraft Research Mission. Spacecraft Development Mission. Both blueprints lay quietly in Lu Qiu's system space, ready to be retrieved at any moment. I request that our leadership issue a direct order. We withdraw from the international space program led by the Eagle Nation. We will commence independent development of spaceflight vehicles and other space technologies. Lu Qiu stated solemnly. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials exchanged glances, then erupted into waves of joyful laughter. News of Dragon Nation's withdrawal from the international space program reached the ears of other nations. Leaders around the world reacted as if they'd heard the most laughable joke imaginable. They dismissed Longhua's bold claims with utter disdain. This is laughable. Dragon Nation claims they'll independently develop space technology? That's as likely as pigs flying. Nearly all core space technologies are controlled by the Eagle Nation and a handful of developed countries. What right does Dragon Nation have to talk about independent development? Every nation viewed Dragon Nation with profound skepticism. So much so that numerous media outlets began publishing extensive reports detailing the myriad challenges facing Dragon Nation's independent space technology development. Forget that core aerospace technologies are firmly in the hands of the Eagle Nation and others, just the materials needed to build spacecraft have Dragon Nation choked tight. Phoenix Rising or suicide mission? Today we've invited a former chief engineer from the Eagle Nation's NASA to explain the predicament facing the Dragon Nation. Inside the Eagle Nation's White House. At that moment, nearly every high-ranking Eagle Nation official was on the verge of celebrating. Dawn even hosted a reception at the White House, inviting numerous dignitaries and celebrities to attend. Who would have thought Dragon Nation would voluntarily withdraw from the international space program? This spares us Eagles from being accused of violating the spirit of the agreement. Exactly. Dragon Nation is truly overestimating itself. Had they voluntarily shared their orbital ion cannon technology, we might have kept them in the space program. But these people have been getting way too cocky lately. Perhaps in other fields, Dragon Nation does have its strengths. But in space? They're not even fit to polish our Eagles' shoes. They still haven't managed a manned moon landing yet. The group erupted in laughter, mocking Dragon Nation without restraint. Just then, Dawn's secretary slipped in and whispered in his ear. What? He actually invited other nations to join the space technology development? Could it be that Dragon Nation intends to abandon our internationally led space program and start something new? Dawn exclaimed, momentarily speechless. It turned out that just moments ago, Longhua's government had issued another official statement. From this moment onward, Longhua welcomes all nations worldwide to collaborate with them in developing space technology. This initiative was named the Chang'e Project. Any nation joining China's Chang'e Project would gain access to conduct scientific research aboard China's space station and could even board China's manned spacecraft for lunar missions. Though most nations doubted the Dragon Nation could break through Eagle's blockade and achieve anything in space exploration. However, the Eagle has made numerous enemies on Blue Star. Nations hostile to the Eagle, such as the Bear Nation, immediately responded to the Dragon Nation's call and announced their participation in the Chang'e Project. In just 6 days, the number of countries announcing their participation in the Chang'e program has reached 12. In the conference room of the Supreme Academy of Sciences of Dragon Nation. Looking at the representatives from the 12 nations before him, Lu Qiu wore a confident smile. He flung a document onto the table. Dragon Nation's Manned Lunar Landing Craft Design Proposal. Chapter 17, Just Wait and See. Inside the conference room. Dead silence filled the room. The scientific representatives from various nations stared at the project proposal before them, trembling as they reached out to open it and examine it closely. They knew full well that Dragon Nation would never make an international mockery of itself in such matters, yet they scrutinized every detail meticulously. Both Zhou Hong and Xin Guoliang exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing this scene. When Lu Qiu handed them the plan, both men had shared the same sense of disbelief as the assembled crowd. Yet upon meticulous review, they discovered Lu Qiu's proposal detailed every single parameter of the manned spacecraft. After their own data calculations, they concluded this plan was entirely feasible. It was precisely for this reason that they issued an official announcement inviting other nations to participate in the manned spacecraft program. As everyone finished reading the proposal, the previously quiet conference room finally came alive. Professor Zhou, is this the achievement of the project team you lead? It's truly astonishing. No wonder your country voluntarily withdrew from the Eagle organization's international space program. A scholar from the Republic of Serbia, clearly an old acquaintance of Zhou Hong. If Professors Zhou and Xin would be willing to collaborate with us on manned spaceflight technology, we would be most grateful. Breaking free from Eagle's dominance in space exploration would be a tremendous boon for nations like ours. The crowd exclaimed excitedly. Professor Joe and Professor Shin exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. You've misunderstood. We two useless old men no longer lead research projects. The materials you hold are actually the brainchild of our nation's new generation of scientists, the youngest academician, Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu? Only then did everyone turn their gaze toward the young man who had been sitting quietly. Initially, they had assumed he was merely a student of the two elders, but to their astonishment, this young man was none other than the recently prominent Lu Qiu. Mr. Lu is truly a prodigy. To achieve such accomplishments in space technology at such a young age. Given time, his future is boundless. If I recall correctly, the cutting-edge technologies like the nuclear waste separator were also Mr. Lu's masterpieces, weren't they? What a blessing for Dragon Nation. A genius like this is truly priceless. Countless people lavished praise without restraint. As seasoned experts in the space field, they could instantly discern that this proposal wasn't some academic fraud's gimmick, but possessed genuine feasibility. What you see here is merely a part of our Dragon Nation's Chang'e project. We aim to become the leader in space exploration. Beyond the fundamental lunar landing mission, we will develop nuclear-powered spacecraft to usher in a super space age for Dragon Nation and all of humanity. Lu Qiu pulled out his meticulously prepared PowerPoint presentation and outlined the future vision to the assembled international representatives. Every concept he presented was backed by solid theory and data, not pie-in-the-sky dreams, but actionable plans ready for implementation. Before anyone realized it, an entire day had passed. When Lu Qiu concluded his presentation, the audience slowly snapped back to reality. A prolonged, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Representatives from all 12 nations present were prepared to engage in deep cooperation with Dragon Nation on the Chang'e project. At the evening reception, numerous scientists approached Lu Qiu proactively, eager to establish connections. Soon, news of this Chang'e project presentation, propelled by Longhua's official channels, exploded across the media. Manned lunar landing completed in 3 months. New space technology system built in 6 months. Super space technology era achieved within 1 year. The front page headlines of Dragon Nation's state media immediately caused a tremendous sensation among the populace. While most citizens were thrilled by their nation's growing technological prowess, many amateur scientists, experts, and self-proclaimed rationalists began to cast doubt on the project for reasons unknown. Super aerospace technology? Nuclear-powered spacecraft? First figure out how to complete a manned moon landing. The Eagle Nation accomplished that decades ago. As you all know, I've been immersed in the aerospace field for decades. Our nation's much-touted Chang'e program clearly defies objective laws. They even invited scientists from so many countries to endorse it? That must have cost a fortune. Why not just distribute that money to us instead? The online mudslinging shows no signs of abating anytime soon. However, after Lu Qiu disclosed a small portion of the Chang'e program's details, researchers from numerous countries began to notice something amiss. It seemed, if the Chang'e project progressed step by step, achieving the vision proposed by the Dragon Nation might not be impossible after all. Immediately, several nations began to waver. Why don't we hedge our bets? Continue supporting Eagle's space program while also joining Dragon Nation's Chang'e project? If Dragon Nation's plan progresses smoothly, I believe within 3 years at most, their space research could surpass the Eagle Nation. Choosing to join the Dragon Nation's program now could yield greater benefits. Once they achieve milestones, joining later will be far more difficult. For some wavering neutral nations, the scales in their minds were slowly tipping toward the Dragon Nation. As support for Dragon Nation grew louder, Eagle and other Western powers could no longer sit idly by. Inside the Black House, President Dawn urgently convened an emergency meeting with Dr. Keynes, the chief expert. Alongside Dawn, numerous Western heads of state joined the discussion via video conference. Keynes, you are our Eagle, indeed the world's foremost authority in aerospace. We need your assessment. Does the Dragon Nation's proposed plan have any chance of success? Dawn inquired, his brow furrowed. Sir, are you joking? Do you seriously believe a nation with no aerospace industrial foundation could start from scratch and surpass us hawks in aviation? It's like a bunch of savages who don't even know how to farm, claiming they'll bake fragrant buttered bread tomorrow. Pure hot air, nothing more than an attempt to boost their international prestige. This is a tactic the Dragon Nation often resorts to. Dr. Keynes shrugged dismissively. All the Western heads of state heard his words, erupting into a roar of laughter. The scorn in their eyes toward the Dragon Nation was utterly unhidden. Chapter 18, Our Materials are on the moon. Watching the uproarious laughter, Cairns felt a pang of helplessness. From a scientist's perspective, he actually held great admiration for the Dragon Nation's spirit of breaking through technological barriers from scratch. But from his own standpoint, he had to protect the interests of these politicians first. Otherwise, his research funding would be in jeopardy. Your Excellency Dawn, while the Dragon Nation's plan is highly likely just a publicity stunt, we must still be prepared. For many materials in the aerospace field, it's best to act early and impose an outright ban on the Dragon Nation. Dr. Keynes cautioned. He then produced a pre-prepared list of aerospace materials and handed it to Dawn. Excellent. All nations present here will unite to impose an embargo on these materials for Dragon Nation. They won't get a single advantage from us. Dawn said with a sly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let us quietly savor the splendid farce Dragon Nation has presented us. When they declare their space program a failure, that will be our moment to pop the champagne. Soon after, the Eagle Nation officially announced joint sanctions with Gaul, Britain, and other nations against Dragon Nation in aerospace materials and technology sectors. Given the high likelihood that Dragon Nation is using space technology research as a cover for mass-producing orbital ion weapons, threatening regional security and triggering a global military crisis, we have decided to impose sanctions. This was the justification offered by these nations. This ignited the fury of countless Dragon Nation citizens. The Eagle Nation is utterly shameless. Our orbital ion cannons were developed long ago. Their sanctions are clearly targeting our nation's newly proposed Chang'e project. Could it be they're scared? I used to doubt whether our space program was just window dressing, but seeing how nervous the Eagle Nation is now, it seems it really is feasible. From now on, we'll strongly boycott Eagle's goods. Let them see how well their economy fares after losing the Dragon Nation's market. Netizens began supporting the Dragon Nation through various actions. However, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and many experts at the Academy of Sciences were not as optimistic as the common people. They knew full well that Dragon Nation's cutting-edge technology lagged far behind Eagle Nation's. If a trade war erupted with economic and technological sanctions, Dragon Nation would bear the brunt of the damage. To begin with, the Dragon Nation still lacks an independent computer and mobile operating system. Many chips still rely on supplies from Eagle Nation and other Western countries. For this reason, the Dragon Nation's leadership personally met with Lu Qiu and several veteran academicians from the Academy of Sciences. They urged them to withstand external pressure and accelerate breakthroughs in space exploration. Lu Qiu, upon whom great hopes were pinned, suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. Upon returning to his lab, he plunged into relentless research in space technology, working day and night. Yet a week passed with little progress to show. Is there a problem with the research? Zhou Hong and the others had been keeping a close eye on Lu Qiu's research progress and had noticed he was encountering difficulties. That's right. Since our timeline is tight, I've decided to proceed directly with developing a nuclear-powered spacecraft. Both the blueprints and theoretical calculations are already complete. But now we're stuck on the materials issue. A faint, helpless smile touched Lu Qiu's lips. Shen Guoliang waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. I thought something major had happened. It's just a matter of materials? Leave that to the Oriental group. Whatever materials are needed, Xiaoying should be able to get them. Shen Guoliang's overly confident attitude would surely prompt Jiang Ying to complain if she saw it. Lu Qiu shook his head. If only these materials were that common. Unfortunately, many of the materials needed for developing the super spacecraft simply don't exist on Earth. Now everyone was at a loss. Even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. No matter how brilliant Lu Qiu's theoretical calculations were, or how meticulously detailed her blueprints, without the materials, it all remained a mirage as elusive as a moon reflected in water. Zhou Hong slapped his forehead, as if struck by an idea. All eyes turned to him. Remember that small sample of lunar soil the Eagle Nation gifted us? It's been stored at the Academy of Sciences all this time. I wonder if it contains any of those materials you mentioned. Why don't I retrieve it for you to examine? During the brief honeymoon period between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation, before relations soured as they are now, they had indeed gifted Dragon Nation a sample of lunar soil. The media had made a big fuss about it at the time. Zhou Hong's words sent Lu Qiu, who had been stuck in a research bottleneck, into ecstatic excitement. Yet, after regaining his composure, hesitation crept in. The quantity of these lunar samples was extremely small. The slightest mishandling could destroy them all during analysis and testing. Seeming to sense his concern, Zhou Hong smiled to ease Lu Qiu's burden. Using the Eagle's resources to advance our technology, what could be more satisfying? I'm confident it won't be long before we bring back more lunar soil from the moon, and even many of its minerals. With that, Zhou Hong exercised his authority, retrieving the few grams of lunar soil from the Academy of Sciences vault and placing them directly into Lu Qiu's hands. Lu Qiu accepted the soil, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier in his heart. He immediately applied the material testing methods provided by the system. Carefully diluting several solutions, he dripped them onto the lunar soil sample and examined it under a microscope. Indeed. Some materials are unique to the moon. It seems we must make a lunar landing before developing nuclear-powered spacecraft. Lu Qiu remarked with emotion. He had originally planned to leap directly to nuclear-powered spacecraft, but it seemed he still needed to proceed step by step. It appeared the tasks assigned by the system were all purposeful. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, the two elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finding the materials on the moon was a relief. They'd feared the components for a nuclear-powered spacecraft might be scattered in the depths of outer space, impossible to locate. The next task should be much simpler, just invent a lunar mineral detector and build a lunar lander. Lu Qiu said with a smile, as if inventing these two things would be child's play for him. Little did they know that despite decades of effort, Dragon Nation scientists had yet to achieve a manned lunar landing. This had long been a heavy burden weighing on the hearts of countless Dragon Nation aerospace professionals. Chapter 19: The Bottleneck Material. Project Application, Funding Allocation. When Lu Qiu's artificial lunar landing plan was proposed, every approval process moved at lightning speed. Within half a day, all the funding had already been fully disbursed. He reassembled the team originally tasked with developing orbital ion cannons. Most of these researchers specialized in space technology, making them perfectly suited to help Lu Qiu tackle the challenges of manned spacecraft development. Once the core team was largely assembled, Lu Qiu issued a public announcement. The Dragon Nation manned spacecraft project is officially launched. We anticipate achieving a manned lunar landing within 3 months. As an open and responsible major power, Dragon Nation welcomes friends from other nations to discuss cooperation opportunities. This announcement immediately sent shockwaves through the international community. No one had anticipated that Manhwa would actually embark on developing a manned lunar spacecraft. They lacked both the technology and the materials. What could they possibly use for development? Just sheer passion? Many nations scoffed at the idea, with numerous Western media outlets publishing articles openly mocking Dragon Nation's audacity. The Arrogant Celestial Empire, a brief analysis of the Dragon Nation's manned spacecraft scheme from start to finish. World strategic analyst Mr. Johnson joins our live stream to discuss with viewers and reveal the true nature of Dragon Nation's manned spacecraft project. The greatest hoax of the new century. Reports indicate the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences recently released a project proposal for a manned lunar spacecraft. This is nothing but a scam, a political game, and a meticulously crafted lie. Media outlets openly mocked the announcement, steering public opinion against Dragon Nation. Even many Dragon Nation netizens, after seeing foreign media commentary, began to harbor doubts. Indeed, Manhwa entered the space arena extremely late, lacking systematic theoretical research. Compounded by Western sanctions on materials and technology, building a manned lunar spacecraft is incredibly difficult. The Eagle Nation, of course, wouldn't miss this chance to kick them while they're down. They immediately convened a meeting with many other Western countries. They jointly announced even harsher sanctions against Dragon Nation. This aims to prevent the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences from again sourcing materials through the Eastern Group. Simultaneously, the Eagle Nation's president stepped forward to deliver a speech directly targeting Dragon Nation. Humanity's quest to explore the cosmos will never cease. Yet some nations exploit humanity's curiosity about space as a mere gimmick to elevate their international standing, a truly despicable act. We strongly urge all nations on Earth to join the International Space Program. We, the Eagle Nation, are willing to share space technology with our partners, bringing tangible benefits to everyone, not just empty promises. Lu Qiu paid no heed to the external mockery. Developing a manned lunar spacecraft and lunar mineral detection devices also required various raw materials. Due to coordinated sanctions from Western nations, the materials accumulated by the Manhwa Academy of Sciences were insufficient to support Lu Qiu's research and development efforts. Left with no other choice, he once again sought out Jiang Ying. "I've no other choice but to put on a thick face and trouble you again." This was the first time Lu Qiu had ever taken the initiative to arrange a meeting with Jiang Ying. "Just tell me what's on your mind. I'll find a way to help you. Besides, you've done more than your share for the Oriental Group. Besides, we're practically friends now, right?" Jiang Ying said with a smile. With the ion battery technology Lu Qiu provided to Dongfang Group, they steadily expanded into overseas markets, solidifying her position as president. Now, aside from a few major shareholders, there was no opposition to her within the group. All of this was thanks to Lu Qiu. Short on manpower and materials. Lu Qiu sighed helplessly, tapping his forehead as a wave of worry washed over his eyes. "You should know that my current lab team consists of the same people who developed the orbital ion cannon. But the lunar probe and the manned lunar spacecraft, our two concurrent projects, were severely understaffed. On top of that, sanctions imposed by certain Western nations have left us short on materials too." Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Jiang Ying didn't hesitate for a moment. "I'll arrange for trusted technicians from the Oriental Group to assist. As for the materials, I'll do my best to secure them for you. But you should also know that our nation's aerospace technology started very late. We haven't even established a complete system yet, and some infrastructure isn't fully built. Achieving a manned moon landing within 3 months is still very difficult." Jiang Ying cautioned with concern. He didn't want Lu Qiu to shoulder too much pressure. "Precisely because we started late, we must catch up now. Trust me, I will make it happen." At this, the worry in Lu Qiu's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by unwavering resolve. For a moment, Jiang Ying was completely transfixed. Handing Jiang Ying a list of materials, the two shared dinner together before Lu Qiu returned to the lab once more. Given his workload, without the system's enhancement boosting his stamina, he wouldn't last long. In the initial stages, development progressed extremely slowly. Lu Qiu first had to establish basic industrial infrastructure before he could begin manufacturing components for the lunar spacecraft and probes. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying had dug up some materials from their warehouse and sent them over to Lu Qiu. Through the combined efforts of everyone, Lu Qiu finally developed the prototype of the lunar probe. I never imagined you'd pull this off, kid. 3 generations of our family spent decades trying and failed. Zhou Hong couldn't help but marvel at the basic structure of the lunar probe before him. Shen Guoliang nodded repeatedly beside him, his gaze toward Lu Qiu growing increasingly satisfied. He had already begun scheming in his mind, planning to pair his granddaughter with Lu Qiu. His proud granddaughter, who usually looked down on boys her age, only let down her aloof exterior when she was with a genius like Lu Qiu. The two of them really do make a good match. You flatter us both. Unfortunately, the remaining critical components require specialized materials that are difficult to source on short notice. Lu Qiu sighed helplessly, glancing at the prototype detector before him. If materials were readily available, he could have completed the actual detector days ago. Why wait until now? Unfortunately, Western nations continued to tightly restrict access to various aerospace materials, while the Eastern group still hadn't provided any updates. Chapter 20: A Reward Attracts Heroes. Jiang Ying had been feeling increasingly anxious these past few days. Having promised Lu Qiu she would do everything in her power to gather those materials, she certainly wasn't going to just pay lip service. She immediately directed the group's procurement department to initiate negotiations with suppliers worldwide, hoping they would honor past relationships and provide some of the listed materials. But when the board of directors learned of this, they immediately halted the initiative. Every single item on that list falls under Eagle's sanctions. Our Oriental group is currently at a critical juncture in expanding our overseas operations. If we provoke Eagle's displeasure, can you bear the consequences of the losses incurred? Cease the procurement department's actions immediately. We recommend all future procurement activities be conducted under board supervision. Seeing the ugly faces of the major shareholders, Jiang Ying felt her anger boiling over. You all surely understand that Lu Qiu provided us with the ion battery technology. We've established a cooperative relationship with his laboratory. Now he needs some experimental materials. If we can't even provide those, what kind of partnership are we talking about? Jiang Ying was utterly disillusioned with these shareholders who sought only to extract benefits from Lu Qiu without offering anything in return. They valued their own interests above all else. You should know that Lu's lab is developing a manned spacecraft, right? Its importance to our nation is self-evident. Do none of you possess even a shred of patriotism? Faced with Jiang Ying's words, the group of major shareholders exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Sorry, but we're not exactly thrilled about this so-called manned spacecraft. As long as our wallets are stuffed full, we're perfectly satisfied. Ms. Jiang, you just focus on your work. We can see you have a strong business acumen. We hope you can bring even greater profits to us shareholders. Fuming with rage, Jiang Ying stormed out of the room. Now she had no choice but to reach out to some raw material suppliers she knew through personal connections. But when those suppliers learned of Jiang Ying's purpose, they nearly hung up on her immediately. Good heavens! Ms. Jiang, how can you make such unreasonable demands? You must know the Eagle has repeatedly imposed strict bans on these materials. If we defy the ban, the authorities will fine us into bankruptcy. Sorry. The last time we helped Dongfang Group source materials, it cost us a massive fine. We really can't help you this time. Jiang Ying dialed call after call, only to receive cold, indifferent responses. She sighed helplessly. The sanctions and blockades imposed by Western nations this time were so stringent that there was simply no loophole to exploit. The thought of her promise to Lu Qiu weighed heavily on her mind. After several more rejected calls, Jiang Ying had exhausted every possible avenue. Left with no choice, she headed to the lab to confront Lu Qiu directly. The Western nations, led by the Eagle, seemed to be targeting the Eastern group specifically this time. They've imposed a blockade on all our raw materials. The promise I made to you. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it. I'm truly sorry. She looked at Lu Qiu with regret. Lu Qiu shook his head with a smile. No need to apologize. If anyone's to blame, it's those Western nations who can't stand seeing our dragon nation thrive. Your last effort to gather materials for the orbital ion cannon already caught Eagle's attention. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. Helping my lab likely brought sanctions upon you, which probably impacted some of your overseas markets, right? Watching the two exchange apologies with such obvious mutual annoyance, Shen Guoliang couldn't help but slap his forehead. Let's focus on our materials instead. If we can't gather them, we can't build the lunar lander. How can we even reach the moon, let alone collect new materials there? Zhou Hong's expression darkened as he replied. I reached out to several overseas students, hoping they could obtain some materials under the guise of research. But the Eagle's defenses are tight, their movements are under surveillance by intelligence agencies. Now their personal safety is at risk, let alone helping us gather materials. Seeing two men well past 70, their brows furrowed with worry over materials, deeply moved Lu Qiu. It was precisely because of so many people who cared deeply about their country and its people that the Dragon Nation's technological capabilities could develop so rapidly. Although it still couldn't match the Eagle Nation's strength. It had already drawn the world's attention. After pondering for a moment, Lucio suddenly had an idea. Perhaps we could rely on some private enterprises in Dragon Nation? His words immediately drew unanimous opposition from the group. Private enterprises? While there are certainly patriotic entrepreneurs, nearly all private companies prioritize their own interests. They won't get involved in anything that doesn't align with their bottom line. If we ask them to help gather materials, it could seriously impact their overseas operations. I doubt they'd agree. Zhou Hong and the others shook their heads in unison. Even Jiang Ying, standing nearby, found the idea difficult to realize. Setting aside whether they'd be willing to help, private enterprises are a mixed bag. Some might even have spies or agents from the eagle-eyed ones already infiltrated among them. Even if they could provide materials, would we dare use them? Lu Chou smiled. You all know the saying, where there's a will, there's a way. While these private entrepreneurs might not be particularly patriotic, they certainly value profit. As long as we can offer something that satisfies these private enterprises, I'm confident they'll lend a hand. As for whether they're spies infiltrated by the eagle-eyed ones, that's even less important. As long as we get our hands on the materials, isn't that all that matters? Lu Chou made it sound effortless, but everyone else still saw immense challenges ahead. What tangible benefits can we offer these private enterprises? If we resort to outright bribery, our budget won't even cover it. Impossible. 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 This plan won't work either. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, thinking Lu Chou was being overly optimistic. Giving private companies money outright? They wouldn't sacrifice long-term profits just for a quick payout, especially if it meant getting blocked from overseas markets by the eagle. I'll think of something else when I get back. Maybe we can ask the government to negotiate terms with the eagle-eyed ones to secure some raw materials. Zhou Hong clenched his jaw and said. Chapter 21, A Steady Stream of Private Enterprises. It seemed these researchers harbored an innate resistance toward private enterprises. Lu Chou had actually thought this through very clearly. He could exchange and used research technologies from the system for materials with those private enterprises. He was confident entrepreneurs would flock to him. Any single technology from the system was enough to put them ahead of their time. Mr. Zhou, why not trust me just this once? If the state steps in to negotiate with the eagle-eyed Americans, we'll definitely get fleeced. I possess numerous technologies in new energy, environmental protection, alloy materials, and more. While not the absolute pinnacle, they are significantly ahead of existing technologies. If we use these technologies to exchange materials with private enterprises, how could they possibly refuse? Lu Chou's words eased everyone's concerns. The biggest problem facing private enterprises today boils down to one thing: a lack of professional technical support. Some private enterprises may have capital, but they lack their own R&D teams and possess almost no world-leading technologies. Sometimes, developing products requires importing expensive chips or other raw materials from other countries, or even paying hefty patent fees. If the technology Lu Chou offered could significantly enhance these private enterprises' competitiveness, they would undoubtedly flock to him. They might even proactively provide him with the raw materials he needed. This is beyond doubt. If you possess such technology, just let word get out. I'm sure many private enterprises will reach out to you proactively. Zhou Hong remarked with admiration. The shock Lu Chou had delivered to them was simply too great. The fact that he could present new technologies that piqued the interest of major private enterprises clearly showed how little he valued these technologies. They were practically useless, like chicken ribs, not worth eating but too good to throw away. Possessing such formidable scientific talent was an extraordinary phenomenon, even on a global scale. In that case, I'll spread the word immediately. There are 3 technologies in total: water-washed coal environmental technology, wind energy conversion technology, and silicon-nickel alloy technology. With each technology name Lu Chou uttered, it felt like a sledgehammer striking everyone's hearts. Each one, taken individually, represented cutting-edge technology on the global stage. They even felt it was a pity. Exchanging these technologies for materials with private enterprises would be like giving away the kitchen sink. Moreover, given private enterprises' profit-driven nature, they might leak these technologies to the eagle-eyed Americans for even greater gains. Seeming to sense their concerns, Lu Chou reassured them. These are merely the most commonplace technologies, and they're highly specialized. At least to me, they hold little value. I possess several superior alternative technologies. These 3 are merely transitional solutions. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, their admiration for Lu Chou's scientific prowess grew even stronger. When Lu Chou announced the technology for materials exchange, the entire private sector of Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Especially companies involved in these 3 major technologies are eager to find ways to help Lu Chou's lab secure the necessary materials in exchange for these technologies. However, many ordinary citizens have raised questions about Lu Chou's lab's approach. They're likely showcasing cutting-edge technologies. Releasing these 3 latest innovations into the market, doesn't that increase the risk of leaks? It looks to me like they're just finding ways to hand over technology to the Americans. Has the Academy of Sciences been infiltrated by them? The government should thoroughly investigate the Academy of Sciences. See what they're doing with their research funding. The public's concerns did little to dampen the enthusiasm of Longwa's private enterprises. Many private enterprises had already begun leveraging their networks, hoping to secure the materials Lu Chou required before their competitors. Soon, a large private enterprise specializing in coal import-export trade finally located some of the materials Lu Chou needed through extensive connections. Delivered to Lu Chou's lab, he inspected them and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. These are all materials listed on our checklist. The environmental coal washing technology is now yours to develop. After acquiring the water-washed coal environmental technology, the coal company conducted experiments and discovered that their water-washed coal pollution index had plummeted to 0. The company's entrepreneur went wild with excitement. He immediately began aggressively purchasing coal mines in Western countries like Europe for extraction. Previously, due to Europe's stringent environmental regulations, many countries had even banned coal mining altogether. But with Lu Chou's technology, pollution concerns vanished entirely. Compliance with European Union environmental regulations naturally enabled mining operations there, saving massive transportation costs. Many private enterprises had initially remained on the sidelines. They hesitated because no one knew whether the technology provided by the Academy of Sciences would truly deliver as promised. After witnessing the coal company's tangible success, all private enterprises lost their doubts about the Academy's technology's genuine effectiveness. More and more people joined the material collection effort, exchanging resources with Lu Chou for access to the technology. Many private enterprises that had been on the brink of collapse underwent a complete transformation after acquiring Lu Chou's technology, achieving remarkable progress. Upon hearing this news, President Eagle Eye Dawn flew into such a rage that he smashed every breakable object in his office to pieces. Damn it! Those treacherous traitors! Launch an immediate investigation. Absolutely no restricted materials are to flow to the Dragon Nation. Any company found supplying materials to the Dragon Nation will be shut down for rectification, no exceptions. Dawn signed an executive order in a fit of rage. Upon hearing the news, his advisors immediately came to his door. Mr. President, this is a tremendous opportunity for us. Have you heard that the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences has begun trading technology for materials? I consulted our scientists. Every single technology they've put on the table is cutting edge. Their value exceeds hundreds of billions. We can seize this chance to acquire every single one of their technologies. The advisors around him chimed in with eager smiles. Hearing this, Dayan finally snapped out of his daze. I see. We do have numerous entrepreneurs already infiltrated within Dragon Nation. It seems the time has come for these individuals to make their move. A thoughtful expression crossed Dayan's face, a faint smile curling his lips. Chapter 22, Materials? We'll cover them. You at Smith Group want these technologies too? Inside a villa. Fang Shan, one of the major shareholders of the Oriental Group, stared at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man before him, his expression one of utter astonishment. That's right. These 3 technologies offered as bounties by your Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences aren't just leading in your Dragon Nation, they're absolutely top-tier worldwide. The eagle-eye representative's face bore a prominent hook nose, making his gaze appear even more sinister. Go negotiate directly with the Longwei Academy of Sciences. Why go through me? Fang Shan was a man who wouldn't get out of bed without a profit. Since the Smith Group couldn't offer him any tangible benefits, he certainly wouldn't lift a finger to help. A faint smile touched the hawk-nosed man's lips. Sir, you still have an account with our federal bank, right? One with assets worth tens of billions. Are you planning to have us disclose that account, or would you rather see the funds in it double? Fang Shan, who had been calmly sipping tea moments before, nearly dropped his cup at the words. Scorching tea spilled over him. Forgetting the scalding heat, he fixed his gaze on the man with the hook nose, desperate to read any hint of truth in his expression. The funds in the Eagle Union account were the ill-gotten gains he had embezzled over the years since becoming the major shareholder of the Oriental Group. If exposed, he risked being ousted from the board, and his stake in the Oriental Group would likely be gradually eroded. Help us secure these 3 technologies. The funds in your account will double. Such a simple choice. I believe Director Fong knows how to make it, right? With that, the man with the hook nose stood up and walked out. Fang Shan was left alone, his expression shifting constantly. The next day, under his arrangement, Oriental Group convened another executive board meeting. Mr. Jiang, I heard the Academy of Sciences offered 3 major technologies as bounties to exchange materials with some private enterprises? Jiang Ying hadn't expected Fang Shan to bring this matter up at the board meeting. A sense of unease stirred within her, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. This is common knowledge throughout the entire Dragon Nation. The Academy's approach is downright underhanded. Our Dongfang Group is the Academy of Science's deepest partner. Shouldn't any market-ready technology be offered to us first? Fang Shan's shameless remark made Jiang Ying want to slap his greasy face hard. Good grief! Earlier, when Jiang Ying helped the Academy gather materials, Fang Shan was the first to jump in and obstruct her. Now that he'd set his sights on some of the advanced technologies they'd uncovered, he actually had the nerve to demand priority access for his group. Even some of the other shareholders couldn't stomach it. Isn't that a bit underhanded? Exactly. They released these 3 technologies publicly to reward those who could provide materials. If we can't deliver, how can we possibly ask for their technology? Mr. Fong's demands are getting a bit out of hand. Hearing the chorus of dissent, Fong Shan's expression darkened considerably. These fools! He was clearly fighting for their interests as shareholders, yet they wouldn't even back him up. Fong Shan was about to press Jiang Ying further, but her next words instantly silenced him. The selection process was approved by high-level officials in the Dragon Nation. If you want those 3 technologies, go negotiate with the higher-ups yourself. Jiang Ying left the conference room immediately after speaking. Negotiate with the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials? He barely saw those high-ranking officials once a year. Who would pay attention to him, just an ordinary shareholder of a conglomerate? The thought of failing his mission and the very real possibility that Eagle would publicly expose his federal bank account filled Fong Shan with unbearable anxiety. Left with no other choice, he confided his predicament to Eagle Hooknose. So, if we can't produce the materials, there's no way to obtain these 3 technologies? Fong Shan nodded. This isn't a bounty issued in the name of the Academy of Sciences, it's issued in the name of the Dragon Nation government. The authority is immense. I can't manipulate this from the inside. After pondering for a long while, Eagle Nose couldn't come up with a solution either. He had no choice but to make a call to his own president. As a high-level spy embedded within Dragon Nation, he had direct access to contact Daoen. After explaining the current predicament, Daoen remained silent on the other end of the line for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to consult his think tank before making a final decision. Everyone, let's discuss this. Can the losses incurred by supplying Dragon Nation with certain materials be offset by the 3 major technologies we've acquired? Dawn said with a grim expression. Without hesitation, his advisors and experts from the Academy of Sciences urged him to agree to the deal. The materials they require are indeed related to aerospace technology. However, Dragon Nation lacks even basic space capabilities. Even with these materials, they pose no threat to us. Exactly. It's like giving a child top-grade Wagyu beef, he'd never be able to cook that bowl of rice properly. We can supply limited materials, denying them any room for trial and error. Once their first spacecraft malfunctions, they'll inevitably seek more materials for experiments. That's when we can exploit their vulnerability to extract more technology from them. Everyone chimed in with persuasion, some even treating Dragon Nation as a cash cow, ready for sustainable exploitation. Agreed. Proceed as suggested. Supply Dragon Nation with the bare minimum of materials. Developing a lunar spacecraft will inevitably require thousands of failed attempts. Success never comes on the first try. Dawn conveyed the final decision to Eagle Nose. Hawk can replenish all remaining materials for your Dragon Nation Academy. But you must claim the bounty technologies in your own name or under the Eastern Group banner, and all 3 technologies must be transferred over. Hooknose looked at Fong Shan, whose face was twisted with conflict, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Fong Shan's heart finally settled. Even if only 1 material were left, Fong Shan would have the audacity to demand all 3 technologies under the pretext of the deep cooperation between the Oriental Group and the Academy. Rest assured, sir. Handle this exchange to me, and there won't be any issues whatsoever. But once the matter is settled, my federal account. After saying this, he paused, fixing the hawk-nosed man with a meaningful look. Double it. No problem. Chapter 23, I want 3 technologies. Squeak. The screech of brakes echoed from the entrance of the Longway Academy of Sciences. A convoy of ostentatious vehicles pulled up directly at the entrance, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Hey! What a coincidence, a wedding procession showing up at the Academy of Sciences. What nonsense! These are clearly entrepreneurs collaborating with the Academy. Looks like they're here to claim a reward, huh? Lately, numerous private entrepreneurs had driven their luxury cars from afar to deliver materials to the Academy, hoping to obtain some of the cutting-edge technologies it had released. Some emerged jubilant, while others left with heads bowed. Their materials didn't meet the standards, so they couldn't claim the rewards. But a convoy as ostentatious as today's? That was truly unprecedented. Fong Shan stepped out of the vehicle, sporting a neatly trimmed crew cut and a plaid casual suit, his eyes radiating confidence. He knew full well that as time passed, the materials sought by the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences grew increasingly difficult to find. The easier ones had already been claimed by others. But he had brought every single remaining item on the bounty list. If the Longway Academy of Sciences didn't treat him like royalty, he had plenty of ways to make them. Lu Cho, who had received the news, emerged from the laboratory, his face radiating unmistakable delight. He had assumed it would take at least another month or 2 to gather the materials, potentially delaying the manned moon landing beyond the planned timeline. Little did he expect that just when he needed it most, someone would deliver it right to his doorstep. Every single remaining material had been collected. When Fong Shan saw Lu Cho, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Upon closer reflection, this was none other than the person at the Academy of Sciences who usually liaised with Jiang Ying. This was the very young man who had developed lithium-ion battery technology, helping their Oriental group overcome a crisis and securing Jiang Ying's position as president. You must be Mr. Fong? It's precisely because of patriotic entrepreneurs like you that our nation's technological prowess continues to advance, Lu Qiu said with a smile. He knew only that Fong Shan was the second largest shareholder of Dongfang Group, unaware of the conflict between him and Jiang Ying. Naturally, he greeted the person who came delivering materials with a warm smile. Though Fong Shan harbored some distaste for this man who aided Jiang Ying, he remained focused on his mission for the day. Moreover, he hoped to recruit Jiang Ying's ally to his own side. With a smile plastered on his face, Fong Shan extended his hand. Mr. Lu, your reputation precedes you. You're an old friend of the Dongfang Group. I'd be delighted to assist. He then had his men open the trunks of several luxury cars, revealing the materials inside. Seeing this, Lu Qiu's mouth twitched involuntarily. What a flashy tycoon! While others delivered materials in cargo trucks, Fong Shan chose such a high-profile display. Fong Shan seemed eager to flaunt his wealth to the Longwei Academy of Sciences. Spotting Lu Qiu's expression, he felt a surge of secret delight. These materials, he declared, were procured through considerable effort and personal connections I leveraged overseas. This guy sure knew how to take credit for others' work. Clearly, the materials were provided by the Eagle Swan government, yet he claimed they were painstakingly sourced by himself. Not only did he absolve the Eagle Nation of any suspicion, but he even sidelined the Oriental Group, making it all his own achievement. Hearing this, Lu Qiu felt genuinely touched. Then we are truly grateful to you, Mr. Fong. Should you have any requests, please feel free to discuss them with our Academy of Sciences personnel. Wherever we can be of assistance, we will certainly not refuse. Lu Qiu smiled as he spoke to Fong Shan, simultaneously arranging for all the materials to be unloaded from the vehicle into the laboratory. Professor Lu, you're truly easy to work with. I won't hesitate to take you up on that. Fong Shan was highly satisfied with Lu Qiu's attitude, feeling their relationship had deepened. He was confident it wouldn't take long to win over this ally of Jiang Ying. Actually, my request is quite simple. I heard our academy has introduced 3 technologies in exchange for these materials. Would Mr. Lin be willing to hand over all 3 of them to me? Fong Shan asked tentatively, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. If the materials provided to the academy were truly his own discoveries, he'd be confident in his stance. But now, asking for all 3 technologies at once felt awkward even for someone as thick-skinned as him. Lu Qiu's brow furrowed as expected, his expression turning troubled and conflicted. Is there a problem? Seeing his expression, Fong Shan's heart instantly sank to the bottom. What's wrong with it? It's just that Mr. Fong has gathered so many rare materials for us. The bounty for these 3 technologies seems a bit low, especially since several companies have already redeemed them before you. We're just worried you might be shortchanged. How about I give you another new technology without the greenhouse? Lu Qiu said hesitantly. To outsiders, these 3 technologies might seem cutting edge, but Lu Qiu knew full well they were merely scraps he'd casually pulled from the system. At best, they'd serve as transitional solutions for a year or two before needing updates. Fong Shan's heart settled back into his chest. This young Lu Qiu was far too straightforward. It seemed researchers truly lacked any cunning. Not a loss at all. If Mr. Lu was willing to hand over all 3 technologies to me, that would be absolutely perfect. As for the new technology, let's save that for our future collaboration. Fong Shan knew Lu Qiu's new technology was undoubtedly excellent, but he also knew he couldn't keep it to himself. If it ever leaked to the eagle-eyed, wouldn't that cement his reputation as a traitor? Better to show magnanimity in front of Lu Qiu. With Fong Shan having made his stance clear, Lu Qiu naturally saw no need to argue. He promptly handed over all 3 existing technologies in his possession. Upon receiving the technologies, Fong Shan's heart swelled with delight. At the very least, his funds in the federal bank were now secure. He could even double it. Sitting in the car, he waved goodbye to Lu Qiu with a smile. That guy really is a hothead. Who knows, maybe I can get even more new technologies from him in the future. If this deal can be sustained long-term. At the thought of the ever-growing numbers in his Federation account, a gleam of excitement flashed in Fong Shan's eyes. Treason? What did that shameful label matter in the face of tangible profit? Fong Shan had never been the type to turn down money for the sake of empty glory. Chapter 24, Lunar Lander, Mission Accomplished. Excellent. I hope we have more opportunities to collaborate in the future. After reviewing the 3 technologies Fong Shan had handed over, the hawk-nosed man nodded in satisfaction, having fully endorsed this new subordinate he had cultivated. It's only natural. We're mutually beneficial. The stiffness vanished from Fong Shan's face, replaced by a broad, open smile. Just moments ago, he had received the notification. The funds in his federal bank account had indeed doubled. Eagle Chan truly valued contractual integrity. He hadn't discarded him after exploiting his services. Meanwhile, Eagle Nose, having secured 3 Dragon Nation technologies, promptly relayed them back to Eagle Sauce. President Dawn promptly mobilized his team of scientific experts to conduct practical verification of these 3 technologies. When the results came in, the entire Eagle Academy of Sciences erupted in excitement. Unbelievable! When did Dragon Nation's technological prowess reach this level? How peculiar! While the theoretical breakthroughs in these 3 technologies aren't groundbreaking, their practical applications are exceptionally strong. It seems our previous assessments underestimated them. These technologies alone could generate at least 400 to 500 billion in economic revenue. The Dragon Nation's Academy of Sciences truly harbors hidden talents. Upon receiving the final test results, Dawn's grin stretched from ear to ear. Deploy these 3 technologies into practical applications immediately. Let all our Eagle brand enterprises reap the benefits of these 3 breakthroughs. Dawn promptly signed the presidential decree. Beyond official Eagle brand industries, conglomerates also adopted the 3 technologies stolen from Dragon Nation. Dawn even publicly condemned the Dragon Nation, accusing them of stealing their technology. When this news reached the homeland, the people's anger was ignited. Everyone understood the truth. The reason Eagle State had access to these newly emerged technologies was undoubtedly because private enterprises in Dragon Nation had leaked them. I knew those private entrepreneurs couldn't be trusted. I never imagined they'd sell technology to the Eagle Nation. What a disgrace! If they'd kept these technologies locked away, they could have made a fortune. But no, they just wanted a quick buck. It just goes to show the Eagle gave too much. This is also the fault of those incompetent leaders at the Academy of Sciences who dared to offer such cutting-edge technology as a bounty. Upon learning of this, Zhou Hong and the others hurriedly sought out Lu Qiu. What are we to do now? Our technology has fallen into the hands of the eagle-eyed Americans, and they've even turned it against us. We thought this bounty system would both promote the development of Longhua's private enterprises and help us gather materials. Who would have thought it would come to this? Everyone sighed in regret. Though these were merely techniques Lu Qiu casually pulled out of thin air, not even requiring resources from the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, it still stung to see it go to waste. Lu Qiu shook his head with a smile. No need to worry, everyone. Didn't I already say? These 3 technologies are merely transitional steps. The real gems I haven't even shown them yet. Even if Eagle Chan snatched them away, it wouldn't really matter. Let's keep our focus on the lunar probe. The others could only sigh and swallow their disappointment. Oh, right. The final batch of materials Fangshan sent over, while the variety is quite comprehensive, isn't the quantity a bit too low? It should only be enough for 1 experiment. Everyone knew this lunar mission was Dragon Nation's first step in the space race. There was no room for failure. Yet no one could predict whether the first launch would succeed. Actually, you've arrived at the perfect moment. Our manned lunar spacecraft and lunar probe have both been fully developed. We were just about to announce this good news to everyone, and here you are, beating us to it. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the group. It's already ready? Everyone stared at Lu Qiu in disbelief, wondering if this kid was pulling their leg. It had only been 4 days since Fangshan delivered the final batch of materials, and Lu Qiu had already solved the problem that had plagued Dragon Nation scientists for decades. What's more, the rocket propulsion system for a lunar spacecraft typically requires assembly at the launch site, yet Lu Qiu hadn't even left the lab. Everyone, come take a look. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Leading everyone into the lab, they found over a dozen technicians sprawled haphazardly on the floor, fast asleep. What can I say? Everyone's been through a lot with me. We've been holed up in this lab for over a month straight. No one could handle that. Lu Qiu shook his head with a wry smile. Zhou Hong and the others were deeply moved by the sight. Even Lu Qiu's assistants were this exhausted, yet he seemed completely unfazed, still radiating energy. What an iron constitution. This is our manned lunar spacecraft. Lu Qiu pointed to the spacecraft before him, 6 meters tall and 10 meters long, and said with a smile. This spacecraft I've developed can directly escape Earth's gravity, reach second cosmic velocity, and ascend into space smoothly. No rocket propulsion required at all. To everyone present, Lu Qiu's words sounded like pure fantasy. Without rocket propulsion? Are you suggesting you'll achieve escape velocity using only the spacecraft's own gravity system? That's impossible. Even Zhou Hong, who trusted Lu Qiu implicitly, couldn't help but doubt him now. Everyone, rest assured. Have you forgotten the nuclear-powered engine I invented earlier? When we tested it using the J-40, it shot straight into outer space. Only then did the others realize that this manned lunar spacecraft was actually powered by a nuclear engine. That explains everything. This is the first time I've seen a spacecraft without rocket boosters. How exciting. Once we successfully land on the moon, I can already picture the smug looks on those eagle-waving nations. Zhou Hong and the others exclaimed excitedly. We've already notified the space agency to begin astronaut training. We're ready to launch at any moment. This will be our nation's first stride into space. Xin Guoliang added from the side. Lu Qiu, however, shook his head. Everyone, we don't need to select too many astronauts this time. I intend to land on the moon myself. Lu Qiu's words left everyone frozen in place. Personally land on the moon? This was Longhua's first manned spacecraft launch. No one knew what dangers lay ahead. It was highly likely they might never return. Chapter 25. I will go to the moon myself. No one would agree to Lu Qiu's request to become an astronaut. Astronaut training was no ordinary job. It required rigorous physical conditioning and the ability to handle any crisis encountered in space. With only days left before the Dragon Nation's planned manned spacecraft launch, the training time allotted to Lu Qiu was insufficient to meet the standards for spaceflight. Astronauts boarded the spacecraft with a resolve to face death. A scientific talent like Lu Qiu, if anything were to happen to him in space, it would be an immense loss for the entire Dragon Nation. Lu Qiu was serious. He insisted on personally traveling to the moon. We can accommodate most requests, but you personally becoming an astronaut to enter space is absolutely out of the question. That's simply too reckless. Not only will we refuse, but senior leadership would never approve such an absurd request. This matter is closed. Both Zhou Hong and Xin Guoliang cherished Lu Qiu like a cherished junior colleague, recognizing his genius. Lu Qiu might be young, driven by passion to become the first person from Dragon Nation to set foot on the moon, but they couldn't follow his lead in reckless behavior. And they certainly couldn't stand by and watch him plunge into mortal danger. You're all misunderstanding. The computer algorithms in this manned lunar spacecraft I've developed have factored in every conceivable crisis. Its internal controls are no different from driving an ordinary vehicle. Even a random college student could pilot this ship to the moon. Lu Qiu opened the spacecraft's hatch and invited everyone inside for a tour. The entire lunar spacecraft was divided into 4 sections: the cockpit, the communication and living quarters, the work equipment area, and the material storage area. Unlike other spacecraft, there were no exposed wires or pipes. All wiring was deeply embedded within the cabin walls, making the interior appear much more spacious than imagined. Lu Qiu explained the spacecraft's specific operations to everyone, and they instantly understood why he dared propose personally traveling to the moon. The maneuverability and functionality of this spacecraft were so advanced that even with Eagle's technological prowess, they likely couldn't replicate it. As Lu Qiu stated, even a college student could pilot it with ground crew assistance. And its safety protocols were exceptionally robust. For this lunar mission, I need to closely examine certain lunar materials and potential areas for spacecraft modification. As a researcher, one must maintain a rigorous approach. I must personally pilot the spacecraft I developed to identify its shortcomings. If anything goes wrong, I'd rather endanger myself than put others at risk. Hearing Lu Qiu speak with such unwavering conviction, everyone could only nod in resignation. The Academy of Sciences approves your lunar mission aboard the spacecraft. However, if higher-level leadership rejects it, there's nothing more we can do. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences issued a public announcement. Through the relentless efforts of numerous Dragon Nation scientists, our lunar spacecraft has finally been successfully completed and will ignite for launch in 3 days. Major state media outlets flooded the airwaves with coverage of China's first lunar spacecraft. Some of the spacecraft's advanced capabilities were even reported directly at Lu Qiu's instruction. The news sent the entire nation into an uproar. The entire nation rejoiced. Where are all those naysayers now? Show yourselves. Didn't you claim Dragon Nation lacks independent space technology? Have you ever seen a lunar spacecraft that doesn't need rocket boosters? Oh ho, look at some little pinkies jumping out to rant? Didn't you read the official announcement clearly? This is merely the development of Dragon Nation's first manned lunar spacecraft. We still don't know the specifics of the launch 3 days from now. Wonder how the Eagles feel right now. They must be thrilled about our breakthrough in space technology, right? Some expressed pride and admiration for Dragon Nation's technological breakthrough, while others remained cynical. But most people were still eager to know, what would Eagle Chan's reaction be upon hearing this news? Inside the White House at that moment, facing the media's overwhelming coverage, Don's face turned ashen. He never imagined Dragon Nation would develop a manned lunar spacecraft. Those materials were only meant for a single use. I never imagined their luck would be so damn good they built the entire spacecraft in just one go. Don sighed, pacing anxiously back and forth in his office. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. They've only developed the spacecraft. Whether it can actually launch remains unknown. They should at least conduct an unmanned test flight first. I'd say there's a 99% chance they'll give all of humanity a spectacular fireworks display. Their efforts will surely go up in smoke. Keynes chuckled beside him. As a scientist, he knew full well that launching a spacecraft was no simple feat. Even their own space agency had conducted countless private test launches, enduring hundreds of explosions before finally succeeding in developing a manned spacecraft. The cost back then was so immense that after just one lunar landing, they immediately halted the manned lunar program. Hearing Cairns' words, Don finally felt his heart settle back into his chest. That really scared me to death. If the Dragon Nation's spacecraft had launched successfully this time, and we'd foolishly given them the raw materials back, then wouldn't that have been laughable if it got out? But Dragon Nation's media has been running wild lately. Write a report in the name of the Academy of Sciences and give them a proper scolding to rein in their arrogance. Don commanded. Immediately afterward, major Western media outlets began to cast doubt on Dragon Nation's lunar spacecraft program. According to our experts' analysis, the probability of Longhwa's lunar landing succeeding is less than 1%. Out of humanitarian concern, we strongly urge Longhwa to conduct an unmanned test flight. No astronauts should be aboard this lunar spacecraft. Otherwise, it would be recklessly endangering their lives. We strongly urge Longhwa to suspend this flight test. Only proceed with the moon landing after conducting an unmanned test flight. These Western media outlets' tactics were nothing short of vicious, standing on the moral high ground to condemn Dragon Nation for disregarding astronauts' lives. If this trend continues, the astronauts currently in intensive training for the lunar mission will inevitably become demoralized, jeopardizing Dragon Nation's upcoming lunar program. At this critical juncture, Lu Qiu stepped forward. Lu Qiu gazed at the appointment letter before him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 26, Successful Launch. Lu Qiu gazed at the appointment letter before him, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This was the letter of appointment approved by Longhwa's top leadership, officially naming him as the astronaut squad leader for this lunar mission to join the crew in landing on the moon. Upon receiving this news, he immediately had the official media release it. Mr. Lu Qiu, as the developer of the manned lunar spacecraft, has decided to participate in this lunar mission with his rigorous scientific spirit and professional dedication. He will set foot on the moon as an astronaut. The announcement instantly silenced major Western media outlets. They had been preparing to criticize the Dragon Nation by framing the issue as astronauts' lives matter too. But now, even the scientist who developed the manned lunar spacecraft was preparing to land on the moon himself. How could they possibly criticize this? However, many high-level leaders in Western nations were actually pleased to see this development. In their view, China was merely sending some young researcher to their death to quell public outcry. Everyone was waiting to see Longhwa's embarrassment. The moment their lunar spacecraft explodes, media outlets worldwide will scramble to report it. Dragon Nation would inevitably face universal condemnation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, the Dragon Nation's designated launch site was not at one of the major satellite launch centers, but within the capital city itself. Upon hearing this news, many journalists who had rushed to the scene and invited international observers were filled with curiosity. Rocket booster launches require open, unpopulated areas both to prevent debris from injuring civilians in case of failure and to facilitate booster recovery. After all, while satellite rockets often stand over 10 meters tall, the actual satellite is only located at the tip. The remaining 3 or 4 sections are entirely propulsion systems. After delivering the satellite into orbit, the rocket boosters are jettisoned and fall back to Earth. But the capital of Dragon Nation is densely populated. If discarded rocket boosters were to land on residential buildings, it could inevitably cause casualties. The Dragon Nation people are being far too reckless. Surely they can't be unaware of such basic knowledge? I'm increasingly convinced this so-called manned lunar spacecraft is just a publicity stunt by Dragon Nation. They're doing this solely to attract global attention and elevate their own status. The journalists discussed among themselves as they quickly arrived at the launch site. Gazing at the spacecraft before them, the crowd grew increasingly convinced of Dragon Nation's irrationality. Without even rocket propulsion systems, did they seriously expect the spacecraft's own power alone to overcome Earth's gravity, achieve second cosmic velocity, and successfully enter space? It was utterly impossible. Even the Eagle Nation, the most advanced in space exploration, didn't possess such technology. Everyone stared at the sci-fi-looking spacecraft with disdain, many convinced it was nothing more than a prop from a movie set. After a while, Lu Qiu led 3 astronauts to meet everyone. This must be the young scientist Dragon Nation sent to their death. What a waste! I heard he even developed a nuclear waste separation device for Dragon Nation. Given time, his achievements would have been limitless. I wonder what benefits Dragon Nation promised him to make him willingly sacrifice himself like this. The murmurs grew so loud they reached Lu Qiu's ears. Yet Lu Qiu's face remained utterly expressionless as he calmly led the 3 astronauts into the spacecraft. Time is almost up. Begin the countdown. Ground control personnel immediately initiated the countdown. At this very moment, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on the capital of Dragon Nation. Some hoped this manned lunar mission would succeed, while many more anticipated Dragon Nation unveiling a spectacular fireworks display for the world. The sky was clear and cloudless, perfect for tracking the spacecraft's trajectory. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Launch. Boom. Blue flames erupted from beneath the spacecraft. To the astonished crowd, this lunar craft once deemed nearly impossible to launch shot skyward at a terrifying speed. The crowd had intended to look up and study the spacecraft's stability. But in the blink of an eye, the spacecraft vanished from sight. Whether it was the VIP guests and journalists at the launch site or the countless viewers glued to their screens, everyone was stunned. How could the spacecraft vanish like that? Someone snapped out of it first and blurted out. Looks like Dragon Nation's launch was a success, and the spacecraft's speed exceeded our expectations. Only then did everyone snap out of their daze. The fireworks display they had been eagerly anticipating never materialized. Instead, they had just witnessed Dragon Nation's first step into space. It's already broken through the atmosphere. Our spacecraft has entered orbit. Watching the spacecraft's trajectory at an incredible speed, the ground control center staff cheered as it vanished into outer space in the blink of an eye. Overwhelmed with joy, they wept, embraced each other, and shared their inner relation. Even the older generation of scientists like Joe Hong couldn't hold back the tears welling up in their eyes. Excellent! 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 Our Dragon Nation is truly blessed to have a genius like Lu Qiu. Given time, we will surely overtake them on the curve and surpass Eagle Nation in technological prowess. As long as the kid is safe and sound. We'll just wait here on Earth for his safe return. They spoke with deep emotion. After decades of effort by 3 generations of aerospace pioneers, finally, their Dragon Nation's manned lunar spacecraft successfully launched into space. At its current speed, it would land on the moon in just one day. To all journalists and international guests present, and to our viewers at home, we are thrilled to announce some wonderful news. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Today, we have successfully launched Dragon Nation's first manned lunar spacecraft. This is a day to be remembered. It is a day worthy of celebration for all Dragon Nation citizens. This marks only the beginning of our exploration into outer space. Dragon Nation scientists and researchers will continue to strive tirelessly, contributing even more to the advancement of human spaceflight. No sooner had the announcer finished speaking than Dragon Nation's seismic monitoring system registered micro-earthquake alerts emanating from several densely populated areas. These tremors were caused by the ground shaking from the jubilant celebrations of the people. Even many journalists and distinguished guests present could hear the excited shouts of residents in the surrounding neighborhoods of the Dragon Nation's capital city. Foreign dignitaries exchanged glances inside. The word envy had been overused. Chapter 27, Surprise on the Moon. Clang. Inside the Eagle's Black Palace, President Dowan swept the enamel filigree coffee cup from his hand straight onto the floor. This was already the 4th item he'd smashed today. Is this the 1% probability you keep talking about? Ridiculous. How did they manage to reach space with such a slim chance? Dawn pointed an accusing finger at Kane's nose and erupted in fury. Had it not been for Kane's years of diligent service, his mentorship of numerous students, and his considerable prestige in academic circles, Dawn would have fired him on the spot. Kane's face flushed crimson with frustration, yet he couldn't muster a coherent response. Who could have imagined the Dragon Nation would dare to send astronauts into space without conducting empty ship tests first? And achieve success on the very first attempt. Across the entire scientific community, and even decades of space exploration, this was utterly mind-blowing. Sir, the smooth launch of the Dragon spacecraft was indeed beyond my expectations. But we must remain cautious. Their manned lunar spacecraft is extremely fast, yet its stability remains unknown. The greatest challenge for a lunar spacecraft lies in achieving a successful landing on the moon and returning safely. We should wait and see. Perhaps those Dragon Nation astronauts will end up staying there just like their spacecraft. Keynes knew he was grasping at straws. Still, he was convinced that at the speed the Dragon Nation spacecraft was traveling, a safe landing on the moon would be an enormous problem. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this once. If Dragon Nation's manned lunar mission succeeds, we'll look like complete fools. While some Eagle brand enterprises currently utilize the 3 core technologies leaked from Mount Fawn, the benefits they generate pale in comparison to a single successful lunar landing by the Dragon Nation. Sir, word from Dragon Nation, their spacecraft has successfully landed on the moon. The secretary burst through the door, panic etched across his face. Keynes and Dawn both felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, nearly collapsing to the floor. Half an hour earlier. Propelled by its nuclear-powered engines, the Dragon Nation's lunar spacecraft maintained an astonishing speed even while operating at only 10% power. Launched that morning, it had entered lunar orbit within a single day and begun circling the moon. They had to find the right moment to utilize the moon's gravity and a portion of the spacecraft's own thrust to achieve a successful landing. Calculate the data. Lu Qiu instructed his team of astronauts. Tension rose as the crew activated the spacecraft's supercomputer to conduct precise analysis of potential landing sites. It took a full 10 minutes before they finalized the comprehensive factors: landing angle, direction, propulsion, and more. The slightest deviation in any of these parameters could cause the spacecraft to crash into the moon, turning it into a pile of scrap. Prepare for landing. At Lu Qiu's command, the spacecraft's propulsion systems shifted direction, slowly descending toward the lunar surface. This process lasted a full 10 minutes. With a slight tremor, every astronaut aboard the spacecraft wore an expression of disbelief mixed with excitement. We did it? We landed on the moon. We're the first Dragon Nation citizens to set foot on the moon. This is truly unbelievable. Even Lu Qiu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. No matter how composed he appeared in daily life, he was still a 20-year-old young man whose heart burned with curiosity about the moon. Back at the Dragon Nation's ground control center on Earth, waves of jubilant cheers erupted. Many people pulled out champagne bottles they'd prepared long ago to celebrate. Zhou Hong and others, including numerous high-ranking Dragon Nation officials, wore expressions of pure excitement and exhilaration. They were about to become the second nation to achieve a manned lunar landing. This marked a crucial step both in elevating Dragon Nation's international standing and in unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. Lu Qiu. Be extremely cautious on the moon. No one knows what might happen there. Zhou Hong cautioned through the communication device. Apart from the Eagle Nation, no other country had ever sent people to the moon. The extreme temperature fluctuations on the lunar surface could easily cause electronic equipment to malfunction. This could put Lu Qiu and his crew in grave danger. Rest assured. Every instrument on the spacecraft and the spacesuits we're wearing were meticulously developed by me. There won't be any issues whatsoever. Lu Qiu declared with confidence. He then donned his spacesuit and led his crewmates as they opened the spacecraft's hatch. What met their eyes was a desolate landscape. The ground was covered in soft sand, but with no air currents on the moon, all the loose sand simply piled up on the surface. It resembled a beach. Mr. Lu, please go first. Everyone understood the immense honor of being the first Dragon Nation citizen to set foot on the moon. None dared to claim the glory for themselves, instead urging Lu Qiu to take that first step. With a mix of excitement and reverence, Lu Qiu's footprint finally appeared on the moon's soft soil. A clear footprint was left behind. Immediately afterward, the lunar rover descended. Although this lunar mission had been successfully completed, Lu Qiu knew full well that he still needed to find some special minerals on the moon. These minerals would be used to build an even more powerful super spacecraft. Although analysis of lunar soil indicated the presence of the materials he needed, no one knew the actual reserves of these raw materials. If only scattered fragments were found, they would be of no use for Dragon Nation's future development of space technology. Bring out the lunar probe. May the heavens grant us the materials we seek. Lu Qiu exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with tension. A hint of tension flashed across everyone's faces. This detection device, specially developed by Lu Qiu, had a coverage radius of 10 kilometers. If the materials Lu Qiu needed were nearby, the detector would reveal them. The moment the detector activated, the screen instantly filled with a dense cluster of glowing dots. This meant the materials Lu Qiu needed were literally everywhere on the moon. No wonder just a small sample of lunar soil could analyze the materials I need. So these things are actually everywhere on the moon. Lu Qiu was overcome with elation. He knew full well that constructing a super-nuclear-powered spacecraft would require immense quantities of materials. He had been worried there wouldn't be much of what he needed on the moon. But this unexpected windfall had completely overturned his fears. Most of these materials are exposed on the lunar surface, making extraction almost effortless. But transporting such vast quantities back to Earth, that's the real challenge. The astronaut beside him remarked. Chapter 28, Another Reward. On the moon. Four figures bustled about like ants, frantically busy. Lu Qiu discovered over 30 types of materials on the moon suitable for developing super spacecraft, including some materials that other nations had jointly restricted from Dragon Nation. This was an absolute windfall for Lu Qiu. Let's start mining first. We'll worry about transporting the materials later. Lu Qiu said with a smile. The group began operating the lunar rover, excavating mineral deposits from the lunar surface. The lunar soil proved remarkably loose, allowing the rover under Lu Qiu's command to effortlessly extract the minerals with minimal exertion. Over 30 types of minerals extremely scarce or even non-existent on Earth were laid out before Lu Qiu after half a day's work. Our lunar spacecraft has a payload capacity of only 5 tons. After accounting for all the instruments, equipment, and our own weight, we can only take about 1 ton of materials back. This small amount, well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Lu Qiu was a man who found contentment easily. He was already extremely satisfied that their nation's first lunar mission could bring back a ton of lunar ore. While these materials weren't enough to build a super spacecraft, they were sufficient to construct 2 or 3 manned lunar landers. Then they could easily achieve a daily frequency of missions, making frequent trips to the moon. And mine the ore back to Earth. Prepare for return. This is our first time bringing ore back to Earth. I suggest we start with half a ton to avoid the spacecraft being affected by gravity during re-entry. Lu Qiu said cautiously. Earth's gravitational pull is far stronger than the moon's. That's why many spacecraft return modules are built sturdy yet extremely lightweight. This minimizes gravitational stress on the craft, preventing it from plopping onto the planet like a pan-fried dumpling under the force of gravitational acceleration. Despite the extra half-ton of materials aboard for the return journey, Lu Qiu still ordered the engines to be throttled back repeatedly. After all, the moon's gravity is much weaker. Merely reaching first escape velocity allows easy escape from lunar pull into open space. The return journey proceeded exceptionally smoothly. During their orbit around Earth, the crew even spotted the International Space Station, a project developed by Western nations like the United States, as a training ground. Envious glances spread across everyone's faces. Although Dragon Nation had already achieved manned lunar landings, possessing a space station would enable them to conduct routine space experiments. The benefits were too numerous to list. Prepare for landing. Under Lu Qiu's command, the lunar spacecraft touched down smoothly at a military airfield on the outskirts of the Dragon Nation's capital city. High-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation, leaders of the Academy of Sciences, and journalists from all corners had been waiting here for quite some time. The moment the hatch opened, a chorus of camera shutters erupted. Flashes flickered incessantly, like sparks from welding torches. As Dragon Nation's hero, Lucio was naturally the first to step out of the hatch to receive the crowd's welcome. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" Rather than immediately praising Lucio's monumental achievements, the Dragon Nation's leaders expressed genuine concern for his physical condition. Everyone understood clearly that compared to the success of the moon landing, the safety of a genius scientist like Lucio was the absolute priority. Seated in his wheelchair, Lucio smiled and shook his head. "Rest assured, everyone. Based on my personal calculations, our lunar spacecraft will encounter absolutely no issues during its Earth-Moon flight. I am absolutely certain of this. Lucio personally went to the moon to measure certain spacecraft data. It must be acknowledged that the blueprints and design solutions provided by the system are undoubtedly the optimal choice for Dragon Nation at this stage. This spacecraft boasts exceptional stability, far surpassing the Eagle's lunar lander in capability." Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. "Take these days to adjust to Earth's gravity and properly recover your strength. As for other matters, put them aside for now." "Well said. You've already done so much for our Dragon Nation. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone spoke with admiration. Subsequently, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials parted to make way, arranging for Lucio and his team to receive media interviews. At this very moment, Lucio and his crew were undoubtedly the most dazzling figures on the planet. "Mr. Lu, based on your proposed China project, will the Dragon Nation soon begin developing a super spacecraft? In the future, we may face even deeper technological and material blockades from Western nations. Does Mr. Lu have a countermeasure prepared?" The reporter's questions came like a barrage of rapid-fire shots, leaving Lucio momentarily overwhelmed. "I'll address each question in turn. Developing super spacecraft technology is inevitable. As for your concerns about materials, I believe you're overthinking it. Nearly all the materials we require can be found on the moon. With Dragon Nation's current Earth-Moon flight capabilities, we can fully achieve routine lunar mineral extraction. This time, we've already transported half a ton of our materials back from the moon." Lucio's words immediately drew gasps from the assembled journalists. Clearly, no one had anticipated that China's first lunar mission would take such a bold stride. Moreover, they boldly declared their intent to establish routine mining operations for lunar ore materials. After briefly answering reporters' questions, Lucio was promptly escorted to the hospital by medical staff for a thorough full-body examination. At that moment, he gazed at the system notification in his mind, a smile spreading across his face. Rewards as follows: 50 million yuan in research funding. Supercomputing capabilities. Space station blueprints. Lucio's heart surged with wild excitement. Research funding seemed to be a standard reward after completing each mission, barely worth mentioning to Lucio. But the other two rewards held immense value for him now. Supercomputing power. As the name implied, it would dramatically enhance his sensitivity to data, even allowing his brain to function as a supercomputer. And the space station blueprints, needless to say. These rewards left Lucio thoroughly satisfied. While some rejoiced, others grieved. While the entire nation of Dragon Country was immersed in a sea of celebration, the eagle-eyed leaders suffered a massive blow. "Great job. This is the advice my think tank gave me. First they claimed Dragon Nation couldn't develop a lunar spacecraft, then they said the launch success rate was less than 10%. And now, the sound of their celebratory firecrackers is practically reaching our Eagle homeland." Chapter 29, The Space Station Concept. Inside the Black House. Dawn blared furiously at his think tank. If not for their miscalculations, the Eagle Nation wouldn't have foolishly handed over materials for developing a manned lunar spacecraft just to covet Dragon Nation's 3 core technologies. "Damn it. Keynes. Speak up. Don't play dumb here." Seeing his subordinates standing there silent as wooden statues only added fuel to the fire of Dawn's already boiling rage. "I truly don't understand why you're so anxious, sir. It seems the initiative is still in our hands, isn't it?" Keynes remained unfazed, radiating confidence as if everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Dawn frowned at him. "Cut the crap. Spit it out." "Sir, one of Dragon Nation's objectives for manned lunar missions is to establish routine mining operations on the moon. But transporting those minerals back to Earth presents a massive challenge." Cairn's words prompted unanimous nods of agreement from everyone present. As elites of the Eagle Nation, they were well aware of the dangers a spacecraft laden with or would face during its return journey. To transport or back from the moon, they'd either need to establish a space base directly on the moon or rely on the space station as a transit point. Building a base directly is unlikely. Dragon Nation absolutely lacks that technology. They'll most likely need to use our space station as a transit point. The initiative will still be in our hands. Then we can easily intercept 70% of the lunar materials. Dawn's eyes lit up. Kane's reasoning was impeccable. There was no rebuttal. Exactly. We still have our space station. That's our trump card. If Dragon Nation wants to use our space station as a transit hub for material transport, they'll have to give us a share of the benefits. Dawn exclaimed excitedly. So Your Excellency, please remain calm and wait patiently. I'm confident it won't be long before the Dragon Nation's negotiators come knocking on our door. Keynes wore the smug expression of a courtier, his face twisted into a sycophantic grin. Very well. If we can squeeze some lunar ore concessions from the Dragon Nation, I'll make sure to allocate extra funding for your Academy of Sciences in next year's budget. Aren't you supposed to be taking a few extra days off? Why are you back so soon? Zhou Hong looked at Lu Qiu, who had already returned to the Academy of Sciences lab, and said with a puzzled expression. This guy really is a workaholic. To put it in today's youth slang, he's way too driven. After a brief 3-day break, Lu Qiu's formidable physical constitution had restored his energy and vitality to peak condition. Our nation's scientific research mission is still a long and arduous journey. There's no time to waste. During my previous interview, I mentioned that our nation aims to achieve routine mining of lunar minerals. I wonder if you remember that, old Zhou? Lu Qiu said with a smile. Of course we remember. But you're being a bit overconfident, young man. We only need to extract enough materials to support the super space program. How could we possibly achieve routine mining of lunar ore? Exactly. The cost would be astronomical. Our nation doesn't even have its own space station for logistics. If every mining mission required launching a manned lunar spacecraft, even our formidable national strength couldn't bear such expenses. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. At the time, they dismissed Lu Qiu's words as mere youthful arrogance, a momentary slip of the tongue, and paid them no mind. Everyone, you've known me for so long, don't you understand my character? When have I ever made empty boasts? Lu Qiu shrugged helplessly. It seemed none of those present had yet grasped the true extent of his scientific prowess. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, the others gradually began to understand. So you're saying, could our Dragon Nation truly achieve routine lunar ore mining in the future? Shen Guoliang asked, his eyes widening. Everyone, take a look at this. Lu Qiu said no more. He knew that even if he painted the most dazzling picture, these scientists who had spent their entire careers in research and cultivated a rigorous scientific spirit would never believe him. Only by presenting tangible, high-quality evidence could he win their genuine conviction. Zhou Hongxian took the document and scanned it briefly. The relaxed expression vanished instantly from his face, replaced by solemnity and excitement. His hands even began to tremble. This is unbelievable. How did you manage to develop something this remarkable? Haven't you been focusing all your energy on the manned lunar spacecraft lately? When did you start researching space stations? After flipping through the documents, Zhou Hong struggled to contain his excitement as he asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Space station. Hearing those 3 words, Shen Guoliang beside him snatched the documents away and began reading them intently. Lu Qiu scratched his head, feeling somewhat conflicted. This thing, pulling it out of the system, took just a blink of an eye. It didn't require any time at all. Seeing his expression, Zhou Hong instantly understood everything. You little rascal, you didn't actually finish the spatial station's conceptual design during those 3 days off, did you? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief, staring at Lu Qiu as if he were some kind of prodigy. Lu Qiu didn't need to answer. His demeanor and movements spoke volumes. Zhou Hong and the other veteran scientists exchanged glances, their faces breaking into wry smiles. Truly, the new generation is pushing aside the old. But you're pushing with such force like a tsunami. If we follow the approach you proposed, our Dragon Nation should have its own space station very soon. Not just that. I just reviewed Lu Qiu's materials carefully. This young man isn't merely aiming to build a space station, he's envisioning a perpetual one. Nothing like the International Space Station run by the Eagle Nation, which becomes obsolete after a few decades. Everyone spoke with palpable excitement, making Lu Qiu feel a surge of nervousness. These individuals present were all national treasures of the Dragon Nation. If any mishap occurred due to their overzealous excitement over the space station proposal he presented, the consequences would be immense. Everyone, having our own space station will be beneficial whether for conducting space experiments or serving as a transit hub for material transport. I hope you'll all co-sign the approval for this project. Chapter 30, The Tiangong Project. Lu Qiu's space station proposal was exceptionally detailed and comprehensive. With the backing of several senior members from the Academy of Sciences, the project sailed through approvals and was greenlit in no time. This space station construction initiative was also given a splendidly named, distinctly Dragon Nation-style designation, the Tiangong Project. Following the project's official launch, despite no tangible progress yet, state media outlets across the nation flooded the airwaves with extensive coverage. China will construct a super-large space station in one go, designed for permanent operation. Currently, there are no plans for international cooperation. This space station will be built entirely by China on its own. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. Did I hear that right? Are the state media pulling another stunt, reporting incorrect information? Do these editors even understand what a permanent space station means? Even the Americans wouldn't dare claim they can build a permanent space station. Their current one will be decommissioned in a few years. Our country sure knows how to boast. State media is utterly irresponsible, making grand announcements without verifying facts. If we can't deliver in the future, won't the whole world laugh at us? When news of the lunar spacecraft broke, many citizens were willing to believe it. After all, the Eagle Nation achieved manned moon landings decades ago, so reaching the moon didn't seem extraordinary. But the news about a permanent space station? No one dared to believe it. With humanity's current technological capabilities, no country has independently built a permanent space station yet. Even the people within the country found it hard to believe, let alone the wildly arrogant Western nations. In their eyes, perhaps the Dragon Nation had built a lunar spacecraft through sheer luck, but a permanent space station was an entirely different matter. A spacecraft only requires sufficiently powerful engines and precise computational data. With unlimited funding, several nations could theoretically build one. However, space stations place greater emphasis on stability. It truly reflects a nation's comprehensive technological prowess. And in this regard, Dragon Nation is a complete novice. Absolutely laughable. Dragon Nation is grossly overestimating its capabilities. Their scientific research prowess is plain for all to see, yet during our previous collaboration with Eagle Nation, they laid bare their arrogance and ignorance. Who would have thought that even in the 21st century, Dragon Nation still clings to its delusions of being the celestial empire, refusing to wake up? Building a permanent space station isn't something you can just talk about. The International Space Station will reach its retirement phase in 3 years. By then, Western nations will unite to build a massive space station, but it won't be permanent either. Western nations began directing their media to mock China with scorn. They want everyone to see clearly that the Dragon Nation is nothing but a braggart. They simply lack the qualifications and capabilities to build a permanent space station. Lu Chou paid no heed to the media's barrage of sarcastic remarks. He poured nearly all his energy and time into developing the permanent space station. Space stations were also a research focus in the space sector. Lu Chou directly assembled the original team from the manned lunar spacecraft project to form the laboratory's core group. With the blueprints he provided, research progressed at a remarkable pace. Many researchers only realized how straightforward the project actually was after joining Lu Chou's lab. It was simply a matter of following the blueprint, crafting the various components and facilities, and finally completing the assembly. As for the domestic and international public pressure, veteran scientists like Zhou Hong took it upon themselves to shield Lu Chou, ensuring the rumors wouldn't disrupt his research. All of this deeply moved Lu Chou. Bussa rolls. Europa Union headquarters. All Western heads of state, led by Eagle, gathered together. I trust you all understand why we've convened this meeting today. The recent pace of technological advancement in the Dragon Nation has been so rapid that it has captured the attention of the entire international community. Dawn's expression was grim. Particularly concerning was the Dragon Nation's recent announcement of the Sky Project, their plan to construct a permanent space station. While many doubted the Dragon Nation's ability to accomplish this feat, it was reminiscent of their earlier moon landing spacecraft project. No one could predict whether they would succeed. Should Dragon Nation truly establish a permanent space station, our plan to leverage our own international space station as leverage and intercept a portion of Dragon Nation's lunar mineral resources would inevitably collapse. It was under these circumstances that he had convened this meeting. He hoped to unite Western nations to accelerate scientific progress. After years of development, our nations surely possess many hidden scientific trump cards. Now is not the time to keep them under wraps. Gentlemen, why not seize this opportunity to unveil some advanced technologies and deliver a proper deterrent to Dragon Nation? Dawn swept his gaze across the assembled heads of state. Hearing this, the leaders present showed signs of unease. While these European nations maintained close ties with the Eagle, they had always sought political independence, hoping to break free from its control. Yet upon reflection, they acknowledged that the Dragon Nation was indeed the common enemy of all Western nations. If they allowed its technological advancement to continue unchecked, their international standing would only weaken further. Your Excellency Dowen makes a valid point. We do indeed possess numerous technological achievements that remain undisclosed. Nevertheless, I propose that our nations unite to jointly advance the research and development of certain projects. Exactly. What difference would it make if we shared our past technological advancements? Only by accelerating our research pace and continuously developing superior innovations can we maintain our lead over the Dragon Nation. The assembly spoke in unison. While the technological prowess of Western nations is formidable, it certainly pales in comparison to Eagle's. If Eagle were willing to collaborate with them on joint research projects, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the Western nations. Such remarks made Dawn's expression darken considerably. They knew full well these nations were trying to milk the Eagle for all it was worth. Rest assured, everyone. I will order accelerated progress on our existing collaborative research projects. Now, hurry up and bring out your top-secret research achievements to intimidate the Dragon Nation. After a day of hurried meetings, he discussed countermeasures against Dragon Nation's technological advancement with numerous Western heads of state present. Their nations joined forces to prepare for a grand exhibition of technological achievements. Chapter 31, The Technology Exhibition. Did you hear? Eagle and many Western leaders held a meeting in Europe, claiming they're about to showcase numerous cutting-edge technological achievements to the world. Looks like they've got quite a few prized treasures. Bringing them out at this moment must be aimed squarely at our country. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, numerous experts and scholars in the field of space exploration gathered together, discussing matters concerning the Yongbei space station. As the conversation unfolded, it inevitably turned to the Western nations. Everyone understood clearly that in recent times, Dragon Nation's technological development had been soaring at a rocket-like pace. At this critical juncture, the eagle-headed Western nations convening a scientific exchange conference and even preparing to host an exhibition of new technological achievements was clearly targeting Dragon Nation. They sought to prove to the world that they remained the leaders in the scientific field. It's understandable that those Western nations would act this way. If I saw the Eagle Nation unveil so many cutting-edge technologies in such a short time, I'd be anxious too. Zhou Hong waved his hand dismissively. These veteran researchers, enduring hardships under Eagle's blockade, blazed trails through uncharted territory. Ultimately, they laid a solid foundation for Longhua's technological advancement. They understood the Eagle's nature all too well. Everyone, let's focus our energy on developing the everlasting space station. No matter what schemes they employ, only absolute strength will give us absolute confidence. Though Lu Qiu was young, his words carried weight with everyone present. The nation's top scientists were eager to collaborate with Lu Qiu, drawn by his formidable research capabilities and highly efficient output. As time passed, the day of the Western Nations Joint Technology Exhibition arrived swiftly. Distinguished guests and members of the press, good day. This technology exhibition is an opportunity for our nations to showcase our most advanced scientific achievements to the world. It also proves to the world that Western nations still hold the dominant voice in global technological supremacy. Secretary-General Aslav of the Europa Alliance personally presided over the exhibition, proudly declaring to the assembled journalists. Initially, everyone assumed this would be just another ordinary exhibition. After all, nations typically kept their cutting-edge technological achievements tightly guarded, rarely revealing them to the public. But once the exhibition commenced, everyone was stunned. They discovered that every technological achievement featured at this exhibition appeared utterly sci-fi to the public eye. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Japan's pioneering bionic prosthetic limb. It senses signals transmitted through brainwaves, converting mental commands into limb movements. It allows individuals with limb disabilities to live just like anyone else. Our latest virtual reality system from Eagle Nation. Put on the helmet and immerse yourself in another world. While some technologies are still developing, we've pioneered the field of virtual reality. Now, witness Gull's latest achievement, the exoskeleton suit. Once worn, it grants the wearer superhuman strength, making it ideal for military operations, firefighting, rescue missions, and other specialized tasks. The exhibition showcased the latest scientific achievements from Western nations, some long developed but never revealed, others freshly created. Attending this exhibition felt like touring the future itself. It opened a door to a sci-fi world for all attendees, revealing the astonishing diversity of future technological directions. At this very moment, citizens across all Western nations were bursting with pride. Look at this. We are the true established superpowers. Neither the Dragon Nation nor any other newly emerging country possesses even a shred of our heritage. Technology. Only the power of technology can lead a nation to prosperity and strength. Clearly, we are the standard bearers guiding the future of technological innovation. What do they have to compare with us? Though they've made some recent strides in space exploration, they still can't hold a candle to us. The impact of this technology exhibition was undoubtedly unprecedented, leaving even President Dawn of Eagle Nation thoroughly satisfied. We've made the right move. We've demonstrated to the entire world who truly leads in technological innovation. Those nations that were wavering about collaborating with Dragon Nation on space exploration should now know exactly which path to choose. Dawn declared with unwavering confidence. Your strategy was flawless. However, we still need to promote the achievements of this exhibition within Dragon Nation itself, so its citizens fully grasp the might of our Eagle Nation. Exactly. If the Dragon Nation government blocks news of this expo, our efforts will be wasted. We must allocate additional funds for media outreach within the Dragon Nation. His advisors chimed in cheerfully. The enhancement of Eagle's strength and their boss's satisfaction were both major blessings for them. Deep down, everyone felt that Dragon Nation was now nothing but a spent force. Though they proposed building a permanent space station, their own technological capabilities were utterly incapable of supporting such a project. Increasing cultural penetration among the Dragon Nation's populace would make its grassroots citizens realize the unbridgeable gap between their country and Eagle Nation. Surely many would develop aspirations toward Eagle Nation. Under the Eagle's powerful financial offensive, numerous and scrupulous media outlets within the Dragon Nation began wildly exaggerating the Eagle's technological prowess. Upon seeing these grossly exaggerated reports, many ordinary citizens of Dragon Nation were plunged into despair. How can we possibly compete with the West? Their technological edge must be a full century ahead of ours. We thought our recent advancements were rapid enough, but the gap remains staggering. Forget Eagle Nation, have you seen those bionic prosthetics from Cherry Blossom Nation? I heard our country tried developing something similar before, but it just fizzled out. Looking at it this way, the gap really is huge. We need to keep grinding away. Honestly, I'm so envious of Eagle's world. Misled by the media, many have become banana people. They've gradually grown disillusioned and resentful toward their own country, instead envying Eagle's world intensely. Neither the constant online pessimism nor the distrust of his fellow citizens dampened Lucho's enthusiasm for his experiments. Now that he possessed the blueprints for the everlasting space station, if he couldn't develop it, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Chapter 32, Development Approach. Right? Western Dragon Nation. This was a desolate wasteland where yellow sand filled the sky, utterly bleak. Not a speck of green could be seen anywhere the eye could reach. The biting north wind carried fine grains of sand that lashed against his face like tiny knives slicing through skin. Prolonged exposure to such conditions would undoubtedly take a toll on one's complexion. At this moment, Lucio was leading the laboratory's research team on a site inspection. Building a space station was an immense undertaking, especially a massive, permanent space station. They must be thoroughly prepared before commencing construction. This location is perfect. The terrain is sufficiently open. Building a massive space station here poses absolutely no problem. Lucio held the map, surveying the barren wasteland before him, feeling quite satisfied. Wait. You mean you want to build a massive space station here? Zhou Hong and the others accompanying him on the reconnaissance mission froze, staring blankly at Lucio. Their expressions suggested they thought he was joking. Of course. Haven't you all seen my plan? We build a massive space station directly on Earth, then use our nuclear-powered engines to launch it into space. Lucio said with a smile. He had no intention of following the approach of countries like China or Russia, which launched all components separately before assembling them in space. Instead, he planned to assemble the entire station on Earth and then launch it into orbit. Upon hearing Lucio's audacious proposal, everyone's eyes widened. They hurriedly pulled out the copies of the Tiangong plan Lucio had prepared for each of them. After careful review, they discovered that Lucio's initial proposal was indeed to launch a fully assembled space station into orbit. Silence fell over the room. Lucio, I think we really need to discuss this plan further. Why don't we follow the American approach and assemble all the components in space? That way, even if there are mistakes, we can minimize the damage. Shen Guoliang and others urged in unison. If they sent components individually into space, even if something went wrong, they'd only lose a portion of the parts. But launching an entire massive space station into orbit? The instability during launch would skyrocket. If it failed, the entire station would go up in flames. Rest assured, everyone. Think about it, every single product I've developed from my blueprints has been immediately operational as long as the materials and technical personnel were available. As long as we follow the design concepts in my blueprints, this massive space station will absolutely succeed in reaching orbit. Moreover, launching all components separately into space would also incur substantial costs. After all, each launch requires a nuclear-powered engine assembly. But if we send the complete space station into orbit, only 4 engines would suffice. Lucio declared with unwavering confidence. However, his reckless remarks naturally provoked the anger of many veteran scientists. Scientific research isn't something you can guarantee with mere words. Even if some of your previous technological achievements succeeded on the first try, who can guarantee success every single time? Exactly. Failure would put immense pressure on our nation. The whole world is waiting to see us fail. Several researchers had long harbored resentment toward Lucio. They were all renowned PhDs who had returned from studying abroad. They had long proposed the concept of building Dragon Nation's own space station, yet their efforts remained stuck at the proposal stage without even a concrete plan. Yet unexpectedly, a vocational graduate, someone without formal scientific training or an impressive resume, had suddenly emerged to propose the Tiangong project before them. He had even become the project leader, while they were relegated to being his assistants. Hearing the chorus of dissent, Lucio couldn't help but frown. He had complete confidence in the system. Anything it produced was guaranteed to be top-notch. Since the blueprints were a mission reward, there was absolutely no room for error in developing the everlasting space station this time. But he couldn't explain it to everyone. These meticulous scientists simply didn't believe his assurances. Professors Zhou and Shin, what are your thoughts? He looked at the two elders with some hesitation. They were the most senior members of the Academy of Sciences, and all the researchers would give them face. Are you certain it will launch successfully on the first attempt? Zhou Hong and the others looked at Lucio with solemn expressions. Of course. This is merely a space station. If we can't even successfully launch a space station into Earth's orbit, how could we ever hope to develop space military bases or even super battleships in the future? Lucio declared with unwavering confidence. Seeing Lu Qiu's audacity to discuss space military bases, many researchers felt even more contemptuous. Only Lu Qiu himself understood that it wasn't reckless arrogance driving him, it was the confidence the system had instilled in him. Seeing the earnest look on his face, Zhou Hong and Xin Guoliang decided, as they had done before, to place their trust in Lu Qiu. Senior leadership has appointed you as the chief developer for this permanent space station project. We have no authority to interfere with your development approach. Proceed according to your own vision. We hope everyone will cooperate fully with Lu Qiu's work. Hearing the two elders actually intend to support Lu Qiu, many researchers' faces betrayed a hint of shock. They knew both Zhou Hong and Xin Guoliang had spent their entire careers upholding rigorous scientific principles. Who would have thought that in their 70s, they would start indulging in reckless behavior alongside these young researchers? Though deeply perplexed, these researchers, driven by their commitment to the nation, would naturally give their full support to Lu Qiu's work. Leveraging Longhua's formidable infrastructure capabilities, a research base emerged in this barren desert in less than 3 days. Nearly all of Longhua's most elite researchers converged upon this RD base in the northwestern desert. A steady stream of materials arrived via the newly laid railway, and everyone plunged into intense research and development work. Don't put too much pressure on yourself this time. Those scientists who raised objections, even if they have their own agendas, are all acting in the best interests of Longhua. Indeed, even if it fails, it won't matter. We two old men have lived this long, we no longer need to worry about face or honor. If it comes to it, we'll take the blame for you. Worried that Lu Qiu might feel burdened, Zhou Hong and the others personally took charge at the research base despite their advanced age. Chapter 33, It's actually built. Our informant just relayed the news. Dragon Nation's activities in the Northwest Desert are for developing a space station. Eagle, inside the Black House. Dawn listened intently as the intelligence chief briefed him. Oof. We've possessed space station technology for ages. They've gone to such lengths to keep it secret. Do they really think Eagle-chan would steal their outdated technology? Dawn sneered, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Hearing this, the intelligence chief's face twisted into an expression of hesitation. Just say what you need to say. Dawn waved his hand impatiently. Sir, I've heard a rumor. Our informants in the Dragon Nation indicate that this time, they seem to be planning to assemble the space station on Earth before launching it into orbit. Even the usually stern intelligence minister couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. Of course, despite multiple sources providing this information, I remain skeptical of its validity. After all, the Dragon Nation shouldn't be foolish enough to go that far. His words made Dawn laugh out loud too. Whether this news is true or false, get our media to spread it immediately. Let the whole world come see the Dragon Nation's embarrassment. I reckon many smaller nations are still sitting on the fence. Once Dragon Nation's space station is successfully developed, they'll jump on board. Once this news gets out, plenty of countries should make the right choice. Having climbed step by step to the position of Eagle President, Dawn certainly understood the importance of propaganda. He wouldn't miss this chance to undermine Dragon Nation's international standing. Seriously? The Dragon Nation's Tiangong project actually plans to launch a complete space station into orbit. Multiple experts state that launching a massive space station into orbit requires not only immense propulsion but also exceptional engine stability. The success rate is 0.1%. A high-stakes gamble, the inside story of the Dragon Nation space station. After this news was leaked by the Eagle, several nations that had already signed space station cooperation agreements with Dragon Nation unilaterally announced their withdrawal from the pacts. Longhua did not interfere, simply removing these nations from the signed agreements. Simultaneously, numerous nations began actively reaching out to Eagle Nation, hoping to send their astronauts to the International Space Station. In an instant, the Eagle Nation, already the undisputed dominant power on Blue Star, once again solidified its position. With several nations withdrawing from the space station agreements, the supply of materials they had originally committed to providing naturally ceased. Upon learning of this situation, Jiang Ying proactively reached out, intending to help Lu Qiu resolve the material shortage. Do the shareholders of your Oriental group agree? Could this put you in a difficult position? Lu Qiu hadn't expected Jiang Ying to personally journey to the harsh, frigid Northwest. He even began considering the implications for Lu Qiu. In truth, Lu Qiu could easily mine materials from the moon. At least for now, lunar resources were considered ownerless, first come, first served. However, the space station serving as a transit hub in orbit hadn't been developed yet, making the cost of obtaining materials from the moon prohibitively high. Don't worry. Our shareholders are unusually supportive of me helping you secure the materials. Especially Fang Shan, he's always seen me as a thorn in his side, yet this time he even agreed to help you find the materials. Jiang Ying tucked the hair ruffled by the northern wind behind her ear. For some reason, coming to this barren desert to find Lu Qiu gave her the feeling of visiting someone on set. Fang Shan? I know him well. We only managed to gather the materials for our manned lunar spacecraft last time thanks to him. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Little did they know, Fang Shan's willingness to help Jiang Ying find materials for Lu Qiu this time was actually at the behest of Eagle Sauce. In Eagle's view, if Dragon Nation launched the assembled space station into orbit purely for publicity stunts, it would be nothing short of a farce. Therefore, Eagle naturally hoped Dragon Nation would assemble the space station as quickly as possible, bringing this farce to an early conclusion. Leave the materials to us. Here, I brought you some clothes. The temperature swings are extreme in the northwest, so be sure to bundle up. Handing over the clothes in her arms to Lucio, Jiang Ying flushed and flew away like a helicopter. With the assistance of the Oriental group and deliberate leniency from Eagle Lady, Lucio quickly gathered all the required materials. After nearly 2 months of effort, every component of the colossal space station was fabricated and successfully assembled. Gazing upon this colossal structure before him, anyone would be utterly awestruck. This colossal space station spanned an area equivalent to 2 football fields, capable of accommodating 500 people for scientific research, living, and working. I apologize for my earlier rashness. I must admit, though you're young, your research capabilities far surpass those of us so-called overseas returnees and Ph.D.S. Indeed. Who would have thought we could build such a colossal structure? If we can successfully launch it into space, the impact will be beyond imagination. Several researchers who had previously clashed with Lucio now approached him to offer their apologies. Over the past 2 months, Lucio had earned everyone's respect through his actions alone. He slept less than 5 hours a day, pouring every ounce of his energy into the space station. His dedication and scientific spirit alone were beyond comparison. We're all doing this for our country. Tomorrow, we'll prepare to send this giant into space. Many nations are waiting to see us fail. Let's hope they don't laugh themselves silly. Lucio said with a smile. Even with his enhanced physical and computational capabilities from the system upgrade, he felt his body growing weary now. Once tomorrow's space station launch went smoothly, he was determined to take a few days off. Absolutely no problem. We've simulated the flight trajectory hundreds of times on the supercomputer, and every run was successful. Your brain is practically a supercomputer. Who knows what's inside it, predicting that our nuclear engine's stability would be enough to propel the space station into orbit. The team spared no praise. If their engineering minds weren't so saturated with data, they'd surely be racking their brains to compose an ode to Lucio. Tomorrow. By tomorrow, our Tiangong mission will be perfectly concluded. Chapter 34, Who's Getting Humiliated? The next day. The persistent sandstorms had unexpectedly cleared. The sky stretched cloudless for miles, and the boundless desert finally revealed its true allure. In the distance, layers of fine sand glowed like gold leaf under the sunlight. Occasionally, peregrine falcons soared across the sky, their reflections forming speckled patterns on the golden surface. The distant view offered a sense of vast openness, and before long, all fatigue vanished. Fine weather. I hope this is a good omen. Lucio, shielding his eyes with his hand, watched the subsiding sandstorm with satisfaction. While the sandstorm might not directly affect the space station's launch, it certainly dampened spirits. All the journalists we invited are already on site, and several foreign media outlets with interview credentials have sent reporters too. I bet they're waiting to see us fail. Zhou Hong approached from the side, his mood equally light. It doesn't matter. Hopefully, after they see our space station launch smoothly into space, they won't cry out loud. Lucio rubbed his stiffened face and turned toward the press area. As the head of the Tiangong project, he had to say a few words before the space station's official launch. After delivering the customary speech, one that had been prepared long ago, countless journalists raised their hands, signaling questions. Lucio tucked away the prepared answers his assistants had given him, a smile playing on his lips. Since many Western media outlets had come hoping to witness Lungwa's embarrassment, turning them into the laughingstock themselves had become Lucio's unavoidable duty. Mr. Lu, hello. I'm Eagle from the Huadu Daily. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. We all see this colossal structure before us. Should the space station launch fail, would you take responsibility? And how much damage would it inflict upon Dragon Nation? Asked the blonde-haired, blue-eyed female reporter. Thank you for your concern. Our space station launch success rate has been calculated through data analysis and stands at 100%. The reporter's opening question about a potential launch failure clearly revealed her hostile intent. But Lucio's arrogantly defiant response played right into their hands. Just how arrogant the Dragon Nation is now when the launch fails and fireworks light up the sky, the spectacle will be equally tragic. Lucio deliberately selected 3 reporters, all from Western media outlets. Each posed questions designed to cast doubt, only to be confidently dismissed by Lucio. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all witnessed the interview. Mr. Lucio, head of Dragon Nation's Tiangong program, clearly has unwavering confidence in the space station he's built. Yet numerous expert assessments reveal the probability of Dragon Nation's space station launch succeeding is virtually zero. We'll see about that. During the global live broadcast, Western journalists spared no effort in their sarcastic remarks, drawing considerable discontent from Dragon Nation citizens. Those Western devils are truly despicable. They just can't stand seeing our Dragon Nation succeed, can they? Honestly, I think they're being pretty objective. The reporter's remarks did little to dampen Lucio's spirits. At his command, 4 nuclear-powered engines roared to life. The colossal space station likely weighed hundreds of tons, yet propelled by immense power, it vanished from sight in an instant. As you can see, the Dragon Nation's space station has now launched. Unfortunately, the launch failed. The Eagle media reporter began her on-site report, but her words were cut off by waves of cheers. It worked! The launch succeeded. Our space station is expected to enter its operational orbit in approximately 3 minutes. We did it! Dragon Nation has its own space station. Dragon Nation's staff erupted into wild celebrations. This scene left the live-streaming Eagle brand reporter utterly embarrassed. She had already blurted out half of the word failure, only to discover they had succeeded. It felt like a sharp slap across her face. Ha ha ha! Look at that Eagle reporter, her expression looks like she swallowed a fly. Who knew the backlash would hit so fast? Wonder what Western leaders will say when they hear this. You banana people out there, open your eyes wide, look at your Eagle daddy making a fool of himself. In an instant, Dragon Nation's netizens erupted in fervor. They'd endured the West's sneers and ridicule in silence all this time. After all, nearly everyone believed launching a massive space station directly into orbit was impossible. But who would have thought that Lu Qiu would actually accomplish this feat? This was unprecedented anywhere in the world. The pride of the Dragon Nation's people surged to the brink of overflowing at that very moment. However, upon hearing this news, Western nations plunged into chaos and fury. Damn it! Who can explain this? Didn't you all insist China's space station launch was impossible? Who can clarify this now? Don blared furiously at his subordinates, his frustration boiling over. They had expected to witness China make a colossal fool of itself this time, so the eagle-eyed ones deliberately cut corners, supplying China with ample materials. But who would have thought the laughingstock would be the eagles themselves? Right before the eyes of the entire human race, Dragon Nation successfully launched their perpetual space station. This slap in the face stung like hell. His subordinates remained silent, none knowing how to respond to Don's words. Keynes. As our Eagle's chief scientific expert, can you explain from a scientific perspective why the Dragon Nation's giant space station managed to fly into space? He scanned the room, not a single person was willing to answer. Don called him out directly. Hearing the question, a look of helplessness flashed across Karen's face. This phenomenon defies scientific explanation. The Dragon Nation's space station launching successfully is inherently unscientific. With our current technology, even 100 attempts wouldn't guarantee a single success. Keynes, who had become the chief expert of the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences at a young age, was naturally a very arrogant man. Yet at this very moment, he finally understood that there were always those more skilled than oneself. Enough! Today's discussion ends here. From this moment on, no one is to mention anything about the Dragon Nation space station again. We must minimize the negative impact of this incident on our Eagle Nation. Don waved his hand helplessly. Chapter 35, Mining commences. With the successful launch of the Dragon Nation's super-large permanent space station, all Western nations seemed to reach an unspoken agreement. They collectively ceased any mention of the space station, even removing reports that had previously cast doubt on its development. They couldn't afford to lose face. As for the nations that had unilaterally torn up their agreements with Dragon Nation, they were now filled with regret. Had they continued honoring their commitments to Manhwa, they could have soon joined Manhwa's astronauts aboard the Tiangong space station for space exploration and scientific research. This would have elevated their own aerospace capabilities. But now, having heeded the Western nations' pessimistic rhetoric and torn up their signed space cooperation agreements with the Dragon Nation, naturally, they can no longer continue cooperation with the Dragon Nation. Many nations now harbored anger toward Western media outlets. Had they not heeded the Western media's rhetoric, they would never have unilaterally torn up the agreement. Some nations, however, sought to exploit a loophole. They argue that their agreements with the Dragon Nation remain legally binding, since the scrapping was merely a unilateral declaration by them, not a mutual decision with the Dragon Nation. Thus, these nations continue to clamor, hoping that when the Dragon Nation next sends astronauts to the space station, they will take their own astronauts along. The Dragon Nation's government couldn't be bothered to respond to such shameless rhetoric. Upon learning of this situation, many Dragon Nation citizens unleashed scathing criticism on the official media outlets of those smaller nations. I've never seen such brazen audacity. Have you people no sense of shame? You unilaterally tore up the agreement, doubted China's space station would launch successfully, even halted material supplies, and now you claim the treaty still stands? Looks like you small nations are playing both sides like fence-sitters, jumping to whichever country seems stronger. If you're so capable, build your own space station. Such unreasonable demands, not only would the Dragon Nation government never agree, but even ordinary citizens like us would never accept them. The controversy escalated to the point where, during Dragon Nation's press conference, a reporter asked the spokesperson whether they would give the countries that unilaterally breached the agreement another chance. The Dragon Nation spokesperson responded with 8 decisive words. Fait accompli. No comment. The Dragon Nation spokesperson's words were brief, yet equally formidable. Upon hearing this news, President Don, the hawkish leader, could no longer contain his rage. This time we organized those small nations to collectively challenge Manhwa, yet they remain utterly unfazed. Aren't they usually so concerned about their international image? Don frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction to his advisors. It seems Manhwa's technological prowess has advanced to the point where they no longer care about superficial prestige. Their space station alone is dozens of times larger than our international space station. When compared side by side, they truly outpace us by a wide margin. Exactly. Their technological advancement is precisely why Dragon Nation dares to reject those smaller nations' demands. They've built up sufficient confidence, of course they don't care about the opinions of those smaller countries. The advisors felt a certain helplessness. They were all well aware that Dragon Nation's space station technology had reached the pinnacle of global advancement, even dethroning the Eagle Nation from its former position of supremacy. Therefore, everyone hoped to send personnel from smaller nations aboard Dragon Nation's space station to covertly acquire their technology, to improve the International Space Station. But Dragon Nation stubbornly refused to take the bait. Continue monitoring Dragon Nation's next moves. Report any developments to me immediately. Dawn felt increasingly disappointed in his team of advisors. Ultimately, he resolved to personally monitor Dragon Nation's technological developments, ready to intervene at any moment. Inside the Dragon Nation's Supreme Academy of Sciences, over a dozen high-ranking figures sat in the conference room, listening intently as Lu Chou outlined the next phase of the space program. You all understand the critical importance of the giant space station. Beyond accommodating more researchers, it will serve as our transit hub for transporting lunar materials. And nearly all the materials required for our next super-nuclear-powered spacecraft project originate from the moon. This is uncharted territory. Whoever seizes it first will control its resources. Especially at this stage, when nearly all our scientific research materials face Western embargoes. Utilizing minerals mined from the moon to counter this global materials blockade is absolutely the optimal solution. After listening to Lu Chou's presentation, every senior figure at the Academy of Sciences nodded in agreement with smiles on their faces. They now fully recognized Lu Chou's capabilities, especially his achievement of developing a massive permanent space station despite facing dual technological and material blockades. Such an extraordinary achievement would warrant conferring the highest honorary medal for scientists in the Dragon Nation without any objection whatsoever. So the next step is to continue developing more lunar landers and prepare to mine mineral resources directly on the moon? Zhou Hong inquired. Exactly. I will proceed to build 10 lunar landers. However, these landers may differ from our manned spacecraft. Their internal space will be extremely vast, with strong cargo capacity. Additionally, we'll deploy mining vehicles to accompany the landers to the moon, extracting the materials we require. Lu Chou's bold declaration immediately drew unanimous praise from everyone. No doubt. Lu Chou's Chang'e project is steadily becoming reality. Eagle has always led the world in space technology. Nearly every nation has been left in Eagle's wake, and Lu Chou's vision undoubtedly brings hope to our Dragon Nation. If you require any project funding or research personnel, just let us old-timers know. We'll find a way to meet every condition you propose. Now, nearly all the senior members of the Academy of Sciences had pinned their hopes for Dragon Nation's space future on Lu Chou. As if sensing the weight on his shoulders, Lu Chou met the expectant gazes of the crowd and nodded firmly, making a solemn promise to everyone present. Rest assured, everyone. Leading in space technology is only one aspect. In the future, we will achieve comprehensive leadership over the Eagle Nation across all scientific research fields. Chapter 36. What does Dragon Nation intend to do? If a nation launches 10 lunar landers to the moon within a single month, what reaction would it provoke from the rest of the world? Dragon Nation did it. Following the successful launch of its space station, Dragon Nation launched 10 lunar landers in rapid succession within just 1 month. Many nations even felt a sense of panic. Those unaware might think a Star Wars-style conflict was about to erupt. Even many citizens of Dragon Nation were baffled. Do our tax dollars have nowhere else to go? I hear all 10 lunar landers are identical models. I just don't get why they'd send so many to the moon. They've got money to burn. If they have that much cash, why not just give each citizen a couple hundred? It feels like our country has entered a space race phase. We're investing in space exploration without regard for cost. Since we've already built the Yongbei space station, shouldn't we redirect funds to other technological fields? Many citizens find the Academy of Sciences' actions utterly baffling. Even Western nations are deeply curious about this. In their view, even if Dragon Nation intends to mine lunar resources, deploying this many spacecraft to the moon is utterly unnecessary. Our nation has noted the recent wave of Dragon Nation's lunar spacecraft launches, escalating a space race that threatens global space stability and demonstrates irresponsibility toward humanity. We strongly urge Dragon Nation not to act against the tide of the times. We hope the Dragon Nation government will publicly disclose the purpose of these spacecraft launches. Numerous nations began exerting pressure on Dragon Nation. Yet in response to widespread skepticism, Dragon Nation's government offered only a vague statement. The lunar spacecraft we have launched are solely for scientific research purposes and do not carry any lethal weapons. Naturally, no one believed the official statement issued by the Dragon Kingdom. To uncover the real reason, nearly every nation dispatched their own spies to investigate the matter. Lu Qiu was well aware of the immense repercussions triggered by the consecutive launches of 10 lunar landers. Yet faced with public skepticism and concerted pressure from Western nations, Lu Qiu remained unfazed. He had only just begun to savor his leisurely vacation. After months of relentless work, he had finally earned his break. After much deliberation, he decided to invite Jiang Ying out for dinner. After all, she frequently helped him gather materials. Although their lab and the Oriental group were already in a cooperative relationship, Jiang Ying's proactive efforts in facilitating that partnership were indispensable. To his surprise, when Jiang Ying arrived at the hotel Lu Qiu had reserved that evening, she brought another person along. "Hello? Mr. Lu, I hope I'm not interrupting your private time with Xing?" Jiang Lanlan appeared before Lu Qiu, her eyes heavily lined with dark shadow, her figure exaggeratedly voluptuous, and her skin deliberately tanned. Lu Qiu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It certainly disrupted their private time. "Welcome, welcome. It's been ages since I last saw Miss Jiang," Lu Qiu said with a smile, pulling out chairs for both ladies. Jiang Ying shot Lu Qiu a discreet apologetic glance. She had been thrilled to receive Lu Qiu's invitation today, but hadn't expected her best friend to suddenly drop by. After all, they hadn't seen each other in ages, and Jiang Lanlan had even brought her quite a few gifts. Before they knew it, they'd chatted all afternoon. Upon learning she was dining with Lu Qiu, Jiang Lanlan had pouted and pleaded, hoping Lu Qiu would bring her along. Jiang Ying had been looking forward to cherishing this rare opportunity to spend time alone with Lu Qiu, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse Jiang Lanlan's request. Reluctantly, she brought her along. Lu Qiu shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the situation. With Jiang Lanlan present, the two of them became noticeably more reserved. However, Jiang Lanlan, who had studied in the United States since childhood, possessed an exceptionally cheerful disposition. She kept the conversation flowing, chatting about this and that to steer the topics, preventing any awkward silences. "Our Balong group did another tax settlement yesterday. I never imagined we'd have to pay such a huge amount every year. But it's fine after all, these taxes are put to good use, right? Our country just launched 10 lunar spacecraft into space. It's incredible." As she spoke, Jiang Lanlan steered the conversation toward aerospace. "Oh, right. Mr. Lu, you're from the Academy of Sciences too, aren't you? What's the point of sending 10 spacecraft to the moon? Could it be that we really pay too much tax and they just have too much money with nowhere to spend it?" she said, sounding slightly annoyed. Lan. Jiang Ying, sitting beside her, gave a slightly reproachful reminder. "Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot you're all in classified departments. There's a lot of information that can't be disclosed to the public," Jiang Lanlan said apologetically. "Actually, this isn't really a secret. The Academy of Sciences never intended to keep it confidential. We issued an announcement when launching these 10 spacecraft. They're solely for mining mineral resources on the moon," Lu Qiu said with a shrug. The matter had already been made public, yet neither the common people nor Western nations believed it. "Seriously, just mining and transporting resources?" Jiang Lanlan's eyes widened. Many had assumed the spacecraft launch announcement was merely a smokescreen. No one could have imagined it was actually true. Of course. The reason we hadn't conducted large-scale mining operations on the moon before was precisely because we lacked a space station to serve as an intermediate transfer hub. Now that our Dragon Nation has its own space station, the transportation issue is naturally resolved. Lu Qiu explained with a smile. This topic was merely brought up in passing, and neither Lu Qiu nor Jiang Ying paid it much mind. After dinner, Jiang Ying suggested they find a cafe to sit and chat, but Jiang Lanlan excused herself. "Having dinner with you two today has already disrupted your private time. I'll leave the rest of the evening to you both. No need for me to be the third wheel." Jiang Lanlan waved cheerfully at them before getting into her car and driving off. Don't mind her, Lanlan's always been this straightforward since childhood. Hearing Jiang Lanlan's teasing remark, the usually strong-willed Jiang Ying unexpectedly flushed, revealing a girlish demeanor that left Lu Qiu utterly speechless. Chapter 37, The Lunar Convention Initiative. Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying chatted in the cafe until late into the night. One was a materials science PhD and the de facto leader of a multinational corporation. The other was an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, hailed as the most promising rising star in Dragon Nation's scientific research. Naturally, they had endless topics to discuss. Their relationship was rapidly heating up. Lu Qiu took a full 4 days off, spending nearly every moment with Jiang Ying during that time. When he finally returned to the Academy of Sciences lab, old man Xinguolian looked at him with a hint of amusement, as if sizing up a potential son-in-law. "Ahem, how are things progressing? What's the status of our mining vehicles extraction?" Ignoring the slightly teasing looks from the others, Lu Qiu asked with a serious expression. Hearing his question, the others refocused on their work and exclaimed excitedly. "Your mining vehicle is absolutely amazing. Controlling it from here feels like playing a game. We've effortlessly extracted all the ore we need. The first shipment is already loaded and ready to launch anytime for delivery to the space station. One of his assistants exclaimed excitedly. Over the past few days, he'd been controlling the mining vehicle on the moon to search for ore, just like playing a simulated mining game. He couldn't stop. The mining vehicle isn't complicated to operate to begin with, but I also drew inspiration from some game control interfaces. This way, operating it feels like playing a game for you guys. At least the pressure isn't as intense, and you won't feel exhausted from working long hours. Lu Qiu said with a smile. No rush to transport the ore materials to Earth just yet. Since we have the space station as a transit point, we can load it there. When it's full, we'll ship it all back to Earth at once. It saves on costs too. Everyone nodded in agreement, then plunged back into the mining frenzy. Meanwhile, in the Western nations, they had gradually pieced together why the Dragon Nation had launched 10 lunar spacecraft into space in succession. Unexpectedly, it was indeed for transporting lunar mineral resources. Damn it! Could lunar materials really be significantly better than Earth's? We've landed on the moon before and collected plenty of lunar soil samples. Didn't we find anything useful back then? Inside the Eagle's White House, Don paced anxiously back and forth. His secretaries and advisors beside him dared not even breathe loudly, fearful of upsetting him. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Don snapped his head up and fixed his gaze on Kane standing among the crowd. Kane's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he's not going to take it out on me again, is he? His suspicion proved correct. Don's thunderous roar echoed throughout the office. What the hell are you people at the Academy of Sciences doing? With all that funding every year, can't we mine the moon's mineral resources just like the Dragon Nation? And now look. They've beaten us to it and are already utilizing lunar materials. By the time we're capable of mining the moon's resources, the entire lunar surface will likely be reduced to barren wasteland. His voice crackled with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Keynes and unleashed a torrent of abuse. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Keynes' face. Although the Eagle Swan government allocated substantial funding to their Academy of Sciences annually, the bulk of the money was spent on developing the latest military weapons. As for space technology, since the Eagle government had always believed their space capabilities were already leading the world, funding for it was naturally much more limited. In fact, the manned lunar landing program had been scrapped decades ago due to its exorbitant costs. Your Excellency, I don't believe this is the time to criticize the Academy. After all these years as chief academician, Keynes has earned respect through his dedication, if not direct achievements. We must focus on how to respond to the current situation with the Dragon Nation. On the other side, Secretary of State Michel interjected with words of counsel. The Academy of Sciences fell under his direct jurisdiction. Having his subordinate lose face in front of so many people would reflect poorly on him as well. Then tell me, what options do we have to deal with the Dragon Nation? Don frowned as he spoke. He could at least listen to Michel's words. The man had served him faithfully for decades, utterly loyal and beyond reproach. He had helped resolve numerous troubles for him over the years. I believe we can sign a lunar resource utilization agreement. Divide up all the territory on the moon directly. That way, even if Dragon Nation has the capability to mine resources on the moon, they'll only be able to extract from their own designated territories. At Michel's suggestion, Don's eyes lit up instantly. He knew Michel's suggestion made perfect sense. Right. Since we signed the Antarctic Treaty during our Antarctic exploration and already divided up spheres of influence, we can apply the same approach to the moon. Don grew increasingly excited as he spoke, then immediately instructed Michel to prepare for this endeavor. The plan was to unite all nations of the world to sign the Lunar Convention and preemptively divide spheres of influence. Soon, the Eagle Agency officially proposed an initiative. The moon has long been a place of human aspiration. It is a shared treasure of humanity and should not be a place for any single nation or privileged class to seize for their own benefit. Therefore, we propose that all nations of humanity should sign the Lunar Convention to delineate spheres of influence on the moon. The moment this proposal was released, it garnered unanimous support from Western nations. Now, watching the Dragon Nation relentlessly mining lunar resources, it'd be a lie to say they weren't envious. The British Empire supports Eagle's proposal and urges the United Nations to convene a conference to jointly determine the division of lunar spheres of influence. The Land of Cherry Blossoms fully supports Eagle's proposal. We hope all parties can sit down at the negotiating table for earnest discussions. Such shameless behavior by Western nations is clearly targeting the Dragon Nation. Many Chinese citizens can no longer tolerate this. The very existence of Eagle Chicken on Earth is a disgrace to humanity. If they're so capable, let them build spaceships and mine the moon themselves. If they can't, they should stop barking up the wrong tree. They're just a bunch of attention-seeking clowns. We shouldn't give them the time of day. Our Dragon Nation has the capability to develop lunar mineral resources. Even if we strip every last ounce of ore, so what? Blame Eagle Chan for their own incompetence. Exactly. Let them stew in their envy. Our Dragon Nation will never sign any damn lunar convention that chains us to our own territory. At this very moment, even those banana people were lining up to condemn the eagle, but on Dragon Nation's side. Chapter 38, Materials Return. The Dragon Nation naturally ignored the eagle's unreasonable demands. Led by the Eagle Nation, Western countries exerted tremendous effort to unite numerous smaller nations and signed an agreement at the United Nations. It was called the Lunar Convention. Without the presence of many nations, they directly carved up the spheres of influence on the moon. Those absent, naturally, received no share of the lunar spheres of influence. Once the treaty was signed, the Western nations led by the Eagle finally breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, this convention, signed under the auspices of the United Nations, had become an internationally recognized standard with legal force. The Dragon Nation, having neither attended the conference nor signed the treaty, could no longer continue mining minerals on the moon. This constituted illegal activity and a violation of international conventions. We strongly demand that the Dragon Nation immediately cease its plundering of lunar resources. All materials on the moon have been clearly allocated. Since the Dragon Nation did not participate in the Moon Convention, it should stop immediately. Eagle directly issued a statement condemning Dragon Nation's actions. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. No wonder Eagle-chan was so eager to sign the Moon Convention. Turns out that was their real goal. But what good are superficial appeals? Dragon Nation reached the moon through its own capabilities and is mining its resources. If Eagle Nation has the guts, let them launch their own lunar landers and mine the ore. Upon learning of this, the Dragon Nation's spokesperson issued a direct condemnation. The Eagle Nation has unilaterally carved up the moon's spheres of influence while most nations weren't even present. This high-handed, know-it-all attitude perfectly exemplifies the Eagle Nation's history of hegemonic threats. The Dragon Nation neither recognizes nor will abide by the so-called Lunar Convention. We urge the Eagle Nation and other Western powers to cease their unilateral actions. Upon hearing this news, Dawn flew into a rage. How many times had the Dragon Nation rejected their demands? We must find a way to reach space. We absolutely cannot allow the Dragon Nation to monopolize all lunar resources. Dawn declared viciously. He immediately summoned Keynes and issued a mandatory directive. 1 month. I'm giving you exactly 1 month to develop a lunar lander and mining equipment. After 1 month, our spacecraft must reach the moon and begin mining. Upon hearing Dawn's order, Keynes' already pale face turned even whiter. He shook his head helplessly. Sir, this task may prove impossible. 1 month is simply insufficient. At his words, Dawn's eyes widened in shock as he slammed his fist on the table. What nonsense are you spouting? How can it be impossible within a month? Look at Dragon Nation, they've launched 10 lunar landers in just 1 month. He refused to believe that his own Academy of Sciences was inferior to the Dragon Nation. Yet Cairn still shook his head, unable to agree. The lunar landers are certainly feasible to develop, but the mining vehicles and lunar probes are the most critical components. Without the lunar probes, we won't even be able to identify the properties of the materials. The mining rover is equally critical. As you know, the lunar environment experiences extreme temperature fluctuations. Such drastic shifts could cause irreversible damage to the rover, rendering it unusable. Keynes explained. After calming down, Dawn realized his demands were indeed excessive. Reluctantly, he conceded. Forget it. I won't impose a time limit on your Academy of Sciences. You must develop the mining vehicle and lunar rover as quickly as possible. We absolutely cannot lose to Dragon Nation. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression stern. Dragon Nation. Space Launch Center. Today marked the successful return of the space transport spacecraft. It was also the day the first batch of lunar samples would arrive on Earth. Everyone wore excited expressions, gazing up at the sky as they quietly awaited the spacecraft's descent. This spacecraft launch center is actually located in the suburbs of the capital city. Since Dragon Nation has invented nuclear-powered engines, neither rocket boosters nor propulsion systems are required for launching or retrieving spacecraft. Moreover, stability has been greatly enhanced, eliminating the need to launch spacecraft from remote, uninhabited locations. After a while, a fiery red beam appeared in the sky. After a prolonged period of high-speed flight, the spacecraft gradually controlled its velocity, and the deceleration devices beneath began expelling propellant. Ultimately, it descended smoothly and landed precisely at the designated landing site. Not a single vibration was felt. It was as stable as riding a bullet train. Unbelievable. I heard Eagle-chan's team has started developing reusable rockets, but look at us, we've gone and built a reusable spacecraft. Zhou Hong remarked beside him, his face full of admiration. Most importantly, this spacecraft has a payload capacity of 30 tons. For a craft of this weight to land stably after high-speed flight is truly unprecedented. Once the materials from the moon are brought back, we won't have to worry about other countries imposing material embargoes on Dragon Nation. I'm confident that before long, we'll develop even more powerful weapons and equipment. Everyone was brimming with confidence. The moment the hatch opened, everyone rushed forward. Countless rare materials appeared before their eyes. Some materials were extremely scarce on Earth, and others didn't even exist on our planet at all. Witnessing this scene, everyone let out gasps of admiration. Let's transport all these materials back to the lab first. We might need them within the next few days. Lu Qiu nodded with satisfaction, fully aware of the material's immense value. Don't stop mining the lunar or resources. Since the eagle-eyed folks signed that so-called lunar convention, I bet Western nations are scrambling to get to the moon and start digging for materials right now. We absolutely must get a head start and make a killing before they do. Lu Qiu said with a smile, and everyone nodded in agreement. With nuclear-powered engines, the cost of launching spacecraft had plummeted. Mining rare minerals on the moon was a surefire moneymaker. With these materials, concepts that once existed only in my mind can finally become reality. Watching truckloads of materials continuously unloaded from the spacecraft, Lu Qiu felt deeply satisfied, preparing to exchange more blueprints from the system. Chapter 39, Change of Attitude. The first batch of materials mined from the moon by our nation has successfully returned to Earth. It contains numerous rare minerals and materials not found on our planet. The results are truly remarkable. Tonight's news devoted extensive coverage to detailing this lunar mining operation. Only now did the public grasp why the nation had launched 10 lunar landers at once. Looks like we've been misunderstanding those folks at the Academy of Sciences all along. They launched so many spacecraft purely to extract more mineral resources from Earth. Judging by the extensive coverage, they must have secured quite a few scarce materials. Remember, many substances on the moon don't even exist on Earth. This mission might have already paid for itself. Exactly. Who knows how many more minerals they'll bring back in the future. No wonder those folks over in the Eagle Nation are freaking out about our country mining lunar resources. Everyone spoke excitedly, genuinely delighted to see their nation's technological advancement progressing. But upon receiving this news, leaders of Western nations like Dawn were filled with rage and panic. We must find a solution. I hear they've already transported 10 tons of lunar materials back this time. At this rate, won't all the moon's precious resources be claimed by the Dragon Kingdom before long? Dawn exclaimed, his face twisted with frustration. You're quite right, but we're utterly helpless against the Dragon Nation right now. They possess the capability to land on the moon and mine its mineral resources. We can't very well stop their spacecraft from launching, Cairns said with a troubled expression. Lately, though Duan had calmed down somewhat, he remained fixated on the moon's mineral resources, hoping their Eagle Swan Academy of Sciences would develop mining rovers and lunar probes sooner rather than later. The pressure on him was immense. I believe there is another option. Secretary of State Michelle frowned beside him. Since force won't work, why not try a softer approach? We previously imposed a triple blockade on Dragon Nation economic, technological, and raw materials which severely strained relations between our two countries. Why not lift the blockade on the Dragon Nation? Allow enterprises across all sectors to engage in direct trade with them. However, as one condition, the Dragon Nation must hand over a portion of the mineral resources developed on the moon to us. I don't think the Dragon Nation would refuse this demand, right? A confident smile touched Michelle's lips as he spoke. Many advisors strongly agreed with Michelle's proposal. Your Excellency the Secretary of State is absolutely correct. Our current blockade against Dragon Nation is a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own. It would be far wiser to lift the sanctions and blockades in exchange for Dragon Nation's lunar resources. Dragon Nation's overall economic strength still pales in comparison to our Eagle Nation. If we lift the blockade, they'll surely be eager to provide us with a substantial portion of the materials. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. Dawn, however, narrowed his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that lifting sanctions and blockades against Dragon Nation would carry an implication of surrender. The American public, ignorant of the details, might interpret it as a sign of weakness from their government. Michelle, who had served Dawn for decades, could read his thoughts from his expression. Your Excellency needn't fret over the people's perceptions. Once we secure the lunar materials, I'm confident our Academy of Sciences will swiftly develop novel weapons and equipment. That alone will satisfy the public, won't it? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Keynes standing nearby. Keynes nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, Your Excellency. Many of our research projects have hit bottlenecks, mostly due to materials science limitations. If we could obtain some of those new materials from the moon, we might just achieve a breakthrough. Hearing Keynes speak so decisively, Dawn finally made up his mind. Agreed. Proceed with your plan. But our bottom line is 50% of the materials. China must hand over at least half of the materials to us before we lift the economic blockade against them. Dawn opened with an outrageously high demand. Michelle's heart sank upon hearing this, though she maintained a calm exterior. Dawn had entrusted him with this mission, yet the demands he made were so harsh clearly, he didn't want him to succeed. Half the materials, that might be a bit difficult. How about 30%? He steeled himself and cautiously inquired. Dawn shot him a cold glance, then seemed to realize something. Finally, he nodded, agreeing to the 30% share. Over the next few days, Eagle launched a series of major initiatives. First, they lifted multiple trade restrictions on Dragon Nation and reduced import-export tariffs, restoring trade between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation to its former prosperity. Many Western nations were baffled and furious. After all, Eagle had joined them in sanctioning Dragon Nation. Now Eagle was surrendering first. Wouldn't that leave the Western nations in an awkward position? Consequently, numerous Western nations began to ease tensions with the Dragon Nation, proactively lifting many sanctions and restrictions. The Dragon Nation's economy surged once more. Subsequently, news broke that the Eagle's Secretary of State, Michelle, was preparing to visit the Dragon Nation. The entire Western world erupted in shock. Holy! What the hell is going on? Why is the Eagle suddenly cozying up to the Dragon Nation? Could it be that the Dragon Nation has some leverage over them? Impossible. The Eagles must have their reasons for this. They never do anything that harms their own interests. I know. They probably saw the Dragon Nation continuously transporting materials back from the moon and got jealous. So they want to improve relations with the Dragon Nation this way to get some of those lunar materials too. Western nations aren't all sweethearts. They quickly grasped the crux of the matter. If Eagle-chan obtained large quantities of lunar materials, their technological advancement would accelerate dramatically, significantly boosting their influence among Western nations. At this realization, the European Union and other Western nations began uniting, proactively extending goodwill toward the Dragon Nation. They even exported some of their precision instruments to China, hoping to ease tensions with their counterpart. Chapter 40, Diplomatic Visit Negotiations. Dragon Nation. Kyoto International Airport. A special aircraft touched down smoothly on the runway. As the cabin door slowly opened, Michelle's figure appeared before the crowd. Numerous high-ranking officials from Dragon Nation had come to the airport to welcome her. For this ice-breaking visit, the reception accorded to Michelle was exceptionally high level. After all, Eagle Nation had recently lifted its economic sanctions and blockade against Dragon Nation, clearly signaling a desire for rapprochement. Dragon Nation naturally welcomed this overture. This time, besides Michelle's personal visit to Dragon Nation, she also brought a large scientific research delegation. Leading the team was none other than Keynes, chief academician of the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences. Under the guise of academic and scientific exchange, the mission aimed to deepen cooperation in research and technology. For this very reason, numerous Chinese researchers attended Michelle's welcome banquet. Among them was Lu Qiu. Observing Michelle's self-satisfied demeanor, a trace of disdain flashed across Lu Qiu's face. Beside him, Zhou Hong also wore a hint of a mocking smile. Whether it's our Dragon Nation's high-level officials or us researchers, we've all seen through it. Michelle's visit to our country this time might not be what it seems. Zhou Hong raised his wine glass, took a light sip, and remarked with a chuckle. Exactly. The Eagle's attitude shift has been far too abrupt. Just days ago, they spearheaded the signing of the Lunar Convention over our mining activities on the moon. Yet now they've suddenly eased restrictions on us. They clearly have ulterior motives. I suspect it's related to the materials on the moon. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Zhou Hong's face flashed a hint of surprise. Having lived for 70 or 80 years, he instantly grasped the current situation. Yet he never expected Lu Qiu, despite his youth, to view matters with such seasoned insight. Just as Lu Qiu was engaged in lively conversation with the group of elderly scientists from the academy, a tall, disheveled bearded eagle-faced man approached, holding a wine glass in his hand. A warm smile spread across his face as he made his way directly toward Lu Qiu's table. Colleagues, it's been ages since we last met, he said cheerfully. Zhou Hong and the Academy of Sciences group greeted him, though their expressions weren't particularly warm. Seeing Lu Qiu's puzzled expression, he began his introduction. This is Chief Academician Keynes of the Eagle Academy of Sciences. Don't let his youth fool you. He's not even 30 yet, but he's already achieved numerous major breakthroughs in scientific research. He's considered a top-tier figure in the entire scientific community. Hearing this, Lu Qiu instantly understood. This is Lu Qiu, our nation's youngest genius scientist. I'm sure Mr. Keynes has heard his name? Zhou Hong introduced Lu Qiu to Keynes as well. Keynes paused for a moment before reacting, proactively extending his hand. I've heard so much about you. Whether it's the nuclear-powered engines or the jaw-dropping Tiangong space station project, I assume these are all Mr. Lu's masterpieces? Truly a prodigious young hero. Although Keynes had faced relentless criticism from Dawn due to Lu Qiu's groundbreaking technological achievements, from a fellow researcher's perspective, he held profound admiration for the young man. Both being reclusive geniuses, they couldn't help but feel a mutual admiration. After conversing for a while, they both realized the other possessed insights into scientific research far beyond the ordinary, deepening their mutual admiration. After the banquet concluded, Keynes approached Michelle. I just saw Lu Qiu, the genius scientist who developed the everlasting space station for the Dragon Nation and spearheaded lunar resource mining. His research capabilities may very well surpass my own, Keynes remarked with evident awe. Michelle was stunned by his words. He knew full well that Keynes, in his youthful arrogance, had always looked down on other experts in the field. This was the first time she'd ever heard anyone receive such high praise from him. Are you absolutely sure you're not joking? Does Dragon Nation really have such a genius? He asked repeatedly for confirmation. Keynes nodded emphatically. Michel began to ponder deeply. The best approach for such a brilliant researcher would be to recruit him to the Eagle Nation or eliminate him outright. While you're in Dragon Country, make frequent contact with Lucio. See if you can persuade him to join our Eagle Nation. Offer him whatever terms he demands. Michel said solemnly. Rest assured. If this man joins our Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences, I believe our nation's technological advancement will accelerate exponentially. Keynes understood all too well the critical importance of scientific talent like Lucio to a nation. After 3 days of visits, Michel signed numerous cooperation agreements on behalf of Eagle Nation with Dragon Nation. On the final day of the visit, Michel suddenly requested permission to tour the Dragon Nation's Academy of Sciences laboratories. This request was clearly quite abrupt. Since laboratories in any country are classified facilities, making such a request could easily be misinterpreted by the Dragon Nation. We are not coveting any specific technologies of the Dragon Nation, Michel explained, but rather seeking to establish cooperative agreements in scientific research, particularly in the field of space technology. This was Michel's explanation. After all, he had brought substantial orders to the Dragon Nation, making his request difficult to refuse. Thus, following special arrangements, Michel commenced his visit to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. During his stay, meetings were even organized with researchers from the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences to discuss potential collaboration plans. I understand Dragon Nation has recently commenced mining minerals and rare materials from the moon. Our Eagle Nation currently lacks this technology. Therefore, another primary objective of this visit is to establish cooperation with your nation to secure a share of these lunar resources. Seated at the negotiating table, Michel cheerfully delivered this shameless request. The expressions of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials darkened noticeably upon hearing this. You've witnessed our sincerity not only lifting economic sanctions against your nation but also securing substantial contracts. Our sole request is for Dragon Nation to allocate us 30% of lunar resources. Seeing the Dragon Nation's leaders fall silent, Michel began to press his advantage relentlessly. After all, the Eagle Nation had made an enormous concession this time. If they continued the economic blockade, the Dragon Nation's economy, already cornered, would surely collapse. Exchanging a portion of lunar resources for the healthy and stable development of the Dragon Nation's economy, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials would surely be more than willing to make this trade. Chapter 41, No Way. The Dragon Nation's leaders were internally conflicted. They fully understood the dangers and severity of the Eagle's economic sanctions. Since the Eagle had proactively extended an olive branch, preparing to negotiate with the Dragon Nation, they had no reason to refuse. But the situation is different now. Dragon Nation's technological advancement is progressing at an astonishing pace. It's estimated that within a decade or so, they might even surpass Eagle Nation across the board. They needed to consider the long-term interests, not just react to the immediate economic blockade. Almost all eyes turned to Lucio, seated nearby. He was the youngest attendee at today's meeting, yet also the most crucial figure present. The Dragon Nation's lunar mining program was being executed under Lucio's direct guidance, and his scientific capabilities had long been recognized by all Dragon Nation leadership. Only Lucio truly understood whether allocating 30% of their materials to the Eagle Nation would impact Dragon Nation's overall technological advancement. Seeming to notice the collective gaze, Michel also turned his eyes toward Lucio, seated at the far end of the table. He knew this man was Lucio, hailed as Dragon Nation's youngest genius scientist. What he hadn't anticipated was that Lucio held such immense standing within Dragon Nation, so much so that even the terms they proposed required his personal approval. A faint smile touched Lucio's lips as he raised his hand to speak. I'm sorry. Our nation is currently experiencing an explosive phase of technological advancement, and our R&D efforts require substantial quantities of novel materials as foundational support. We are already concerned about the scarcity of materials mined from the moon, so we regret to inform you that we cannot agree to your nation's terms. Lucio's words dashed Michel's hopes instantly, turning his face grim. Do the rest of you share this view? He turned to face the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. He hoped these Dragon Nation leaders were reasonable individuals who understood what was most advantageous for Dragon Nation at this stage. However, upon hearing Lucio's words, the Dragon Nation officials present had already resolved not to collaborate with Eagle Nation in the field of scientific research. As you heard, Minister Michel, it's not that we're unwilling to provide lunar materials to your nation. It's simply that we currently lack sufficient lunar resources for our own scientific research. We're truly unable to help. Ultimately, after deliberation, the Dragon Nation's leadership decided to heed Lucio's counsel. In Dragon Nation, professionals handle professional matters. Lucio's stance clearly underscored the critical importance of lunar materials. Seeing his proposal rejected by the Dragon Nation's leadership, Michel's fury was palpable. Yet he managed to control his emotions, clenching his fists tightly. In that case, the economic cooperation we previously negotiated may also be cancelled. Our condition for lifting the economic blockade on Dragon Nation was obtaining a portion of the lunar materials. Now that our talks have collapsed, there's no point in continuing. After speaking, Michel rose to leave. At the same time, he shot a meaningful glance at the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and Lucio. I hope you won't regret the decision you've made today. Michel's arrogant and disrespectful attitude naturally provoked strong dissatisfaction among the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Nevertheless, they immediately reassured Lucio. Whatever consequences arise from today's decision, you bear no responsibility. Focus solely on your research. Ignore any pressure from the eagle-eyed or the masses. We old hands will shoulder it all. Fearing Lucio might bear too much psychological burden from today's events, they all spoke up to reassure him. Lucio was deeply moved. Rest assured, leaders. Our nation's scientific path is absolutely correct. Give me 5 years. Within 5 years, I will make our nation's scientific strength the world's foremost. He assured them with unwavering confidence. The cheerful atmosphere returned to the conference room. While harmony reigned in Manhwa, the atmosphere aboard Michel's private jet was heavy and tense. His expression darkened as he glared at Cairns before him, his voice tinged with reproach. Didn't I instruct you to make contact with Lucio in recent days? Why has there been no progress? Had we secured his cooperation sooner, our plan today might have succeeded flawlessly. Hearing the complaint, Cairns's face flushed with embarrassment. I have indeed been approaching Lucio as instructed these past days, he replied. However, our discussions have been limited to scientific research topics. I intended to infiltrate him gradually, step by step. I never anticipated that the Dragon Nation would place such importance on Lucio's opinions. Cairns remarked with a hint of regret. To be honest, he found himself envying Lucio a little. If the eagle-eyed higher-ups trusted him like that, he was certain he could achieve numerous breakthroughs in scientific research in record time. Never mind. Neither of us anticipated how much weight Lucio carries with the Dragon Nation's leadership. Since you already have his contact information, make sure to engage with him regularly. Michel sighed. Cairns was one of his most loyal subordinates, and he couldn't bring himself to be overly harsh. He could only hope that through their regular exchanges, Cairns would build a solid friendship with Lucio, paving the way to eventually recruit him to the Eagle's service. Sir, what if Lord Dawn inquires about our failure to complete this mission upon our return? Cairns voiced his concern with evident unease. Michel was equally troubled by this predicament. If there's truly no other option, we'll have to resort to threatening the Dragon Nation with force to make them hand over some of the lunar materials. After pondering for a long while, Michel could think of no better solution and could only say this. When their private jet returned to Eagle Nation's capital, a cheerful Dayan personally greeted them at the airport, ready to host a welcome banquet for Michel. Ha ha ha. You two are truly great contributors to our Eagle Nation. This time, how much lunar material is Dragon Nation prepared to give us? Dawn inquired with a broad smile. Michel's face turned extremely awkward as he shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid I've disappointed you, Your Excellency. This mission ended without success. The Dragon Nation has no intention of sharing lunar materials with us. They clearly plan to use them for their own scientific research and development. Michel's words instantly turned Dawn's face pale. His previously cheerful expression instantly turned grim. Useless. Utterly useless. You went to negotiate with such favorable terms and still failed to secure anything. Chapter 42, Currying Favor. Inside the Eagle's Black Palace. Dawn's expression darkened considerably. His normally fair complexion had darkened to the color of a sooty pot bottom. The dead man stared wide-eyed at Secretary of State Michel standing before him. He wanted to tear him limb from limb. Even though he was a longtime comrade who had followed him for decades, committing such a dereliction of duty was utterly infuriating. I simply cannot comprehend it. With such generous terms offered, we should have swayed the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Even if we couldn't secure 30% of the materials, we wouldn't have returned empty-handed. But look at what you've done. You've come back with absolutely nothing. It's a disgrace to our eagle-winged officials. Once you're gone, those high-ranking officials in Dragon Nation will be laughing at us behind our backs. Dawn pointed an accusing finger at him and unleashed a torrent of curses. Michel's face was equally grim. True, Dayan held a higher rank than him, but he was still the Secretary of State of a nation. Even if he were reprimanded by the president, it should have been done in private. Not like this being publicly humiliated in front of countless Eagle Wing officials. Actually, this mission wasn't entirely fruitless. At least we obtained Lucio's contact information. Perhaps we can recruit him in the future. Michel countered. Dawn naturally found his blatant attempt at self-justification utterly unconvincing. He couldn't even fathom that the Dragon Nation's high command would consult this youngster Lucio during negotiations, let alone let him make decisions. No matter how exceptional his research talent might be, he was still just an ordinary scientist. Do these people, who are single-minded in their pursuit of RD, truly understand the global landscape? Do they know what matters most to the Dragon Nation? It's nothing more than Michel's off-the-cuff lies to shed his incompetent label. Keynes, standing nearby, watched as his direct superior was subjected to such relentless scolding by Dawn. Overcome with anxiety, he blurted out, "Your Excellency. Every word Michelle said is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask the officials who participated in the negotiations with us. Lucio's standing in the Dragon Nation far exceeds our imagination." As he spoke, a hint of resentment flickered in his heart. Why should this researcher, who commands such reverence in his own country, be treated like a beast of burden here, driven around by government officials? Every year, he had to grovel and bow to secure a few extra research funds from the government, making him feel like a courtesan trying to please her patron. Dawn swept her gaze over all the officials attending the negotiations. They all nodded in agreement and began to persuade him. Minister Michel is correct. This failure is entirely due to Lucio. The Dragon Nation's high-level leadership placed too much faith in his judgment, which is precisely why they refused to hand over the lunar materials to us. This was an unforeseen variable. We all feel this matter cannot be blamed on Mr. Michel. Seeing everyone pleading on his behalf, Dayan's lingering doubts finally vanished. A smile immediately returned to his face as he stepped forward to adjust Michel's collar. "I knew our esteemed Secretary of State possessed formidable capabilities. How could he possibly fail at such a minor negotiation? We truly underestimated Lucio's influence on this deal." He then turned to his advisors and declared, "Work quickly on a solution. How should we handle Lucio as an unstable factor?" Before his advisors could respond, Keynes spoke up. "Your Excellency. Lucio possesses extraordinary scientific prowess. If we could secure his services for our Eagle, I'm confident our technological advancement would surge dramatically." His words made Dawn narrow his eyes. Dawn didn't doubt Keynes' words. Currently holding immense power and influence, Keynes was arguably the leading figure in the entire Eagle scientist research field. Had Lucio not possessed scientific talent bright enough to catch his eye, Keynes likely wouldn't have suggested recruiting him. His advisors nodded in agreement. Securing such talent for our cause would be ideal. However, these scientific minds are typically well protected by the Dragon Nation, making contact exceedingly difficult. This strategy is indeed excellent, but it will undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. We need to assign dedicated personnel to establish contact with Lucio, build a solid rapport with him, and then proceed with persuasion. The others shook their heads in response. While the plan was sound, it offered no immediate solution to our current predicament. It could only be pursued as a long-term undertaking. Keynes, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "I happen to have Lucio's contact information. During our free time, we could chat with him about scientific challenges, or even introduce him to our Eagle's scientific environment. Who knows? It might just change his mind." Hearing Keynes' words, Dawn grew even more convinced that Lucio was an utterly unparalleled genius. "All right. I'll entrust the task of winning him over to you. I'll also explore other avenues myself." With the next steps clarified, the gloom vanished from Dawn's face, replaced by his usual warm smile. "However, even though you've taken on the task of winning Lucio over, you absolutely cannot neglect our research projects, especially our lunar lander and mining vehicle. We must race against the clock to develop them. There can be no slack," Michel reminded him. He feared Kane might neglect his core responsibilities, abandoning scientific research to pin all hopes on Lucio, hoping to obtain technological blueprints through his defection. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'm not one to confuse priorities. I will develop the mining vehicle and lunar probe in the shortest possible time. I won't disappoint you." After all, it was just empty talk. Cairns deliberately chose flattering words, which only made Michel increasingly pleased. Over the next few days, beyond his daily research duties, Keynes frequently discussed technical issues with Lucio. He even proactively shared some of Eagle's research findings and conceptual approaches with Lucio. He understood perfectly well the principle of giving before receiving. Sometimes, to accommodate Lucio's time zone, he even stayed up until the wee hours of the morning to call him. After ending another call with Keynes, a trace of confusion flickered across Lucio's face. Chapter 43, Suspicions about Lucio. Why was Cairns calling so frequently? For starters, it was 1 a.m. in Australia. Even if Cairns' research workload was incredibly heavy, it couldn't possibly require him to work overtime until 1 or 2 in the morning every single day just to call her, could it? Just to discuss some work details? Sometimes he'd even bring up how generous Eagle's research grants were, how many vacation days he got each year, and how his Eagle citizenship allowed visa-free travel to over 100 countries. Upon reflection, Lucio suddenly realized the other party was clearly trying to recruit him. And from the sound of it, he wanted Lucio to renounce his Chinese citizenship outright and join the Eagle Nation. Lucio sought out Zhou Hong to report the matter. The Academy of Sciences maintained a separate counter-espionage system. If anyone attempted recruitment, it was imperative to report it to superiors immediately. Failure to report such incidents could lead to serious trouble if discovered later. "Keynes got your contact info? And he's trying to recruit you?" Zhou Hong's eyes widened in fury, wishing he could fly straight to the Eagle Nation and slap that bastard Keynes across the face. For a nation like Manhwa, whose technological foundations were already relatively weak, a genius like Lu Qiu had finally emerged only to be targeted by the eagle-eyed Americans. Understood. I'll report this to senior leadership. If he continues contacting you, there's no need to show excessive resistance. The people of that country are ruthless. If they fail to turn you, they might resort to murder. Zhou Hong cautioned. Lu Qiu nodded. When he returned to the lab, he found several men in black uniforms seated inside, waiting for him. Hello, are you Professor Lu? We're from the National Security Department. We've detected frequent calls from Eagle Sauce on your phone recently and need your cooperation with our investigation. Hearing this, Lu Qiu frowned. They got here so fast? Many people at the academy witnessed the scene. Everyone was stunned, unsure what exactly Lu Qiu had done, but he had been taken away by state security. Rumors began to swirl. Many researchers who resented Lu Qiu and envied his achievements spread false information far and wide. Did you hear? Apparently, it's because not long ago, when the Secretary of State from the Eagle Nation visited our country, Lu Qiu hooked up with their chief academician. No wonder the police came to our academy personally. Could they already have enough evidence to convict Lu Qiu? Who knows? His research skills are undeniably top-notch, but he lacks patriotism. He's just too young, corrupted by the Eagle's sugar-coated bullets. Meanwhile, after Lu Qiu was brought to the State Security Department, 2 agents conducted a routine interrogation. Lu Qiu disclosed all the information he possessed. Just then, the head of the National Security Department and a group of high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation rushed in with utmost urgency. I told you to bring back Academician Lu. This is utter nonsense. The head of the National Security Department berated the 2 agents who had taken Lu Qiu away, unleashing a torrent of abuse. The remaining Long Nation officials hurried over to Lu Qiu. This was merely routine inspection by lower-level staff. We were unaware it was entirely their own initiative. We hope you won't hold it against them. Their actions represent only their personal views, not the stance of Longwa's high-ranking officials. We continue to offer you our full support. The Dragon Nation leader's bustling efforts warmed Lu Qiu's heart. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Those 2 staff members were just following routine procedures. They didn't do anything wrong. Please don't be too hard on them, leaders. Regarding Kane's frequent contact with me, I've already reported it to Academician Zhou. It seems he's already discussed it with you all? The senior Dragon Nation leaders nodded. Indeed. We concur with his assessment. For now, continue your discussions as usual and maintain the appearance of business as usual. This will prevent them from taking action against you. We'll also reinforce your security detail. We won't let a single eagle-wielding assassin get near you. They spoke with unwavering confidence, anxious that today's events might leave Lu Qiu with a negative impression of the Dragon Nation. Deeply moved, Lu Qiu assured them. Rest assured, Dragon Nation is the land that gave me birth and nurtured me. I will dedicate my scientific talents to ensuring Dragon Nation stands tall among the nations of the world. I will never harbor any other intentions. His words satisfied many of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials present. Talent is certainly valuable, but if such talent cannot be harnessed for the nation's benefit, it is undoubtedly a potential threat. What's the situation over in Dragon Nation? Within the Eagle's Black Palace, Dawn inquired with a smile. Thanks to your timely decision. Our spies in the Dragon Nation were dispatched immediately. 2 State Security Department agents took Lu Qiu away right in front of numerous Dragon Academy of Sciences academicians. I'm sure Lu Qiu will harbor resentment in his heart. The intelligence chief replied with utmost deference. Ha ha ha. It was merely the most basic strategy, nothing special. Simply being kind to Lu Qiu won't suffice, we must also highlight the Dragon Nation's shortcomings. Only then, when comparing the 2, will he choose to join us, Eagle. Dawn declared triumphantly. For the time being, keep showering Lu Qiu with sugar-coated bullets. But don't forget to spread rumors within the Academy of Sciences. Make him feel constantly under suspicion. Dawn said, narrowing his eyes. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Our intelligence division will execute your orders flawlessly. The intelligence minister turned and departed. Dawn trusted the intelligence minister even more than he trusted Michelle. After all, the Eagle's intelligence department often reported solely to the president and frequently handled matters too sensitive to be seen by others. He also believed the minister's capabilities. He was absolutely certain they could successfully turn Lu Qiu. At that moment, Lu Qiu, escorted by a group of Dragon Nation high-ranking officials and figures like Zhou Hong, was being returned to the Academy of Sciences. Earlier, state security personnel took Lu Qiu away without fully understanding the situation. We stand here to testify that Lu Qiu is absolutely above reproach. He is wholly dedicated to serving our nation and is an outstanding researcher. The simultaneous appearance of these influential figures instantly silenced the murmurs of doubt within the academy. Hearing these words from the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, the assembled academicians collectively gasped in astonishment. What a formidable display of authority! Chapter 44, The Bigwigs Step In. Dragon Nation's top officials had personally come to vouch for Lu Qiu. Such treatment wasn't even afforded to some of the older, more seasoned research scientists. It clearly demonstrated just how highly the Dragon Nation's top officials regarded Lu Qiu. Rest assured, leaders. Lu Qiu is not only our colleague but also someone who has contributed significantly to Longwa's technological advancement. We certainly won't entertain any suspicions. Exactly. If Lu Qiu were disloyal to our nation, he wouldn't have worked so hard to develop all those remarkable innovations. Everyone chuckled in agreement. It was as if the rumors about Lu Qiu had never been spread by them. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were quite satisfied with this outcome. Shortly after, they summoned Lu Qiu to the conference room privately. This is Lieutenant General Chu Yun from our military. He commands several special forces units. From now on, your security will be his responsibility. The Dragon Nation official smiled, gesturing toward a man in uniform before them. His bushy eyebrows resembled brushes, lending him an imposing presence. Mr. Lu, we will assign a dedicated special forces unit to protect your safety. Their commander, Zhao Long, is a seasoned veteran who has completed numerous missions on the Black Pearl continent. Feel free to approach him with any concerns. Lu Qiu responded with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your efforts. Over the next few days, Lu Qiu continued his routine, arriving at the Academy of Sciences daily to advance the development of the nuclear-powered spacecraft based on the blueprints provided by the system. However, within the Academy, there were still many voices that weren't particularly friendly toward Lu Qiu. I hear the internal investigation into Lu Qiu is still ongoing. But because his status is so unique and his contributions to our Dragon Nation are simply too significant, they're conducting it without his knowledge. What? Seriously? I never would have guessed. Lu Qiu seems so young and innocent, always buried in his research. Who'd think he'd betray the country? Who knows? As the saying goes, you can never truly know someone's heart. The rumors about Lu Qiu grew increasingly intense. Only his lab assistants knew the truth. Lu Qiu was a complete research maniac, utterly devoted to his work. He was incapable of betraying the Dragon Nation. Academician Lu, I think you should seek out Academician Zhou. These rumors are causing you too much harm. We can't stand by and watch any longer. Yes, the rumors have grown increasingly vicious lately. All sorts of things are being said within the Academy. If you don't step forward to clarify soon, falsehoods will spread like wildfire. Everyone urged him to speak up. Yet Lu Qiu paid them no heed whatsoever. He knew full well that certain academicians within the Academy harbored resentment toward him. Some might even have been infiltrated by the eagle-eyed spies long ago. They were itching for him to betray the Dragon Nation. If he got bogged down in petty arguments over this matter, he'd be playing right into their hands. As researchers, our true worth lies in developing technologies that benefit our nation and its people, not in engaging in petty verbal sparring. You've all been my assistants on several projects. I trust each of you completely. We just need to focus on completing our tasks diligently. There's no need to get entangled in this mess. Hearing Lu Qiu speak thus, the assistants in his lab felt their admiration for him grow even deeper. Having worked under him for some time, they knew his character well. These words were not spoken to seek empty praise, but came straight from the heart. It's truly an honor for Dragon Nation to have talents like Academician Lu. The crowd murmured in admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong had begun to notice some discordant voices within the Academy of Sciences. He had expected Lu Qiu to approach him proactively, yet the man remained silent, wholly absorbed in his research tasks. This dedication to science left Zhou Hong, a veteran researcher himself, feeling somewhat inadequate. We must create an optimal working environment for such top-tier talent. Absolutely no discordant voices will be tolerated. What do you think is the reason? Is it simply jealousy of your talent, or are other factions stirring up trouble? Zhou Hong summoned Lu Qiu to his office and asked, his brow furrowed. Although Lu Qiu paid little heed to the rumors circulating within the Academy of Sciences, Zhou Hong would not tolerate any interference affecting Lu Qiu within its walls. Truthfully, Lu Qiu had no desire to engage with this matter. But since Zhou Hong had brought it up, he couldn't simply ignore it anymore. It's highly probable that Eagle Sauce has infiltrated our Academy of Sciences. And the number of infiltrators is likely more than one. Lu Qiu said, his brow furrowed. While his talent had indeed drawn envy from many young talents within the Academy, those truly devoted to the nation would never spread rumors about him. Only Eagle Sauce spies, who relish stirring up trouble, would want him to fail at the Academy so they could turn him against us. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Zhou Hong knew this matter was beyond his own capabilities to resolve. He would need to enlist the help of state security. Very well. I'll discuss this with the national security people and have them investigate the situation. Zhou Hong could only wave his hand helplessly. If you intend to uncover hidden spies within our academy, I actually have a better approach. There's no rush to contact state security colleagues until we've identified specific individuals. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Zhou Hong's heart leapt with delight. If you have a plan, just tell me. I'll support it fully. He made the decision on the spot. You should understand, old Joe, that if someone within our academy wants to transmit information externally, they'll inevitably use satellite signals. This means our personnel naturally cannot monitor the content of their communications. However, I can develop a device. While it won't allow us to directly intercept their information, it can monitor who is using satellite signals. Lu Qiu stated with confidence. Excellent. Spies are so hard to catch precisely because they always use American satellite signals, making them impossible for us to track. If you can create such a device, it would be a huge boon for the entire national security apparatus of Dragon Nation. Zhou Hong exclaimed excitedly. Lu Qiu immediately exchanged points within the system for the blueprints of a satellite signal discriminator. He plunged into the lab alone and developed it in less than half a day. This signal discriminator was merely a small device. By analyzing the wave frequencies of satellite signals from different countries, it could effortlessly identify who was using American satellite signals. The moment he finished inventing it, Lu Qiu conducted a test. Soon, his expression turned grim. Chapter 45, Signal Detector. Within a single day, he detected 4 fluctuations in Eagle Swan satellite signals. Clearly, in just one day, 4 potential Eagle Swan spies had emerged. This alone revealed just how utterly ruthless Eagle's infiltration of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences had become. However, Lu Qiu had no intention of alerting the enemy prematurely. Instead, he continued using the satellite signal monitoring device, conducting surveillance for a full fortnight. Ultimately, he confirmed a staggering 9 Eagle brand spies operating within the academy. This figure was nothing short of terrifying. After all, every academician within the academy represented an immense asset to the Dragon Nation. They represent the nation's foremost experts across every field. Should such individuals betray their country, the damage would be immeasurable. With a heavy heart, Lu Qiu handed the list to Zhou Hong. To prove he hadn't falsely accused them, he even included the satellite signal frequencies recorded for each individual over this period. Upon receiving the list, Zhou Hong's expression darkened considerably. As the president of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, the fact that so many Eagle Saw spies have infiltrated my jurisdiction is an absolute failure on my part. I will deliver this list to the relevant senior officials at the State Security Department. I trust they will handle it impartially. Zhou Hong said with a frown and a stern expression. Early the next morning, dozens of state security agents arrived at the academy and immediately took away all 9 individuals listed on Lu Qiu's roster. The academicians throughout the entire Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. One by one, they began to feel uneasy and on edge. Everyone, please remain calm. We received a tip-off indicating these 9 individuals are almost certainly spies for the Eagle Nation. I urge you all to focus on completing your current projects without overthinking this. Zhou Hong, the Academy's president, rushed to reassure the assembled academicians. After hearing the situation from Zhou Hong, everyone found it hard to believe. After all, for a scientific researcher, suddenly uncovering 9 Eagle brand spies was incredibly surreal. What's more, Lu Qiu had even invented equipment capable of detecting fluctuations in Eagle brand satellite signals. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, the state security agents began interrogating the 9 individuals. Although all 9 were indeed Eagle brand spies, they hadn't undergone rigorous espionage training. Their primary identities remained as scientific researchers, so they quickly buckled under the psychological pressure of the National Security Department's interrogation. Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube, they laid bare every detail of their betrayal against the Dragon Nation. Upon learning this news, even the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation were shaken. They never imagined the Academy of Sciences harbored so many Eagle brand spies. Detain these individuals for now. See if we can extract more value from them, ideally, uncover who their handlers are. The Dragon Nation's high command issued orders immediately. However, as interrogations deepened, they discovered these Academy spies didn't even know each other's identities. They merely transmitted intelligence via Eagle brand satellite signals to a third party. The trail ended abruptly there. Conduct a full-scale purge of the Academy of Sciences immediately. Show no mercy to any suspected spies discovered. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Hong immediately used Lu Qiu's signal detector to monitor all remaining academicians within the Academy of Sciences. After eliminating 9 more spies, the remaining individuals were naturally cleared of any suspicion. Zhou Hong breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude to Lu Qiu. Thanks to you for cutting our losses at the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences in time. If we'd let those spies keep working here, who knows what trouble they'd have caused. What? All our spies within the academy were wiped out in one fell swoop? Eagle, within the Black Palace. Upon hearing the news, Donna's face fell in disbelief. He stared at the intelligence chief before him, who was mortified with shame and anger. Finally, he let out a long sigh and waved his hand dismissively, appearing magnanimous. Enough. Ultimately, this isn't your fault. Blame it on Lu Qiu's signal detector. Looks like we'll need to find another way to maintain contact with our spies in Dragon Nation from now on, Dawn said with a frown. We have one last chance to win Lu Qiu over. If we can't successfully turn him within a month, we'll have no choice but to eliminate him. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, his hatred for Lucio reaching its peak. That kid's existence posed far too great a threat to Eagle Nation. A small device invented on a whim had directly exposed the intelligence network Eagle had spent decades cultivating within the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. Rest assured, Your Excellency. We will exhaust every possible means to win Lucio over. But if he remains stubborn, eliminating him will be equally straightforward. The intelligence chief spoke with unwavering confidence, his gaze toward Dayan brimming with gratitude. Had anyone else made a mistake like his today, Dawn would surely not have spared them. He might even have forced their resignation. But it was precisely because of Dawan's trust in him that he still held the position of intelligence minister. Therefore, he silently vowed to himself, this time, he absolutely must not disappoint His Excellency Dawn again. Either embrace the glory and riches bestowed by our eagle emblem, or Lucio must die. Mr. Lu, it's been ages. I hope you're satisfied with the materials I provided you recently? Inside a luxurious hotel, Fang Shan had to make 3 separate attempts before finally managing to get Lucio to agree to meet. Lucio only agreed to join him for dinner because of the valuable materials Fang Shan had recently provided. Otherwise, he would never have dined with this man. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your support of our nation's scientific endeavors. Lucio said with a smile. Although most of the materials required for his super spacecraft technology had been sourced from the moon. However, some other materials still needed to be imported from abroad. Upon learning this, Fang Shan had arranged for all the required materials to be delivered directly to them. While these materials weren't exceptionally valuable, they clearly demonstrated Fang Shan's sincere patriotic spirit. As the two men grew merry with wine, the conversation flowed freely. Mr. Lu, might you be interested in joining our Oriental group? As you know, our group spans numerous fields and industries. We're precisely seeking talent like yours. If you join us, you name your terms. Luxury cars, mansions, fame, status, you'll have it all. What the Academy of Sciences offers, our Oriental group can give you tenfold. Fang Shan narrowed his eyes and smiled as he spoke. Indeed, this time he had come to mediate on behalf of the Eagle. Chapter 46, Spy. Lucio had no idea he'd already been marked for elimination by Eagle Sauce's intelligence agency. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in the purification and synthesis of lunar materials. It should be fine now. These materials are perfectly suited for the super ship's outer heat-resistant layer. Your help has been invaluable these past few days. Lucio smiled as he looked at Jiang Ying beside him. Within the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, materials science researchers were already scarce. With no other options, he had sought Jiang Ying's assistance, enabling him to complete the synthetic material development in record time. No need for thanks, that's too formal. Jiang Ying replied cheerfully. Glancing at the time, it was nearly lunchtime, and today's research could be wrapped up. Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. After changing clothes, Lucio drove Jiang Ying to their usual restaurant. They were clearly regulars here, and the waiter led them to their usual table. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and a hint of resignation flashed across her face. It's Xiao Lan. Even without putting it on speaker, Jiang Lalan's distinctive voice came through clearly. Xiaoying, where are you now? Don't tell me you're on another date with Lucio? Would you mind if I joined you? Hearing her blunt words, Jiang Ying couldn't help but blush slightly. Yep, we're still here. At that hotel where we first met. If you want to come, you can still make it. We haven't started eating yet. Lucio couldn't help but sigh in exasperation, tapping his forehead. He dreaded Jiang Lanlan suddenly showing up and disrupting their private moment. Fortunately, this time Jiang Lanlan didn't barge in. Instead, she smiled and said, Forget it, forget it. You two enjoy your alone time. I won't come over. I'll leave you in Lucio's care for today, but you better make time to hang out with me another day. After a few more light-hearted exchanges, she hung up. A couple days ago, Lanlan invited me to visit a research institute in China. But I've been swamped with lab work and haven't had time to confirm. Looks like she's getting impatient about it. Hearing Jiang Ying say this, Lucio didn't think much of it. Neither of them knew that 3 men had followed them into the hotel and were seated in the room next to theirs. 2 of them were blonde-haired and blue-eyed, clearly Americans. The third man looked Chinese and was introducing Beijing's attractions to the other 2. Clearly, a Chinese tour guide accompanying 2 foreign tourists was a common sight in Beijing, especially during peak tourist season. However, the moment they entered the private room, the expressions of all 3 men changed abruptly. They opened the travel bags they carried and pulled out several handguns. They swiftly assembled the weapons, each face now etched with a look of grave determination. Brief us on the target situation. One of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals asked through his earpiece. The target is dining with a woman. She is the current CEO of Dongfang Group in Longwa. No other personnel present. Upon receiving this information, the trio visibly exhaled in relief. A young man under 20 and a young woman. Our mission is in the bag. The Dragon Nation man exclaimed excitedly. Still, let's not get complacent. Check if our escape route is ready. If we take them out but can't get out ourselves, it'll be useless anyway, right? One of them, clearly the leader of the trio, frowned as he spoke. After confirming once more that the ship for escaping the Dragon Kingdom was fully prepared, a solemn expression crossed everyone's face. Then, one of the Dragon Kingdom men casually pushed open the private room door and stepped out to use the restroom. Upon returning, he accidentally pushed open the door to Lucio's private room. Upon opening the compartment door, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Sorry, wrong room. After speaking, he prepared to close the door behind Lucio. The moment Lucio lowered his guard, the man suddenly kicked the door open again, coordinating with the remaining two eagle-eyed men. Their guns were aimed directly at Lucio. At that critical moment, several gunshots suddenly rang out from the adjacent private room. All three spies collapsed in pools of blood. Witnessing this, Lucio, who had been preparing to deploy his newly developed life-saving weapon, withdrew his hand from his pocket. It seemed unnecessary to resort to his last resort. He looked up at Jiang Ying across from him. She was clearly terrified, her body curled into a ball, her face etched with panic. He hurried over and sat beside Jiang Ying. It's okay. They've been taken care of. I won't let anything happen to you. With Lucio's reassurance, Jiang Ying finally calmed down, though her face remained pale. Mr. Lu, we should escort you and Miss Jiang back immediately. This is no place to linger. The individuals who had just shot and killed the spy were members of the special task force assigned to protect him, Zhao Long and his team. Thank you all for your hard work. Just then, the hotel manager and others, having received word, rushed over. Seeing their guests lying in a pool of blood, their expressions instantly turned grim. Everyone, what happened? He glanced awkwardly at the men with their crew cuts, their eyes filled with murderous intent, feeling conflicted. Zhao Long pulled a stack of credentials from his pocket. We're conducting a special operation. From this moment on, we're taking control of the scene. The hotel manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a personal vendetta or other homicide case, the impact on their hotel should be minimal. Zhao Long left his team to handle the three spy corpses while personally escorting Lucio and Jiang Ying. Lucio first took Jiang Ying back to her home. After comforting her thoroughly, he finally managed to calm her down. Only then did he return to the residence prepared for him in Longhua under Zhao Long's escort. Upon receiving this news, Xu Yun, Zhao Long's direct superior and a general, felt equally alarmed. Lucio's value to the Dragon Kingdom was self-evident. Any harm coming to him would be an immense loss for the entire Dragon Nation. Let Lucio rest well tonight. We'll question him about the matter tomorrow. Chapter 47, There's Still Hope. Lucio slept exceptionally soundly that night. But many high-ranking officials in Dragon Nation and even quite a few in Eagle Nation lay awake. The moment Xu Yun received the news, he immediately reported it to the Dragon Nation's leadership. Upon learning of this development, everyone was utterly shocked. Lucio's project was currently at a critical stage of development. Who could have imagined a spy would attack him? This was absolutely not a personal grudge, it was an act of public outrage. What is Lucio's current condition? The Dragon Nation leader asked anxiously. He's unharmed and has returned to his residence to rest. The Dragon Nation official visibly relaxed, then suddenly remembered something and snapped his eyes wide open. What about those three spies? They should still be alive, right? We must capture one alive for rigorous interrogation. If we uncover which nation is behind this, we won't let them off the hook. They must understand that Dragon Nation's researchers are not to be desecrated. Xu Yun nodded. Currently, all three spies sustained gunshot wounds during the confrontation. They've been transported to the first military hospital for treatment. Hopefully, we can save one or two of them. He sighed as he spoke. Early the next morning, Lucio awoke before dawn. After surviving an assassination attempt the previous day, no one would have been able to sleep. He immediately contacted Zhao Long, his personal bodyguard, and inquired. What was the situation with those spies yesterday? Have you determined which country sent them? Zhao Long shook his head helplessly. Despite our best efforts to treat them, those three suffered severe gunshot wounds and are still bleeding heavily. They haven't been moved out of the intensive care unit yet. In truth, Zhao Long wanted to say that based on their suspicions, there was a high probability the spies were from the Eagle Nation. But without concrete evidence, it was difficult for his subordinates to speak up. It must be the Eagle. I never imagined they'd resort to violence after failing to recruit me. Surprisingly, instead of Zhao Long and the others jumping to conclusions, Lucio voiced his own suspicions, prompting others to chime in. We all think it's highly likely someone sent by the Eagle, but without sufficient evidence, there's nothing we can do to take action against them. Zhao Long seethed inwardly. Senior leadership has arrived. But just then, a soldier guarding Lucio's door announced. Xu Yun and the others hurried over, their faces tinged with guilt. We sincerely apologize. It was our military's failure to fulfill our duty to protect you that allowed a spy to infiltrate your inner circle, nearly causing immense damage to you and the entire Dragon Nation. Xu Yun said apologetically. This has nothing to do with your military. If not for Zhao Long and the others stepping in at the last moment, it truly would have been too late for regrets. It's all thanks to their tireless vigilance by my side. Now that Zhao Long was practically part of his inner circle, Lu Qiu naturally wanted to speak highly of him in front of Chu Yun. What about those spies? Chu Yun shook his head. The situation isn't good. One died on the spot and the other two are currently hemorrhaging heavily. They're undergoing emergency treatment, but it's unlikely they'll survive. If they die, we'll struggle to obtain concrete evidence revealing which nation orchestrated these 3 spies. The Dragon Nation's high command was now frantic with worry, desperate enough to inject adrenaline directly into those 2 bastards to keep them alive. Unfortunately, one spy was already on the verge of being declared brain dead. There was no choice. In that situation, if I hadn't fired back, I might have been the one who died. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to search the system store to see if he could find anything useful. After a moment, a glimmer of hope lit up his face. One of them must be in a state of massive hemorrhage, right? Take me to him now. I might just have a way to save him. Ha? Lu Qiu could save someone? Keep in mind, the hospital where the 3 spies were located was the Dragon Nation's premier military hospital. It housed countless renowned surgeons, some even world famous. If even they couldn't save him, what could Lu Qiu possibly do? Sure, he was a genius the likes of which Longwa saw once in a millennium, but his expertise lay solely in aerospace and nuclear energy. How could he possibly have any grasp of medicine? Since none of you have any other solutions anyway, it might as well let me give it a shot. Seeming to read their thoughts, Lu Qiu understood their hesitation. After all, no one could be a jack of all trades. After a moment of hesitation, they ultimately decided to let Lu Qiu try. The group drove to the first military hospital, with numerous soldiers deployed for security along the way. Upon Lu Qiu and the Longwei officials entering the hospital, an entire floor was immediately evacuated, with all outsiders cleared from the premises. It was no wonder the Dragon Nation was on high alert. After such a horrific assassination attempt, no one could be certain if other spies lurked among the crowd. Breathing in the scent of disinfectant in the hospital corridors and observing the pristine white sheets on the hospital beds, Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile. With one spy already dead, the remaining 2 were confined to separate wards. All doors and windows were securely sealed with iron grills. All furnishings inside were covered in soft padding to prevent the patients from harming themselves if they suddenly regained consciousness. Every facility was fully equipped. Glancing at the spy undergoing emergency treatment, a man with a high nose and deep-set eyes, Lu Qiu shook his head. This man was already on the brink of brain death. There was no way to save him. Even if they used enhancement injections to keep him clinging to life, he would at best become a vegetable. Approaching the bed of the Dragon Nation spy, Lu Qiu finally nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This one still has a chance. Dr. Zhang Jun, the attending physician who had rushed over upon hearing the news, let out a wry smile. He glanced at Chu Yun beside him, who merely offered a faint smile without comment. Are you certain he can be saved? His entire blood supply has essentially been replaced. While the wounds have been sutured and given basic treatment, the hemostasis isn't ideal. Most importantly, due to insufficient blood supply, the patient suffered at least half an hour of cerebral hypoxia. Under these circumstances, even if they were revived, they would likely remain in a vegetative state, wouldn't they? Zhang Jun, upholding his professional integrity and demeanor, gritted his teeth and turned his gaze toward the VIP before him, voicing his doubts. He had no idea who this young man was, but given the star-studded entourage of countless high-ranking officials surrounding him, he couldn't be just anyone. Chapter 48, Brain Cell Vitality Elixir. Of course there's hope. Facing the skepticism of a professional physician, Lu Qiu's words remained unwavering. Although he's currently suffering from insufficient oxygen supply to the brain due to excessive blood loss, the overall impact is insignificant. We only need to keep him conscious for a while. It's not as if we absolutely have to revive him. As he spoke, a cruel smile spread across Lu Qiu's face. He stared at the spy before him with the intensity of a living demon. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Zhang Jun froze in place. You must have a lab here, right? Could I borrow it? He turned to address Zhang Jun. Of course. We have an external exchange lab that's freely available for use. Led by Zhang Jun, Lu Qiu entered the hospital's laboratory. He changed into a clean lab coat, his expression solemn as he approached the workbench. Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhang Jun inquired. If his students knew how deferential he was being toward this young man, they'd be stunned. Unaware of Zhang Jun standing in the surgical field, Lu Qiu nodded and let him assist. I'm developing a super potent adrenaline. As long as there's even a faint heartbeat, it'll make them as lively as a dragon. Of course, this comes at the cost of pushing the body to its absolute limit. Once this potent adrenaline is administered, death will come even faster once its effects wear off. Lu Qiu's words stunned Zhang Jun for a moment, then a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Isn't that a bit inhumane? He hesitated before speaking. Was it humane when they came to assassinate me? Don't look at things so one-sidedly. Lu Qiu curled his lips in disdain. He couldn't help but look down on those who, having never experienced an assassination attempt themselves, dared to lecture him on magnanimity. Seeing Lu Qiu fall silent, Zhang Jun said no more and obediently agreed to assist him. Still, he couldn't help but doubt Lu Qiu's ability to develop super-potent epinephrine. It was common knowledge that adrenaline could unleash a person's potential, but that potential had its limits. If someone had already entered brain death, even if adrenaline kept their heart beating, regaining consciousness was highly unlikely. Moreover, Lu Qiu was merely a pseudonym. Yet, as the experiment progressed step by step, the general's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that every step of Lu Qiu's experiment was remarkably logical. It was as if the formula for this potent adrenaline had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, and he knew every single raw material required for the experiments like the back of his hand. Had he not been a doctor of surgical medicine, he likely wouldn't have understood many of the technical terms Lu Qiu used. In less than half a day, a syringe filled with pale blue liquid was developed. Is that all? If we're just using potent epinephrine to keep him alive, it won't do any good if his brain doesn't regain consciousness, Zhang Jun said with a wry smile. That's why we're developing an even more effective drug next. If we pull this off, I might just win a Nobel Prize in biology. Lu Qiu teased with a smile. You should know that most people fall into brain death because of insufficient blood supply. This prevents oxygen from reaching the brain properly, leading to massive death of brain cells and nerves. And brain cell death is often irreversible. But if we can influence cellular telomeres, we could actually restore and upgrade already dead brain cells, even enable them to continue dividing. Lu Qiu's words completely overturned Zhang Jun's understanding of the matter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm considered a top expert in this field, yet I've never heard of anyone restoring vitality to dead brain cells. As for manipulating cellular telomeres, that's even more impossible. Telomeres are intrinsically linked to an individual's lifespan. If one could influence telomeres, wouldn't that mean extending human life? He spoke, his face pale. After decades of medical study, he had long established an unshakable medical philosophy. Lu Qiu's words shattered his beliefs to pieces. Success or failure only time will tell. After saying this, he plunged back into his experiments. Lu Qiu knew full well that even if he explained further, Zhang Jun probably wouldn't believe him. Years of medical practice had ingrained a fixed mindset in him. Only by developing the drug and presenting it before their eyes would they believe. Zhang Jun had sunk into a dazed state, mechanically following Lu Qiu's instructions to hand over raw materials, his mind consumed by self-doubt and inner conflict. Let's go. It's time to show that guy the power of our formula. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qiu's words snapped Zhang Jun out of his self-doubt. He followed Lu Qiu step by step into the hospital ward. By then, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials had already departed. Being men with countless responsibilities, they certainly couldn't waste an entire day in this hospital. Xu Yun, however, remained behind. Without any major war or exercise missions, Xu Yun's work remained relatively uncomplicated. Has the serum been developed yet? He looked at Lu Qiu with a stunned expression, simultaneously glancing at Zhang Jun standing behind Lu Qiu. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Jun's mental state seemed off. One shot of potent epinephrine, one shot of brain cell revitalizing serum. After these 2 injections, if this guy still doesn't come back to life, even the Grim Reaper himself won't be able to help. With that, Lu Qiu confidently injected the 2 vials into the unconscious spy lying on the bed. This made Zhang Jun, who was following behind him, twitch his eye. Good grief! A newly developed drug that hadn't undergone any clinical trials was being used directly on a patient. Fortunately, the subject was an enemy spy. Otherwise, given Zhang Jun's meticulous approach to patients, he would have had a serious talk with Lu Qiu. After the 2 injections, the electrocardiogram was the first to show a reaction. The heart's rhythmic contractions on the monitor began to stabilize, growing remarkably robust. This was within Zhang Jun's expectations. After all, administering a dose of potent epinephrine, it would have been strange if the patient's heart showed no reaction. But then, something happened that shattered Zhang Jun's decades of medical experience. The brainwaves of the spy lying on the hospital bed began to normalize as well. Chapter 49, Truth Serum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Jun shook his head frantically, as if overcome by hysteria. Xu Yun frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. The first military hospital was, of course, under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Nation's military. As a lieutenant general, he was also Zhang Jun's superior. Seeing the other man so completely lose his composure, he naturally felt displeased. What's impossible? The evidence is right before our eyes. Mr. Lu's 2 injections have already produced immediate results. It won't be long before this guy wakes up. Xu Yun looked at Lu Qiu with admiration. He wasn't some cute little thing. Judging by Zhang Wan's reaction, it proved that the 2 injections Lu Qiu had administered were equally precious, even representing a groundbreaking feat. He knew Zhang Jun's capabilities well, a top 3 expert in the entire field of surgery in Dragon Country. Yet a patient Zhang Jun couldn't say it had his vital signs restored by Lu Qiu with just 2 injections. Judging by Lu Qiu's current performance, he had already spanned 3 major fields: nuclear energy, aerospace, and medicine. Xu Yun had always believed that a truly perfect polymath couldn't exist in this world. But meeting Lu Qiu made him realize just how limited his own understanding had been. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Zhang Jun gradually calmed down, gazing at Lu Qiu with profound admiration. He knew full well that Lu Qiu's research on cellular telomeres alone was sufficient to earn him a Nobel Prize in medicine. Mr. Lu, what remarkable skill! Truly, one mountain is higher than another. My perspective was too narrow. Approaching 50, Zhang Jun was a man who knew when to let things go. Realizing his earlier outburst, he immediately apologized with a smile. Mr. Zhang, no need for apologies. Your expertise in clinical medicine far surpasses mine. I'll likely have much to learn from you in the future. Let's learn from each other. Lu Qiu spoke with remarkable poise. He didn't seem like a young man, not yet 20 at all. Just as the two exchanged compliments, the spy on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Bang felt a sharp pain in his chest. Having grown up in the slums of Eagle Town, he had worked his way into an Ivy League university through sheer determination. Eventually, he joined Eagle Town's official intelligence agency, becoming a spy embedded within Dragon Nation. He hadn't felt pain like this in a very long time. Only in my youth, when fighting those black thugs in the slums, did my body ever feel such excruciating pain. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the three figures before him, his expression instantly turning pale. His instincts as a trained operative kicked in, and he reached for his waist. The moment he made that move, excruciating pain shot through his chest, nearly knocking him unconscious again. Don't struggle in vain. Your chest wound hasn't healed yet. You're only awake now because of a massive adrenaline rush. If you keep struggling, once the adrenaline wears off, the pain you'll feel will be even more excruciating. Lu Qiu said with a frown. He couldn't muster any kindness toward the man who had nearly cost him his life. Zhou Bang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He knew he had been captured by the Dragon Nation. With no other options, Zhou Bang tried to use his tongue to bite through his teeth to reach the poison sac hidden behind them, only to discover the poison had already been removed during the doctor's examination. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to live, unable to die. Which country sent you here? Lu Qiu grabbed his collar and demanded viciously. His temperament wouldn't normally lead him to such fury, but the enemy had dared to strike while he and Jiang Ying were out dining. Though he possessed a newly developed weapon system that ensured his own safety, it offered no guarantee for Jiang Ying's security. If something went wrong, wouldn't he be consumed by guilt? Mr. Lu, please calm down. At that moment, Zhao Long, Zhang Jun, and the others rushed over, urgently trying to persuade him. If you keep shaking him like this guy might actually die. Only then did Lu Qiu notice the man beginning to foam at the mouth. Our professional interrogators will be here shortly. I'm confident they'll extract the truth from him. Xu Yun offered reassurance from the side. No need. I have something here that will make him talk. Lu Qiu finally released the man's collar, his tone utterly calm. Out of nowhere, a syringe appeared in his hand, filled with a pale purple liquid that looked incredibly mysterious. Powerful truth serum. One shot of this, and I'll even get the color of his underwear out of him. After saying this, Lu Qiu ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and injected the needle directly into the man. Zhang Jun beside him cried out in distress. Mr. Lu, you're being reckless. The so-called truth serums on the market are nothing more than anesthetics. We've already administered potent adrenaline to this guy, making him resistant to anesthetics. Injecting him with the truth serum now won't have much effect. Before Zhang Jun could finish his sentence, combining truth serum with adrenaline could trigger severe side effects. But Lu Qiu clearly didn't care. What you're describing are counterfeit truth serums. My serum affects the mind. It's a psychotropic drug, not an anesthetic. Just then, the interrogation specialist hurried over. Upon learning Lu Qiu had administered truth serum to this individual, they couldn't help but feel regret. Whether domestically or internationally, there are strict regulations governing the use of truth serums. Any statements made by prisoners interrogated under truth serum cannot be used as evidence. Hearing this, Lu Qiu smiled. The truth serum you're referring to is different from the one I used. You'll see the difference in a moment. Get the recording equipment ready. No sooner had Lu Qiu finished speaking than Zhou Bang, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Tell me, who are you? Lu Qiu sat at the bedside, smiling as if chatting casually. My name is Zhou Bang. I'm from Eagle State, Florida. Under Lu Qiu's questioning, Zhou Bang actually spilled his entire identity. The two conversed as if it were a normal chat. When recounting amusing details, Zhou Bang even wore a smile, completely unaware that he had just laid bare all his secrets. The scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Holy crap! So truth serum could be used like this? The interrogation expert nearby hurriedly took notes, recording every word of Zhou Bang's testimony and having him press his fingerprints onto the documents. After a while, the truth serum's effects clearly wore off. Zhou Bang regained his composure and looked at Lu Qiu as if she were a demon. The entire conversation had been conducted while he was fully conscious. But Zhou Bang couldn't control his own mouth. Chapter 50, Next or D Direction. So it was Eagle Sauce who did it after all. Lucio frowned, his anger boiling over. We'll find ways to unite international forces and collectively pressure Eagle Chow. Such atrocities against foreign researchers are an absolute red line in any country. I believe even some Western nations won't stand by Eagle's side this time, acting as accomplices to such atrocities. Upon receiving this news, high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation immediately rushed to the scene. If necessary, Zhou Bang's testimony should be made public. Let every nation on Earth see the true face of the Eagle. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials said with furrowed brows. I believe that in response to Eagle's provocation, we cannot rely solely on verbal deterrence. We must take concrete actions, especially in the field of scientific research. Lucio stared at Zhou Bang, who was now overcome with panic, his heart filled with unrelenting hatred. He was not one to be easily swayed by emotion, but this time, the Eagle had truly crossed the line. Faced with the Eagle's assassination attempt, if he didn't respond, they might think he was a pushover. At his words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Lu, if you have any good ideas, speak up. If they're reasonable, we can make a decision right now. The Dragon Nation's leaders had long recognized Lucio's scientific prowess and believed he could excel in developing advanced weaponry. After all, he had already created the railgun ion cannon. With his scientific prowess, developing other cutting-edge weapons should pose no problem. The super-nuclear-powered spacecraft project remains a long-term endeavor, unlikely to be completed anytime soon. During this period, I propose interweaving smaller, cutting-edge weaponry projects such as exoskeleton-type individual combat suits. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Even Zhou Bang, lying in his hospital bed, froze in shock, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. Exoskeleton armor? Hey! You've been brainwashed by American propaganda worse than I have. That stuff only exists in Marvel movies. And you actually want to try building it? At that moment, Zhou Bang knew he was as good as dead. He'd already thrown caution to the wind, joking around in front of so many people. Without a word, Zhao Long stepped forward and delivered a karate chop to the back of his neck. The physical knockout effect was undeniably effective. The guy passed out instantly. Are you serious? You mean we could actually build exoskeleton armor? If it's feasible, you can draft a project proposal right now. We'll approve it on the spot. Name any conditions you need. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official patted his chest, confidently guaranteeing. Rest assured, everyone. Creating the simplest exoskeleton armor unit isn't as difficult as imagined, especially with our recent breakthroughs in power systems that have significantly reduced development complexity. Forget exoskeleton armor, even weapons from sci-fi films like space carriers? Give me enough time, and I'll make them happen. Lucio's confidence infected everyone. Excellent. If you can develop this exoskeleton armor, you can name your own reward. You'll even receive priority access to research projects. All funding and materials will be directed toward your efforts. The Dragon Nation's High Command made the decision on the spot. Surgeon Extraordinaire Zhang Jun, who overheard this exchange, nearly fell off his chair in astonishment. As one of Longhua's rare talents, he knew all too well how difficult it was to secure a research project at their level. He never imagined Lucio would be granted priority access. Truly, comparison breeds envy. However, Lucio proactively extended an olive branch to Zhang Jun. Dr. Zhang, I may also initiate some projects in the medical field in the future. We might have opportunities to collaborate. Hearing Lucio's words, Zhang Jun's heart leapt with delight. He had just witnessed Lucio casually develop 3 miraculous pharmaceuticals. His talent in medicine far surpassed his own. Working on research projects under such a genius would surely propel his own skills to new heights. At that moment, Eagle. Black Palace. What did you say? All 3 assassins we sent out failed? Glaring at the utterly mortified intelligence minister before him, even Dayan, who trusted him implicitly, could no longer contain his rage. Damn it! Are you just eating your paycheck? You're a disgrace to Eagle Sauce. He's just some researcher from Dragon Nation and you couldn't even handle him. The vein on Dawn's temple throbbed visibly, a clear sign of his seething anger. The intelligence minister knew Dawan's temper and could only go along with his words at this moment, never daring to contradict him. You are absolutely correct, Your Excellency. I did indeed underestimate this mission. I never imagined the Dragon Nation would assign a special operations team to provide him with personal protection. Such treatment is afforded to very few high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation itself. The intelligence minister remarked with palpable regret. Their plan had been flawlessly crafted, seemingly without a single loophole. Alas, despite all their calculations, none had foreseen how highly the Dragon Nation's leadership valued Lucio. Though the 3 assassins possessed professional skills, they were utterly outmatched by the Dragon Nation's Special Forces squad, hardened by life and death combat. Are we sure these 3 assassins are loyal? Could they betray us Eagles? With the assassins' fates unknown, no one knew if the Dragon Nation had captured any alive. The prospect of them revealing their dirty deeds to save their own skins would deal a devastating blow to Eagle Sand's international reputation. Rest assured, Your Excellency. These assassins are utterly loyal to us. Moreover, we hold leverage over each of them. Should they dare betray us, the punishment awaiting them would be beyond their endurance. The intelligence minister was confident enough to make that guarantee. Good. But our mission remains unfinished, and the deterrent effect on Dragon Nation remains incomplete. We must devise other methods. As long as Lu Chou remained alive, the technological breakthroughs he had developed posed an immense threat to the Eagle Nation. After this failed assassination attempt, security around Zhangfeng will undoubtedly be beefed up. Striking again will be incredibly difficult. We must find other ways to deliver a deterrent to the Dragon Nation. The intelligence chief frowned as he spoke. For instance, we could directly deploy our fleet into Dragon Nation's coastal waters and patrol right outside their doorstep. Chapter 51, Entering the Inland Sea. Snap. Inside the Black Palace presidential office. Don slammed the tea set beside him onto the floor with a crash. His eyes widened like glass marbles as he glared fixedly at the intelligence chief. Military affairs are not for your intelligence department to meddle in. Get out. The intelligence minister looked thoroughly chastened, but dared not defy Don's command. He slunk out of the office, head bowed. Don himself was deeply conflicted, pacing the office before finally seeming to make up his mind. He turned to his secretary and ordered, "Summon all presidential advisors immediately and the military representatives too." After giving the order, Don rubbed his temples. The tension had already triggered a migraine. A short while later, a large crowd gathered in the conference room. "Everyone. I intend to dispatch a fleet to patrol the inland seas of Dragon Nation, sending them a clear message of deterrence. I believe this will significantly curb Dragon Nation's activities for the foreseeable future." Don cut straight to the chase, laying out his plan. The moment he spoke, the conference room erupted in chaos. "We've been patrolling the waters near Dragon Nation for years now, but we've never ventured into their inland sea. Dispatching a fleet into another nation's inland sea could be interpreted as a declaration of war. Even if they destroy our entire fleet, we'd have no grounds to complain. How could you suddenly entertain such an idea? As Longbo would say, the military is the nation's most vital asset. It must never be exposed lightly." All of Dayan's presidential advisors unanimously opposed the idea. They were determined not to let Don stir up more trouble. Any diplomatic incident could severely damage his approval ratings. The Eagle Nation's president could serve 2 consecutive terms. If Don's approval ratings dropped, he might not secure re-election in the next election. And then they, the presidential advisors, would surely face reckoning. Yet across the conference table, Military Chief Milton, flanked by a group of generals, strongly endorsed the proposal. "We in the military have long held this view, though we've yet to formally discuss it with you. Dragon Nation has grown far too arrogant lately. Whether it's launching orbital ion cannons or their newly developed perpetual space stations, their actions have severely compromised our national defense security. For years, we've been engaging in minor skirmishes, circling the waters near Dragon Nation without daring to set foot in their inland seas. This situation demands change now." The military's words once again solidified Dayan's resolve. "Analyze this scenario. If our fleet were to patrol Dragon Nation's inland waters, would they attack? If we could infiltrate their inner seas and withdraw unscathed, our international prestige would soar." Don frowned, his expression grave. His advisors knew his temperament well. Once he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end. With no other choice, they began their analysis. "Based on our projections, Dragon Nation will most likely only deploy destroyers to repel our fleet. They won't directly engage us. Therefore, Your Excellency's proposal is entirely feasible." Upon hearing his advisor's final assessment, Don immediately made his decision. "Dispatch our fleet to cruise through Dragon Nation's inland sea. Give them a taste of our might and let the entire world recognize that we, the Eagle, remain the undisputed ruler of the globe. Our position is unshakable." This decision left his advisors feeling somewhat unsettled. It felt like they had been transported back to the era of decades past, when the great arms race and space race raged on. The current peace was hard-won and precious. If this reckless move by the Eagle Nation sparked a new war, it could destroy the credibility they had painstakingly built over the years. Under Don's orders, Milton, a 5-star general in the Eagle's military, personally took command of the operation. He dispatched an aircraft carrier strike group directly toward the inland seas off the southeastern coast of the Dragon Nation. The Eagle's carrier strike group's movements naturally drew the attention of numerous nations. After confirming its course, most initially paid little heed. After all, the Eagle had frequently sailed near Dragon Nation's waters in recent years to flex its muscles. As the directly affected nation, Dragon Nation was the first to issue condemnation. "We have noted the recent movements of the Eagle's carrier strike group, which is heading towards the coastal waters of Dragon Nation. We urge the Eagle's military not to misjudge the situation. Cherish the hard-won peace of the world and do not doubt Dragon Nation's resolve and determination to defend its territory. The Eagle's actions constitute a complete violation of our national interests. We advise you to act wisely. Let it be known that we have warned you." As usual, the Dragon Nation issued official condemnations, though in reality, no one was truly concerned about this particular military maneuver by the Eagle Nation. But when the Eagle's carrier strike group entered the waters near the Dragon Nation's coast, they discovered the enemy was still advancing. This move instantly sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. Any further advance would bring them into Dragon Nation's territorial waters. Upon receiving this intelligence, Dragon Nation's leadership convened an emergency overnight meeting to formulate countermeasures. You've all received the intelligence. Who would have thought the Eagle's carrier strike group was targeting our inland sea? If we allow them to enter successfully this time, won't our nation become like an unguarded maiden, vulnerable to bullying? Precisely. If we allow them into our inland sea, it could become normalized, posing a grave threat to our territorial security. The moment they set foot in our inland sea, we should strike immediately. Such actions can already be regarded as a grave act of war provocation. The voices echoed in unison. After thorough deliberation, the Dragon Nation's leadership reached a unanimous decision. Attack! Under no circumstances could the Eagle's carrier strike group be allowed into Dragon Nation's internal waters. Milton, commanding operations at that moment, remained utterly unaware that Dragon Nation had already decided to counterattack the Eagle Nation carrier strike group. He watched with smug satisfaction as the signal lights marking the carrier's position steadily advanced. This is our first incursion into Dragon Nation's inland sea in all these years. Who would have thought the path would be so unobstructed? Looks like Dragon Nation truly lacks the resolve to strike back. Milton chuckled to himself. Achieving this monumental feat during his tenure would undoubtedly secure his place in the Eagle Nation's military history. Chapter 52, Forcible Expulsion. As tensions continued to escalate, even many Western nations were growing restless. The Eagle's attitude toward the Dragon Nation had shifted far too rapidly. First, they were coaxed into joining sanctions against the Dragon Nation. Then, the Eagle suddenly began courting the Dragon Nation, proactively lifting sanctions. Now, they've gone so far as to dispatch an aircraft carrier strike group directly into the Dragon Nation's inland sea. The situation grows increasingly perilous. The slightest misstep could ignite a new regional conflict or even trigger a world war. This is a scenario no nation in the world wishes to see. We urge the Eagle and the Dragon Nation to exercise restraint. Any issues should be resolved through dialogue and negotiation, not through violent means. We urge the Eagle Nation to immediately withdraw its carrier strike group to prevent further escalation. The Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation share deep historical ties. Only through communication can their conflicts be resolved. We urge all parties to maintain rationality. Numerous nations began issuing appeals, hoping international pressure would compel the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group to leave the Dragon Nation's territorial waters. Yet the Eagle ignored these appeals entirely. Their carrier strike group continued sailing through Dragon Nation's inland waters as if it were their own backyard. This provoked widespread discontent among Dragon Nation citizens. This is simply too much. They're riding roughshod over us. Such behavior would be a disgrace to any nation. I'd love to take them on personally and cut them down. Are we just going to let them wreak havoc in our own waters? Why can't the government come up with a real solution? All we get is the spokesperson spouting condemnations. What good does that do? Ha! They boast about being a great power, but when it matters, we see the Dragon Nation is just a cowardly country. Hesitating over every move. Where's the dignity of a great nation? The Dragon Nation's citizens have grown increasingly dissatisfied with their government. Everyone knows that such actions by the Eagle are a grave provocation to any nation, yet the Dragon Nation's government remains utterly indifferent. They only offer empty condemnations. At this moment, the Dragon Nation's high command had already arrived at the military command center. They had even invited Lu Chiu as a special expert to participate in the operation command. This marks our first deployment of the orbital ion cannon in actual combat. Should any errors occur, Lu Chiu, you must point them out immediately. Xu Yun said with a solemn expression. Rest assured. The orbital ion cannon I developed is extremely simple to operate. Anyone with basic rocket operation knowledge should understand how to handle it. If need be, I can handle it myself. Hearing Lu Chiu's offer to take control, everyone hastily shook their heads and waved him off. No way. Now that the railgun has been developed, it should be operated by military personnel. The consequences and pressure it brings should be borne by us. You researchers just focus on perfecting your inventions. Xu Yun said with a smile. His expression then turned grave as he issued a stern order. First, launch several small-scale attacks near the carrier to issue a warning. If they remain obstinate after receiving this warning, then we will launch a full-scale strike. At his command, the operating soldiers began adjusting the ion cannon's power. Using the Dragon Bone satellite floating in space, they located the Eagle ship carrier strike group. The ion cannon assault commenced immediately. At that moment, the Eagle ship carrier group was still cruising through the Dragon Nation's inland seas. The soldiers aboard the warships felt an unparalleled sense of glory. They knew full well that after this incident, upon returning home, they would undoubtedly become heroes across the entire Eagle Nation and receive countless rewards. Everyone was already lost in dreams of becoming Eagle Swan heroes. Suddenly, a beam of light as thick as a bowl plunged from the sky. Even the carrier group's radar systems failed to register it in time. One beam pierced straight through the rear of the cruiser. Many soldiers had no time to dodge and could only jump into the sea to save their lives. General Milton. Our carrier strike group in Dragon Nation waters has been attacked. Judging by the attack pattern, it appears to be an orbital ion cannon. One cruiser has been sunk, with no follow-up attacks. This appears to be a warning from Dragon Nation. We request immediate return to base. The carrier strike group's captain made a frantic satellite call to Milton. What? Upon receiving the news, Milton's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He never imagined Dragon Nation would actually dare to attack the carrier strike group. If handled poorly, this action could easily trigger the outbreak of war. If war erupted between the world's two superpowers, other nations would be hard-pressed to remain untouched. Ultimately, the world would inevitably plunge into a third global conflict. The situation had now escalated beyond Milton's authority. He urgently relayed the news to President Dawn. Upon hearing the news, Dawn rubbed his temples, where veins bulged, with a sigh of resignation. Withdraw for now. There's no need to provoke war with Dragon Nation at this stage. Our deterrence has already achieved its purpose. Plus, since Dragon Nation initiated the attack, public opinion is firmly on our side. Upon receiving the order to withdraw, Milton and the military leaders breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though they possessed weapons similar to orbital ion cannons, retaliation was absolutely unwise at this juncture. Any irrational actions by either side following this attack could ignite a global conflagration. Return immediately. Rescue as many wounded as possible. Milton immediately issued the order to the carrier strike group. Rest assured, Your Excellency. It appears the Dragon Nation deliberately targeted our cruiser's deck. While the ship sank, there were no casualties. These words brought Milton some relief. Had the Dragon Nation's attack resulted in casualties, yet their Eagle Wing military still chose to retreat voluntarily, it would have been difficult to silence the critics. When Milton relayed the news of no casualties to Dawn, the latter visibly relaxed. Oomph. I knew those cowardly Dragon Nation scum wouldn't dare inflict direct casualties on our personnel. We should immediately rally the Western nations to condemn Dragon Nation and demand compensation for our warship's losses. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon Nation continue acting with such impunity. Our deterrence should have already achieved its effect. Chapter 53, Public Pressure. The Eagle's warships have just retreated. This time, the orbital ion cannon precisely hit the target patrol ships and successfully sank one of them. The orbital ion cannon operator announced excitedly. This was their first attempt at live fire strikes against Eagle Nation vessels, and the results were undeniably stunning. Fantastic. Do we have satellite footage monitoring it in real time? We absolutely must broadcast this attack live. Let the entire nation, indeed the whole world, see that our Dragon Nation has the guts to go toe-to-toe with Eagle Sauce. Shu Yun exclaimed with visible excitement. He understood clearly that this presented an exceptional opportunity for the Dragon Nation. It could transform the long-held perception of the Dragon Nation as perpetually yielding. Our space station's monitoring footage is crystal clear, no issues whatsoever. Release this footage immediately. The U.S. carrier strike group invaded our territorial waters and was repelled by our newly developed orbital ion cannon weaponry. Dragon Nation's high command clearly agreed with Chu Yun's proposal. They immediately ordered their subordinates to release the satellite footage, demonstrating to the world Dragon Nation's unwavering resolve to defend its territorial integrity. What you are now witnessing is our orbital ion cannon repelling the Eagle's carrier strike group. The carrier ion cannon is a cutting-edge weapon independently developed by our nation. This marks its first deployment in actual combat, and its performance has been remarkably effective. When the government released this footage, it immediately sparked a massive online sensation. Holy crap, is something wrong with my eyes? When did our Dragon Nation become this tough? That's the Eagle's carrier strike group. Their carriers might even be carrying nuclear weapons. Who'd have thought our nation could pull off such a triumphant move, sinking one of their patrol ships? This doesn't look good. If we just sent destroyers to push their carrier group out of our territorial waters, it might have been better. Now we've openly fired on the Eagle's fleet and even damaged their ships. This massive accusation will likely land squarely on our Dragon Nation's head. The impact of this video spread like a plague. Numerous Western nations received the news immediately. Upon viewing the footage, leaders across nations plunged into panic. The Dragon Nation had actually used weapons against the Eagle's carrier strike group. While the Eagle Nation had provoked them first, by all logic the Dragon Nation should have exercised restraint instead of directly deploying weapons, let alone weapons of mass destruction. China's actions have gravely violated international conventions and fundamental human morality. They must apologize to the Eagle Nation. Otherwise, no country in the world will forgive China. Regional peace was hard won, yet Dragon Nation dared to be the first to deploy hot weapons. Such conduct is utterly despicable. Our Cherry Blossom Nation strongly condemns this. Dragon Nation's actions are dangerously close to triggering regional conflict. We, the Korean nation, uphold the principle of peace and urge Dragon Nation to handle this matter appropriately. Western nations almost unanimously began backing the Eagle. They failed to consider that had Eagle's carrier strike group not first entered Dragon Nation's territorial waters, this conflict might never have erupted. Inside the Black House at that moment, seeing international opinion overwhelmingly shift in his favor, Dawn couldn't have been happier. We've truly made a masterstroke. Dragon Nation's actions have undoubtedly sparked public outrage. I'm sure many nations fear what Dragon Nation might do next. This is precisely our chance to rally more allies. As a seasoned politician, Dawn wouldn't miss this chance to kick them while they're down. Issue a statement immediately. Strongly condemn Dragon Nation's actions and declare them a provocative signal. Demand Dragon Nation publicly apologize to us and compensate for the costs incurred by the sinking of our patrol vessel. If necessary, we can even fabricate some casualty lists. A smug smile spread across Dawn's face. He had been fretting over the lack of an opportunity to strike against Dragon Nation, yet now they had handed him the knife on a silver platter. The Eagle's presidential advisors never imagined that Dawn's impulsive, risky gambit would yield such astonishing results. Thus, the spokesperson for the Eagle Nation's presidential office began his address. Today, with profound sorrow, we announce that under Dragon Nation's terrorist attack, 6 of our soldiers have perished in the vast ocean, sacrificing their lives to protect our nation's security. We hereby demand that Dragon Nation issue a public apology and compensate for the corresponding losses. Simultaneously, we will implement countermeasures against Dragon Nation, imposing a maritime transportation blockade on its waters. This blockade will remain in effect until Dragon Nation agrees to our terms. The Eagle is taking advantage of the situation. Upon receiving this news, the Dragon Nation's leadership erupted in fury. The Eagle Nation has gone too far. Their greed is utterly repulsive. Our video evidence clearly shows there were 0 casualties. Yet they shamelessly fabricated a list of casualties. Who would have thought? While our domestic public is satisfied with our firm stance, now the international pressure is mounting again. The Dragon Nation's high command wore grim expressions. At the moment the ion railgun was fired, none had anticipated the Eagle Nation would stoop so low. Why don't we also announce the assassination attempt on Lucio? Let everyone know that Dragon Nation is the true victim. Eagle sent assassins to openly attempt to kill a distinguished scientist on our territory. Isn't that despicable enough? The group unanimously slammed their fists on the table in agreement. However, this matter definitely required Lucio's consent. Initially, they had planned to privately negotiate with the Eagle Nation, using this opportunity to give them a stern warning. They hadn't intended to make it public. After all, it involved their privacy. Once announced, it could very likely trigger other negative repercussions. If it could help the current situation, I think we should release the information about the assassins. But there's a high probability the Eagle Nation won't admit it. I now have a clear understanding of how thick-skinned they are. Lucio had no particular objection to making the matter public. Whether they admit it or not, we have to give it a shot. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation's leadership decided to make public the successful assassination attempt on Eagle Sauce. They aimed to shift the international public opinion. Chapter 54, Stubborn Denial. Relations between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation had reached a boiling point. All nations hoped for a thaw in bilateral relations, lest regional conflict erupt and potentially trigger a world war. Under these circumstances, everyone hoped that Dragon Nation, as the aggressor, would apologize first. But after several days of waiting, the anticipated apology from Dragon Nation never materialized. Instead, Dragon Nation lodged a protest against Eagle Nation, causing tensions between the two sides to flare up once more. We regretfully denounce Eagle's crimes before the world. Our investigation reveals Eagle orchestrated an assassination attempt against our nation's brilliant scientist, Mr. Lucio. Such despicable acts flagrantly violate fundamental humanitarian principles. We demand Eagle provide a full explanation. The official Dragon Nation indictment sent shockwaves across the globe. What? Eagle Chicken would harm a Dragon Nation scientist? Such actions are utterly despicable. I heard the assassination failed, only one of the 3 assassins survived. Not sure if it's true though. Personally, I suspect this is a fabrication by the Dragon Nation. After all, no matter how despicable the Eagle Nation's methods may be, they would never target a scientist from another sovereign nation. Many remain skeptical of the Dragon Nation's accusations. An unwritten rule exists among nations: the assassination of scientists is strictly forbidden. If anyone were to set this precedent, it could plunge all researchers into a state of constant fear. Wouldn't that bring human technological progress to a standstill? Yet Dragon Nation swiftly released interrogation footage and confessions from Zhou Bang. Zhou Bang's fingerprints were clearly visible on the documents. This caused many nations to begin questioning the allegations. Could this really be the Eagle's doing? Their tactics seem rather lowbrow, don't they? Let's wait and see how the Eagle responds. The Eagle's actions are truly despicable. Even if the Dragon Nation attacked their carrier strike group's patrol ship, it was to protect their own territorial integrity. What's the Eagle's motive? Clearly, they just can't stand seeing others prosper. The international public opinion landscape began shifting immediately. People from numerous countries began siding with the Dragon Nation, openly condemning the Eagle Nation. After all, if the Eagle's carrier fleet entered their territorial waters, most nations would likely react similarly to the Dragon Nation. But assassinating scientists? That violates the most fundamental principles of international law. Upon learning this news, Dawn was filled with rage. Sitting in his office, his face darkened as he watched the confessions and interrogation footage released by the Dragon Nation. Damn it! Is this what you meant by our assassins being utterly reliable? Couldn't they have killed themselves after being captured by the Dragon Nation? Why betray their country? You must resolve this matter completely. Immediately reverse the unfavorable international discourse against us. He turned to glare at the intelligence minister, his rage boiling over. Your Excellency, resolving this matter is actually quite straightforward. Facing Dayan's rebuke, the intelligence minister showed no sign of panic. His composed expression, as if holding all the cards, somewhat eased the fire burning within Dayan. Share your thoughts. Dawn lit a cigar and spoke patiently. Your Excellency must have seen in the interrogation footage that the assassin they captured alive is one of their own Dragon Nation citizens. His identity is flawless. No one outside our Eagle intelligence agency knows whether he is truly an assassin. All we need to do is stick to our guns and deny everything, insisting this man is an actor hired by the Dragon Nation. I'm confident we can twist the truth and leave them in a bind. The intelligence chief's words made Dawn's eyes light up. You've got some quick wit, kid. You're right. As long as we Eagles insist this guy is an actor hired by the Dragon Kingdom, no one will believe their lies, no matter how much evidence they have. In the end, Dawn adopted the intelligence minister's solution. He immediately had the presidential office spokesperson issue a clarification. The Dragon Nation interrogation video features brilliant screenwriting, professional directing, and truly outstanding acting. We never imagined Dragon Nation would go to such lengths to orchestrate an unprecedented interrogation, pinning enormous blame on us Eagles. We urge all nations to keep their eyes wide open and never fall for the Dragon Nation's tricks. They clearly feel they have no justification for attacking our patrol ship and are now trying to divert public attention. The Eagles spokesperson's remarks only deepened the confusion among many previously undecided nations. They didn't even know which side to take or which nation to condemn. The people of the Dragon Nation were also deeply outraged by the Eagles' shameless actions. Yet everyone felt powerless. Only now did they gradually understand why Eagles' warships had repeatedly prowled near Dragon Nation's waters and why Dragon Nation had only driven them away without retaliating. The pressure of being the first to strike was simply too great. Dragon Nation, South Sea. The expressions of several high-ranking officials were grim. They never imagined the Eagle Nation would turn the tables and accuse their interrogation footage of being fabricated. We old hands, having lived this long, couldn't see things as clearly as Lucio. We should have anticipated the Eagle Nation stubbornly denying the assassination attempt. We're now in a defensive position. Eagle has rallied several Western nations to condemn us, demanding Dragon Nation compensate for the patrol ship's destruction. Indeed. The public opinion pressure is unfavorable for our Dragon Nation, but we absolutely cannot compromise with the eagle-eyed ones so easily. They were the ones who invaded our territorial waters. We were merely defending ourselves. That said, if we refuse to meet the Eagle's demands, the blockade against the Dragon Nation is unlikely to end anytime soon. Many smaller nations that had previously maintained friendly relations with the Dragon Nation, under pressure from the Eagle Nation and others, were gradually distancing themselves from us. Why don't we consult Lucio for his opinion? That kid's got a sharp mind. He might just have a brilliant idea. Shu Yun, who had long been impressed by Lucio, suggested. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials perked up at the suggestion. The one who tied the bell must untie it. We should invite Lucio over and seek his counsel. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials agreed in unison. Chapter 55, Opening the Space Station. By the time Lucio received the message and arrived at Tiananhai, it was already noon. He had already learned from Chu Yun the reason for his invitation to Tiananhai. Young Lu, we hope this sudden invitation hasn't disrupted your research progress? We've been at a loss for solutions, which is why we sought your insights as researchers. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for our Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials had specially arranged a luncheon and now looked at Lucio with a look of deep concern. Had they not been utterly at a loss for solutions, they would never have disturbed Lucio's research. I understand your concerns. From my perspective as a researcher, the reason we face such immense international pressure boils down to one thing: we lack sufficient high-tech weaponry. As soon as Lucio spoke, expressions of deep agreement spread across everyone's faces. Indeed, our nation's technology has advanced rapidly in a short time, but compared to the Eagle Nation, the gap is far from negligible. If our overall strength and military power were truly world-class, the public opinion landscape wouldn't be as unfavorable as it is today. Everyone nodded in agreement with Lucio's words. That's precisely why I'm spearheading the exoskeleton armor project to further elevate our military capabilities. However, development requires time, and the pressing public opinion pressure before us is urgent. I believe we can leverage the Tiangong space station to gain more partners. Lu Chou offered his perspective with a smile. Are you suggesting we open our space station to other nations? While not impossible, it could certainly win Dragon Nation many allies. But what if researchers from other countries develop covetous intentions toward our station? Wouldn't that cause immense damage? The Dragon Nation's Tiangong space station represented their most prized achievement in space technology. It represented the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's capabilities in space exploration. Allowing individuals with questionable motives to enter the station could stir up trouble of unimaginable proportions. The direct harm to the station itself is one concern, but more critically, their technology could very well be reverse-engineered by other nations. If Western nations gained access to Dragon Nation's space station technology and then imposed sanctions in retaliation, wouldn't that be a colossal loss? Thus, opinions on Lu Chou's stance remained divided. As if sensing their apprehension, Lu Chou's face broke into a confident smile. Have you all forgotten the nuclear wastewater separator incident? Didn't Western nations purchase our equipment back then? Yet after studying it for ages, they still couldn't figure out how to activate it. Our space station technology is no different. The world's top space scientists are all in Eagle Land, while the nations we invited to participate in the space station experiments are all minor players. Even if they were bought off by the Eagle Nation and planned to steal technology from the space station, they wouldn't have the means to do so. Hearing Lu Chou's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Exactly. By collaborating on the space station project, we can both divide Eagle's allies and alleviate our own public pressure, a win-win solution. It's settled. Issue the announcement immediately. Our Longhu space station will permit researchers from other nations to conduct scientific projects on board. Seeing everyone agree with his proposal, a faint smile returned to Lu Chou's face. Actually, besides this approach, we can also partner with companies to develop civilian space technology. This is still an untapped market. Once we capture it, we'll not only generate profits but also establish collaborations with enterprises from other countries. By forming market partnerships with companies, we can pressure those hostile nations into lifting their embargoes against Dragon Nation. Lu Chou's plan was nothing short of audacious. Dragon Nation's space technology had started relatively late, though it had now developed the everlasting space station and achieved breakthroughs in cutting-edge space technology. However, shortcomings persist in other areas. To develop the civilian space market, more comprehensive technological support is essential. Rest assured, if concerns lie with technology, I can provide detailed civilian space technologies including but not limited to space tourism programs, civilian satellites, and more. Lu Chou's words plunged all the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials into elation. If technical hurdles could be overcome, they were eager to seize the opportunity to dominate the civilian space market. Excellent. Since you're so confident, we'll lift restrictions on the civilian space sector. Let all enterprises benefit from the advancements in Dragon Nation's space technology. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with smiles. They understood very well that once restrictions on the civilian space sector were lifted, it would bring a steady stream of tax revenue to Dragon Nation. After an afternoon of meetings and detailed discussions, the Dragon Nation government finally issued an announcement. Guided by the principle of joint space exploration with other nations, we welcome researchers from other countries to join China's Tiangong space station for scientific missions. We welcome all nations to discuss cooperation opportunities with Manhwa. When the Dragon Nation's announcement went public, the entire world erupted. Even many Western nations found the offer irresistibly tempting. The Dragon Nation's permanent large-scale space station is virtually the pinnacle of global space station technology. Even the International Space Station, which the Eagle Nation has operated for years, pales in comparison to Manhwa's Tiangong. Securing an agreement with Manhwa would grant them access to conduct research aboard the world's most advanced space station. Naturally, smaller nations were the first to be captivated. Surviving in the shadows of larger powers, these nations saw the exceptionally generous terms offered by the Dragon Nation and naturally focused all their attention on it. Representatives from numerous smaller nations began actively courting Dragon Nation, hoping to secure a chance for collaboration that would allow their domestic researchers to gain access to Dragon Nation's space station. Naturally, the Dragon Nation wouldn't refuse those who proactively offered cooperation. However, their eligibility to enter the space station must undergo review by Lu Chou. Chapter 56, Sending 50 People to Space at Once. Who is Lu Chou? This question lingered in the minds of all nations. Although Lu Chou's name had been passed around among the high-ranking officials of countries like the Eagle Nation, many nations still knew little about him. To them, he appeared merely a researcher, yet he commanded such profound trust from Dragon Nation's leadership that they entrusted him with vetting personnel for space station access. Suddenly, numerous high-ranking officials from various nations began reaching out to Lu Chou, hoping to establish connections with him and thereby secure access to the space station. However, Lu Chou paid no heed to these overtures of goodwill from various nations' leaders. His focus was entirely on reviewing the personnel lists submitted by various nations. Most possessed impeccable backgrounds, having never interacted with the Eagle Nation and instead focusing solely on domestic development. With such transparent backgrounds, Lu Chou naturally could not refuse their requests to board the space station. Many researchers with Eagle brand study abroad backgrounds, however, were promptly rejected by Lu Qiu without hesitation. After all, no one could be certain whether they were Eagle brand spies. While Lu Qiu had no concern that the researchers boarding the space station would compromise his technology, allowing Eagle spies onto the station could easily lead to other complications. By this point, over 30 countries had signed cooperation agreements with the Dragon Nation, including 1 or 2 Western nations. These 2 Western nations weren't merely opportunists, they genuinely hoped to seize this chance to break free from Eagle's control. Naturally, the Dragon Nation welcomed them with open arms. Drawing Eagle's allies to their side was cause for celebration in itself. After 3 days of qualification reviews, the first multinational group of over 50 researchers was finalized for the space station. The Eagle's International Space Station could never accommodate such numbers, but Dragon Nation's colossal space station could easily handle 10 times as many people. When Lu Qiu released the list of researchers, discontent erupted. What's the meaning of this? I've noticed that every researcher with ties to the Eagle Nation has been rejected by Lu Qiu. If Dragon Nation claims to abandon national barriers and pursue joint space development, shouldn't such factors be overlooked? Scientific missions aboard the space station should prioritize merit above all else. The Eagle Nation has long led the world in space technology. Are these researchers with their Eagle Nation academic backgrounds not exceptionally talented? This is utterly disheartening. We are the most outstanding researchers. Even Dawn and others, upon learning this news, issued official condemnations. China's actions clearly constitute national discrimination. If China intends to share the space station's opportunities with all nations, it should allow us Americans to participate. Though they knew full well Dragon Nation would never agree to such unreasonable demands, the Eagle Nation's leadership was more than happy to give them a taste of their own medicine. Naturally, Dragon Nation would never agree to the Eagle Nation's unreasonable demands. By this point, they had already prepared their spacecraft, ready to transport scientists from all nations to the space station at any moment. Everyone, upon entering the Tiangong space station, you must cooperate with one another, set aside national differences, and jointly contribute to humanity's space exploration endeavors. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the diverse group of scientists before him. Their skin tones and cultures varied. Most of these researchers hail from struggling nations, making this hard-won opportunity all the more precious to them. Professor Lu, rest assured. Since Dragon Nation has granted us this chance, we won't let it go to waste. We'll definitely achieve breakthroughs to prove ourselves to those Western nations. Exactly. While our research capabilities may not match those of scientists from major nations, we will strive with all our might. Excitement and confidence shone in everyone's eyes. Then, they looked at the spacecraft not far away. There are 50 of us. Based on each man's spacecraft carrying 5 people, we'll need 10 spacecraft to get us all up there, right? The group voiced their concerns. Although they had contributed funds to the Dragon Nation, the costs required for launching spacecraft were astronomical. You're overthinking it. One trip will get all of you to the space station. Lu Qiu chuckled, pointing toward the spacecraft in the distance. This was a modified lunar material transport ship with a maximum payload capacity of 30 tons. Transporting such a small group of people posed no problem whatsoever. The group was utterly astonished. Upon entering the spacecraft's interior, they discovered a hidden world within. Before them stood a full array of 60 seats. After donning their spacesuits and equipment, they settled quietly into their seats aboard the spacecraft. With Lu Qiu's ignition command, the manned spacecraft vanished from sight at an astonishing speed. This spacecraft launch was broadcast live worldwide. After all, it involved numerous cooperating nations, and it was essential for them to know the safety status of their scientists immediately. Witnessing this spectacle, people around the world stared in astonishment. Unbelievable. Transporting so many people into space in a single launch, doesn't this mean space travel will become possible in the future? Dragon Nation's technological prowess truly advances by leaps and bounds. Their manned lunar spacecraft only carried 5 people into space back then, yet now they've multiplied that by tenfold and the rocket's thrust remains just as powerful. I'm genuinely worried for our Eagle Nation. Our space station can only accommodate a dozen or so people for living and working, and its various pipelines and systems are gradually aging. It should be phased out in 2 or 3 years at most. Witnessing this spectacle, people from numerous nations grew even more profoundly impressed by Dragon Nation's technological prowess. Those nations that chose to collaborate with Dragon Country were jubilant, convinced they had made the wisest decision. Meanwhile, nations that had already severed ties with the Dragon Nation were feeling downcast beyond words. At that moment, President Dawn of the Black Palace stared with a deathly pale face as the Dragon Nation's spacecraft rapidly ascended into the sky. His face turned ashen as he watched the Dragon Nation's spacecraft rapidly ascend into the sky. The Dragon Nation sure knows how to play its cards. With their public pressure suddenly easing, many nations are now warming up to them. We must find a way to thwart their plans, he said, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 57, Civilian Space Technology. Dragon Nation Capital. In a rather luxurious restaurant, Lu Qiu and Zhang Ying sat across from each other. This was already the umpteenth time Lu Qiu had asked her out this month. The pair now resembled young lovers deeply in love, spending every waking moment together and showing no signs of parting. Shen Guoliang was thoroughly pleased with their rapid progress. Naturally, he hoped his granddaughter would be with Longhua's most brilliant scientific genius. Has your Donghuan Group's external expansion business been affected these past few days? Lu Chou asked somewhat sheepishly as he sliced his steak with a knife. After the previous assassination attempt, he still felt a sense of guilt toward Jiang Ying. Had Jiang Ying not been by his side then, she might not have been frightened. Had Zhao Long and the others moved even a fraction slower, his regret might have been too late. Jiang Ying seemed to sense Lu Chou's sense of guilt and a faint smile appeared on her face. It's manageable. While our overseas operations have been somewhat affected, our core business remains primarily domestic, so the overall impact hasn't been too severe. Hearing this, Lu Chou finally let out a long sigh of relief. Actually, there's still an opportunity, one where overseas companies might even beg to do business with your Oriental Group. Lu Chou's face held a mysterious smile as he looked at Jiang Ying. Could it be you've developed another breakthrough innovation you plan to gift to our Dongfang Group? Let me warn you upfront, no free lunch. Don't foolishly hand over your patents to us just because of our personal connection. Her wide-eyed expression was quite endearing as she spoke earnestly. What are you thinking? I'm not the type to abuse my position for personal gain. After careful consideration, your Oriental Group is still the most capable. That's why I hope to establish a partnership with your company. You should know that our Dragon Nation has made significant strides in space technology recently. We plan to extend these advancements into civilian applications. Would your Oriental Group be interested? Hearing Lu Chou's words, Jiang Ying's face betrayed a look of utter disbelief. China's space technology is developing rapidly, but it's only been a few months. Surely it hasn't reached the standards for civilian application yet? Jiang Ying asked curiously. Rest assured. I've practically single-handedly spearheaded Dragon Nation's space technology. Could it be you lack confidence in the spacecraft I've developed? Just recently, our spacecraft delivered 50 scientists from around the world to the Tiangong space station. That alone proves our space technology has reached the level required for civilian applications. Lu Chou explained with a smile. Regarding the civilian application of space technology, I plan to focus on 3 main areas: space tourism, civilian satellites, and positioning systems. What do you think? Only now did Jiang Ying realize Lu Chou hadn't been joking with her. She grew serious for once, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. It would be quite an achievement for our Oriental Group to secure 2 of these areas. If we were to dominate all 3, we might invite envy. Once a monopoly forms, we could find ourselves stymied at every turn. Lu Chou understood her concern. While Oriental Group possessed the capability to develop all 3 space sectors simultaneously, Jiang Ying didn't want him to be accused of using corporate resources for personal gain. Rest assured. Our Dragon Nation's leadership has already granted me the authority to begin identifying suitable groups for civilian space ventures. As a global conglomerate, your Oriental Group is fully qualified. Lu Chou had laid it all out. Any further refusal from Jiang Ying would seem deliberately obstinate. Upon my return, I'll convene a shareholders' meeting to formulate a proposal. I'm confident the shareholders of Oriental Group won't object either. Jiang Ying said excitedly. Early the next morning, she arrived at the company and had already notified all directors to convene the meeting. Unsurprisingly, Fang Shan was the last one to arrive, dawdling his way in. Jiang Ying didn't pay much attention to his persistent uncooperative attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gathered us here today to discuss a project we're about to finalize with the Long Nation Academy of Sciences. As you all know, our nation's space technology is advancing rapidly. Now, the Longwei Academy of Sciences intends to apply this technology in the civilian sector and has expressed preliminary interest in collaborating with our Dongfang Group. She then distributed a simplified project proposal, the one Lu Chou had given her the previous night, to each director. As the directors received the documents, their hands trembled. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Even if space technology were to be applied to civilian use, it would logically fall to a large state-owned enterprise to handle such a project. Why would they suddenly consider some Oriental Group? At first, they thought Jiang Ying was joking with them. But after reading the proposal, they felt as if their spines had been pulled out, slumping lifelessly into their chairs. Fang Shan's expression darkened considerably. Everyone understood clearly that the civilian space technology sector was still a blank market. Such a lucrative opportunity laid out before them was impossible to resist. But none of us can fathom why the Longwei Academy of Sciences would single out our Dongfang Group. Exactly. While we are a large, internationally integrated conglomerate, wouldn't it be more convenient for them to partner with state-owned enterprises? Regardless, if President Jiang can secure this partnership, our Oriental Group will truly soar to new heights in the future. Though everyone remained curious about why the Academy had chosen Dongfang Group, the collaboration between the 2 parties was now an established fact. The future development of the Oriental Group was bound to accelerate dramatically. All shareholders were thrilled. After all, the larger the group grew, the higher the profits, and the greater their annual dividends. Only Fang Shan sat silently at his seat, his expression shifting between light and shadow. While others might be unaware of the Academy of Sciences' rationale for choosing Oriental Group, he knew the truth all too well. It was undoubtedly because Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying shared a close personal relationship that this collaboration opportunity had been handed to Oriental Group. He couldn't help but harbor resentment toward Lu Qiu. Such actions would only solidify Jiang Ying's position within the group. Chapter 58, A Whistleblower Letter. Oriental Group ultimately reached a cooperation agreement with the Academy of Sciences. 3 days after the Oriental Group shareholders meeting, both parties signed the cooperation agreement, finalizing a series of detailed terms. These included detailed provisions on profit distribution and other matters. Are you certain partnering with our Dongfang Group won't cause you any trouble? Jiang Ying asked with lingering concern. Rest assured. I've already shown all the terms of this cooperation to our Dragon Nation's senior leadership. They've given their approval. That said, it seems the higher-ups hold Dongfang Group in high regard and trust it greatly? Lu Qiu hesitated, as if recalling something. In any case, you needn't worry about the rest. Our lab will assign dedicated personnel to liaise with your group. The project can commence at any time. He declared with confidence. As long as it doesn't affect the Dragon Nation's high-level views of you, our Oriental Group has no objections. We truly appreciate your help this time. As she spoke, a faint blush spread across Jiang Ying's cheeks. This scene left Lu Qiu utterly dumbfounded. He prided himself on not being the type to lose his footing at the sight of a beautiful woman. Yet in Jiang Ying's presence, that unbidden flutter of the heart drew him deeper and deeper into its pull. Fang family villa. Fang Shan, consumed by rage and humiliation, clutched his most cherished antique porcelain piece, poised to smash it on the floor. Yet, a pang of reluctance tugged at his heart. In the end, he slowly placed it back on the antique shelf. His gaze fixed on the man with the hooked nose before him, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Are you eagle noses just going to stand by and watch Dragon Nation gradually enter the civilian space sector? This is a huge piece of cake. The man with the hooked nose smiled faintly, replying calmly. Isn't that where you come in? I hear Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying are close friends, and Xin Guoliang at the academy is Jiang Ying's grandfather. You could use that as grounds to report Lu Qiu to the Dragon Nation's leadership for abusing his position for personal gain. Once that happens, the Dragon Nation's leadership will definitely halt the collaboration between the Academy of Sciences and the Oriental Group. They might even launch an investigation. Even if they value Lu Qiu's talent and avoid excessive punishment, it'll certainly leave a bitter taste in his mouth. Hooknose voiced his thoughts. His words made Fang Shan's eyes light up, as if someone had pointed him toward a clear path. You're absolutely right. Our nation is currently highly vigilant against corruption. Exposing the relationship between Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying would likely trigger significant public backlash. A flicker of excitement crossed his face as he immediately drafted a whistleblower letter in his capacity as the major shareholder of Dongfang Group. The letter detailed how Lu Qiu had exploited his position to strike a deal with Dongfang Group. He even embellished it with numerous fabricated details. When the letter reached the hands of Longhua's high-ranking officials, a sneer involuntarily appeared on their faces. Who would have thought Dongfang Group had shareholders like this? They clearly paved the way for them to make money, yet this guy went out of his way to sabotage it. Who knows what this man was thinking? But I hear this Fang Shan fellow does have a strong sense of patriotism. He supplied nearly all the materials when we were building the lunar spacecraft. So he really is a selfless public servant. Probably discovered the connection between Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying, and didn't want our country to suffer losses. Everyone treated it as nothing more than a joke, then tossed the whistleblower letter into the shredder. They paid it no further mind. They all knew full well that when Lu Qiu proposed the partner company, everyone had reviewed it together. Dongfang Group's capabilities and loyalty to the Dragon Nation were beyond reproach. That was precisely why the Dragon Nation chose to partner with Dongfang Group. We should still inform Lu Qiu about this matter, someone suggested. Let him know we've got his back here, so he doesn't feel too much pressure. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials ultimately decided. When Lu Qiu learned he had been reported by Fang Shan, his face showed no trace of surprise. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Others might be unaware of the reason, but he knew exactly why. Jiang Ying had long mentioned that Fang Shan and she had always been rivals, vying for actual control over the Dongfang Group. Thus, Fang Shan's actions came as no surprise. He didn't dwell on it, instead channeling all his energy and time into research and development in the field of civilian space technology. A full week had passed, and Fang Shan had endured an agonizing wait. The whistleblower letter he had sent out seemed to have vanished into thin air, with not a single trace of feedback returning. According to the intelligence he had gathered, no one from the Oversight Department had entered the Academy of Sciences. The staff there continued working on their projects as planned. Has our plan failed? It seems Longhua has no intention of taking action against Lu Qiu. Come to think of it, even if the collaboration between the Academy of Sciences and the Oriental Group stemmed from Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying's personal relationship, they certainly wouldn't take direct action against Lu Qiu over such a minor matter. Fang Shan looked at the man with the hook nose before him, his voice tinged with despair. Your Longwei society is far too complicated with all its personal connections. We Eagle Sand people just can't fathom it. Our Eagle Sand society is far more equal and just. The man with the hooked nose sighed deeply. It seems reporting this to your Dragon Nation superiors won't accomplish much. We'll have to expose Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying's shady dealings publicly so the people can see their true colors. The hawk-nosed man narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Don't screw me over. I just reported this to the Dragon Nation's higher-ups, and now you're about to make it public? If the media blows this up, everyone will know it was me. Fang Shan was utterly panicked by the hawk-nosed man's decision. Relax, this won't implicate you. After all, many people know about Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying's relationship. No one will suspect you. After saying this, he immediately spent a fortune contacting major media outlets in Dragon Country. He even leveraged his position to reach numerous Western media outlets abroad. He arranged for them to publish the news directly. Initially, domestic media outlets were reluctant to take on the hook-nose's assignment. After all, exposing such a secret could potentially put Longwei's high-ranking officials in a vulnerable position. It could ignite mass public discontent. But Hooknose's offer was simply too lucrative to refuse. Soon, online media was flooded with reports about Lu Qiu abusing his power for personal gain. Chapter 59, Abusing Official Power for Personal Gain? The people of Dragon Nation immediately erupted in outrage. What on earth is going on? Shouldn't the Academy of Sciences be a place dedicated to academic research? Why are there still such petty and corrupt practices? Looks like the Academy isn't pure anymore. Lu Qiu developed so many cutting-edge technologies before I thought he was selfless, solely focused on forging swords for the nation. Who knew he'd do something like this? One must admit, the CEO of Oriental Group is quite fortunate. With Lu Qiu's research capabilities, what technological product could he not create? From now on, Oriental Group will likely dominate the field. The internet was flooded with condemnation directed at Lu Qiu and the Academy of Sciences. Many even gathered offline at the Academy of Sciences gates, staging spontaneous protests. Especially companies already in direct competition with the Dongfang Group were spending heavily to hire citizens to cause disturbances at the Academy's entrance, hoping to draw even wider attention. Everyone understood clearly that if Oriental Group achieved a breakthrough in medical space technology, it would inevitably deal a blow to their industries. Upon receiving this news, Lu Qiu dismissed it with disdain. Before selecting his final partner, he had already conducted a comprehensive investigation of the Oriental Group. His conclusion remained unchanged: Oriental Group was undoubtedly the best partner. Moreover, this decision had secured the backing of high-level officials in the Dragon Nation. All procedures complied with regulations. Lu Qiu stood tall and walked straight, so he certainly wouldn't let online rumors disturb his composure. However, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were furious upon receiving this news. Choosing Oriental Group was a collective decision made by all of us senior leaders in Manhwa. Why should Lu Qiu bear the pressure alone? Immediately release an official statement to clear up the misunderstanding. Make it clear that the collaboration between the Academy of Sciences and Dongfang Group is a direct order from us and has nothing to do with Lu Qiu. Soon, the Dragon Nation's official media released the news. The entire process of the partnership with the Oriental Group was made public. Upon learning the truth, the people of Dragon Nation felt immense relief, while simultaneously directing their fury toward the media outlets that had initially spread the false reports. It's all because of these media outlets' reckless reporting. Without knowing the facts, we naturally believed their lies. Are these media outlets not subject to any oversight now? They release any information without verification. These days, media outlets will do anything for profit. I suspect this leak likely came from Eastern Group's rival companies. They simply can't stand seeing Eastern Group doing better than them. In an instant, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Many people voiced their support for the Oriental Group, and some even began purchasing its products in large quantities. As for the companies competing with the Oriental Group, it was exposed that they had hired large numbers of ordinary citizens to cause disturbances outside the Academy of Sciences, once again earning the public's contempt. At the Fang family villa at that moment, both Fang Shan and Eagle Nose wore grim expressions. They had reached the end of their rope. What on earth are we to do now? The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials have made it abundantly clear they intend to protect Lu Qiu. We have absolutely no other options. Hooknose frowned, massaging his slightly swollen temples. There might still be another way. They must seek Lord Daowen's assistance. He knew full well that with his current authority, he could do nothing more. He could only watch helplessly as Dragon Nation continued to advance its civilian space technology. If sabotage was the goal, only Daon could be called upon. At that moment, Lu Qiu remained utterly unfazed by the chaotic clamor around him. He had just successfully developed the space tourism spacecraft. This spacecraft could carry up to 300 passengers, and thanks to its nuclear-powered engines, the cost per spaceflight was remarkably low. Development is complete. Oriental Group can now officially announce the launch of space tourism services. Lu Qiu said cheerfully to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying gazed at the enormous spacecraft before her, her eyes brimming with admiration. This is unbelievable. It hasn't even been half a month since we signed the cooperation agreement, and you've already built a space tourism spacecraft, she said, still struggling to believe it. It's not that complicated. You should know our current launch vehicle and propulsion technologies are highly mature. Building a tourist spacecraft is only natural. Beyond accommodating a larger passenger capacity, our spacecraft boasts exceptional safety standards with an accident rate even lower than commercial aircraft. There's absolutely no need to worry about its safety performance, Lu Qiu assured her with confidence. Under his direction, the Oriental Group launched their newest venture, space tourism. This is the latest achievement from our collaboration between the Oriental Group and the Academy of Sciences. Each ticket is priced at just 30,000 yuan. For a mere 50,000 yuan, you can explore space and even experience the sensation of a spacewalk. When Oriental Group announced this news, countless people were thrilled. No one had ever experienced space tourism before. While 50,000 yuan might be a significant sum for an average family, it was hardly a burden for affluent households. After all, everyone knows launching a rocket into space could easily cost hundreds of millions. Within the first day of the Oriental Group's press conference, over 1,000 people had already signed up. 50,000 yuan is a steal. It lets us experience what it's like to be an astronaut. It's absolutely perfect. I actually think this price is too low. Our Dragon Nation's space technology has steadily reached world-class standards. 50,000 yuan is practically nothing. Public discussion was already buzzing. Most found the price acceptable. Even many foreign tycoons grew envious, yearning to board Dragon Nation's spacecraft for their own space journey. But alas, due to the blockade imposed by countries like England and others against Dragon Nation and even targeted sanctions specifically against the Eastern Group, they could only watch helplessly as Dragon Nation citizens sign up for space travel. Damn it! Our government should be able to create space travel opportunities too. Why do they keep imposing blockades and sanctions on others? The Oriental Group? Chapter 60, Sabotage. Inside the Eagle's black house. Don's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, looking absolutely grim. Clutched in his hand was intelligence from a high-level spy within Dragon Nation. Who would have thought the collaboration between the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences and the Eastern Group actually succeeded? Our people tried every dirty trick in the book, yet still couldn't stop them. Recently, the Oriental Group has even launched space tourism services. It seems they've already built a tourist spacecraft. This is a tremendous blow to us Eagles. Don spoke with palpable frustration, his frustration palpable. Although space tourism wasn't particularly lucrative, and the Eagle Nation might not have cared much about the profits, the title of being the first nation to offer space tourism services was incredibly prestigious. Originally, the Eagle Nation was Earth's most advanced space technology powerhouse. Yet to be beaten to the punch by the Dragon Nation? To Dawn, this was nothing short of a colossal disgrace. The only way forward now is to prevent their space tourism operations from proceeding smoothly. Does anyone have any good ideas? Dawn set down the intelligence report and looked sternly at the advisors gathered around him. Yet, the group exchanged glances, each looking perplexed. Your Excellency, to wrest space tourism away from Brother Dragon, we must first possess the capability to send humans into space. But our Academy of Sciences hasn't even developed a tourist spacecraft yet. How can we possibly compete? For now, we must urge our scientists to redouble their efforts and strive to develop more advanced space transportation technology as soon as possible. Truthfully, no one had a better solution. Even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. You bunch of useless fools. Do you think I don't understand what you're saying? But stopping Dragon Nation's space tourism business is an urgent task right now. How much time do we have to wait for those good-for-nothings at the Academy of Sciences to develop a space tourist spacecraft? He frowned, his voice brimming with fury. At that moment, Michelle suddenly had an idea. Your Excellency, you must recall that not long ago, the Dragon Nation sent a group of scientists from various countries to the space station. Among them, one or two have already been infiltrated by our agents. We can pursue a two-pronged approach. On one hand, have our two infiltrated researchers sabotage the space station extensively, exposing to the world that Dragon Nation's space technology lacks stability. On the other hand, we can also have them steal some technology from the space station. With Dragon Nation's technological support, I believe some of our Academy of Sciences projects will be completed smoothly. Michelle's words sent a collective chill through the room. Sabotage someone else's space station? How could such words come from the mouth of the dignified Secretary of State? Good heavens! Isn't this going too far? While the Dragon Nation is our competitor, their space station represents the pinnacle of human space technology, a feat achieved through immense effort. If our two nations start sabotaging each other's space stations, will any astronaut still be willing to go into space? This is truly going too far. Many voiced strong opposition to Michelle's proposal. Everyone understood that sabotaging Dragon Nation's space station would inflict immense damage on Eagle Nation's reputation. You all still don't seem to get it. Even if we orchestrate sabotage against Dragon Nation's space station, they'll never suspect us Eagles. After all, not a single researcher on those stations has any ties to us Eagles. Michel narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ever since Lucio had outmaneuvered him last time, he'd been consumed by the desire to settle the score. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Exactly. Lucio was the one responsible for vetting all the researchers' backgrounds. He practically excluded every scientist connected to us Eagles. Even staff with overseas study backgrounds linked to the Eagles weren't allowed on the space station. Even if researchers on the space station were involved, it has absolutely nothing to do with us. Don, standing nearby, began muttering to himself, his excitement growing more evident with every word. Excellent. We'll proceed with Michel's plan. If this operation succeeds, Michel deserves all the credit. He slapped Michel's shoulder with a look of excitement. Later, he had Kane contact their two operatives embedded in the Dragon Nation's Tiangong space station using special means. What do you mean? Are you guys seriously suggesting we sabotage the space station? We live inside it. If it gets damaged, we could all end up floating to our deaths in space. Upon receiving this order, the two Eagle agents inside the space station turned pale with shock. They never imagined Dawn and Michel would devise such a ruthless plan, willingly sacrificing even the lives of their two pawns. Rest assured, Michel promised them, should anything happen to you, your wives and children will be provided for by us, the Eagle, for the rest of their lives. They will also receive a generous compensation package. Michel promised them. Upon hearing this, the two spies fell silent. They were scientists from small nations, earning meager salaries and enduring poor treatment. Their decision to join the Eagle and work for its government stemmed purely from greed for that money. The thought that their descendants would never again endure hunger, cold, or poverty solidified their resolve. They ultimately decided to follow Dawn and Michel's orders to sabotage the space station. They also aimed to uncover some of the space station's manufacturing technology. The Dragon Nation's Tiangong space station is large enough that we needn't worry about our covert operation being discovered. In my opinion, the transfer module might be a prime target for sabotage. Hardly anyone pays attention to that. Let's postpone the destruction for now. Our immediate priority is to figure out how to steal some technology from their space station. After discussing, the two ultimately decided to first transmit some of the space station's technology to Eagle, maximizing their own value before destroying the space station along with themselves. After pondering their options, they headed straight for the core control module, searching for any exploitable vulnerabilities. To their surprise, the control room was completely deserted. A godsend. Chapter 61, The Space Station. Too perfect. The two crept into the control cabin of the Tiangong space station. This chamber held all the classified data of the entire Tiangong space station. If they could successfully crack the system within the escape pod, they would be able to retrieve all this classified information. I'll keep watch. Get ready to move. This time, we have to succeed, no room for failure. One of them said. The other pulled out a device resembling a USB drive, located the interface in the control room, and plugged it in. In truth, this was no ordinary USB drive, but a signal transmission device. The instant it connected, the Eagle Information Security Center on the ground began decrypting the Dragon Nation Celestial Palace space station's operating system. We must work faster, time is running out. The intelligence minister, currently at the Information Security Center, stared intently at his subordinates. He understood all too well how critical this operation was for Eagle. Yet, a full 10 minutes passed. The operators at the Information Security Center were sweating profusely with anxiety, yet they still couldn't crack the Dragon Nation's Tiangong space station. Their encryption algorithm seems different from anything we've encountered before. If we must crack it, we'll have to resort to brute force, which could take days. The information operator finally shook his head in resignation and sighed. Hearing this, the intelligence minister slammed his fist hard on the console, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it! What the hell did Dragon Nation do to make their system this secure? He knew full well that the staff at the Eagle Information Security Center were among the world's foremost experts in the field. If even they couldn't crack it, it was clear Dragon Nation had prepared countermeasures long ago. Forget it. If cracking this takes days, our agents on the space station will likely be exposed. They have more critical missions to fulfill. After much deliberation, the intelligence minister ultimately halted the decryption operation. Upon receiving the news, the two spies aboard the space station breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Nation's operators could return to the control room at any moment. Continuing the delay would drastically increase their risk of exposure. Not only would they fail their mission, but they might even get themselves killed. Abandon the mission to steal Dragon Nation's space station technology for now. Find a way to sabotage the station, even causing a minor malfunction will suffice. The intelligence chief said with a frown. Their objective was to prove to the entire world that Dragon Nation's space technology was not secure. Upon receiving the order, the two spies in space flashed a look of excitement across their faces. They had thought they'd have to go down with the station, but now it seemed they only needed to cause a minor safety glitch. This mission couldn't be simpler. After leaving the control cabin, the group stealthily made their way to the transfer module. Located at the rear of the entire space station, this compartment served as the docking point for spacecraft carrying personnel wishing to enter the station. I did bring some experimental tools with me, though I'm not sure if they'll work. The two hurriedly pulled hammers, chainsaws, and other items from the backpacks they carried. They also had some experimental strong acids and alkalis. But soon, they were at a loss. Before them, the transfer module was entirely clad in metal bulkheads, not a single screw in sight. This is my first time examining this space station so closely. I never imagined Dragon Nation's technology had advanced to this level. Did they really not need screws or fasteners when assembling the station? One of them frowned and said, "Damn it, we've been too presumptuous. Don't you remember how the Dragon Nation space station was launched? They built the entire massive station on Earth before launching it. It wasn't assembled in space. How could there possibly be screws?" The two men were momentarily at a loss. Were they seriously going to use their hammers and strong acids alkalis to corrode the special metal hulls surrounding them? With no other options, they had no choice but to contact the Eagle Sauce intelligence minister on the ground once more. What? The walls are all metal? Not a single inch to work with? Upon hearing this, the intelligence minister immediately sought out Cairns, pleading for a solution. But even Cairns was at a loss. He could only instruct the two spies aboard the space station to transmit photographs of the surroundings to him. When the Eagle brand researchers examined the internal structure of the Dragon Nation space station, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with utter astonishment. What's going on? Why isn't there a single cable inside their space station? Keynes personally contacted the two spies on the space station, asking anxiously, should there be exposed wiring inside a space station? Every single cable and track in the Dragon Nation station is embedded within the metal hull walls. Hearing the spies' report, Keynes shook his head with a helpless, bitter smile. There's nothing we can do. The Dragon Nation space station is built to near perfection. Without specialized tools or explosive materials, it's impossible to damage it artificially. Our plan has failed. Minister Ching Mao's eyes turned bloodshot upon hearing Keynes' words, his gaze filled with fury. These two spies infiltrating the Dragon Nation space station were handpicked by him, acquired at tremendous cost. He never imagined their first mission would end in failure. If this news reached Dayan's ears, wouldn't he have to pay a tremendous price? We must find another way. We have to sabotage the Dragon Nation space station, otherwise their space travel program will succeed. The intelligence chief said anxiously. Of course there are ways, plenty of them. We could easily use missiles to shoot down their space station. But can our Eagle bear the cost? Keynes frowned, his voice tinged with anger. As a scientist, he had initially been unaware of Eagle's plan. Now, hearing that the Eagle's official leadership actually intended to destroy the Dragon Nation space station, he was naturally filled with indignation. Looks like the plan's doomed to fail. We'll have to think of something else, the intelligence chief said, his face utterly dejected. Chapter 62, Let's make an example. When Dawn learned from the intelligence minister that their plan to sabotage the space station had failed before it even began, a frost instantly settled over his face. Is it because the two spies you recruited refused to serve our Eagle, or is it that the Dragon Nation space station is genuinely too sturdy for sabotage? Dawn inquired, his brow furrowed. Your Excellency, you may ask Dr. Keynes himself. The Dragon Nation space station is fortified like a fortress from within, making any man-made destruction utterly impossible. The intelligence chief hurriedly defended himself. Michelle, standing nearby, sighed helplessly upon hearing this. I thought sabotaging the Dragon Nation space station would make everyone question the safety of their space technology, thereby damaging their space tourism business. I never imagined the plan would fail. Dawn also looked at Michelle with a worried expression. Destroying the Dragon Nation space station was your suggestion. Do you have any other viable options now? Hearing this question, Michelle felt a surge of anxiety. He knew he had to find a way to compensate for the mission's failure, or else Dawn might seize the opportunity to undermine him. I hear there's a Chinese idiom, groundless rumors. Why don't we just publicly announce that Dragon Nation's space tourism program has major safety issues? With all the rumors swirling, their space tourism plans will surely suffer massive damage. Michelle's suggestion seemed plausible at first glance, but upon closer examination, it was completely untenable. Yet with no better options available, Dawn had no choice but to adopt Michelle's plan. With their substantial funding, numerous Western media outlets began actively undermining Dragon Nation's space travel initiative. Current space travel technology remains immature. While Dragon Nation's space technology is advancing rapidly, their spacecraft still cannot guarantee 100% safety. According to some inside information we've obtained, Dragon Nation's spacecraft launches aren't always successful. Most of the live broadcasts you see of successful launches are actually replays. This is a purge targeting the wealthy. Dragon Nation plans to use the space tourism scam to eliminate all affluent individuals within their borders in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, a lie repeated often enough becomes truth. With increasing Western media coverage casting doubt on Dragon Nation's space tourism program, many domestic participants are beginning to hesitate. Those willing to spend 50,000 yuan for a trip to space are mostly affluent individuals. Such individuals value their lives above all else. The mounting media pressure from all sides added significant anxiety to the Dragon Nation's leadership. Upon learning of the Western media's underhanded tactics, Lu Qiu showed no sign of worry. I plan to take our lab researchers and executives from the Oriental Group on a space trip firsthand, so everyone can see the results for themselves, Lu Qiu said cheerfully to the Longhua leadership. Surprise flickered across their faces, but they quickly grasped Lu Qiu's intention. Are you preparing to prove to the world that space travel poses no safety risks? That is indeed a clever strategy. It would naturally dispel the rumors spread by Western media. Exactly. But if only your Academy of Sciences researchers and Oriental Group personnel go into space, it might lack credibility. None of us old-timers have ever been to space. After deliberation, several high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation ultimately decided that 3 of their leaders would accompany Lu Qiu and his team. They'd seize this chance to take a spin in space. Lu Qiu was completely stunned. Did these high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation truly trust his spacecraft this much? Each of them held positions of immense power figures whose every move sent shockwaves through the nation. We have absolute confidence in your spacecraft and are all eagerly anticipating this space journey. Make your preparations. We depart in 3 days. The final list of passengers for the inaugural space tourism voyage was finalized and announced through Dragon Nation's official media outlets. When ordinary citizens saw the names on the list, their eyes widened in astonishment. What? Our national leaders are joining this space trip? Even members of the Academy of Sciences and top executives from the Oriental Group are participating. Who kept claiming our spacecraft wasn't safe enough, warning that launch failures could wipe out the entire crew in space? All you naysayers, come out now and see. Our Longhua executives are all aboard this very spacecraft. What more is there to say? The public, who had previously harbored doubts about the safety of space travel, now had no lingering suspicions. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the live broadcasts of numerous media outlets, Longhua's high-ranking officials led a group of tourists directly into the tourist spacecraft. Lu Qiu even invited official Longhua media onto the spacecraft to join the space journey and broadcast the entire experience live. The tourist spacecraft differed significantly from ordinary transport vessels. While transport ships had cabin walls mostly made of metal, the tourist spacecraft featured a row of glass observation areas. Passengers could clearly see the outer scenery from their seats. Prepare for ignition. Launch. As the launch command was given, the space tourism spacecraft slowly ascended. Remarkably, the live streaming cameras remained perfectly steady, not even flinching as the ship took flight. This spectacle left all viewers utterly speechless. If this spacecraft isn't safe, then we might as well stop using any form of transportation altogether. Did I see that right? Not a single bump during takeoff. Someone even left a bottle of water on the table. The surface didn't even ripple. I can't wait to experience space travel aboard such a supremely safe spacecraft. I wonder if those influencers can negotiate lower prices for trips. This year, the spacecraft reached its designated orbit in under 30 seconds. Everyone rushed to the windows beside them, gazing out to see a brilliant blue planet spread before their eyes. The live streaming cameras zoomed in on the view outside the windows. Seeing Earth from space evoked a profound sense of our own insignificance. Witnessing this spectacle, the wealthy individuals who had already planned to board the spacecraft for space travel felt their resolve strengthen even further. Chapter 63, Someone tampered with the control panel. In space. Lu Qiu stared at the azure blue planet through the glass screen, utterly captivated. Although he had previously traveled to the moon aboard a manned lunar spacecraft, the technology at that time was still immature. For safety reasons, the entire cabin was sealed with metal. There was no way to gaze upon the blue planet from orbit. Beside him sat Jiang Ying. Their fingers were intertwined. I never imagined Blue Star would be this beautiful from space. Jiang Ying had shed all traces of her corporate CEO's domineering demeanor, instead displaying the innocent charm of a young girl as she gazed with sparkling eyes at the blue planet beyond the glass. And the distant stars, each radiating its own light. Sharing this experience with the one they loved, they were undoubtedly happy at that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to orbiting Blue Star, we will also visit the Tiangong space station together. Lu Qiu smiled broadly as he addressed the surrounding passengers, pointing to the outline of the Tiangong space station appearing in the distant orbit. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Even many viewers watching the live stream felt a surge of anticipation. They were filled with curiosity about the Dragon Nation's permanent space station. However, the internal structure of the space station had always been classified by the Dragon Nation and never publicly revealed. Now, with this opportunity to observe the station up close, no one was about to pass it up. Even the Dragon Nation's leaders nodded in agreement. Visiting the space station was part of their plan all along. This was the perfect moment to showcase to the world just how far Dragon Nation's space technology had advanced. The massive silhouette of the Tiangong space station appeared before the crowd, making everyone think it was already close. But it took a full 10 minutes before the spacecraft finally began its rendezvous and docking with the station. There was no helping it. The space station was simply too massive. It was a perfect example of the saying, the mountain looks far away, but the journey is exhausting. Who knew our nation's space station was this massive? Those photographers from the War Propaganda Bureau really took the cake in their photos. It looked like a tiny fishing boat. That's why they're called the War Propaganda Bureau, to deliberately downplay its size and lull the enemy. I wonder what it looks like inside. Numerous netizens from Dragon Nation flooded the livestream with comments, eager to catch a glimpse of the space station's true form. As the spacecraft completed docking with the space station, the hatch slowly opened. Under Lu Qiu's coordination, all passengers entered the space station in an orderly fashion. The official Dragon Nation broadcast crew naturally followed closely behind. As the camera swept across the interior of the space station, everyone was stunned. What met their eyes was the transfer module, equally vast in size. Even a person of size 60 could stand inside without feeling the slightest bit cramped. Not a single screw was used in the construction of our space station. It's entirely forged from solid metal. Precisely because of this, the station is exceptionally sturdy and durable, earning it the name Perpetual Space Station. A voiceover came over the livestream as Lu Qiu began his introduction. Everyone was filled with admiration. At that moment, the Dragon Nation operators inside the space station emerged to greet them. Although they had been notified in advance that a group of visitors would be touring the station, they hadn't anticipated that among them would be high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation. The space station operators and Dragon Nation researchers gave it their all, introducing the overall structure of the space station. The group toured all functional zones before arriving at the research area. They also encountered researchers from other nations conducting scientific missions aboard the Tiangong space station. Every busy figure reflected the harmonious atmosphere within the station. As they reached the final control module, Lu Qiu immediately sensed something was amiss the moment he stepped inside. The data console shows signs of tampering. Pull up the surveillance footage immediately. Lu Qiu had only glanced at the console before issuing the command. The station's operators were instantly terrified. If critical data within the station had been stolen by malicious actors, it could inflict immeasurable damage on the Dragon Nation. They hurriedly retrieved the station's surveillance footage, while the official Dragon Nation media, broadcasting live nearby, prepared to cut the feed. But Lu Qiu stopped them. Let the whole world witness how we catch moles. This isn't scripted, it's a real-life spy incident aboard the space station. Lu Qiu said with a smile as he looked into the camera. This sudden turn of events left even China's top leadership momentarily stunned. But once they learned of Lu Qiu's plan, the Dragon Nation's leadership naturally gave their full support. We absolutely must uncover the spy lurking within the space station. We cannot tolerate this, he declared with a stern expression. The global audience watching the live broadcast was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. This feels scripted to me. Didn't everyone entering the Dragon Nation space station undergo rigorous vetting? How could there possibly be a spy? Scripted? This is clearly an emergency. Haven't you seen the staff's expressions? They look absolutely horrified. Let's keep watching. If spies really are stealing intel, this could get wild. The captured spy will probably reveal their backers in front of the whole world. Countless netizens gloated with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the Eagle Agency executives watching the livestream were all wearing icy expressions. Their faces were dark and gloomy, almost dripping with ink. Can someone explain what's going on here? Dawn finally couldn't hold back and asked. Rest assured, sir, we've destroyed all evidence. Every camera in the Tianzhou space station's control module was disabled beforehand. The intelligence chief declared with unwavering confidence. He'd been in this line of work for decades and possessed considerable experience. Hearing his personal assurance, Dawen breathed a sigh of relief. We absolutely cannot leave any loose ends from now on. Who would have thought Lu Qiu's eyes were so sharp he spotted our attempt to steal the space station's data immediately? Dawn remarked with a sigh. If such talent could be harnessed for their cause, the technological advancement of their Eagle Nation would undoubtedly reach new heights. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Now that Lu Qiu has publicly declared their data was compromised in front of all the live viewers, if no evidence is found when the surveillance footage is reviewed, won't they make a complete fool of themselves in front of the entire world? Michelle chuckled beside him. Chapter 64, Live Streaming the Hunt for the Mole. All the space travelers exchanged bewildered glances. They had no idea what was happening inside the control cabin, but since Lu Qiu was so certain, they believed a spy must have been involved. Who would have thought a space trip would include catching a spy live? Naturally, everyone was fascinated. When the crew retrieved the recording device, everyone crowded around. Looks like all the cameras were jammed by them. Lu Qiu declared the moment he picked up the monitor. They read the video memory stored in the monitor and found no trace of any spy. Xiaolu, did you misjudge? Maybe our console was just tampered with by some staff member, not the spy you imagined? Witnessing this, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation immediately offered Lu Qiu a way out. Lu Qiu shook his head. This space station was built by my own hands. I know its condition better than anyone. The operating system was definitely accessed maliciously by someone else, it just didn't succeed. Lu Qiu said, frowning. Still, while ordinary monitoring equipment might be jammed by their signal-blocking devices, I have a special monitoring tool, the very first thermal imaging camera developed. I'm confident this device won't be affected by their jamming equipment. Lu Qiu reached into a hidden compartment on the control console, fiddled with a few switches, and retrieved a surveillance unit. This surveillance unit looked different from the others. Its exterior resembled a pen, a slender metallic rod entirely composed of silver-white metal, exuding a distinctly high-tech aesthetic. This is a little gadget I developed earlier. Never imagined it would come in handy so soon. Lu Qiu activated the monitor, transmitting all internal data to the display screen. As the progress bar advanced, tension mounted throughout the space station and among everyone watching the live feed. They're here. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the screen, moving furtively. They pulled out a device resembling a USB drive and inserted it into the database. Every move they made was captured clearly by the surveillance cameras. There was no doubt about it, these two were spies stealing data from the Dragon Nation space station. Who are these two? He turned to the station administrator beside him and asked. They are researchers from the Southern Pearl Kingdom. They should still be conducting experiments in the laboratory module. I never imagined they were spies. The administrator replied, his face a mask of shock. Bring them over here. Be gentle with them. We need to interrogate them on the spot to uncover the forces behind these two. Lu Qiu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. With the entire world watching the live broadcast, even interrogation methods required discretion. Directly using truth serum like before was out of the question. Hans, Ron. You two come to the control room immediately. When the space station management located the two spies, their expressions immediately darkened. They even discreetly grabbed some countermeasure tools. Relax, it's just a routine inquiry. You should know we have a special group of passengers aboard the space station now. Seeming to sense their defiance, the station's Dragon Nation administrator drew a pistol from his waistband and began to toy with it expressionlessly. This sight instantly silenced the two spies. With resigned expressions, they reluctantly made their way toward the operations cabin. Inside the control room now were only Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, Lu Qiu, and the live streaming crew. Everyone else had temporarily retreated to the lounge. Why don't you two tell us who sent you here? Lu Qiu smiled as he looked at them, simultaneously displaying their surveillance footage on the monitor. The spies knew full well that with both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence now laid bare before them, denial was impossible. We sincerely apologize. Despite having received immense favors from your country, we still ended up working for the Eagle. We admit everything was orchestrated by Eagle. They promised substantial funds and even demanded we sabotage the space station. Without hesitation, they revealed the forces behind them. Upon hearing the name Eagle, expressions of "so it was them" flashed across the faces of both the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and Lu Qiu's team. They had suspected it all along. Modern, take these two away. Though they've confessed to their backers, we can't let them off lightly. Send them back to Blue Star shortly. Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Then, he turned his gaze toward the camera. As you all witnessed in the live broadcast, these two spies were dispatched by Eagle Sauce. They even attempted to sabotage our space station. Such heinous acts have provoked the wrath of heaven and the indignation of all mankind. We demand that the official Eagle agency step forward and give our Dragon Nation a proper explanation. At this moment, the public who had watched the entire interrogation of the two spies via livestream were filled with outrage. The Eagle Nation must give us an explanation. Their actions are outrageous. They even sent spies to the space station. They're probably coveting our space technology. That's why they'd go to such lengths to steal our classified information. But Eagle Chan surely never imagined that the footage they captured would end up exposing their identities to the entire world. Both spies aboard the space station hailed from the nation of South Black Pearl. Upon learning of this news, the leader of South Black Pearl immediately issued a statement. We had no knowledge of these two Eagle Eye spies operating within our country. We are willing to hand them over to Dragon Nation for handling, hoping this won't affect the friendship between our two nations. For these small nations, it's nothing more than survival in the cracks. Meanwhile, the eagle-wielding officials who watched the entire live broadcast were seething with rage. These two have gone too far. For years they've been taking our Eagle Swan money, and now they turn around and sell us out. This is entirely the responsibility of the Intelligence Minister. I urge you, Minister Dowan, to punish him severely. Your Excellency, we must urgently mitigate this negative impact. Otherwise, we'll face immense public backlash. The room erupted in heated debate, the clamor giving Dowan a headache. Enough. As Michelle said, everyone needs to focus on how to mitigate this damage. The evidence is right in front of us. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Don slammed his fist on the table, his brow furrowed as he spoke. Chapter 65, The Star Chain Project. Eagle. Inside the Black Palace conference room. A heavy silence fell over the room. All evidence now pointed to Eagle Sauce. Even if they possessed the ability to twist truth into falsehood, the world's citizens would likely refuse to believe it. Eagle Sauce faced its first credibility crisis. In my opinion, we should just deny it. After all, didn't that sunglasses incident related to our Eagle-chan spy scandal surface not too long ago? As the old Chinese saying goes, when you've got too many lice, you don't feel the itch. We just need to deny everything flat out. What can China do to us? Michelle frowned as she spoke. Besides, since Dragon Nation intends to develop civilian space technology, we can impose sanctions in that area. For instance, Eagle Nation's positioning system should cease service to Dragon Nation users. Hearing Michelle's words, some voiced dissent. What nonsense is this? The Eagle's GPS system also gathers intelligence on Dragon Nation for us. Why would we abruptly terminate it? Currently, only our Eagle has an independent positioning system. Arbitrarily terminating service for a specific country could trigger some negative repercussions. Exactly. Our intelligence agencies rely on that system for gathering intel. Many voiced their opposition. But at that moment, Dawn, consumed solely by his desire for revenge against the Dragon Nation, found Michelle's suggestion quite reasonable. Immediately cease providing location services to Dragon Nation users. Most of the intelligence gathered through these services is basic information anyway, not particularly useful. In the end, Dayan personally made the decision. Hearing this, many sighed. Especially Cairns. Sir, I believe this approach is rather petty. Imposing a technological blockade will only push Dragon Nation to intensify their RD in location systems. However, his voice carried little weight. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a glare from his direct superior, Michelle. Dawn also shot him a cold glance before turning and walking away. Immediately afterward, a sanctions order spread across the entire network at lightning speed. In light of Dragon Nation's deliberate defamation of our Eagle Nation, we hereby impose comprehensive technological sanctions on Dragon Nation in the fields of satellite positioning systems and remote sensing. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Oh no! Does that mean our car navigation systems won't work anymore? Will we have to carry paper maps when we go out from now on? The Eagle Nation is being way too petty. What do they mean deliberately slandering? It's clearly the truth. No choice. We can only hope our Academy of Sciences researchers develop a satellite positioning system soon to replace Eagle. At this moment, Lu Qiu remained unaware of the events unfolding on Blue Star. After resolving the spy incident, they would continue orbiting Blue Star once more before returning to Earth. Only then would they return to Earth. The moment he and several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation stepped off the spacecraft, they learned of Eagle's sanctions order. Our Academy of Sciences space experts are currently researching this. To establish our own positioning system, we must launch a massive number of satellites. Zhou Hong said to Lu Qiu with a look of urgency. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences conference room, Lu Qiu, fresh off the spacecraft, was immediately ushered in by Zhou Hong and several other Dragon Nation high-ranking officials. We're in a very passive position right now. While we do have our own military satellite positioning system, its scale doesn't yet match civilian standards. Several high-ranking officials from Longwa shook their heads in agreement. Yet Lu Qiu's face remained adorned with a confident smile. Have you all forgotten? When I proposed developing civilian space technology, I outlined a three-pronged approach. Space travel has now been achieved. What remains are the satellite positioning system and remote sensing technology. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, their eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again. The satellite positioning system is vital for public welfare and must be developed as quickly as possible. I'm afraid our time is running out, Shen Guoliang said with a hint of resignation. The group sighed and shook their heads in unison, utterly helpless against the Eagle's blockade. Just then, Lu Qiu suddenly produced a USB drive from somewhere. Seeing this, their eyes lit up once more. Lu Qiu had brought them so many surprises that they had grown accustomed to him occasionally pulling out achievements far beyond Blue Star's current technological capabilities. Everyone, allow me to introduce my Starlink project. Lu Qiu opened a prepared PowerPoint presentation and began explaining with a smile. Over the next month, I plan to launch 300 satellites to build an extensive satellite network, ensuring satellite signals cover every corner of Blue Star, leaving not a single blind spot. The Starlink project was a reward granted by the system after he developed the everlasting space station. However, due to time constraints, he hadn't yet formalized the project. After listening to Lu Qiu's presentation, everyone nodded in satisfaction. A weight had finally lifted from their hearts. Excellent. With the Starlink system, we won't have to worry about Eagle-chan imposing technological blockades on us anymore. You don't need to write a project proposal either. Based on your explanation, we understand the Star Chain project well enough. We're approving this project on the spot. The rest is up to you. If you need any manpower or resources, don't hesitate to ask us old-timers. We might not be experts in research, but we'll definitely provide whatever support you need. At that moment, everyone pinned their hopes on Lu Qiu. They hoped he could develop the Starlink system as soon as possible. Rest assured, everyone. While the Starlink system requires launching a large number of satellites, the technical difficulty isn't significant. It's nowhere near as complex as developing a manned lunar spacecraft. Half a month. Just half a month, and I'll make sure every citizen of our Dragon Nation has access to the Starlink positioning system," Lu Qiu declared with unwavering confidence. His words reignited hope in everyone's hearts. When the Academy of Science's latest project was made public, major media outlets immediately focused on the Dragon Nation's proposed Starlink initiative. The Starlink project will be a civilian positioning system developed entirely by our nation. We will achieve full system deployment within half a month, the Dragon Nation spokesperson declared with unwavering confidence in response to journalists' inquiries. Countless Chinese citizens celebrated this news with great enthusiasm. Currently, no other country in the world besides the United States possesses its own independent satellite positioning system. Chapter 66, One Rocket, Multiple Satellites. News of Dragon Nation's imminent Starlink project spread like wildfire. Upon learning of this, Eagle Nation's President Dawn personally consulted their chief academician, Keynes. They claim they can achieve full system deployment within half a month. Is that even possible? President Eagle asked with a frown. Though Keynes held great admiration for Lu Qiu's scientific prowess, he still shook his head dismissively. It's utterly impossible. Completing their Starlink project requires launching at least 300 satellites. Could they possibly accomplish that in half a month? Keynes retorted. Upon hearing this response, Dawn burst into laughter. I knew it. Dragon Nation is just bluffing. How could they possibly have the capability to launch so many satellites in half a month? The reason they even launched this so-called Starlink project and kept talking about completing it in half a month was nothing more than to placate domestic public sentiment. As a politician, Dawn naturally believed Longhua's plan was nothing more than a ploy to placate the masses. Then let's just sit back and wait to see them make fools of themselves. Come the end of the fortnight, if their system can't cover the entire Dragon Nation, we'll make sure to mock them thoroughly. Michelle chuckled beside him. During the previous negotiations with Dragon Nation, he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Qiu, a grudge he had held ever since. Now that he finally had a chance to mock Lu Qiu, he wasn't about to let it slip away. As days passed, rumors about Dragon Nation's Starlink project grew increasingly rampant. Media outlets and even experts from numerous countries believed it impossible for Dragon Nation to complete the Starlink project within a fortnight. Even many Dragon Nation citizens gradually succumbed to this public sentiment, their doubts beginning to take root. At this moment, Lu Qiu was completely absorbed in his laboratory work, unaffected by the external noise. Unbelievable, all 300 satellites were built in less than half a month. Staring at the densely packed satellites filling the warehouse, Zhou Hong and the others wore expressions of utter disbelief. These 300 positioning satellites share identical overall structures. Many components can even be mass-produced on an assembly line, we only need to assemble them, which is why development progressed so swiftly. Lu Qiu said with a smile. But launching all 300 satellites into orbit within another half month, that should be quite challenging, right? Although we've started using nuclear-powered engines, which significantly reduced costs, launching so many satellites in succession still requires a considerable amount of preparation time. That is indeed a problem. While we've moved beyond rocket-powered launches, preparing the nuclear engines still takes considerable time. Space experts from the Academy of Sciences shook their heads in exasperation. In their view, Lu Qiu's efficiency might be impressive, but deploying the satellite constellation system to all citizens of the Dragon Nation within a month was utterly impossible. Rest assured, everyone. This time, we won't be launching satellites directly. Instead, we'll use rocket boosters to send them into space. Lu Qiu's explanation only left everyone even more perplexed. Why would Longhua deliberately increase costs by using rocket boosters for satellite launches now that they had moved beyond them? Shen Guoliang, standing nearby, seemed to grasp something. His face lit up with surprise as he asked, "Could it be you plan to launch multiple satellites with a single rocket?" His words clicked for everyone, and they all turned to Lu Qiu with eager expressions. Exactly. We're preparing for a multi-satellite launch. I will build 10 carrier rockets, each capable of carrying 30 satellites. Once they're ready, it'll take just one day to launch all our Starlink satellites into space. And these rocket boosters are fully reusable, no need to worry about wasting resources at all. Lu Qiu's words plunged everyone into ecstatic excitement once more. Who would have thought we'd witness a multi-satellite launch one day and one carrying a full 30 satellites at once? Zhou Hong exclaimed in disbelief. If there's anything these old hands can assist with, just say the word. We'll do everything in our power to clear every obstacle for this multi-satellite launch. He gripped Lu Qiu's hand tightly as he spoke. For Lu Qiu, the technical operation of a multi-satellite launch posed no difficulty. He had already developed a super carrier spacecraft capable of carrying hundreds of tons, and the launch vehicle only required minor modifications to its design. After Lu Qiu presented the blueprints, the entire Academy of Sciences worked together and built 10 massive satellite launch rockets in just half a month. Many came to congratulate Lu Qiu, and even several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation sent their secretaries to acknowledge Cheng Feng's efforts. The Starlink project was tight on time and heavy on tasks. The very next day after the launch vehicle's invention, all satellites were mounted onto the rocket body, ready for launch at any moment. By this point, Dragon Nation's rocket launches had long transcended limitations of launch sites and weather conditions. Upon learning of Dragon Nation's plan for a multi-satellite launch on a single rocket, many nations scoffed. We might believe 3 or even 4 satellites per launch, but 30 satellites on one rocket? Do they think it's a truck hauling cabbages? Without even a shred of scientific rigor, Dragon Nation wants to launch multiple satellites on one rocket? Utterly delusional. If they actually succeed today, I'll do a headstand and wash my hair live on stage. It's all just a show. Let's sit back and wait for them to make fools of themselves. Media outlets from many countries rushed to condemn the endeavor, though some chose to wait and see. It couldn't be helped. Dragon Nation had delivered too many miracles. Who knew if their bold talk today would backfire if the rocket launched successfully, leaving them thoroughly humiliated? At the launch center on the outskirts of the Dragon Nation's capital, a gentle breeze blew, but it posed little threat to the rocket launch. Time is almost up. Launch all 10 rockets simultaneously. Lu Chou issued the launch command directly. After a brief 10-second countdown, the 10 rockets soared into space at an astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, all rocket boosters had jettisoned. All 300 satellites were successfully placed into their designated orbits without a single glitch. Chapter 67: The Enormous Material Demand. It worked? Many media outlets observing the launch on site hadn't even had time to react before the satellites successfully reached their intended orbits. Meanwhile, the 10 rocket boosters smoothly returned to the Blue Star Launch Center for recovery and reuse. Unbelievably smooth. Who would have thought Dragon Nation's space technology had advanced this far? Simultaneously launching 300 satellites involves immense computational power. This means that starting today, Dragon Nation has its own positioning system. No longer will it have to rely on other nations. Unbelievable. With its own positioning system, won't Dragon Nation start encroaching on Eagle's market share? Many journalists even lost their composure during the live broadcast. As Lu Chou walked through the mixed zone, reporters swarmed around him, microphones pointed at his face. Mr. Lu, now that our satellite network is fully deployed, when do you anticipate the system going live? A faint smile touched Lu Chou's lips. Our positioning system has been fully developed and will go live tomorrow, open for use by all citizens of Dragon Nation. Of course, as you all know, our satellite constellation is the largest on the entire blue planet. This means our positioning system is more advanced and efficient. We also welcome other nations to discuss cooperation opportunities. Having developed a civilian positioning system, Lu Chou naturally intended to deploy it in the market, generating a steady stream of funding for Dragon Nation's scientific research. Countries watching the live broadcast couldn't help but take notice upon hearing Lu Chou's words. Previously, civilian positioning systems had been monopolized by the Eagle Nation, granting them absolute pricing power. Now that the Dragon Nation had developed a superior product, they might offer it at a lower price to compete for the British market. At this thought, leaders from various nations grew excited and proactively reached out to Dragon Nation's high-level officials. Dragon Nation's leadership, still basking in the joy of Starlink's successful launch, never anticipated receiving such a flurry of major orders. While delighted, they recognized that the Starlink launch success was largely due to Lu Chou's efforts. When we release the Starlink system for sale, we will issue a unified announcement. It is highly likely that Lu Chou will be in charge of this matter. You may contact him directly, declared the Dragon Nation's leadership to the outside world. Immediately afterward, the top leadership convened a meeting with the veteran scientists from the Academy of Sciences. They discussed the commercialization of the civilian positioning system. The final decision was made to entrust all external cooperation matters entirely to Lu Chou. This decision fully demonstrated the Dragon Nation leadership's trust in Lu Chou. However, Lu Chou declined. I am, after all, a scientist. My role is solely to develop scientific research products. As for the commercialization of these products, I believe it would be best to entrust that responsibility to professionals in the field. Lu Chou was not someone who disregarded fame and fortune. He was well aware that commercializing the Starlink system would bring him immense wealth. But he understood even more deeply that, as the system's creator, he should not be shackled by money. Instead, he should devote his energy to research and development. Silence fell over the conference room. Neither the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation nor the veteran scientists had anticipated Lu Chou's refusal. Beyond the tangible benefits it offered Lu Chou, this was also an opportunity to foster goodwill with other nations and expand his network. Yet Lu Chou had turned it down. His noble spirit left everyone in awe. Excellent. Young scholars like you, dedicated solely to academic research, are increasingly rare. Your existence is a blessing for our nation. Given that, from this moment onward, every research project you propose will be approved unconditionally. You will also have priority access to resources within the Academy of Sciences. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were truly at a loss for how to reward Lu Chou. His contributions to the nation were beyond monetary measure. Therefore, the only way to reward him was by providing an even more conducive research environment. Great. I'm currently working on 2 experimental projects simultaneously. One is a nuclear-powered super spacecraft, and the other is an exoskeleton mech. While the exoskeleton project may be easier to complete, it demands exceptionally high-grade materials. There might be some consumption when reaching the special core. I hope you won't mind. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials waved dismissively with great magnanimity. What's the big deal? Haven't we already stated that all resources will be prioritized for your use? Go ahead and experiment boldly. By the time foreign nations complete their mech development, our nation's military strength will undoubtedly rise to a new level. Bearing everyone's expectations, Lu Qiu returned to the laboratory once more. All the researchers in the lab stood in 2 rows, forming a welcoming line for Lu Qiu. All right. There's no need for such formalities among us. Everyone, just focus diligently on your research. I've already informed the Dragon Nation leadership. From this moment on, experimental materials will be supplied without restriction. We must seize every moment to develop this exoskeleton alloy. Lu Qiu felt a warm glow in his heart as he smiled and addressed the team. After half a year of working together, he and the lab researchers had long become close-knit, enjoying exceptionally harmonious relationships. This is fantastic. We were just fretting over the alloy materials, and now Academician Lu has secured such favorable conditions for us. Actually, based on Professor Lu's blueprints, if the materials had been sufficiently suitable, we would have completed it long ago. The core materials required for developing the exoskeleton armor could partially be substituted with lunar ore, but most still demanded minerals from Blue Star. Lu Qiu recorded everyone's material requirements and submitted them to Zhou Hong and the others. Upon seeing the list of required materials, Zhou Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Your exoskeleton development requires such a massive quantity of materials? That's nearly equivalent to half a year's worth of materials for all projects at our Academy of Sciences. Lu Qiu shrugged helplessly. We have no choice. We need diverse materials for alloy experiments. As you know, Professor Zhou, building exoskeleton armor demands alloys that are both lightweight and highly durable. The material requirements are even stricter than those for super spacecraft. Zhou Hong felt a headache coming on. After reporting the situation to the top leadership of Dragon Nation, he ultimately decided to approve all the materials for Lu Qiu's use. Consequently, the Long Nation Academy of Sciences launched a massive global procurement drive for diverse metallic materials. This immediately drew the attention of numerous nations. Chapter 68 Dragon Nation is building weapons against humanity. Batch after batch of metal materials were transported to Dragon Nation's laboratories. Following the blueprints provided by the system, Lu Qiu began continuously configuring experimental alloys. Unfortunately, the experiments required far too many hands. Left with no other choice, he sought out Jiang Ying. How busy are things at your company lately? Our lab is developing a mecha alloy, but we're short-handed. Would you be available? Lu Qiu called Jiang Ying with a touch of awkwardness. Jiang Ying's laughter came through the phone. Actually, the space travel project just wrapped up. All company operations are back on track now. I can spend 2 hours at your lab every day. Hearing her words, Lu Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. But that guilt was quickly overshadowed by the awe Jiang Ying inspired. He had to admit, Jiang Ying possessed extraordinary expertise in materials science. Had she not chosen to inherit the family business, she could easily have joined the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences as a project team leader. In less than a week, their core materials had achieved remarkable breakthroughs. You're a prodigy who masters both materials science and management. Our academy has countless researchers specializing in materials science, yet their efficiency still falls short of yours. Lu Qiu remarked sincerely. This wasn't mere flattery. Throughout the experiments, even many established authorities in materials science had marveled at Jiang Ying's innate talent. We're still far from done. We've made some progress with the alloy materials, but they still lack stability and require extensive experimental validation. The reason we've made such rapid progress is largely due to the steady supply of materials. Jiang Ying flicked a strand of hair from her temple, speaking with remarkable humility. Anyway, thank you so much for everything you've done these past few days. Leave the rest to us. Having such a busy entrepreneur like you working in our lab makes me feel terribly guilty. Lu Qiu teased with a smile. Jiang Ying shook her head, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Having spent these past few days in the lab, Lu Qiu had been burdened with heavy research tasks nearly every day, working tirelessly. You need to take care of yourself too. With that, Jiang Ying turned away, her face flushing as she left. Lu Qiu shook his head and returned to the lab. At that moment, Eagle Sauce. The intelligence minister was reporting to Dawn with a grave expression. Our investigation reveals that Dragon Nation has recently begun aggressively procuring certain metal materials, all of which are being supplied to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. Something fishy is clearly going on. He then distributed a copy of the Dragon Nation's recent procurement list to all the presidential advisors present. Keynes examined the materials list, trying to discern any clues. Dawn inquired from the side. Can you tell what they're developing? The volume of these materials is equivalent to half a year's usual consumption by their Academy of Sciences. Dawn whistled in astonishment. At this moment, his apprehension toward Dragon Nation had reached its peak. Earlier, to suppress Dragon Nation's progress in civilian space exploration, they had cut off access to the civilian positioning system for Dragon Nation users. Unexpectedly, they had struck multiple birds with one stone, creating a superior Starlink system. Sir, these materials alone don't reveal much. But such massive quantities point to research into a new synthetic material. Beyond space applications, only military sectors utilize novel materials like this. Keynes analyzed with a grave expression. Dawn and the others completely ignored his first statement, each wearing a look of grave concern. This is outrageous. The Dragon Nation is secretly developing weapons of mass destruction in their laboratories. Such inhumane actions must be stopped at all costs. Dawn slammed his fist on the table and stood up. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Keynes' face. He desperately wanted to explain that his was merely speculation. He couldn't definitively state that Dragon Nation was developing military weapons. But he knew Dawn's temper all too well. Speaking up now would be like painting a target on his own back. Keynes wasn't foolish enough to do that. The presidential advisors surrounding Dawn nodded in deep agreement. Deep down, everyone believed Dragon Nation was undoubtedly developing military weapons. After all, Dragon Nation had already made significant strides in space exploration. Its space materials science was approaching humanity's pinnacle. If it continued researching synthetic materials, it could only be for military weapons. Regardless of whether they're developing weapons, we'll leak the news first and plunge the neighboring countries into panic. This sort of thing? Eagle-san was an absolute pro at it. Upon receiving orders, the intelligence chief immediately arranged for certain media outlets to report on the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. According to our exclusive intelligence, the Dragon Nation recently procured massive quantities of metallic materials for its Academy of Sciences. Our chief expert at the Daily News has deduced from these materials that the Dragon Nation is highly likely developing weapons against humanity. Shocking. Why is Dragon Nation acting as a disruptor of world peace? Defying the strong opposition of global peace advocates, it stubbornly pursues the creation of anti-human weapons. We urge all nations to unite and collectively resist Dragon Nation's hegemony. The Eagle's media reports were not mere groundless rumors. They even detailed the list of raw materials recently procured by Longboy for its Academy of Sciences. It can be described as irrefutable evidence. Many Western nations have begun to express deep concern. Especially neighboring nations with existing conflicts with the Dragon Nation. Everyone is on edge. Could they really be developing weapons against humanity? When the Eagle's aircraft carrier fleet entered Dragon Nation's inland sea, they initiated the attack themselves. Hard to say. The Dragon Nation's intentions are as inscrutable as ever. No one knows what they're thinking. Maybe after all this technological advancement, they feel confident enough to challenge the entire world? I doubt it. Dragon Nation has always been a peace-loving nation. The real troublemaker is clearly Eagle Nation. Online opinions were divided, with all sorts of so-called experts jumping in to capitalize on the buzz. Many believed the Dragon Nation couldn't be so out of touch as to shut themselves away developing inhumane weapons during such times. Yet under relentless Western media hype, unease still seeped into public consciousness. Upon hearing the news, Lucio remained unconcerned. Since they're already speculating wildly that we're developing weapons against humanity, why not just tell everyone openly? Chapter 69, Discerning Truth from Fiction. Inside the conference room, Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials held their teacups, their expressions calm. They found Lucio's suggestion quite sound. Indeed. Since they accuse us of developing anti-human weapons, we might as well announce it openly. This would be the perfect opportunity to intimidate the world's petty criminals. Someone nodded and said, "Our research is progressing rapidly. We estimate it will take about another half-month to complete the development of the exoskeleton armor. We can also begin initiating projects for other advanced weapons. Once all our high-end weapons are fully developed, I plan to host a military exhibition. What do you all think?" Lucio said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. After all, isn't the very purpose of developing these advanced weapons to grant Dragon Nation greater influence on the global stage? Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Likewise, possessing advanced weapons without showcasing them would be no different. No problem. We'll arrange for official media to release the news immediately, letting everyone know we are indeed researching the most cutting-edge weapons. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with unwavering confidence. Under their orders, the Dragon Nation's official media promptly released the following statement. In recent days, rumors about our development of inhumane weapons have run rampant. We hereby clarify, the Longboy Academy of Sciences has recently initiated projects for several new weapons, including exoskeleton combat suits. Our personnel are actively researching them. The announcement instantly sent shockwaves across nations worldwide. Good grief. What do they mean, merely initiating projects for several new weapons? Dragon Nation's official media statement was downright arrogant, wasn't it? I bet those Western nations are scared out of their wits. They were just trying to frame us, Dragon Nation, by flooding the media with reports about us developing inhumane weapons. Little did they know we were actually researching cutting-edge technology. Can't even imagine the expressions on those Western leaders' faces when they hear this. Exoskeleton armor. Isn't that the same tech as Iron Man's suit? So exciting. I bet the eagle-eyed folks never imagined China would turn their sci-fi movies into reality. At that moment, pride surged through countless Dragon Nation citizens. Just as they had predicted, the Eagle Nation's leaders fell into a state of panic upon learning of this development. Damn it! How could Dragon Nation possibly develop combat exoskeletons? I know their capabilities, well, they're decent at conventional weapons, but high-tech gear like this? They have no chance of developing it. Keynes frowned as he spoke. In truth, the Eagle Nation had already initiated an exoskeleton mech project, but progress had stalled for an extended period. Sir, I suspect this is merely a publicity stunt by the Dragon Nation government. With their current capabilities, they couldn't possibly have developed it. Their biggest problem is the power plant. While the Dragon Nation has developed nuclear-powered engines, their nuclear power units are still massive, impossible to mount on a mech. Kane explained to Dawn. If China truly beat them to developing exoskeleton armor, where would Cairns' reputation stand? Wouldn't that prove their RD capabilities were far inferior to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences? You're right. The Dragon Nation absolutely cannot develop exoskeleton mechs. They're only spreading this rumor to intimidate neighboring countries. Dawn could only console himself now. He couldn't very well stop their research. Still, to verify the truth behind these claims, we should have our spies in Dragon Nation investigate further. Michelle spoke hesitantly from the side. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dragon Nation wouldn't make such claims without some basis. If the Dragon Nation couldn't actually develop exoskeleton mechs, wouldn't releasing this information now just set themselves up for embarrassment later? The Dragon Nation must have achieved significant breakthroughs already, which is why they proactively announced to the world that they were developing combat exoskeletons. It was even possible that within the next month or two, their exoskeleton combat mechs could see the light of day. Michelle's suggestion made perfect sense. After all, even Dawn himself couldn't fathom what Longwo was truly planning. The only option was to send spies to investigate. Leave this matter to the intelligence minister. Dawn issued the order. The task of investigating the Dragon Nation's exoskeleton combat suits naturally fell to Fong Shan. Upon receiving the news, Fong Shan's face instantly turned sour. If it were technology related to space or other manufacturing sectors, Fong Shan could certainly leverage his relationship with Lu Qiu to gather some intelligence. But exoskeleton armor fell squarely within the military-industrial sphere. Showing too much interest risked arousing Lu Qiu's suspicion. After much hesitation, he still managed to pull the busy Lu Qiu aside. Mr. Lu, to be honest, I invited you out to dinner today to discuss a potential collaboration. I heard you've been developing exoskeleton armor recently? Fong Shan said with an obsequious smile, looking at Lu Qiu. Since the Dragon Nation's official media had already reported on this matter, Lu Qiu saw no need to hide it. He smiled and nodded. That's correct. We are indeed developing exoskeleton devices. However, this falls under the military-industrial sector. I don't believe your Oriental group has ventured into this field yet, has it? In Manhwa, all military factories are directly managed by the government, no private enterprises are allowed. Absolutely. We have no intention of entering the military sector. However, exoskeleton devices hold significant potential in civilian applications. For instance, they could help paralyzed patients attempt to stand again. Or for heavy labor tasks, exoskeletons could save both time and effort. If foreign mecha systems are successfully developed, I wonder if Mr. Lu might be interested in adapting them for civilian use after stripping away the military layers? Admittedly, even if it was just a line of inquiry, Fong Shan's suggestion was quite sound. Even Lu Qiu found it highly feasible. We'll discuss this matter later. Our combat mech should be unveiled in about 2 weeks. I'll consider civilian adaptations then. Having eaten his fill, Lu Qiu smiled and patted Fong Shan on the shoulder before departing with a flourish. Left behind, Fong Shan stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences intended to unveil combat mechs within a mere fortnight. Such efficiency was downright terrifying. Chapter 70, Earthquake. Remote sensing? What? Only half a month? Upon hearing the news, the Eagle Agency's top brass felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, nearly fainting on the spot. Dawn's face turned grim as he glared at Keynes, demanding angrily. Didn't you say Dragon Nation couldn't develop exoskeleton armor in such a short time? Why are we getting reports they'll have a product ready in half a month? Your Academy of Sciences is a bunch of useless fools. You burn through our funding day after day with zero progress. Keeping you lot around is a complete waste of taxpayer money. Dawn pointed an accusing finger at Keynes and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Keynes' face was equally dark, though he remained largely silent. At least in terms of foreign mecha technology, Dragon Nation's research capabilities were undeniably superior to theirs. We absolutely cannot let them develop that exoskeleton combat mech so easily. Otherwise, it will pose a tremendous threat to us eagles. Don narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Any good ideas? He looked at the presidential advisors before him, but as his gaze swept across the room, nearly everyone lowered their heads. They had no solutions whatsoever. The Dragon Nation's Academy of Sciences was heavily guarded by their military, one of the most critical departments. Even if the Eagles possessed extraordinary abilities, they couldn't simply storm into the academy and halt their research. Seeing their expressions, Dawn's face darkened. Bunch of useless fools. Are you all just eating dry rice? At a time like this, you can't even come up with a single idea. Just as he was berating his advisors, the Minister of Intelligence suddenly received a call. Sir, an earthquake has struck the western region of Dragon Nation. They're requesting access to our remote sensing technology for monitoring and subsequent rescue operations. The Intelligence Minister reported solemnly. Upon hearing this news, Dawn's heart leapt with delight. Impossible. Absolutely no way they get our remote sensing technology. Didn't we just announce sanctions against Dragon Nation, banning them from using our positioning systems and remote sensing tech? Go tell them now, using the remote sensing technology isn't impossible, but they must hand over the blueprints for the exoskeleton armor. Dawn said with a smug grin. The advisors around him felt a deep sense of contempt for Dawn's opportunistic behavior. However, there truly was no better solution at present. The intelligence minister, equally cold-blooded, flashed a sinister grin upon hearing Dawn's order. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I guarantee this matter will be handled properly. We will bring back the exoskeleton combat armor technology. Dragon Nation, Academy of Sciences. An emergency meeting was convened. According to our National Seismological Bureau's monitoring, a magnitude 5 earthquake struck the western region. Though the hypocenter was shallow and the epicenter distant from urban areas, causing minimal casualties, we must still deploy remote sensing technology for monitoring. Zhou Hong stated solemnly. But alas, as you all know, the Eagle Nation has now blocked our access to remote sensing technology. They've just made a demand. Only by handing over our exoskeleton mecha technology will they allow us to continue using remote sensing technology. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, all the Dragon Nation researchers immediately erupted in curses. Such backstabbing behavior from the Eagle Nation is utterly despicable. Must we rely on their remote sensing technology? Don't we have our own satellite monitoring imagery? Could we utilize the Starlink system to aid post-disaster reconstruction? Some began condemning the Eagle Nation, while others proposed alternative suggestions. There's no alternative. As you all know, remote sensing technology is crucial for geological surveys and military applications. It's indispensable for disaster relief and reconstruction efforts. The Eagle has explicitly requested exoskeleton mech technology disaster response as an order. What are your thoughts, little Lu? Zhou Hong looked at Lu Qiu with a troubled expression. Naturally, he didn't want to hand over the exoskeleton armor technology. But what could he do? Dragon Nation needed the remote sensing technology right now. Therefore, he must fully respect Lu Qiu's opinion. Why should we hand over our hard-earned exoskeleton armor technology to Eagle Lady? He was equally displeased with Eagle's opportunistic exploitation of the crisis. Alright. We'll decline Eagle's request. You just focus on your research work without any undue pressure. Zhou Hong patted his shoulder reassuringly. Old Zhou, you misunderstand. If it were for post-disaster reconstruction, I wouldn't mind contributing the exoskeleton technology. But we have better options now. Lu Qiu replied with a smile. His words instantly lit up the eyes of everyone present. After spending time with him, everyone knew Lu Qiu was someone who excelled at bringing surprises to the Dragon Nation. Could he have another brilliant idea up his sleeve? This so-called remote sensing technology is nothing more than using satellites orbiting in space to transmit electromagnetic signals for geological surveying. The principle is extremely simple. We can absolutely develop it ourselves. Lu Qiu spoke with unwavering confidence. However, many of the scientists present couldn't help but smile wryly. Academician Lu may not be aware that remote sensing technology is far more complex than imagined. Setting aside the challenge of transmitting electromagnetic signals through multiple layers of the atmosphere, even our remote sensing mapping lacks a comprehensive system framework. Indeed. Even the Eagles took over a decade to perfect their remote sensing technology. We believe that with your capabilities and given time, you could certainly develop independent remote sensing technology for our Dragon Nation. But the post-disaster reconstruction efforts are pressing right now. The others shook their heads in agreement. One day. I only need 1 day to give our nation its own independent remote sensing technology. Do you believe me? Facing the skepticism and resignation of the crowd, Lu Qiu held up a single finger and made a solemn pledge. 1 day? Seeing Lu Qiu's solemn expression, Zhou Hong and the others sensed he wasn't joking. Their smiles faded as they asked earnestly. Can you truly develop our nation's independent remote sensing technology within a single day? If Lu Qiu could pull it off, they wouldn't have to grovel to the Eagle Nation. Absolutely no problem. You can go reject the unreasonable demands the eagle-eyed ones made right now. We don't need their remote sensing technology. Chapter 71, Dragon Nation needs no one else. The principle behind remote sensing technology isn't particularly complex. It essentially involves satellites transmitting electromagnetic signals to the ground, then analyzing the frequency of these signals to determine geological conditions below. The principle is similar to a bat sonar, essentially an amplified version of radar. Upon returning to the lab, Lu Qiu was immediately surrounded by several researchers under his supervision. Clearly, they had already heard the news. Lu Qiu intended to independently develop remote sensing technology. Professor Lu, can we truly develop remote sensing technology within a single day? Although our country has been researching this field for years, we've made little progress. It's essentially starting from scratch. Regardless, we'll support you fully. If you need any help, just ask, we're here for you. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's focus our energy on the research work. Most people expressed support for Lu Qiu's plan to develop remote sensing technology within a single day. As members of Lu Qiu's lab, they were well aware of his capabilities and methods. Thank you all for your concern. Let's first transfer our experience from the exoskeleton armor. I've already drafted the remote sensing development plan. After speaking, Lu Qiu plugged a USB drive into the monitor and opened a project proposal. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They hadn't expected Lu Qiu to have a clear plan in such a short time. Folks, remote sensing technology isn't complex for us. We've just been fixated on the wrong approach, insisting these technologies require different electromagnetic wave frequencies. But in reality, this thing is just a large-scale radar. As Lu Qiu delved deeper into his explanation, the researchers present listened with rapt attention. It had to be Lu Qiu. That was the unanimous thought in everyone's minds. If anyone else had been in his place, forget about building a remote sensing system in a single day. Just coming up with a viable approach would likely take months. Everyone, I've detailed the specific operational procedures in the proposal. The rest is up to you. After spending an hour explaining all the operational procedures, Lu Qiu smiled broadly at the group. Rest assured, Academician Lu. You've detailed the plan to such precision that if we can't pull this off, we might as well find a block of tofu and smash our heads against it. The team responded with hearty laughter. Immediately afterward, they plunged into the intense work of development. At that moment, Eagle sauce. Inside the Black Palace. What did you say? Dragon Nation rejected our proposal? When Dawn learned from the intelligence minister that the Dragon Nation had no intention of exchanging their remote sensing technology for exoskeleton mecha technology, shock was written all over his face. The Dragon Nation is truly ruthless. They'd sacrifice the lives of their own people just to prevent their exoskeleton technology from leaking. Dawn sighed with a touch of emotion. He considered himself ruthless and unprincipled in pursuit of his goals, yet the Dragon Nation proved even more heartless than they were. Release this news immediately. Let the people of Dragon Nation see how their leaders treat the common folk. I'm sure the public outcry will be like a flood, instantly sweeping away the Dragon Nation's leadership. Who knows, it might even trigger some unexpected consequences. Dawn narrowed his eyes, his face alight with excitement. This was a solid, well-thought-out plan. If the Dragon Nation was willing to trade their mecha technology for remote sensing technology, that would be ideal. But if Dragon Nation refused, he would expose its cold, ugly true colors to the entire world. Upon hearing Dawan's strategy, his advisor's eyes widened one after another, their gazes reflecting a hint of admiration. No wonder he'd climbed step by step to the position of Eagle Swan president. When it came to such devious schemes and tricks, no one could match Dawn. His staff immediately arranged for Eagle Nation media outlets to begin reporting on the matter, disregarding the lives of its people, exposing the cold, ruthless side of Dragon Nation's leadership. Mech technology for remote sensing technology, is it worth it? Let the Dragon Nation's people decide. These provocative headlines quickly drew viewers from numerous countries, including many Dragon Nation citizens. Upon learning that the Dragon Nation's leadership had prioritized their own interests over exchanging remote sensing technology with the Eagle Nation, thereby hindering post-earthquake rescue efforts, many Dragon Nation citizens were outraged. This is an absolute disgrace. We've embarrassed ourselves on the world stage. What kind of nonsense is this mecha technology? Could it possibly be more important than the lives of our people? Who would have thought our leaders would reject the Eagle's technology exchange offer? They truly treat us common folk like chives. Everyone, unite. Let's collectively condemn the Dragon Nation's leadership. If we don't speak up for the disaster victims today, who will speak for us when we face hardship tomorrow? In an instant, Dragon Nation's internet was flooded with criticism of the leadership. As the situation spiraled increasingly out of control, Dragon Nation's leadership began to panic. Just then, they received good news from the Academy of Sciences. Remote sensing technology development was complete. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. That kid Lu Qiu was nothing short of a savior for our nation. If he hadn't developed the remote sensing system in time, I don't know how we would have explained this to the people. Announce it to the world immediately. Dragon Nation possesses its own remote sensing technology and no longer needs to rely on others. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with pride. Official media outlets sprang into action once more, issuing a stern statement condemning the false information circulating online. Recently, we've observed certain media outlets with ulterior motives attempting to undermine Dragon Nation's internal unity. Hereby, we solemnly declare, Dragon Nation possesses its own remote sensing technology. We will resolve our own affairs without needing anyone else to meddle. Upon hearing this, the public, who had been boiling with anger, gradually calmed down. They now understood they had been exploited by those with ulterior motives. Exactly. Our Dragon Nation's traditional culture has always prioritized the people. How could our leaders ever disregard the lives of ordinary citizens? The Eagle's behavior is utterly outrageous. It seems they were trying to swindle our mecha technology, and after failing, they spread these false rumors. Chapter 72, Moral Blackmail. As it turned out, the remote sensing system developed by Lucio was far superior to Eagle Sauce's system. Judging by the remote sensing system's imagery, the damage this time shouldn't be too severe. Since the epicenter was shallow, the seismic intensity wasn't particularly high. Lucio exhaled in relief as he studied the remote sensing map in his hands. Excellent. Our remote sensing technology far surpasses Eagle's. For them to keep insisting on a technology exchange with us is pure fantasy. Thank goodness we didn't agree to it. Zhou Hong exclaimed with a broad smile. The high-ranking officials overseeing the disaster relief command nodded in satisfaction. With this remote sensing map, our rescue efforts will be significantly easier. Thankfully, this earthquake caused no casualties. The senior official smiled, eyes narrowed. The stability of our remote sensing system far surpasses Eagle's. Selling it to other countries could bring in a tidy profit. Lucio remarked. Remote sensing technology was inherently a civilian application, and Lucio intended to release it onto the market. Exactly. Since Eagle Lady refused to provide us with remote sensing technology before, we'll release our own technology and compete with them for market share. Let them see that there's always someone better out there. The Eagle Nation of today is nowhere near its former glory. We've already captured significant market share in their positioning systems. This time, with the superior performance of our remote sensing system, we might just take over their entire market. The group grew increasingly excited, already envisioning a future where every nation on Earth adopted Dragon Nation's remote sensing systems. I won't be handling the external sales of the remote sensing system, Lucio said with a smile. Mecha technology is currently at a critical stage of development. I simply can't spare the resources. Lucio said with a smile. At that very moment, Eagle-san. Dawn led a group of Eagle Sauce's high-ranking officials into the Academy of Sciences. Looking at the remote sensing system they had been developing for over a decade, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. They couldn't possibly have developed a remote sensing system in just one day, right? Dawn looked at the people beside him in disbelief. Of course not. It took us over a decade to develop ours. If Dragon Nation could pull off a remote sensing system in a single day, our researchers would jump off buildings. They must have developed it long ago, just waiting for the right moment to announce it. The Dragon Nation has been hiding its capabilities far too well. There's one more critical issue. Dragon Nation might sell their remote sensing system internationally, which would definitely take a chunk of our market share. I've heard Longwa's remote sensing system outperforms ours by more than tenfold. There's a real possibility our entire market could fall into Longwa's hands. The advisors under him spoke up one after another. Concern flashed in everyone's eyes. Looks like we'll have to compete on price. If necessary, we'll lower our prices. Countries already accustomed to our remote sensing systems won't want to switch to Dragon Nations. Michelle clenched her jaw and spoke up. His words drew agreement from many, but Dawn shook his head. If we cut prices, won't China do the same? Besides, their performance far surpasses ours. This remote sensing market. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on to it. Dawn said, sounding somewhat defeated. But soon, an idea struck him. His face lit up with excitement, and his spirit returned. I've made up my mind. If need be, we'll openly release the remote sensing technology empowering every nation on Earth to utilize it. That way, the Dragon Nation's newly developed remote sensing tech will naturally lose its market. Dawn's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the room. No one had expected him to be so ruthless. Isn't that a bit unwise? While our remote sensing system has been sold for years and recouped its R&D costs, isn't releasing the technology outright a bit unreasonable? Michelle said helplessly. That was just Dawn's nature acting on impulse without considering the consequences. You guys. After all this time working with me, you still can't figure me out. Now that Longu has developed remote sensing technology, it means we can no longer maintain our monopoly. This thing is useless, might as well just release it completely. Beyond generating profits for the Dragon Nation, we could even use moral leverage to pressure them into disclosing their latest remote sensing innovations too. Whoa! Dawn's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the room. Too cunning. This move to cut off their supply at the source, few others could have thought of it. Arrange it immediately. Announce it to every nation in the world. Don waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the bewildered expressions around him with a hint of satisfaction. His subordinates immediately sprang into action, announcing the news that sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. In light of the recent surge in natural disasters worldwide, we have decided to make remote sensing technology publicly available. We hope this will contribute to the stable development of the world. Eagle directly uploaded all data from their remote sensing system to the official website, allowing netizens worldwide to download it freely. This announcement exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves through every nation on Earth. Everyone understood the critical importance of remote sensing technology beyond civilian applications. It held immense military potential. Yet who could have imagined the Eagle Nation would release it so casually? No need to elaborate, this is clearly targeting the remote sensing technology recently developed by the Dragon Nation. They haven't even recouped their costs yet, and Eagle Lady has already made the technology public. Such ruthless tactics could only come from the Eagle Nation. Who cares? Their competition benefits us smaller nations immensely. We've gained remote sensing capabilities without investing a single penny in R&D. Many people from smaller nations were overjoyed. Now, the Eagle Nation is up to its old tricks again. We've recently learned that Dragon Nation has also developed a superior remote sensing system. We hope Dragon Nation will follow our lead and make this technology publicly available so people worldwide can enjoy the benefits of remote sensing. The Eagle Nation pulled a moral blackmail move, putting the Dragon Nation on the spot. Other nations, eager to stir the pot, joined the chorus, urging the Dragon Nation to release its technology. After all, the ultimate beneficiaries would be them, the nations lacking remote sensing capabilities. Chapter 73, Foolishness Backfires. Dragon Nation, Tiannanmen. Many high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation sat with furrowed brows, sighing deeply as they reviewed the briefing materials before them. What are we to do? Nearly every nation on Earth has united, demanding we follow Eagle's lead and disclose our remote sensing technology. But Eagle's remote sensing tech has been commercialized for years. They've recouped their R&D costs long ago. We've only just entered the market and haven't even made a penny yet. Faced with pressure from nations worldwide, the Dragon Nation's leaders now found the burden somewhat unbearable. Their eyes turned to Lu Qiu. What do you suggest we do, Mr. Lu? Should we disclose all our remote sensing technology, or should we withstand the pressure and continue capturing Eagle's market share by leveraging the superior quality of our technology? If you believe our remote sensing technology truly holds a significant lead over Eagle's, we old-timers are willing to shoulder the pressure for you. We absolutely will not disclose the technology. Everyone looked at Lu Qiu with solemn expressions. In their view, although Lu Qiu had developed the remote sensing technology in just one day, it embodied the dedication of its creators. Moreover, everyone knew that anything Lu Qiu produced was guaranteed to be top-notch. The remote sensing technology he developed would undoubtedly far surpass Eagle's original capabilities. If it were made public, it would be Dragon Nation that suffered the loss. Yet Lu Qiu's response stunned everyone. Release it. Honestly, this thing didn't cost much to develop. It was just something I came up with on a whim in a day, nothing groundbreaking. Moreover, releasing this technology publicly will bring immense benefits to our Dragon Nation. As he spoke, a mysterious smile played across Lu Qiu's face. This sparked a wave of curiosity among the crowd. Benefits? We've already made our own technologies public, we can't even sell them on the market. What possible advantage could this bring to Dragon Nation? The others asked curiously. You may not be aware, but our remote sensing technology has indeed made slight progress compared to Eagle's. I believe Eagle will certainly utilize the remote sensing technology we've made public to improve their own systems. Once they adopt our technology, every piece of data they process will be transmitted back to our information terminals. Our nation will gain access to vast amounts of their classified intelligence. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, the entire conference room instantly transformed from a mood of disappointment into one of joy. Excellent! Who knew you had this ace up your sleeve? If nations worldwide adopt our technology, wouldn't every country's terrain and topography become completely transparent to our Dragon Nation? It's even more than that. If they apply this remote sensing technology to military fields, we could potentially steal some of their military intelligence. For us, this is indeed more advantageous than simply selling the technology outright. After thorough analysis, Dragon Nation ultimately resolved to release all its newly developed remote sensing technology. As a major global power, Dragon Nation, driven by its responsibility to uphold regional peace and global stability, has decided to share its newly developed remote sensing technology with all nations worldwide. When the Dragon Nation's official media made this announcement, the entire world erupted in excitement. The people of the Dragon Nation were naturally filled with rage. In their eyes, their country's top leaders had succumbed to external pressure and committed such acts of betrayal against their nation's interests. It was utterly shameful and despicable. Who would have thought our country's leaders would willingly hand over the core technology we developed? We didn't earn a single penny from it, we even lost a significant amount of R&D costs. What were those high-ranking officials thinking? How could they do something so brainless? From now on, our Dragon Nation will likely become a laughingstock worldwide. Whenever we develop something worthwhile, as soon as someone demands it, we'll have to hand it over like lapdogs. The people of Dragon Nation, of course, knew nothing of the higher-ups' plans. They simply felt that such groveling before other nations was utterly degrading to Dragon Nation's dignity. As for the deeper implications, ordinary citizens couldn't possibly fathom them. Meanwhile, deep within the Eagle's black house, Dawn's mood couldn't have been more exhilarating. He never imagined Dragon Nation would actually crumble under the global media pressure. Under their moral blackmail campaign, the Dragon Nation obediently disclosed its latest remote sensing technology. Could their remote sensing technology truly be more advanced than ours? Dawn asked Cairns as he looked at him. Keynes nodded emphatically. Based on the publicly released technical details, their newly developed remote sensing technology, while not significantly ahead of ours, certainly boasts superior performance. Hearing this, Dawn felt deeply satisfied. Once we return, you'll improve our technology based on Longwa's remote sensing techniques, borrow their strengths. Who would have thought this moral blackmail scheme would not only screw over the Dragon Nation but also bring benefits to their own Eagle Nation? Upon receiving the order, Keynes immediately set to work enhancing their own Eagle brand remote sensing technology. At this point, he had to admit that the Dragon Nation's researchers were exceptionally capable. In terms of research prowess alone, they were even on par with himself. Let's begin testing the latest remote sensing technology. Once the upgrades were complete, Keynes immediately conducted field experiments. Using the technology, he scanned the entire territory of the Eagle Empire, surveying its terrain and geology. At that very moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. If we use the remote sensing technology provided by the Dragon Nation, could it increase the risk of leaks? Driven by this curiosity, he delved deeper into Longwa's scientific research. What he discovered left him utterly stunned. A stream of data was actually being transmitted directly from their Eagle Empire to the Dragon Nation. This meant that all their data from earlier had been exposed to the Dragon Nation. Cairns inwardly cursed his luck and had no choice but to seek out Dawn once more. Sir, we absolutely cannot use the remote sensing technology provided by Dragon Nation. It's a means for them to steal secrets. Just moments ago, all the topographical data from our Eagle Nation's territory was transmitted directly into Dragon Nation's hands. Upon hearing this news, Kane's hand trembled violently, causing the coffee cup he held to shatter on the floor. His face was frozen in utter shock. Chapter 74, Throwing Away Technology. Dawn never imagined the clown would be himself. He had thought he could morally blackmail the Dragon Nation into handing over all their remote sensing technology, only to discover their technology could actually aid the enemy in espionage. Quick! Immediately cease using their remote sensing technology and revert to our original systems. Dawn exclaimed frantically. It should still be possible to salvage the situation. At the same time, his eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. Since Dragon Nation used remote sensing technology to steal our nation's secrets, other countries using their technology must have suffered similar breaches. All we need to do is expose the risks associated with this technology from the Dragon Nation. I'm sure many countries will immediately express dissatisfaction with them and unite to protest. Dawn said excitedly. His advisors nodded in agreement. Your Excellency is quite right. A leak of this magnitude is a grave matter for any nation. Dragon Nation's actions have crossed the line for other countries. Then we'll fan the flames. Dragon Nation will surely be overwhelmed by its own wicked deeds, ending up worse off than before. Under the advisor's urging, the Eagle Nation government publicly revealed their discovery. Dragon Nation's remote sensing technology is being used to steal other nations' secrets. We urge everyone to cease its use immediately. As victim nations, we, the Eagle Nation, lodge a solemn protest with Dragon Nation. Today, you must give an explanation to all the victim nations worldwide. However, this announcement failed to spark the uproar they anticipated or inflict significant damage on Dragon Nation. On the contrary, many nations dismissed it with contempt. They unanimously deemed Eagle's tactics utterly pathetic. Dragon Nation's remote sensing technology can steal our secrets? Could you please stop using such a toothless excuse? If you Eagles have your own remote sensing technology, why resort to using someone else's? If we're talking about stealing other nations' secrets, the Eagle Nation was just exposed for the Black Mirror incident not long ago. Isn't that your usual tactic? First you morally blackmailed the Dragon Nation into disclosing its remote sensing technology, and now that they've actually done it and overtaken your Eagle chicken tech, you start smearing the Dragon Nation. How utterly despicable. Many nations view this as the Eagle Nation framing the Dragon Nation. They've all experienced how convenient the Dragon Nation's remote sensing technology is. It absolutely surpasses the Eagle Nation systems. In everyone's eyes, the Eagle Nation has resorted to underhanded tactics out of sheer jealousy. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qiu and the others couldn't have been happier. Who would have thought that after Eagle San revealed the truth, everyone ended up distrusting him instead? This is the very essence of the boy who cried wolf fable, isn't it? Lu Qiu chuckled. Exactly. Eagle-chan has deceived other nations so many times in the past that no one believes a word they say anymore. Jo Hong chimed in with a smile. Within just 3 short days, their dragon nation had gathered military secrets and even other classified information from nearly every country worldwide. Remote sensing technology had now spread across the entire globe. It's just a pity the Eagles people caught wind of the remote sensing technology. Otherwise, if they'd taken a bit longer, we could have even pinpointed every single one of their military bases. Lu Qiu sighed with emotion. However, several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation waved their hands dismissively. We're already quite satisfied with what we have now. Nearly all the topographic data from every country in the world has fallen into our hands. Should any critical moment arise in the future, this data will prove invaluable to us. Who would have thought? We used to condemn the eagle for stealing other nations' secrets, and now it's our turn. Discovering this feels surprisingly addictive. Smiles spread across their faces, and their gazes toward Lu Qiu grew increasingly admiring. Originally, facing the moral blackmail from the Eagle Nation, they had been driven into a desperate corner. Yet, Lu Qiu's masterstroke had unexpectedly turned this predicament into an opportunity. Now the Eagle Nation faces even greater public pressure. Nearly every country in the world has united to condemn them. They won't let this go easily. We must be fully prepared. Lu Qiu's expression turned serious as he spoke. Rest assured. We've devised comprehensive countermeasures. Even if they attempt to send an aircraft carrier strike group into our territorial waters like last time, we have absolute confidence in ensuring they won't return alive. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with unwavering confidence. This confidence stemmed directly from the relentless stream of technological breakthroughs delivered by Lu Qiu before them. Just as they had surmised, the Eagle Nation now found itself in utter disarray. Damn it! Who would have thought we'd push ourselves into such a corner? Don slammed his fist on the table so hard the coffee in his cup nearly spilled. Now every country in the world thinks we're jealous of Dragon Nation, demanding we share more technology globally. Don rubbed his temples in frustration, finally understanding the agony of being morally blackmailed. How about we just toss some useless tech to those clamoring nations and call it a day? Michelle suggested. We have transitional innovations in fields like materials science and dynamics. Releasing these inventions would surely win favor with many nations. Besides, it wouldn't impact us much. These are transitional technologies anyway, soon to be replaced by newer versions. Michelle's words prompted Dawn to nod in agreement. He knew every nation in the world prioritized its own interests. If they didn't get a taste of something substantial this time, those countries wouldn't let it go easily. All right. I'm putting you in charge of this matter. Remember, only transitional inventions can be presented. Under no circumstances should our cutting-edge technologies be disclosed. As he spoke, Dawn's confidence returned. Our nation possesses a wealth of scientific research foundations, something the Dragon Nation can never match. We have plenty of minor inventions and innovations. I'm confident we can attract a group of allies with these. Dawn declared with unwavering conviction. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. While the Dragon Nation had indeed produced numerous cutting-edge technologies recently, when it came to overall R&D capabilities, they certainly couldn't match the solid foundation of the Eagle Nation. Chapter 75, The Situation Spiral Out of Control. When Eagle Lady unveiled over a dozen cutting-edge technologies in rapid succession, the entire world erupted. They had merely intended to pressure Eagle Lady as a trial run, never expecting it to actually succeed. These technologies might be insignificant to Eagle Sauce, but for smaller nations, they were like a lifeline. They could significantly boost their own production capabilities. With these technologies in hand, they believed their domestic production capabilities and economic development would achieve substantial progress. After witnessing the true depth of Eagle's technological prowess, many smaller nations began actively courting its favor, hoping to gain a share of its benefits. The Eagle naturally welcomed all nations eager to become allies. Regardless of size or strength, they welcomed all as allies and offered corresponding assistance. The Eagle even made an official declaration. To all nations that become our allies, we are prepared to share even more advanced technologies. We urge you to seize this opportunity. Under this persuasive rhetoric, an increasing number of nations began forming alliances with the Eagle, preparing to stand united against the Dragon Nation. Dawn was naturally delighted by this development. He never imagined that merely offering transitional technological innovations, not even cutting-edge advancements, could attract so many allies. This was more than worth it. It seems that starting today, our military and economic competition with the Dragon Nation will gradually shift toward technological competition. Don narrowed his eyes as he addressed his numerous advisors. However, many of the more prescient advisors felt a certain unease. If those small nations are only here for our technology, won't we have to pay an even higher price to keep them in the future? Indeed. These smaller nations are like ungrateful dogs that can never be fully satisfied. As their appetites grow more demanding, they will surely make even more outrageous demands. What then will we do? Please reconsider, Your Excellency. We should focus our time and energy on developing our own technology. Do not make alliances with these small nations our primary mission. The advisor's suggestions left Dawn feeling deeply dissatisfied. Using worthless technology to lure alliances with minor nations was a policy he himself had proposed. He never imagined it would face such opposition from his advisors. He retorted with disdain. When we faced moral blackmail from numerous nations, I asked for your suggestions, yet every one of you remained silent. Now that the strategy one proposed is being successfully implemented, you suddenly come out to oppose it. From now on, our competition with Dragon Nation will focus primarily on technological prowess. No more persuasion needed. Dawn frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Dragon Nation. Within the Academy of Sciences, Zhou Hong and a group of Dragon Nation high-ranking officials once again sought out Lu Qiu. Upon seeing them arrive, Lu Qiu had already guessed their intentions. I assume you're here regarding Eagle's recent aggressive export of technology and attempts to win over hearts and minds? Lu Qiu asked with a smile. Zhou Hong and the others exchanged glances and sighed helplessly. You guessed right, kid. That's exactly it. You should know that our Dragon Nation's current technological level and overall strength are nowhere near Eagle Nation's. They can freely release unused research technologies now, but we can't do the same. In the pure realm of technological competition, they still hold the upper hand. Everyone shook their heads in resignation inside. Lu Qiu's smile, however, remained unwavering. I've studied some of the technologies they've released. Most of these are transitional. At best they'll be obsolete within 2 or 3 years. So, Eagle's technological foundation isn't as terrifying as we imagine. Even though they've released over a dozen research achievements at once, it fundamentally doesn't affect their core capabilities. If you need them, I could easily provide you with hundreds of such transitional technologies. The moment Lu Qiu finished speaking, the laboratory fell into a profound silence. What on earth was this kid talking about? Casually provide over 100 transitional technologies? Everyone understood that transitional technologies merely represented incremental improvements upon existing foundations. But even such minor improvements were incredibly difficult to achieve. Are you kidding us? Even the most gifted person couldn't possibly make breakthroughs in over 100 fields simultaneously. We all know you're a genius, but what you just said is simply unbelievable. Everyone shook their heads with wry smiles. They assumed Lu Qiu was joking with them. But when Lu Qiu flicked a USB drive onto the table, silence fell over the room. Here are 30 transitional technologies. For our Dragon Nation, they're useless, neither worth keeping nor worth discarding. You can make them public to attract some allies. Lu Qiu knew they wouldn't believe such an outlandish claim, so he presented the evidence directly. Zhou Hong tremblingly picked up the USB drive, plugged it into a random lab computer, and opened it. What they saw sent their blood pressure skyrocketing. It's real. These are transitional technologies, building upon existing science with slight enhancements. Who would have thought Lu Qiu could achieve breakthroughs across so many fields simultaneously? Zhou Hong gulped down a glass of water, forcing himself to suppress his overwhelming excitement, otherwise, he might have fainted from the sheer surge of adrenaline. After reviewing the technologies, Zhou Hong and his colleagues felt a pang of regret. These technologies would be incredibly valuable even to our own Dragon Nation, wouldn't they? Isn't it a shame to just release them to the public like this? They lamented. Even a prodigal son wouldn't squander things like this. Lu Qiu, however, dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. His gaze upon these transitional technologies was as dismissive as if he were looking at a pile of trash. This stuff is utterly useless to our Dragon Nation. Within 3 days, I could develop superior technology to replace these techniques. The truth was, Lu Qiu only needed to exchange for technological blueprints from the system. Any one of them could crush these technologies. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials could only grit their teeth and announce publicly that all 30 technologies would be released. They further expressed willingness to form alliances with other nations, sharing technological advancements in specific fields. Chapter 76, The Birth of the Mecha. The world erupted in uproar. Nations plunged into a state of shock and euphoria, as if they had stumbled upon a colossal fortune. Who would have thought Manhwa possessed such formidable technological foundations? These scientific achievements are truly awe-inspiring. What surprises me even more is their willingness to release it all for free. If they kept these technologies for themselves, they could have reaped far greater benefits. Looks like they were pushed to the brink by the Eagle. With these two superpowers clashing, who'd have thought the ultimate beneficiaries would be us smaller nations? Leaders across many nations rejoiced at acquiring these technologies. Simultaneously, they began re-evaluating whether to align with the Eagle Nation or the Dragon Nation. From the current situation, Eagle's existing technological foundation is undoubtedly the strongest, but Dragon Nation is no pushover either. They possess immense technological potential. Which nation to align with has become a common dilemma for smaller countries worldwide. When Dawn learned that the Dragon Nation had publicly unveiled 30 technological breakthroughs, his expression darkened considerably. I thought the Dragon Nation was like a grasshopper after autumn, it wouldn't last long. I never imagined they still had the strength to fight back. 30 technological achievements. That's more than the number of scientific breakthroughs we've ever announced. What the hell have you intelligence people been doing? The Dragon Nation possesses so much advanced technology, and you haven't even picked up a single lead. He pointed an accusing finger at the intelligence chief and unleashed a torrent of abuse. The chief kept his head bowed in silence, daring not utter a single word. He was utterly perplexed himself. According to intelligence from his spies embedded in Dragon Nation, there had been no reports of any technological breakthroughs there previously. If they had already developed over 30 technological breakthroughs, they should have been put into practical application long ago. These achievements, could they possibly have been developed in just a single day? The intelligence minister shook his head, dismissing this implausible notion from his mind. It is my incompetence. This is indeed my failure. The intelligence minister bowed his head in deep remorse. Enough. For now, we must focus on strategizing our next steps. Dragon Nation's stance clearly signals their intent to draw us into a technological arms race. Though our current technological edge far surpasses theirs, who can predict what might happen given time? Don saw no point in continuing this idle chatter with the intelligence minister. He turned to ask the advisors for their opinions. The presidential advisors sat stone-faced, though inside they were already cursing under their breath. Only now, when trouble struck, did he think of them. Earlier, when they voiced their concerns, Dayan had ignored them completely, stubbornly pushing ahead regardless. The formidable scientific prowess Dragon Nation has now demonstrated has also piqued the interest of numerous smaller nations. Those smaller nations that had originally formed alliances with us are now taking advantage of the situation, demanding even more technological achievements from us. This is our greatest crisis at hand. Those so-called allies are nothing but a bunch of opportunists who abandon principle for profit. The advisors spoke one after another. The only solution now is to prove to the world that our strength still surpasses that of Dragon Nation. Only then will others choose to align with us. Their opinions were as useless as if they hadn't spoken at all. Even the most foolish child would know that now was the time to demonstrate to the world that the might of the eagle could still crush the Dragon Nation. Milton, the military representative standing nearby, rolled his eyes as if struck by an idea. Gentlemen, I propose we launch another probing offensive against the Dragon Nation. After our warship was destroyed by their orbital particle cannon last time, our military's reputation was utterly ruined. We must restore the Eagle's military prestige in the eyes of the world. Milton's words made Dawn frown. At this moment, Dawn was far from prepared to wage war against the Dragon Nation. This is unwise. You should know that Earth's two most powerful nations are the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation. If war breaks out between us, it will inevitably trigger a chain reaction leading to a global conflagration. Dawn shook his head. He had no desire to become the spark that ignited World War III and bear the weight of countless accusations. Milton, however, smiled and shook his head. You misunderstand, sir. I don't mean launching a direct attack on the Dragon Nation. We simply need to pick a country that's recently befriended them, find any excuse to start a war, and defeat it. Let the world see that aligning with the Dragon Nation brings nothing but ruin. The Dragon Nation can't protect them. Our Eagle Nation is the most powerful country on Earth. Milton's proposal instantly made Dawn's eyes widen, a faint smile appearing on his face. A proxy war? That's an excellent idea. He rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment before slamming his fist on the table in decision. Proceed as General Milton suggests. Target a small nation for a proxy war. I refuse to believe the Dragon Nation can protect all the little countries that follow it. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. You have full authority over this matter. Lu Cho remained unaware that a conspiracy against the Dragon Nation was unfolding. At that moment, gazing at the metallic mecha before him, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, his heart brimming with boundless joy. The surrounding lab assistants gathered around him, their eyes brimming with delight. Before them stood a suit of armor that looked straight out of science fiction. The suit was entirely composed of red and gold, perfectly sized for one person. Far from appearing bulky, it radiated a sense of speed. Its overall design bore no difference from Iron Man. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. Who would have thought sci-fi movies would become reality? We've actually built a real-life Iron Man. If this thing hits the battlefield, it'll be a total game-changer. Wonder which unlucky soul gets to experience its power firsthand. It's even equipped with ion cannons. Its firepower is unmatched. The firepower is impressive, but it's the mobility that's truly remarkable. It's essentially a mobile fortress on wheels, utterly terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in awe. After over a month of development, they finally completed the combat mech. Academician Lu, please name our mech. Chapter 77, War Crisis. Name it? Lu Cho paused for a moment before realizing. The mech before them was merely the initial prototype of the mechs being developed by their nation. More advanced mechs would undoubtedly emerge from their development efforts in the future. Therefore, this particular mech must be given a name to distinguish it from future models with superior performance. Let's call it the Shadow Dragon mech. May our mech army guard Dragon Nation like shadows. Lu Cho narrowed his eyes and smiled as he addressed the group. Shadow Dragon mech? Excellent choice. I'm certain the name Shadow Dragon Mech will echo across the globe, striking fear into every nation. Just then, Zhou Hong and the others, having received word, hurried over. They arrived just in time to hear Lu Qiu name the mech and couldn't help but praise it. Senior Zhou. Distinguished leaders. This is our latest mech development. Its capabilities are formidable. While mass production isn't feasible yet, the first batch of 500 units can be manufactured within a month. Lu Qiu said with a smile. He then nodded toward Zhao Long, who stood guard beside him. Upon receiving the signal, Zhao Long walked directly to the mech suit. With a light press of a button, the suit automatically enveloped his entire body. This suit features an auto-adjustment mechanism that adapts to the wearer's physique and height. It also incorporates an intelligent wear system, allowing a single person to don the armor independently. Additionally, it incorporates an intelligent combat assistance system. While it doesn't quite match the level of intelligence seen in Jarvis from Iron Man, it still provides significant support to our soldiers during combat. Lu Qiu explained to everyone. Zhao Long, now fully suited up, demonstrated a fluid military boxing routine. Simultaneously, jetpacks activated beneath his feet, propelling him at incredible speed toward the laboratory exit. Mid-air, he deployed the ion cannon integrated into his armor. He fired at a distant firing range. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, its intensity causing everyone present to feel a dull ache in their ears. When the dust finally settled, they saw a massive crater, over a meter deep, gouged into the reinforced concrete ground of the distant firing range. This sight instantly caused many high-ranking military leaders from the Dragon Nation to stare wide-eyed with delight. Excellent! A mech with such formidable power, if deployed in actual combat, no nation's forces could withstand it. Exactly. Beyond frontline combat, this marvel could excel in specialized missions. Its effectiveness would be truly remarkable. That our nation has pioneered the development of technology at this level is truly astonishing. All eyes turned to Lu Qiu with admiration. They understood exactly what developing this mecha meant for Dragon Nation. We hope Mr. Lu can find a way to achieve mass production of these mechs. Once every soldier in our Dragon Nation is equipped with one, there will be no opponent left on Earth. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials shook hands with Lu Qiu, expressing their satisfaction. Rest assured, gentlemen. While mass production isn't feasible yet, we've significantly reduced the manufacturing costs. The materials used are remarkably inexpensive. I believe that once our machine tools are fully developed in just over a month, mass production of the Shadow Dragon mecha will become a reality. Lu Qiu declared with unwavering confidence. Over the next few days, Lu Qiu poured all his energy into developing the CNC machine tools. However, news arrived that forced an interruption to his progress. The Eagle has dispatched a massive carrier fleet heading towards Syria. They're likely preparing to take action against Syria. Early that morning, Zhou Hong rushed over to deliver this urgent news to Lu Qiu. The Dragon Nation's High Command is summoning you to a meeting in Tiannanmen. We must depart immediately. After relaying this, Zhou Hong helped Lu Qiu change out of his white lab coat and escorted him by car toward Tiannanmen. By the time they arrived at the conference room in Tiannanmen, nearly all of Dragon Nation's top officials had gathered, including numerous military leaders. Serious expressions were etched on everyone's faces. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Lu Qiu seemed to be the last person they were waiting for. Once he was seated, the discussion began. Who would have thought the Eagle would actually prepare to strike Syria? This is clearly aimed at us. Not long ago, Syria just signed a strategic alliance agreement with us. Immediately after, the Eagle's carrier strike group began sailing into the Gulf near Syria. This is clearly aimed at us. If we intervene to rescue them, we risk direct conflict with the Eagle Nation. Should the situation spiral out of control, it could trigger World War III. But if we stand idly by and Syria gets bombed to smithereens by the Eagle Nation, won't every country in the world conclude we're incapable of protecting our own allies? China's top leadership found themselves deeply conflicted. To rescue or not to rescue, that was the critical question. I believe we could first deploy our mecha vanguard to demonstrate our strength to the Eagles. Once they witness the might of our Shadow Dragon mecha, they might reconsider their actions and withdraw their forces. Just then, Lu Qiu spoke up. Using high-tech weapons for direct deterrence? That could be an option, but our Shadow Dragon mechs haven't reached mass production yet. We have limited numbers. Shu Yun spoke hesitantly. If they possessed an army of Shadow Dragon mechs, they would certainly have nothing to fear from the Eagle, but unfortunately, the current number of mechs was insufficient, only 500 units. Let me lead the team personally. Lu Qiu declared, looking at everyone. The moment his words left his mouth, they immediately drew unanimous opposition from all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation. No way. Your status is too unique, you absolutely cannot go to the battlefield. You should stay in the lab doing research. Stop thinking about fighting on the battlefield. Our nation isn't short of warriors, but we desperately need brilliant scientists like you. The others' words did not sway Lu Qiu's resolve. Gentlemen, you may not realize this, but as the developer of these mechs, I possess the deepest understanding of their capabilities. While I've already assigned Zhao Long and others to familiarize themselves with the mechs, their proficiency will inevitably fall short of mine. All it takes is for me to lead Zhao Long and the Special Forces personnel on a single patrol. I guarantee the Eagle Nation will retreat without a fight. Chapter 78, The World's Eyes. Lu Chou insisted on personally piloting the mecha to intimidate the Eagle's carrier strike group. Despite repeated pleas from everyone, he refused to change his mind. With no other choice, the Dragon Nation's high command reluctantly agreed. Let's be clear. This mission to the waters near Syria must not escalate into direct conflict with the Eagle. Fly a few laps over their carrier strike group and return immediately. Your safety is paramount. If danger arises, I'll have Zhao Long and the others shield you at the rear. Don't let your pride get the better of you. You're still young, learn to stay composed. Preserving your life is paramount. The senior officials of Dragon Nation spoke up one after another with these reminders, warming Lu Chou's heart. Gentlemen, I value my own life above all else. There will be no mishaps. After speaking, he led Zhao Long and a group of Special Forces soldiers to the laboratory, where 500 sets of mecha he had prepared long ago awaited. Over the past few days, Zhao Long and his team of Special Forces soldiers had been relentlessly adapting to the armor's capabilities. Though not as proficient as Lu Chou, they had managed to grasp all the mecha's functions. Professor Lu. During this demonstration over the Eagle Squadron's carrier strike group, you must not act on your own initiative. You must follow my commands. Zhao Long said with a solemn expression. He wasn't deliberately vying for authority with Lu Chou, it was simply that he had carried out countless such demonstrations and possessed extensive experience. Lu Chou nodded. He didn't care about commanding this operation. After all, professionals should handle professional tasks. He was merely a researcher who developed the mechs. When it came to commanding combat operations, he certainly couldn't match Zhao Long. Once the group had donned their mechs, the propulsion units beneath their feet erupted in a burst of white light. 500 mechs instantly shot skyward, streaking westward. At this very moment, the Eagle's carrier fleet was racing toward the waters off Syria. Excitement flashed in the eyes of every Eagle soldier. Last time our fleet suffered a setback in Dragon Nation, and we've never regained that lost face. Now the entire world believes Eagle's military might has significantly declined. This time, we must thoroughly demonstrate our strength to the entire world. Exactly. Syria's territory holds vast oil reserves. If we can successfully seize it, we won't have to worry about oil supplies for at least the next decade. Syria is already preparing to seek aid from Dragon Nation, right? With Dragon Nation's audacity, they'll surely refuse outright. We'll make every nation witness Dragon Nation's true colors. There's no good ending for those who side with them. These soldiers understood all too well that this operation was primarily aimed at the Dragon Nation. The fleet commander overheard the soldiers gossiping and shot them a stern glare. Focus on your duties. Your job is to execute orders, not speculate on our higher-up strategic intentions. At his words, the soldiers looked sullen but dispersed to their duties. The carrier commander immediately contacted General Milton at the Pentagon via the communication system. We'll reach Syrian waters in half a day. Requesting authorization to deploy information warfare against Syria. Milton exhaled deeply upon receiving the news. It seemed the Dragon Nation truly intended to abandon Syria. If they succeeded in occupying Syria, it would not only yield tangible benefits but also significantly diminish the Dragon Nation's international standing. Activate the information weapons. Jam all Syrian radar and electronic systems. Ensure we successfully land on Syrian soil before nightfall today. Milton issued the order directly. Following his command, the eagle-like entity severed all communications within Syria. Syria suddenly lost contact with the rest of the world, as if it had vanished from the face of the earth. Countries worldwide, already monitoring Syria's situation due to the Eagle's offensive, quickly sensed something was amiss. Syria was now completely unreachable. Countless nations plunged into panic, deeply dissatisfied with the Eagle's actions. Even many of Eagle Sauce's Western allies now felt its actions had gone too far. We strongly condemn the Eagle's illegal armed intervention in Syria. We urge the Eagle to restore Syria's communication systems so we can understand the catastrophe unfolding within its borders. The Eagle's actions have provoked universal outrage. We urge the Eagle's government not to misjudge the situation and withdraw its forces from Syrian territorial waters immediately. Otherwise, the Eagle will bear full responsibility for all consequences. Our humanitarian organizations strongly condemn the Eagle's actions. Countless nations and international organizations have condemned the Eagle's actions, viewing them as nothing more than a ploy for oil resources. By severing Syria's communication systems, they can act with impunity on foreign soil, even committing mass civilian slaughter without any news reaching the outside world. Today, the Eagle launches war against Syria. Tomorrow, the same fate could befall other nations. At this very moment, everyone lives in fear. Far from worrying about the international backlash it had nearly ignited, the Eagle Nation felt rather smug. Excellent. With the world's attention fixed on Syria's war, our deterrent effect will naturally be amplified. Right now, the Dragon Nation is hiding like a turtle, not even daring to condemn us. We'll show the entire world the cowardice in their bones. Dawn declared excitedly to his subordinates. Your Excellency, please do not underestimate the enemy. Ensure our fleet is fully prepared defensively. We absolutely cannot be hit by the celestial dragon's orbital particle cannons again like last time. I have this feeling Dragon Nation won't let this slide so easily. They're probably brewing some nasty trick up their sleeves. If we get attacked by them again this time, we'll have absolutely no face left. The advisors cautioned in unison. Dawn, who had been brimming with excitement moments ago, couldn't help but feel annoyed by their dampening words. Are you advisors to Dragon Nation or to me? Why are you all siding with them? If you're so confident in Dragon Nation's strength, feel free to resign and go work for them. Dawn rolled his eyes, coldly glaring at these advisors who only knew how to point fingers. Chapter 79, When Science Fiction Becomes Reality. On the vast ocean. The Eagle's massive fleet plowed through the waves at full speed, heading towards Syria. Every Eagle soldier wore a look of intense pride. Moments ago, they had received word that the Eagle Nation had used its satellites in space to jam all of Syria's communication devices. Now the Syrian forces were like blind men, utterly unaware of the fleet's location or where it would land. Word is Syria has amassed 100,000 troops along their coastal border, preparing to fight us. But with all their electronic signals jammed, they probably can't even launch missiles. What a joke! A puny country like that dares to defy us, Eagle Squad? That's suicide. I hear Syria has its fair share of beauties too. Since all their signals are cut off by our country anyway, whatever we do on Syrian soil will remain unknown to the outside world. This works out perfectly for us. At this, every Eagle soldier's face broke into a knowing smile. The aircraft carrier commander, overhearing their discussion, shook his head. Despite Milton's repeated warnings to exercise caution, his men were spoiled by privilege and held Syria in utter contempt. They hadn't even set foot on Syrian soil yet, and already they were discussing how to divide the spoils. Though inwardly displeased, the carrier commander understood. This arrogance had been cultivated over decades of the Eagle fleet's dominance across the oceans. It wouldn't change overnight, so he said little. After half a day of experimental navigation, they spotted Syria's coastline in the distance, jagged and irregular like the teeth of a serpentine beast. All hands, prepare for combat immediately. Carrier guns, lay down a dense barrage along the Syrian coastline to cover the Marines preparing for the landing operation. At his command, the Marines swiftly donned their gear while the amphibious assault vehicles were readied for deployment. With a series of teeth-grinding creaks, the gun barrels across the carrier strike group's ships began swiveling, locking onto targets along Syria's coastline. The Syrian shore was now densely packed with defensive troops, their hearts pounding with anxiety, palms already sweating. With the Eagle having already jammed Syria's communication systems, their heavy weaponry was rendered useless. They could only rely on machine guns and rocket launchers to suppress the enemy's landing. Comrades, our parents and families are right behind us. Every nation on Earth has abandoned us now. Only we can defend our homeland. We will fight to the death and never retreat. The Syrian commander addressed his troops with a sorrowful expression. Resolve to face death appeared on every face. A sinister grin spread across the Eagle ship carrier commander's face. Just as he prepared to order artillery barrage along the coastline, a sudden gasp from a scout beside him startled him. What the hell is that? Damn it! What did I just see? Is that Iron Man? My God! Isn't that something straight out of a sci-fi movie? Everyone gasped in shock, especially the lookout in the deck's observation tower, who was so startled he fell backward onto the deck. Hearing this commotion, the carrier commander felt deeply displeased. He hurried onto the deck, ready to reprimand his men. Where's your pride now? Can't you show some backbone? What on earth did you see to scare you like this? He barked, his voice dripping with displeasure. The trembling soldiers pointed their fingers skyward. That looks like Iron Man. Seeing their pathetic state, the carrier commander felt even more contempt. Probably just a Syrian helicopter, you bunch of greenhorns. After speaking, he picked up the binoculars hanging around his neck and scanned the sky. What he saw sent him tumbling backward onto the deck, his entire body shaking. Hovering above their carrier strike group were armored warriors. The metallic sheen reflecting off their suits, the red and gold color scheme, it was an exact replica of Iron Man from the movies, indistinguishable in any way. The carrier commander, barely controlling his emotions, shakily rose from the deck, eyes wide as he stared at the group of mecha warriors floating in the sky. His heart surged with overwhelming joy. The commander immediately contacted Milton at the Eagle Swan 5-star building. Sir, you've kept this from me. Why didn't we deploy such powerful cutting-edge weaponry sooner? Milton froze at the abrupt, bewildered question. What are you talking about? What cutting-edge weapon? A knowing smile spread across the carrier commander's face. At this critical moment, you still play dumb? Hundreds of Iron Men are hovering above our carrier strike group right now. Who would have thought we'd turn science fiction into reality? Upon hearing this revelation from the carrier commander, Milton felt darkness engulf his vision and nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Those aren't our people. We must be wary of those armored warriors. I suspect they're reinforcements sent by the Dragon Nation. Milton roared hysterically. The carrier commander froze, his communications device clattering to the deck. He stared blankly at the armored warriors hovering overhead. Damn it, why the hell are you Dragon Nation imitating our Eagle Sans movie mecha designs? Just as they were reeling from the shock, a voice suddenly echoed over the tactical frequency. We, the Dragon Nation, have received Syria's request for assistance and have come to rescue them. You Eagles, disregarding international condemnation, are stubbornly intent on invading Syria. Such actions severely violate the fundamental principles of international law and humanitarianism. Withdraw your forces immediately and avoid self-destruction. Otherwise, when bullets and shells rain down upon you, regret will be too late. Zhao Long's voice echoed through the mechs, reverberating across the entire nearby sea area, even reaching the Syrian troops on the shore. Syrian soldiers' faces lit up with excitement, leaping and dancing with joy. This is fantastic. The Dragon Nation has actually sent troops to aid us. Who would have thought? They've already developed combat mechs. With these, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with the Eagle. No way they'd be afraid of it. Only in critical moments do we see who our true friends are. Only Dragon Nation can protect us. Chapter 80, Retreat Without Fighting. Gazing at the mechs in the sky and hearing the Dragon Nation soldiers' brazen boasts. The Eagle soldiers, who had been trembling with fear moments before, now felt an inexplicable surge of rage welling up inside them. Damn it! When we Eagle dogs ruled the roost, the Dragon Nation was nowhere to be seen. Their mechs may outnumber ours, but they're no match for our aircraft carriers. Commander, please order an immediate assault on these mechs. Success or failure, we won't know unless we try. The Eagle soldier's eyes now blazed with fierce fighting spirit. Witnessing this, the commander clenched his jaw. Truthfully, he too yearned to strike against the Dragon Nation's mech warriors. Yet he weighed far more than mere soldiers could consider. Once hostilities commenced, it could very well ignite a war between the two nations. That was precisely why he had reported to Milton beforehand. Hearing his men were eager to engage the Dragon Nation's mecha warriors, Milton felt conflicted. But recalling how the Dragon Nation had recently destroyed one of their patrol ships, Milton ultimately steeled his resolve. Fire! Show them the might of our Eagle force. Receiving the order, the carrier commander hesitated no longer. He immediately commanded all artillery weapons to unleash a barrage upon the aerial mecha warriors. Even Zhao Long was momentarily stunned to see the enemy actually preparing to attack. Prepare for combat. Zhao Long barked the order. Simultaneously, everyone positioned themselves in front of Lu Qiu, ensuring he wouldn't be targeted. Boom! Powerful artillery shells streaked from the Eagle's ships. But the heavy weapons firing rate was far too slow, easily dodged by the highly agile mecha warriors. Heavy weapons are useless. Activate close-range defense turrets immediately. The Eagle ship carrier commander clearly possessed extensive combat experience. After the first strike missed, he immediately switched weapons to counter the Dragon Nation mecha warriors. The so-called close-range defense turrets were actually a defensive system of the warship. They could fire up to 20,000 rounds per minute. A dense hail of bullets formed a vast net, intercepting every projectile approaching the warship. Yet after switching weapons, they discovered the bullets held no deterrent effect whatsoever against the mecha warriors. Striking the mech armor, they bounced off like pebbles. Zhao Long's heart surged with delight at this sight. This was their first time engaging in actual combat while wearing mechs, and they never expected such astonishing results. Prepare to counterattack. This mech's defenses can withstand their close-range turrets. No need to worry. Lu Qiu, standing among the crowd, flashed a confident smile and charged straight to the front. His ion weapon fully charged, he unleashed a blast directly at the enemy carrier. With a single strike, the Eagle ship carrier shook violently, its steel hull shattering into fragments. Countless shards sliced through the Eagle soldiers crawling across the deck. Retreat! Retreat! We're no match for them. Staying here means certain annihilation. The carrier commander bellowed, his voice trembling with fear. By now, the Eagle soldiers had long lost their earlier cocky swagger. They had been waiting for the order to retreat. No one was foolish enough to stay and wait for death. Seeing the enemy prepare to retreat, the Dragon Nation's mech warriors showed no intention of pursuing, allowing them to depart unchallenged. The last group slowly landed on the coast of Syria. The Syrian military commander immediately stepped forward, embracing Lu Qiu and the others, their faces radiant with emotion. You couldn't have arrived at a better time. Had you been even a moment later, our entire nation would have faced utter catastrophe. The Dragon Nation truly is our brother nation. He exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. You flatter us, sir. Eagle's actions were directed against our Dragon Nation itself. Had we stood idly by, Eagle's next barrage could very well have fallen upon our Dragon Nation. Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. The Syrian soldiers' eyes were fixed on the exoskeletons they wore. Seeing their curious stares, Lu Qiu smiled. Truth be told, these are the latest individual combat mechs developed by our Dragon Nation. While they may not match the power of Iron Man suits seen in films, no other nation on Earth possesses individual combat gear more formidable than ours. Lu Chou declared with confidence. Envy filled the eyes of the Syrian soldiers. Your nation is truly formidable. If only our country possessed such advanced technology, the eagle would never dare to threaten us. The Syrian commander remarked with a look of regret. After stabilizing the situation in Syria, Lu Chou returned to Dragon Nation with Zhao Long and the others. High-ranking officials from across the nation and senior members of the Academy of Sciences all came forward to greet them. They gazed at Lu Chou with astonishment and admiration. During the battle, the synchronized footage from the mecha had transmitted the combat scenes back to Dragon Nation. Everyone had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the Shadow Dragon mecha. Who would have thought that mecha power alone could rout Eagle's carrier strike group so thoroughly? We never truly grasped the potential of this mecha before. We dismissed it as mere individual combat support gear. Who would have thought it could take on an entire carrier fleet head-on? After today's battle, Eagle-chan should lay low for a while. That's a blessing for us Dragon Nation, it gives us ample time to develop other combat weapons. The crowd surrounded them like heroes, even preparing a grand welcome banquet for all the warriors. The entire Dragon Nation was filled with an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Meanwhile, Eagle Dawn's mood couldn't possibly match the Dragon Nation leader's cheerfulness. His eyes widened as he stared at the images unfolding on the screen before him. He was stunned for a long time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Dragon Nation possess such a formidable weapon? Are you sure this isn't something straight out of a sci-fi movie? Dawn pointed at the screen and exclaimed to Keynes beside him. Sir, we've actually been researching combat mechs ourselves and have achieved some results. But their combat capabilities are nowhere near as advanced as those of the Dragon Nation's mechs. If I'm not mistaken, they must be using nuclear propulsion systems. That's why their mechs move so fluidly in combat. Meanwhile, our mechs are still powered by diesel engines. Chapter 81, When Sci-Fi Becomes Reality. When will our mechs be ready for combat deployment? Dawn frowned as he turned to ask Keynes beside him. A wry smile touched Keynes' lips. Ever since our giant mechs were developed, they've been sitting in storage. It'll probably take 3 days of maintenance before they're operational. Hearing this, Dawn's frustration deepened. If we have such advanced weaponry, why didn't we deploy it sooner? What a bunch of useless fools. In 3 days, we'll showcase our mecha to the world, proving the might of our Eagle Empire. Use this time to strategize how we'll handle the impending public relations crisis. After all, we made thorough preparations to attack Syria, only to return defeated. We absolutely must find a plausible excuse that saves face. Dawn swept a glance at the advisors beside him, but they all lowered their heads, unsure how to respond. Michelle spoke up from the side. At worst, we can truthfully inform the world that Dragon Nation possesses anti-human weapons. When we approached the Syrian border, we were struck by Dragon Nation's use of these weapons. Sighing, he knew there was no other option now but to follow Michelle's suggestion. Though being driven back by the Dragon Nation felt somewhat humiliating to Dawn, seizing the chance to undermine them was still a positive outcome. Thus, the Eagle Swan administration officially released a statement to the global community. The Dragon Nation possessed anti-human weapons, and the Eagle Swan carrier strike group, unwilling to suffer unnecessary casualties, had voluntarily withdrawn from Syria. Other Western nations, initially puzzled by why the confident Eagle, poised to seize Syria, would withdraw voluntarily, remained skeptical after hearing the explanation. If China had truly intervened and deployed such weapons, the Eagle wouldn't have waited this long to announce it. They'd have been pointing fingers and hurling accusations at China long ago. There's no way they'd wait until now to reveal the truth. Upon hearing the Eagle's explanation, Syria could no longer contain itself. They directly revealed the truth to the public. When the Eagle invaded our territory, we arranged for everything that happened to be recorded, waiting for the opportunity to expose the Eagle's crimes to the world. Fortunately, with the Dragon Nation's assistance, Eagle-chan did not violate a single inch of our Syrian territory. The following video will reveal the actual circumstances at that time. Its release has been approved by the Dragon Nation. They then released footage of the actual combat. Everyone who saw the footage was stunned, even questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. The Western nations finally understood why Eagle had resorted to other excuses. Unbelievable. Who would have thought Dragon Nation's technology had advanced to this level, even creating the legendary Iron Man? The Eagle probably never imagined its pride and joy, the carrier strike group, would be humiliated by over 100 tin cans. It's unimaginable how far Dragon Nation's technology has advanced. No other country in the world could have caused the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group to collapse without a fight. The outcome of this conflict in Syria caught many nations off guard. Seeing the global reactions, Lu Chou felt deeply satisfied. A nation's strategic assets must be displayed to strike fear into every country, deterring them from provoking the dragon's wrath. It's clear the Eagle and the Western powers are afraid. The more fearful they become, the more it proves our research direction is correct. Lu Chou declared with confidence to his research team. We must continue pushing forward with our super spacecraft technology. Beyond that, we need to develop a meteorological weapon capable of disrupting Earth's environment through satellites in space, triggering violent storms, blizzards, scorching droughts, and more. All the researchers froze upon hearing his words. Then, one by one, their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible. Weather weapons belong in science fiction novels. We might develop combat mechs, but weapons capable of altering Earth's climate, that's simply too difficult. Zhou Hong shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't that he doubted Lu Qiu's research capabilities. As a veteran scientist, he held deep respect for the laws of nature. He knew all too well how difficult it would be to forcibly alter the laws of nature. The slightest misstep could unleash catastrophe upon the entire planet. It's like launching a weather weapon attack on Eagle's homeland, causing an instant blizzard disaster there. But environmental changes in one region would inevitably trigger chain reactions elsewhere. Ultimately, the entire planet could be destroyed. Zhou Hong pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in deep agreement. Only now did they grasp the terrifying potential of weather weapons. Lu Qiu paused for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. You may not be aware, but the weather weapon I speak of targets specific regions. It isolates a given area from Earth's natural weather systems, inducing artificial climate shifts. It is not the anti-human weapon everyone speaks of. Seeing Lu Qiu's unwavering resolve, Zhou Hong sighed helplessly. Very well, very well. If you wish to develop weather weapons, we old-timers won't stand in your way. We'll even help you draft a joint petition to the Dragon Nation's High Command. But such dangerous weapons should only be used as a last resort, never under any circumstances should they be deployed lightly. Lu Qiu nodded. Rest assured, gentlemen. A wise man hides his weapons until the time is right. I understand this simple truth. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's assurance, Zhou Hong immediately joined several other veteran researchers in submitting a joint petition, successfully securing the meteorological weapon research project for Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu had the authority to independently apply for major projects, but the meteorological weapon was of such critical importance that even the Dragon Nation's High Command hesitated before finally approving it. Everyone. We've got our work cut out for us now. Weather weaponry actually overlaps with space technology in some areas. Its principle involves using satellites in space to transmit interference signals, affecting climate changes in specific regions on Earth. After Lu Qiu briefly explained the concept, the group couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. While the concept sounded straightforward, its actual implementation posed immense challenges. Chapter 82, the ASVIS Joint Military Exercise. Can we really develop this? The research involved in weather weapons is just too extensive. Many researchers voiced their concerns with a hint of resignation. It encompassed meteorology, thermodynamics, space technology, botany, and countless other fields' knowledge that couldn't be mastered overnight. The difficulty might even surpass that of developing a super spaceship. You're overcomplicating things. Hearing their words, Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile, as if everything were already within his grasp. Seeing his expression, numerous researchers immediately widened their eyes, saying incredulously, "Could it be you've also deciphered the blueprints for the meteorological weapon?" If Lu Qiu could truly develop a weather weapon single-handedly, it would prove he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. A talent rarely seen across all fields. Meeting the curious gazes of the crowd, Lu Qiu nodded and produced a USB drive. Everyone, let me briefly explain the principles and approach behind our weather weapon development. Lu Qiu opened a PowerPoint presentation and began to articulate his vision. Many researchers in the lab hadn't even regained their composure yet, still reeling from the profound shock. Was Lu Qiu even human? Seeing everyone still lost in awe, unable to snap out of it for a long while, Lu Qiu tapped the screen in front of him. Everyone, let's first analyze together whether the weather weapon technology I've proposed is feasible. Just then, Zhou Hong suddenly called, his voice filled with urgency. Just as you said, we must accelerate our weather weapon development. In 3 days, the Eagle and several Western nations will hold joint military exercises in ASVIS. This exercise is clearly aimed at our Dragon Nation. We must deploy more powerful weapons to deter these petty thugs. Zhou Hong said with a look of deep emotion. Earlier, he had thought Lu Qiu was being overly aggressive by focusing his energy on developing weather weapons. But judging by Eagle's reaction, Lu Qiu couldn't be aggressive enough. Looks like Eagle Lady has some new weapons ready to show off too. Let's just wait quietly for the joint exercises in 3 days and see what goodies they bring out. A faint, cold smile lingered on Lu Qiu's face. He knew full well that Eagle Lady undoubtedly possessed numerous advanced technologies that had never been revealed to the world. Seeing the Dragon Nation bring out their mechs this time, they must be itching to show off their own. After hanging up, Lu Qiu relayed the news to the researchers present, and a palpable tension spread through the room. Let's push forward. We'll strive to develop the weather weapon in the shortest possible time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in ASVIS, the western region of Eagle Sauce, the desert stretched endlessly, yellow sand covering the land. Over a dozen Western nations gathered here to conduct joint military exercises. Dawn gazed at the assembled leaders with a smile, brimming with confidence. Only the Eagle's reputation could unite so many nations for such exercises. You've all witnessed the Dragon Nation's current military might, especially their newly developed individual combat mechs, truly terrifying. I hope everyone will hold nothing back during these exercises. Bring out your best assets to intimidate the Dragon Nation, he said cheerfully to the assembled leaders. The reason Western nations agreed to join these joint exercises was largely due to Dragon Nation's provocation. Following the unveiling of Dragon Nation's combat suits, many smaller nations began stirring with unrest. Most were itching to seize this opportunity to curry favor with Dragon Nation. For Western nations, this was undoubtedly a blow to morale. No need for further explanation, Lord Dawn. We've brought out all our best stuff this time. It'll absolutely shock those restless little nations. While the Dragon Nation's mechs are formidable, they are not invincible. I'm confident this joint exercise will curb their recent arrogant momentum. Everyone chimed in with laughter, their voices brimming with confidence. To maximize its deterrent effect, the entire exercise was broadcast live. Even before it began, a flood of Dragon Nation netizens poured into the livestream chat, spewing scorn and ridicule. What's the point of these drills? If you're so confident, just bring out your mechs. Speaking of which, didn't our Dragon Nation's mecha design infringe on someone's copyright? If we do the math, we'd probably have to pay that film company a hefty compensation fee, right? Thanks a lot for your country's movie themes inspiring our Dragon Nation scientists. Faced with the barrage of sarcastic remarks from the Chinese audience, the Western citizens wanted to retort but found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, with a command from Dawn, the military exercises officially commenced. Tanks and armored vehicles raced past, kicking up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, fighter jets and bombers of various models filled the sky, one after another, soaring like falcons across the desert. What you're witnessing now is our latest stealth fighter jet. Even the most advanced radar systems cannot detect its presence. The live streaming host explained with a smile to the viewers watching the broadcast. The Eagle Nation citizens finally erupted in excitement, their voices rising in a chorus of cheers. Just then, a distant rumbling echoed through the air. Several colossal machines appeared before the crowd. Not only the viewers in the livestream, but even the Western dignitaries present at the ceremony were left speechless. What met their eyes was a colossal mecha warrior over 10 meters tall, resembling a scaled-down version of the mecha weapons from Pacific Rim, a sight that sent blood racing through their veins. You guys, when did you start developing mecha weapons? The British Prime Minister stared at Dao An in utter shock. Dawn felt a surge of pride at the astonishment etched on everyone's faces. Ha! Mecha weapons have always been part of our research program. It's just that the Dragon Nation beat us to deploying them in combat. Would you like to see what our mecha weapons can do? Naturally, numerous weapons experts from various nations sat nearby, accompanying their high-ranking officials. As they gazed upon the massive mecha before them, a hint of disdain inevitably crept onto their faces. It certainly is a big piece of machinery, but in terms of technological sophistication and firepower, it likely pales in comparison to the Dragon Nation's mechs. Exactly. It's all show and no substance. Its practical limitations in combat are severe, hardly what you'd call a high-end weapon. Chapter 83, Military Technology: Who Holds the Edge? At this moment, many weapons experts had no intention of sparing the Eagle's pride. They were merely stating the truth. Everyone could see at a glance that these massive combat mechs before them, while they appeared highly destructive, resembling small mobile fortresses, but their power came entirely from diesel engines, with extremely low kinetic energy conversion efficiency. They couldn't move as nimbly as the Dragon Nation's mechs. On the battlefield, they were nothing but sitting ducks. Hearing the weapons expert's words, Dawn's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and the rage in his heart threatened to boil over. He shot a cold glance at Kane's beside him. These mechs were all developed by Kane's. Caught in that gaze, Kane felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn those bastards. Couldn't they spare me a shred of dignity? He silently wondered, feeling a surge of anger at the Western weapons expert's blatant lack of courtesy. He hurriedly began to explain. Gentlemen, you may not be aware, but although these combat mechs are diesel-powered, their propulsion is exceptionally potent. Especially when engaged in battle, their semi-intelligent systems can even anticipate incoming attacks and evade them. After finishing his explanation, he instructed his operators to enter the mechs for hands-on demonstration. Under their control, the massive frames demonstrated surprising agility, executing a wide range of maneuvers. The only drawback, perhaps, was their sheer size. Unlike Dragon Bone's mechs, they couldn't fly freely. Witnessing the power of Eagle Sauce's mech, though not as formidable overall as the Dragon Nation's models, it was nonetheless a groundbreaking achievement. Without a word, all the weapons experts stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with envy. They bitterly regretted their own intellects not being as sharp as Kane's, preventing them from developing such formidable weaponry. As the surrounding crowd fell silent, even the Western dignitaries couldn't hide their envious expressions. Dawn's vanity was immensely satisfied. He shot Cairns an appreciative glance before boasting to those beside him. The only weakness of our Eagle brand mechs might be their power source. Once we develop nuclear-powered engines, I'm confident they won't be much inferior to the Dragon Nation's mechs. The Eagle then showcased numerous cutting-edge weapons from information warfare systems capable of disabling all enemy electronics to even biological weapons, leaving everyone utterly mesmerized. Meanwhile, soldiers from several Western nations began showcasing their own most advanced weaponry. Though their cutting-edge weapons might slightly lag behind Eagle's in destructive power, they were still formidable forces to be reckoned with. Watching this unfold through the livestream, Western nations erupted in arrogant taunts. Where is Dragon Nation? Where is Cyber Planet? Where is Krypton? Forget Dragon Nation's mechs, even Superman and those alien transformers wouldn't stand a chance against us Eagle Nation. As long as our Western nations unite, no matter how rapidly Dragon Nation's technology advances, they'll never be our match. Put. Didn't you hear your own weapons experts? Your mechs, Eagle Chicks, fall short of Dragon Nations in both firepower and aesthetics. What's the point of bragging here? In an instant, the livestream chat erupted as countless Dragon Nation netizens began trading barbs with their Western counterparts. The moderators had no choice but to continuously ban Dragon Nation netizens' accounts. But with the sheer number of Dragon Nation citizens, banning one only led to another flooding in, turning the entire livestream into a chaotic mess. After a full 3 days of military exercises, Western nations had practically pulled out every last treasure from their vaults. Meanwhile, Western newspapers and media outlets went into overdrive covering the joint military exercises. The gap between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation, the role of mechs in modern warfare. Today we welcome Mr. Morse, former head of the Eagle's weapons think tank. He'll analyze the similarities and differences between Dragon Nation and Eagle's mechs. Western media, of course, went wild, boasting about how formidable and advanced their weapons were while belittling Dragon Nation's equipment as worthless. But anyone with half a brain could see that Dragon Nation's mechs could single-handedly repel an entire aircraft carrier strike group. The Eagle's pile of big metal boxes certainly couldn't do that. The Eagle media's tactics were nothing more than self-aggrandizement. Lu Cho, who was pouring his energy into developing weather weapons, couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon seeing the hawkish media's extensive coverage. These guys are quite amusing. Their joint military exercises are nothing but self-entertainment. Some of the latest equipment they've showcased is hyped to the skies, but on the actual battlefield, it won't deliver its full potential. Lu Cho explained with a smile as he looked at Chu Yun before him. The anxiety on Chu Yun's face gradually faded. His visit to Lu Cho was actually at the behest of the Dragon Nation's high command. Seeing the cutting-edge weapons displayed by Eagle Chan had inevitably stirred unease in their hearts. That was why they had sent Chu Yun to consult Lu Cho about the true capabilities of these weapons. After hearing Lu Cho's response, the weight on his chest finally lifted. If we want to dampen their arrogant spirit, it's actually quite simple. We simply need to showcase our own Shadow Dragon mecha to the world. Everyone will then be able to discern which is superior. When compared side by side, even the most obtuse fool would recognize how vastly our mecha surpasses Eagle's. At Lu Cho's words, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. I'll have someone prepare for this immediately. After saying this, he hurriedly departed, while Lu Cho continued to focus his efforts on developing the weather weapon. Just 2 days later, Dragon Nation released a new promotional video for the Shadow Dragon mecha. The video not only showcased the Shadow Dragon mech's various capabilities and advantages but also revealed the destructive power of its twin ion cannons to the world. The moment this promotional video hit the official Dragon Nation website, it instantly caused a massive uproar. Countless citizens of Dragon Nation and even other nations were left seething after watching it. Chapter 84, Envy and Espionage. Worthless. Honestly, Eagle's mechs aren't even fit to polish the boots of Dragon Nation's mechs. As a military enthusiast with over a decade of experience, I've studied cutting-edge weaponry worldwide. Dragon Nation's mecha is an absolute game-changer. Could the Eagle Nation please stop trying to steal our thunder? Do they even deserve to call their pile of scrap metal mechs? Netizens erupted in scathing mockery. The promotional video released by the Dragon Nation about the Shadow Dragon mech struck like a sledgehammer, smashing straight into the hearts of Eagle Nation citizens. It shattered their dreams of military supremacy. Faced with the mockery from Dragon Nation netizens, Western nations initially remained silent. They knew full well that Dragon Nation held the upper hand in mecha technology. But faced with the mockery of countless people, the narrow-minded Dawn naturally couldn't contain his anger. At that moment, he coldly surveyed the dozens of advisors gathered before him. All remained silent, their minds racing like machines as they frantically strained every brain cell. Half a day has already passed. Can't you come up with a way to make our Eagle's mecha technology surpass Dragon Nations in a short time? He slammed his fist on the table so hard it sent a pen flying to the floor. One advisor finally plucked up the courage to step forward and said, Your Excellency, this puts us in a difficult position. We excel at devising strategies and planning tactics. But surpassing the Dragon Nation in mecha technology? That task should be left to the Academy of Sciences. We are powerless to achieve it. Hearing this, Dawen rubbed his throbbing temples, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. Of course I know you lack the capability to develop more advanced mecha. What I mean is, could we explore ways to acquire Dragon Nation's mecha technology through certain special channels? The moment the words left his mouth, his advisors instantly lit up with realization. So that's what Dawn meant stealing their blueprints. Why didn't you just say so earlier? This is still quite difficult. After all our spies embedded in the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences have been purged. We don't have a single one left now. I heard we recently developed a major shareholder in the Oriental group over there. Could we get that person to steal the blueprints? That guy? Asking him to pull off that heist is like sending a bumbling thief to steal Captain America's shield. It's utterly impossible. After hours of discussion, the group still couldn't reach a consensus. Perhaps our spies within the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences are indeed gone, but that doesn't mean we can't continue infiltrating. At that moment, the intelligence chief, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly smiled faintly and spoke with profound meaning. His words instantly filled Dawn with overwhelming joy. As expected, my chief of intelligence proves most reliable in critical moments. Quickly, share your brilliant plan, Dawn said cheerfully. Rumors suggest the Dragon Nation may be developing weather-based weapons recently. Some meteorologists might be recruited into their laboratories. The Eagle Intelligence Minister's guess was spot on. At this moment, Lu Qiu's weather weapon project had hit a bottleneck. To achieve further breakthroughs, two major issues must be resolved. The first was a severe shortage of personnel. He urgently needed to recruit numerous meteorologists to bolster his research team, otherwise, the existing staff simply couldn't support the completion of the weather weapon within a short time frame. Second, he required meteorological data from every region across the globe. The second problem was actually quite easy to solve. Nearly every country in the world now uses Dragon Nation's remote sensing technology, making it simple to access meteorological data on a global scale. However, finding a large number of meteorological experts in a short time presents a significant challenge. He had initially planned to replicate his previous approach from developing the nuclear-powered engine, recruiting research teams from major private enterprises into his own laboratory. Yet the memory of past security breaches inevitably left him uneasy. Meteorologists definitely needed to be found, but they had to be introduced through personal connections. Left with no other choice, he turned to Jiang Ying once more. Do you know any meteorology professionals within your company or among your acquaintances? As you're aware, my current research project requires substantial meteorological expertise. Recruiting meteorological experts from other companies inevitably raises concerns, so I prefer your personal recommendations, Lu Qiu said with a helpless expression. Meteorological experts? Hearing this, Jiang Ying's eyes widened instantly. What a coincidence! I actually know someone deeply immersed in meteorology. You should know her too, my best friend, Zhang Lanlan. At the mention of Zhang Lanlan's name, Lu Qiu instantly pictured the woman with her exaggerated makeup, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Well, are there any other more credible meteorological experts? The mere thought of dealing with this woman sent a chill down Lu Qiu's spine. What are you thinking? I'm not suggesting Zhang Lanlan come work in your lab. She's now running the Bolong Group and has a mountain of responsibilities. How could she possibly have time for lab work? Back when she was studying abroad, she majored in meteorology. She must know plenty of talented people in that field now. I can recommend a few to you. Hearing Jiang Ying's words, Lu Qiu instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The two approached Zhang Lanlan together, but when Lu Qiu explained his request, a hint of reluctance flashed across her face. Being straightforward by nature, she spoke her mind without reservation. You should know I've been studying abroad all this time. While I do know some meteorologists, I have no idea about their backgrounds. What if some American spies slipped in among them and stole our lab's core data? Wouldn't the blame fall on me? This is a thankless task. Zhang Lanlan sighed helplessly. Lu Qiu couldn't help but smile. Zhang Lanlan's concerns were perfectly understandable. After all, their Bolong Group ranked among the top 10 conglomerates in the country. If they were truly implicated in a spy scandal, it could easily send their company's stock plummeting. Rest assured, I have no worries whatsoever about anyone stealing any technology from my lab. Chapter 85, Mecha Technology. Stolen? Faced with Lu Qiu's confident assurance, even though Zhang Lanlan was deeply reluctant, she reluctantly agreed in the end. I do know over a dozen experts in meteorology. I'll contact them individually to see who's available to assist at your lab. But you must personally verify their identities. Should any issues arise, neither I nor Bolong Group will be held responsible, Zhang Lanlan said sternly. Lu Qiu nodded with a smile. I understand. Friendship is one thing, but responsibility will be clearly delineated. You won't be implicated in any way. Seeing Lu Qiu agree so readily, Zhang Lanlan visibly relaxed and immediately began contacting her meteorological expert contacts in front of both of them. Only 5 expressed genuine interest in the meteorological weapon experiments and would return to China shortly to join Lu Qiu's lab for collaborative research. Lu Qiu entrusted Chu Yun and the others with investigating these individuals' backgrounds. The final investigation revealed that nearly all 5 had remained working in the United States after graduating from Eagle University. Their domestic records, however, appeared impeccably clean. Are we really going to let these people participate in our weather weapon experiments? I can't shake the feeling these guys aren't entirely above board. Shu-yun voiced his concerns. Rest assured. We're only utilizing their specialized expertise. As for their loyalty, there's absolutely no need for concern. Every technological product I develop is impossible for any other nation to replicate. Lu Qiu declared with confidence. Hearing his assurance, Chu-yun's worries dissipated. He knew Lu Qiu was a level-headed man who wouldn't recklessly jeopardize the lab's security. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 5 meteorologists who had rushed back from all corners of the globe finally arrived at Lu Qiu's laboratory. Mr. Lu, we've heard so much about you. To think we'd have the chance to participate in our lab's meteorological weapon development, it's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of them extended his hand familiarly the moment he saw Lu Qiu. This man was He Yuming, a world-renowned meteorologist of the highest caliber. Rumors even suggested he had been nominated for a Nobel Prize. Whether that was true or not remained unknown. Since they were here to assist him, Lu Qiu certainly couldn't greet them with a sour face. He proactively extended his hand and greeted everyone present one by one. Soon, all 5 were immersed in their work, gathering data for the meteorological weapon project. One had to admit professionals were truly formidable. With these 5 individuals joining the team, their lab's research progress has been advancing by leaps and bounds. To help these 5 talents integrate into the team more effectively while maximizing their capabilities, Lu Qiu granted them partial access to the laboratory. In less than half a month this year, all meteorological data was collected and analyzed. Progress was truly making leaps and bounds. Lu Qiu was naturally very satisfied. Had he heeded Chu-yun's advice and not recruited meteorological experts from outside, their progress certainly wouldn't have been this rapid. However, a few days later, Lu Qiu received news that took him by surprise. I heard Eagle has recently mastered the latest mecha manufacturing technology and has begun developing new mecha. I suspect that the 5 new meteorologists in your lab might have stolen our secrets and passed them to Eagle. Shu-yun rushed to find Lu Qiu, his face etched with urgency as he asked. After a moment of shock, a faint smile appeared on Lu Qiu's face. Forget it. We're only using these people for their skills. If there really is an Eagle Nation spy among them, letting them complete their mission on time might actually be beneficial. Even if a spy hands our tech to the eagle-eyed bastards, they couldn't possibly develop anything worthwhile. But if that spy fails to complete the mission, it'll likely stall our weather weapon development indefinitely. Lu Qiu's attitude made Chu-yun inwardly anxious and also stirred a hint of dissatisfaction. Fighter mech technology concerns the national defense security of our dragon nation. How can we so casually allow its technology to leak? Why not temporarily halt your weather weapon project? We can resume once we uncover who the spy is. Lu Qiu shook his head at the suggestion. General Chu, you must be aware that Eagle and the Western nations recently conducted joint military exercises. Our meteorological weapon development is urgent. General Chu, if you trust me, heed my words. Let us complete the weather weapon development properly first. After that, you may investigate those 5 meteorologists. I swear on my life that our mecha technology will never be compromised. Hearing Lu Qiu speak so decisively, Shu-yun could find little to counter. Reluctantly, he nodded his agreement. At that very moment, within the Eagle's Black Palace, the entire Eagle Empire High Command was immersed in a sea of celebration. Success! I never imagined it would actually work. Looks like the strategy our operations department proposed really paid off. Don patted the intelligence minister's shoulder with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with approval. The intelligence minister's expression was equally smug. Even he hadn't anticipated how smoothly the infiltration of the Chinese Academy of Sciences laboratory would proceed. In the Dragon Nation, 5 foreign meteorologists were granted direct access to core weapons development without even a hint of scrutiny. Ultimately, they successfully obtained the mecha development blueprints. Kane. The rest depends on your capabilities. I demand you develop this mecha in the shortest possible time. We're going to give Dragon Nation a taste of its own medicine. Dawn handed a USB drive to Cairns. Kane's face was equally flushed with excitement. Rest assured, Your Excellency. If I fail to develop the latest mecha with these blueprints, I will resign immediately. He pledged with unwavering confidence. Then, Dowan turned to the PR staff beside him and said, release the news immediately that our Eagle Squad has mastered the technology for the new mecha. This time, we're going to shock the entire world. Didn't many people mock our Eagle Squad's mecha before? Now we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Dawn narrowed his eyes, his tone menacing. The intelligence chief beside him hesitated. Releasing this information now could jeopardize our spy infiltrating the lab. Chapter 86, The man is finished. Now we can capture him. Hearing the intelligence chief's words, Dawn's expression darkened considerably. Does the pride of our Eagle Empire mean less than the life of a disposable spy who's already served his purpose? Once our mecha are developed, those spies' identities will be exposed sooner or later. Better to sell them now and avoid the growing uncertainties that come with delay. Dawn was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Hearing his words, every Eagle Empire official present wore expressions of utter horror. They never imagined Daoin could be so cold-blooded and ruthless. Unable to sway his resolve, the propaganda department had no choice but to comply. Recently, our Eagle agency has developed the latest individual combat mech technology, currently undergoing intensive testing. The finished product is expected to be unveiled to the public in about 2 weeks. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. This must be Dragon Nation technology they've stolen. Based on their descriptions of the armor's performance and specifications, it's identical to Dragon Bone's armor. Could there be Eagle Wing spies infiltrating our Dragon Nation Academy? How incredibly careless of them. This is a disgrace. We painstakingly developed a cutting-edge weapon, only for Eagle's spies to steal our secrets and hand them over on a silver platter. Upon learning of this, countless Dragon Nation citizens were filled with anguish and indignation. They were heartbroken that Dragon Nation's technology had fallen into Eagle Nation's hands. Yet the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences remained utterly silent, as if nothing had happened. Researchers carried on with their work as usual. Even the Eagle Nation's intelligence chief found it hard to believe. He urgently contacted the spy recently planted in the Dragon Nation's laboratory. Damn it! Your Excellency, this is downright unprofessional. I'm still undercover in Dragon Nation and you rush to announce the mecha technology? That's practically pushing me into a fire pit. The spy embedded in Dragon Nation erupted with fury the moment the call connected. Has Longhua made a move against you yet? The intelligence chief had no time for small talk, his voice thick with urgency. The spy on the other end hesitated for a long moment, likely puzzled himself. That's right. Not only have they not interrogated me, but my treatment remains unchanged. We're still developing core data for weather weapons, as if nothing had happened at all. If things proceed smoothly, once the weather weapon is fully developed, I might even deliver the blueprints to our side. The spy declared with unwavering confidence. His words brought a rare sense of relief to the intelligence chief. I've come to realize that the Dragon Nation likely never suspected you in the first place. To them, you're merely a meteorological expert, someone without access to mecha technology. Enough. For now, remain in the Dragon Nation's laboratory and strive to help them complete the development of the weather weapon as soon as possible. We will definitely find a way to rescue you in due time. The intelligence chief consoled him. I won't fall for your tricks again this time. You must first secure my safe extradition back to Eagle Nation. Only then will I hand over all the meteorological weapon data to you. With that, he hung up the phone with a defiant click. 3 more days passed, and the development of the weather weapon was finally nearing completion. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had worked tirelessly day and night, pouring every ounce of energy into the project, nearly drained dry by the lab. The visiting meteorological experts, in particular, worked overtime until 1 or 2 in the morning every single day. All to develop the weather weapon in the shortest possible time. This level of dedication left many researchers at the Dragon Nation laboratory gobsmacked and filled with admiration. Thank you all so much for your collective efforts during this period. Without your tremendous support, we never could have developed this weather weapon in such a short time. Lucio looked at all the researchers in the lab and said with a smile. With just a few more days of finishing work, our weather weapon will enter the testing phase. I'm confident it will make a stunning debut and astonish the entire world. Lucio's words immediately drew cheers from the crowd. He raised his hand to quiet them, and the room fell silent once more. Now that all 5 zones of our school's development are complete, I won't hold back any longer. There's a spy among us. The reason Eagle got their hands on the mecha development technology is because this spy leaked the blueprints. The words sent shockwaves through the entire lab. Everyone began eyeing each other suspiciously, unsure who the real traitor might be. Lucio clapped his hands, and several state security colleagues walked straight in. Mr. He Yuming, we're deeply grateful for your invaluable assistance over this period. It's made our weather weapon development progress remarkably smoothly. But you must be familiar with the saying, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away. Now that all the technical hurdles for the weather weapon have been overcome and only the finishing touches remain, you've served your purpose. Please accompany our state security colleagues. It's time to fully confess your criminal activities. Lucio smiled warmly as he looked at He Yuming, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of scholarly refinement. He Yuming froze, and the other 4 external meteorological experts standing beside him froze too. What do you mean by this? You're kicking me to the curb once you're done with me? I see it now, you're worried we outsourced experts might leak the core data of the weather weapon once we leave your lab, so you want to eliminate us first. State security personnel immediately cuffed him, but He Yuming still refused to admit guilt, struggling and hurling curses at Lucio. The other 4 meteorological experts turned ashen-faced upon hearing He Yuming's words. Clearly, his words had terrified them. Everyone, don't worry. Our investigation confirms He Yuming joined the Eagle's intelligence agency long ago. It was he who leaked our nation's mecha technology not long ago. You four experts have impeccable backgrounds, absolutely no issues whatsoever. I swear on the name of Dragon Nation that I will guarantee your safety and even award you an honorary medal. Seeing the four experts hesitating, Lu Qiu smiled reassuringly. Chapter 87, Exposing the Indigenous Development Lie. Vicious. Lu Qiu's move to pull the rug out from under them completely humiliated the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and the Academy of Sciences or D personnel. They never imagined that after squeezing every last drop of value from the spy, Lu Qiu would have him arrested outright. Without a moment's hesitation, public security personnel subjected He Yuming to a deep memory recovery procedure. He Yuming confessed his true identity and crimes in full detail. Upon learning this news, Jiang Lanlan immediately sought out Lu Qiu. Has something happened to He Yuming? Could his case implicate me or Balong Group? She asked anxiously. Her urgency was understandable after all. He Yuming was the researcher she had personally recommended to Lu Qiu. If this incident caused Longwei to suspect her, it could potentially jeopardize her family's business. Don't worry. Didn't we discuss this before? Even if someone you recommended gets into trouble, they definitely won't come after you. After all, these are classmates you haven't seen in years. You have no idea what happened to them after graduation. Besides, it hasn't caused any loss to our Longwa either. Lu Qiu reassured her with a smile. Jiang Lanlan was Jiang Ying's close friend, and he certainly wouldn't let this affect the Baolong Group. That's a relief. I never imagined that after all these years, He Yuming would betray our country. He wasn't like this in college. He was famously radical in our class back then. Relieved that the incident wouldn't implicate her, Jiang Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Qiu and arranging a dinner meeting, she hung up. Just as Lu Qiu was about to return to the lab, Chu Yun's call came through again. Eagle just announced they'll be showcasing their newly developed mecha device in 3 days, inviting media from all over the world. Even our Dragon Nation media got invited. A smile spread across Lu Qiu's face. Looks like they've developed the mecha based on our blueprints? My main control console can monitor their mecha. Let's give the world a good show. But before that, we should strongly condemn Eagle and accuse him of stealing our Dragon Nation's mecha technology. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Chu Yun froze for a moment before realizing what was being proposed. His heart surged with delight. No problem, no problem. I'll have our official spokesperson condemn Eagle-chan immediately. After hanging up, he immediately organized a press conference, which he personally presided over. Based on our data monitoring of Eagle's mecha, their units are built entirely according to our Dragon Nation's blueprints and technology. We have just arrested a spy at the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. This individual, He Yuming, is a spy sent by Eagle Nation. He has confessed to his crimes and admitted to stealing the mecha blueprints and handing them over to Eagle Nation. We urge Eagle Nation to exercise caution when utilizing these mech blueprints. Ask yourselves in all conscience, are these mechs truly your independent development? Chu Yun's words were filled with emotion and righteous indignation. It immediately sparked outrage among countless Dragon Nation citizens. Yet, in the face of this public outcry, Eagle Chong blatantly lied through his teeth. Our mecha are entirely self-developed. Dragon Nation is spreading lies. I hope everyone won't be deceived by the Dragon Nation people. Once our mecha debuts in 3 days, the entire world will see we speak the truth. The Eagle's confident words struck people worldwide as utterly shameless. The Dragon Nation had already captured their spies sent abroad, with both witnesses and evidence now in hand. Yet Eagle Lady stubbornly refused to admit it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of Eagle's mecha unveiling was fast approaching. Dawn felt an unusual surge of excitement. He couldn't wait to see the Dragon Nation's reaction to Eagle's mecha. Is everything ready? He looked at Keynes beside him with a serious expression. This mech unveiling was crucial. Absolutely no mistakes could be tolerated. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Our mecha has undergone multiple rounds of testing beforehand. There will be no issues in combat. I must admit, the Dragon Nation's researchers truly possess superior technical capabilities. Their mech's combat prowess is nothing short of terrifying. Keynes remarked with a look of admiration. Though it was said that in the realm of scholarship, there was no absolute first place. Lu Qiu's exceptional research capabilities had profoundly impressed him. Hearing this, Dawn couldn't help but snort coldly. It's all because of you useless bunch at the Academy of Sciences. Your RD capabilities are nowhere near Dragon Nation's. After a fierce scolding, Dawn didn't want to spend his days at this university overly angry. They arrived at the plaza in front of the Black Palace. They prepared to unveil the mecha to journalists from nations around the world. The plaza was already filled with media personnel from various nations. Even journalists from the Dragon Nation had arrived. Skepticism clouded their expressions. The mech's Eagle had boasted about still seemed rather dubious to them. Ladies and gentlemen, after a month of independent research and development, we have finally created a lightweight combat mecha. Dawn smiled and waved to the crowd. At his nod, 3 figures clad in combat mechs stepped forward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. These 3 combat mechs, aside from their color schemes differing from those of Dragon Nation, were virtually identical in every other aspect. At first glance, it was obvious they were modeled after Dragon Nation's mechs. Cameras clicked incessantly as journalists captured the scene. Online viewers watching the livestream immediately flooded the chat with scornful comments directed at Eagle-chan. This is clearly Dragon Nation's mech. Looks like the rumors were true. Eagle Nation really did steal Dragon Nation's blueprints, and they have the nerve to claim it's their own independent development. Isn't this just typical Eagle Chow behavior? They've long since abandoned any sense of shame. What a shame. But seriously, why did the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences lack even basic security awareness? They just handed the Eagle Nation a free win. Many online expressed their heartfelt disappointment. Now, let our warriors demonstrate the mecha's combat capabilities. Dawn smiled and led the applause. 3 mechs instantly soared into the air, executing complex maneuvers mid-flight. Witnessing this spectacle, Dawn couldn't help but feel amused. But his smile quickly faded. The 3 mechs in the sky suddenly began indiscriminately firing upon Black Palace Square. In an instant, the plaza was pockmarked with craters, reduced to utter chaos. Chapter 88, Desert Turned Oasis. Many journalists from various countries standing before the plaza were struck by flying debris. Panicked, they immediately began scattering in all directions. Dawn and the other high-ranking officials were utterly dumbfounded. None of them could have imagined that the mecha, which had undergone repeated testing with no issues, would cause such a massive blunder on its debut day. Boom! Soon, the entire plaza lay in ruins, not a single intact spot remaining. Escorted by soldiers, the Eagle brand officials hastily departed the scene. Damn it! Keynes, you owe me an explanation today. What the hell happened to our mech? Why did it suddenly go haywire? Dawn pointed an accusing finger at Keynes' nose, his voice thick with rage. Keynes' face flushed with embarrassment. Their mechs shouldn't have malfunctioned. They were developed entirely based on stolen blueprints. The only plausible explanation is that the Dragon Nation has a master control system for all mechs as their backup plan. The catastrophic scene we just witnessed could very well have been orchestrated by them from behind the scenes. After considering all possibilities, Keynes frowned and spoke. He felt furious that the Dragon Nation had kept this backup plan hidden. No wonder when we first unveiled our mech technology, the Dragon Nation didn't immediately move against the spies they'd sent over. They waited until their weather weapon development was complete before making their move. Looks like they knew all along that even if we got the mech blueprints, we wouldn't pose any threat to them. Dawn sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. At that moment, all the mechs they had developed were rendered useless under Dragon Nation's centralized control, and the 3 warriors responsible for the exhibition were all seriously injured. The entire world witnessed this scene through the live online broadcast. Is this the mecha they claimed to have developed independently? What a humiliating failure. They nearly accidentally harmed our country's journalists. Before the mechs even debuted, they were bragging like crazy. Who knew it'd end like this? I wonder if they'll even feel embarrassed. I take back what I said earlier. The Eagle definitely didn't steal Dragon Nation's technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a blunder. Mockery of Eagle-chan echoed across nearly every corner of the globe. However, many weapons experts immediately spotted the clue. The Eagle Nation is indeed using Dragon Nation's mecha technology. If Dragon Nation has left a backdoor in the system, they could strip all mechas of their highest privileges through the central control console. The chaos witnessed at Black Palace Square was likely orchestrated by the Dragon Nation behind the scenes. These weapons experts' words immediately drew widespread agreement. Lu Cho personally stepped forward to accept an interview with Dragon Nation's official media. First, we must apologize to the journalists who were startled at the Black Palace Square. In the newly released interview video, Lu Cho spoke with a smile. As many may have surmised, the chaos erupting before Black Palace Square was indeed orchestrated by us. This conclusively proves that Eagle-chan has stolen Dragon Nation's technology. We strongly condemn Eagle's actions and reserve the right to take all necessary countermeasures. Lu Cho's words rang out with conviction, sending a wave of shock through the hearts of all Dragon Nation citizens. We were wrong. We used to complain that the Academy of Science's security measures weren't strict enough, but it turns out they were already prepared. Who would have thought the clown was Eagle itself? How amusing. I wonder what kind of faces the Eagle's top brass are making right now. Even citizens from many other nations joined in mocking Eagle's sauce. Clearly, everyone despised Eagle's theft of others' technology. After resolving this issue, Lu Cho channeled all his energy into finalizing the weather weapon. This year, he completed its development in less than a week. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and the Academy of Science's elders stared at the hundreds of satellites before them, their eyes filled with astonishment. So this so-called weather weapon is just a bunch of satellites? Shu Yun, who was on friendly terms with Lu Cho, voiced the question first. Exactly. Many may not realize it, but altering the environment of Blue Star through satellite influence, that's the principle behind weather weapons. Lu Cho explained with a smile. Today, we're preparing to launch all our weather satellites into space and conduct our first experiment. For this experiment, I plan to target the Darim Desert in the western part of our country. We'll transform that barren desert into a lush oasis. Hearing Lucio's words, all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation gasped in astonishment. They had invested massive financial and human resources in the northwest region, undertaking afforestation projects to prevent desertification from spreading further. Yet even so, the results remained remarkably insignificant. While the pace of desertification had begun to slow, it continued to advance steadily, and the desert's footprint kept expanding. If Lucio's weather weapon could turn the Darim Desert into a lush oasis, it would save the Dragon Nation enormous costs. Moreover, it could enable the local populace to lead prosperous lives. Excellent! If you can truly alter the climate within the desert, you will have achieved a monumental feat. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with deep emotion. Amidst everyone's anticipation, hundreds of meteorological satellites were launched into their designated orbits via rockets. Lucio led the group to a control center, where instruments were densely packed everywhere. First, determine the modification range for the weather weapon. Lucio instructed his assistant. He drew a small area on the map, the Tali Desert. Transform this area into a humid, temperature-controlled zone. As soon as Lucio gave the order, the control center personnel sprang into action. They directed satellites to transmit interference signals into Blue Star's weather patterns. Dark clouds began gathering over the Darim Desert, and a rare misty drizzle descended upon the Darim Basin. Moreover, meteorological satellites easily located the underground water system buried beneath the Darim Desert. Under the influence of the signal intervention, the underground water system of the Darim Desert slowly began to flow, nourishing the entire desert. Transforming a desert into an oasis isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. While we've made the local climate suitable for crop growth and human habitation, we still need to relocate large populations and plant vegetation. Beyond that, the shifting sands on the surface must also be cleared. Lucio smiled as he addressed the group, his eyes brimming with confidence. Chapter 89, Environmental Optimization Plan. Joy spread across everyone's faces. That's more than enough. As long as the climate of the Tali Desert becomes suitable for plant growth, the vegetation we cultivate won't revert to desertification. For us, that alone is a rare blessing. You've really done us a huge favor this time. It seems weather weapons aren't just terrifying weapons of mass destruction, they can actually benefit humanity. If desert nations learn of the power of weather weapons, given their wealth, they'll place orders. This will surely bring us substantial profits. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials smiled as they looked at Lucio. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude. As a citizen of Dragon Nation, this is simply my duty. Actually, I've long envisioned transforming deserts into oases. Beyond weather weapons, I've collaborated with several biologists to genetically modify these fruit trees. After speaking, Lucio led them into a laboratory. The space was densely packed with young fruit tree seedlings. After our genetic enhancements, these plants developed exceptionally robust root systems. They can penetrate layers of shifting sand to anchor firmly in the soil. They also help stabilize the sand. Planting these crops in the desert would not only generate income for local residents but also accelerate the transformation into an oasis. Hearing this, the Long Kingdom's high-ranking officials were so moved they clapped enthusiastically. You young man. I don't even know how to praise you. You're a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Chuyun slapped Lucio's shoulder hard, his eyes blazing green as if he wanted to see right through Lucio's secrets. Let's break it down. Space technology, meteorology, nuclear science, and biotechnology, you've mastered them all. If memory serves, you even developed several pharmaceuticals back in the hospital. Who knows? Maybe one day, you alone could drive the entire scientific advancement of our Dragon Nation. He exclaimed with palpable excitement. Everyone, take these technologies and have the experts brainstorm together to formulate an environmental optimization plan. Lucio brushed off Chuyun's praise with a faint smile. Over the past 6 months, he had heard countless words of praise and had long since grown immune to them. Excellent. We'll immediately assemble experts to draft the plan. After thorough discussions among experts from various fields, a desert oasis plan was formulated within just 3 days. It was decided to plant various genetically modified fruit trees along the desert's periphery. Simultaneously, they would relocate personnel to settle within the desert. Step by step, they would penetrate deeper into the desert, gradually conquering it. When the Dragon Nation's desert oasis plan was made public, everyone suspected the nation's leadership had made a rash decision. Turning a desert into an oasis? That's an utterly absurd notion. Instead of wasting so much manpower and resources on desert development, why not just give every citizen a little money? Are our tax dollars being squandered on such meaningless endeavors? Absurd! We firmly oppose this impractical desert development scheme. Looks like our country's leaders have truly lost touch with reality. And all those experts and scholars? They must have lost their minds. The moment the plan was announced, it immediately sparked fierce opposition from countless citizens of Dragon Nation. They all believed the desert oasis project was utterly pointless, a complete waste of money. Just look at the tree planting efforts along the desert periphery. They've been going on for so long yet still haven't yielded any good results. When American and other Western experts learned of this news, they naturally seized the opportunity to mock China. Desert landscapes are an inherent part of our planet's environment. To attempt altering them through human effort is a sacrilege against nature. Besides, China will never succeed. This plan alone reveals that the Dragon Nation's economy is teetering on the brink of collapse. They proposed it solely to create more jobs. It's clear the Dragon Nation is already in the throes of an economic crisis. If Dragon Nation's Desert to Oasis project succeeds, we Eagles are willing to pay any price to acquire their technology and transform our own southwestern deserts into oases. Faced with scorn from Dragon Nation citizens and Western media, Lu Qiu ultimately decided to make the weather weapon public. Hold a press conference. Let the world witness the meteorological weapons. The weather weapon had now been proven effective in practice, so there was no need to fear ridicule or skepticism from other nations. Just as the Eagle Nation had done when unveiling their mecha, Dragon Nation invited journalists from around the world to witness this moment together. However, their secrecy measures were exceptionally tight initially. Journalists worldwide had no clue what new product Manhwa had developed. Observing the bustling crowd of journalists below the stage, whispering among themselves, Lu Qiu ascended with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see you all again." Lu Qiu greeted everyone with a smile. Upon seeing his face, every reporter's expression instantly lit up with a hint of surprise and delight. Now everyone has come to believe, almost unconsciously, that any technological product developed by Lu Qiu must be the most cutting edge in the world. This press conference was well worth attending. Today we're introducing a new weapon system, our newly developed weather weapon. As Lu Qiu raised his hand, a satellite system orbiting the blue star instantly appeared on the screen. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, all the journalists froze in shock. Even the Eagle Agency executives watching the live broadcast found it hard to believe. They've developed a weather weapon? In less than a month? This guy is a major threat to us. Don stared at Lu Qiu, who was chatting and laughing on the screen, his eyes filled with apprehension. Once again, murderous intent surged within him. Lu Qiu briefly explained the operational principles of the weather weapon. The journalists below the stage couldn't help but start asking questions. Particularly the American journalists, whose questions were deliberately tricky, clearly aiming to put Lu Qiu on the spot. "Mr. Lin. As far as we understand, weather weapons exist only as theoretical means of attack. The entire Blue Star's ecosystem is interconnected. Weather changes in one region inevitably affect another. Moreover, weather patterns result from the complex interplay of multiple factors. How could our Dragon Nation possibly develop a weapon that exists only in theory into a real-world reality?" Several hawkish journalists pressed relentlessly, their tone decidedly hostile. Chapter 90. The price I mentioned is a knife. Lu Qiu smiled. Just as he had anticipated, these American journalists had no intention of sparing him any courtesy. Perhaps Eagle Chow believes theory rarely becomes reality, but for us in Dragon Nation, turning the impossible into possible is what we excel at. Didn't you see that Iron Man in the movies seemed to exist only in theory? Yet we still developed our own combat exoskeletons. The Eagle journalists, hearing his response, were about to press further. However, Lu Qiu's next words instantly silenced him. Whether weather weapons are mere hype or truly deployable, you needn't doubt it any longer. Because we've already proven it through practical application. Lu Qiu finished speaking and clapped his hands. The screen before them instantly shifted to a different scene. Endless yellow sands stretched across the ground, while dark clouds filled the sky, drizzling with fine rain. If one ignored the desert below, judging solely by the weather conditions, one might have thought they had arrived in the water towns of southern China. This can't be possible. The hawkish reporter who had asked the question collapsed right into his seat, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Nothing is impossible. Our Dragon Nation's scientific research capabilities have steadily grown stronger. The array of weapons you've seen in sci-fi works will all become reality. Weather weapons are merely the first step. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Our environmental transformation project is already underway. As you can see, many citizens have begun planting fruit trees around the desert periphery. These are all fruits and vegetables that I've developed and modified. They thrive exceptionally well in desert terrain. Within the next 3 years, we plan to convert all projects into oases except for preserving necessary scenic deserts and those with ecological conservation functions. His bold declaration sent a collective gasp of astonishment through the journalists. Everyone understood exactly what the success of Dragon Nation's weather weapon experiment signified. From this day forward, whenever Dragon Nation desired, it could freely alter the climate of any nation on Blue Star. All manner of climate disasters could be conjured with the flick of a finger. Rest assured, everyone. Our Dragon Nation is a peace-loving country. Weather weapons will be used primarily for deterrence and the benefit of our people, never deployed lightly. Should any nation wish to utilize meteorological weapons to improve their harsh environment, we welcome all parties to discuss cooperation with Dragon Nation. Lu Chou addressed the assembled crowd with a cheerful smile. The moment his words left his mouth, expressions of delight immediately appeared on the faces of many high-ranking leaders from desert nations. The climate in desert nations is extremely harsh. Were it not for their oil resources, life would be unbearable. The prospect of trading money for a livable environment was naturally highly appealing to these nations. Immediately after the press conference concluded, several crown princes from these nations made the decision to conduct a joint visit to Dragon Nation. Their intent was crystal clear: to transform their own country's living environments. Camel Nation seeks cooperation with Dragon Nation. We are willing to pay any price to make our desert living conditions more habitable. The same goes for our nation. We hope your country will name your price. We intend to adopt your desert oasis plan as well. At the negotiating table, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials wore expressions of slight unease as they looked at the crown princes before them, each wearing a cloth covering their heads. They were certainly prepared to sell the desert oasis project, but they hadn't anticipated these desert nations moving so swiftly that they hadn't even finalized their pricing. In truth, developing the weather weapon hadn't required enormous funds, just a few billion. Compared to the annual funds poured into afforestation projects, it was practically negligible. Left with no choice, the group once again turned their gaze toward Lu Chou, preparing for him to propose a price. Lu Chou was deeply conflicted. While these desert nations were wealthy, setting an exorbitant price might provoke their resentment. If they later used oil resources to strangle China's supply, that would be disastrous. After pondering for a long while, he slowly held up two fingers. The crown princes of the desert nations across the table stared wide-eyed at this gesture. 200 billion? I never imagined it would be so cheap. For us trading nations, coughing up 200 billion is as easy as eating and drinking. The Camel King's crown prince waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. Lu Chou's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had only intended to ask for 20 billion, never expecting these big shots to add an extra zero on their own. Let's get this contract signed quickly. Do you want 200 billion in cash or the equivalent in oil resources? The crown prince of the Arab nation waved dismissively again, asking. What the hell? Lu Chou's eyes widened once more. Dollars? He had been negotiating with them using long yuan as the currency unit all along, never expecting the other side to propose payment in dollars. This would multiply the price by a full sevenfold. If there are no further questions, please proceed to draft the agreement. The crown princes across the table spoke in unison. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials finally snapped out of their daze at the price the other side had offered. Upon reflection, it had been only recently that the Kingdom of Kala had spent a staggering $200 billion hosting the World Cup, constructing stadiums, and improving infrastructure. Now, spending a similar sum to transform desert into oasis, it made perfect sense they'd be willing to pay such a price. Once the order contract was signed, it naturally had to be made public. Upon learning of this development, Western leaders wore grim expressions. Those desert nations were precisely the targets Western countries were vying for. Beyond their immense wealth, the crucial factor is their firm grip on vast oil reserves. Given current technological limitations, petroleum remains an absolute hard currency until alternative energy sources become widely adopted. Should the Dragon Nation forge close ties with the desert nations, it would deal a devastating blow to their interests. At that moment, within the Black House of the Eagle Nation, Dawn glared coldly at everyone beneath him, his eyes brimming with fury and worry. You bunch of useless fools. Not a single constructive suggestion. Now Dragon Nation is so arrogant, practically writing rushot over us eagles. They're raking in nearly $1 trillion in revenue from just a few desert oasis contracts. And their ties with desert nations are growing ever tighter. What are we to do? Chapter 91, Blue Star Weeps. Within the Black Palace, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy. They all understood clearly, Dragon Nation's development of weather weapons meant they could transform harsh living environments to seize vast wealth. Simultaneously, they could unleash countless meteorological disasters. A single hurricane could wipe out a year's harvest across Eagle Nation's vast farms. They had already been pushed into a passive position. Can their weather weapons be used indefinitely? Could this pose other side effects for Blue Star? Dawn turned to look at Cairns and asked. Kane shook his head firmly. Blue Star is one vast ecological system. Any localized climate change will inevitably impact the planet's overall weather patterns. Upon receiving Kane's affirmative response, a faint smile appeared on Dawn's face. I have a solution. Download the world's top leaders. If there's one thing they find most troublesome, it's undoubtedly the various environmental protection organizations. Since Dragon Nation's weather weapons could potentially damage Blue Star's entire environment, I'm sure climate organizations, ecological groups, and even animal protection agencies won't stand idly by. Let's expose the dangers of using weather weapons to the world, so the Dragon Nation can taste the agony of being besieged by all manner of forces. Dawn's words made everyone's eyes light up. This was indeed a brilliant idea. Many idle individuals who normally just talk about protecting the climate. If this faction united as one, even the Dragon Nation would struggle to handle it. Thus, under Dawn's direction, the Eagle Agency officially released an investigation report on weather weapons. All sorts of unfounded accusations were pinned squarely on the Dragon Nation. Our investigation reveals that widespread use of weather weapons would devastate the entire blue planet's ecosystem, leaving countless endangered species homeless. At that point, climate systems worldwide would become interconnected. A single disruption could trigger floods, earthquakes, and other disasters. It would bring about an apocalyptic scene. Many level-headed individuals dismissed this alarmist rhetoric from the Eagle Nation. After all, the Dragon Nation certainly wouldn't sacrifice the entire blue planet for its own selfish interests. But various environmental organizations didn't see it that way. They sprang into action upon hearing the news, immediately taking to the streets in protest. We demand the Dragon Nation immediately cease all use of weather weapons. This is a catastrophe and disaster for all humanity. We hope the Dragon Nation does not bring ruin upon itself. Seal all weather weapons. Blue Star is crying. Unite to protect our shared home. Boycott all Dragon Nation products. The massive demonstrations carried immense influence. Many ordinary citizens, unaware of the full context, came to believe the claims of these international organizations and began voicing grievances against the Dragon Nation. Particularly the environmental activist from Sweden. This individual had always been at the forefront of various environmental campaigns, gaining numerous followers through her eloquence and securing considerable wealth in the process. She stepped forward to deliver a speech. Dragon Nation has always been an environmentally unfriendly country. I've previously opposed their disposable chopsticks, which severely damage forests and trees. Unbelievably, they've now developed this terrifying weather weapons which gravely threaten our living environment. I strongly demand that Dragon Nation permanently retire these weapons and cease their use. I will begin a hunger strike starting now, continuing until the Dragon Nation makes changes. After delivering this speech, she immediately went live to prove to everyone that she was indeed fasting. She even traveled to the Dragon Nation, standing before the embassy of the Rue Nation, holding up a banner. Ban chopsticks. Ban weather weapons. Restore clarity to Blue Star. Such bizarre statements left not only netizens in Dragon Nation but people worldwide utterly bewildered. Has this woman lost her mind? Chopsticks are perfectly functional tools. We use them daily for sushi and noodles, don't we? Besides, the wood used for chopsticks comes from fast-growing trees, all cultivated on plantations. This is absurd. Opposing weather weapons alone would be one thing, but to also oppose the use of chopsticks? Countless netizens unleashed a torrent of criticism against her actions. Yet it was precisely this backlash that fueled her rising online visibility. Within just 2 days, sponsor logos appeared on the sign she held during her protest. But the Swiss eco-activists' actions actually pleased Western nations. Even the eagle-eyed Americans secretly funded the Swiss environmental activist. But the good times didn't last long. According to meteorological disaster monitoring, the northern nation of Sweden was about to be hit by a massive blizzard. Upon learning this news, the Swiss government immediately contacted the Dragon Nation. They hoped to request China's intervention, employing weather weapons to dispel the blizzard within their borders and prevent damage. Upon hearing this, Lu Cho burst into laughter. Tell the Swiss officials to immediately arrest and remove that environmental activist girl. Otherwise, no matter how much money they offer, our Dragon Nation won't lift a finger. Lu Cho declared with a cold laugh. Upon receiving his demand, the Swiss authorities immediately sprang into action, preparing to remove the environmental activist. However, this individual's audacity had reached its peak. She threatened suicide, forbidding anyone from touching her. Even the citizens of Rue Nation were now filled with resentment toward the environmental activist. If this guy wants to die, can he at least do it somewhere else? Don't drag all of us Swiss down with him. According to meteorological monitoring, this is a once-in-a-millennium blizzard. Without deploying weather weapons, the entire country would be buried in ice and snow. The people of Rue began spontaneously gathering in the streets, tracking down the environmental activist's location to hurl scornful taunts at her. At that moment, the environmental activist finally felt fear. She realized that if she continued protesting outside, the impending blizzard would surely claim her life first. Faced with the barrage of abuse from countless Swiss citizens, and even the reproach of her own parents, the environmental activist finally bowed her head. I admit it, Eagle Nation orchestrated all of this. Their government provided me substantial funding to attack Dragon Nation's weather weapons. I hereby apologize to the Dragon Nation. Your meteorological weapons benefit humanity by helping eliminate natural disasters. My perspective was far too narrow and one-sided. We implore Dragon Nation to intervene and save our nation. Rue. Chapter 92, Capital Withdrawal and Factory Closures. The Dragon Nation, being a peaceful country, was naturally willing to assist other nations in mitigating natural disasters within its capabilities. Especially since the price offered by Rue Nation was exceptionally high. After the environmental activist from Rue Nation publicly apologized and directed her criticism squarely at Eagle Nation, Dragon Nation signed a contract with Rue Nation. They deployed weather weapons to completely eliminate an impending blizzard. The people of Sweden breathed a collective sigh of relief, filled with gratitude toward Manhwa. Simultaneously, they harbored resentment toward the environmental activist girl, who they saw as merely seeking attention and popularity. The Swiss government even announced it would revoke the environmental activist's citizenship and deport her within a set time frame. Upon hearing this news, the environmental activist was utterly stunned. "You have no right to expel me. Everything I've done is for all humanity, for the environmental cause of the entire blue planet. It's for our future." Yet no matter how she explained, the crime of nearly plunging the entire country into a catastrophic blizzard was sufficient grounds for the Swiss parliament to revoke her citizenship. Left with no other choice, the environmental activist turned to the eagle. She hoped to leverage her influence to gain citizenship in Eagle Land. But Eagle Chan flatly rejected the environmental activist's request for citizenship. "Given this individual's baseless slander against our Eagle nation, we will not grant her citizenship and will permanently bar her from entry." This news hit her like a thunderclap, leaving the environmental activist reeling for a long time. She immediately rallied her fans, hoping to pressure Eagle Chan. Unfortunately, under the weight of Eagle Chan's vast resources, the environmental activist was discarded like a spent pawn, ignored by all. Left with no other choice, she temporarily relocated to a nearby island nation in the southeast, enduring harsh living conditions. For Lu Cho, this was merely a minor incident. His focus had already shifted to optical stealth materials, commonly known as invisibility cloaks. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences laboratory, Lu Cho spoke eloquently, explaining the theoretical principles of optical cloaking garments to his team of researchers. "Everyone. As you all know, if an object absorbs the entire spectrum of light, it appears pure black. The colors we perceive are actually the colors reflected by the object. You should be familiar with the principle behind stealth fighters. They coat their surfaces with a special paint that blocks infrared detection. Our optical stealth coating works on the same principle. It exploits how the human eye perceives light." Lu Cho's words left many researchers in the audience feeling utterly astonished. Optical stealth itself existed only in theory. Achieving it was simply impossible. Though everyone recognized Lu Cho's scientific prowess, the scientific worldview they'd built over years wasn't so easily overturned. Yet as Lu Cho delved deeper into his explanation, the eyes of many experts in optics and materials science began to brighten one by one. Their initial skepticism gradually faded, replaced by solemn expressions. They realized that the optical stealth coating Lu Cho proposed was entirely feasible. If developed according to Lu Cho's technical blueprints, creating a true stealth suit would be entirely achievable and they could potentially go down in history for it. In Lu Cho's laboratory, most of the experts previously focused on space and nuclear propulsion technologies. These optical and materials science specialists had never participated in his lab projects before. They had never even interacted with Lu Cho before. Now, hearing his detailed project explanation, it was like hearing heavenly music to their ears. Many eyes lit up with excitement, eager to join Lu Cho's research team immediately. "Everyone. Developing optical stealth coatings isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires the coordinated efforts of a large team. Therefore, I invite all present here to participate in my experimental project." Those who had previously feared rejection now grew excited. "Professor Lu, rest assured. We present here are the foremost experts in our respective fields within our nation. While we may not match your expertise in stealth coatings, we can certainly lend a hand." "Excellent. Thank you, Professor Lu, for giving us this opportunity. We will certainly make the most of it." The audience below the stage included researchers with graying temples. Yet after hearing Lu Cho's vision, each of them felt profound admiration. Having devoted half their lives to Dragon Nation's scientific endeavors, these individuals no longer placed much value on fame or fortune. If they could collaborate with Lu Cho to develop innovations that benefit the nation and its people, that would hold far greater significance for them. "May our project proceed smoothly," Lu Cho said to everyone with a smile. Meanwhile, within the Black House, President Eagle, Dawn, was seething with rage. He never imagined that framing the Dragon Nation for weather weapons would backfire, so badly betrayed by the environmentalist girl herself. Especially after witnessing the Dragon Nation's weather weapons mitigate blizzards and other natural disasters, many nations ceased condemning such technology. Instead, they all began collaborating with the Dragon Nation. These world leaders weren't little kids. Who could guarantee their own countries wouldn't face meteorological disasters in the future? When that time comes, Dragon Nation's weather weapons will undoubtedly prove invaluable. What can we do now? Use your brains. Think hard. The veins on Dawn's temples bulged, clearly showing he was struggling to suppress his inner rage. His recent focus had been almost entirely on confronting Dragon Nation, causing his domestic approval ratings to drop. Whether he could secure re-election remained a major question. Solutions aren't entirely absent. It boils down to intensifying sanctions against Dragon Nation. Many of our domestic enterprises established factories and made substantial investments there, lured by Dragon Nation's cheap labor resources. Now, countries like Vietnam and the Southeast offer even cheaper labor. We can demand our domestic entrepreneurs withdraw their investments in factories from Dragon Nation, strike deals with Vietnam, and set up factories there. Michelle, standing beside him, darted her eyes and immediately voiced the sinister scheme. His words sparked a flicker of excitement in Dawn's heart. In recent years, Dragon Nation had consistently prioritized three pillars for domestic economic growth: consumption, investment, and exports. If they could get those American investors to pull out of Dragon Nation, it would undoubtedly deal a massive economic blow to the country. As expected, Michelle. Having served me for so long, you've truly absorbed my economic governance principles. This plan is highly feasible. Execute it immediately. He chuckled, patting Michelle on the shoulder with eyes brimming with approval. Chapter 93, Going Against the Grain. The Eagle Nation government swiftly issued an official directive ordering major capital to withdraw from Dragon Nation's territory. The announcement immediately caused an uproar. Many Dragon Nation citizens cursed bitterly in their hearts. The Eagle Empire really has no shame. If investors want to come to our Dragon Nation, just let them invest. What business is it of the Eagle Empire government anyway? Exactly. If they can make money here, wouldn't that benefit the Eagle Empire too? They just can't stand seeing our country thrive. This move hurts both sides. It's a massive loss for everyone involved. The people of Dragon Nation were understandably displeased. After all, many worked in factories owned by Eagle Sauce people. If those Eagle Flag people were forced to withdraw their investments and close their factories in Dragon Country, they'd lose their jobs in no time. Upon learning this news, the Dragon Nation's government was also deeply dissatisfied. They understood this was another countermeasure by the Eagle Nation against Dragon Country. The Dragon Nation government issued a statement overnight. The Eagle's actions violate market principles. Corporate matters should be left to the autonomous decisions of enterprises, not subject to forced interference. We deeply condemn the Eagle Nation's actions, which gravely undermine the friendship between our two peoples. We urge the Eagle Nation's government not to mislead itself. Even many Eagle brand personnel operating factories in Dragon Nation express strong dissatisfaction with the government's order to withdraw investments and close facilities. Their factories have operated in Longwei for so long, pouring in immense blood, sweat, and capital. Now they are being ordered to withdraw immediately. What about the factories left behind? What about the intricate networks they've painstakingly built in the Dragon Kingdom over the years? Many American entrepreneurs directly leveraged their connections to reach out to Dayan. They presented their demands to him. We don't believe this official order is in the best interest of our companies. We hope you will carefully reconsider and rescind this directive. Indeed. After investing so much effort into building our businesses in Longwa over the years, how can we just pack up and leave? While labor costs in you are cheaper, Longwa's market is enormous. Our companies pay substantial taxes to the Eagle Swan government every year. If our businesses suffer losses, yes, it will be highly detrimental to your government as well. Numerous entrepreneurs glared at the frowning Dawan before them, their discontent palpable. They never imagined this guy Dawan could stir up such trouble. Facing such a large gathering of entrepreneurs, especially including Marcus, the leading Eagle brand entrepreneur among them, Dawn felt a flicker of panic in his heart. Everyone. We've reached an agreement with the Vietnamese government. They will provide the land needed for your factories in Vietnam free of charge. And they can offer even cheaper labor. Especially the taxes levied there incredibly low. This is absolutely a tremendous advantage for all of you. You're surely aware the tensions between us and the Dragon Nation are escalating. Given the Dragon Nation government's nature, they could seize your factories under any pretext at any moment. Dawn tried every persuasive tactic, but failed to convince Marcus, the leading entrepreneur in electric vehicles. Nor the other business owners. This left him feeling quite frustrated. We are deeply dissatisfied with the government's actions. From this moment onward, we will significantly increase our investments in Dragon Nation. This is our countermeasure against the government's ban. After Marcus delivered this statement, he turned and walked away immediately. Dawn was left standing there, his face ashen and expression shifting, lost in thought. After a long moment, he immediately summoned the Minister of Intelligence. Marcus is utterly arrogant. If he continues to ramp up investments in Dragon Nation during this period, who knows how other entrepreneurs will react? Moreover, his monopolistic practices in the electric vehicle sector have deeply undermined our Eagle Nation's interests. We must find a way to eliminate this man directly. Dawn declared viciously. Hearing his words, a hint of hesitation flashed across the intelligence minister's face. He knew full well that Marcus's formidable financial power ranked among the top even within the Eagle Nation, excluding those shadowy families. Assassinating him could very well trigger a chain of adverse reactions. If Marcus were to die at this critical juncture, suspicion would inevitably fall on our Eagle Swan government. The intelligence minister cautiously warned. Just then, a secretary under Dawn's command suddenly delivered news. Your Excellency. Just moments ago, Marcus announced plans to expand their company's factory in Longgu, seeking greater cooperation with the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this news, Dawn's face immediately broke into a broad smile. See? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Find a way for our spies in Longwa to assassinate Marcus. And pin the blame on Longwa. Let those entrepreneurs planning to stay in Longwa see their true colors. Dawn's eyes flickered with a fleeting, ruthless glint. Even the intelligence chief, who had committed countless atrocities, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll handle this flawlessly. Marcus's visit to the Dragon Nation factory was also welcome news to the Dragon Nation authorities. After all, he had come to Dragon Nation despite the official ban, and this could very well bring more major orders to their country. The Dragon Nation authorities attached great importance to this visit, with his first factory inspection taking place in Hu City. The mayor of Hudu City and the Dragon Nation's Minister of Commerce personally greeted him at the airport. They were given tremendous face. Marcus was delighted by the warmth shown to him in Longwa. Other entrepreneurs could clearly see that Longwa's future economic and technological achievements held boundless potential. This was precisely why he intended to keep his factory operations in Dragon Nation. I've heard your country has a scientist who has already developed our Starship program ahead of us. Might I have the honor of meeting this scientist? Marcus said cheerfully, looking at the several high-ranking officials of Dragon Country. The Minister of Commerce and others immediately recognized that Marcus was referring to Lu Qiu. They smiled and replied. Mr. Lu is currently in his laboratory, working intensively on developing a new material. We can certainly arrange a meeting for you. If he has time to see you, that would be most welcome. Hearing the Minister of Commerce's words, Marcus was overjoyed. Thank you all for your arrangements. Beyond increasing investments in the Dragon Kingdom, meeting Mr. Lu is also one of my objectives for this visit. Chapter 94, Somatic Cell Regeneration Technology. For companies like Marcus's, willing to cooperate with Longwa despite the pressure, the Long Kingdom government naturally strives to accommodate their requests as much as possible. Upon learning Marcus wished to meet him, Lu Qiu felt indifferent. He didn't dislike the man either. After all, Marcus had previously proposed the Starship project and even suggested preparing for Mars colonization. Although it had burned through a lot of money without achieving much, that spirit of exploration truly commanded his respect. Thus, Lu Qiu naturally wouldn't refuse to meet Marcus. However, just after he had set aside time for the meeting, he received utterly unexpected news. An unexpected accident had occurred at Marcus's residence in the Magic City, leaving him critically injured. He was now on his deathbed. Upon learning this news, the eagle-winged official immediately published an article condemning the Dragon Nation. According to our intelligence, Marcus's visit to the Dragon Nation was to prepare for capital withdrawal. Our analysis indicates it is highly probable that the Dragon Nation, unwilling to allow Marx to withdraw capital and close factories, orchestrated an assassination attempt. Such actions by the Dragon Nation's government severely violate the most fundamental principles of humanitarianism. We urge entrepreneurs from our country considering further investment in Dragon Lake to be extremely vigilant. Eagle Sauce's statement won the trust of many entrepreneurs. They all felt Marcus's severe injuries were highly suspicious. It was undoubtedly a covert assassination attempt. Suddenly, Dragon Nation faced immense public pressure. Numerous Eagle Sauce entrepreneurs have already begun withdrawing their investments. Across the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials wore expressions of deep concern. After all, they knew their own affairs better than anyone. Marcus had come to Dragon Nation to expand his investments. How could they possibly assassinate him? Especially killing Marcus on Longwa soil that would likely trigger a massive diplomatic crisis. The Longwa government isn't some naive little kid. They'd never do such a thing. But what can they do? The Hawks are painting a convincing picture, pointing the finger squarely at the Dragon Kingdom. And Dragon Nation couldn't pinpoint the real assassin anytime soon. After all, only Marcus knew what had truly happened. But Marcus now lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death. Whether he'll regain consciousness is still uncertain. Has his condition stabilized? When might he regain consciousness? The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials pressed their subordinates. We've assembled the finest surgeons and medical team in the country to perform emergency treatment on Marcus. But his external injuries are simply too severe. We still can't stem the massive bleeding. We can only keep him alive with blood transfusions. His subordinate replied helplessly. As for whether he'll regain consciousness, even if he does wake up, the severe brain trauma will likely cause amnesia. These words only deepen the gloom in everyone's hearts. This is utterly disastrous. I suspect this is a setup by the eagle-eyed bastards. Several high-ranking military officials from the Dragon Nation slammed their fists on the table. Their eyes blazed with fury. But suspicion remained just that, suspicion. They had no concrete evidence, unable even to prove their own innocence, let alone find proof of Eagle's frame-up. At that moment, Chuyan seemed to recall something. He suddenly spoke up. Does anyone recall the 3 assassins who attempted to kill Lu Qiu back then? Even our nation's finest doctors were helpless back then, yet Lu Qiu, through his extraordinary skills, managed to pull one of them back from the brink of death. Since our doctors are helpless now anyway, why not let Lu Qiu give it a try? At Chuyan's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. You're absolutely right. Lu Qiu has brought us so many miracles. This time, he might just have a solution too. When Lu Qiu was escorted out of the lab by Chu Yun and flown to the metropolis aboard a military aircraft, he was still somewhat dazed. So you all want me to treat Marcus? Although he could still exchange some medical techniques from his system permissions weren't fully unlocked yet. He wasn't sure if he could successfully revive the patient. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even the best medical team in our country is at a loss right now, only able to temporarily maintain Marcus's vital signs. If you step in, there might just be a miracle. They rushed to the Shanghai hospital, where specialists from across the nation had gathered. They had received word from higher-ups that a mysterious medical expert was arriving to treat Marcus. Everyone had been filled with anticipation, but seeing that the person arriving was a young man of about 20, his face still bearing the marks of youth, they couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Did the higher-ups find a scapegoat already? This kid looks like he hasn't even graduated from medical school yet. Could it be that the legendary Dragon King physician from the novels is finally emerging? Only Zhang Jun, who had met Lu Qiu once before, broke into a smile upon seeing him. Everyone! This is Mr. Lu Qiu, whom I've mentioned before. His expertise in pharmacology far surpasses any of us here. The potent epinephrine and brain cell regeneration serum he developed back then were jaw-dropping. Hearing Zhang Jun's words, the look of underestimation vanished from everyone's faces. Lu Qiu entered the ward with a solemn expression. Several experts nearby immediately briefed him on Marcus's condition. Though classified as an accidental injury for now, the wound itself was highly peculiar. A massive gash slashed diagonally from his right ribs, nearly piercing through most of his midsection. Most critically, several strips of flesh around his waist had vanished entirely. Recovery would be extremely difficult. Compounding the issue, while unconscious, his head had struck the ground with force, resulting in significant cranial trauma. The most critical issue now is restoring the mass of flesh and blood Marcus lost. But this is simply too difficult. Zhang Jun beside him shook his head helplessly. Actually, it's not that difficult. By utilizing his body's own somatic cell regeneration capabilities, we can fully repair that scar on his waist. Lu Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he located the somatic cell regeneration technology within the system. By continuously stimulating the division of his somatic cells with electrical signals, we can accelerate cell division and even control its direction. In just 3 days, his scar will be restored to its original state. Lu Qiu's words sent a collective gasp through the room. Medical experts stared at him in disbelief, as if they wanted to pry open his skull to see what was inside. He pulled out his laptop, tapped away for a moment, and typed out the detailed protocol for the somatic cell regeneration technology. He handed it to the attending physician to administer to Marcus. Chapter 95, Unmasking. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the Dragon Nation faced immense pressure. The Eagle Nation's government relentlessly demanded that the Dragon Nation hand over Marcus. We Eagles possess the world's finest medical system. Only within our own country can Marcus receive proper treatment. The Dragon Nation harbors sinister intentions. What if they mistreat Marcus or neglect his care? He might not survive. In the end, the Eagle even pressured Marcus's family to publicly pressure the Dragon Nation. Facing relentless public and moral pressure, Dragon Nation held firm for 3 grueling days. Finally, they announced a stunning development. After our full medical efforts, Mr. Marcus has regained consciousness. He is now in recovery. We invite his family to visit him in Dragon Country. This official statement from the Dragon Nation left Dawn stunned. He glared at the intelligence minister before him and demanded furiously. What the hell were you thinking? Didn't you say he suffered fatal injuries and would never wake up? Beads of sweat instantly formed on the intelligence minister's forehead. He had no idea how to respond. Your Excellency, our assassin did indeed deliver a fatal blow to Marcus. Based on the photos taken at the scene, even our Eagle's most elite medical team couldn't have saved him. As for how the Dragon Nation possesses such formidable capabilities, we have no knowledge of that either. The high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation didn't have to wait long for an answer to their confusion. They held a special press conference for Lu Qiu, announcing the newly developed somatic cell restoration technology. It was precisely through Mr. Lu's technology that we successfully revived Mr. Marcus. With this breakthrough, we may even explore the creation of artificial organs in the future. Medical experts from countless nations watched Lu Qiu speak eloquently on the screen before them, filled with admiration. They understood all too well the immense difficulty of achieving rapid somatic cell regeneration. If humanity achieves practical cell restoration, many previously incurable diseases could potentially be resolved with ease. Isn't Lu Qiu a scientist renowned for his achievements in space exploration and dynamics? How could he possibly possess such extraordinary talent in medicine as well? He's a prodigy. I thought I had a shot at this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, but then Lu Qiu came out of nowhere. This guy's talent is truly otherworldly. With the somatic cell regeneration technology he's developed, he could definitely make a run at the Nobel Prize. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Their hearts brimmed with admiration for Lu Qiu. At that moment, inside the Magic City Hospital, Marcus, now fully conscious, gazed at Lucio with profound gratitude. I had intended to pay Mr. Lu a personal visit myself. I never imagined we'd meet under these circumstances. It's only thanks to the technology Mr. Lu provided that I've managed to preserve this broken body of mine. Marcus expressed his profound gratitude. You're too kind, sir. You are an honored guest of our dragon nation. For such an incident to occur within our borders, it would be unthinkable for us not to spare no effort in your treatment. Lucio replied with a smile. At the mention of the accident, Marcus's expression darkened considerably. This was no accident. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed eagle-wielding individual was lurking in my residence. Upon my return, I was ambushed by him. I suspect this was an assassin sent by the Eagle government. Unfortunately, I have no proof. Shu Yun and the others were overjoyed upon hearing Marcus's words. They immediately dispatched forensic experts who, based on Marcus's description, swiftly identified the assassin's appearance. Within just 3 days, they successfully apprehended this Eagle Swan assassin. After undergoing a memory extraction procedure, the Eagle Swan spy obediently confessed to his crimes. When Dragon Nation released the interrogation records to the public, the entire Eagle Nation erupted in outrage. This is outrageous. Who would have thought our government not only fails to protect us entrepreneurs but actually resorts to assassination to stop us from investing in Dragon Nation? We strongly condemn the Eagle Nation government's actions. Which entrepreneur would ever want to stand with them now? This is outrageous. I've never encountered anything like this. Persecuting our own entrepreneurs. This move by the Eagle state government immediately drew fierce condemnation from ordinary citizens and entrepreneurs alike. Even many domestic entrepreneurs in Eagle country, fearing official persecution, have fled the country en masse to seek refuge abroad. Under mounting public pressure, Dawn had no choice but to resign as a scapegoat. He had an intelligence agency commissioner resign in disgrace. He declared that the entire incident had nothing to do with the Eagle Sword government, attributing it solely to personal grudges among intelligence operatives. Naturally, no one believed his explanation. Even Marcus decided to stay in the Dragon Kingdom during his recovery period, too afraid to return to Eagle Land. This time, Eagle Nation had truly shot itself in the foot. Time passed, and it was once again the season for the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences to select Nobel laureates. Scientists from around the world were invited to Sweden to collectively select the year's laureates. Intelligence operatives from the Eagle Nations Department received news that was extremely unfavorable to them. Sir, word is that this year's Nobel Prizes in Physics and Physiology will both be awarded to Lucio. The Eagle's intelligence chief said to Dawn with a look of anxiety. Dawn narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated this development long ago. What surprised him was that the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences was preparing to award Lucio 2 Nobel Prizes simultaneously. If Lucio truly won, it would be a devastating blow to the Eagle Wing faction. For so many years, apart from the Literature Prize, the major Nobel Prizes had been almost entirely monopolized by Western nations. Now, for the first time ever, they were considering awarding 2 science prizes to a Dragon Nation scientist. This would deal a severe blow to Eagle Swan's international standing. Mobilize our major domestic capital immediately to intervene in this award selection process. By any means necessary, ensure our nation's researchers receive these prizes. Dawn gritted his teeth. To stop the Dragon Nation, he was willing to sacrifice everything. The intelligence minister froze in surprise. This was the first time he'd ever seen Dawn so enraged by a researcher. I'll handle it immediately. The Nobel Prize will not fall into the hands of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, inside the Longway Academy of Sciences, numerous staff who'd heard the Nobel Prize rumors rushed excitedly to Lucio's lab, grinning as they shared the joyous news with him. Chapter 96, Stealth Coding. Brother Lu, congratulations. I hear you've been nominated for 2 Nobel Prizes this time, and it's highly likely you'll win both for your nuclear-powered engine and somatic cell regeneration technology. This truly lifts the spirits of our nation's scientific community. For so many years, every Nobel Prize in the sciences has been monopolized by Western nations. With these 2 technologies developed by Professor Lu, it would be unjustifiable for the Nobel Committee not to award them to you. This truly breaks the Western monopoly on the Nobel Prize. Professor Lu's name will undoubtedly be enshrined in history. Numerous Academy of Sciences staff members offered their congratulations, filled with either envy or admiration. Hearing the chorus of congratulations, Lucio was stunned. Lately, aside from squeezing in time to help Marcus formulate a treatment plan, he'd been fully absorbed in researching optical stealth coatings. He knew little of the rumors circulating outside his lab. Nobel Prize? Hearing this, Lucio gave a dismissive chuckle. It's just an empty title. For me, it's neither here nor there. Even if I did win, I wouldn't have time to go all the way to Sweden. Lucio shook his head. Clearly, he intended to decline the prize outright if it were awarded. Upon learning this, high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation rushed over to persuade him. You may not need the Nobel Prize, but our nation does. If you could single-handedly win 2 major awards, our nation's international standing would soar. Xu Yun pleaded anxiously. Lu Chou shook his head. You're all overthinking this. Whether I'll even be nominated for the Nobel Prize is still uncertain. As you all know, the Nobel Prize has always been dominated by Western nations, largely because the eagle-eyed ones are pulling the strings behind the scenes. They wield immense influence in the Nobel selection process. His words silenced all the Dragon Group executives. Lu Chou was stating the truth, yet everyone firmly believed that with his 2 groundbreaking inventions, winning the Nobel Prize was inevitable. Even if the eagle-eyed powers were meddling behind the scenes, Lu Chou should have had both awards in the bag. Even many of Lu Chou's competitors couldn't help but sigh with regret. The Long Nation's high-ranking officials ceased their persuasion, each shaking their heads and sighing as they left the laboratory. As time passed, the announcement of the Nobel Prizes drew ever closer. Lu Chou's victory seemed all but certain. But when the list of winners was finally announced, the entire world was stunned. Nothing. Lu Chou, nominated for 2 major awards, failed to win a single one. Instead, the honors were split between 2 researchers from the Eagle Nation and the United Kingdom. The news sent the world into an uproar. There's definitely some underhanded dealings going on here. If even the nuclear-powered engine can't win, I can't imagine who could possibly take home the physics prize. The nuclear-powered engine and somatic cell reprogramming technology are 2 epoch-making breakthroughs in physics and medicine. I never expected this outcome. Look at those winners. Does any of their achievements hold a candle to Lu Chou's? Many felt deeply aggrieved on Lu Chou's behalf. Even the laureates themselves found it hard to believe. When the 2 laureates took the stage to deliver their acceptance speeches, not a single clap rang out across the hall. Everyone knew Lu Chou's award had been stolen by those eagle-eyed bastards. When scientific research becomes entangled with national discrimination, there can be no justice whatsoever. The laureate looked down at the media and the expressionless audience, shook his head, and sighed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am fully aware that my research achievements pale in comparison to the nuclear-powered engine from the Dragon Nation. This Nobel Prize selection is clearly controversial. I just want to tell everyone that Lu Chou may no longer need the Nobel Prize to prove his worth. But the Nobel Prize needs Lu Chou to prove its worth. The laureate's words immediately erupted into thunderous applause throughout the hall. Even many viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Indeed, Lu Chou's scientific achievements are undeniable. He no longer needs the Nobel Prize to prove himself. But this year's Nobel Prize selection will forever be branded as a disgrace to humanity. Its prestige will be severely diminished. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences laboratory, when Lu Chou learned of the laureate's remarks, a faint smile touched his lips. It seems justice prevails in the hearts of people. Enough talk, let's focus on developing that optical stealth coating. That's the truly groundbreaking achievement. At this point, the development of the stealth coating was nearing completion, with only the final step of practical application remaining. When Lu Chou applied the optical stealth material to the J-40 fighter jet, everyone was stunned. The moment the aircraft activated its optical stealth system, its massive fuselage vanished instantly from everyone's sight. Nothing remained before their eyes. The massive J-40 had vanished without a trace. Everyone present at the experiment erupted in excitement. It actually worked. And it's a controllable optical stealth system. This means even if our aircraft flies right up to enemy warships, they won't detect us. From now on, we'll hold the strategic initiative. No nation will dare challenge our Dragon Nation. All thanks to Lu Chou. Our Dragon Nation's stealth aircraft already evade most radar scans. Combined with this optical cloaking device, even enemy fire control radars firing point blank won't detect us. Everyone turned to Lu Chou with expressions of admiration. A man like this not receiving a Nobel Prize would be an absolute loss for the award. Everyone, I have an idea. Lu Chou, who was watching the scene unfold, smiled broadly as he addressed the group. Go ahead. Our Dragon Nation is a peace-loving country that would never initiate attacks on other nations. The weapons we develop primarily serve as a deterrent. I propose we host a military arms exhibition instead. Let's showcase our nation's military technological prowess to the world, thereby deterring potential adversaries. This could also secure us numerous major contracts. Lu Chou's proposal caught the attention of Xu Yun and other high-ranking military officials. Historically, Dragon Nation's military might had always been overshadowed by Eagle Nation. The Eagle had flaunted its might at major military expos, nearly monopolizing the global arms trade. If the world could witness the Dragon Nation's current military technology, it would surely allow us to seize a portion of the arms trade from the Eagle Nation. This would be an absolute boon for Dragon Nation. Several Dragon Nation leaders discussed the matter on the spot and ultimately reached a unanimous decision. This plan is feasible. We'll make arrangements immediately. Chapter 97, The Military Exhibition. The military exhibition plan gained unanimous approval from the Dragon Nation's leadership. Lu Chou's reasoning was impeccable. Weapons are developed not to invade other nations, but to protect our own homeland. Displaying these high-tech weapons to the world would naturally exert a deterrent effect, causing nations harboring ill intentions toward Dragon Nation to back down. Should we define the scope of weapons to be displayed at this military exhibition? Should we continue to conceal some of the most advanced, top-tier weapons, reserving them for greater impact when truly needed? Xu Yun discussed with Lu Qiu. The newly developed stealth coating certainly doesn't need to be displayed. We may well deploy it on the battlefield before long. As for other advanced weapons, display what should be displayed. There's no need to hide them away. Only by showcasing these weapons and letting the world witness the might of our dragon bone can we achieve a deterrent effect. Lu Qiu spoke with considerable confidence. He knew full well that with the system at his disposal, he had absolutely no need to worry about running out of ideas. Conventional weapons of all kinds could be continuously innovated and upgraded. With that thought, he added another instruction. After this military exhibition, we can make some of our conventional weapons available for public sale and secure some bulk orders. Xu Yun shook his head vigorously at his words. No. With our current military factory production capacity, even some conventional equipment is barely enough for our own use. If we sell them on a large scale, it could seriously impact our nation's military preparedness. Lu Qiu smiled. It seemed Xu Yun still didn't fully grasp the capabilities of his own research and development. 3 months maximum. Within 3 months, I will replace all conventional weapons in our Dragon Nation with ion weapons. All firearm types requiring bullets can be completely phased out. Xu Yun's eyes widened. Even the military experts beside him, who had been negotiating the military exhibition with Lu Qiu, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Are you serious? You can develop them in just 3 months? You know there's no room for empty promises in the military. If selling our conventional weapons compromises our own military capabilities, and your follow-up development of new weaponry doesn't keep pace, it could leave us wide open to enemy exploitation. That would give the eagle-eyed bastards an opening. In his panic, Xu Yun even blurted out the name of the hostile nation. 3 months is my conservative estimate. If we accelerate the pace, it might not even take that long. All the military experts fell silent. They began questioning whether they were truly top graduates from the University of Science and Technology of China. Many had spent decades immersed in the military-industrial field, yet even pooling all their expertise, they couldn't overhaul the Dragon Nation's conventional weapons within 3 months. Lu Qiu's words sounded like a fairy tale. Xu Yun himself couldn't make the decision either. He glanced back at the military experts beside him, hoping they might offer some input. Yet, they all shook their heads with wry smiles. We must approach this with utmost caution. While strategic weapons determine the course of battle, conventional weapons form the foundation. We absolutely cannot afford to be careless. Whether it's orbital ion cannons or shadow dragon mechs, we've achieved breakthroughs in strategic weapons. But conventional arms affect millions of ordinary soldiers. We can't be careless. Perhaps we should wait until all conventional weapons have been upgraded and developed before selling off the obsolete models? The group chimed in one after another. Clearly, everyone favored a conservative approach, hoping Lu Qiu would prepare thoroughly before announcing the retirement of conventional weapons. Lu Qiu remained non-committal to their suggestions. Regardless, let's proceed with this weapons exhibition first. Who knows, we might secure some major contracts. He smiled and ended the discussion. Amidst the official hype from Dragon Nation, the upcoming military weapons exhibition was being heavily promoted. Upon hearing the news, the people of Dragon Nation were naturally filled with immense anticipation. I wonder what kind of advanced weapons our country will showcase this time. It's crystal clear this military expo is aimed squarely at the Eagle Nation. Didn't they recently hold joint exercises with several Western countries? I bet in a few days, those desert tycoons will be lining up with stacks of cash to buy our high-end weapons. Many citizens murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Dragon Nation's planned military arms exhibition, several Western nations also began to take notice. Judging by the Dragon Nation's rapid technological advancement over the past 6 months, this exhibition was bound to showcase numerous cutting-edge weapons. Securing even 1 or 2 orders would significantly bolster their respective national defense capabilities. However, mindful of the eagle's face, these nations hesitated over whether to accept Longhua's invitation. Leaders from numerous Western nations began calling Dawan, seeking his counsel. Of course we should attend. Upon learning of their concerns, Dawn specifically convened a meeting of Western leaders to discuss matters concerning the Dragon Nation's military exhibition. Dragon Nation's target this time is us. If we don't send representatives to this military exhibition, wouldn't that prove we're afraid of them? Not only must we attend, but we must send our nation's foremost weapons experts to inspect the exhibits and publicly expose flaws in Dragon Nation's armaments. Hearing Dawn speak thus, the Western heads of state collectively felt a chill run down their spines. Who would have thought Dawn could be so ruthless? To send people to publicly humiliate them. For these Western nations, this was naturally welcome news. The mutual attrition between the two great powers, the Eagle and the Dragon Nation, was also a good thing for them. Having made up their minds, the Eagle Nation promptly dispatched an expert delegation led by Keynes to visit the military exhibition. Before departure, Dawn repeatedly emphasized. You must publicly disparage the Dragon Nation's military equipment in front of countless journalists, making them worthless and preventing them from securing a single order. If their weapons do have any merit, find a way to get your hands on the blueprints. Use this chaotic opportunity to infiltrate a few spies. He patted Cairns on the shoulder and added meaningfully. A wry smile crossed Kane's face. This trip was shaping up to be anything but smooth sailing. Acting as both father and mother, he was even tasked with arranging for spies to infiltrate, taking on the duties of an intelligence agency. Chapter 98, Picking Flaws. The Dragon Nation had been bustling with activity these past 2 days. Nations from nearly every corner of the globe had received invitations from the Dragon Nation, and even some non-state military organizations had come to pay their respects. They hoped to secure advanced weaponry at this military arms exhibition. They hoped Longbow would use this military arms exhibition as an opportunity to run promotions and offer discounts. Particularly numerous oil-rich nations arrived waving stacks of cash, flaunting their wealth like nouveau riche attending the exhibition. The day dawned crisp and clear, with a gentle breeze blowing. Delegations from various nations entered the exhibition grounds in turn. As the organizer and host of the event, Lucio briefly introduced the weapons they were about to showcase. Though he only mentioned a few weapon names briefly, many visiting delegations were already left speechless. Shadow Dragon Mecha Rail Particle Cannon, Conventional Ion Cannon. Beyond Lucio's introduction, each attendee held a brochure detailing weapon names and basic specifications. Naturally, the brochures primarily featured conventional weapons commonly found throughout Dragon Nation. The truly advanced armaments were reserved exclusively for qualified buyers with substantial resources. Ordinary conglomerates or regional warlords? Dragon Nation certainly wouldn't show these to such individuals. After the Western delegations joined forces and circled the exhibition hall, the military experts immediately wore expressions of contempt. Just the same old conventional weapons. It's an insult to our intelligence. We expected them to showcase more novel innovations at this exhibition. What a disappointment. Exactly. This is merely their external exhibition hall. It appears they're showcasing outdated conventional weapons. To uncover their strategic armaments, we'll likely need access to the inner exhibition halls. Each member of this Western military delegation held the highest access credentials for the exhibition, granting them full entry to the inner hall. Even some Western journalists had been specially invited and granted the highest access level. The purpose? To intimidate those nations. When the group entered the inner hall, it was already packed with people. Though the event hadn't even begun, anticipation was written all over everyone's faces. Especially the crown princes of several desert nations, cloth draped over their heads, exuding an air of "I'm the richest in the world." They practically begged to be fleeced. No matter what weapons they present later, we must point out their flaws. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon Nation secure a single order. Cairns whispered to the military experts beside him. At that moment, Lucio suddenly stepped onto the stage, instantly bathed in bright lights. Seeing the young scientist before him, full of vigor and ambition, Cairns couldn't help but curl his lips in a touch of envy. Despite the hostile relations between their nations, Cairns held Lucio in genuine admiration. Welcome to our private exhibition hall. I trust all invited guests here are serious buyers. Without further ado, please take a look at some of our newly developed weapons. Lucio smiled as he activated the display screen behind him. A vehicle-mounted surface-to-air missile appeared before the group. Tracking Air Defense Missile. This is a new weapon developed by our Dragon Nation over the course of a year. It can automatically lock onto aerial targets entering our airspace and, guided by radar, automatically aim and track intruding aircraft. It won't detonate until it makes contact with the target. Lucio cheerfully introduced it to everyone. In truth, this was merely a product he had developed in a single day using blueprints provided by the system. Its sole purpose was to bolster the military exhibition's credentials. Even so, after hearing the explanation and reviewing the detailed specifications, the on-site visitors stared in astonishment. When it came to the most powerful homing missiles on the market today, the American Sidewinder was unmatched. But the Sidewinder had one major flaw: it couldn't stay airborne for too long. Otherwise, its trajectory would become unstable, and its destructive power would be significantly reduced. It was utterly incomparable to the tracking missile Lucio had just demonstrated. If the first weapon displayed was already at this level, what would come next? Wouldn't it take off directly? Many had already made up their minds. Even at the risk of offending the Eagle, they would procure a batch of weapons developed by Dragon Bone. Especially those desert nations, the cash in their pockets now felt like hot potatoes, so hot they couldn't be bothered to touch it. But then, an Eagle brand military expert suddenly spoke up. Absolutely laughable. It's nothing more than a modified version of our Sidewinder missile, yet they dare claim it as their own indigenous development. Exactly. This missile bears the hallmarks of our Sidewinder, and while it appears more stable, that stability was undoubtedly achieved by sacrificing explosive power. Think about it logically: if the explosive charge is lighter than ours, how could it possibly pack more punch? Hearing these accusations and doubts from the military experts, the major buyers who had been ready to place orders began to hesitate one after another. They couldn't tell if these claims were true or false. Even if they had the money, spending a fortune on weapons that weren't as powerful as imagined would leave a bitter taste in their mouths. Lu Qiu heard the murmurs and a cold smile touched his lips. He could tell these people were here to disrupt the proceedings. Don't worry about the performance test. I haven't finished explaining it yet. Immediately after, Lu Qiu played a video for everyone. The footage depicted the actual combat deployment of the tracking missile they had developed. After watching it, the Western military experts who had been deliberately nitpicking fell silent, one by one. Whether in terms of destructive power or stability, these weapons from the Dragon Nation far exceeded their expectations. As you all pointed out, our explosive charge volume may not match the Sidewinder missile. But these explosives are our latest high-explosive formula. Denser in composition, they deliver far greater destructive force. Seeing the stunned silence, a faint, mocking smile flashed across Lu Qiu's face. If there are no further questions, we shall proceed with the demonstration of subsequent weapons. Many nations considering placing orders feared that displeasing Lu Qiu might lead to the termination of the arms sale. They forced obliging smiles. Professor Lu, pay no mind to their snide remarks, they're merely jealous. Chapter 99, Snowflake-like orders. The exhibition continued. The weapons Lu Qiu unveiled were all his latest developments. Though they couldn't compare to strategic weapons like the Shadow Dragon mecha, they still far surpassed many of Eagle's conventional arms. He had expected the Western military experts to continue nitpicking. But to his surprise, upon seeing the subsequent weapons, they fell silent. Watching this unfold via livestream, Dawn's rage knew no bounds. These useless fools. Didn't I tell them to keep finding faults with Dragon Nation's military weapons? After the first missile, why did the rest of them suddenly clam up? He slammed his coffee cup onto the floor, letting the black liquid stain the pristine carpet. Could it be the weapons Dragon Nation unveiled are simply too advanced? Even if they wanted to find fault, they're momentarily at a loss for words. Michelle beside him scratched his head awkwardly. Dawn sighed helplessly. He knew Michelle was probably right. After all, many of the military achievements Dragon Nation had unveiled were things they'd never even heard of. Milton, in particular, had practically drooled watching the livestream. Milton, rein in your enthusiasm. Dawn couldn't stand it anymore and had to speak up. Milton awkwardly wiped the drool from his mouth. Faced with the advanced weapons from the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't help but feel envious. Sir, why don't we place another order? The weapons our Academy of Sciences has developed simply can't compare to those from Dragon Nation. The weapons we procure can be used directly by our military, but they can also be handed over to the Academy of Sciences for reverse engineering and development. Who knows? We might uncover some weaknesses in their weapons, or perhaps provide our researchers with new avenues of thought. Though Milton's earlier behavior had deeply displeased Dawn, this suggestion struck a chord with him. Since their Eagle Academy of Sciences had already fallen behind the Dragon Nation in military research capabilities, why not just directly copy the Dragon Nation's military technology? Enough! Immediately notify the frontline delegation. We're altering our previous strategy. For now, we'll cultivate a relationship with Lu Qiu and persuade the Dragon Nation to sign some military equipment orders with us. Once we get our hands on that equipment, we'll find ways to reverse engineer it. At this point, a confident gleam returned to his eyes. Those at the Academy of Sciences might be useless, they couldn't even crack the nuclear waste separator, but military weapons are just simple mechanical structures. Simply disassembling and reassembling them was like a child playing with building blocks, not particularly difficult to reverse engineer. Milton's heart surged with delight. He immediately contacted the visiting delegation at the front lines, urging them to secure a portion of the orders at all costs. Cairns felt a mix of emotions when he received the call. He knew full well what the Eagle-Winged Eagle's top brass had in mind. Their Eagle Academy was a gathering place for talent, not some notorious electronics market like Huiqiangbai in China. How could they possibly engage in such plagiarism? Yet as Lu Qiu unveiled more cutting-edge military weapons one after another, Cairns and his colleagues grew increasingly intrigued. However, Lu Qiu's explanations felt like scratching an itch through a shoe, utterly inadequate to resolve their lingering doubts. Finally, the military experts exchanged glances and decided to purchase a batch first. They would disassemble them thoroughly to examine their underlying principles. After all, how could scientific research be called theft? Finally, Lu Qiu unveiled a game-changing weapon that sent the entire room into an uproar. Mecha. This particular model, however, was a stripped-down version of the Shadow Dragon mech. Its speed and defensive capabilities fell far short of the Shadow Dragon's. Yet for all the nations present, it was already an exceptionally capable individual combat weapon. Some even submitted on-the-spot purchase requests, hoping the government would allocate more funds so they could buy every weapon available. Watching the surging crowd of eager buyers, Cairns and his team couldn't help but exchange worried glances. They had come to the exhibition intending to nitpick, bringing minimal funds. Fortunately, seemingly aware of their predicament, Dawn promptly arranged for over $100 billion to be transferred into their bank accounts. Money talks. Kane strode confidently over to Lu Qiu. Professor Lu, it's been ages. To see you looking as vibrant as ever and developing so many military products. Kane smiled broadly as he extended his hand. Lu Qiu instantly recognized their intent to offer funding. Faced with such a money-bearing messenger, he certainly wouldn't maintain a stern expression out of national prejudice. Professor Keynes, any particular weapons catch your eye? Given our relationship, I'll prioritize selling these arms to you Eagles. Keynes, who had been anxiously worried that the Dragon Nation might refuse to sell them arms due to its relationship with the Eagle Nation, breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed he had misjudged the situation with petty suspicions. We'll take every single weapon on your internal exhibition, he declared with sweeping authority. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Qiu's face. He hadn't expected Keynes to be so bold. He was merely a researcher. The fact that he was willing to spend such a large sum to purchase Dragon Nation's military equipment must have been directed by higher-ups. After a moment's thought, Lu Qiu realized the Eagle Chicken likely hoped they would reverse engineer their weapons to produce replicas. But he had complete confidence in the weapons he'd developed. Each one contained his own clever modifications, making them impossible to reverse engineer. Moreover, these weapons were hastily assembled prototypes. He could easily craft superior versions for the Dragon Nation military. There was no need to keep them for himself. Since the other party was willing to pay, Lu Qiu saw no reason to refuse. The deal was struck immediately. All the weapon models on display would be sold to Cairns for $70 billion. At the same time, representatives from numerous other nations approached, smiling as they looked at Lu Qiu. They expressed their intent to purchase weapons. Lu Qiu responded to these self-presenting opportunities with equal warmth. He patiently addressed each of their questions about the weapons. For a moment, even though his body had been enhanced beyond ordinary limits through system modifications, his hands grew numb from signing so many contracts. On the very first day of the exhibition, Dragon Nation had already secured arms deals worth a staggering $100 billion. Both buyers and sellers felt they had struck gold. Some nations even demanded overnight shipments, fearing Manhwa might change its mind. Chapter 100, Alliance of Interests. Panic set in. Western nations other than the Eagle Nation were all panicking. The Eagle had promised them they could pick apart Dragon Nation's military equipment at the exhibition, ensuring Dragon Nation wouldn't secure a single order. But now, right before their eyes, Keynes had struck a deal with Dragon Nation, purchasing every type of weaponry available in a staggering transaction. The Western nations' exhibition delegations turned green with envy. They urgently reported this development to their respective governments' top leadership. Upon hearing the news, Western leaders were furious with Dan. Damn it! Dawn has gone too far. Looks like those Eagles see us as competitors for Longwa's arms deals. That's why they're pushing us to nitpick Longwa's gear while they swoop in to place their own orders. The military equipment displayed by the Dragon Nation is the most advanced in the world today. Our British nation must also purchase large quantities to replenish our military needs. Throw money at it. We must throw money at it hard. I refuse to believe that if China is willing to sell to the Eagles, they wouldn't sell to us Gauls. In no time, numerous Western nations sprang into action. They immediately granted their exhibition delegations full authority, demanding they secure substantial arms deals with Dragon Nation. This single arms exhibition directly generated nearly 1 trillion yuan in revenue for Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's leadership was overjoyed. They knew full well that what the world saw as cutting-edge technology weapons were nothing but junk to them. Lu Qiu had already initiated projects for the advanced weapons he was about to develop. The destructive power of these weapons would far surpass anything seen at the exhibition. Therefore, even if they sold the weapons displayed at the exhibition, Dragon Nation had no need to worry about bullets eventually turning on their own soldiers. You've done us a tremendous service this time. Who would have thought that this batch of weapons developed in less than a week by you could fetch such a high price? Shu Yun looked at Lu Qiu with excitement. This is nothing. We've only sold off some of our more advanced weapons. The conventional weapons we phase out in the future can easily be sold to various warlords. Remember, military organizations around the world are the real heavy consumers of arms. Shu Yun nodded in deep agreement. The high-end weapons were snapped up by Western nations and desert magnates, leaving financially strapped smaller countries and military organizations to purchase obsolete conventional arms from Brother Long. Yet it was often these very groups that stoked conflicts daily, periodically igniting regional wars. Historically, these groups favored Eagle Sauce's arms. It was precisely through this arms trade that the Eagle's official channels secured a significant source of foreign revenue, alleviating their fiscal pressures. This market pie is well worth competing for. At this moment, the Eagle's top brass remains unaware that their arms trade has caught the Dragon Nation's attention. They were still basking in the joy of acquiring various advanced weapons from the Dragon Nation. Absolutely perfect. Equip our military with every single one of these weapons. Leave just 1 or 2 for your Academy of Sciences to reverse engineer. Milton ran his fingers over the cold metal casings of the weapons piled in the training ground, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. With these weapons in their arsenal, their military strength would surge dramatically. Gentlemen, now is not the time for complacency. I strongly suspect the weapons Dragon Nation has publicly displayed represent only a fraction of their arsenal and likely the less effective ones at that. They must possess even more advanced weapons that remain undisclosed. A glimpse through the tube reveals the whole body. It's enough to see just how formidable the Dragon Nation's military might truly is. Keynes beside him spoke with grave seriousness. Everyone present understood his warning all too well. Seeing everyone's morale sink at Keynes' words, Dawn felt quite dissatisfied. Our eagles aren't exactly lacking in advanced weapons that haven't been revealed yet. We'll get there step by step. First, let's figure out how to crack these weapons. He waved his hand dismissively and walked away, clearly displeased. Michelle, witnessing this, shot Cairns a fierce glare. You really know how to rub salt in the wound. We absolutely must crack these weapons as quickly as possible so we can achieve mass production too. By then, I'm sure the Dragon Nation will regret selling us these advanced weapons today. Michel declared, his face alight with excitement. What followed, naturally, was a back and forth between Milton and Keynes, debating the military and the Academy of Sciences over the allocation of these weapons. When Keynes brought all the weapon samples back to the lab for decryption, he quickly found himself tangled in a mess. He discovered that each weapon seemed to contain a small device. Once dismantled, they would suffer irreversible damage. This meant that the various parts they had disassembled were already damaged. How could they possibly deconstruct them now? Feeling utterly hopeless, he invited various domestic military experts to the lab, attempting to crack the code of this tiny device within the weapons. Yet no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't crack it. After over a week of relentless effort, Keynes' lab still showed no progress. He was getting really frustrated. If these weapons they've purchased can't be hacked at all, won't the Eagle folks be getting a raw deal? He had intended to keep stalling for time, but Dawn kept pressing the issue. Seeing no progress, Dawn summoned him directly to the Black Palace. Even a child building with blocks could finish in a day. You're merely deciphering the structure of a pile of metal. How hard could it be? Dawn slammed his fist on the table so hard that the coffee cups rattled on the surface. His inner fury was palpable. Kanisua's face flushed with embarrassment. He knew further delays would yield nothing, so he reluctantly laid out the truth. The weapons purchased from Dragon Nation all have anti-hacking mechanisms. At our current level, we simply can't crack them. Therefore, these weapons are useless for research purposes beyond military applications. The moment his words left his mouth, Dawn felt darkness swirling before his eyes, nearly collapsing to the floor. You mean, we spent over $100 billion just to buy a batch of weapons from the Dragon Nation to arm our own troops? Fury boiling over, he pointed an accusing finger at Keynes, then turned his wrath directly at Michelle. This whole scheme was your idea. How can you possibly take responsibility for the massive losses inflicted on our Eagle Squadron? Chapter 101, Refund. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Michelle's face. He hadn't expected Dawn to vent his fury on him. It was indeed his idea to procure Dragon Nation's military hardware and have the Academy of Sciences reverse engineer it. But no one could have foreseen that Dragon Nation had installed anti-reverse engineering mechanisms in their weapons. And their Eagle Squad tech couldn't crack it. As everyone's gaze fixed on him, Michelle's discomfort grew palpable. Actually, I do have a solution, though it might require us to be a bit shameless. With no other choice, Michel gritted his teeth and came up with a plan. After uttering those words, the looks he received grew even stranger. Michel felt rather embarrassed. He really had overthought it. When had the Eagle ever cared about saving face? All we need to do is publicly declare that these weapons from the Dragon Nation don't live up to their advertised performance. Demand that the Dragon Nation return the goods and refund our money. As long as we can fabricate the evidence, I'm sure the Dragon Nation won't have much to say about it. However, his words sparked discontent in Milton beside him. How exactly would we pull that off? Our military has already deployed these weapons. We just conducted an exercise where they performed quite well. We're thoroughly familiar with all the equipment's capabilities now. Returning them at this stage seems a bit late, doesn't it? Milton certainly didn't want to send them back to Dragon Nation. After the live fire exercise, every commander and soldier in the military had nothing but praise for this set of military hardware imported from Dragon Nation. They openly declared it highly effective. As the head of the military, he naturally wanted to keep this shipment in his hands. For a moment, the two found themselves at an impasse. After weighing the pros and cons, Dawn ultimately decided to adopt Michel's suggestion. Milton, I authorize you to withdraw some of the new equipment from our reserve armory for military use. Dawn said to Milton with a smile. The Eagles had developed their own share of hidden weapons, some of which were certainly no inferior to those displayed by the Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Milton reluctantly nodded in agreement despite his inner resistance. And so the Eagles began their show of reckless maneuvers. First, they deliberately sabotaged the Dragon Nation's weapons. During live combat exercises, they repeatedly made operational errors. They posted these videos online, demanding the Dragon Nation issue a public apology. They also demanded compensation for all their losses. Our experiments reveal that the Dragon King's weapons lack the formidable power they claim. In the spirit of good contract integrity, we demand the Dragon Kingdom return the goods and issue full refunds. Furthermore, they must apologize and compensate for the injuries sustained by our soldiers during exercises due to faulty weapons. They aim to use these tactics to halt Dragon Nation's future weapons sales. However, when the Eagle General uploaded their footage online, nearly every nation was laughing their heads off. Upon seeing the footage, Lu Chou chuckled. It's clear these guys deliberately botched the operation and destroyed all our weapons to frame us. Lu Chou said with a look of contempt. Issue the order immediately, all our military equipment is repaired, not replaced. Cash on delivery means no returns. Lu Chou's words reached the ears of Eagle's top brass, fueling their rage even further. That damned bastard is utterly shameless. Looks like we must unite with other Western nations to demand the Dragon Nation return the goods, only then will they feel the pressure. Don narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He immediately arranged a meeting to prepare for discussions with the leaders of several other Western nations. But when the others learned of Don's intention, they all shook their heads in unison. Why return them? Unlike your Eagle Nation, we don't possess such advanced military technology. The weapons Dragon Nation supplies aren't just affordable and practical, they're also incredibly powerful. They suit us perfectly. Exactly. You Eagles are probably returning them because you tried to hack Dragon Brothers' weapons and failed, right? We've all seen the videos you released. It was clearly your soldiers' operational errors. How can you blame Dragon Nation's military hardware? Everyone shook their heads in refusal, unwilling to follow the Eagles' lead and return the goods with such brazenness. Don's face darkened. He hadn't expected these Western nations to grow so bold they'd even disregard the Eagles' demands. Fine. We Eagles were just about to release a new batch of weapons. Looks like you lot aren't interested. Don's tone carried a distinct hint of coercion. Hearing this, the Western leaders hesitated. Everyone was well aware of Eagle Lady's military technological prowess. The new products she was rolling out were undoubtedly incredibly powerful. But alas, these leaders weren't pushovers either. They were the type who wouldn't release the hawk until they saw the rabbit. With Dawan offering nothing but empty promises, they hadn't even seen what the Eagle's new weapons looked like. There was no way they'd abandon the Dragon Nation's weapons they already had just because of his word. Minister Dawan, perhaps you should explore other avenues. Our nations find the Dragon Nation's weapons quite effective indeed. The Prime Minister of Britain spoke and then rose to leave first. The other Western nations followed suit, one by one, taking their leave. Dawn was left standing alone, his face as dark as a pot bottom, looking utterly miserable. Canes. Bring out every single weapon. We've developed everything except our top-secret strategic arsenal. Let these damn turncoats see the true might of the Eagle. He immediately summoned Canes and issued the order. But upon hearing his words, a hint of hesitation flashed across Canes' face. Sir, revealing many of our weapons now could provoke targeted research and development efforts from the Dragon Nation. It would be wiser to deploy them tactically on the battlefield. He pleaded earnestly. If they revealed some of their new weapons now, given Dragon Nation's scientific prowess, they would surely find ways to develop countermeasures against these new weapons. But if deployed on the battlefield, the enemy would be powerless against them in the short term. Dawn shot him a cold glance. You bloody useless piece of trash, still butting in. If it weren't for your incompetence against the Dragon Nation's anti-hacking devices, we Eagles wouldn't be stuck in this passive situation. Not only did we fail to secure a refund, but we've also invited scorn and contempt from other Western nations, causing them to look down on the Eagle. If we don't produce some truly formidable weapons, what basis do we have to stand our ground on Blue Star? Chapter 102, Seizing the Market. Dawn was beside himself with rage. He knew deep down that if he couldn't demonstrate convincing strength, allies would inevitably abandon the Eagle Nation. Then, Eagle would become utterly isolated on the global stage. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, his allies all shared one common trait, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. That was precisely why he ordered his men to immediately reveal their most advanced weaponry, even at the risk of exposing military secrets to the Dragon Nation. Hearing his resolute words, both Michelle and Canes understood. No matter how reasonable their arguments might be, Dawn would never listen. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. In the end, they decided to obey Dawn's orders and publicly reveal several newly developed special weapons. These included high-end military equipment like graphene information jamming devices and nanoscale radar systems. These are advanced weapons developed by our Academy of Sciences in recent years. Their wide range of applications and significant impact have already surpassed our existing military capabilities. I am willing to provide these military assets to our allies, on the condition that you cease all arms trade with the Dragon Nation. The Eagle Nation's official channel announced this news directly. All nations around the world fell silent. In truth, the weapons the Eagle Nation has unveiled aren't vastly different from the new generation arms showcased by the Dragon Nation. This meant they had to choose sides between the two nations. Attempting to remain neutral would inevitably alienate both superpowers. In an instant, nations and military organizations that had previously done business with the Dragon Nation began turning to the Eagle Nation, signing massive contracts with them. Watching the orders shift from the Dragon Nation to his own hands, Dawn couldn't have been happier. It seems my strategy was spot on. Only by demonstrating technological prowess superior to the Dragon Nations will those opportunistic nations align with us, he declared triumphantly to his subordinates. Flattery spread across every face. Flattery poured forth incessantly. Only Lord Daoan possesses such profound insight. Your foresight is beyond our wildest dreams. Losing so many orders will surely sting the Dragon Kingdom for a while. What a satisfying blow. Our Academy of Sciences must now develop more targeted weapons to ensure our competitive edge remains unmatched. Only Keynes remained deeply troubled. His words caused Dawn to frown deeply. Your Excellency. These cutting-edge weapons we've released were supposed to be phased into military use over the next decade, with commercial sales permitted only after 20 years. By selling these cutting-edge weapons to other nations now, we're undoubtedly depleting our scientific foundation, he pleaded earnestly. But Dawn dismissed his words with contempt. All this talk is just a cover for your Academy of Sciences, isn't it? If the Dragon Nation can continuously develop high-end weapons, does that mean your Academy is inferior to theirs? Enough nonsense. Focus all your energy and resources on military weapons development immediately. As for our leadership's decisions, it's not your place as researchers to question them, Dawn said with utter disdain. Dragon Nation. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Shu Yun and the assembled Long Nation leaders wore grim expressions. We had already secured nearly $1 trillion worth of orders, only for the eagle-eyed bastards to snatch a chunk of them away. It's utterly despicable. There's nothing we can do. Their technology is inherently superior to ours. It's only natural they could deliver such a massive weapons shipment all at once. Still, this is one bitter pill we just can't swallow. Several high-ranking military officials from Dragon Nation were known for their fiery tempers. Watching their own arms contracts snatched away left them seething with indignation. Actually, we're not without options. We can make Eagle Chan suffer a hidden loss. Lu Cho remained as composed as ever. Though clearly the youngest among those present, he appeared the most composed. We've made progress on ion conventional weapons. Some of our Dragon Nation's conventional arms, like rifles and such, are ready to be deployed, he said cheerfully to everyone. At Lu Cho's words, everyone's eyes lit up. If we can seize the conventional weapons market from the Eagle Nation, it'll surely cripple them for quite some time. Shu Yun pondered for a moment before speaking with unwavering conviction. It was well known that the Eagle Nation routinely stoked armed conflicts between regions, all for the purpose of selling its own arms. The most common conventional weapons on the market almost all came from Eagle's military factories. It was precisely this revenue stream that kept their military budget perpetually well funded. In that case, let's sell off all our obsolete conventional weapons. Not just sell them cheap. These outdated weapons are nothing but a liability to us anyway, useless to keep, but a waste to discard. Let's use this chance to really stick it to the Eagle. The decision was made swiftly. Dragon Nation began circulating the following announcement. Due to the need for weapon upgrades and improvements, our nation will be selling certain conventional weapons such as assault rifles. Interested parties may contact our military armaments department. Prices will be 70% below market value. The news sent the entire world into a frenzy. Even nations with their own arms production capabilities were stunned by the Dragon Nation's rock-bottom prices. 70% below market price. For purchasing these second-hand weapons, it was far more economical than manufacturing their own arms, naturally making everyone eager to seize the opportunity. Immediately, countless nations began privately approaching the Dragon Nation, expressing their desire to purchase a batch of conventional weapons. Everyone initially assumed the Dragon Nation would limit sales of this batch, reasoning that such bargain prices meant greater losses for them if sold in large quantities. But reality proved them all wrong. With over 1 million standing troops, the Dragon Nation's conventional weapon stockpile easily exceeded 10 times the world's total. Countries frequently placed massive single orders, purchasing tens of thousands of conventional weapons at a time. Countless funds began flowing into the Dragon Nation, unexpectedly injecting a spark of vitality into its economic development. It even seemed to hint at breaking through the blockade imposed by the Eagle and Western nations. The unexpected windfall from conventional arms sales stirred a quiet stir within the Dragon Nation's leadership. No wonder the Eagle Nation is so fond of the arms trade. It's such a quick way to make money. Chapter 103, Exploiting Their Weaknesses with Our Strength. Damn it! Damn it! We snatched part of the Dragon Nation's high-end weapons orders, but they've pulled the rug out from under us, directly snatching our conventional weapons contracts. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Eagle, inside the Black Palace. Dawn's face was grim. Losing market share in conventional weapons to the Dragon Nation had a massive impact on Eagle Sauce. They had been counting on the funds from arms sales to finance their military expenditures. Now, all their market share had been snatched away by the Dragon Nation. Unlike food with a short shelf life, military hardware doesn't expire quickly. Once purchased, it generally remains usable for 5 to 6 years unless replaced by more advanced weapons. This meant that for at least the next 5 years, the Eagle Nation could forget about profiting from conventional weapons. What the Dragon Nation is doing is tantamount to openly breaking ties with us. The entire world knows the arms trade has always been our Eagle's monopoly, yet they, the Dragon Nation, show no gratitude. I think it's time to impose harsher sanctions on the Dragon Nation. Exactly. Since they don't hold us Eagles in high regard, there's no need for us to keep playing nice with the Dragon Nation. Everyone spoke with righteous indignation. Michelle, do you have any suggestions? Don frowned as he turned to Michelle, who had remained silent throughout. Your Excellency, I believe we can leverage our strengths against their weaknesses. While Dragon Nation's recent technological advancements in military and space sectors are undeniable, we can easily circumvent their strengths. We could also target civilian technologies to impose sanctions on Dragon Nation. His words opened a door in everyone's minds, instantly brightening their outlook. The fog that had clouded their thoughts cleared away in an instant. You're absolutely right. When it comes to Eagle Nation's strongest technological sectors? The group exchanged glances and nearly spoke in unison. Chips. A faint smile touched Michelle's lips. Exactly. Our chip technology has always been the Dragon Nation's Achilles heel. Constrained by lithography machines, they simply cannot independently develop various nanochips. Every single one of their chips relies on imports. I believe you all understand this perfectly well. As long as we block their path to chips, even if they possess extraordinary capabilities, they'll have no choice but to submit to us. Michelle declared with unwavering confidence. Good. 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 Don repeated the word 3 times, his eyes brimming with excitement. Our Secretary of State truly possesses the deepest insight. Your proposal cuts straight to the heart of the matter. We shall proceed exactly as you suggest. I refuse to believe Longwei can continue its arrogance. Immediately afterward, the Eagle Nation government issued an official sanctions order in the name of the president. Given the Dragon Nation's large-scale arms sales to hostile forces targeting us, which severely threaten world peace and escalate regional tensions, we will impose a new round of sanctions. Our nation's chips, optical instruments, and other technologies will be added to the list of items prohibited from export to the Dragon Nation. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Several smaller nations following the Eagle's lead swiftly issued statements supporting the sanctions. They simultaneously announced their own bans on exporting chips to the Dragon Nation. It's important to note that the global semiconductor manufacturing industry is almost entirely monopolized by a handful of countries and regions, including the United States and Japan, with most of these nations effectively under American control. Many American chip manufacturers are deeply dissatisfied with this situation. Damn it! That bastard down keeps slapping sanctions on China, messing up our business development. You gotta understand, China is a major export market for us chipmakers. What can we do? With tensions so high between China and the US, even if we lose that market share, we still have the massive customer base in Japan. Forget it. This time the government's penalties for violating the ban are extremely strict. We may be greedy, but we dare not ignore the official ban. Companies within the Eagle Chip Alliance immediately announced the termination of all new product sales to Dragon Nation. Many signed but unfulfilled orders were automatically cancelled. Since this was due to policy changes of force majeure events specified in contracts, Eagle brand companies naturally faced no liability for breach of contract. In an instant, China's entire electronics manufacturing industry plunged into crisis. The Eagle's move is utterly ruthless. They know we lack lithography machines and are completely reliant on imported chips, which is precisely why they're acting so brazenly. Who knows how much tax revenue the chip industry brings to the Eagle state government annually? Who would have thought they'd be so decisive, showing a willingness to cut off their own arm? This is tough. Our Dragon Nation enterprises are likely to face immense difficulties moving forward. Countless citizens of the Dragon Nation sighed in despair. This also caused their pride to surge at that moment. They signed petitions demanding the Chinese Academy of Sciences develop independent lithography machines as quickly as possible to completely break free from the Eagle's chokehold technology. At that moment, in the southern seas of the Dragon Nation, over a dozen high-ranking officials gathered, each wearing a grave expression. The Eagle's actions have driven us into a corner. Many of our electronics companies have halted production due to chip shortages. If we don't resolve this chip crisis urgently, these enterprises will likely face bankruptcy. Indeed, their collapse would deal a devastating blow to our nation's economy. The critical question now is whether our Academy of Sciences can successfully develop the lithography machine. At this point, all eyes turned to Zhou Hong. A wry smile flickered across Zhou Hong's face. The term lithography machine is actually quite broad. While our country could independently develop one, the precision is frankly disappointing. It simply can't reach the nanometer level, rendering it practically useless. Although we initiated a nanolithography machine project long ago, we've made absolutely no progress. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and sporting a receding hairline shook his head. This man was Liu Hengshui, an expert in the semiconductor field and the leading figure in the lithography machine project. If given time, perhaps in 10 years we could advance our lithography machines to the nanoscale. but developing them now is practically impossible. Chapter 104: The Nanoscale Lithography Machine. 10 years from now. The semiconductor and electronics industries in Dragon Nation were teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. There simply wasn't enough time to wait for the development of nanoscale lithography machines. The nation's high-ranking officials sighed helplessly, their minds devoid of solutions. At that moment, Zhou Hong's eyes darted about as if a thought struck him. He cautiously spoke up. Actually, I do have someone I could recommend. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, including Lu Hongshui, stared at him in utter bewilderment, unsure what scheme Zhou Hong had in mind. Especially Lu Hongshui. As an expert in Dragon Nation's semiconductor and electronic engineering sectors, he had devoted nearly half his life to this field, effectively serving as the nation's leading authority on lithography machines. Even he himself was at a loss. Zhou Hong's field of research was astrophysics. How could he possibly have a solution? Old Zhou must be referring to Lu Qiu, right? He's never shown any particular talent in semiconductors. But that kid does tend to surprise people. Having him give it a shot might not be a bad idea. I think it's worth a shot. Lu Qiu has always struck me as a jack of all trades. His abilities are undeniable. He might just be our glimmer of hope. The baffled chatter among the crowd left Lu Hongshui feeling thoroughly frustrated. He was the one responsible for developing lithography machines in Dragon Nation, yet these high-ranking officials kept mentioning Lu Qiu, a name he'd heard in the Academy of Sciences, said to have made contributions in nuclear power and space exploration. An outsider coming to instruct him on how to develop lithography machines? If word got out, wouldn't his students laugh themselves silly? Though deeply dissatisfied, he refrained from voicing his displeasure openly in front of so many high-ranking officials. Once Lu Qiu arrived at the conference room after accepting the Dragon Nation leadership's invitation, Lu Hongshui could no longer contain himself. Such a youngster. Our nation truly produces talent in abundance. I wonder just how much Mr. Lu understands about semiconductors. His words were polite, but the underlying sarcasm was unmistakable. Lu Qiu wasn't some naive kid. He certainly caught the pointed tone. He wondered what he could have done to offend this man. But upon hearing the true purpose behind the Dragon Nation's invitation, Lu Qiu instantly understood. This man named Lu Hongshui was worried Lu Qiu might snatch his research project. I've heard about the Eagle's sanctions against our Dragon Nation in recent days, but I never imagined it would escalate to this extent. He sighed. Fortunately, I've already made preparations regarding the development technology for nano-laser etching machines. His words immediately made the eyes of the Longwood officials widen, their joy evident. I knew it. You never disappoint us. How far along is the research on the nanoscale lithography machine? Tell us. Xu Yun asked with a smile. Lu Qiu, as usual, pulled out a USB drive, ready to explain the nanoscale lithography technology he had exchanged from the system. Watching him put on such a show, Lu Hongshui beside him couldn't help but feel utterly frustrated. He knew full well that developing a nanoscale lithography machine wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. It was painstaking work. Lu Qiu was merely a 20-year-old youth. To put it bluntly, he probably hadn't even seen a real nanolithography machine before. How could he possibly develop one? Everyone, I'll briefly outline my understanding of the nanolithography machine and the development approach. I've already prepared blueprints for all the materials, electronic systems, and optical equipment. Lu Qiu seemed to sense Lu Hongshui's disdain and smiled as he addressed the group. Hearing such bold claims, Lu Hongshui couldn't be bothered to listen to Lu Qiu's presentation. Yet within just 10 minutes, Lu Hongshui changed his mind. He had to admit, Lu Qiu did have some ideas. The approaches he proposed suddenly illuminated the dead end Lu Hongshui had been stuck in, sparking a torrent of ideas in his mind. Before half an hour had passed, Lu Hongshui's eyes already betrayed a hint of admiration and awe. When Lu Qiu finished his presentation, Lu Hongshui was the first to rise and applaud. Absolutely brilliant. Both your design approach and technical concepts are far beyond what us old-timers could ever achieve. We've spent over a decade researching nanoscale lithography machines, yet you've explained it all so clearly in just a few words. Truly profound wisdom and concise language. Lu Hongshui said with genuine admiration. The other high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation had been utterly baffled until then. But hearing such praise from Lu Hongshui, an expert in lithography, sent waves of euphoria crashing through their hearts. Wonderful. Lu Qiu, give me a straight answer. Once we have the blueprints for the nanoscale lithography machine, how long do you estimate it will take us to develop it? The Dragon Nation officials asked with smiles. Time. Most of my team in the real world specializes in space technology and nuclear propulsion. We have relatively few assistants in the semiconductor field. Before he could finish, Lu Hongshui cut in from the side. Don't worry about that. I'll have our project team fully support the nanolithography machine's development. Just let us know if you need anything. Hearing Lu Hongshui offer his assistance without a hint of resentment over having his research project taken, Lu Qiu felt deeply moved. With academician Lu's support, I believe our nation's nanolithography machine can be developed within a week. Lu Qiu declared with unwavering confidence. Excellent. Let's first spread the word to reassure domestic semiconductor and electronics companies. In a week's time, we'll see the results for ourselves. During this period, should you require any financial or material resources, feel free to request them. All departments will give you the green light and provide full logistical support. The Dragon Nation's high-level officials immediately decided with smiles. After compilation by Longwa's official media, a groundbreaking announcement was released. In light of recent malicious chip embargoes imposed by the Eagle Nation and others, Dragon Nation has commissioned academicians Lu Qiu and Lu Hongshui of the Academy of Sciences to lead a nanolithography research team in launching a formal project. Within 1 week, Dragon Nation's nanolithography machine will be developed. This announcement felt like a gushing spring suddenly appearing in the desert, instantly bringing a glimmer of hope to some semiconductor and electronics companies that had been plunged into despair. This is fantastic. Who would have thought our nation possesses such boldness, preparing to develop a nanolithography machine within a week? Since it's been publicly announced, I'm sure the machine is already developed. The 1 week delay is likely just for practical verification. Chapter 105, Nothing But a Joke. The news that Dragon Nation would build a nanoscale lithography machine within a week. It swept across the entire world like a whirlwind. While many citizens of Dragon Nation took it at face value, people in other countries scoffed at the notion, dismissing it outright. Dragon Nation developing a nanoscale lithography machine? How could so many coincidences occur in this world? The Eagle Nation and others just imposed sanctions on Dragon Nation in the chip sector, and now they're about to develop a lithography machine. Indeed. This is clearly just irresponsible rhetoric from the Dragon Nation government, nothing more than a ploy to placate domestic celebrities. Such petty political tricks are nothing new. If they can't produce lithography machines within a week, they'll surely find a way to beg the Eagle for mercy, hoping it will lift the chip restrictions imposed on them. Countless self-proclaimed reasonable people vented their frustrations online. Gradually, this rhetoric grew louder and louder, to the point where many netizens in the Dragon Kingdom began to suspect whether the government had deceived them. Meanwhile, inside the Eagle's Black House, Dawn felt immensely triumphant, even hosting a celebratory banquet. Amidst the clinking glasses and flowing wine, Dawn repeatedly toasted Michelle, forcing her to respond with cautious care. This time, it's all thanks to the Secretary of State's ingenious plan to impose chip sanctions on the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, we'd be at a loss for how to curb their arrogant momentum. Truly, this has allowed me to vent my pent-up frustration. He chuckled to Michelle. Michelle, however, dared not take credit for himself. All this is naturally due to Your Excellency's excellent guidance. However, there is one matter we must remain vigilant about. The Dragon Nation's government has publicly declared they will develop a nanolithography machine within a week. We must guard against this. Michelle cautioned with visible concern. However, his warning was met with uproarious laughter from everyone present. Ha 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 ha. We were just praising you, and now you go and spout such anti-intellectual nonsense. Don't you know how much clout the Dragon Nation really has? They spent a fortune trying to poach talent from us Eagles back then and failed miserably. Their nanolithography technology has been stagnant ever since. It's crystal clear Dragon Nation lacks the capability to develop lithography machines. Dawn chuckled. Relax. Even if they could develop one, what good would a lithography machine do? Chip development requires not only lithography equipment but also specialized materials and expertise in scientific research. Even if Dragon Nation develops a lithography machine within a week, their chips won't be ready in a week. Meanwhile, their domestic electronics and semiconductor industries desperately need our chips. After a week, regardless of whether they've developed the lithography machine, they'll definitely come knocking on our door asking us to lift the restrictions. Dawn's words immediately drew nods of deep agreement from everyone present. Though none were chip experts, they understood this fundamental truth: chip development undoubtedly required far more expertise. Your Excellency has indeed considered this more thoroughly. I was overthinking it. Michelle felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced at Keynes beside him. Seeing the faint nod from him, Michelle's worries dissolved completely. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Sciences in the Dragon Nation, everywhere, the scene was one of intense activity. All the blueprints and technologies provided by Lu Qiu had been perfected. All that remained was to follow the blueprints, source the materials, and assemble the components. For a team of researchers with decades of experience in lithography, this was a piece of cake. Lu Qiu's estimate of 1 week was even somewhat conservative. In just 5 days, they successfully developed the nation's first nanolithography machine. The entire Academy of Sciences laboratory erupted in celebration. Everyone rejoiced, sharing the news with one another. The older generation of researchers in Shuzhou were so moved they shed tears of joy. Especially Lu Hongshui. He had devoted nearly his entire career to the development of the nanolithography machine. Now, with Lu Qiu's almost cheating-like assistance, they had actually succeeded in creating it. It fulfilled the lifelong dream he had pursued for most of his existence. His face flushed with emotion as he grasped Lu Qiu's hand. You're a national hero. Without you, the development of the nanolithography machine would have been delayed by at least a decade, let alone solving our immediate crisis. The group of researchers standing nearby nodded in agreement. Thanks to Lucio. Our research had nearly reached a dead end, but you single-handedly pulled us back from the brink. Whether it's the blueprints or the underlying logic of the lithography machine, academician Lu understands it all more thoroughly than any of us. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as the renowned polymath of our Academy of Sciences. Everyone stepped forward, expressing their excitement to Lucio. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation also rushed to the scene. Gazing at the lithography machine before them, their eyes burned with excitement. Everyone, developing a nanoscale lithography machine is only the first step. Having the equipment alone solves nothing without chips. Developing our own chips for Longwei is the most crucial task. Compared to the collective excitement, Lu Chou appeared remarkably composed. The Dragon Nation officials exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Lu Chou was utterly baffled. Don't worry about that. Several leading enterprises in Longwei's electronic communications sector have already developed chip design concepts. It's just that without lithography machines, they've been unable to produce them. Shu Yun chuckled as he patted Lu Chou on the shoulder. This revelation astonished Lu Chou. He hadn't realized that major electronics and telecommunications companies had never ceased their chip R&D efforts. It seemed his worries had been entirely unnecessary. Our Dragon Nation also boasts several brands that are nearly global leaders in electronic communications. One is Longxing, and the other is Xiaomi. Both companies have now developed their own chips. I'll have their internal R&D teams come to the Academy of Sciences to test whether our nanolithography machine is feasible. Zhou Hong chimed in with a smile. With a single phone call from him, the heads of both companies arrived at the Academy of Sciences with their research teams in high spirits. Staring at the nanolithography machine before them, they felt as if they were in a dream. Only after repeated confirmation did faint smiles finally appear on their faces. Chapter 106, Dragon Nation's Chip. Impressive, Oldly. Who would have thought you'd actually develop a nanolithography machine despite the Eagle's layers of blockade? You've truly saved our companies from an urgent crisis. Run Song of Longxing Group exclaimed excitedly. Yet Li Hangshui hastily waved his hands and shook his head at the praise. This nanolithography machine isn't my old man's doing. You're all thanking the wrong person. Li Hangshui said with a smile to everyone. His words astonished the researchers from both companies. Given their frequent professional interactions, these researchers were well aware that Li Hangshui was the undisputed leader in China's lithography field. If this breakthrough wasn't his doing, then whose could it possibly be? Seeming to sense their confusion, Li Hangshui quickly interjected with a smile. Everyone, this breakthrough was achieved under the leadership of our brilliant academician, Lu Qiu. It's thanks to him that we managed to develop the nanolithography machine in such a short time. This young man single-handedly resolved all the technical challenges of the nanolithography machine and successfully drafted the blueprints. That's why we achieved such a monumental breakthrough in just 1 week. Hearing this, everyone finally turned their gaze to the young man standing nearby. Lu Qiu. This name was no stranger to all Chinese people. From the previous space station launch to the successful development of nuclear-powered engines, his contributions were evident. Yet no one could have imagined he'd also delved into the field of lithography and even solved problems that had eluded Dragon Nation scientists for decades. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. We truly feel inadequate in comparison. Everyone praised him unanimously. Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Such empty praise meant little to him. Developing the lithography machine was essentially a task assigned by the system, and he would receive generous rewards and points for it. By now, his physical constitution had evolved to a terrifying degree. He could go without sleep for 3 days and nights without any issues. His mental processing power had also surged dramatically. With his superhuman intellect, he could sometimes even replace certain computer functions. Let's first test whether our lithography machine is viable. Everyone brought their chip blueprints, right? The group nodded in unison. All set. All you need to do is input the detailed data into the lithography machine system. Leave the rest entirely to the nanolithography machine to complete. Under Lu Qiu's guidance, representatives from both companies fed their proprietary chip designs into the lithography machine. Instantly, the machine activated, processing the input data. Laser beams began frantically etching the copper-clad laminate. In less than a minute, both companies' chips were successfully fabricated. Gazing at the chips barely discernible on a fingertip, measuring a mere 4 millimeters, everyone's face lit up with excitement. It actually worked. This is incredible. We've waited far too long for this day. Run Song, chairman of Longxing Group, exclaimed with emotion. Raymond, president of Dami Group, jumped up in sheer excitement. How could they not be thrilled? The chip's production cost was actually extremely low. However, due to the technology being monopolized by the Eagle Nation, they had no choice but to import large quantities from overseas. This left them with no bargaining power whatsoever in the chip market. Whatever price the other side demanded, they had to pay. This is naturally a bottleneck issue for major electronics manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom. They have incurred substantial costs for no apparent reason, resulting in persistently high prices for their developed products. If they possess the capability to independently develop chips, China's major electronics companies would no longer need to rely on imported chips. Consequently, the prices of their products could naturally be significantly reduced. This would bring immense benefits to both the people and businesses of Dragon Country. This is our Dragon Nation chip. We've finally broken free from the stranglehold of Eagle's technology. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials exclaimed with admiration. I believe this news can be announced publicly. At the very least, it will reassure our nation's electronics companies and demonstrate to the world the scientific research capabilities of our nation. Zhou Hong declared firmly from the side. As the head of the Academy of Sciences, he had endured no shortage of sarcastic remarks from the Eagle Nation in his daily work. He had never harbored much hope for this nanolithography machine, even preparing to beg the Eagle for mercy in a week's time. But Lu Qiu had delivered such a tremendous surprise. Old Zhou is absolutely right. This achievement truly deserves widespread publicity. Let those Western nations imposing chip technology embargoes witness the formidable strength of our scientific research capabilities. Several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation wholeheartedly agreed. They immediately summoned China's state media on the spot, instructing them to produce a special documentary on the development of this lithography machine. It would air globally during prime time. Through concerted efforts, the over an hour-long documentary was filmed and successfully released. That evening's news broadcasts immediately covered the story. Through the relentless efforts of our Dragon Nation researchers, we have successfully developed a nanoscale lithography machine today. Following chip experimentation, we have successfully created Dragon Nation's very first chip. From this day forward, we shall emerge as formidable competitors in the semiconductor industry. The anchor's words rang out with force, like a spark that instantly ignited the hearts of all Dragon Nation citizens. We did it! We actually succeeded! What about those self-proclaimed rationalists who kept predicting our lithography machine development would fail? Why aren't they shouting anymore? This is so uplifting. Less than a week after the Eagle imposed sanctions on our chip sector, we've successfully developed a nanoscale lithography machine and produced our first chip, a resounding slap in the face to the Eagle. I wonder what the Western media, who previously doubted our lithography machine development, are thinking now that they know we've succeeded. Starting today, we're supporting domestic products. Chapter 107, Plagiarism. Eagle. Inside the Black House. Don slammed every item on his desk onto the floor. Staring at the scattered debris, he still couldn't contain his rage. He then summoned Michelle, Kane, and others, pointing an accusing finger at Michelle as he unleashed a torrent of abuse. Is this the damn idea you proposed? After imposing chip sanctions on Dragon Nation, they've gone and developed a nanolithography machine? This is nothing but a slap in the face. He turned his gaze to the intelligence minister. Longhua must have developed the nanolithography machine ages ago. This time, they just took advantage of our chip blockade to make it public. As the head of intelligence, you knew absolutely nothing about this? It's a disgrace to our Eagle Nation. And you! He jabbed his finger at Kane's nose. It's precisely because of the inaction of your Academy of Sciences that our Eagle Nation has been pushed into a passive position. You share responsibility for this. In his rage, he had launched into indiscriminate attacks. No one dared cross him now. Sir! We've infiltrated numerous spies into the Academy, yet we never detected them successfully developing a nanoscale lithography machine. I can state with absolute certainty that they developed it within the last week. The intelligence chief, evidently more stubborn, risked being berated to the hilt by speaking the truth. Hearing the intelligence chief still attempting to make excuses only fueled Don's rage further. Damn it! I don't care what excuses you come up with. You must find a way to sabotage Dragon Nation's chip industry. They're only just getting started. Make sure they're crushed before they gain momentum. Strike them down in their infancy. After speaking, he waved his men out, needing solitude to process his thoughts. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's Longxing Group and Daini Group had successfully developed their latest products, with all electronic devices now utilizing chips independently developed by Dragon Nation. Upon hitting the market, they immediately sparked a frenzy of purchases among Dragon Nation's citizens. With chip production costs significantly reduced, the products were priced extremely competitively. Though high-end devices, their prices were indistinguishable from ordinary models. For ordinary people, they were naturally a bargain. Even those who initially bought them merely to support domestic products found themselves praising them after using them for a while. They openly declared that Dragon Nation's chip technology had far surpassed Eagle Nation's. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences had already commissioned its spies within the Dragon Nation to purchase numerous electronic devices, including smartphones, containing Dragon Nation chips. They aimed to reverse engineer these devices to uncover the principles behind Dragon Nation's chips and even the nanolithography machines powering them. Kane stared intently at the chip in his hand. After layer upon layer of inspection, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of Dragon Nation's technology. Soon, the Academy of Sciences issued an inspection report and handed it to Dawn. Dragon Nation's nanolithography machine is entirely self-developed. Its performance even surpasses our Eagle's nanolithography machine, achieving precision within 5 nanometers. Our Eagle's nanolithography machines only achieve 10 nanometer precision. We must admit, Dragon Nation has dropped a bombshell with this breakthrough. Keynes looked at Dawn with admiration. His words thoroughly enraged Dawen. He flung the inspection report he was holding right into Keynes' face. You people at the Academy of Sciences are all useless. How could you let Dragon Nation surpass us in lithography technology? He roared furiously. Then what about these chips? Did they develop them independently, or did they reverse engineer our technology? He picked up a tiny chip and demanded. Though seething inside, Cairns answered honestly. They're all products developed by various subsidiaries in Dragon Nation. While these chips still lag behind ours to some extent, the gap is now negligible. I believe it won't take more than a few months for them to catch up with us. Keynes' response was truthful. But his answer failed to satisfy Dawn. You're wrong. These chips weren't independently developed by their Dragon Nation companies, they borrowed technology from us Eagles. This constitutes a serious infringement of our intellectual property rights. We must defend our interests. A cold smile flickered across Dawn's face. Hearing this, Keynes tried to explain, but under Dawn's icy stare, the words stuck in his throat. Release the announcement immediately, we're taking Dragon Nation to the International Court. Their chips have severely infringed upon our rights. They weren't developed independently at all, they've stolen our technology. Our chips are far more powerful. Dawn narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with venom. At this moment, he cared about nothing else. As long as it could make the Dragon Nation suffer, what did it matter if evidence was fabricated? In this world, no country dared to judge the Eagle. Though he felt this approach was somewhat unethical, he dared not defy Dawen's will. Cairns could only instruct his subordinates to produce an investigation report, accusing the Dragon Nation of infringing upon their intellectual property. They even took the Longway Academy of Sciences straight to the International Court. The news naturally caused an uproar. I knew it. The Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have developed their chips independently. The evidence is crystal clear, their chips are blatant copies of Eagle Chan's technology. I even suspect their nanolithography machines were stolen through espionage, not developed in-house. This is par for the course for Dragon Nation. After all, it's a country built on plagiarism and copying. Their intellectual property protection is utterly inadequate, even novels are rife with pirated versions. Countless self-proclaimed experts on Dragon Nation once again transformed into self-righteous critics, launching frenzied attacks against the country. After accepting the case, the International Court openly ruled that Dragon Nation had stolen Eagle Nation's technology without notifying them, demanding Dragon Nation cease chip production. If Dragon Nation wished to continue chip production, it must pay a portion of the patent fees to Eagle Nation's Academy of Sciences. Such bandit-like behavior was naturally possible because the International Court had Eagle Nation's backing. Upon learning this news, Lucio was utterly flabbergasted by Eagle's maneuver. Chips for various operating systems are inherently similar. The chips developed by Longxing and Daimi Group, being for mobile operating systems, would naturally share functional similarities with Eagle's chips. But this absolutely cannot be evidence of plagiarism. Chapter 108, Stealing Our Future Patents. The external pressure from public opinion is overwhelming right now. Even many ordinary citizens in Longway have fallen for the Western media's propaganda, believing our chips are plagiarized from the Eagle Nation. Run Tsong sighed deeply. Even our Longxing Group's products have been affected. If need be, we'll start from scratch, overturn the existing chip theory foundation, and develop a truly high-end product. We'll crush those Eagle chips under our feet. Lu Cho remained utterly unfazed. Run Song's face twisted into a bitter smile. Easier said than done. You must understand, developing this chip took us over 4 years. Developing a chip more efficient than Eagle's now is just too difficult, it's simply impossible. Their company's R&D team was exceptionally strong. Even compared to some electronics experts at the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, they held their own. But alas, the difficulty was simply too great. I don't see the difficulty. If need be, I'll release the new chip for Longxing and Daimi Group to use. You can just pay us, the Academy, a portion of the patent royalties from your sales. Lu Cho said with a smile. Run Song's eyes widened instantly as he stared at him in disbelief. Mr. Lin, are you joking? What we're attempting is to overturn the foundational logic of Eagle's chips and establish an entirely new system. Such a task would take at least a decade to accomplish. He wondered if Lu Cho had lost his mind. Though they all knew Lu Cho possessed formidable research capabilities, a true polymath whose inventions spanned countless fields. The breadth of his inventions spanned virtually every field. But invention was one thing, researching foundational logic wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. 3 days. I only need 3 days to develop a chip with computational power far surpassing Eagle's. Then we'll see if the International Court still ignores the facts and sides with Eagle. After making this declaration, Lu Cho immediately retreated into seclusion. Even Zhou Hong, who had always placed unwavering faith in Lu Chou, couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile upon hearing the news. Young people are just like that, they can't handle a little provocation. The international court's ruling must have really gotten to him. That's why he wants to completely overturn Eagle's existing chip research system and start from scratch. Zhou Hong shook his head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the time Lu Chou had promised. However, everyone had dismissed Lu Chou's earlier words as mere youthful bravado, so they hadn't taken them seriously. Naturally, they harbored little expectation. That was until Ren Song, Zhou Hong, and the others received a call from Lu Chou. The chip has been developed entirely based on our independent theoretical framework, with no trace of Eagle Chip's technology. Upon receiving this news, the group rushed straight to the Academy of Sciences. Gazing at the rice grain-sized chip encased in its protective cover, they all stared in stunned disbelief. Traditional chips use copper-clad laminate as the base material, with circuits etched onto it using photolithography. I've changed the fundamental material, resulting in significantly superior information transmission performance. This chip is a full 50% smaller than Eagle's chip, yet its processing speed is at least 30% faster. Lu Chou pointed at the chip before him with evident pride. Naturally dissatisfied with the international court's baseless accusations, he had poured his efforts into developing this new chip. Ren Song stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Academician Lu is truly a genius. Who would have thought he possessed such formidable talent in electronics? Our group's researchers might as well resign. Exactly. Yet our company's researchers spent 4 or 5 years just catching up to Eagle's footsteps, only to develop a few chips with less than smooth performance. I can't wait to see how Eagle and those folks at the international court react. The crowd spoke with palpable excitement. They felt a deep sense of vindication. You too should focus on developing your latest products right away. Implement the chip I just developed and let the world witness the power of our Dragon Nation's chips. Lu Chou declared confidently. The chip he developed not only featured a smaller footprint and faster processing speed but also boasted a significantly extended lifespan. No more lagging after prolonged use. Another week passed, and based on the chip developed by Chengfeng, Longxing, and Daimi Group finally launched their latest product. Previous chips adopted internationally standardized models, which led to significant issues in performance and lifespan. The chip we've developed now far surpasses any chip developed by any country in the world, with processing speeds 30% faster than commonly available chips on the market. At the product launch event, Ren Song and his team spoke with palpable excitement. Their eyes brimmed with pride and satisfaction. This is Longhua's own chip, the true Longhua Core. The new product had barely been unveiled when it immediately caused a huge stir. Recently, Longxing Group and Daimi Group had been embroiled in a plagiarism scandal. Who would have thought that to counter the accusations, they would unveil a chip with even superior performance? Naturally, they didn't think Ren Song was exaggerating. Whether the chip's efficiency truly lived up to his claims would become evident after some real-world use. Almost the moment the new product hit the market, the Eagle Sage Academy spies in Dragon Nation managed to snatch a prototype. The Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences immediately began intensive reverse engineering to uncover the technology embedded within this mobile chip. The results of their research left everyone utterly stunned. This was an entirely new type of chip. It was entirely distinct from their existing chip development framework, forming its own unique school. Moreover, its performance matched the official specifications released by the Dragon Nation perfectly. Kane's face darkened as he handed the report back to Dawn. He could already picture how grim Dawn's expression must be. However, instead of erupting in fury as he'd expected, Dawn set the test report down with a faint smile. China still plagiarized our patents. This chip was originally our invention, though we never disclosed it. What they copied is our future patent. Chapter 109, Overwhelming with Might. What is shamelessness? In the past, Cairns had always believed that as president, Don Perry's hypocrisy and nonsense were already the height of shamelessness. But now, Don had once again shattered his perception of what was possible. Infringing on Eagle's future patent rights? Such words actually coming from the mouth of a nation's president. Your Excellency, if you truly declare to the world that Dragon Nation's chips infringe upon our future patents, it will likely become an international laughingstock. Keynes pleaded earnestly. His words deeply annoyed Dayan, who shot Keynes a fierce glare before slowly replying. What do you know? They can simply upgrade our existing chips based on the template developed by the Dragon Nation. Then we'll have similar products too. Who's infringing on whose patents will be crystal clear, won't it? Don's words immediately drew unanimous agreement from his sycophantic advisors. Their sycophantic skills had reached a certain level of mastery. You're absolutely right, sir. If we hurry and develop this type of chip, we can just throw it out there in the open. Everyone will assume Dragon Nation copied our future patents. Exactly. Does your Academy of Sciences have a better solution? Or can you produce chips superior to Longhua's? Immediately instruct our PR and legal departments to continue denouncing Longhua's crimes. Ultimately, Eagle's Public Relations Department issued a formal protest. Longhua's newly developed chips infringe upon Eagle Nation's future patents. We demand Longwa's government immediately recall all newly released chip products. Furthermore, we demand the Long Kingdom government immediately destroy all infringing products and compensate our Eagle Nation. These words immediately caused an uproar. How shameless. I've never seen such brazen audacity. What does future patent rights even mean? Doesn't that just imply they haven't developed it yet? Who knew such an unreasonable nation existed? If this logic holds, I'd argue that in 10 years, the entire territory of Eagle Nation will belong to Dragon Nation. Eagle Nation is encroaching on Dragon Nation's future land. Far from achieving their goal of slandering the Dragon Nation, Eagle's remarks only succeeded in making them the laughingstock of the entire world. Countries that had previously harbored doubts about Dragon Nation's chips began placing orders en masse after hearing Eagle's delusional claims. In no time, orders for Dragon Nation chips poured in like snowflakes, reaching a staggering $1 trillion level in less than a week. Meanwhile, American chip companies, disrupted by the Dragon Nation's explosive growth, began to wither. Order volumes plummeted by a full 50%. This meant a drastic plunge in tax revenue for the Eagle Nation. Inside the Eagle Nation's black house at that moment, Dawn's face darkened with fury. Damn it! It's one thing for those small nations to place orders with the Dragon Nation, but why are so many of our own Eagle brand allies ordering chips from them? Don't they realize our greatest common enemy is precisely the Dragon Nation? He glared furiously at his subordinates as he demanded, "Summon the leaders of those allied nations immediately. I intend to lay bare their betrayal." Soon, under the Eagle's coordination, leaders from Western nations convened a video conference. "It seems you've all forgotten the threat Dragon Nation poses to our nations. How dare you place chip orders with them? Are the chips developed by our Eagle Nation insufficient for your needs?" Dawn glared at the Western heads of state, his expression darkening as he demanded. The Prime Minister of Britain shrugged. "Your Excellency should be well aware that these chips developed by the Dragon Nation are not only extremely low cost, but their lifespan and processing speed have also been significantly enhanced. Getting better products for less money is something any buyer would welcome. I don't understand what there is to criticize. He's saying you think we shouldn't buy Dragon Nation's chips, and that your Eagle Academy of Sciences should develop products superior to Dragon Nation's chips." His words immediately drew agreement from numerous Western nations. Though they'd long maintained hostile relations with Dragon Nation and routinely sided with the Eagle-eyed Nation in everyday matters, when it came to their own vital interests, they knew exactly how to choose. Seeing the crowd completely disregard their eagle-wielding allies, Dawn's expression darkened considerably. "Gentlemen, do not forget which nation aided you when you were destitute after the war. Is this how you repay your benefactor? While our Eagle Nation may have been surpassed by Dragon Nation in chip technology for now, we still possess other cutting-edge technologies that Dragon Nation lacks. Should you refuse to use our Eagle Nation chips, we will also prohibit the export of those other advanced technologies to all nations." Dawn's threat was blatant. His words left every Western head of state present looking extremely grim. After hesitating for a long while, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation finally spoke up. "Your Excellency, you misunderstand. Our nations never intended to procure chips from the Dragon Nation. We merely sought to purchase samples for reverse engineering purposes. As for large-scale chip procurement orders, we will certainly continue to place them with Eagle's chip manufacturers." He plastered on a flattering smile, his face stretched into a broad grin. This left the other Western leaders in a difficult position. Dragon Nation's chips were undeniably superior to Eagle Nation's in both performance and affordability. Yet if they abandoned Eagle's chips, they would lose access to other cutting-edge technologies from Eagle. With no other choice, the Western leaders reluctantly opted for compromise. "Enough. We Western nations are allies on the same front. How can we be divided on such matters? We shall continue using Eagle's chips." "Precisely. China is currently in a period of rapid expansion. We must find ways to curb its momentum, lest it dismantle our alliance from within." Under mounting pressure, many Western leaders ultimately relented. A subtle, triumphant smile spread across Dawn's face. The sheer satisfaction of forcing others to yield under pressure was indescribably gratifying. Chapter 110, Dragon Nation Stealing Our Secrets? Dragon Nation, South Sea. Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were furious. Recently, our nation's chips have inexplicably faced numerous new sanctions, barring their export to Western countries. This is clearly the work of the Eagle. This is classic trade protectionism. Whether companies choose to use Dragon Nation chips should be decided by the market, not their governments. Our chips are clearly more affordable and of higher quality. Why are these Western nations still flocking to choose the Eagle's chips? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Shu Yun sighed beside them. According to my sources, it said that Eagle Nation's President Dawn personally threatened other Western leaders on the spot, demanding they choose between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation chips. If they choose to continue using our chips, Eagle Chan will impose technological sanctions on these Western nations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Qiu may be a true polymath, but our Dragon Nation's technological foundation remains far too weak. We lag behind Eagle Nation comprehensively in every single field. Although Luchio's efforts have led to significant progress in certain technological fields recently, we still lag behind the Eagle Nation overall. As the president of the Academy of Sciences, he bore undeniable responsibility for this state of affairs and felt profoundly guilty. Had it not been for concerns over Eagle's technological blockade, perhaps Dragon Nation could have secured even more allied nations. You can't expect to eat a whole pig in one bite. I have faith in Luchio's capabilities. He will lead our nation's technological advancement to leapfrog to the world's forefront. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials offered reassurance. Just as their meeting reached a heated discussion, a secretary rushed in frantically. "Leaders, we have a crisis." He placed a report before them, his face etched with urgency. Several smaller nations that recently purchased our Dragon Nation chips have reported that their national security information was hacked after using our chips, with massive amounts of data stolen. These nations suspect our chips are compromised and believe we could use them to steal their intelligence. Now, our Dragon Nation chips have plunged into a public relations crisis across the entire international community. Upon hearing this news, several high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation wore expressions of shock. They knew their own business best. Their independently developed chips inevitably contained backdoors, including functions to read user information and data. However, without the highest authorization from Dragon Nation's leadership, no technician was permitted to access the technology behind chip users, and they had never granted such permission. Was this the personal initiative of Luchio and his team? That kid has really stirred up a hornet's nest. The only individuals holding core chip access rights, aside from the Dragon Nation's top leadership, were a handful of technicians like Luchio. Impossible. Though young, Luchio understands priorities. He must know the public backlash from stealing foreign intelligence during the initial rollout of our Dragon Nation chips. We should still summon Luchio for questioning. Let him figure out a solution. At the unanimous request of the group, Luchio rushed from the laboratory to the Tiannan Conference Center. Academician Lu, please review this intelligence first. Longwa's high-ranking officials had a stack of documents placed before Luchio. After reviewing them, he finally understood why they had summoned him. Stealing other nations' data is not my doing. I even suspect this wasn't done by anyone from our Dragon Nation at all. It's the Eagle Nation deliberately framing us. Luchio stated solemnly. Upon hearing his reminder, the others suddenly understood, their expressions shifting to one of realization. You're absolutely right. It's definitely because our Dragon Nation's chips have been getting so many orders lately that Eagle Nation and others are green with envy, trying to smear us. Unfortunately, we lack sufficient evidence to prove the data theft was the Eagle's doing. We can't clear our name. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official frowned as he spoke. That's actually quite simple. Luchio suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. While building a comprehensive cyber defense system demands significant time and resources, pinpointing the origin of a data attack is actually quite straightforward. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. You have expertise in information security? Everyone asked in unison. Just a little, he replied. I can develop a data tracking system capable of tracing the origin of a hacker's attack. That will prove our nation's innocence, Luchio stated with remarkable composure. His words sent a collective gasp of astonishment through the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. In the realm of scientific research, was there anything Luchio couldn't master? Then this mission is yours. Develop the data tracing device as quickly as possible. We must prove our innocence without delay. Luchio nodded firmly. I understand. If we don't clear our name, our chip sales will inevitably hit a deadlock, severely impacting Longwa's economic development. After accepting the assignment, he returned to the Academy of Sciences. He prepared to develop the data traceability system. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. Representatives from numerous smaller nations, discovering their classified data had been compromised, stormed in, filled with righteous indignation. Though these nations themselves weren't particularly powerful and held almost no secrets from major powers, they viewed Dragon Nation's brazen intrusion into their networks as an extremely serious provocation. We small nations possess sovereignty too. The Dragon Nation's brazen theft of our confidential information has severely threatened our national security. We strongly protest this and urge the international community to take notice, demanding justice for us smaller nations. Dragon Nation's chips pose serious security risks. Do not place any orders for them. Countless small nations began fiercely criticizing Dragon Nation's chips at the United Nations and other international organizations. As a result, Dragon Nation's chips, which had previously enjoyed massive sales, suddenly saw a sharp decline in demand. It was a precipitous drop. So much so that chip manufacturers' equipment began sitting idle. Chapter 111, Data Traceability System. For Dragon Nation, the situation was extremely unfavorable. But for Eagle Sauce, the decline in imports of domestic films from Dragon Country naturally funneled all orders into Eagle Sauce Enterprises. Orders poured in like snowflakes, temporarily boosting Eagle's economic and trade capabilities once more. Now that those smaller nations have lost trust in the Dragon Nation, I believe we should keep pouring fuel on the fire and give it another push from behind. Eagle Nation, within the Black Palace. Dawn's expression shifted between anger and frustration. He addressed the intelligence chief before him. The cyber attacks on the small nations' networks were actually orchestrated by Eagle's own information security center, all to smear Dragon Nation. Who would have thought the effect would be so significant? Your Excellency, whatever you have in mind, just tell me. I'll make sure my people handle it perfectly. The intelligence minister said excitedly. This smear campaign posed virtually no challenge for him. The cyber defenses of those small nations were like paper to the formidable Eagle's information security center. A mere poke was enough to breach them. Leak classified documents from several of these small nations to their hostile rivals. Ideally, provoke a localized conflict. The more chaos, the better for us. Dawn's expression turned ruthless as he spoke. The intelligence minister couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Isn't this going too far? With Dragon Nation's conventional weapons already being sold below market price, wouldn't provoking a local conflict just hand them an expanded market for free? The intelligence minister voiced his concern. Once conflict erupts, conventional weapons are the fastest to deplete. Don't worry. Our goal is to ruin Dragon Nation's reputation. Even if they sell tons of conventional weapons, who would buy from them if they lose basic credibility? Dawn lectured earnestly. The intelligence minister's expression cleared as understanding dawned. He immediately began contacting hostile factions within these smaller nations, selling them all the classified data he had stolen. This included even the defensive layouts of military fortresses. Armed with this classified intelligence, the hostile factions couldn't contain their excitement and prepared to overthrow the governments of these small nations. 4 or 5 full-scale conflicts erupted across the Black Pearl continent and the desert regions. The official forces of these small nations were routed almost instantly. They were utterly baffled as to how their military defense systems could be so thoroughly exposed to the enemy. The enemy effortlessly bypassed their defenses, striking precisely at their weakest points. Western media began stirring up propaganda. It must be that Dragon Nation stole intelligence from these countries and handed it over to hostile forces. Now Dragon Nation's conventional weapons are selling like hotcakes. If we ask which nation benefits most from the outbreak of war and conflict, it's undoubtedly Dragon Nation. Upon analysis, it's undeniably true. Global-scale unrest and warfare would be an absolute windfall for the Dragon Nation, which mass-markets conventional weapons. How outrageous! The Dragon Nation is truly calculating. Despite possessing such formidable strength, it resorts to such underhanded tactics to prey upon smaller nations. Western media reports naturally fueled suspicion among these smaller nations. They immediately launched international condemnations against the Dragon Nation. We strongly condemn the Dragon Nation's heinous crimes of supporting terrorist forces. Since the outbreak of war, countless innocent civilians have been displaced and many more have perished in the conflict. We call upon all compassionate nations worldwide to unite in boycotting the Dragon Nation. We have had enough of Dragon Nation's brazen interference in our domestic affairs. Such hegemonic actions have sparked intense outrage among our citizens. Upon witnessing this, numerous Western nations also stepped forward to condemn Dragon Nation. Kicking someone when they're down reached its peak at this moment. The entire Western world was waiting to see Dragon Nation's downfall. At this moment in Dragon Nation, Lu Qiu had tuned out all surrounding noise, focusing solely on developing the data traceability system. In less than 3 days, the system was fully developed. Now we can reach out to those smaller nations and offer them our data tracing system for free. Let's see who exactly was stealing their data all along. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Though he had blocked external information during this period, it was obvious even to a fool how immense the public pressure Dragon Nation had endured. It was time to vent that pent-up frustration. Lu Qiu's research findings put the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials at ease. The usually reserved spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had also begun to speak with new resolve. We have reached our limit in tolerating the baseless accusations leveled against us by certain nations. Recently, our Academy of Sciences has developed a data traceability system capable of pinpointing the origin of all hacker attacks. We urge all nations affected by data breaches to adopt our system to uncover the true culprits behind these attacks, to expose who is deliberately disrupting global order. Upon learning of this announcement from Dragon Nation, all the hackers at Eagle Nation's Information Security Center burst into laughter. Pure fantasy. All our attacks undergo billions of port transformations. Traceability back to Eagle is impossible. This move is nothing but courting trouble. Exactly. I've never heard of any nation's data tracing system bypassing layers of shells and firewalls for direct identification. They're just trying to dodge responsibility. Hearing the experts at the Information Security Center speak thus, Dawn and the Intelligence Minister both breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the Dragon Nation seems to realize we've been stirring the pot, trying to drag us Eagles into the mess. But this data tracing system they've come up with is utterly useless. Dawn said with a delighted smile. In that case, why not encourage the countries affected by the data breach to use Dragon Nation's system? If Dragon Nation can't deliver, they'll be humiliated. The intelligence minister's eyes twinkled as he devised a counter-strategy. Excellent. Proceed exactly as you suggest. Dawn chuckled. Rest assured, Dragon Nation's lies will be exposed. Then we'll pile on the pressure, trapping them in an awkward position and triggering a credibility crisis. Soon, no nation worldwide will dare to do business with them. As if envisioning the chain reaction of consequences for Dragon Nation, Dawn's smile broadened once more. Chapter 112, A New Crisis. If the Dragon Nation truly possesses data traceability capabilities, let them prove it. The real worry is that the Dragon Nation fabricated some so-called data traceability system just to avoid the recent backlash and deceive everyone. Countless Western experts and media outlets began stirring up trouble behind the scenes, leaving many smaller nations torn between belief and skepticism. Ultimately, curiosity got the better of them, and they all expressed willingness to adopt Dragon Nation's data traceability system to uncover the true culprit behind the scenes. Dragon Nation provided the data traceability system free of charge to nations plagued by data breaches, teaching them how to use it. When these nations began auditing their historical data, all evidence pointed to one country. The Eagle. Damn it! So this was all Eagles doing all along. They deliberately tried to smear Dragon Country to undermine China's chip industry. It seems our official adversaries possess such detailed knowledge of our military deployments precisely because Eagle Lady is supplying them with data behind the scenes. This is outrageous. They provoke this war for no reason, just to suppress the Dragon Nation? They have no idea how many lives our country has lost to this conflict. When the Traceability Systems investigation report was presented to the public, everyone erupted in outrage. The accusations that had been directed at the Dragon Nation now turned entirely toward the Eagle Nation. They began to lash out furiously. Dawn was utterly stunned. Glaring fiercely at the intelligence minister and the experts from the Information Security Center, he demanded in a rage. Didn't you claim our firewall was impenetrable? That Dragon Nation's data tracing system couldn't possibly capture our IP locations? Now all evidence points directly at us, Eagle Nation. With public opinion overwhelming us, we have no chance to defend ourselves. Dawn declared furiously. Theoretically, it was indeed unlikely. But no one knows exactly who in Dragon Nation actually developed the traceability system, exposing our attack traces to the world. The intelligence minister replied awkwardly. Minimize the fallout from this incident immediately, or your position as intelligence minister is over. He declared furiously. Maliciously provoking war, stealing military secrets from other nations, smearing the Dragon Nation. Any one of these acts alone would be enough to make the Eagle Nation despised by the entire world. Now they've committed them all. The slightest misstep could trigger a massive public relations disaster. It could even bring utter ruin upon the Eagle Nation. A bitter smile flickered across the intelligence minister's face. The negative repercussions of this incident are beyond what our intelligence department alone can resolve. We must mobilize the entire Eagle Nation. The Eagle Nation now stood at the epicenter of global scrutiny. Not even the Minister of Intelligence, let alone Dowan himself, could easily resolve this crisis. Dawn understood the minister's words were true, especially considering the man had served under him for decades. He didn't want to discard the intelligence chief like a sacrificial pawn. Summon all officials in the presidential office immediately. We'll discuss this together and see if we can devise a sound solution. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation, inside the Academy of Sciences, Lu Cho glanced at the online news and a faint smile appeared on his face. Excellent. It seems the data traceability system is quite effective after all. It actually uncovered evidence of Eagle San stealing information from other countries. Lu Cho remarked cheerfully. You're something else, kid. I honestly don't know what field you haven't mastered yet. Now that our country's suspicions have been cleared, ship orders are flooding in again. Zhou Hong chuckled. Shen Guoliang, standing nearby, snorted coldly. What do you mean, master of every field? In matters of love, this kid is more clueless than anyone. Lately, Lu Qiu had been holed up in the lab, even cutting back on contact with Jiang Ying. This had left Shen Guoliang deeply dissatisfied. He held high hopes for his granddaughter's husband, Lu Qiu. If the two families could unite in marriage, he'd be smiling in his sleep. Lu Qiu flashed an awkward smile. I've been incredibly busy lately. But I finally have some free time these days, so I've already made plans to have dinner with Xiaoying tomorrow. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Hearing this, Shen Guoliang's expression softened slightly. At least you've got some sense, kid. While the lab work is incredibly important, it affects our nation's standing on the international stage. Your personal happiness absolutely can't be neglected. He spoke earnestly, adopting the air of someone who'd been there before. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement. You young folks need to get out more. Don't keep all your focus locked in the lab. You've already provided detailed blueprints for some experiments to our researchers. Let your team handle them. You need to relax more yourself. Lu Qiu had earned the nickname workaholic within the Academy of Sciences. During peak research periods, he routinely worked overtime until 2 or 3 in the morning. Both Zhou Hong and the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were both shocked and delighted by Lu Qiu's relentless work ethic. They feared the young man might collapse from overwork. Where else could the nation find such scientific talent? Lu Qiu knew his own body well. After several system upgrades to his physical constitution, his stamina had grown increasingly robust, allowing him to focus more intently on his research. I can't afford to be complacent. Our technological development started late fall behind once, and you'll lag forever. If we don't urgently boost Longwa's overall scientific strength, we'll forever be held down by the Eagle Nation, unable to lift our heads. Lucio said earnestly. Although the chip-related public relations crisis in our Dragon Nation has been resolved this time, I still feel the Eagle Nation won't let this go so easily. For years, the Eagle Nation has dominated the global chip industry, even making it one of their pillar industries. Now that most of the international chip market has been captured by our Dragon Nation, who knows what tricks the Eagle Nation might be plotting? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone burst into the Academy of Sciences. Bad news. Look at today's headlines. Eagle's Secretary of State Michelle is personally sneaking into our precious island to discuss arms sales and deepening military cooperation. His words swept through the Academy like a storm across the sea, instantly stirring up a tempest of shockwaves. Chapter 113, Defying Heaven and Earth. Sneak into the island? Everyone in the Academy froze in shock. For various reasons, though separated from the Dragon Nation, the island had always been its territory, never an independent state. Yet, unexpectedly, the Eagle Nation had taken such a drastic step, openly declaring their intention to send their Secretary of State to visit the Treasure Island. This was truly shocking news. The slightest misstep could ignite an international conflict or even spark a world war. Looks like you were right after all. The Eagle couldn't just ignore our counterattack. Who knew they were holding back such a big move? Zhou Hong remarked with a look of deep emotion. The reason the Eagle dares to make such a brazen visit to the island is simply because they believe our military strength is still insufficient and our overall capabilities are far inferior to theirs. That's why they act so recklessly. If we possessed weapons of mass destruction and strategic-level military capabilities, would they dare to act this way? Lu Qiu felt a surge of indignation. At this moment, the Dragon Nation government had also issued a statement. We strongly condemn any support the Eagle Nation extends to the island. Their actions are unquestionably escalating tensions. If the Eagle Nation wishes to avoid conflict with us, they must immediately halt the Secretary of State's unauthorized visit to the island. Among the Dragon Nation's populace, many felt deeply aggrieved by the Eagle's actions. This is outrageous. We've long heard rumors that certain elements on the island are cozying up to the Eagle, even openly calling it their godfather, fantasizing about gaining its support someday. Who would have thought they'd escalate the conflict so openly? The situation is growing increasingly tense. Sooner or later, the island must return to our embrace. The Eagle's actions clearly defy the course of history. The Eagle and its ilk are utterly out of touch with reality. After their smear campaign against our Dragon Nation was exposed, they've resorted to anger and shame, ready to tear off the mask. With such petty-mindedness, they still dare to call themselves the world's #1 power. Many Dragon Nation citizens began to mock them with scorn. Countries worldwide began urging the Eagle Nation to calm down, carefully reconsider its decisions, and avoid irrational actions. Yet neither the Dragon Nation's official warnings nor the global community's pleas fell on Eagle's ears. As Dayan surveyed the flood of global news reports, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Looks like our visit to the island nation has created quite a stir. While we can't openly sever ties with the Dragon Nation, we can certainly encourage the island nation to resist them. Once the Dragon Nation is mired in civil war, they'll have no time to spare. That'll give us Eagles a chance to catch our breath. Dawn remarked with a touch of emotion. Exactly. The very purpose of this visit to the island nation was to secure a moment of respite for their Eagle faction. There was no other way. The scientific pressure from Dragon Nation was simply too overwhelming. The Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences unveiled new scientific products almost daily, and the Eagle Nation simply couldn't keep pace. Especially after the recent developments of lithography machines in Dragon Nation ships, their Eagle exports suffered a massive blow. And after publicly smearing Dragon Nation, they found themselves deep in the vortex of international public opinion. Only by creating a major distraction could Eagle-chan extricate itself from the international controversy. Yet many advisors under him expressed deep concern about this strategy. Your Excellency, should we reconsider canceling the visit to Taiwan? China has always prioritized the sovereignty of Taiwan. If we publicly side with Taiwan and break ties with China this time, they might act irrationally out of anger and humiliation. Please reconsider, Your Excellency. At this critical juncture, completely severing ties with the Dragon Nation would be highly detrimental to our Eagle Nation. Indeed. If Your Excellency intends to support the island, it should be done discreetly, not openly, leaving no room for reconciliation between the two sides. At least half of the presidential advisors pleaded earnestly. Dawn paid no heed to their words. What do you useless fools know? When I asked you to propose a solution to ease our current public pressure, you couldn't come up with anything. Now that I've found such a good method, you dare to openly oppose me. Dawn snapped angrily. My decision is final. No more discussion. Only by escalating this further can we escape the current whirlpool of public opinion. Besides, supporting Taiwan's separation from the Dragon Nation aligns perfectly with our Eagle's interests. Dawn waved his hand impatiently. Secretary of State Michelle, responsible for executing this mission, flashed a respectful expression. Rest assured, Your Excellency. During this visit to the island, I will flawlessly accomplish the mission, supplying them with military equipment to sow discord between them and the Dragon Nation. Though his words echoed Dawn's, his mind was already seething with fury. What a joke! The Dragon Nation had always placed great importance on the island's affairs. What if, while flying to the island this time, his plane was shot down by Dragon Nation missiles? He would be the one to die. He knew full well that Dawn was probably hoping Dragon Nation would strike first and shoot down his plane. That would give the Eagle a legitimate pretext to deploy troops to the island or even use it as an opportunity to launch a full-scale war against the Dragon Kingdom. Dawn stepped forward and patted Michelle's shoulder. Seeming to sense his inner anxiety, he smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the Dragon Nation wouldn't dare attack your presidential plane directly. They'll maintain restraint as always. Plus, we'll deploy an aircraft carrier strike group into the strait. Any sign of trouble from them, and we'll retaliate immediately. His words sent shockwaves through Michelle's mind, yet brought him immense relief. An aircraft carrier strike group entering the strait directly? Combined with my state visit, this could provoke even greater conflict. Even Milgon from the military found it hard to fathom Dawn's approach. He hadn't even known that Dawn had ordered the military's carrier fleet into the strait. Several hawkish advisors attempted to interject with objections, only to fall silent under Dawn's piercing glare. Get ready. In 3 days, the carrier strike group will land on the island with you. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. You must secure an agreement with the island's ruling authorities. Dawn said solemnly. Chapter 114, just 3 months. Michelle finally departed aboard his special aircraft. Accompanying him on the visit was a massive aircraft carrier strike group and an escort of fighter jets. Under the gaze of the entire world, they flew straight toward the island. Watching the aircraft gradually vanish into the sky, a faint smile appeared on Dawn's face. There are still people on the island who genuinely want our support. This time, Michelle's negotiations are bound to succeed. Dawn remarked with a smile. His heart brimmed with confidence. Though the advisors around him outwardly praised Daowen's plan to divide the Dragon Nation, they privately harbored doubts. Given Dragon Nation's current strength and its determination to reclaim the treasure island, it would never stand idly by and watch the island grow too close to the eagle-wielding nation. If that led to a large-scale war, it would be impossible to stop. Dawn turned to look at Milgon and asked, Has the carrier strike group we deployed completed its weapons upgrades? Milgon looked like he'd been injected with adrenaline, nodding frantically as he replied. Thanks to the new weapons developed by the Academy of Sciences, our carrier strike group is even equipped with ion weapons. Even if we encounter Dragon Nation's mecha warriors again, we won't be crushed in one fell swoop like last time. Beyond that, the fighter escorts accompanying us have also undergone weapon upgrades. While they may not match the agility of the combat mechs they've developed, they shouldn't be underestimated. Milgon declared with brimming confidence. Dawn smiled and nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely why he felt confident enough to engage with the island nation and even prepare to sell them a portion of these weapons. If the Dragon Nation relied on their self-developed mech warriors to target the Eagle's carrier strike group again this time, they would surely suffer a bitter defeat. Dragon Nation. News of Michelle's plane taking off had already spread like wildfire across the entire Dragon Nation internet. People were itching to shoot down Michelle's special aircraft. If they dare come, we should just strike them down. Why keep issuing warnings like we always do instead of taking action? Your hostility is a bit excessive, isn't it? He's the Secretary of State of a sovereign nation. Shooting down his plane would amount to a decapitation strike. There'd be no room left for reconciliation between us and the eagle-eyed bastards. Are we just supposed to stand by and watch Michelle go to the island? That's Chinese territory. Who knows what kind of deal the current rulers there might strike with the Eagle Nation? Countless ordinary citizens were deeply concerned. As for the Dragon Nation's leadership, their hearts were torn with conflict. Inside the Tiannan Conference Hall at this moment, Dragon Nation's top leadership gathered together. Everyone was filled with anxiety. Those eagle-eyed bastards have ignored our official warnings and are stubbornly pushing ahead with their visit to the island. This action has severely damaged our nation's interests, yet we can do nothing about it. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials spoke with grim expressions. Indeed. We currently lack the strength to confront the Eagles head-on. If we were to shoot down Michelle's plane outright, Dragon Nation would likely be dragged into the vortex of international public opinion. That would be a difficult situation to manage. That Eagle's move is truly vicious, a classic strategy of removing the fuel from beneath the pot. Damn it! Though our nation possesses strategic weapons like combat mechs and orbital ion cannons, we still fall short of the Eagle Nation overall. If we ever gain the strength to confront them, we'll shoot down Michelle no matter what. This feeling is unbearably painful. A sense of humiliation rose from the depths of everyone's hearts. 3 months. Just 3 months, and I'll make Dragon Nation strong enough to challenge Eagle Chan. Just as the Tiannan South conference room fell into a despairing silence, a young voice suddenly rang out. All the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials turned their gaze toward Lu Qiu, seated at the back of the conference room, their faces filled with astonishment. Are you kidding us? Do you even understand what you're saying? That in 3 months, our military might will surpass the Eagle Nation? Shuyan stared intently at Lu Qiu, his expression thick with disbelief. Absolutely no problem. I've recently drafted a proposal for Longwa's future military research. Everyone can take a look. After Lu Qiu finished speaking, a copy of the plan was handed to each person. As the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials scrutinized the research projects outlined in the documents, their eyes widened in astonishment. They stared at Lu Qiu as if he were some kind of demon or monster. Unbelievable. What on earth is going on in your head? An aerospace carrier. Isn't that something only seen in sci-fi movies? With our current propulsion systems, we struggle to build magnetic levitation trains, let alone a floating military fortress in the sky. And then there's this super fighter jet with a nuclear engine. Forget whether it can even be developed. Whether the aircraft materials can withstand such speeds is a huge question mark. Everyone shook their heads and chuckled bitterly. You all know my nature. I wouldn't make promises lightly without absolute certainty. I am confident we can develop all these scientific breakthroughs within 3 months. Lu Qiu looked at the crowd with unwavering confidence. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials couldn't help but feel their resolve waver. If every project you envision becomes reality, our military strength will surpass the Eagle Nation within 3 months. Regardless of success or failure, we will spare no effort to support you over the next 3 months. Set aside your current R&D tasks for now. Focus all your energy on developing advanced military weaponry. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials patted Lu Qiu's shoulder solemnly, speaking with deep conviction. If you truly succeed in developing these advanced weapons, our Dragon Nation could stand toe-to-toe with the Eagle Nation on Blue Star. Should large-scale conflict erupt, the outcome remains entirely uncertain. Everyone pinned their hopes on Lu Qiu. For a moment, the weight on his shoulders felt overwhelmingly heavy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We understand the gap between our Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. If these scientific breakthroughs can be achieved, that would be ideal. But if they aren't, it won't be your fault at all. This decision was made collectively by all of us present. Fearing he might be bearing too much burden, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials smiled reassuringly. Chapter 115, Weapons Procurement Contract. A plane touched down slowly on the island. Michel had been on edge the entire journey, fearing that Dragon Nation's shells might suddenly appear from nowhere and blow him to smithereens. Fortunately, the journey had been fraught with danger but ended without incident. His private jet landed safely on the island. This experience gave Michel a clearer perspective on the Dragon Nation. As he surveyed the high-ranking officials of the island's government gathered at the airport to greet him, a hint of pride flashed across Michel's face, restoring his confidence as a leader of a great nation. Your Excellency's visit to our island is an honor beyond measure. We are truly humbled and delighted. Guoming, the island's chief representative, said with an obsequious smile. Michel nodded with great pride, not even deigning to look at Guoming as he strode directly toward the waiting limousine. Guoming felt deeply humiliated and furious, but he knew that only by following the Eagle's lead could they counterbalance the Dragon Nation and secure their own interests. He forced himself to swallow his anger and escorted Michel to the banquet hall. Surveying the lavishly decorated banquet hall, Michel shook her head. It was clear the authorities on the island held her arrival in high regard, but she couldn't be bothered with the insincere flattery of these sycophants. You should know why I'm here. We, the Eagle, intend to supply you with military equipment and even conduct joint military exercises provided you find a way to stir up unrest in the Dragon Nation. Michel said with a frown. Guoming was stunned. He had assumed Michel's visit was to deliver military supplies, offer encouragement to the island, or even publicly support them on the international stage. But now he was being asked to provoke conflict between Taiwan and the Dragon Nation. That seems rather unwise. Your Excellency should be aware of our island's capabilities. It's merely a tiny speck of land. If we were to engage in direct conflict with the Dragon Nation, they could invade our shores in the blink of an eye. A bitter smile flickered across Guoming's face. Dawn shot him a fierce glare. You lot are spineless. You don't even have the guts to break ties with the Dragon Nation. Frankly, I think it'd be better if they just sent troops to occupy your island outright. Do you think our Eagle's aircraft carrier fleet is just for show? If the Dragon Kingdom dares to lay a finger on our island, we Eagles won't stand idly by. We'll seize this opportunity to openly declare war on them. Dawn's words brought relief to Guoming, filling him with immense joy. He knew full well that with their island's limited strength, disrupting Dragon Nation's stability was nearly impossible. But if the Eagle Nation was willing to back them up from behind, he believed the Dragon Nation wouldn't be able to touch them. And as the one in charge, he could reap enormous benefits from the situation. I know corruption is rampant on your island, but let me warn you up front, you're not to entertain any corrupt schemes regarding this batch of military equipment. Should our eagle-eyed team catch wind of it, cooperation with your island will be terminated immediately. Michelle seemed to have read Guoming's thoughts, issuing a solemn reminder. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Guoming's face. Your Excellency, rest assured. Our island's leadership isn't that foolish when it comes to major matters. We'll certainly follow the Eagle's lead. Just give the order, and we can stir up trouble in Dragon Country anytime, Guoming said with a fawning expression. Michelle couldn't be bothered with further small talk. After merely sipping a glass of wine and eating a few bites at the welcome banquet, both parties proceeded to the conference room. Michelle produced a military equipment list. These are some of the military supplies we can provide. Take a quick look. If you have no objections, we can deliver them to you at the lowest possible cost anytime. Guoming tremblingly took the list, his face lighting up with excitement. After just a glance, he nearly gasped aloud. This? Are you actually offering to sell us the latest ion weapons? He exclaimed, utterly stunned. The surrounding high-ranking officials crowded around. After clearly seeing the contents of the list, they all looked utterly wide-eyed, as if they'd never seen anything like it before. With these weapons, even without Eagle's help, we'll be unstoppable in Dragon Country, they exclaimed excitedly. Over the years, the island had never fought such a well-equipped war. Seeing their excited, wide-eyed expressions, Michelle felt an even greater sense of contempt for them. If you find the price acceptable, make your payment promptly. These are our weapons cost prices, we're not overcharging you a single penny, and we've even waived the shipping fees. After glancing over the cost breakdown and weighing their funds, the group solemnly nodded in agreement. We'll take all these weapons. If everything checks out, we'll provoke the Dragon Nation the moment we get them, we'll give them a real headache, Guoming declared with brimming confidence. Michelle paid little heed to their assurances. After enjoying some special services they had arranged, Michelle boarded his flight back. At the airport, Dawn personally led a group of Eagle Sauce officials to greet him. They were all acutely aware that Michelle had taken immense risks during this visit to the island nation, risks that could have easily ended with him being blown to smithereens by the Dragon Nation. The successful negotiations with the island naturally prompted the Eagle's high-ranking officials to treat him with a hero's welcome. You've truly done Eagle Nation a tremendous service this time. Dawn gave Michelle a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes flashing with approval. He immediately ordered his staff. Release a joint communiqué announcing the outcomes of our negotiations with the island. Let the world see our Eagle's unwavering support for the island. I'm confident the Dragon Nation's leadership won't be able to sit still, Dawn declared with a broad smile. Shortly after, the Eagle Nation officially released a joint statement with the Treasure Island. The people of Treasure Island have the right to choose their own way of life. They should not live under the military threat of Dragon Nation. We, the Eagle Nation, will provide Treasure Island with advanced weaponry to help them defend their island's security. The news spread like wildfire, leaving governments worldwide utterly stunned. Did I hear that correctly? After decades, the Eagle has once again sold weapons to the Treasure Island. Such provocative actions clearly serve ulterior motives targeting the Dragon Nation. Should internal turmoil erupt there, the Eagles would undoubtedly emerge as the greatest beneficiaries. Chapter 116, Island Lockdown. This is outrageous. If this continues, the island will definitely take action. South Sea. The Dragon Nation's High Command declared angrily. At this moment, although Lucio had initiated the development of advanced military weapons, it would still take 3 months. They couldn't wait any longer. The weapons procurement list is out. I can't believe it includes strategic-level equipment like ion cannons. Normally, the Eagle Nation hoards such technology like it's buried treasure, yet they're willing to sell it directly to the island. Their goal is to have the island nation restrain our development. After all, our technological progress has been far too rapid lately. What a clever two birds with one stone scheme. Supplying weapons to the island not only keeps our Dragon Nation occupied but also allows the Eagle to establish a foothold near our borders, constantly monitoring our every move. The Dragon Nation's leadership is exceptionally astute. They saw through the Eagle's intentions immediately. There is one approach that could temporarily ease the current tensions. Lucio frowned as he spoke. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials turned their gaze toward the young man. As you all know, if the island nation procures military equipment from the Eagle Nation, it must be transported by sea. And the Eagle's carrier strike group is currently patrolling near the strait to prevent our surprise operations. But we can completely drive their carrier strike group out of the strait altogether. Simultaneously, we can conduct military exercises near the island and directly implement an island blockade. Lucio's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the assembled Dragon Nation leaders. An island blockade? Wouldn't that be overly extreme? If we impose a blockade, wouldn't it prevent the import and export of many goods? Wouldn't that impact the lives of the island's people? One senior official hesitated before speaking. I believe we should act now. The island has grown far too arrogant lately, consistently disregarding our nation. Now they're cozying up to the Eagle so closely it severely undermines our national interests. Exactly. Even if a blockade affects the islanders' daily lives, they'll only resent their own government for recklessly collaborating with the Eagle Nation, not shift the blame onto us. Several high-ranking military officials of the Dragon Nation were known for their fiery tempers. At this moment, their eyes blazed with fury, and they were itching to blockade the island for a year or two. After thorough deliberation, they finally resolved to impose a blockade on the island. Immediately afterward, the Dragon Nation government announced it would conduct large-scale military exercises near the island, implementing a massive blockade. Soon, the Dragon Nation's sole aircraft carrier strike group sailed directly into the strait, driving out the Eagle Nation's carrier group. The Eagle Nation's carriers initially attempted resistance, but under the combined pressure of orbital ion cannons and strategic mecha weapons, they had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the strait. Dragon Nation then deployed optical stealth fighters to patrol the island's periphery, intercepting and halting any vessels detected in the vicinity. Even many businesses from the island nation conducting overseas trade were severely impacted. This naturally sparked considerable discontent among the island's populace. "It's all the fault of our authorities, those little darlings. They foolishly let themselves be used as pawns by the Eagle. Now look, they're far from Dragon Nation and untouched, while Dragon Nation has poured all its wrath upon us. I'm in the ocean trade. With China imposing this blockade on our island, my business has plummeted. If this blockade lasts a few more months, it could push my company straight into bankruptcy. We strongly demand the government immediately sever ties with the Eagle-wielding nation. Even our imported daily necessities are no longer guaranteed. With our most basic human rights stripped away, how can we even talk about confronting the Dragon Nation?" Countless island residents began spontaneously taking to the streets, condemning their government for collaborating with the Eagle Nation. Sweat began beading on Guo Ming's forehead. He never imagined the Dragon Nation would react so fiercely to his weapons purchases from the Eagle Nation. Now, even basic daily necessities were in short supply on the island, with all import and export routes completely blocked. Forget Eagle Swan weapons, even basic necessities like rice, oil, and salt were in short supply. This is outrageous. Does the Dragon Nation truly intend to reclaim our island this year? Hurry and contact the Eagle Nation, see if they have any viable solutions. Guo Ming frowned as he instructed his subordinates. They immediately reached out to Michelle. Michelle was clearly aware of the island's current situation. "Don't panic yet. I'll dispatch the most formidable Eagle Squadron fleet to break through the Dragon Nation's blockade. Once those weapons reach your hands, you'll finally have the means to fight back. 3 days from now, every weapon we promised will be delivered to the island. We won't go back on our word." After hanging up, Michelle immediately sought out Dayan to explain the current situation. Upon learning that their own carrier strike group had been driven off by the Dragon Nation's carriers, Dawn felt a mix of anger and humiliation. This is outrageous. Could our carrier strike group really be powerless against their firepower? Are all of you in the military just eating dry rice? In his shame and fury, Dawn immediately directed his anger at Milgon standing nearby. A look of awkwardness flashed across Milgon's face. "Your Excellency misunderstands. While our carrier strike group is no less capable than the Dragon Nations, even equipped with some of the most advanced ion weapons, the Dragon Nation possesses strategic depth. We're ultimately engaged in long-range warfare, while the Dragon Nation's carrier fleet is backed by a massive land-based defense system. If both our fleets were fighting in the same distant waters away from the mainland, I believe our strength would certainly match theirs. But now, there really isn't much we can do." Milgon sighed. "I don't care what methods your military employs, every single piece of military hardware promised to the island must be delivered within 3 days. We're counting on the island to shoulder some of the pressure from the Dragon Nation." Dawn stared at Milgon with grave expression, his anger reaching its peak. "Beyond that, we must launch another assassination operation targeting the Dragon Nation, especially that researcher Lu Qiu." A cold smile flickered across Dawan's face as if he'd just thought of something. Chapter 117, Codename, Mole. Assassination operation? Dawn's words sent a wave of unease through the intelligence chief's heart. They had previously attempted an assassination operation against Lu Qiu, which ended in failure, with all 3 assassins killed by the Dragon Nation. One assassin had even been tortured by the Dragon Nation, revealing the identity of their Eagle Intelligence Department. At the time, Dawn had sacrificed several scapegoats to cover up the incident. "Sir, our intelligence personnel in the Dragon Nation are limited in number, and each one is critically important. I urge you to consider this matter with the utmost caution. In this tense situation, assassinating key Dragon Nation scientists could trigger an unavoidable conflict with unimaginable consequences. Indeed, we all believe that assassinating Brother Dragon's researchers now could escalate the situation. Dragon Nation might even declare war on us directly. Even if war breaks out, we'll find ourselves on the wrong side of public opinion." Not only the intelligence minister, but many of Dawn's advisors now stared at him with expressions of deep concern. What on earth was going through Dawn's mind? Hearing the counter-arguments from everyone left Dawn feeling quite displeased. "Enough. Do I need you lot telling me how to run things? I said to assassinate the Dragon Nation's researchers, I never specified how." A cold smile flickered across Dawn's face as he swept his gaze over the advisors, his eyes brimming with contempt as if surveying a group of fools. "Our goal is to muddy the waters of the current situation. The assassination can easily be pinned on others. We can frame it as an attack by assassins sent from the island. Once both sides are locked in a bitter struggle, won't our Eagle Nation be able to reap the benefits? His words made everyone's eyes light up. One had to admit, it was indeed a brilliant plan. Whether this plan could be executed smoothly depended entirely on the intelligence department. Don spoke earnestly to the Minister of Commerce beside him. Regardless of whether this assassination succeeds or fails, we cannot leave any assassins or spies we sent to Dragon Nation alive. Everyone who knows this secret must be executed. Therefore, you must find several loyal executioners. The intelligence minister nodded emphatically. Rest assured, sir. Our intelligence operatives are highly trained. Sending them to their deaths is not beyond the realm of possibility. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in the intelligence minister's eyes. The failure of the last assassination mission had left him with a deep sense of shame. This time, he would not slip up no matter what. Back in his office, the intelligence minister pondered for a moment before finally dialing a number. Code name Mole? This is your direct superior. You've served long enough within the Dragon Nation's military. Now is the time to deliver the final blow to the Laughing Eagle. Silence lingered on the other end. Just as the intelligence minister prepared to erupt in fury, Mole finally spoke. What is the mission, sir? I am at your command. For the Eagle, I would gladly give my life. These words lifted the intelligence chief's spirits immensely. What nonsense about life and death. It's just a small favor I need you to do. You should know that a genius scientist named Lucio has recently emerged in Dragon Nation. I want you to find a way to eliminate him. The intelligence chief's words left the mole across from him with a deeply conflicted heart. If I eliminate Lucio, I'll inevitably be unable to remain in Dragon Nation. Have you considered my escape route, sir? The intelligence chief replied with growing impatience. You've been in Dragon Nation for over a decade. Once this mission succeeds, I'll arrange your extradition to Eagle Nation. We'll compensate you handsomely then. Besides you, there's also an entrepreneur named Fengshan who works for us. I'll brief him on this assassination plan as well. He'll do his utmost to coordinate with your actions. If not, let Mole rest assured. Give me 10 days. Within 10 days, I will eliminate Lucio. Mole declared with unwavering confidence. The intelligence chief exhaled deeply after hanging up. This spy, codenamed Mole, was a major mole they had planted within the Dragon Nation's military. He had led a team in international military competitions, which had brought him into contact with their Eagle-branded intelligence agency. They had even arranged treatment for his wife's incurable illness. Ever since, Mole had been utterly loyal to them. He consistently passed on vital intelligence from within the military. They were confident Mole would accomplish this mission as smoothly as ever. Then, he would arrange for another spy to eliminate Mole, even framing the island nation for his death to further destabilize the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Lucio remained utterly unaware that he had already been targeted. He was working feverishly on developing nuclear propulsion systems for aircraft carriers. However, constrained by certain materials, the research naturally could not be completed overnight. Scientific research requires a balance between work and rest. You've poured all your energy into this project lately, keeping yourself under too much pressure. It's time to step back and relax. Seeing Lucio's haggard expression, Xin Guoliang and Zhou Hong couldn't help but say, why not host a big dinner party at the academy tonight? Everyone's been so busy with research lately that they've barely seen their families. This place has become like a second home to us all. Zhou Hong said with a smile. After completing the final data adjustment, Lucio stretched his back, a hint of exhaustion visible on his face. For the past week, he'd been sleeping no more than 5 hours a night, and he was truly worn out. In that case, I'll treat everyone on our project team to a proper meal tonight, Lucio said cheerfully. The lab erupted in cheers. Their first project was a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Both the nuclear engine and the carrier itself were off-the-shelf components, requiring only minor modifications and assembly. The development difficulty wasn't particularly high. However, subsequent projects like the aerospace carrier, a concept straight out of sci-fi films, demanded immense effort from the team. The pressure on each person was immense, which is why Lucio decided to treat the entire lab team. Lucio promptly reserved a large private room at the most luxurious hotel in the capital. After wrapping up a day of research, the group drove excitedly toward the hotel. At that moment, within a special military division of Dragon Nation, Mole wore a look of shock on his face. He hurriedly dialed the number of the Eagle Sauce Intelligence Minister. Sir, we've struck gold. Chapter 118, The Banquet. Big catch? The Intelligence Minister paused upon hearing the news. Could Mole have succeeded already? That was far too fast. Just moments ago, Lucio led every member of their project team to a banquet at a Kyoto hotel. With so many people around, the special forces tasked with protecting him couldn't possibly keep an eye on everything. I might just take out the entire project team in one fell swoop. We're talking over 20 of Dragon Nation's top scientific talents. Mole said excitedly. The Eagle's intelligence minister couldn't sit still. He leapt up from his office chair, his face alight with excitement. Excellent. If you succeed in eliminating Lu Qiu this time, I'll arrange your smooth extradition back. Should you manage to eliminate this entire group of Dragon Nation researchers, upon your return to Eagle Sauce, I might even appoint you as my deputy. After all, empty promises cost nothing, the intelligence minister declared with great arrogance. Hearing this, Mole's excitement grew even more. Rest assured, sir. I will eliminate every last one of those damned Dragon Nation researchers. Not a single one will survive. After hanging up, he frowned and contacted his secretary, instructing them to reserve a private room at the same restaurant where Lu Qiu and his group were gathering. Grasping a pistol, he tucked it into his coat before hurrying toward the hotel. At that moment, Lu Qiu and the others remained completely unaware of the impending danger. Our Academy of Sciences project team has never been this lively before. While we do have gatherings occasionally, us old-timers rarely participate. But while we old-timers might not match your youthful flair for drinking games, we've never been beaten when it comes to sheer drinking capacity. Zhou Hong raised his glass with a hearty laugh, addressing the group. The gathering brought together researchers spanning 3 generations, the elderly, middle-aged, and young. This gathering sent a chill through Zhao Long and the other special forces personnel conducting security duties nearby. Any one of these individuals, taken out of this gathering, would be a heavyweight in Dragon Nation's scientific research field. Stay alert, everyone. This security mission is critical. It concerns the future of Dragon Nation's technology. We cannot afford any mistakes. Zhao Long said solemnly to his teammates beside him. Don't worry, Captain. We've handled security operations like this countless times. There won't be any surprises. Exactly. This is Dragon Nation. Firearms are practically non-existent here. If those assassins only have knives, they pose no threat to us at all. The team chuckled, their words light-hearted though their nerves were taut. Just then, a group of drunken burly men suddenly appeared in the distance. We didn't get a luxury suite at the hotel tonight. I'll be damned if I don't find out which blind bastard dared to snatch our room. A bald-headed, pot-bellied man, clearly the leader. Fuming with rage, he cursed and stormed toward the luxury suite where Lu Qiu and the others were seated. Zhao Long, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but frown. Sir, this private room is already occupied. If you haven't made a reservation, please find another place. Zhao Long hurriedly led his men to block the group of troublemakers, his eyes brimming with caution. The man with the crew cut instantly boiled with rage. Do you know who I am? Ask around all of Kyoto. Have you heard of the Lu family of Tianhe Group? That's the family under my control. The man with the crew cut shouted angrily at Zhao Long. Since he was on security duty, Zhao Long didn't want to escalate the situation. His hand already moved toward his waist as he tried to calm them down. Gentlemen, it seems you've had too much to drink. I suggest you all calm down first. Zhao Long frowned as he spoke. The man accompanying him was Lu Peng, the only son of the chairman of Kyoto's Tianhe Group. He was known for his arrogant and domineering ways. Tonight, when he and his friends came to drink and discovered their usual private room occupied by others, his anger flared uncontrollably. After downing a bottle of liquor, Lu Peng's rage boiled over. Urged on by his henchmen, he led his men straight to the door. Looks like whoever's inside must be some big shot, having a guy like you as his bodyguard. But in this Kyoto circle, my word is law. Who's in that hotel room? Get your ass out here now and apologize properly. Or don't blame me for not holding back when I get my hands on you. Lu Peng declared smugly. As the only son of the chairman of Tianhe Group, he was accustomed to bullying others and getting away with it. Even if he got into minor trouble, his father would easily resolve it, leaving him completely unconcerned about any repercussions. After delivering this ultimatum, he prepared to shove Zhao Long aside and storm into the private room. Freeze! With no other choice, Zhao Long and his team members drew the guns from their waists. As the muzzles pressed against his forehead, cold sweat broke out on Lu Peng's face. A man like him was no stranger to firearms in his daily life. Yet he never imagined anyone would dare carry a gun in this bustling capital city, let alone draw it to threaten him. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The alcohol in his system evaporated instantly, and his mind cleared. Guys, let's talk this out calmly. Please, don't resort to violence. Could you put the gun away first? You never know when this thing might go off. He held out both hands, his face twisted into an awkward smile. Carrying a gun freely in the capital and willingly protecting the people in the private room, this guy must be someone important. This was definitely not something their measly Tianhe Group could take on. Seeing Lu Peng finally calm down, Zhao Long breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! Just as both sides thought the matter was resolved, a gunshot suddenly rang out. One of Lu Peng's henchmen collapsed in a pool of blood. Zhao Long froze in shock. He glanced back at his teammates beside him. Confusion flashed across their faces clearly, none of them had fired the shot. Bro, we've already backed down to you. Are you really going to wipe us out completely? Lu Peng panicked. He had assumed Zhao Long and the others had taken action. His legs began to tremble violently, and he even felt a wave of nausea wash over him. At that moment, Zhao Long suddenly snapped into action. His gun barrel swung away from Lu Peng in front of him and fired directly toward the rear. All combat units, beware. Assassin detected. Ensure the safety of the target. Chapter 119, Portable Mecha. Lu Peng felt a wave of despair wash over him. He wanted to slap himself hard across the face. He hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home. How else could he have stumbled into a gunfight? This hadn't happened in the capital city for decades. The gunfire exploded past his ears, causing a dull ache in his eardrums. Panicked, Lu Peng clutched his head and scrambled behind a nearby stone pillar. What the hell is going on? How did I end up caught between two gangs of thugs who start shooting it out in broad daylight? Goosebumps erupted all over Lu Peng's body, and he could feel dampness between his legs clearly. He was scared out of his wits. His henchmen were even worse off, trembling on the ground with their hands clasped behind their heads like frightened ostriches. Zhao Long stared intently at the 5 or 6 gunmen before him, his expression grave. He could tell these assassins were armed with military-issue weapons. Clearly, they were soldiers from the Dragon Nation. He never imagined there could be traitors within the military. Call for fire support. Someone is attempting to assassinate Lu Qiu. He bellowed into his earpiece. After all, they were on a protective detail mission, so they naturally weren't equipped with heavy weapons. But the enemy's firepower was clearly superior, forcing them into a defensive position. However, the assassin's target was clearly not the guards, but Lu Qiu and his companions inside the private room. 2 men pinned down Zhao Long and his group with suppressive fire, while a third kicked the private room door open with a single powerful kick. He stormed inside, a flash of excitement in his eyes as if he saw a great opportunity for glory right before him. Yet, what greeted him was a beam of ionized light. Whoosh! The man was flung back out the door at an even faster speed. Though he dodged in time, the ion beam still struck his shoulder, leaving a small, transparent wound. Fortunately, the ion gun's burning effect caused the wound to scab over instantly, preventing any bleeding. Still, the pain made him wince and clutched his shoulder. One arm was effectively useless now. Damn it! What kind of sane person carries a mech suit when going out? He roared in fury, sending the accompanying assassins into a panic. If Lu Qiu was wearing his mech armor, their current weapons posed absolutely no threat to him. The wind's blowing, let's get out of here. The leader, Mole, bellowed before sprinting toward the distance. Bullets poured out like they were free from the assassins beside him, relentlessly targeting Zhao Long and Lu Qiu in his mech. Their mission, provide suppressive fire and cover the rear, ensuring Mole's escape. Find a way to take one of them alive. Lu Qiu ordered Zhao Long and the others. Simultaneously, he piloted his mech and charged toward the leader. Just then, another group hurriedly arrived from downstairs. It was the hotel manager and Fang Shan. Their eyes widened at the scene before them, especially the female manager, who let out a shrill scream. The lead assassin used the group as cover and hostages, managing to escape unscathed. Lu Qiu retracted his mecha and looked at Fang Shan before him. Mr. Fang, what brings you here? He asked, frowning. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Fang Shan's face, while his body continued to shake uncontrollably, clearly still shaken by the ordeal. He pointed toward Lu Peng, who lay motionless on the ground nearby. My good-for-nothing nephew said he'd treat me to dinner tonight. But when I arrived, he was nowhere to be found. After asking the hotel manager, I learned he'd gone to a private room upstairs. Zhao Long approached from the side and recounted every detail of Lu Peng's earlier disturbance. Upon hearing this, Fang Shan flew into a rage. He strode over to Lu Peng, raised his right hand high, and delivered a vicious slap. The sharp, ringing slap sent Lu Peng's cheek swelling instantly, leaving a clear red handprint. Lu Peng looked at Fang Shan with a look of grievance. Uncle Fang, why didn't you stand up for me? I thought I was going to die here today. Lu Peng staggered to his feet, his legs still weak and unsteady. To make matters worse, a puddle on the smooth floor caused him to slip and fall flat on his back. You little brat. You think you can run wild just because of your father? But to actually defy Mr. Lu? Do you realize everyone in this private room is among the top scientific researchers in our nation? Could it be that you were involved in the assassination attempt targeting Mr. Lu and the others? This statement left Lu Peng completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Lu Qiu and the others held such immense status and influence. No, it wasn't me. I just did some foolish things after drinking too much, but I never intended to assassinate Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, say something. And you, June, hurry up and prove to everyone that I'm just a spoiled rich kid. How could I possibly do something so despicable? Lu Peng said with a look of deep frustration. Lu Qiu frowned and glanced at Lu Peng. Take him back for questioning. If it turns out he was only involved by chance and no wrongdoing is found, release him. He and Fang Shan still shared some history, though he suspected Fang Shan's appearance wasn't coincidental. For now, however, he lacked concrete evidence. Just then, Xu Yun personally led a reinforced company of Special Forces soldiers charging in. Seeing Lu Qiu standing there unharmed, the weight on Xu Yun's shoulders finally lifted. Take everyone involved at the scene away immediately. This hotel is temporarily closed for rectification and will be taken over by the military. Xu Yun ordered, his brow furrowed. Seeing the sheer scale of the operation, Lu Peng, who had only just grasped the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision darkened and he fainted on the spot. He knew full well he'd made a colossal mistake. Even if his father himself came, it wouldn't help. Is little Lu all right? Are any of the academicians injured? He asked, looking at Lu Qiu and the many researchers behind him. These scientists represented nearly 3 generations of Ronghwa's top researchers. If they were all wiped out by the assassins, neither Zhao Long nor Chu Yun could bear the responsibility. Especially now, when Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation were locked in a fierce technological race. I'm fine. I always carry a portable mech suit with me. It handled this simple assassination attempt without any trouble. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Portable mecha? Chu Yun's eyes widened as he stared at the unassuming wristwatch on Lu Qiu's wrist, utterly incredulous. Chapter 120, The Prodigal Son. This watch weighs less than a kilogram. It's made from the latest carbon fiber material and can coat your body with a thin layer of battle armor. Lu Qiu waved the watch on his wrist, smiling as he spoke. This was also his latest scientific breakthrough. If his previous Shadow Dragon mech was comparable to Iron Man's suit, then this portable mech he developed was more akin to Venom's battle suit. While its offensive capabilities are slightly reduced compared to the Shadow Dragon suit, its convenience makes it exceptionally useful for Dragon Nation military personnel undertaking specialized missions. Lu Qiu explained with a smile. Chu Yun felt an instant pang of envy. I'll have someone deliver a set to you sometime. As if reading Chu Yun's thoughts, Lu Qiu said cheerfully. At that moment, Zhao Long approached, his expression grave. Hesitating slightly, he addressed Chu Yun. Commander, the attackers this time are highly likely to be military personnel from our Dragon Nation. The weapons they wield are all standard-issue Dragon Nation arms, and their coordination was exceptionally seamless. Hearing this news, Chu Yun's eyes widened instantly. Are you absolutely certain? Impossible to be mistaken. Every member of my squad saw it. Those are standard-issue weapons of our Dragon Nation military. Zhao Long said solemnly. Looks like we have a mole among us and it's within the military. This incident is far too sensitive. I'll need to report this to the higher-ups immediately. Chu Yun said with a headache. He then turned his gaze back to Lu Qiu. That communication frequency monitoring device you developed earlier, could it help our Dragon Nation military identify the spy? Lu Qiu shook his head with a wry smile. After the last deployment, that communication frequency monitoring device has likely been figured out by Eagle's researchers. For them to fake communication frequencies similar to ours is actually quite simple. I'll find another way. Hearing Lu Qiu's response, Chu Yun had no choice but to temporarily take everyone present back for interrogation. At Tianhe Group headquarters, Lu Junyi, the chairman, was in a complete state of panic. What? My son has been arrested on suspicion of involvement in the Eagle Saw spy assassination case? Lu Junyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't reconcile his simple-minded son with the notion of espionage. After confirming the news, he immediately dispatched people to pull strings. After all, his son Lu Peng had caused plenty of trouble before, and he'd cleaned up his messes countless times. But this time, no matter which connections he tapped, he couldn't get any news about his son. It was as if Lu Peng had vanished into thin air. It was only later that a friend within the Long Nation military revealed the full story to Lu Junyi. What? An assassination operation targeting Dragon Nation's top researchers? Upon hearing this, Lu Junyi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He almost wanted to sever all ties with Lu Peng on the spot to avoid being dragged into trouble. From what he understood, this assassination plot involved Longhwa's most elite scientists, including Lu Qiu. For top entrepreneurs like them, Lu Qiu's name was legendary. It was Lu Qiu who had announced the materials bounty on behalf of the Dragon Academy of Sciences, offering a series of scientific breakthroughs that could enhance corporate competitiveness in exchange. Their Tianhe Group had even secured a specific technology in the deal. Lu Qiu's fame had skyrocketed recently. First, he developed various powerful strategic weapons, then demonstrated extraordinary talent in space technology, becoming a national treasure-level figure in Dragon Nation. One could only imagine how severe the Dragon Nation's official wrath was this time. 3 days passed in a blur before Lu Peng was finally released by the Dragon Nation military after interrogation. He had visibly lost weight, his once slightly double-chinned face now gaunt, his eyes brimming with grievance. Dad! You have to stand up for me this time. The Dragon Nation military interrogated me day and night, even using lie detectors and other tools. I barely got 5 hours of sleep each day. I was utterly exhausted, nearly unable to return alive to see you. Upon seeing his father, Lu Peng's face immediately twisted with hurt. But Lu Junyi's eyes widened dramatically, his gaze blazing with fury that seemed ready to burst from his eyes. Smack! A vicious slap landed, Lu Junyi using nearly all his strength, knocking out Lu Peng's front teeth in the process. Lu Peng's mother, witnessing this, immediately threw herself at Lu Junyi, kicking and punching him frantically. He's your own flesh and blood. He was imprisoned by the Longhwa military and suffered so much injustice. As his father, you don't stand up for him, yet you dare to lay hands on him. Lu Junyi shoved his wife aside. Do you have any idea how grave your son's offense is? Over 20 of Longhua's top scientific researchers. If they all perish because of this assassination attempt, our Tianhe group won't be able to continue operating. The Dragon Nation government will definitely come after our group. Let me ask you, Tianhe group has reached its current position by engaging in plenty of shady dealings. If they uncover our secrets, we'll all end up behind bars. Hearing Lu Junyi speak with such gravity, his wife's face instantly drained of color. She rushed forward and kicked Lu Peng, who was lying on the floor. You damned good for nothing. It's bad enough you flaunt your power over ordinary people, but now you've gone and provoked those mad scientists. You'll ruin this family sooner or later. Starting now, you're grounded for a month, no leaving the house. Hearing this, Lu Peng, who had been lying on the floor, immediately stood up, his face clouded with distress. He could tell his parents were genuinely furious. Mr. Lu, Fang Shan is here to visit. Lu Junyi's secretary suddenly approached and announced. The moment he heard the name Fang Shan, Lu Peng's previously gloomy expression instantly brightened. I really owe Uncle Fang this time. If it weren't for him proving my innocence, I'd probably still be rotting in that military prison. Quickly, bring Mr. Fang over. Lu Junyi, hearing this, wasted no time and hurriedly replied. Fang Shan was the largest shareholder in the Oriental group outside of the Jiang family. Lu Junyi had maintained a good personal relationship with him over the years, and now that he had helped clear Lu Peng's name, he deserved to be welcomed with the utmost respect. Brother Lu. It's been ages. I never imagined my nephew would get himself into such a huge mess. Fang Shan entered the room looking visibly anxious. Chapter 121, The Mole Emerges. Lu Junyi was stunned. Hadn't Lu Peng's charges been cleared? Why was Fang Shan now saying his son had gotten himself into such a huge mess? Seeing Lu Junyi's bewildered expression, Fang Shan hadn't even caught his breath before he began shaking his head and sighing. Brother Lu, you must understand. Releasing my nephew from military custody was truly a last resort after all. They couldn't find any evidence linking him to this assassination attempt. But lack of evidence doesn't mean they're not suspicious. I'm sure it won't be long before they find a way to start investigating your Tianhe group. Now even I've been implicated and placed on the list of suspects. Cold sweat broke out on Fang Shan's forehead. The earlier words might have been nonsense, but the last part was the truth. Though his reputation as a patriotic entrepreneur had temporarily shielded him from investigation, Lu Qiu had undoubtedly grown suspicious. What should we do now? Lu Junyi had been completely duped by Fang Shan. He understood all too well that no matter how vast his Tianhe group had grown, it ultimately thrived on the soil of Longhua. If he ever offended the Dragon Nation's authorities, all his wealth would vanish in an instant. I do have one option, a do-or-die choice. But for Brother Lu, the cost might be too high. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shan spoke. Lu Junyi had lost all sense of direction. Completely at a loss, he could only seek Fang Shan's advice. It's actually quite simple. Transfer all your holdings and assets to Eagle Nation. I have connections there. While the risks are higher, it will absolutely help you evade Dragon Nation's sanctions. Fang Shan finally revealed his true intentions. Lu Junyi hesitated. Their Tianhe group held immense assets in the Dragon Nation. Transferring them quietly to Eagle Nation would likely result in significant losses. Don't hesitate. If you stay in China much longer, they'll inevitably trace it back to you. Then you won't just lose every penny, you might not even keep your life. Seeing his lingering hesitation, Fang Shan urgently urged him. Lu Junyi finally made up his mind. Then I'll leave it to you, brother. It's best to transfer all my holdings to Eagle Country within a month. The sooner the better, otherwise, the Dragon Country authorities might launch a surprise raid. With his mind made up, Lu Junyi acted with decisive efficiency. Rest assured, I guarantee your assets will suffer no more than a 10% loss during the transfer. Fang Shan pledged with unwavering confidence. After a long while of negotiations, the specifics were finalized. With a satisfied look, he emerged from the Lu residence. He wound his way through the streets until he reached an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Before him stood none other than that spy with the hawk-like nose, Eagle Sauce. I've followed your instructions and persuaded Lu Junyi to transfer all his assets to Eagle Sauce. Hooknose nodded approvingly. Excellent. This is merely the first step. Lu Junyi's asset transfer is just the bait we've laid out. The moment he begins his move, we'll immediately spread the word. Dragon Nation, in response to the technological competition with Eagle Nation, will nationalize all private enterprises. By then, Dragon Nation's entrepreneurs will be trembling with fear. Hawknose declared with great satisfaction. Although this operation by Mole had failed, at least his true identity remained undiscovered. Their intelligence operatives within Dragon Nation must atone for this failure by stirring up utter chaos in the nation. Dragon Nation. Inside the Academy of Sciences. Shu Yun looked at Lu Qiu with an apologetic expression, still feeling a twinge of shame. We've thoroughly screened all military personnel, yet we still haven't uncovered the spy hiding among them. It seems we'll need your help after all. This was an absolute disgrace for Chu Yun. Among his own men, a spy from the Eagle Nation had infiltrated, nearly costing the lives of dozens of national researchers. Had an accident truly occurred, he would have been utterly responsible. No need to panic. I've just invented a signal interception device, essentially an advanced version of the wave frequency monitor. With this, we can not only uncover the spy within the military but also read their communications. Lu Qiu led him to an exhibition booth, pointing at an instrument displayed there as he smiled. Xu Yun's eyes lit up at this. If that's truly the case, it would be an immense boon to our military. He exclaimed excitedly. I'll take this device back first. Once we find the real culprit behind this, I'll contact you immediately. After learning how to operate the system, Xu Yun eagerly had the device transported back to military headquarters. In just one day, he uncovered the Eagle spy lurking behind the scenes. Tiannan conference room. The group looked at the young general before them, their eyes filled with regret. Who would have thought it was Luo Zhan? You were trained by us personally, yet you ended up siding with the Eagle. Our Dragon Nation treated you well. You were even hailed as the youngest major general in Dragon Nation. Why would you do such a thing? Anger and regret filled their faces. The handcuffed man before them appeared quite young, only around 30. This was the very man codenamed Mole by the Eagle's intelligence agency. Hearing the words of these high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation, a look of contempt flashed across Luo Zhan's face. My wife was diagnosed with ALS. At the time, Dragon Nation's technology was utterly incapable of curing her. Besides seeking refuge in Eagle Nation, what other choice did I have? She was my wife, my lifelong partner. We knew each other since childhood. How could I just watch her leave me? Now that you've captured me, I have no complaints. My wife has already relocated to Eagle Country. Kill me or torture me, do as you please. Luo Zhan stared at the crowd with utter contempt. Confess everything about your accomplices, and we might show leniency. Seeing Luo Zhan still talking back like this, Xu Yun slammed his fist on the table in anger. This man was a promising young officer whom Xu Yun held in high regard. He possessed a deep understanding of modern warfare concepts and had risen through the ranks from the grassroots level, bringing valuable combat experience. For the Dragon Nation military, such talent was extremely rare. My wife is still in the hands of those bastards. Do you really think I'd cooperate with you? Luo Zhan's bond with his wife was clearly extraordinary, and he had no intention of submitting meekly. Chapter 122, Exit Prohibition. Since he refuses to answer, there's no point wasting time on him. I have other means at my disposal. I'm not worried he won't talk. Lu Qiu's face held a faint smile as he stared at the silent Luo Zhan. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials naturally trusted Lu Qiu and relaxed. They glanced at the restrained Luo Zhan, waved their hands, and signaled for him to be taken away. But Luo Zhan's heart pounded with anxiety. If Dragon Nation truly found his accomplices through some means, the Eagle Sauce intelligence agency would surely blame him for leaking the information. Who knew what they'd do to his wife then? The thought made him jerk his arms violently, breaking free from the two soldiers attempting to restrain him. Luo Zhan was a former Special Forces soldier, even awarded the title of Soldier King. Though his hands were restrained, his movements remained remarkably agile as he lunged toward Lu Qiu. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Luo Zhan collapsed in a pool of blood. He slowly lifted his head just in time to see Xu Yun holster his gun. With a trace of regret in his heart, he slowly closed his eyes. Xu Yun sighed. This man was someone I personally promoted and trained. I never imagined he would betray the Dragon Nation. I bear some responsibility for this happening. He looked at Lu Qiu with a hint of apology. This has nothing to do with General Chu. It was entirely Luo Zhan's personal decision. Lu Qiu smiled unconcernedly. Luo Zhan's accomplices likely aren't from our military ranks. So using the monitoring device I developed, we naturally won't find his accomplices within the military. But we can shift our approach. I've always felt that Lu Pang and Fang Shan's appearance that night wasn't coincidental. They were likely either informed or even involved. We just need to observe which of these two makes the first move. That will reveal who else is involved. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll assign personnel to keep a close watch on the Lu and Fang families. The moment any movement occurs within their households, we'll move immediately to secure them. At this moment, Lu Junyi and his son Lu Peng were acutely aware that they had drawn the attention of the Longwa authorities. With no other options left, they naturally followed Fang Shan's advice and prepared to transfer all their assets to Eagle Sauce. We can transfer about 10% of our wealth each day. At this pace, we should complete the entire transfer by the first half of this month. It's time for our entire family to prepare for departure. Glancing at the villa where he had lived for years, Lu Junyi remarked with a touch of emotion. The feeling of leaving one's homeland behind was not a pleasant one. At this thought, he shot his son another fierce glare. It's all your fault, you good-for-nothing wastrel. If you weren't so used to causing trouble every day, how could you have provoked those mad scientists from the academy? We wouldn't be in such a mess now. Lu Peng knew full well he'd caused a huge mess. The thought of abandoning his privileged life to flee to the Eagle country filled him with anguish. Once there, with the family's influence not yet firmly established, he certainly couldn't continue his lawless ways as he had in Dragon Country. Is our wealth transfer sufficiently concealed? If the Dragon Nation authorities catch wind of it, they might intervene directly. His wife voiced her concerns from beside him. Don't worry. We've entrusted all our asset transfers to Brother Lu. He has extensive connections abroad and will ensure there are absolutely no loopholes. Lu Junyi felt no unease about this matter whatsoever. Hurry up and pack our bags. We need to get to the airport immediately. The trio remained utterly unaware that every move they made was under the watchful eye of the Dragon Nation authorities. Lu Junyi and his entire family are preparing to leave the country? And they're even transferring massive amounts of their wealth to the Eagle Nation? Upon hearing this news from his colleagues at the State Security Department, Zhu Yun immediately furrowed his brow. He quickly pieced it together. The Lu family was undoubtedly connected to the recent assassination attempt. Zhu Yun's expression turned stern as his voice boomed like a bell. Dispatch state security personnel immediately. Intercept this family of 3 at the airport and prevent their departure. These 3 were highly likely connected to the assassination and they were the only lead Dragon Nation had. An hour later, Lu Junyi and his family of 3 appeared at the capital's airport. All 3 wore sunglasses and masks, fully disguised, terrified of being recognized. Despite their extreme caution, disaster struck. A group of state security agents in suits had been waiting at the airport, having received orders well in advance. Upon spotting the trio, a square-jawed man stepped forward and presented his credentials. We are from the State Security Department. You 3 have been placed under travel restrictions. Please return home immediately. At these words, Lu Junyi's face instantly drained of color. You have no right to stop me from leaving the country. None whatsoever. He shouted, his voice trembling with fear, though his words were defiant. However, the public security officers paid him no heed whatsoever. Their orders were clear: detain all 3 individuals. Lu Junyi's lips grew parched from pleading. Seeing the situation was irreversible, he could only beg desperately. Can you at least let my son go? He's just a child. Hearing his father speak thus, even Lu Peng is spoiled as he was felt a twinge of emotion. He was about to persuade his father to accept his fate when, at that very moment, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Bang! Lu Peng stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, pointing at the state security officer in shock. Then he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Lu Junyi's eyes widened in shock. He lunged forward and grabbed the state security agent by the collar. Damn it! How could you be so ruthless? How dare you lay a hand on my only son? Lu Junyi had been blessed with a child late in life and had always cherished Lu Peng like a precious treasure. Never did he imagine his son would be brutally killed at the airport in front of so many people. At this moment, he was on the verge of madness. The state security agents' faces turned grim. Secure the perimeter immediately. Seal off the entire airport and find the killer. Lu Peng's death was not the work of state security personnel. Their mission was solely to prevent the 3 individuals from leaving the country they had never received direct orders to kill. It was clearly the work of another assassin. Perhaps it was done to silence witnesses. However, Lu Junyi, consumed by rage, refused to accept this explanation. He had already concluded that the National Security Department personnel were responsible. Chapter 123, Slandering. What? Lu Peng was shot dead at the airport? The expressions of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials darkened considerably. They knew full well that the perpetrators were undoubtedly the same individuals who had attempted to assassinate Lu Qiu that night. They did this to silence witnesses. What's the current status of Lu Junyi? The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials urgently inquired. If Lu Peng was indeed a spy for the Eagle Nation, Lu Junyi might know something. Yet a bitter smile crossed Zhu Yun's face. Lu Junyi is convinced our state security agency was behind this. He refuses to cooperate with any investigation and is even preparing to file an administrative lawsuit, accusing our personnel of violent law enforcement. Zhu Yun's words plunged the assembled Long Nation officials into deep contemplation. Many sensed something amiss, as if a colossal conspiracy was gradually enveloping Dragon Nation. Everyone. I suspect this entire affair is likely a deliberate frame-up orchestrated by the Eagle. Lu Qiu, standing nearby, wore a grave expression. We must urgently identify the perpetrator responsible for the attack. Otherwise, we'll face significant international pressure. At the Eagle Nation's intelligence headquarters, the intelligence chief gazed at the incoming report with a delighted expression. Perfect. All of Lu Junyi's assets have been transferred to us, the Eagle Agency, and deposited into a secret account. As for Lu Junyi himself, he's been apprehended by the Dragon Nation, and his son has fallen victim to our assassins. Now is the time to craft a major news story. He continued to address his subordinates with excitement. Notify our PR department immediately. Have them contact several media outlets. Our intelligence division has uncovered major inhumane activities by Dragon Nation. 30 minutes later. Reporters from major Western media outlets gathered together, all staring curiously at the intelligence minister standing on the podium, wondering what he was up to. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound sorrow that we expose the brutal atrocities committed by the Dragon Nation. The intelligence minister declared in a grave tone. We recently discovered that due to the technological race between Dragon Nation and our Eagle Nation, their finances have become strained. Consequently, they have begun subjecting certain private enterprises to brutal persecution. His words immediately elicited gasps from the Western journalists below the stage. Sir, you mustn't joke with us or use us as pawns. The Dragon Nation has recently introduced numerous preferential policies to support enterprise development. How could they possibly commit such short-sighted, self-destructive acts? Your argument is clearly contradictory. If the Dragon Nation were to slaughter private enterprises due to financial strain, wouldn't that be the foolish act of draining the pond to catch fish? The Dragon Nation's leadership isn't a bunch of little kids. How could they possibly do something like that? Everyone asked in disbelief. The intelligence minister had prepared for their skepticism. We possess conclusive evidence. You're all familiar with Tianhe Group, right? It's one of Longwa's most prominent family-run enterprises. According to our intelligence, Tianhe Group is now a hollow shell. All its internal assets have been transferred out. Chairman Lu Junyi of Tianhe Group has been detained by Longwei authorities and is now unreachable. As for his son, Lu Peng, he was shot dead in broad daylight at the airport by Longwa security personnel. Murder for profit. This doesn't sound like something an official would do. It's clearly the work of bandits. We urge entrepreneurs in Longwei to stay vigilant. Once the slaughter begins, it will be too late for regrets. Seeing the intelligence chief deliver his account with such vivid detail, Western media outlets took it at face value. After their embellishments, the story was released to the public. The entire world erupted in outrage. When the news reached Longwa, some entrepreneurs initially dismissed it as mere Western propaganda against their country. However, after a joint investigation by Tianhe Group's supervisors and third-party auditors that same day, it was discovered that Tianhe Group had indeed been reduced to nothing but an empty shell. Their chairman had vanished without a trace, completely unreachable. Every entrepreneur in Dragon Nation was thrown into panic. What's going on? Could it be that our government is really going after us entrepreneurs, planning to seize all our wealth for the state? That seems overly aggressive. Even if the Dragon Nation government faces financial strain, they could alleviate pressure through increased taxation. There's no need to target us directly. Entrepreneurs across the nation began to feel their own safety was at risk. Many were scrambling to leverage connections and find channels to transfer their entire fortunes overseas. Moreover, the production and operations of many enterprises have been adversely affected. This has inflicted immeasurable economic losses upon the Dragon Nation. At this moment, across the nation, Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials slammed their fists on the table, their eyes blazing with fury. Just as Lu Qiu predicted, the Eagle has unjustly smeared us with false accusations. Now we can have Lu Junyi cooperate with us to clarify the situation, proving that all his assets were transferred to the Eagle country on his own initiative, with no connection whatsoever to the Longwa government. That's too difficult. Lu Junyi still believes our people killed his son and remains hostile toward us. He'll never cooperate. The group shook their heads in exasperation, seething with anger. They never expected Eagle Sauce to employ such a preemptive strike strategy. Everyone, don't worry. Have you forgotten about the data tracing system I developed? Lu Qiu's words left the group momentarily stunned, but they soon burst into laughter as they realized what he meant. Right. We were so preoccupied with worry that we forgot about the data tracing system little Lu developed. Earlier, Lu Qiu had developed the system to prove that the attacks on those small nations' networks were perpetrated by others. It could trace data back to its ultimate source through online traces. Although Lu Junyi claimed to have transferred all assets under his name, the movement of certain data assets would inevitably leave traces online. Under Lu Qiu's guidance, the group quickly identified the final destinations of several data assets under Lu Junyi's control. They all went to Eagle Sauce. So it really was Eagle Sauce pulling the strings behind the scenes. They're the real masterminds. Their goal is to smear Dragon Nation's reputation, making our entrepreneurs lose faith in the Dragon Nation government. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared furiously. Chapter 124, The Clown Returns. The collective fury was impossible to contain. The Eagle had dumped this bucket of filth on them, causing massive short-term economic turmoil in Dragon Nation. Release this information immediately. Let everyone know this is all Eagle's dirty work. No matter how strained our finances, the Dragon Nation government would never resort to such banditry. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared decisively. The Dragon Nation government swiftly organized a spokesperson to issue a strong condemnation of Eagle's baseless accusations. Eagle's baseless accusations against the Dragon Nation government are utterly unfounded. The Dragon Nation urges all sectors of society to keep their eyes open and not easily believe any statements from others. Our investigation confirms that all of Lu Junyi's assets have been transferred to Eagle's accounts. Furthermore, Lu Junyi's only son was eliminated by assassins for suspected involvement in a spy assassination case. This is the truth of the matter. After the Dragon Nation government released all the data, entrepreneurs across the nation finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. If our country truly faced hardship, we'd just pay a little more tax. How could they possibly resort to such desperate measures? This was all Eagle's conspiracy after all. It's laughable that so many entrepreneurs actually believed Eagle's lies, even going so far as to plan transferring all their assets to Eagle. Those folks are just jumping to conclusions. No need to take them seriously. Anyway, since it was all a misunderstanding, let's just focus on boosting our company's revenue. At that moment, inside the Eagle Nation's Black House, from Eagle-chan President Dawn down to the lowliest staff member in the Black Palace, everyone was swept up in a sea of celebration. Ha! Even though the Dragon Nation's government has officially clarified the situation and even found evidence, their economy has still suffered a massive shock this time. It's enough to give us some breathing room. Plus, our first batch of weapons has already been delivered to the island. Once we incite them to provoke Dragon Nation internally, I'm sure Dragon Nation will be even more flustered. Dawn declared with palpable excitement. This was the Eagle's strategy. Since they couldn't match Dragon Nation's technological advancement, they might as well sow chaos within Dragon Nation first. That way, Dragon Nation would naturally lack the energy to compete with them. This plan can only be considered half successful. If Mole could single-handedly eliminate all of Dragon Nation's researchers, it might have achieved the effect of removing the fuel from beneath the fire. Michelle still felt a pang of regret. Speaking of which, I haven't been able to contact Mole recently. I suspect that after the mission failed, he might have been detected by the Dragon Nation authorities. I hope he hasn't exposed all our Eagle Nation intelligence operatives in the Dragon Nation. The intelligence chief voiced his concern. What's there to worry about? Mole's wife is still undergoing treatment at our Eagle hospital. I've heard he's deeply devoted to her. I'm confident he won't do anything foolish. Dawn said dismissively. You make a good point, sir. I'm sure that wife-slave won't say a word. The group continued celebrating with laughter. At that moment in Dragon Nation, a group of Dragon Nation high-ranking officials and researchers crowded around the laboratory, staring at the colossal machine before them, their faces etched with disbelief. Could this thing completely replace the diesel engines on aircraft carriers? The crowd murmured in admiration. Before them stood a power plant, one utilizing nuclear propulsion, perfectly suited for direct installation on an aircraft carrier. Not just aircraft carriers. The space carriers we're developing next will also be equipped with these super-large nuclear engines. With this propulsion system, our carriers will never have to worry about resupply again. The vastness of Blue Star Anywhere is within reach. Lucio declared with pride. This was the result of a week's collaborative effort by him and his team of researchers. Building upon the original nuclear engine design, they had pushed its power output threshold to match the demands of an aircraft carrier. Excellent. Tomorrow we'll install this nuclear engine onto the carrier and test it at sea. I hear Eagle Lady developed nuclear-powered carriers years ago. Though we already have 3 carriers, they've all relied on diesel propulsion. In terms of both speed and endurance, they've been far inferior to the Eagle's nuclear carriers. With this super engine you've developed, we've finally addressed that weakness. Senior officials from Zhengzhou Longhua and military representatives exclaimed in admiration, their eyes brimming with gratitude as they looked at Lucio. You flatter me. This is merely the beginning. Over the next few months, we will dedicate all our efforts to developing space carriers. By then, forget about a mere Eagle-class carrier strike group will even be able to challenge their naval military base on Xia Island. Lucio declared with unwavering confidence. In the past, it had always been the Eagle's carrier strike groups roaming near Longhua's waters, constantly provoking them. But the Dragon Nation's fleet, constrained by endurance and speed limitations, had always been unable to launch long-range operations. Just as everyone was eager to apply this propulsion system to the carrier tomorrow and deliver a major shock to the world, a secretary from the Dragon Nation's high command suddenly walked in. Bad news. The Eagle suddenly announced joint military exercises with the island nation right near our strait. The secretary spoke with visible urgency. His words instantly turned the faces of all the Dragon Cabinet leaders pale. Great. We haven't even settled the score with the Eagle for smearing us, and now they dare to team up with the Pearl Island against us? This is intolerable. This time we must take a firm stance. We absolutely cannot let them continue their lawless activities near the strait. Otherwise, we'll lose all face before the people of the world. Several high-ranking military officials from Dragon Nation were clearly hot-tempered as well. They declared indignantly. I have an idea. Lucio's eyes suddenly lit up. We can conduct a simultaneous expulsion drill while the Eagle and the Pearl Island hold their military exercises. Drive every single one of their fleets out of the strait. Show the world the might of our Dragon Nation. Lucio declared with confidence. He was certain that with nuclear-powered carriers, stealth aircraft, and shadow dragon mechs, dealing with the Eagle and the Pearl Island would pose no problem. Chapter 125, Friction. Ming surveyed the newly rearmed forces before him with satisfaction. After concerted efforts, a portion of the Eagle's advanced equipment had finally been delivered to the island and successfully deployed. And now, the time had come to fulfill their promise. They planned to create minor friction near the strait to stir unrest within Dragon Nation. They had assumed this operation would be their solo endeavor, but unexpectedly, Eagle had pledged to join them in conducting joint military exercises, a truly unexpected delight. After all, they knew their own limitations. Even with these advanced weapons, confronting the Dragon Nation remained extremely difficult. Only by uniting with the Eagle could they stand firm against the Dragon Nation's military threats. He addressed his officers with palpable excitement. "Gentlemen, the Dragon Nation has been conducting blockade drills around our island for some time now. This has severely disrupted the daily lives of our citizens. We are no pushovers. We certainly won't stand idly by while the Dragon Nation's government bullies us like this. Today's joint military exercises with the Eagle Nation Navy present a golden opportunity to demonstrate our formidable strength. We've invested heavily to acquire cutting-edge weaponry from the Eagle Nation. This will be a tremendous boost to our island's navy. I expect you all to project our formidable might to the world and reassure our citizens." After his speech, the island's officers fully grasped the significance of these exercises. Their eyes widened, energized as if injected with adrenaline. One by one, warships newly acquired from the Eagle Swan slowly departed the harbor, preparing to circle around for a military demonstration. Simultaneously, they rendezvoused with the Eagle's carrier strike group. They were merely conducting a military exercise broadcast live worldwide. Various advanced drones accompanied the fleet, filming the proceedings. Their purpose was not only to reassure the island's celebrities but also to showcase the strength of their precious island to the world, serving as a deterrent. Surprisingly, the Dragon Nation's government had also introduced this live broadcast. Many Dragon Nation citizens were utterly perplexed. Has our government lost its mind? The island nation is holding joint military exercises with the Eagle Nation, even broadcasting it worldwide. How can we possibly rebroadcast their live feed? If the island nation's navy demonstrates formidable weaponry, won't that panic our citizens? It's impossible to fathom the Dragon Nation government's thinking. Though many were perplexed, they still prepared to watch the live broadcast. After all, no one knows what advanced weapons the island has acquired from the Eagle Nation. Yet the images appearing on TV made everyone gasp in shock. The island nation's naval fleet, aside from aircraft carriers, seemed to encompass nearly every category of weaponry from the Eagle Nation. Each vessel was even equipped with a battery of ion cannons, whose destructive power appeared formidable. Were fighter jets taking off all around, escorting the warships? Soon, the island nations and Eagle's carrier task forces began parading around the island with the 1st Military Division, brazenly preparing to cross the strait. Their objective was clearly to intimidate the Dragon Nation. All Dragon Nation citizens witnessing this scene were filled with indignation. This is outrageous. The island is inherently Dragon Nation's territory, yet they've colluded with the Eagle to trample our sovereignty. Is our government going to just sit on its hands? They're practically shoving it in our faces. If we keep ignoring this, the whole world will laugh at us. Even many residents of the island itself felt profound indignation toward the joint military exercises held between the island authorities and the Eagle Nation. They've completely lost all dignity, colluding with the Eagle Nation and willingly acting as their lackeys. Have they no sense of shame? So what if the Eagle provides powerful weapons? We're just like lapdogs, constantly seeking masters. When has the Eagle's government ever treated the people of our island as human beings? Of course, some citizens harbored expectations. To them, this was an opportunity to showcase the island's military might to the world. Near the strait at that moment, gazing at the strait stretching before him, Lu Weiming, commander of the island's navy, flashed a look of contempt. It proves we still need the backing of a superpower like the Eagle Nation. If our island nation were to lead a naval fleet on patrol near the strait, it wouldn't take long before the Dragon Nation's official fleet would rush out to scatter us. But trailing behind the Eagle's carrier strike group, not a single Dragon Nation vessel has been sighted yet. Clearly, they're scared. Lu Mingwei felt immense satisfaction. This marked the first time their island nation's fleet had ever sailed so openly through the strait. Attention all combat units, an unidentified fleet has been detected ahead. Appears to be Dragon Nation naval destroyers. Just then, the Eagle Squadron fleet's voice suddenly crackled through his earpiece. All the Taiwanese naval personnel felt a surge of tension. Though they dared to flex their muscles near the strait under the Eagle's protection, everyone knew Dragon Nation's strength was absolutely formidable, far beyond what their puny force could withstand. Caught in the moment of tension, the Taiwanese fleet's speed gradually slowed. Observing this from afar, Commander Mifits of the Eagle Squadron carrier group flashed a look of contempt. Let your island fleet witness what true modern naval warfare looks like. Every vessel you possess is our Eagle's latest and most powerful warship. I can't fathom what you have to worry about. Mifits' words crackled through the headsets, and a flicker of shame crossed the faces of Lu Mingwei and the other island commanders. His pride ignited in that instant, his eyes blazing with fury. Notify all fleet personnel, fear not. We are no longer the weaklings of old. With our formidable weaponry, we shall crush every invading Dragon Nation vessel in one decisive blow. Do not let the Eagle Chow look down on us. The entire fleet is to charge toward the enemy vessels at maximum speed immediately. Let the Dragon Nation's navy witness the ferocity of our island soldiers." Though he spoke thus, his command vessel did not accelerate. Instead, it deliberately slowed down. As for the other Taiwanese naval vessels, upon hearing Lu Mingwei's command, they immediately accelerated and charged toward the Dragon Nation fleet. Chapter 126, Nuclear-Powered Aircraft Carrier. In the past, soldiers from the island nation, when facing Dragon Nation warships, they would undoubtedly tremble in fear. After all, their overall military strength was far inferior to Dragon Nation's. Facing their warships, they had no choice but to flee for their lives. But now, having procured such a large number of advanced warships from the Eagle Nation, each even equipped with ion cannons, they felt no fear toward the Dragon Nation's vessels. It was precisely because of this that they charged toward the Dragon Nation's warships with a mindset of avenging past humiliations. Witnessing this scene, Mifid's face broke into a faint smile. These foolish Dragon Nation people, so ruthless toward their own people, yet they don't even realize they're being used by us Eagles. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Although this military exercise was a joint operation between the Eagle and the Treasure Island, in reality, the Eagle had never intended to intervene in the conflict between the Dragon Nation and the Treasure Island. They merely sought to stir up discord between the two sides, leaving the Dragon Nation preoccupied with its own troubles and buying the Eagle Nation a sliver of breathing room for their research. But soon, his smile faded. The Dragon Nation's carrier strike group seemed to be moving faster than they had anticipated, appearing before the Treasure Island warships in the blink of an eye. Gazing upon the colossal vessel before them, the soldiers of the island nation wore expressions of sheer terror. Though they had procured advanced warships from the Eagle Nation, they lacked the backing of an aircraft carrier. Compared to the Dragon Nation's fleet, they were clearly outmatched. "Our ships are about to collide with their carrier. Their speed is far too fast, it must exceed the conventional cruising speed of an aircraft carrier," his subordinate urgently reported to Lu Mingwei. "Turn around immediately." Lu Mingwei responded with equal urgency. No one had anticipated that the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier could travel at such an astonishing speed. Crash! By the time Lu Mingwei gave the order, it was already too late. The colossal Dragon Nation carrier crashed into the Treasure Island Navy fleet like a raging beast, sending men and ships tumbling in chaos. 3 entire destroyers were instantly torn in two, split cleanly down the middle. Witnessing this scene, Lu Mingwei was instantly terrified out of his wits, immediately directing his naval forces to flee toward the horizon. Not far away, aboard the Eagle's aircraft carrier, Mifid witnessed the same scene and was equally stunned. "General, our monitoring shows the Dragon Nation's carrier is twice as fast as ours. It's unbelievable. We must hurry our escape, or we risk being caught by the Dragon Nation's fleet." Hearing his subordinate's warning, Mifid's expression darkened considerably. "Contact General Milgan immediately and seek his advice." Mifid immediately contacted the Eagle's military command. "We absolutely cannot retreat lightly." Upon learning his intent, Milgan flatly refused. "Our military exercises are being broadcast live worldwide. If we retreat just because Dragon Nation warships appeared, won't that make us look ridiculous?" After a moment's hesitation, however, he slowly spoke. "Find a way to hold them off. At the very least, we must retreat with dignity." Milgan knew full well that Dragon Nation held the home field advantage. Gaining an upper hand against their warships was exceedingly difficult. Thus, he settled for the next best option, demanding the Eagle's carrier strike group depart with dignity. Upon receiving this order, Mifid breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the gradually approaching Dragon Nation carrier strike group, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Why has the Dragon Nation's carrier gained such tremendous speed? This seems to contradict our intelligence findings. It appears they've upgraded their carrier again. Mifid remarked with a hint of admiration. Simultaneously, he immediately contacted the military on the island. "You must hold out a little longer. Our joint military exercises are being broadcast live worldwide. If other nations see how easily your island can be overrun, no one will stand by your side." His words instantly sharpened Lu Mingwei's gaze. Lu Mingwei understood perfectly well that Mifid was speaking the truth. The live broadcast of this joint exercise was precisely intended to showcase the island's true capabilities to the world. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the island's fleet had lost 3 destroyers. Numerous naval soldiers were now struggling desperately in the sea, their plight a sight of utter disarray. Despite the island's media doing their utmost to keep drones away from such scenes, the Dragon Nation's carrier strike group moved with such speed that people in many countries still witnessed the island fleet's pitiful state. People couldn't help but start mocking. "This is laughable. Is this what they call a joint military exercise? Who would have thought that the moment the Dragon Nation's carrier strike group showed up, the island's fleet would crumble like paper, utterly defenseless? What were the authorities on the island thinking, deploying drones for live coverage? Isn't this just slapping themselves in the face? Has anyone else noticed? Dragon Nation's carrier seems to be moving much faster than before. Compared to Eagle's carrier group in the footage, it might be more than twice as fast. Many onlookers had already caught a glimpse of something amiss. They sensed the extraordinary speed of the Dragon Nation's carrier. Those on the ground, experiencing the Dragon Nation's carrier up close, felt it even more acutely. You have entered Dragon Nation's territorial waters, constituting a serious violation of our sovereignty. Your fleet must withdraw immediately. Failure to comply will result in forcible expulsion. A stern voice boomed from the Dragon Nation warship. At that moment, Lu Mingwei and the Taiwanese soldiers began trembling with fear. But the thought of the ongoing live broadcast made them grit their teeth. They resolved to hold their ground for a while longer, unwilling to lose face before the entire world. These are our island's waters. Conducting military exercises here is entirely justified. You have no right to expel us. Lu Mingwei shouted back, summoning his courage. Such an ill-advised remark naturally drew no leniency from the Dragon Nation's navy. Numerous turrets on the warships began to slowly pivot, their sights locked directly on the Eagle and Taiwanese coalition forces. The sight turned both Lu Mingwei and Mifits pale as death. They knew full well that if a direct confrontation erupted with the Dragon Nation's navy in these straits, their entire fleet would likely be annihilated. Don't worry. The whole world is watching this. I'm sure the Dragon Nation navy won't fire. It would inevitably spark an international dispute. Mifits forced himself to suppress his inner fear and offered reassurance. But even he didn't quite believe his own words. Chapter 127, The Maritime Fortress. The fleets of Treasure Island and Eagle Chicken crumbled like autumn leaves swept by the wind, collapsing rapidly. Having heeded Mifits' words, Lu Mingwei steeled his nerves and personally piloted the command warship toward the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier. He even adjusted the turrets and locked Dragon Nation's warships onto the radar. Yet the Dragon Nation struck first. Ion beams slammed into the front of the Treasure Island warship, sending everyone on board reeling in terror. They retreated at full speed, never daring to advance again. Witnessing this, Mifits could only sigh helplessly. He knew full well that the purpose of this joint military exercise had not been achieved. In fact, it could be said they had lost both the battle and the troops. Who would have thought the Dragon Nation had already developed nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, all equipped with ion weapons? The Eagle and the Island Nation are just courting humiliation with this. Look at how pathetic they look. It's laughable. I've had enough of the Taiwanese authorities. They act as lackeys for the Eagle, yet the weapons they scrounged from the Eagle turn out to be so pathetically ineffective. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in mockery. With no other choice, the island media abruptly cut off the global broadcast. Inside the Eagle's black house, Dawn glared at Milgan with a grim expression. This is utterly ridiculous. Even if the Dragon Nation has nuclear-powered carriers, don't we Eagles have them too? Why did they retreat without a fight during the joint military exercises? Dawn pointed an accusing finger at Milgan and unleashed a torrent of curses. Milgan felt utterly frustrated inside. He had commanded the entire exercise. If a direct conflict erupted with the Dragon Nation, it could very well trigger a global war. Even as the supreme commander of the Eagle Nation's military, he couldn't bear the accusation of being a warmonger. Knowing Dawn as he did, he feared the man might even turn around and betray him. Sir, this is unavoidable. All the carriers participating in this exercise are diesel-powered. Our only 3 nuclear-powered carriers are all stationed around the naval base. Besides, this joint exercise is merely to demonstrate our stance to the world. When it comes to a real showdown with the Dragon Nation, it will be Taiwan that bears the brunt. We have no need to get involved. Milgan said with a bitter smile. Are we supposed to keep relying on Taiwan to contain the Dragon Nation? That's sheer folly. They've already developed nuclear-powered carriers. Who knows what terrifying weapons they'll unveil next? And we certainly won't sell nuclear-powered carriers to Taiwan. How could they possibly stir up unrest within Dragon Nation? Dawn exclaimed angrily. His gaze toward Milgan was like looking at a little cutie. I actually find General Milgan's point quite reasonable. At that moment, Michel suddenly spoke up in support of Milgan. In the past, he would never have dared to get involved at such a moment. After all, Dawn was currently in a rage. Dawn still gave the Secretary of State considerable face. All eyes turned to Michel. You should all be aware that we also have numerous businesses on the island. Among them, the largest chip manufacturer, Baoji Electronics, is based there. We can leverage this as leverage to demand the island nation harass the Dragon Nation's border. Simultaneously, the other allied nations in the cave such as the Tai Chi Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation can strike against the Dragon Nation. I'm confident the Dragon Nation will be too preoccupied to respond. The moment his words left his mouth, they drew immediate praise from Dawn. Excellent. Our Secretary of State truly possesses a more far-reaching vision. Using certain hawkish corporations on the island to pressure them is indeed a sound strategy. He nodded approvingly. Most crucially, Keynes just briefed me on a breakthrough scientific achievement set to be completed within 3 months. Michelle's lips curved into a mysterious smile. The Sea Fortress. At Michelle's words, everyone in the Black House office sucked in a sharp breath. Who would have thought the Academy of Sciences could develop a sea combat fortress so quickly? With this thing, even if the Dragon Nation develops a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, they won't be able to touch us. Exactly. Once the sea fortress enters combat, the entire ocean will be our Eagle's domain. Even if the Dragon Nation has land-based defenses on its home turf, we'll be able to come and go freely through the straits. All the eagle-eyed officials exclaimed excitedly. The maritime combat fortress was comparable in scale to a small naval base, capable of accommodating over 10,000 naval combat personnel. It stands above aircraft carriers in capability. The Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences had kept the development of the sea fortress top secret. Who would have thought it was nearly complete? Immediately informed the authorities on the island they must find a way to stall the Dragon Nation for 3 months. After 3 months, once our sea fortress is operational, the Dragon Nation won't stand a chance against us, Don declared to his subordinates, his face aglow with excitement. The gloom in his heart vanished completely. However, when Guoming from the authorities on the Treasure Island received this news from Eagle Sauce, he nearly exploded with rage. This is outrageous. He actually demands we stall the Dragon Nation for 3 months. By then, the entire island will likely be back in their hands. Guoming fumed indignantly, his heart brimming with resentment toward the Eagle. This is absolutely unacceptable. He finally made up his mind. Yet his advisors pleaded with him. Sir, please think this through. Eagle Chong has made it clear that if we cease our harassment of Dragon Nation, they will relocate high-tech giants like Bayo-Gideon from our island. That would mean a massive loss in tax revenue. If it comes to that, our administration will inevitably find itself in a very awkward position. These words made Guoming hesitate once more. He knew full well that the island's economy now relied almost entirely on certain Eagle-branded enterprises for its growth. If they truly intended to withdraw these companies from the island, our economic development would inevitably plummet and the people's lives would become unbearably difficult. By then, everyone might yearn to return to the Dragon Nation. Enough, enough! Immediately notify our military personnel to arrange for them to conduct patrols across the strait periodically over the next 3 months. Guomingren, under the eaves, had no choice but to bow his head. Upon receiving this order, the island's soldiers cursed under their breath in frustration. But military orders must be obeyed. With no other choice, they braved mortal danger, piloting the advanced vessels purchased from the Eagle Nation. Clashes with the Dragon Nation erupted one after another. Chapter 128, The Stealth Fighter Strikes. More and more troublemakers emerged. Beyond the Treasure Island, even the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Tai Chi Nation dispatched their navies to sail toward the waters near the Dragon Nation. From time to time, they harassed the fishermen of the Dragon Kingdom. This has caused everyone immense suffering. Although the Dragon Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was sufficiently fast, it was no match for 3 fleets taking turns to harass the Dragon Nation's borders. Ultimately, it became unsustainable and beyond their capacity. Many coastal fishermen in the Dragon Kingdom dare not venture out to sea to fish due to these 3 fleets' incursions, which have severely impacted their livelihoods. All the people of Dragon Nation were filled with rage. They understood clearly that without the backing of the Eagle Nation, these 3 forces would never dare to act so brazenly and run rampant in the waters near Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's military spokesperson has repeatedly condemned the actions of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Tai Chi Nation. The Sacred Island has been an integral part of Dragon Nation since ancient times. Any attempt to separate it from our nation will be regarded as the gravest provocation against our sovereignty. Should Taiji and Sakura persist in their obstinacy, we will implement a series of coercive measures to defend the dignity of the Dragon Nation. The military spokesperson's words rang out with unwavering conviction. No one dared doubt the Dragon Nation's unwavering commitment to the Sacred Isle. This left many citizens of Sakura and Taiji nations feeling uneasy. Our governments are utterly useless. They must be acting on orders from the eagle-eyed ones, constantly encroaching on Dragon Nation's waters. To be used as pawns and still relish it, how laughable. If the Dragon Nation, enraged and humiliated, launches a strategic weapon attack against us, what then? Our 2 nations share a border with the Dragon Kingdom. We're practically neighbors. If the Dragon Kingdom truly decides to strike, the Eagle might not even have time to come to our rescue. For a time, the governments of these 2 nations faced immense pressure. Yet at Dawn's repeated insistence, they had no choice but to continue dispatching warships to harass the waters near Dragon Nation. At that moment, inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, Shu Yun paced angrily. This tiny speck of land, this insignificant nation, dares to violate the dignity of our Dragon Nation. It's utterly incomprehensible. How much longer until the development of the aerospace mothership is complete? He turned to ask Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu shook his head with a bitter smile. How could it be that fast? This thing operates on a completely different system from an aircraft carrier, and there's no precedent to draw from. 3 months is the absolute limit I can manage. I think we could deploy our stealth aircraft to drive off those troublemakers. After all, our stealth planes have never been publicly revealed. It would send a powerful deterrent signal to all the world's powers. Lu Qiu suggested. Shu Yun's eyes lit up. You're absolutely right. While the nuclear-powered carrier is significantly faster than before, it still struggles to cope with the constant harassment from the three factions. Using optical stealth aircraft might yield better results. Without hesitation, he immediately placed a call to Navy headquarters. He ordered them to deploy optical stealth aircraft directly to intimidate the three factions. The Navy personnel had long harbored resentment toward these three factions. Upon receiving the order, a grim smile spread across their faces. They immediately dispatched an aircraft carrier carrying the stealth aircraft to race toward the nearby waters. Soon, they received reports from coastal fishermen. In a certain stretch of sea, warships from the treasure island had been spotted again. The stealth aircraft immediately took off, racing toward the direction of the treasure island navy. At that moment, within the treasure island naval fleet, Lu Mingwei was leading his men in a show of force, driving away a group of fishermen from Dragon Nation. This sea area has never welcomed your fishing operations. You'd better hurry back to Dragon Nation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind. Lu Mingwei shouted at the fishermen before him with a smug look on his face. The fishermen seethed inwardly, unable to voice their anger. Everyone, don't worry. I've already sent our coordinates to the Dragon Nation Navy. I'm sure they'll come to our aid. The fishing boat captain reassured them. But everyone knew full well that it would take time for the Dragon Nation's navy to arrive from their base. By then, the fleet from the treasure island would likely have vanished without a trace. A sinister grin spread across Lu Mingwei's face. Surveying the isolated Dragon Nation fishing vessel before him, he spoke slowly. Begin. Use the water cannons to drive off these damned fishermen. At his command, the water cannons designed for dispersal were aimed directly at the fishermen's boats. Anger flashed across the fishermen's faces. This had always been Dragon Nation territory, where their ancestors had fished for generations. They never imagined being driven away by the people of the treasure island. Should we leave or not? While the water cannon isn't particularly destructive, it could still damage our fishing boats. The crew members asked anxiously. Just as the captain gritted his teeth, ready to order their departure, fighter jets suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky. As if they had crossed through a dimensional gateway from another world, descending upon these waters. Those are our Dragon Nation's aircraft. Someone recognized the insignia on the aircraft, a glimmer of relief flashing in their eyes. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, though he was equally stunned. The fishing boat crew hadn't even noticed when these Dragon Nation fighter jets had appeared. But the most stunned of all were undoubtedly Lu Mingwei and his crew. The naval soldiers from the island nation rubbed their eyes in disbelief. From their vantage point, it was crystal clear these Dragon Nation fighter jets had materialized out of thin air. Not only had their radar monitoring systems failed to detect them, but even the naked eye couldn't make them out. Could we be hallucinating from spending too much time at sea? Lu Mingwei rubbed his eyes and asked. The sailors beside him shook their heads, utterly bewildered. I can say with absolute certainty that those Dragon Nation fighter jets right before our eyes just materialized out of thin air. They've achieved true stealth flight. The naval soldiers of the island nation exclaimed in panic, one after another. Retreat immediately. Dragon Nation's fighters are undoubtedly faster than our warships. If we delay, we might not escape. Lu Mingwei exclaimed urgently. But at that very moment, everyone froze in place. They were horrified to discover their warship had already been locked onto by Dragon Nation's fire control radar. Their very lives were now entirely in the enemy's hands. Chapter 129, Bite the bullet for now. Your actions constitute a serious violation of our sovereignty. This is your first and final warning. Should this occur again, we will open fire without hesitation. A stern voice echoed from the Dragon Nation fighter. The crew aboard the island nation's warship trembled in fear. They had no doubt that the missiles carried by the Dragon Nation fighter could easily shred their warship, burying everyone beneath the vast ocean. Hearing that the Dragon Nation had issued only a warning this time, Lu Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief before immediately ordering his men to turn around and flee. After racing at full speed for over half an hour, they finally made it back to the military port on the island, where they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, Guo Ming, upon receiving the news, was deeply dissatisfied. Didn't I order you to escalate matters and provoke direct confrontation with the Dragon Nation? Why did you return so quickly from this mission without causing any significant disturbance? Guo Ming demanded, his brow furrowed. Hearing such dismissive words, Lu Mingwei's anger flared instantly. This guy, who'd spent his days groveling to the eagle-eyed bastards, had no clue about the life and death pressures those of us on the front lines endured. But rank and file, right? He forced himself to suppress his rage and replied. Your Excellency may not be aware, but the Dragon Nation has recently developed optical stealth fighters. Their aircraft could practically be right in our faces and we'd still struggle to detect them. We'll likely struggle to complete the mission the eagle-eyed boss assigned us in the coming period. Otherwise, our naval fleet risks total annihilation. Lu Mingwei said with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Guo Ming's expression darkened considerably. Optically stealthy fighters? It seems Dragon Nation's technological advancement far exceeds our expectations. No wonder Eagle Lady keeps pressuring our island to provoke incidents with them. Only now did Guoming grasp the truth. Eagle's actions weren't merely meant to annoy Dragon Nation, but to deliberately undermine its scientific progress. Contact Michelle immediately. Once he connected with Michelle, his face instantly softened with a trace of obsequiousness, and even his tone became more conciliatory. Your Excellency, the mission entrusted to us by your country may be impossible to complete. We've just encountered Dragon Nation's optical stealth fighter. Current radar technology is utterly incapable of detecting the aircraft's movements. They could appear over our warships at any moment or even over the skies of our sacred island. Upon hearing this news, Michelle was utterly shocked. Hold your ground for now. Avoid direct confrontation with the Dragon Nation. Our breakthrough military technology is about to be unveiled. Once it's ready, neither their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers nor their stealth fighters will stand a chance against us, Michelle declared with unwavering confidence. Hearing his words, Guoming finally let out a long sigh of relief. With your assurance, I can rest easy. After hanging up, Michelle immediately sought out Cairns to inquire about the development timeline for the maritime combat fortress. It could be completed in just over a month at the earliest. Michelle frowned. We really need to speed things up. The Dragon Nation recently developed an optical stealth aircraft, and we can't afford to drag our feet on the island front. Optically stealth fighter jets? Upon hearing this news, Cairns felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. A fierce fighting spirit surged within him. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Give me another month or so, and I will definitely develop the maritime combat fortress. Then the entire ocean will be our inland sea. We can go wherever we please. Cairns declared with unwavering confidence. Western Wilderness, Dragon Nation. The research base originally used to develop the Tiangong space station was reactivated. This time, Lucio would develop the first space aircraft carrier in human history. The project had now reached a critical stage. Everyone stared intently at the colossal prototype before them, their eyes brimming with anticipation. In no more than a month, our space aircraft carrier will be formally delivered to the military. Once that happens, the military might of the Eagle Nation will be utterly crushed by us, and all our problems will naturally be resolved. Lucio smiled broadly as he introduced the prototype to Zhou Hong and the others. Lately, perhaps because folks on the island and other nations know we've developed an optical stealth fighter, they've quieted down considerably. Still, I can't shake the feeling that the Eagle is definitely brewing something nasty behind the scenes. Zhou Hong remarked with a look of deep reflection. Having dealt with the Eagle for years, he understood the inner workings of its leadership quite well. Fortunately, our space carrier will be completed soon. Then, no matter what schemes the eagle-eyed ones concoct, we can crush them with sheer force. The entire world will be ours to explore. He looked at Lucio with unwavering confidence. And all of this is thanks to you, kid. A faint smile touched Lucio's lips. The development of the aerospace carrier has now reached its most critical stage, and the most crucial component is undoubtedly the suspension system. I plan to utilize our nuclear-powered engines to create a superconducting magnetic levitation system. This system won't just be applicable to the aerospace carrier, it could even be applied to magnetic levitation trains. He pulled out a blueprint to explain to the group. Almost all present were veteran researchers from the Long Nation Academy of Sciences. They quickly recognized the extraordinary nature of Lucio's blueprint. It's a genius design. We've spent considerable effort on maglev trains before, but the project was abandoned due to prohibitively high costs. Utilizing nuclear engines to propel magnetic levitation could drastically reduce costs, even enabling colossal structures like space carriers to reach orbit. The surrounding crowd murmured in admiration. After all, launching an aerospace carrier requires far more than just the immense thrust of a rocket. As a mobile aerial fortress capable of constant movement, it must possess not only flight capability but also the ability to hover and dominate the skies. This, of course, necessitates the application of magnetic levitation technology. When it comes to which nation on Blue Star leads in magnetic levitation technology today, it is undoubtedly Sakura Nation. However, the land of cherry blossoms has consistently kept its technology under lock and key, never sharing it lightly with others. While the Dragon Nation has conducted some research into magnetic levitation technology, it remains far from practical application. If you require additional funding or personnel support for your research during this period, don't hesitate to ask us old-timers. We'll do our utmost to facilitate it. Chapter 130, Delivering a Deterrent to the Dragon Nation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, both the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation exercised extreme restraint, refraining from escalating the Taiwan issue. This development brought a collective sigh of relief to many smaller nations around the world. Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation were arguably the two most powerful nations on Blue Star. Should these two nations clash, no other country would escape unscathed. Ultimately, the entire world would be plunged back into the quagmire of war. At this moment, in the Eagle Nation, at a naval base, nearly all of Eagle Sauce's high-ranking officials had gathered here, their faces aglow with excitement as they gazed upon the colossal, entirely metallic structure before them, their eyes brimming with fervor. Especially Dawn. The excitement in his eyes was practically overflowing. Absolutely perfect. With this floating fortress, we'll be able to dominate the oceans," he declared with unwavering confidence. "The Academy of Sciences has truly done a magnificent job this time." He turned his gaze to Cairns standing nearby, his face brimming with admiration. Cairns felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Back when their Eagle Nation lagged behind Dragon Nation in technology, Dawn had never missed an opportunity to mock him. Now that they'd finally developed the maritime fortress, allowing the Eagle Nation to continue its dominance across the oceans, Dawn's attitude toward him had softened considerably. "Let's go up and take a look first." Michelle, standing nearby, seemed to sense Cairns's discontent and said cheerfully. The group boarded the colossal maritime fortress, listening quietly as Cairns gave his presentation. This floating fortress spans an area equivalent to 10 old-style aircraft carriers combined. It utilizes our new nuclear propulsion system, making it even faster than previous carriers. Beyond that, it's even equipped with strategic-level weapons, including nuclear missiles, capable of launching surprise attacks against any nation in the world. Cairns' eyes brimmed with confidence as he spoke of this sea fortress he had developed. "Excellent! I can't wait to see what the Dragon Nation Academy has to counter this," Dawn exclaimed excitedly. "This massive maritime fortress, can it be delivered to our military for immediate use?" he asked Cairns as he looked at him. "Absolutely. In fact, the combat fortress was completed a full month ago. The delay was solely for practical field testing," Cairns declared with unwavering confidence. "Order our naval forces to immediately deploy the maritime combat fortress toward Dragon Nation's waters. Have it patrol the strait. I'll see just how much Dragon Nation's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and their optical stealth fighters can do against us," Dawn ordered immediately. Hearing this, the surrounding advisors looked stunned and hesitated before saying, "Your Excellency, you should reconsider. Given the strength Dragon Nation has demonstrated thus far, it's likely they possess numerous strategic-level weapons yet to be revealed. Our maritime combat fortress took immense effort to develop. It can wait for actual combat to make its stunning debut. There's no need to expose such a devastating weapon prematurely." Indeed. In naval warfare, our weapons already surpass those of the Dragon Nation. There's no need to engage in a contest of pride. The others urged him in unison. Yet Dowling dismissed their words with disdain. "Weapons are developed to be used on the battlefield. If we hide our capabilities, how can anyone know the true power of our Eagle's cutting-edge technology? How can we achieve a deterrent effect?" Ignoring the objections of his numerous advisors, he demanded that Milgan arrange for the Navy to deploy the sea fortress to the Straits of Dragon Nation in the shortest possible time. Though Milgan also felt the timing was less than ideal, he obediently complied under Dayan's command. This naval operation naturally did not escape the notice of numerous Western media outlets. Moreover, to showcase their national might, Milgan had no intention of keeping a low profile this time. Numerous journalists even managed to capture footage of the naval combat fortress at the very first opportunity. Shocking! The Eagle has unveiled its latest game-changing weapon, the Sea Combat Fortress. An unrivaled force dominating the entire ocean. The Eagle's target is clearly the Dragon Nation. This is terrifying. Could it spark a new world war? The Dragon Nation is in grave danger. Based on footage captured by our reporters on site, this colossal maritime combat fortress is far beyond the current Dragon Nation's ability to counter. Amidst the sensational reporting by numerous Western journalists, news of the maritime combat fortress spread like wildfire across the globe even before it had reached the vicinity of the Dragon Nation. This naturally caused widespread panic among the Chinese populace. What on earth are we supposed to do? No wonder Eagle Chan hasn't been stirring up trouble lately. Turns out they've been biding their time to unleash this massive threat. This is terrifying. With the Eagle's power so formidable, what can our Dragon Nation possibly do to counter it? Whether it's the latest mecha, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, or even the rumored optical stealth fighters, none of them hold a candle to a colossal sea fortress like this. Looks like we really underestimated the Eagle all this time. Numerous netizens from the Dragon Nation began discussing the matter online. However, the Dragon Nation's government has remained silent regarding Eagle's aggressive actions. It seemed as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Upon learning of Eagle's development of the sea fortress, the happiest person was undoubtedly Taiwan's authorities, led by Kwame. Michelle mentioned earlier that they were about to develop a maritime combat fortress, but I never imagined it would happen so quickly. Now we can finally avenge our past defeat, he declared to Lu Mingwei, the naval commander before him. Once Eagle's maritime combat fortress enters the strait, our military will immediately escort it with our fleet, parading our might through the strait. Lu Mingwei was naturally thrilled as well. Having been consistently outmatched by Dragon Nation's optical stealth aircraft all this time, he had been seething with frustration. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. This time, I will make sure the Dragon Nation's military loses all face." Under his call to arms, the island nation's navy mobilized nearly its entire force. After waiting over a full day, the Eagle's massive maritime fortress finally came into view. Gazing upon the colossal vessel, nearly the size of a small mountain, the island's naval personnel were overcome with excitement, as if this marvel were a weapon they themselves had forged. A surge of pride welled up within them. Everyone, the time has come to avenge our humiliation. Chapter 131, 20 minutes. Mifit stood atop the colossal floating fortress. Through his binoculars, he scanned the distant coastline. They were now less than 20 nautical miles from the Dragon Nation's border coastline. Beside the fortress, over 100 warships from the Treasure Island roamed the waters, providing escort and protection. The scene was utterly extravagant. The Eagle Navy officers stood arrogantly on the deck, their eyes brimming with contempt. The Dragon Nation wouldn't dare come this time. Even if they've developed optical stealth fighters, our fortress's defense systems would shoot them down instantly. We needn't worry about any surprise attacks. Mifits lowered his binoculars and declared triumphantly to his aide beside him. He had already commanded the Navy to approach the straits near Dragon Nation 3 times. The first 2 attempts ended in failure. This time, the Dragon Nation had clearly learned their lesson and had no intention of clashing head-on with the Eagle Nation. The officers beside him wore equally confident and smug expressions. I must admit, those fellows at our Academy of Sciences do possess some skill. To develop a naval combat fortress in such a short time, it instantly reversed the situation between us and the Dragon Nation. Mifits remarked with a sigh. He glanced at the Taiwanese warships surrounding him, his eyes flashing with disdain. These flies swarmed over at the scent of blood. Without our backing, they'd have been crushed by the Dragon Nation long ago. Tell those lackeys on the island immediately, they can resume their live media broadcasts. The Dragon Nation wouldn't dare risk attacking our naval fortress. His aides immediately went to relay the message. Upon hearing this news, Guoming could no longer contain his joy. He immediately arranged for media outlets across the island to head to the strait and provide full coverage of the operation. The media footage was broadcast live to every nation around the world. As people saw the full scale of the maritime fortress, they collectively gasped in awe. Who would have thought the Eagle could produce such a formidable weapon? If they ever develop an aerospace carrier, I won't be surprised. What does the Dragon Nation have to counter this? Their nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are formidable, and their single-soldier combat mechs are equally impressive, but against such colossal machines, they're utterly insignificant. This spells trouble. For years, the Dragon Nation has treated the strait as its own forbidden zone, never allowing the Eagle Nation to flex its muscles there. But the weapon the Eagle Nation has unveiled today is simply too formidable. The Dragon Nation has no way to resist. Many watching the live feed couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling a sense of pity for the Dragon Nation. Even the ordinary citizens of Dragon Nation were plunged into deep despair. In their eyes, with such formidable weapons at its disposal, wouldn't the straits south of Dragon Nation now be open to anyone who wished to pass through? Their dignity and sovereignty would be trampled upon without restraint. Watching the live feed in real time, Dawn, leading a group of Eagle Soul high-ranking officials, had already begun celebrating. Absolutely perfect. This formidable maritime fortress is nothing short of a masterpiece. Truly worthy of being called the Spear of Zeus. Dawn exclaimed in admiration. I'm allocating additional funding to your Academy of Sciences. From this moment on, all resources of the Academy must be channeled into developing cutting-edge strategic-level weapons. Money? We've got it. Manpower? We've got that too. Dawn made his final decision. Kane's heart swelled with joy as he looked at Dawn with gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Mr. President. Our Academy will dedicate our utmost efforts to forging weapons for the Eagle. Michelle, observing the scene nearby, felt a twinge of displeasure. The Academy of Sciences had always been his direct subordinate department. Dorn's overtures now felt like a direct slap in the face. I don't see the urgency. After developing the maritime combat fortress, our military achievements have already left the Dragon Nation far behind. We should now focus more of our energy on developing civilian and comprehensive technological products. That is the top priority. The reason our Eagle Nation has stood tall in the world for so many years is precisely because of our trading system centered around Dola, isn't it? The economy is our most crucial weapon for world domination. Michelle's words immediately garnered unanimous agreement from the advisors. Your Excellency is quite right. If we pour more R&D funds into military weapons, it might just drag our national economy down. Precisely. This maritime fortress operation alone should make the Dragon Nation acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between our two countries. The crowd chimed in with persuasive arguments. Their words left Dawn feeling deeply unsettled. He was an extremely stubborn and self-willed man. Although he was well aware that Michelle's professional competence surpassed his own, he still couldn't stand being publicly corrected in front of so many people. Still, he wouldn't let such a minor disagreement cause an immediate falling out with Michelle and create unpleasantness. In that case, we must continue to increase our R&D investment in the Academy of Sciences, but we must prioritize both military and civilian technological development equally. Western wilderness of Dragon Nation. Chuyun stared at the colossal structure before him, a sense of urgency growing within him. The Eagle's maritime fortress has already entered our strait. If we don't act soon, other nations will mock our incompetence. Shu Yun declared urgently. It's ready. Our aerospace carrier has been fully developed. It will take off smoothly in 20 minutes. Lu Chou reassured him with a smile. Once our aerospace carrier makes its debut, it will surely astonish every nation on Earth. Then, the sea fortress that Eagle-chan developed first will look like nothing more than a pile of scrap metal utterly useless. Lu Chou declared with unwavering confidence. Everyone present believed his words without a doubt. They gazed at the colossal super aerospace carrier before them, their eyes brimming with admiration. The carrier's surface area was equivalent to 5 or 6 football fields. It now lay quietly on the barren wasteland, like a black pearl on a yellow canvas. Not only is this carrier equipped with the latest optical stealth systems and magnetic levitation technology, but it also carries numerous strategic-grade weapons. Coupled with its nuclear-powered engine, its speed can reach 5 times the speed of sound. Lu Chou proudly explained to those around him. 20 minutes. Let the Eagle's warships run wild for a little while longer. Chapter 132, The Arrival. On the vast ocean. A colossal combat fortress plowed through the waves at a leisurely pace. Mifits, who had been waiting for quite some time, was growing impatient. Looks like the Dragon Nation won't be responding. They'll just have to swallow their pride and bear this humiliation. Mifits shook his head with a hint of regret. Though they had achieved their objective, he still hoped the Dragon Nation's navy would come to drive them off. That way, their sea fortress could experience its first real combat. Unfortunately, the Dragon Nation had no intention of granting them that opportunity. Let's get moving. The whole world witnessed this operation anyway. The Dragon Nation's dignity has been thoroughly trampled underfoot by us eagle dogs. There's no point lingering here any longer. Mifits said helplessly. Even Milgan, commanding from the operations center, deemed the operation a complete success and issued the order to return. You won't be returning to our Eagle Squadron naval base. Stay put at the naval base on the Treasure Island. If we leave, Dragon Nation might take their frustration out on the island. Milgan stated. Mifits paused, still somewhat hesitant. If our maritime fortress permanently stations at the military base on the island, won't we be criticized by the entire world? He asked hesitantly. You needn't worry about that. Our strength speaks for itself. Even if other nations harbor grievances, they dare not voice them openly. The island is our crucial foothold against the Dragon Nation. We cannot afford any mishaps. This is also Lord Dawn's directive. Upon hearing Milgan's words, Mifits immediately abandoned all hesitation. Upon learning this news, Guoming was likewise overcome with elation. He had assumed the Eagle's maritime fortress would return to port after its show of force. He had been anxious about how to counter the Dragon Nation's retaliation. But now, that worry seemed entirely unnecessary. As long as the Eagle's maritime fortress remained anchored off their precious island for a single day, the Dragon Nation would dare not make a rash move. Immediately inform our logistics personnel to ensure all provisions for the Eagle Squadron soldiers' food, clothing, and supplies are provided at the highest possible standard. Guoming immediately ordered his subordinates. Many high-ranking officials on the island looked down on his approach. Allowing the Eagle's military base to station troops on the island would only confirm that the island had chosen the Eagle as its godfather. Such a reputation would be disastrous for the island's standing. But Guoming was now backed into a corner. Having completely alienated the Dragon Nation, without Eagle's backing, the entire island would inevitably descend into chaos. Just as a group of Taiwanese officials debated how best to cater to the American naval dignitaries, unexpected developments unfolded during the live broadcast of the naval exercises. Someone seemed to notice something, a look of astonishment flitting across their face. Am I seeing things? Why does the image look so much darker? He murmured to himself. Guoming and the others looked over just then. The sea, which had been clear and sunny moments before, suddenly turned gloomy, giving the impression of dark clouds pressing down on the city. Weather changes at sea are common. No need to make a fuss over this. Guoming waved dismissively, unconcerned. Something's wrong. Look, what's that in the sky? Someone cried out in alarm. The most stunned individuals were undoubtedly Mifits, Lu Mingwei, and the others currently on the sea. Their eyes widened as they stared at the sky that had suddenly grown dark, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Out of nowhere, a colossal entity had materialized in the previously empty sky. It completely blocked out the sun. Looking up, it resembled a steel dome. What the hell is that thing? Could it be aliens? Mifits wore an expression of utter bewilderment. It must be a UFO. Unbelievable. Could it be that aliens think our maritime fortresses are too powerful, so they're emerging from the shadows? What nonsense are you spouting? That colossal thing clearly bears the military flag of the Dragon Nation. It's a terrifying weapon developed by the Dragon Nation. What? Impossible. A warship weighing tens of thousands of tons floating in the air? How could that be? Many shook their heads in disbelief, convinced the Dragon Nation lacked the capability to develop such a formidable weapon. But the evidence was staring them in the face. They had no choice but to believe. This is the sovereign maritime territory of our Dragon Nation. Immediately withdraw from these waters, or we will take action. From beneath the iron canopy, a voice echoed in the familiar language of Dragon Nation. Eagle and the Taiwanese soldiers felt their resolve crumbling. This can't be. If the Dragon Nation truly possesses such overwhelming strength, I don't think we need to continue resisting them. We should just admit defeat. Mithits shook his head in disbelief. To confirm he wasn't seeing things, he immediately contacted the Eagle's military command center. We've detected a massive flying object emitting voices of Dragon Nation soldiers. Request military and academy verification. Is our fleet experiencing hallucinations? Mithits inquired. At that very moment, inside the Black Palace of Eagle Nation. Upon hearing Mithits' utterly foolish question, Milgan felt like slapping him across the face. Cut the nonsense. That's the Dragon Nation's latest weapon. We can't yet determine its full capabilities, but it's far superior to our maritime fortresses. Milgan said in alarm. He turned to look at Cairns beside him, hoping for some insight. Yet Cairns appeared utterly shattered, muttering impossible, as if overcome by hysteria. Enough. Open your eyes wide and look at what kind of weapon this Dragon Nation has. Dawan, witnessing this scene, frowned and said. His shout snapped Cairns back to reality. There's no way the Dragon Nation could develop such a powerful weapon. Could this be a VR simulation? Maybe they're just trying to scare us off using virtual reality technology? His words left many hawkish officials present speechless. Judging by the footage broadcast from the front lines, the weapon emanated an overwhelming sense of oppression, its metallic sheen sending shivers down the spine. How could it possibly be VR? Stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and explain what's going on. Otherwise, our maritime fortress might be destroyed before it even gets started. Chapter 133, A Humiliating Retreat. It must be an aerospace carrier. Kane steadied his emotions, his expression grave as he addressed the group. Aerospace carrier? Everyone froze, a flicker of disbelief crossing their eyes as they looked at Kane skeptically. Isn't that something straight out of science fiction novels? Could such a thing really be built in the real world? Forget about getting such a massive hunk of metal to fly through the sky. Just keeping it hovering in midair would require immense technological prowess. As everyone knows, Dragon Nation's levitation technology isn't particularly advanced. Dawn frowned as he asked. Perhaps the Dragon Nation was holding back before? I don't know why their magnetic levitation technology advanced so rapidly. But this weapon before us is undoubtedly an aerospace mothership, no question about it. Keynes declared with absolute certainty. Damn it! Our Academy of Sciences finally developed the Sea Combat Fortress. We thought this formidable weapon would let us dominate the oceans and never worry about the Dragon Nation's military strength again. Who knew they'd quietly develop something as formidable as an aerospace carrier? Compared to their weapon, our fortress looks like a child's toy. Dawn felt a wave of despair wash over him. He roared hysterically. Order those useless fools to return to our military base immediately. We'll have to lie low for a while. With the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier out there, no nation in the world can match their military might. Though deeply reluctant, Dawn made the wisest choice for the present situation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Dawn might act impulsively and declare all-out war against the Dragon Nation. If a direct conflict erupted between these two superpowers, every nation on Earth would likely be swept into the fray. If both nations fought themselves into mutual ruin, it was far from certain whether the Eagle could maintain its current lead. Hearing Daowen's words, Milgan immediately ceased hesitation and ordered Mithits to withdraw their forces without delay. Upon receiving the news, Mithits breathed a long sigh of relief. He immediately gave orders, directing the massive naval fortress to sail toward Eagle Country at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, Lu Mingwei beside him grew visibly agitated. Sir, if you withdraw now, what if the Dragon Nation directs all its fury toward our island? What then? Lu Mingwei understood perfectly well. The Eagle's fleet might escape, but their island was separated from the Dragon Nation by only a strait. If the Dragon Nation sought to conquer their island, with the aerospace carrier at their disposal, it wouldn't take a day. Mithits snorted coldly. The Eagle Navy was barely holding its own. How could it spare the resources to protect the island's navy? You'd better take care of yourselves. The Dragon Nation's formidable military might is no longer something a single Eagle Nation can counter alone. Still, I believe the Dragon Nation won't move against your island in the near future. With that, he wasted no further time and departed with his men. Lu Mingwei was left behind, leading a group of Treasure Island naval officers shivering in the bitter wind. They looked up at the towering shadow before them, utterly unable to muster any will to resist. The group began slinking away, steering their ships at full speed toward the island's naval base. Guo Ming, upon receiving the news, turned grim. He understood clearly that if even the Eagle Nation had no intention of confronting the Dragon Nation head-on, their own situation would inevitably become extremely dire. These men knew full well they held no bargaining power with the Eagle Nation. They could only watch helplessly as the Eagle Nation's maritime fortress sailed away. Unlike the authorities on the island, the people of the Dragon Nation were overcome with wild joy. What a satisfying sight! We thought the Eagles would forever hold the upper hand after deploying their sea fortresses, but who knew our Academy of Sciences would develop an aerospace carrier, a weapon straight out of science fiction? Absolutely stunning. Who would have thought the live broadcast from the island would treat us to such a feast for the eyes? That perfect streamlined form and cold, sleek hull, it hits my aesthetic spot on. You gotta hand it to our Academy of Sciences researchers, they've been working their asses off. Not long ago, our military tech lagged far behind the Eagle Nation, but now it's different. We've even overtaken them. The crowd exclaimed excitedly. The entire Dragon Kingdom was instantly swept into a sea of celebration, with many citizens spontaneously bringing out fireworks from their homes to set off. But the happiest people of all? It was undoubtedly Lu Qiu, along with a group of Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials stationed at the Western Wilderness Experimental Base. This is all thanks to you, kid. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine we'd actually see the aerospace mothership become a reality in our lifetime. And to think our military might has even surpassed the Eagles. Shuyan exclaimed to Lu Qiu, his face aglow with excitement. You're nothing short of a lucky star for our nation. I'll propose appropriate recognition to the leadership. Whatever you desire, just tell me, he declared with great enthusiasm. Lu Qiu chuckled softly. I don't really have any specific requests. I just hope the Dragon Nation government can establish an information laboratory for me. I plan to dedicate my upcoming efforts to information science research. But the funding and equipment needed for a supercomputer lab are astronomical. I hope our Dragon Nation government is prepared for that. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, even the veteran researchers couldn't help but feel moved. You youngster doesn't know how to savor the joy of success at all. Just look, our aerospace mothership launched successfully, and we even drove off the Eagle's latest maritime fortress. That's a huge achievement. Yet when we let you make demands, you start talking about your next research project. Shen Guoliang, in particular, widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing Lu Qiu intended to seamlessly transition into the next research project. I won't allow it. You're taking a month's leave first. Use this time to sort out your personal life properly, he declared indignantly, like an old child at heart. For nearly 3 months, Lu Qiu had been holed up in the laboratory deep in the Western Wilderness. To maintain strict confidentiality, he had barely communicated with the outside world. He and Jiang Ying had seen each other only briefly. Shen Guoliang watched this unfold, his heart filled with worry. At his words, the crowd erupted into a roar of laughter. Chapter 134, Teaching Fong Wenqing a Lesson. The waters near Dragon Nation had once again returned to their former tranquility. Fishermen rushed out to sea to catch fish, and even many ocean-going cargo ships could come and go freely, without any fear of trouble. Even the warships from countries like Sakura Nation and Taiji Nation, which had previously occasionally stirred up trouble for thrills, vanished one by one after witnessing the might of Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership. The Dragon Nation's economy once again returned to its former stability. All of this, of course, was inseparable from Lu Qiu's contributions. Lu Qiu finally welcomed a rare holiday break. But his rest was short-lived. Jiang Ying dragged him along as a conscript. What kind of technical challenge is this? All you need to do is swap the positions of the 2 batteries. Give it a try yourselves. Cheng Feng stood in the Dongfang Group laboratory, observing the technical challenge presented by the company's researchers. Without hesitation, he waved his hand dismissively. It was just a simple sentence, but upon hearing it, the researchers' faces lit up with delight, each of them suddenly understanding. So that's it. We were puzzled why the adhesion of this material never quite worked. It turns out the problem was in the electron exchange process. Mr. Lu truly lives up to his reputation as the Academy of Science's top genius. He casually solved a technical problem that had stumped us for months. Ms. Jiang is truly fortunate to have a boyfriend like you at Dongfang Group. The crowd offered their compliments with warm smiles. Earlier, when Lu Qiu presented the potassium-ion battery device, they had looked down on him. They dismissed him as a mere fame-seeker who had stumbled upon a few good inventions by luck, even encroaching on the jobs of their own in-house scientists. But as Lu Qiu's reputation grew and his relationship with Jiang Ying deepened, the researchers at Oriental Group gradually changed their view of him. Jiang Ying, standing nearby, heard the comments and a rare blush spread across her cheeks. Come on, thank you so much. Let me treat you to dinner tonight, Jiang Ying said cheerfully. Lu Qiu naturally didn't refuse. The two drove to their usual hotel and quietly savored the Gallic cuisine. He thoroughly enjoyed this quiet time to himself. However, trouble soon found them. A commotion erupted outside the door as a greasy-haired, powdered-faced young man stumbled into the hotel, his arms wrapped around a young woman on either side, his expression dazed and confused. Upon recognizing the man, Lu Qiu and Jiang Ying both frowned involuntarily. This was none other than Fong Wenqing, the man who had persistently harassed Jiang Ying before. Fong Wenqing clearly spotted the two of them eating in the corner. When he saw Jiang Ying, whom he had desperately pleaded with, now sitting so intimately with a tech geek, sharing a candlelit dinner, a flash of fury crossed his eyes. He abruptly dismissed the two beauties by his side and strode over, his aura brimming with hostility. I knew it. Back at the Oriental Group's new product launch, I noticed something was off between you two. Never imagined it would progress this far. Tell me, how does he compare to me? He's just a tech geek. In terms of family background and capabilities, he clearly falls short of me. Only the two of us together are the perfect match. He made no effort to suppress his rage or lower his voice, drawing the stares of everyone in the restaurant. Jiang Ying looked at Lu Qiu with an apologetic expression, while her gaze toward Fong Wenqing burned with fury. Who I date is my own business and has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Fong Wenqing was furious. In his view, Lu Qiu might have recently become a household name in Manhwa thanks to developing numerous high-tech products. But researchers were ultimately just tech geeks. They toiled away day after day on their research. How much money could they possibly have? Unlike him, his father had invested in countless businesses, and the family fortune was enough to fund 10 lifetimes of extravagant living. Especially Oriental Group, it was practically jointly owned by the Fong and Jiang families. Once the two families were united through marriage, he might just be able to seize all of the Jiang family's shares for himself. Then, the entire Dongfang Group would belong to their clan. His face darkened as he glared at Lu Qiu. You pathetic bookworm. Do you always hide behind women? How utterly contemptible. He sneered contemptuously, seemingly intent on provoking Lu Qiu. After all, with Jiang Ying protecting him, it was indeed difficult to make a move. A cold smile flickered across Lu Qiu's face. He rose slowly to his feet. Behind Fong Wenqing, 3 or 4 burly, muscular men approached, their eyes flashing with cold amusement. Should Lu Qiu dare to make a move, they would subdue him immediately. A thorough beating would be inevitable. Jiang Ying, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Stay calm. Don't get into a fight with them. Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. If you truly care for Jiang Ying, you should know love can't be forced. Whatever she chooses to do is her own freedom. That condescending tone of yours is downright irritating. I've known your father for years today, I'll graciously teach you a lesson in manners. Lu Qiu said, his face twisted with fury. He was now completely enraged. Fong Wenqing still wore a look of contempt. In his eyes, Lu Qiu was just a scrawny tech nerd who looked utterly powerless, nothing compared to the 3 bodyguards standing behind him. Little did he know that after undergoing the system's enhancement, Lu Qiu's physical capabilities had reached a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. The moment he moved, the 3 burly men who had just finished their suicide pact immediately charged forward to stop him. Yet he grabbed one in each hand and flung them both behind him. The speed of his movements was so swift that Fong Wenqing's smug grin hadn't even faded from his lips. His collar was already being yanked upward by Lu Qiu. You? What do you think you're doing? How dare you resort to violence in broad daylight? Is there no law anymore? Fong Wenqing finally felt fear. He saw a cold glint in Lu Qiu's eyes. In the future, you'd be wise to avoid provoking those you shouldn't. Otherwise, you'll easily bring about your own demise and trouble for your entire Fong family. With that, he snorted coldly and flung Fong Wenqing out. He crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented, groaning for a long while before finally managing to get up. Chapter 135, The Oppressive Black Palace. By the time Fong Wenqing regained his senses, Lu Qiu had already left the restaurant with Jiang Ying. Every bone in his body felt like it had been shattered, the pain excruciating. His gaze fixed on Lu Qiu's retreating figure, filled with seething fury. Damn it! That bastard is beyond despicable. How dare he attack me in public? Then he turned his head to look at the 3 bodyguards beside him. You 3 are useless too. You couldn't even subdue a tech geek. How will you protect me in a crisis? After speaking, he got into his car and returned home. At that moment, Fang Shan was wearing a pair of glasses, studying a financial statement. Seeing Fong Wenqing walk in looking utterly disheveled, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The Fong Wenqing he knew usually acted however he pleased, relying on his status and wealth, and had never suffered any losses. Why was he looking so disheveled today? My dear son, what on earth happened to leave you in such a state? Tell me, and I'll take care of it for you. Fang Shan doted on his precious son, and it was precisely this indulgence that had nurtured Fong Wenqing's current character. At his father's words, a flash of anger crossed Fong Wenqing's face. It's all because of that bastard Lu Qiu. He snatched Jiang Ying, the girl I've been pining for. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, but who knew that tech geek actually had some serious skills? He knocked me flat on my back and walked away like nothing happened. He then turned to his father with a pitiful look. Dad, you have to find a way to avenge me. I'm going to take Jiang Ying back and ruin Lu Qiu's reputation. His excitement grew with every word, but he failed to notice Fang Shan's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Smack! A vicious slap landed, instantly swelling Fong Wenqing's face like a pig's head. He stared at his father in utter bewilderment, utterly confused about what he had done to provoke such fury from Fang Shan. You good-for-nothing brat! What the hell possessed you to provoke Lu Qiu? Don't think Lu Qiu doesn't hold you in contempt. Even I hold no standing whatsoever before him. Fang Shan roared furiously. He was nearly driven to his wits' end by his good-for-nothing son. The cautionary tale of Lu Junyi was fresh in his mind. If he angered Lu Qiu because of Fong Wenqing and drew the attention of the Longwei authorities, with all his skeletons in the closet, survival would be impossible. You're staying home for now. No going out without my permission. If I find out you've caused trouble again, I won't let you off easy. He glared at him, his eyes filled with frustration at his son's stubbornness. After much deliberation, he decided to personally visit Lucio to dispel any negative impressions he might have formed. Otherwise, if Lucio harbored resentment toward him, given his identity as a Russian spy, dying 100 times over wouldn't be enough. Prepare some rare materials immediately. I'm going to the Academy of Sciences to visit Lucio personally. Fang Shan frowned as he gave orders to his subordinates. He knew Lucio's research projects would undoubtedly require large quantities of these materials. A gift must hit the mark. Watching Fang Shan's hurried retreat, Fang Wenqing covered her face, utterly stunned. He never imagined his father would not only refuse to help him but turn around and offer gifts to Lucio instead. With his spoiled nature, this was utterly unbearable. Damn Lucio! One day, I'll make him pay. He growled viciously. At that moment, within the Eagle Palace, the faces of the high-ranking officials were grim, especially Dawan's. His entire face looked as if it had been smeared with soot, radiating pure fury. Who could have imagined that the Dragon Nation would develop a sci-fi level weapon like the aerospace carrier? This is an absolute devastating blow to us Eagles. Dawn spoke slowly. But no one responded to his words. Everyone understood clearly that Dawn was currently boiling with rage. Anyone daring to cross him at this moment would inevitably face his furious wrath. Seeing the collective silence, Dawn's pent-up fury had no outlet, and his expression darkened further. I see it now. You lot talk a good game, but when it comes down to it, you all go silent. Is that what I pay you for, to just sit around doing nothing? He roared furiously at the group. Seeing the continued silence from afar, Dayan was on the verge of breaking down. All eyes turned to Michelle standing nearby. Only she could calm Dayan now. Michelle sighed. He spoke slowly. Your Excellency, if you wish to take action against the Dragon Nation, there is actually another way. That is to unite with all the other Western nations. Hearing Michelle's words, Dawn's fury finally began to subside. A thoughtful look crossed his eyes before he slowly nodded. Perhaps you're right. But now every nation on Earth knows the Dragon Nation possesses strategic weapons like the Sky Sea Mothership. They're not little darlings. Why would they unite with us to confront the Dragon Nation? Dawn shook his head. He still found this strategy lacking in feasibility. Michelle smiled. Sir, aren't you usually quite tough with other Western nations? Why the hesitation now? Remember, whether it's the European Union or the land of the rising sun, much of their technology comes directly from us, the Eagle. We've even planted numerous operatives within their high-level circles. With just a little coercion, I'm confident Western nations will unite against the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the Dragon Nation and our Western powers are fundamentally at odds. Allowing the Dragon Nation to continue developing unchecked would be detrimental to every other nation. His words held some merit. With no other options left, Dawn had no choice but to trust Michelle. Immediately summon the leaders of all Western nations. I intend to convene a summit to unite all forces against the Dragon Nation. A predatory gleam flashed in his eyes as his hatred for the Dragon Nation reached its peak. Under the staff's coordination, over 20 leaders from Western nations logged in to join the meeting. Many had already guessed Eagle's intentions. After all, the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership had become a household name, causing an uproar across the globe. Many felt deeply conflicted. They all understood that allowing the Dragon Nation to develop unchecked would be profoundly detrimental to their own interests. Yet confronting a Dragon Nation armed with aerospace carriers was a prospect none desired. Chapter 136, Forced Alliance. A glance swept across the screen displaying numerous Western leaders and high-ranking officials. A solemn expression flashed across Dawn's face. I imagine you've all guessed the purpose of today's meeting. It is to counter the Dragon Nation, which possesses aerospace carriers. Dawn cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. His words immediately sparked heated discussion among the assembled leaders. The Dragon Nation's development of an aerospace carrier poses an immense threat to every nation on Earth. This means they now possess the capability to confront the entire world simultaneously. Especially for us Western nations, our development paths diverge entirely from theirs. There's no guarantee they won't turn against us once their power grows. Confronting the Dragon Nation is our collective duty as nations. Many voices chimed in. Seeing such unanimous agreement, Dawn finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you all understand the immense threat Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier poses to us. We absolutely cannot allow Dragon Nation to continue developing unchecked. I urge you all to join forces with us, the Eagle Nation, to take military action against Dragon Nation and halt its momentum. Yet, as soon as these words left his mouth, the room fell silent. After a long pause, the president of Gaul spoke slowly. Your proposal is not without merit, but even if we unite the military forces of our nations, we would likely be no match for the Dragon Nation, which possesses space carriers. To confront them would be like trying to crack an egg against a stone. The Gaulish president said helplessly. The others gradually began to agree. Indeed. If we impose economic sanctions on the Dragon Nation, we might stand a chance. But to strike them militarily? We have no hope whatsoever. I urge you to reconsider. While the Dragon Nation possesses the most formidable military technology on Blue Star, they show no signs of expansionist intent. At least for now, they pose no immediate threat to us. If we unite and corner Dragon Nation, they might resort to deploying strategic nuclear weapons. Such mutual destruction would spell catastrophe for all humanity on Blue Star. The others pleaded earnestly in unison. Dawn's expression instantly darkened. For other Western nations, taking action against the Dragon Nation now was clearly ill-timed. They prefer to watch Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation fight each other to mutual destruction, rather than getting directly involved in the conflict between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation themselves. At this moment, Dawn's expression had darkened to the point of being almost dripping with menace. Gentlemen, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. We Western nations are united as one. Let me make this perfectly clear: if you refuse to align with us, the Eagle Nation, we will automatically consider you siding with the Dragon Nation against us. Expect economic and technological sanctions then, and don't blame us. Dawn finally uttered these threatening words. He knew this forced approach was far from ideal, but he was now utterly without options. Without forming an alliance with these Western nations, there is absolutely no chance of victory against the military might of their hawkish counterparts. Hearing Dawn's threatening words, the faces of many Western leaders turned grim. Ultimately, it was Japan's leadership who spoke first. Joining forces to exert military pressure on the Dragon Nation isn't entirely out of the question, but now is definitely not the optimal timing. I believe we should continue intensifying our technological and economic blockade against them. Waiting until their economy teeters on the brink of collapse before applying military pressure might yield unexpected results. He smiled as he tried to smooth things over. Upon hearing the Japanese Prime Minister's words, numerous Western leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed. Now is not the optimal moment for military pressure against the Dragon Nation. We must exercise patience. If it's merely a matter of intensifying economic and technological blockades against the Dragon Nation, we are willing to step up our efforts. Even sacrificing the Dragon Nation market is a price we are willing to pay. Seeing the others begin to back down, coupled with this compromise proposal, made it barely acceptable to Dawn. Thus, Dawn conceded. In that case, I propose that all Western nations sign a memorandum of understanding. We will impose a comprehensive economic and technological blockade on the Dragon Nation. No one may betray our agreement for the sake of the enormous benefits offered by the Dragon Nation, he declared with grave solemnity. Many Western leaders present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths upon hearing Dawn's words. Numerous nations among them maintained exceptionally frequent trade relations with the Dragon Nation. Losing access to the Dragon Nation market would deal a fatal blow to their national economies. Nevertheless, they ultimately prepared to sign the memorandum with Eagle, at least to secure its continued technological assistance for now. As for trade with the Dragon Nation, that could be handled privately. In the end, every nation achieved its desired outcome. Dawn, clutching a document signed by the leaders of each country, felt certain that the Dragon Nation's economic crisis was imminent. Western nations immediately united to issue a joint statement declaring the complete severance of all economic and trade ties with Dragon Nation. They demanded that Dragon Nation disclose its aerospace carrier technology. The aerospace carrier technology possessed by Dragon Nation has shattered the balance of humanity. We strongly demand its disclosure to contribute to global peace and stability. These were the exact words in the announcement. Faced with such brazen behavior from Western nations, many Dragon Nation netizens were utterly enraged. Who would have thought that Western nations, who boast of being civilized, would stoop to such shameless acts? Our Dragon Nation developed the aerospace mothership through our own strength. Why should we disclose the technology? If other nations feel aerospace carriers threaten global peace, they should develop their own. How dare they shamelessly demand ours? This must be instigated by the eagle-eyed ones. Knowing they can't stand up to our Dragon Nation alone, they've rallied Western nations to pressure us collectively. However, the Western nation's economic blockade against the Dragon Nation this time has not yielded significant results. The Dragon Nation's population is simply too vast. Its internal market alone is sufficient to propel its economic growth. Conversely, the economies of those Western nations that severed all trade ties with the Dragon Nation began suffering severe setbacks and entered a downward spiral. Chapter 137, Energy-Saving Technology Improvements. Dragon Nation, Academy of Sciences. Several veteran researchers sat with worried expressions, their faces etched with concern. Although our nation's economy continues to thrive recently, we've still faced some challenges due to the technological and economic blockades imposed by Western nations. Indeed. While our domestic market is vast enough to sustain an entire economy, our application of certain technologies remains too limited. Certain critical technologies controlled by Western nations pose a significant threat to our nation. We must find a way to break through their technological blockade. Lu Qiu, however, remained unconcerned upon hearing their discussion. The initiative for economic and technological blockades lies with them today, simply because their products feature more advanced technology, resulting in lower costs and higher efficiency. We need only develop comparable products that surpass Western nations in both cost and efficiency. This will inevitably compel them to lift the blockade voluntarily. Lu Qiu's words drew wry smiles from the others. They knew full well he was right. But the difficulty was simply too great. While their nation's military research capabilities and aerospace prowess might now lead the world, certain civilian technological fields still lagged behind. Even though nanoscale lithography machines had been developed, they still lagged behind. Don't worry about that, everyone. I've already prepared countermeasures. Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile as he produced a USB drive. Witnessing this, Zhou Hong and the other researchers exchanged stunned glances, their eyes widening as they stared at Lu Qiu. You little rascal, don't tell me this contains all your latest research breakthroughs. Zhou Hong said with a laugh. Lu Qiu had taken a month off recently, frequently going out with Jiang Ying during his free time. He simply hadn't had the time for research and development. How could he possibly present any research findings? Yet Lu Qiu nodded firmly. You've guessed correctly. These are all civilian technologies I've developed recently. They've modified some of the more energy-intensive techniques, which can significantly reduce our production costs. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Are you kidding us? We've been keeping tabs on your schedule. Where on earth did you find the time to develop this stuff? The group exclaimed in stunned disbelief. I figured these out on my own during my free time. They're just little gadgets. Improving them didn't take much time at all. Lu Qiu said nonchalantly. Then, as the veteran researchers opened the USB drive, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The contents of the USB drive were almost entirely cutting-edge production technologies. It included methods to enhance the efficiency of internal combustion engines and improve power plant systems. Our nation's industrial scale is simply too vast, and nearly all of it relies on coal or gasoline for power. Replacing these power systems with nuclear engines in the short term is practically impossible. So I focused on improving energy utilization efficiency. With the power technologies I've refined, energy efficiency can be doubled. Lu Qiu explained with a smile. You're not joking, are you? Doubling energy efficiency, what that means for our country, I think I don't need to explain. Zhou Hong exclaimed, his face frozen in disbelief. Exactly. It means we can produce the same amount of goods using only half the energy. Costs will plummet dramatically. Our products will gain immense price competitiveness in the global market. Those Western nations that cut off trade ties with us will surely regret it. Are you sure we should release this technology to the public now? The others asked with some hesitation. The technology Lu Qiu had developed could be said to completely revolutionize the world's energy system. He could instantly become the world's richest man with this technology. Let's apply it to some official enterprises in our Dragon Nation. Personal gains and losses mean little to me. My growth to this point wouldn't have been possible without Dragon Nation's support. Now that Dragon Nation faces hardship, I must lend a hand. His words deeply moved the assembled researchers. With the opportunity to become the world's richest man right before his eyes, no one expected Lu Qiu to voluntarily hand over the technology to the government. You young man. I won't beat around the bush. The Dragon Nation government will never forget this contribution. Zhou Hong gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder before immediately handing over the technical modification proposal to the authorities. Upon receiving the documents, Dragon Nation's leadership was overcome with elation. They immediately dispatched their spokesperson to announce the news to the world. Recently, academician Lu Qiu, a rising star at the Longwei Academy of Sciences, has successfully improved existing energy utilization technology. This advancement doubles energy efficiency. Our nation will implement this technology across all major state-owned enterprises. This news swept through the international market like a tornado. Upon hearing the news, enterprises and governments in many Western nations immediately began to feel uneasy. Damn it! Is this real or fake? If Dragon Nation truly possesses this technology, our products will have no price advantage whatsoever against theirs. I suspect this is likely a false report, just a deliberate diversion by Dragon Nation to distract us. We should wait and see how this plays out. Many Western leaders suspected this was a smokescreen deployed by the Dragon Nation. Numerous media outlets directly invited so-called experts to analyze the authenticity of the claim. Countless so-called experts in dynamics emphatically declared it impossible to develop technology doubling energy efficiency. Yet, some enterprises in Dragon Nation swiftly proved these experts wrong. Massive price cuts. Some state-owned enterprises in Dragon Nation have already begun utilizing this production technology, and product prices continue to fall. Price reductions are naturally the best news for ordinary citizens. The entire Longwei economy has regained its former vitality. Beyond that, companies in some Western countries have also started to get crafty. Chapter 138, Private Cooperation. We can't wait any longer. Even if Eagle Sen cuts off our technological and economic aid, we must find a way to resume trade with Dragon Nation. At this moment, aside from Eagle Nation, Western nations' top officials gathered to discuss trade with the Dragon Nation. There was no other option. The prices of certain Dragon Nation products were simply too low. This included certain industrial raw materials. If they could secure orders from the Dragon Nation, it would significantly reduce costs for their own companies. Precisely for this reason, they had gathered to discuss resuming trade with the Dragon Nation. I think we can actually avoid offending either side. We can continue private trade with Dragon Nation while maintaining our official embargo on the surface. After all, Dragon countries certainly won't refuse to do business with us. No one turns down money delivered right to their doorstep. That's an excellent idea. We could send representatives to negotiate with the Dragon Nation's government. After hours of debate, the group ultimately decided to approach the Dragon Kingdom to arrange private trade channels. The Dragon Kingdom's government naturally wouldn't refuse proposals from Western nations. For them, whether trade was conducted openly or privately, as long as they sold their goods, the money would flow into the Dragon Kingdom's coffers. It was entirely beneficial to them. Thus, enterprises from numerous Western nations began covertly trading with the Dragon Kingdom, drastically reducing production costs across Western countries. Simultaneously, certain products could now be imported and exported smoothly through the Dragon Kingdom. However, shifts in the international trade market could never escape the Eagle's watchful eye. Inside the Black House at that moment, Don's face turned ashen as he stared at the intelligence report handed to him by the Director of National Intelligence. No wonder our trade volume has plummeted recently. It turns out these damned allies have been secretly trading with the Dragon Nation behind our backs. These fools are good for nothing but causing trouble. He angrily flung the documents to the floor, seething with rage as if he wanted to drag Western leaders out and beat them senseless. Your Excellency, please calm down. Perhaps those Western nations had no choice but to resort to such actions. Dragon Nation's products are priced far too low right now, giving them a significant advantage in the international market. Cooperating with the Dragon Nation is indeed a good thing for every country, Michel remarked with a bitter smile from the side. But his words immediately ignited Don's fury. Are you the only smart one in this whole damn country? Don't I see the Dragon Nation's production costs are lower? It's all because of those useless fools at our Academy of Sciences. Why can Dragon Nation develop energy-saving technologies, but your academy can't? He roared furiously, his meticulously styled hair becoming disheveled. Everyone present fell silent, frozen in fear. After a moment to compose himself, he spoke slowly. If I recall correctly, this energy-saving technology was developed by that youngster Lu Qiu, wasn't it? Get our people in contact with him. His scientific talent is too formidable to leave in Dragon Nation. He'll be a threat. See if we can recruit him. If he refuses to work for us, eliminate him by any means necessary. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If not for Lu Qiu's development of the aerospace mothership, their Eagle-san wouldn't have been at a disadvantage in military confrontations. If not for his low-energy consumption technology, their Western allies would never have betrayed them. At its core, it all stemmed from this scientific genius of Dragon Nation. Both the intelligence minister and Michel wore wry smiles. Sir, we've orchestrated 2 suicide missions targeting Lu Qiu, both ending in failure. He's developed a portable mecha. Our men stand no chance against him in one-on-one combat. The intelligence minister said with a bitter smile. Don's eyes widened in shock. I only care about the result. How you succeed in the assassination is none of my concern. If you can't take him down one-on-one, then find a way to send an entire assassination squad. Don growled menacingly. His words only deepened the intelligence minister's inner turmoil. Everyone knew that security in the Dragon Nation was extremely tight. It was nearly impossible for any hot weapons to appear within its borders. Sending an entire assassination squad into the Dragon Nation was tantamount to suicide unless heavy weapons could be smuggled in. With a heavy heart, the intelligence chief ultimately sought out Keynes, hoping he could leverage his relationship with Lu Qiu to persuade him to join the Eagle faction. However, upon hearing the proposal, Keynes' face twisted into a bitter smile. I've reached out to Lu Qiu multiple times before, hoping to win him over. But then the purge of spies within the Academy of Sciences erupted, leaving your intelligence department with almost no inside contacts there. The matter was dropped. I offered Lu Qiu numerous benefits back then, but he consistently dismissed them. Now, with his status in the Dragon Nation undoubtedly growing by the day, he certainly won't join us for mere trifling gains. Keynes said helplessly. He understood all too well that while science knows no borders, scientists do. Moreover, from what he understood, intellectuals in the Dragon Nation often harbored a deep sense of national pride. That kind of patriotic sentiment couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Hearing Keynes' words, the intelligence minister could only sigh helplessly. Looks like we'll have to play some of our hidden cards in the Dragon Nation. Upon returning to his office, he immediately contacted Fong Shan. I intend to transport a shipment of heavy weaponry into Dragon Nation territory. You must find a way to ensure its safe passage and secure delivery within the country. Upon receiving this news, Fong Shan was utterly flabbergasted. You're not joking, are you? Dragon Nation has incredibly strict gun control. Even someone of my status as a wealthy individual can't get access to firearms, let alone heavy weapons. Even attempting to smuggle heavy weapons from the Eastern Triangle nations in the south would require enormous resources. But before he could finish, the intelligence minister cut him off. I only want results. No matter what means you employ, you must transport an entire shipment of heavy weapons into Dragon Nation within 3 days. Of course, these are our latest weapon systems, highly effective yet compact. They won't pose any difficulty for you. Chapter 139, Transporting Weapons. After hanging up the phone, Fong Shan's expression darkened considerably. He had been forced into working for Eagle by a series of coincidences, choosing to become a spy purely for profit. If he helped Eagle transport heavy weapons into Dragon Country this time, there was a high chance Dragon Country would uncover his identity, potentially causing all his wealth in Dragon Country to vanish. That was the last thing he wanted. However, the Eagle Empire government still held significant leverage over him, and he also had substantial funds deposited in the Eagle Empire Federal Bank. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to reach out to a contact in the Eastern Triangle region. He picked up a special phone and dialed a number. I'll be heading to Spring City tomorrow. There might be a large shipment needing to be transported from your end. I'll need your full cooperation then. The voice on the other end sounded indifferent. Don't worry, it's just some special materials, right? We've worked together so many times before, nothing will go wrong. But Fong Shan cut him off. This shipment isn't materials, it's heavy weaponry. There was a long silence on the other end, as if the man had been stunned by the revelation. Mr. Fong, you're not joking, are you? You should know the risks we take in this line of work. Smuggling special materials into the Dragon Kingdom might get you a few years at most, but transporting heavy weapons? That's a death sentence. No amount of money could ever convince me to handle this kind of deal. The man flatly refused with righteous indignation. Fong Shan gritted his teeth. 30 million? If you can get this shipment in, I'll wire you 30 million right now. With that kind of money, you could live it up anywhere in the world, just slip out of Longwei if you have to. After a long pause, the voice finally came back slowly. 100 million. If you agree, we'll take the deal. And we guarantee this shipment will reach your hands. The voice spoke with absolute confidence. Fong Shan sucked in a sharp breath. For someone worth tens of billions, 100 million wasn't much. But the wealthy are often notoriously stingy. But the thought of the boundless benefits Eagle would grant him upon success instantly erased his last shred of hesitation. I'll give you 30 million as a deposit now. Once the job is done, you won't be shorted a single cent of the 100 million. After hanging up, he immediately transferred 30 million from his Eagle Federal Bank account. He then bought a plane ticket and hurried to Spring City in the southwestern frontier of Dragon Country. By the time he landed, the hawk-nosed Russian spy chief had already arrived early. Lothar, I never imagined you'd be so well informed. How did you know I'd come to Spring City? The man with the hook nose, called Losses, shook his head. I'm not here to pick you up. Our Eagle Squadron is also infiltrating Dragon Nation from the Eastern Triangle region. He glanced at Fong Shan and instantly understood. You're here for heavy weapons, aren't you? I knew you'd use Chuanqing's channels to smuggle them in. Losses chuckled. Under Losses' lead, the group arrived at a rather luxurious hotel in Spring City. Several burly, muscular men emerged from the hotel. This is our Eagle Nation's most renowned assassin group, Snow Wolf. They're essentially the Eagle Nation military special forces, tasked with executing special missions. You could say they've never failed. Losses declared proudly. The leader was a bald, muscular man with a snow wolf tattooed on his neck, clearly no pushover. He gave Fong Shan a slight nod before launching into a complaint. When the hell are our heavy weapons arriving? I hear the target's carrying a portable mech suit. Regular guns won't do a damn thing against them, we might even get killed in the process. The bald man grumbled. Rest assured, gentlemen. I have connections in the Eastern Triangle. All the weapons you require will be transported into the Dragon Nation by tonight. He declared confidently. However, the Snow Wolf killers clearly didn't trust Fong Shan, a Dragon Country native, very much. They all felt that entrusting such a critical mission to a Dragon Nation spy who had just been turned was nothing short of reckless. But these men would soon witness Fong Shan's capabilities. With money paving the way, he led the Snow Wolf killers to experience all manner of services Dragon Nation had to offer, indulging in every earthly pleasure imaginable. Come evening, a refrigerated truck suddenly appeared in the hotel's back kitchen. A young man with dragon and tiger tattoos and triangular eyes stepped out. After scanning the area and finding nothing amiss, Fong Shan emerged from somewhere, leading his men, and immediately ordered the refrigerated truck opened. Seeing the dense array of weapons of various models inside, Fong Shan and the members of the assassin group all wore faint smiles. Impressive. Mr. Fong truly has influence to arrange for such heavy weaponry to move freely within the Dragon Nation. The bald man beside him exclaimed with admiration. Even Lhasa, standing nearby, couldn't help but express his astonishment. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we'd never have managed to smuggle in this much heavy weaponry. I'll report your contribution to the intelligence minister, and you'll receive a substantial reward. Lhasa said with a cheerful smile. Hearing this, Fong Shan's face lit up with delight. To get this shipment in, he'd spend a full 100 million. If the Eagle Agency's official reward was substantial enough to cover his losses, that would be ideal. Then I thank you, Mr. Losses. Wishing you all the best of luck in the assassination operation. Fong Shan said cheerfully, then unexpectedly walked away. His task was merely to deliver these heavy weapons into the Dragon Nation. The assassination operation beyond that was none of his concern. Watching the receding figure, a flicker of disdain crossed Losses' face. Any intel on our target? Let's be clear, your intelligence division handles target information. We assassins are solely responsible for the execution. The bald man boomed, his eyes flashing with indifference. In his eyes, taking down a tech geek was a piece of cake. Chapter 140, Heading to Sioux City. At that moment, Lu Qiu remained utterly unaware that a conspiracy targeting him was slowly brewing. He poured all his energy into several newly launched projects, even reducing his meetings with Jiang Ying. Seeing him neglect his own health and immerse himself in experiments, even Zhou Hong and Xin Guoliang felt it was getting to be too much. You'd better take a break, kid. Burning the midnight oil like this isn't sustainable. Your health is what matters most. Zhou Hong urged. Lu Qiu, however, didn't see the issue. His physical constitution, having undergone systematic comprehensive enhancement, was now far beyond that of ordinary people. Both his constitution and stamina far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even pulling all-nighters for experiments posed no threat to his health. Though he did occasionally feel some fatigue. I understand. I'll take some time off recently. Lu Qiu rubbed his forehead with a hint of resignation, gradually feeling the strain of his workload. Currently, the entire technological advancement of Dragon Nation rested almost entirely on his shoulders. Even the most elite researchers who joined his lab could only assist with menial tasks, utterly unable to match his vision. He was increasingly aware that relying solely on his own strength to prop up the nation's technological advancement was unsustainable. He must cultivate more outstanding talents to serve as a reserve force for the younger generation. In the coming days, I plan to select young talents from universities across the nation to join my lab. I will personally mentor these young minds, hoping they will make significant contributions to Dragon Nation's scientific research in the future. Lu Qiu's words brought broad smiles to the faces of the Academy's elders. They had all witnessed Lu Qiu's extraordinary talent firsthand and naturally hoped he would mentor more students. However, they were all acutely aware that many research breakthroughs uniquely associated with Chengfeng might undermine his standing if mastered by Lu Qiu's students. Uncertain of Lu Qiu's intentions, they had never broached the subject. Now that Lu Qiu had proactively requested to recruit students into his lab, everyone was naturally delighted to see it happen. We'll immediately reach out to several universities. I'm confident their students will be eager to join our Academy of Sciences lab and shine in your projects. Zhou Hong said excitedly. In his enthusiasm, he promptly granted Lu Qiu a full week's leave, urging him to rest thoroughly during this period. After all, both sending notifications to universities and selecting talent for the lab would take time. With ample vacation time, Lu Qiu immediately reached out to Jiang Ying. Going out to play? I don't mind, but Jiang Lanlan just invited me over to her place recently. How about we go together? Hearing Jiang Ying's suggestion, Lu Qiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Jiang Lanlan's company, Tianlong, was headquartered in Suzhou City in the south, a renowned tourist destination boasting the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan. Since Lu Qiu had a full week off anyway, it was perfect timing to accompany Jiang Ying to Suzhou. After finalizing their plans, the two met at the airport the next day, ready to fly straight to Suzhou. By this point, their relationship had been solidified. Even though Jiang Ying, as the beautiful CEO of Oriental Group, drew media attention with every move she made, she didn't seem to mind Lu Qiu standing by her side at all. Just a few days ago, Lalan invited me to Suzhou. I was going to decline, but this is the perfect chance to travel with you. Jiang Ying said cheerfully. In Lu Qiu's presence, she shed all traces of the powerful CEO persona, radiating the warmth of a girl next door. Time flew by, and by the time they arrived in Suzhou, Jiang Lanlan had already arranged a private car to pick them up at the airport. Ladies, our CEO Jiang has arranged for you to stay at Suzhou's most renowned garden hotel. Please proceed there first. Once our CEO finishes her business, she'll join you immediately. The man who appeared to be the more refined of the two said. The two were driven to a garden hotel on the outskirts of the city, arguably the most luxurious establishment in Suzhou. Its overall style mimicked ancient gardens, immersing guests in an atmosphere reminiscent of bygone eras, brimming with artistic charm and elegance. Lanlan really went all out. I heard this garden hotel is notoriously hard to book, even with money requiring reservations made months in advance. Jiang Ying couldn't help but marvel at the hotel's surroundings. Sioux City Airport. A dozen burly men disembarked from the plane. Several SUVs waited at the airport entrance, and the group immediately climbed inside. Damn it! Our target's like a turtle, holed up in the lab all the time. Can't find a chance to make our move. Total workaholic. The leader was a bald man, none other than the Snow Wolf assassination squad sent by Eagle Sauce. We've been lurking in the Dragon Nation's capital for ages, never catching the target out alone. Thought the bastard lived and ate at the academy. Now that we finally have our chance, we can't afford any mistakes this time. We have to take him out in one shot. The bald man's eyes burned with murderous intent. Just then, his phone rang. Just got the intel Lu Qiu and his girlfriend checked into a hotel on the outskirts of Suzhou. I've sent you the exact location and topographical map. As for what to do next, I trust you know better than I do. Luo Sa's voice came through the line. A cruel smile spread across the bald man's face. Rest assured. We're professionals at this kind of dirty work. Not a single mission undertaken by our snow wolf assassins has ever failed. After speaking, he immediately shared a map he held with his brothers in arms. Together, they drove their vehicles toward the outskirts. This hotel is designed in the style of a classical Chinese garden, and there's actually a small hill near the entrance and exit. We can easily set up an ambush on the nearby hilltop and deliver a fatal blow to our target. After studying the nearby topographical map, the others exclaimed excitedly. The bald man nodded with a satisfied smile. Looks like heaven's helping us out, they actually chose to stay at a hotel like this. Are the ion weapons ready? He turned to ask. His subordinate nodded. Don't worry. That guy called Fong Shan has some tricks up his sleeve. All our weapons are in the trunk. Chapter 141, The Assassin's Guild. The evening sun cast its glow across the land, leaving a golden hue in its wake. A car slowly pulled into the Garden Hotel on the outskirts of Sioux City. Wonderful. I never imagined both of you would come. Zhang Lanlan's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Jiang Ying, whom she hadn't seen in days. Lu Qiu has a week off. Since we didn't have much to do in the capital anyway, we decided to come to Suzhou together. It had been over a month since the two had last met, and naturally, the girls had endless topics to discuss upon reuniting. After exchanging pleasantries for quite some time, the sky gradually darkened. Come on, I'll take you to an amazing Suzhou restaurant. After dinner, I'll show you the city's night views. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Lanlan said with a smile. Soon, the three of them drove away from the Garden Hotel together. Little did they know that on the hilltop overlooking the hotel's sole exit, a dozen burly men from the Eagle Gang lay in ambush, their eyes gleaming with savage intent. Boss, the target's in sight. The scout, one of the assassins, reported excitedly. The others perked up immediately, gazing down at the foot of the hill. Their eyes brimmed with excitement. A luxury vehicle slowly approached. This car is probably bulletproof, but our ion weapons will definitely breach its defenses. After speaking, he immediately grabbed a rocket launcher and aimed it at the vehicle. Boom! The rocket-propelled grenade, trailing a long plume of flame, slammed into the vehicle. Fortunately, the driver was highly skilled. Upon spotting the rocket, he immediately slowed down and tapped the brakes. Ambush! The driver in the front seat exclaimed in panic. Several bodyguards from the convoy behind had already rushed out, but without any firearms, they could only wait helplessly. A massive crater, torn open by the rocket-propelled grenade, gaped before the vehicle. Looks like this driver's no pushover either, he actually dodged our attack. The bald man snarled, his eyes filled with regret. But it doesn't matter. Everyone, follow me down. These bodyguards have no weapons, just agile bodies. Before us, they're like lambs led to slaughter. With that, he charged forward. Zhang Lanlan and Jiang Ying were still reeling in panic. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated anyone would openly use firearms for an assassination attempt within the Dragon Nation. Stay in the car. Don't come out. Lu Qiu's expression was grave. He knew full well that neither Zhang Lanlan nor Jiang Ying, despite their noble status, were important enough to warrant such a costly assassination attempt. It was abundantly clear these assassins had come for him. His expression darkened considerably. This was already the third assassination attempt Eagle had launched against him. Though both previous attempts had ended in failure, they had still caused a huge stir. Those damn bastards just wouldn't give up. The moment Lu Qiu stepped out of the car, his bodyguards immediately surrounded him. These were elite military personnel hired by Zhang Lanlan. Sir, please stay inside the vehicle for now. The enemy possesses extremely dangerous firearms, including heavy weapons like rocket launchers. Bullets don't have eyes. Their professional discipline remained commendable even facing mortal danger, none of them panicked. Lu Qiu, thank God. You actually came out of the car on your own. A heavily accented Chinese voice cut through the air. Everyone looked up to see two burly men covered in dragon and tiger tattoos charging down the hillside, each wielding a submachine gun. They even had rocket launchers strapped to their backs. They were armed to the teeth. At this sight, every bodyguard's face turned grim. Sir, you must evacuate immediately. We'll try to hold them off. The bodyguards pleaded in unison. But deep down, they knew facing such heavily armed enemies, they were no better than dead men walking. Yet Lu Qiu stepped forward to stand before them. With a flick of his wrist, a golden and red battlesuit instantly enveloped his body. Everyone watching was stunned. Could this be a sci-fi movie? Even the Charging Eagle brand assassins wore stunned expressions, staring at Lu Qiu in utter disbelief. Come to think of it, our intel confirmed the target possessed mecha technology, which is why we were instructed to bring ion weapons. The bald man snorted coldly, the first to recover his senses. But he still refused to believe it, firing his gun at Lu Qiu, who was now fully clad in his mecha armor. Yet the bullets struck Lu Qiu's battlesuit like hitting steel plates, sparks flying everywhere. They were instantly deflected. "You guys retreat first. Leave this to me." Lu Qiu turned to address the bodyguards behind him. Then he charged forward. With his speed-enhancing system firing at full throttle, he appeared before the assassins in the blink of an eye. The opposing assassins stared in stunned silence. Once they snapped out of it, they scrambled for their lives, retreating toward the rear. "Quick, deploy our concealed weapons. This guy's too fast. His mech might even have hidden special weaponry. We absolutely cannot engage him head-on," the bald man exclaimed in panic. He possessed extensive combat experience, but his missions typically involved assassinating minor state officials or stirring unrest in small nations. He had never once engaged a mech pilot in direct combat. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off Lu Qiu's battle armor, turning the bald man's face ashen. Whoosh! A white ion beam suddenly erupted from Lu Qiu's palm, piercing straight through one of the assassin squad members in front of him. The wounds on his body were completely seared by the ion beam, not a single drop of blood spilling out. The sight was gruesome and terrifying. At that moment, the assassins finally readied their concealed ion weapons. It resembled a rocket launcher, except it fired ion beams instead. A savage grin spread across the bald man's face as he stared at Lu Qiu. "Damn it! In all the years our snow wolf assassins have roamed the world, we've never failed a mission, let alone suffered any casualties. And now you bastard have taken my brother's life." Consumed by rage, he pulled the trigger. A beam of ion energy hurtled toward Lu Qiu. Chapter 142, Jiang Ying severely wounded. Too slow. Though this furious ion beam appeared blindingly fast to outsiders, reaching Lu Qiu in the blink of an eye. But for Lu Qiu, clad in battle armor and equipped with a combat support system, it was still far too slow. With a sideways shift of his body at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, the ion beam vanished behind him in an instant. The charging speed of Eagle Sauce's ion cannon is extremely slow, requiring at least 4 or 5 seconds. In that time, Lu Qiu could easily charge into the crowd and start slaughtering. The bald man and the other members of the assassin group all turned pale. Shouldering their ion cannons, they retreated backward. However, their speed was no match for Lu Qiu's. Just as Lu Qiu suddenly charged in front of these assassin group members, a cold smile flickered across the bald man's face. "Just as I thought, nothing but a tech nerd. Your combat experience is woefully lacking. I barely had to show a hint of weakness, and you actually fell for it." Hearing this, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Lu Qiu's heart. "Watch out." At that very moment, Jiang Ying's voice rang out from behind him. His heart skipped a beat. By the time he turned around, Jiang Ying had already thrown herself into his arms, her face drained of color. Behind Jiang Ying, unnoticed, a member of the assassin group had circled around, holding an ion beam weapon. "Damn it! When did this woman get out? Bloody hell! She's ruined our entire plan." The bald man roared in fury, his eyes filled with utter panic. Just as he prepared to flee, a powerful ion beam erupted from Lu Qiu's hand. The assassin who had just fired the sneak shot from behind vanished instantly, his head gone. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, clearly dead beyond any doubt. The bald man's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly led his men toward the distant hills. He knew full well that even with their ion weapons, they stood no chance against Lu Qiu in a direct confrontation. Yet no matter how fast they moved, they could never outpace Lu Qiu in his battle armor. In a single bound, he appeared before the assassins in an instant. In an instant, he raised his hand and unleashed ion beams, reaping the lives of the entire assassin squad one by one. Not a single one survived. Little did anyone know that his heart was already drowning in profound grief and rage. Jiang Ying held an irreplaceable place in his heart. Ever since he first stepped foot into the Academy of Sciences, the two of them had known each other. Had Jiang Ying not braved immense pressure to secure materials for him, he likely would never have gained a foothold in the academy. Moreover, Jiang Ying had always been sincere toward him, their bond deeply rooted. Especially this time she had actually stepped in front of a gun barrel for him. The bald man seethed with fury. Why? The Snow Wolf assassins had almost never failed, yet they'd botched an assassination attempt on a tech geek. Gazing at the metallic sheen of his battlesuit, the bald man felt a pang of regret even as death approached. If only every one of their Eagle Squad operatives could be equipped with such armor, no high-ranking official in the world would stand a chance against their assassination attempts. Ultimately, it was their own technological shortcomings that were to blame. After disposing of these scum, Lu Qiu rushed back to the scene with a look of urgency. Seeing Jiang Ying already being helped into a car, his face was filled with worry. "Don't worry, I'll take Xiaoying to the best hospital in Suzhou City immediately." Zhang Lanlan's expression was grim as well. Suppressing her panic, she said. "No need. I'll take him straight back to the capital." Lu Qiu shook his head, then made a direct call to Chu Yun. "I was ambushed outside Suzhou. The attackers were likely a hit squad sent by the Eagle Gang. I wiped them all out. But Jiang Ying sustained serious injuries protecting me. I request military transport to fly her back to Beijing for treatment. Xu Yun had been seated in his office chair, but upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, he leapt to his feet. What? Those damn eagle-worshipping bastards sent people after you again. Send me your location now. I'll dispatch a military fighter jet immediately. After hanging up, Xu Yun's expression darkened considerably. He hadn't expected the eagle-eyed bastards to be so obsessed with assassinating Lu Qiu. He knew full well Jiang Ying standing in Lu Qiu's heart, and that the Oriental group she belonged to had intricate ties with the Dragon Nation's government. If anything happened to Jiang Ying, it would spell disaster for the entire Dragon Nation. He immediately called the commander of the Sioux City military district and directly arranged a special aircraft to transport the injured Jiang Ying back. In less than 5 minutes, the roar of helicopter rotors filled the sky. A full helicopter squadron appeared overhead. Over 100 Special Forces members disembarked from the helicopters. Mr. Lu, please board the aircraft with Ms. Zheng immediately. After exchanging greetings with Zhang Lanlan, Lu Qiu promptly boarded the helicopter. Professional medical personnel and a full array of medical equipment were already waiting inside. They immediately began administering emergency treatment to Jiang Ying. However, this time, Eagle had used an ion gun as his weapon. It created a penetrating wound in Jiang Ying's body. It had pierced straight through her chest and abdomen. The sight was utterly gruesome. Her entire body had turned deathly pale from excessive blood loss. After over an hour, the group finally arrived in Kyoto. The helicopter landed directly on the helipad atop Kyoto First Hospital, where the most elite medical specialists had been waiting since early morning. Jiang Ying was rushed into the operating room the moment she stepped off the helicopter. How is she? Xu Yun looked at Lu Qiu with a grave expression. It's almost certain they're Eagle Squad's men. All the weapons they were carrying are standard Eagle Squad issue. What puzzles me is how they managed to smuggle such heavy weaponry into the city. Lu Qiu shook his head. It's all my fault. I never imagined they'd have ion weapons, and I certainly didn't expect Jiang Ying to foolishly block the gun barrel for me. Lu Qiu crouched on the ground, clutching his head in anguish. If Jiang Ying suffered any harm this time, he would never forgive himself until his dying breath. Xu Yun sighed beside him. The doctors at the capital hospital are top-tier experts in our country. They have unparalleled expertise in surgical treatment. I'm sure that little girl from the Zheng family will be just fine. He could only offer comfort from the sidelines. Chapter 143, Critical Condition. The hospital was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant. The constant flow of people around her made Lu Qiu feel restless and anxious. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor entrance. A square-jawed middle-aged man abruptly appeared before him. How is Xiaoying? This man was none other than Jiang Ying's father, Jiang Tianmin. A look of guilt flashed across Lu Qiu's face. I'm sorry, father. She's still in critical condition and hasn't been out of danger yet, but I will find a way to save Xiaoying. He assured him with unwavering confidence. Jiang Tianmin sighed helplessly. I never imagined this could happen. Eagle's men are truly too arrogant. He spoke with a hint of resentment. Jiang Tianmin had single-handedly founded the Oriental Group and currently served as its chairman. His influence extended across various industries in Dragon Nation, and he maintained close ties with the Dragon Nation government. He knew full well that the conflict between Dragon Nation and Eagle Nation had long reached an irreconcilable point. But he never imagined the Eagle Nation would stoop to such ruthless and brutal actions. Who is the patient's family member? At that moment, the operating room door suddenly swung open. A doctor with graying temples emerged. Lu Qiu and Jiang Tianmin stepped forward. Doctor, how is the patient doing now? The doctor shook his head with a bitter expression. The patient suffered a penetrating injury. The skin and muscles across the entire chest and abdomen have necrotized, and even the internal organs sustained damage. While we've stabilized him temporarily, if we can't find a way to repair these injuries, he will inevitably slip back into critical condition. The doctor said with a hint of helplessness. At that moment, Xu Yun also approached. You must do everything possible to save Ms. Zhang. This is also the directive from our nation's highest authorities. The doctor nodded. Rest assured, everyone. Regardless of the patient's status, we will do everything in our power to treat her. That is the fundamental principle of our medical profession. However, there are some things beyond our control. The doctor smiled bitterly in resignation. The patient's wound repair involves nerves and numerous tiny capillaries. With our current technology, achieving therapeutic results is simply beyond our capabilities. We truly have no other options. Whether she survives is entirely up to fate. The doctor's words struck Lu Qiu like a bolt from the blue, landing a crushing blow to his mind. A look of deep contemplation spread across his face. So you're saying it's just these tiny nerves and capillaries that can't be repaired? If there were a way to mend these minute injuries, could Jiang Ying's condition stabilize? The doctor nodded. Theoretically, yes. But with our current technology, while we can reattach a severed finger, repairing a penetrating wound is extremely difficult. Lu Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, a plan forming in his mind. Uncle, let's keep Jiang Ying in the hospital's intensive care unit for now. I plan to develop a nanomedicine robot that can repair the penetrating injuries on her body using these tiny robots. Lu Qiu said solemnly to Jiang Tianmin beside him. Jiang Tianmin froze. Their Oriental group was equally formidable in the medical field, and he had long heard of nanoscale medical robots. However, he knew full well that such robots existed only in theory. They were impossible to create in reality. Even the doctor standing nearby shook his head with a smile. You're being rather naive, sir. Nanoscale medical robots? Setting aside the fact that we currently lack the technology to control such robots, simply developing robots down to the nanoscale is incredibly difficult. The doctor shook his head as he spoke. Jiang Tianmin had briefly clung to a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing the doctor's words, his heart sank once more. Oomph. Just because you can't develop such nanoscale robots now doesn't mean Lu Qiu can't. Do you know he's one of our nation's most brilliant scientific geniuses? Zhu Yun, standing nearby, was deeply annoyed by the doctor's words. He turned to look at Lu Qiu. Go ahead and develop it in the lab. If there's anything you need from us officials, just ask. We won't refuse any request we can help with. Zhu Yun said solemnly. He understood clearly that developing nanoscale medical robots wouldn't just help Jiang Ying recover from her injuries, it would also elevate Longhua's medical capabilities to terrifying heights. It would be immensely beneficial for both the nation and its people. Hearing Zhu Yun blindly trust this young man's empty promises, the seasoned experts couldn't help but smile bitterly. Though no one voiced their thoughts aloud, their expressions betrayed their true feelings. Not a single person believed Lu Qiu could develop a nanoscale medical robot. Even Jiang Tianmin felt profound despair about it. Only Lu Qiu remained utterly confident. He knew full well that the system contained blueprints for developing nanoscale medical technology. He just needed to follow them step by step. He wasted no time, driving straight to the Academy of Sciences. By then, the entire academy was already in a state of panic. Everyone had heard about Lu Qiu's assassination attempt but didn't know the outcome. Seeing Lu Qiu return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But when they learned Jiang Ying was now in critical condition, their hearts, which had just settled, began to race once more. Those damn eagle-eyed bastards. How shameless. They keep trying to assassinate you one after another. There must be plenty of American spies infiltrating our dragon nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to smuggle heavy weapons in so easily. Enough talk. The most urgent matter now is finding a way to treat Jiang Ying. The group murmured in agreement. Lu Qiu looked at them with a grave expression and said, You've all worked with me in the lab for a long time now. You understand the gravity of this situation. I'm about to develop nanobots that accelerate wound healing. I need your full commitment and support. After speaking, Lu Qiu directly retrieved the research blueprints for the nanomedicine robots from the system. He then outlined his research approach before the assembled team. After hearing his explanation, every member of the Academy of Sciences wore expressions of utter astonishment. Nanoscale medical robots encompassed fields like materials science, structural mechanics, and artificial intelligence. No one expected Lu Qiu to have independently outlined the entire research framework. Everyone looked at Lu Qiu with admiration. The framework is set, the rest will be straightforward. Chapter 144, Mission Success or Failure? 3 consecutive days passed. Neither the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences nor the Dragon Nation government showed any signs of unusual activity. In a small courtyard on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, Fangshan and Solos paced anxiously back and forth. So what about those members of the assassin group? More than a dozen people, did they just vanish into thin air? Fangshan finally couldn't contain his impatience any longer and asked anxiously. Solos was anxious too. As the head of the Eagle Intelligence Agency in the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't contact a single member of the assassin squad. The mission was most likely a failure. Enough. There's no point waiting any longer. I'll report this mission as a failure to headquarters. Solos said helplessly. Now it was Fangshan's turn to panic. If they declared the mission a failure outright, wouldn't the Bounty Eagles official had promised him go down the drain? He'd risked exposure to the Dragon Nation authorities and even spent a full 100 million to smuggle in Eagle's heavy weaponry. Was he really going to walk away with nothing? No. We need to verify this thoroughly before concluding anything. Perhaps those assassin squad members succeeded in their mission but were captured by the Dragon Nation before they could escape. Lu Qiu is most likely dead by now. Solos looked at Fangshan as if he were a little kid. You seem utterly confused, sir. If Lu Qiu were truly dead, wouldn't the Dragon Nation be making a huge fuss? They'd likely be frantic by now. Clearly, even with ion weapons, our assassin group failed to kill Lu Qiu. Instead, he turned the tables and killed us. Though Solos refused to accept this outcome, the truth likely lay in those words. Hearing Solos had already reached his final verdict on the matter, Fangshan could only slump helplessly into his chair. Enough, enough. I've seen it now, collaborating with you eagle bums never ends well. One day, I might just end up following in Lu Junyi's footsteps. He sighed helplessly. His words made Solo's eyes narrow, a flash of murderous intent crossing them. Now that you're on our Eagle's ship, you either sail with us or your corpse will be the one leaving. We hold substantial evidence of your illegal activities. Hand it all over to the Dragon Nation and you'll face dire consequences. Fong Shan's face instantly contorted into a fawning smile. Little did he know, Fong Shan was seething with hatred. If not for Eagle's threats and bribes back then, he never would have walked down this path of treason. Rest assured, sir. I was merely speaking hypothetically. This collaboration with Eagle also brings me immense benefits. I'm not the sort to take favors without delivering results. Solo snorted coldly before turning and returning to his base in Manhwa. He immediately contacted the head of intelligence. Sir, our assassination mission has likely failed. All members of the assassin squad are now unreachable and Lu Chou's trail has vanished completely. Solos reported in a grave tone. The intelligence minister's face darkened instantly, turning as black as a pot bottom. Damn it! You useless bunch! You're good for nothing but messing things up. We even transported heavy weapons and some ion weapons into the Dragon Kingdom, yet you still couldn't pull it off in one go. The intelligence minister roared in fury. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Solo's face. Sir, this has absolutely nothing to do with our intelligence department. Our division of labor with the Assassins Guild is crystal clear. We only provide target intelligence, while the guild members are the ones who actually carry out the operations. Even if Lord Dayan were to blame someone, he'd only criticize the military for incompetence, not pin the blame on us. Hearing Sarah's words, the intelligence minister breathed a sigh of relief. I will report this matter to Lord Dayan. As for how to proceed next, we should await Lord Dayan's orders first. With that, he ended the call. The matter has been reported to Dayan. Useless. All of you are useless. Dawn swept all the documents off his desk onto the floor, pointing angrily at Milgan and the intelligence minister as he unleashed a torrent of curses. We've paid such a heavy price, even going to extreme lengths to smuggle ion weapons into Dragon Nation territory, and we deployed our most elite assassin squad, yet we still failed. Is it because the Dragon Nation's defenses are too strong, or are your people just useless? His rage boiled over as he pointed his finger at everyone present and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Neither Milgan nor the intelligence minister uttered a word. Everyone knew full well that Dawan was at his most furious right now. Anyone daring to cross him at this moment would truly not know how to write the word death. Enough! Enough! You bunch of useless fools will never accomplish anything. Dawn surveyed the silent faces before sighing in resignation. Have you determined why our men vanished? The snow wolf killers can be wiped out entirely, it matters little. But whatever you do, don't expose our Eagle squad. Dawn shook his head. Seeing Daoan finally calm down, Milgan breathed a sigh of relief. He gave the intelligence minister a meaningful glance, and the minister reluctantly stepped forward to report. No news yet, but it's highly probable they died for the cause. Even if captured alive by the Dragon Nation, they'd never betray us. The intelligence chief declared with conviction. Milgan nodded in agreement beside him. The Snow Wolf assassins are elite soldiers from our military. They are utterly loyal to the Eagle emblem. There will be absolutely no issues. Hearing their assurances, Dawn finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Since this assassination attempt failed, we should lie low for the time being. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation might seize upon this as leverage. Dawn said with a frown. Just then, his secretary rushed in breathlessly. Bad news. The Dragon Nation government just released an official statement announcing that Lu Qiu was attacked by enemy spies near Suzhou City. Lu Qiu is safe and unharmed, but his girlfriend, the current president of the Oriental Group, Zhang Ying, was critically injured and remains unconscious. Hearing his secretary's words, a rare smile finally appeared on Dawan's face. Ha ha ha. Looks like our assassination attempt wasn't entirely wasted after all. Though we didn't take Lu Qiu out, eliminating his girlfriend is a pretty good consolation prize. Dawn chuckled. If he's deeply attached to his girlfriend, this might just be the blow that knocks him down for good. Chapter 145, Nanomedicine Robots. Dawn was naturally overjoyed. Beyond being Lu Qiu's girlfriend, Zhang Ying was also the current president of Longhua Dongfang Group. And according to their intelligence sources, Longhua Oriental Group was highly likely a multinational corporation with red-backed connections. Though publicly operating as a private enterprise, it was highly probable that it was actually an official enterprise of the Longhua government. Precisely for this reason, they routinely imposed sanctions on the Oriental Group. Who would have thought that this assassination attempt would end up severely injuring the group's current president? Seeing Dayan's delighted expression, both the intelligence minister and Milgan breathed a collective sigh of relief. At the very least, they hadn't squandered this assassination opportunity. What's the status of our people? Dawn frowned as if recalling something. The secretary's face flashed a hint of awkwardness. The entire assassination squad we dispatched was wiped out. Every single one met a gruesome end on the spot. Fortunately, I left no survivors, so there's no need to worry about the Dragon Council. All blame will be pinned squarely on us. Dawn waved dismissively. Those guys were nothing but a bunch of brainless muscleheads. Their deaths are no loss at all. This joint operation between your military and intelligence agencies has been a resounding success. Congratulations in advance. Next year's budget allocations for both departments will definitely see an increase, Dawn said with a cheerful smile. Both Intelligence Minister Hammergen and the others wore expressions of delight, looking deeply grateful. Yet deep down, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. After all, the Snow Wolf assassins they had dispatched were the elite of their Eagle squadron. They had risked life and limb countless times in missions, earning immense glory for the Eagle. Yet with a single sentence, Dawn had dismissed their deaths as if they were nothing. Never mind the Eagle wielding high command in the Black Palace reveling in triumph. At the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. Inside the laboratories, a bustling scene unfolded everywhere. Many researchers hadn't rested for 2 or 3 days straight, their faces ringed with dark circles as they worked non-stop. We finally did it. Lu Chou gazed at the swarm of nanobots through the nanoscale microscope, his eyes brimming with delight. Who would have thought we could develop nanomedicine robots in just 3 days? This is cutting-edge medical technology, even on a global scale. With these nanorobots, many diseases once deemed incurable by humans may now have a chance at treatment. I'm confident Jiang Ying's injuries will heal quickly. All thanks to Professor Lu. If he hadn't prepared the blueprints for the nanomedicine robots in advance, no matter how hard we worked, we wouldn't have been able to get started. Everyone gazed at Lu Chou with deep emotion, their eyes brimming with respect. Lu Chou's efforts weren't just about saving Jiang Ying's life, they could revolutionize the entire medical system. When that time comes, it could save the lives of countless ordinary people. Everyone, let's postpone the celebratory banquet for now. Jiang Ying's condition remains critical. I must act swiftly to save her. After speaking, Lu Chou immediately grabbed all the nanomedicine robots from the petri dish and headed toward the hospital. At that moment, Jiang Ying lay in the hospital's intensive care unit, still unconscious. Despite receiving treatment from the finest medical facilities and personnel in the entire Dragon Nation, even the nation's most elite surgeons were powerless against the penetrating wounds inflicted by the ion weapon. The wound had even severed numerous nerves. They were densely packed, making reconnection impossible. Zhang Tianmin remained stationed at the ward entrance. He clearly hadn't rested in ages, his eyes bloodshot and rimmed with red. Seeing Lu Chou only heightened his anxiety. He dreaded the possibility that Lu Chou would deliver bad news. Lu Chou's face flushed with excitement as he gave him a firm nod. Don't worry, uncle. The nanomedicine robots have been successfully developed. He held up a metal box in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Tianmin felt a wave of relief wash over him and prepared to stand up to thank Lu Chou. Before he could steady himself, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed unconscious. In an instant, medical staff rushed over in a flurry of activity to attend to him. Nothing serious. It's simply because he hasn't had proper rest lately, triggering his brain's protective mechanism. He'll be fine after resting for a while, the doctor said with a smile. Xu Yun and the others, who had received the news, arrived shortly after. Seeing Lu Chou, they exclaimed with delight. How's it going? We heard the nanoscale medical robots have been developed? Lu Chou nodded with a smile. I came here specifically to treat Jiang Ying's injuries. I've brought the nanobots with me, Lu Chou said cheerfully. Hearing his words, the assembled medical experts rolled their eyes one after another, their gazes flashing with disdain. You must be Lu Chou, right? You've been making quite a splash at the academy lately. We acknowledge your remarkable talent in military and aerospace technology, but medical robotics isn't quite what you imagine it to be. Not to mention, even us old-timers are still stuck at the conceptual stage with nanoscale medical robots. We never imagined seeing them realized in our lifetimes. How could an outsider like you possibly achieve that? We understand your concern for your girlfriend's safety, but medical research demands seriousness. The group chimed in one after another. Everyone held Lu Chou in high regard after all, such young prodigies were exceedingly rare in Dragon Nation. Yet these medical experts possessed unwavering confidence in their own field. Standing nearby, Xu Yun heard their dismissive remarks and couldn't help but flare up with anger. You old fools, you're being far too arrogant. Have any of you heard of the brain cell vitality restoration serum? That serum was developed by Lu Chou. At Xu Yun's words, the group of research experts instantly widened their eyes in shock. They had indeed heard of the brain cell vitality elixir, rumors had even circulated that its inventor might win a Nobel Prize. But no one could have imagined that the person capable of developing such a miraculous drug would be such a young man. Chapter 146, Treatment. Seeing Xu Yunfan arguing with these expert doctors, Lu Chou couldn't help but shake her head. How could someone in such a high position still act like a child? Alright, everyone, let's stop arguing here. Whether my newly developed nanoscale medical robots are effective or not, we'll find out once we try them, Lu Chou said with a smile. The most urgent matter now was to save Jiang Ying. As long as she remained in critical condition, Lu Chou couldn't rest easy. Hearing his words, Xu Yun and the group of medical experts immediately fell silent. One by one, they turned their expectant gazes toward the silver case in his hands. Lu Qiu entered the intensive care unit. Seeing Jiang Ying lying pale-faced on the bed, his heart ached. Jiang Ying was so foolish. Back then, she and Jiang Lanlan had a clear chance to escape, yet she risked her life to shield him from the gunfire. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. He opened the silver box, revealing a barrel of pale blue liquid inside. Xu Yun and the others watching this scene were utterly bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be nanoscale medical robots? Why is it just a vial of medicine? Hearing his question, Lu Qiu couldn't help but feel speechless. I already said they're nanoscale robots. Did you expect to see them with your own eyes? Every single nanorobot is contained within this vial. All you need to do is inject it into Jiang Ying's body, and these nanomedicinal robots will take control to repair her internal injuries. Lu Qiu explained to him. Xu Yun shook his head awkwardly. It's fine, don't mind me. Just proceed with Jiang Ying's treatment as usual. I don't know much about this stuff anyway. Lu Qiu carefully injected the entire vial of blue liquid into the vein in Jiang Ying's arm. He then had someone bring over a machine. The nanomedicine robots are currently dormant. This machine will activate them and guide them to navigate toward the injured areas within Jiang Ying's body. The targeted therapeutic agents carried by the robots will be precisely released at Jiang Ying's wounds, and they can even reconnect severed nerves and cellular fibers at the injury sites. Lu Qiu explained to the assembled doctors. The medical experts, their hair now streaked with gray, were already filled with profound admiration. They gradually grasped the therapeutic principles of the medical robot. Tiny muscle fibers and neurons were beyond their ability to repair with their experience and capabilities alone. After all, the range observable to the naked eye was limited. However, nanoscale robots could fully leverage their size advantage to completely repair damaged muscle fibers and other tissues. Additionally, the nanorobots carried specialized restorative agents that could be precisely delivered to injured sites. This ensured that reconnected muscle fibers could regenerate more effectively. This is truly perfect. I heard this year's Nobel Prize was originally intended for the doctor who invented the brain cell vitality restorative. It seems the rumors were true. With nanomedicine robots assisting us, we might achieve astonishing results in treating complex surgical conditions. China's surgical field could well dominate the global stage. I must retract my earlier presumptuous remarks. I must admit, Mr. Lu is truly a genius in the medical field. I strongly urge Mr. Lu to dedicate himself exclusively to medical research from now on. Do not let your talent go to waste. Meanwhile, upon learning of the successful development of the nanomedicine robots, Zhou Hong and others from the Academy of Sciences hurried to the hospital. Shen Guoliang, in particular, was furious. After all, Jiang Ying was his granddaughter. The moment they entered, they overheard the doctor's remarks, and each of them instantly flew into a rage, fuming with indignation. You old fools in white coats! How dare you compete with us old-timers for talent? Lu Qiu's genius isn't confined to your medical field alone. He possesses the same brilliance in aerospace, military weaponry, and beyond. How could we possibly confine him to medicine? You doctors don't even have the qualifications to compete with our Academy of Sciences for talent. If you humbled yourselves a bit more, Lu Qiu might even develop some novel innovations for your medical field in his spare time. Now you see how formidable Lu Qiu is? Didn't you medical experts claim he'd never develop nanomedicine robots? The crowd sneered with scorn. In an instant, the medical experts and Academy of Sciences personnel erupted into heated arguments. Enough, enough! The medical robots are repairing the wounds now. Jiang Ying still needs rest. Everyone, please step outside first. Lu Qiu couldn't bear to watch any longer and spoke up. Whether it was the veterans from the Academy of Sciences or these seasoned medical experts, each of them broke into smiles. The way they looked at Lu Qiu was like gazing at a precious treasure. Treated like precious treasures. We'll take your word for it. With that, they hurriedly exited the ward. Under Lu Qiu's input commands, the medical robot was now rapidly accelerating the healing process of Jiang Ying's wound. In less than half a day, the penetrating wound on her abdomen vanished completely. Thanks to the robot's targeted drug therapy, even the scar had vanished. However, after waiting a full 3 days, the patient, whose injuries had fully healed, still hadn't regained consciousness. Both Lu Qiu and Jiang Tianmen felt a growing sense of urgency. This shouldn't be happening. Logically, with such a penetrating wound already repaired, as long as nutrition is adequate, recovery should be extremely rapid. It's impossible for her not to have shown signs of waking up by now. As the medical team's expert, Hua Aiming frowned as he spoke. He glanced at Jiang Ying's post-examination vital signs but couldn't make sense of them either. The data shows Jiang Ying's bodily functions have begun recovering. Logically, she should have regained consciousness 2 days ago. Hua Aiming said with deep concern. Could it be that excessive blood loss or other factors caused severe brain cell damage? So, Lu Qiu speculated. He didn't finish his sentence, but as a medical expert, Hua Aiming understood exactly what he meant. Jiang Ying's brain cell activity is exceptionally high. Clearly, there's no damage to her brain. She cannot become a vegetable. Seeing that he couldn't offer a definitive explanation either, Jiang Tianmen turned his gaze toward Lu Qiu. I'll reintroduce some medical robots into Jiang Ying's body to conduct a detailed examination of her physical condition. Lu Qiu said with a hint of resignation. Chapter 147, The Mysterious Virus. Inside the hospital room. Everyone fell silent. Everyone stared intently at Lu Qiu, hoping he could uncover the reason behind Jiang Ying's persistent unconsciousness. Everyone, take a look at this. Lu Qiu's face suddenly betrayed a look of anxiety as he addressed the surrounding medical experts with a hint of urgency. Everyone immediately gathered around, staring intently at the image displayed on the screen. The composition is so singular, and the structure is remarkably simple. It appears to be some kind of virus. Could it be that Eagle's ion weapon contains some kind of special biological virus? Besides leaving a penetrating wound, did it also poison Jiang Ying? This virus appears to specifically target human brain tissue. It's almost entirely concentrated within the brain. Completely eradicating it will likely be extremely difficult. As they clearly saw the footage transmitted back by the nanomedicine robots, everyone gasped in shock. Lu Qiu gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! I never imagined Eagle would be so ruthless, resorting to such dirty tactics during the assassination attempt. It's utterly disgusting. Lu Qiu slammed his fist into the wall so hard his knuckles began to bleed. His fury was palpable. We're running out of time. We must find a way to extract these viruses from Jiang Ying's brain cells immediately. If we delay any longer, it could cause irreversible damage to her brain. Gua Aiming said with a grave expression. But with our current technology, we can't possibly perform surgery deep within the fragile brain to remove these viruses with precision. What are we to do? His assistant beside him spoke anxiously. Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. Removing these viruses attached to brain cells isn't actually difficult. Surgery alone won't easily eliminate them, but don't forget we have nanoscale medical robots at our disposal. Lu Qiu suppressed the anger rising within him as he addressed the group. How is that possible? Nanorobots at best provide some assistance in cell repair. But now we need to separate these special viruses that have fused with brain cells. How could nanorobots possibly handle such intricate work? Hearing Lu Qiu speak with such unwavering confidence, Wei Aimin was momentarily speechless. Our medical robots might be a bit different from what you imagine. Besides targeting the injured area, they can also be externally controlled. Lu Qiu replied with unwavering conviction. Separating electrons from atoms? That level of precision is beyond us. But removing viruses from the surface of brain cells? That's a breeze. His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembled medical experts. Everyone stared intently at the dose of nanomedicine robots in Lu Qiu's hand, their expressions turning solemn. Looks like they still underestimated the potential of nanomedicine robots. The group exited the ward, leaving Lu Qiu space to administer treatment. He injected the nanorobots into Jiang Ying's body, activated them, and guided them toward her brain. This process demanded extreme caution. The human brain is unlike other organs. The slightest misstep could cause irreversible damage. Upon entering Jiang Ying's brain, the nanomedicine robots immediately began their work. They detached every single virus attached to her brain cells and expelled them in a specialized manner. This was an incredibly delicate task, taking a full 3 days to completely clear the viruses from Jiang Ying's body. True to expectations, under the operation of his nanomedicine robots, Jiang Ying slowly regained consciousness not long after. Seeing Lu Qiu's anxious expression before him, Jiang Ying's face softened into a faint smile. Thank goodness. I thought we'd never see each other again in this lifetime. Lu Qiu grasped her hand and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it's all over now. From today onward, I won't let anything harm you. But you have to promise me never do anything this foolish again. He looked at Jiang Ying with a solemn expression. If something had truly happened to you this time, how could I possibly go on living alone? A warm smile touched Jiang Ying's face. Though her complexion remained somewhat pale, she had at least regained a bit of her strength. After leaving the hospital room, Lu Qiu's expression instantly darkened. This time, Eagle struck first against me, launching repeated assassination attempts. Now they've even left Jiang Ying gravely injured. This is intolerable. Lu Qiu's expression was so dark it seemed as though it could drip with water. Even Xu Yun, a military man accustomed to decisive action, felt a wave of suffocating pressure upon seeing his expression. What do you intend to do? Within the limits of what our Dragon Nation's government can achieve, we will ensure you vent this rage thoroughly. This isn't just my personal stance, it reflects the collective will of our nation's highest leadership. Xu Yun addressed him with utmost seriousness. The moment Jiang Ying's incident occurred, the Dragon Nation's high command convened an emergency meeting. Everyone was furious over this assassination attempt by Eagle Sauce. Originally, they had planned to take direct coercive measures or issue military threats against Eagle Sauce. At the very least, they intended to publicly expose Eagle Sauce's true colors to the international community. After all, everyone understood Lu Qiu's critical importance to Dragon Nation. Should Lu Qiu suffer any harm this time, it could potentially impact the very fate of the entire nation. However, Xu Yun proved to have foresight. He believed retaliation against Eagle Sauce should be postponed until Jiang Ying's condition stabilized and then carried out according to Lu Qiu's wishes. Hearing Chu Yun's words, a hint of gratitude flashed across Lu Qiu's face. For a nation to go to such lengths for a single researcher truly exemplified utmost benevolence and righteousness. It clearly demonstrated the high regard held for him by the Dragon Nation's leadership and indeed the entire nation. How about deploying our aerospace carrier to patrol over Eagle's naval base? Frankly, Eagle State has been far too complacent lately. They're the ones who usually flex their muscles near our waters. It's about time we showed them what we're made of. Lu Qiu's words made the eyes of Chu Yun and the other Dragon Nation leaders light up. You're absolutely right. Ordinary military threats don't seem to faze the Eagle Nation much. Frankly, I don't think we need to hover over their naval base. We'd be better off heading straight for their homeland instead. As a hawkish member of the Dragon Nation military, the rather radical Chu Yun said with a smile. Chapter 148, Retaliatory Action. Fly directly over Eagle's territory? Hearing Chu Yun's words, Lu Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. General Chu, you're not mistaken? Cruising near Eagle's outer naval bases might be tolerable at worst, it'd just scare them. But if we actually fly our aerospace carrier over Eagle's homeland, it'd cause a global uproar. Lu Qiu exclaimed, utterly stunned. That's exactly the effect we want. How often do the Eagles come into our Dragon Nation's territorial waters, flexing their muscles? Now that we've finally developed the aerospace carrier, this is the perfect moment to flex our own muscles. It'll also send a clear deterrent to the Eagles' official circles, letting them know just how formidable our Dragon Nation's strength is not something they can bully at will. A faint smile appeared on Chu Yun's face. Hearing this, Lu Qiu could only nod in agreement. As long as the higher-ups approve this, I'm all for it. Chu Yun promptly reported his proposal to the Dragon Nation's high command. Upon learning of this bold plan, the leadership naturally gave their full approval. Proceed with your plan. As long as you ensure the aerospace carrier remains undetected upon entering Eagle Chow's airspace and successfully evades their anti-aircraft missiles, we can certainly give it a shot. That's not a concern. The airspace carrier employs the latest stealth technology. Even if Eagle Nation uses their optical radar, they'll never detect our vessel. As for their surface-to-air missiles? Even less cause for concern. If their radars can't lock onto our space air carrier, what threat could their missiles possibly pose? The group chuckled as they finalized their decision. Eagle. Inside the Black House. Dawn had been feeling quite triumphant these past few days. With no news of new scientific breakthroughs emerging from the Dragon Kingdom, he believed Lu Qiu had clearly lost his drive due to his girlfriend's severe injuries. Who would have thought this assassination attempt would yield such unexpected results? Lu Qiu should have no heart left for research now. This is our golden opportunity to overtake them in military technology. He exclaimed excitedly to Keynes, the chief academician of the Eagle Academy of Sciences. Keynes's face twitched, his mind already cursing profusely, though he managed to flash a faint smile. Rest assured, Your Excellency. We will seize this opportunity to elevate Eagle's military technology capabilities to a new level. He declared confidently. We've recently relaunched numerous military research projects, including individual combat mechs and ion cannons. Lately, Lu Qiu had been putting immense pressure on the Eagle Sword Academy of Sciences. Consequently, nearly all researchers had thrown themselves into developing cutting-edge weaponry. Though progress wasn't as rapid as in Dragon Nation, it still represented significant strides compared to previous efforts. Excellent. I'll ensure my team fully supports your research department's development efforts. Should you require any materials or personnel in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Dawn said with a smile. Michelle, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of resentment. Keynes was his direct subordinate. Your Excellency, this is hardly a time for celebration. Michelle promptly stepped forward to voice dissent. This caused a flicker of displeasure to flit across Dawn's face. Oomph. While the Dragon Nation's technological advancement is rapid, it has a major flaw. It relies almost entirely on Lu Qiu, who single-handedly propels the nation's scientific progress. Now that Lu Qiu's mindset has shifted, he no longer has the time or focus to immerse himself in scientific research. Isn't that something to celebrate? Dawn frowned as he spoke. Consider this, how could the Dragon Nation possibly swallow such a bitter pill without retaliating? They've always been a nation that holds grudges. Who knows what schemes they're brewing in the shadows? Michelle said with a grave expression. Their cutting-edge military technology now surpasses ours. If they threaten us militarily, we'd be powerless to respond. Dawn paid no heed to Michelle's warning. You're overthinking it. While Dragon Nation's cutting-edge military might surpass ours, their overall strength remains unknown. Even if they had the audacity, they couldn't possibly threaten us militarily. Dawn waved dismissively, unconcerned. Besides, the Dragon Nation has repeatedly stated that even if they grow powerful, they will never flex their muscles or dominate the world through military might. If they truly threatened the Eagle Nation with force, wouldn't that contradict their stated principles? That would give us another opportunity to attack them in the court of public opinion. Dawn's perspective was clearly more comprehensive than Michelle's. Seeing Michelle fall silent, Dawn turned to look at Milgon beside him. We should deploy more assassins to Dragon Nation soon. Continue our plan to systematically eliminate their top scientific talent, ideally causing a complete generational gap in their research capabilities. That would be our most potent leverage. A sinister grin spread across Dawn's face. However, both Milgon and the intelligence minister turned pale upon hearing his words. Assassinate Dragon Nation scientists? Not long ago, in the attempt to assassinate Lu Chou, the Eagle Wing military had sacrificed an elite assassin squad. Since then, the intelligence department had become increasingly cautious. They deliberately exposed expendable cannon fodder to the Dragon Nation's official radar to draw fire. The cost was immense. Yet, faced with Dawn's icy stare, both men swallowed their mounting resentment and forced themselves to endure, nodding in agreement one after another. Seeing everyone obeying his every word, a satisfied look spread across Dayan's face. Just as he was about to give his senior Eagle Badge executives a hearty pep talk, his secretary rushed in again, looking flustered. Dawn's eyebrows involuntarily raised. Whenever the secretary came, it never meant anything good. Bad news. A colossal object has suddenly appeared in the skies over our Eagle's homeland, the West Coast. It appears to be a Dragon Nation aerospace carrier. What? Upon hearing this news, Dawn felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the floor. How dare the Dragon Nation invade our Eagle Nation's homeland? Chapter 149, The Colossal Object. West Coast of Eagle Nation. Though the beaches here weren't as warm and sunny as those on the East Coast, their unique geography and thriving economy still drew crowds of tourists. Many people were leisurely swimming in the sea, their faces radiating pure contentment. Though the sun wasn't particularly strong, a hint of warmth still lingered in the air. A constant stream of handsome men and beautiful women passed by. Many wore daring bikinis, showcasing their stunning figures to the fullest, radiating youthful vitality. Just then, those lying on the sand, quietly enjoying the sea breeze, suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Out of nowhere, a massive steel contraption appeared overhead. It completely blocked out the sky above them. Many beachgoers snapped out of their relaxation, removing their sunglasses and staring wide-eyed at the mysterious flying object in the sky. Holy crap! Could we really be that lucky? Aliens do exist after all. Who'd have thought we'd encounter an alien spacecraft right here on the beach? My god! That's no alien spacecraft, it's clearly the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier. I saw it on TV during the joint military exercises between our country and the island. This must be a friendly visit to our country, right? The Dragon Nation wouldn't dare to show off its military might in our airspace. Many people exclaimed excitedly. They immediately pulled out their phones and started snapping photos like crazy. This trip to the West Coast was absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, aboard the aerospace carrier, Dragon Nation's military pilots watched the Eagle Nation citizens snapping photos on the beach with utter bewilderment. General Chu, the situation seems different from what we anticipated. The Eagle Wing citizens, upon seeing our aerospace mothership, show no signs of panic whatsoever. Instead, they're all looking up with curiosity and snapping photos. We're failing to achieve any deterrent effect at all. Hearing the airship crews report, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. Typical eccentric behavior from the Eagle Squad folks. No matter how unconventional their actions get, I'm not surprised. But it doesn't really matter. Our job is to intimidate the Eagle Squad government, not the general public. Their reactions hold little value for us. Chu Yun said with a smile. You must be vigilant against Eagle's surface-to-air missiles and fighter jets. While our aerospace carrier's defense systems can completely evade Eagle's radar scans, it never hurts to be cautious. He urged repeatedly. Just as they were bantering about Eagle Squadron's populace, news reached the Eagle Squadron military, which finally sprang into action. From a nearby naval base, a fleet of the most advanced Black Eagle series fighter jets roared into the sky. Dozens of fighter jets surrounded the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier, forming a tight cordon. However, compared to the colossal bulk of the aerospace carrier, Eagle's fighters looked pitifully inadequate, failing to instill any sense of intimidation whatsoever. The Eagle's Air Force commander in charge of this operation felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the colossal airspace carrier. How could they possibly fight this? For them to wipe out these fighters would be as easy as swatting flies. It would be as easy as flipping a hand. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and prepared to drive away the Dragon Nation's space carrier. Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier, listen up. This is Eagle's airspace. I repeat, this is Eagle's airspace. Your current actions constitute a grave violation of Eagle Nation's territorial sovereignty. Depart immediately, or we will take coercive measures against you. Their voices boomed through the loudspeakers, carrying far and wide. Even the tourists on the beach heard every word. Everyone froze in shock. What the hell? Isn't the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier here on an official friendly visit invited by our Eagle Nation? Dragon Nation is clearly here to flex their muscles. A major conflict could erupt at any moment. We'd better get out of here fast before we get caught in the crossfire. How dare they? What nerve? Dragon Nation is just a newly risen power. Just because their research capabilities improved a bit, they think they can flex their muscles like this? Once they realized what was happening, the tourists scrambled to grab their clothes and sprinted toward the distance. Even the women, once graceful and beautiful, now cared nothing for their appearance. Each wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers aboard the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership burst into laughter. I thought Eagle Nation's citizens were worldly and would scoff at our military threat. Looks like they didn't get the memo. Meanwhile, Eagle's fighter jets had already completed their encirclement of the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier. Activate fire control radar, lock onto this aerospace carrier, and prepare to fire at any moment. The Eagle Air Force commander frowned, his expression grave. But soon he realized their fire control radar couldn't detect the colossal vessel before them. Damn it! Could our fighters be malfunctioning due to neglect? How can we not detect something this massive? We're done for. This is bad. Our mission is likely doomed, and we might even die here. Many of the Eagle Air Force personnel assigned to this interception mission instantly turned deathly pale. The combat principle of fighter jets is straightforward. First, use radar to lock onto the target, then fire automatically. This was the standard modus operandi of the Eagle Air Force. Yet no one could have imagined that their most advanced radar systems were utterly unable to detect the airspace carrier before them. This alone demonstrated just how advanced the aerospace carrier's technology truly was. Is there even a point in fighting this? Many Eagle soldiers were already contemplating retreat. Of course we fight. The commander's heart was pounding, but he had no room to retreat. We'll have to switch to manual operation. The last time I handled manual controls was back when I was an air cadet. The commander sighed helplessly as he relayed the situation to Eagle Squadron headquarters. Upon receiving this news, both Milgan and Dawn's expressions darkened considerably. If the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier could appear silently off the East Coast, it could one day silently appear over the Black House. At all costs, regardless of casualties, we must successfully drive away the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier. This concerns the dignity of our Eagle. Chapter 150, Expulsion. The higher-ups barked orders, and the lower ranks scrambled to comply. Dawn repeatedly ordered the military to expel the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier as swiftly as possible. But putting it into practice proved far more complicated than mere words. At that moment, over a dozen Black Hawk fighters circled the colossal Dragon Nation airspace carrier, utterly at a loss. Initiate manual attack. Ultimately, the Air Force commander in charge of the operation issued the order. He knew full well that since the Black Hawk fighters' radars couldn't lock onto the airspace carrier, the pilots would have to rely on manual operation. At his command, a torrent of bullets poured forth from the Black Hawk fighters. Yet upon striking the airspace carrier, not a single mark was visible. Stop using armor-piercing rounds. Switch to rockets immediately, the commander said with a frown. The airspace carrier of Dragon Nation was constructed from some unknown new material, possessing extraordinary hardness. Armor-piercing rounds left absolutely no marks on its surface. Even if they fired countless rounds, it would only increase their ammunition expenditure without making a significant difference. Everyone hesitated. They were all acutely aware that if they resorted to rocket-propelled grenades, it would likely plunge them into a fight to the death with the Dragon Nation. But with matters having reached this point, they could only follow orders. Since High Command demanded they drive the aerospace carrier away in the shortest possible time, they had no choice but to fire live rounds. Yet, after unleashing all their rocket pods, they witnessed ion beams suddenly erupt from the Dragon Nation space carrier, intercepting every single projectile. Retreat! Retreat immediately! We're no match for that space carrier. The Air Force commander, witnessing this scene, cursed in fury. Their weapons were equipped with the most advanced ion cannons. While their ammunition also featured the latest high-powered weapons developed by the Eagle, they were utterly incomparable to ion cannons. When Dawn and Milgan, deep within the Black Palace, learned that even the most elite Black Eagle fighters were powerless against the Sky Mothership, they were utterly speechless. The Dragon Nation really spares no expense. It's just a show of force on our Eagle's turf. Did they really need to send an airspace carrier for that? Dawn slammed his fist hard on the table before him, his anger boiling over. They now understood that while the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership roamed their skies, it was most likely merely a show of force. It was Dragon Nation's response to Eagle Nation's repeated attempts to assassinate their scientists. It wouldn't launch an attack on Eagle Land itself. But if they failed to successfully expel the Dragon Nation's space aircraft carrier this time, and word got out, the Eagle Nation would become the laughingstock of every country in the world. Launch surface-to-air missiles. Activate the Patriot defense system. Lay down concentrated fire. I refuse to believe we can't shoot down their aerospace carrier. Dawn gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Those around him paled at his words. We just need to scare the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier into leaving on its own. Why make such a huge fuss? If we really activate the Patriot defense system, the entire Dragon Nation aerospace carrier will be gone for good. There are likely at least 1,000 soldiers aboard that airship. If anything happens to them, the Dragon Nation will go berserk. Both Secretary of State Michelle and the other presidential advisors spoke up in unison to dissuade him. Yet Dawn had already made up his mind. Since Dragon Nation dared to send an aerospace carrier to violate our airspace, we must be prepared for failure. Even if we sink that carrier, it would be nothing more than self-defense under duress. Internationally, public opinion will be on our side. Dawn waves dismissively, his resolve unshaken. He then proceeded to sign a presidential order. Activate the Patriot missile defense system immediately. Shoot down the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier hovering over Eagle's territory. Upon hearing this order, the military officials exchanged stunned glances. Deploying the Patriot missile system would likely leave no room for mediation between the two nations. But staring at the presidential order before them, the military officials had no choice but to activate the missile defense system. What can we do? We're merely executing orders. The real decision maker is Dawn. Even if this sparks a war between our nations, it has nothing to do with us in the military. The presidential order is right here. The military personnel in charge of the missile defense system said helplessly. Yet after he issued the command, his subordinates hesitated to activate the Patriot missile defense system. He immediately frowned. If anything goes wrong, Dayan and I will take the heat. Why are you all so hesitant? He said, his brow furrowed. His subordinates exchanged wry smiles. Sir, the situation is dire. Our radar systems can't lock onto the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier at all. That means our missile defense system is completely useless. Without a target, where are we supposed to fire our arrows? Hearing his subordinates' words, the military personnel in charge of the defense system wore a look of grave concern. Enough! Immediately relay this to the Black House. It's not that we refuse to launch Patriot missiles, our radar systems simply can't detect their aerospace carrier. By the time this back and forth concluded, the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier had already been hovering over Eagle Nation's airspace for a full hour. Once it became clear that the Dragon Nation's space carrier was merely demonstrating its presence without any aggressive intent, many journalists from news outlets began mustering their courage to board helicopters for on-site coverage. These Western media outlets, backed by powerful conglomerates, flocked wherever the traffic was highest, utterly unconcerned with the Eagle's official dignity. You can now observe the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier up close. What an awe-inspiring human invention. It's unimaginable that humanity could build a military fortress floating in the sky. Currently, the Eagle Swan government has dispatched a pair of Black Hawk fighter jets to carry out a deterrence mission, but they returned empty-handed. Rumors suggest the Eagle Eye authorities are preparing to deploy Patriot missile systems, yet for some reason, no action has been taken. According to our military experts' analysis, there's a high probability that our military lacks the capability to expel the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier, which is why it's been so brazenly operating within our airspace. The media reports felt like a slap in the face to the Eagle's authorities. Chapter 151, Threat. If there's one defining trait of Eagle Nation's populace, is undoubtedly their extraordinary emphasis on their own rights. Upon learning that the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier had arrived over Eagle Nation's skies, they were plunged into panic. Although the government repeatedly stated that the Dragon Nation's operation was merely a show of force and would not involve actual armed strikes. But the rumors were growing increasingly wild. It's obvious the government is covering up the truth when they say China won't attack us militarily. I heard China's aerospace carrier is equipped with information collection systems that can gather all our personal data and send it back to China. And that's not all. Word is the airspace carrier runs on nuclear propulsion, constantly emitting radiation. The longer it looms over us, the greater the damage. We strongly demand the government immediately devise a plan to drive away the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier or shoot it down outright. How can we stand idly by while they linger over our skies? Many idle Eagle Nation citizens took to the streets, filled with righteous indignation. They demanded the Eagle Nation government immediately expel the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier. Don slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Those damn Longwa bastards have no idea how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. How dare they act so brazenly just because they have an aerospace carrier? He declared furiously. And you useless bunch. Even if the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier is formidable, that's no excuse for it to flex its muscles in our Eagle Nation's airspace. His rage knew no bounds. What good plans do you have? Get them out now. Everyone around him fell silent. Even Michelle, usually so resourceful, was speechless. Instead, the intelligence minister beside him shifted his gaze, a look of realization crossing his face as a confident smile spread across his lips. While we can't force the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier to leave, we can approach Lu Qiu or the Dragon Nation's government directly. We can make them personally withdraw the carrier and even turn around and apologize to us. His words made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Stop spouting nonsense. I think intelligence work has scrambled your brain. The Dragon Nation's military intimidation against us Eagles this time was meticulously planned. How could we possibly get them to withdraw voluntarily? Michelle declared with righteous indignation. His eyes blazed with fury. Let him continue. Dawn, standing nearby, gave the intelligence chief ample opportunity to speak. The intelligence chief had served by his side for over 30 years, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. This was precisely why, despite several intelligence failures, Dawn had never replaced him. Gentlemen, you are unaware. Within the weapons shipment we delivered to the Dragon Nation, including the ion guns, we implanted a special neurovirus into every single weapon. The moment this virus encounters blood, it immediately invades the human brain, attaching itself to brain cells and feeding off them. The virus consumes all the nutrients meant for human brain cells, causing the brain to gradually deteriorate. If my guess is correct, Jiang Ying should already be in a deep slumber. And only we possess the antidote to this virus. If the Dragon Nation or Lu Qiu wants to save Jiang Ying, they must obey our every command, he said with a look of pride. A neurovirus? That does exist. Our Academy of Sciences once developed a specialized neurovirus for covert operations. I never imagined you'd coat this weapon with it. Kane's eyes lit up beside him. Excellent. You're truly my lucky charm. Jiang Ying might not be particularly important to the Dragon Nation, but she's absolutely crucial to Lu Qiu. Even if the Dragon Nation refuses to withdraw its aerospace mothership over Jiang Ying, I'm confident Lu Qiu will persuade them. A hint of delight flickered in Dawn's eyes. He then turned to look at Michelle beside him. This matter is now in your hands. Immediately contact the Dragon Nation authorities and release the message. We can provide the antidote for the Jiang Ying virus, on the condition that they withdraw their aerospace mothership immediately. Upon receiving the order, Michelle immediately sprang into action. Using the special communication line between the two nations, he directly contacted the Dragon Nation's supreme leader. He laid out the entire situation regarding the Jiang Ying poisoning. He even issued a threat. Besides withdrawing the aerospace mothership, you must publicly apologize to us Eagles. Otherwise, this won't end here. Little did he know, the expressions among the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials had turned distinctly peculiar. We sincerely apologize. As this is our first aerospace carrier, we're still learning to operate it. After hovering over your Eagle territory, the propulsion system malfunctioned. Once it's repaired, we'll return immediately. As for the nerve virus you mentioned, there's no need for your concern. The special virus attached to Jiang Ying's brain cells has been completely eradicated. She is now recovering very well. With that, he hung up the phone. Michelle was left alone, holding the receiver as a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Damn it! Cairns, are you sure there's no cure for that virus the Academy developed? Why did the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials say they've already cracked it? Michelle, unable to hold back any longer, blurted it out right in front of Dawn. Keynes was speechless. That neurovirus is indeed one of our Academy's crowning achievements. However, I myself am not particularly skilled in pharmacology, so I don't have a deep understanding of its toxicity. Perhaps, there are experts in Manhwa? He spoke with a hint of doubt. At that moment, in the South Sea conference room of the Dragon Nation, alongside the nation's high-ranking officials, Lu Qiu and several veteran members of the Academy of Sciences had also gathered here. How ridiculous! They dare to threaten us with Jiang Ying's poisoning to demand our immediate withdrawal. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials said with disdain. 3 days. Our aerospace mothership must remain within Eagle's airspace for at least 3 days. I've already prepared the official explanation for external parties. The aerospace mothership is brand new, still in the experimental phase. It shouldn't be too much to say the crew accidentally drifted into Eagle's territory due to an operational error, right? Shu Yun chuckled, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Chapter 152, Withdraw? In the South Sea conference room. Loud laughter echoed through the room. Dragon Nation had certainly vented its frustration. Proceed as General Chu suggested. Our aerospace mothership will remain in Eagle's airspace for 3 days. They can't touch us now anyway. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation's high command finalized the decision. They immediately released the announcement to the public. Due to technical malfunctions, our aerospace mothership is currently suspended over Eagle's territory. We urge Eagle to uphold humanitarian principles by providing essential food and support for the soldiers aboard. Once repairs are complete, we will depart immediately. Dragon Nation's statement sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. How is this possible? The Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier openly appearing in Eagle Nation's airspace? What are they thinking? Could they be planning to start a war? No wonder Eagle State has been blocking news lately. This is what happened. Can't they force the Dragon Nation's airspace carrier to leave? How laughable. They boast about being the world's top military power, yet they're being bullied right at their own doorstep. Although major Eagle Nation media outlets had previously reported on the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier entering Eagle Nation airspace. But to protect their image, the Eagle State government ultimately issued a gag order, demanding all media outlets delete the reports. Consequently, citizens of many nations remained unaware that the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier had already entered Eagle Nation's airspace. The Dragon Nation's official statement delivered yet another stinging slap to the Eagle Nation's face. This is utterly disgraceful. Upon learning this news, Don swept everything off the table onto the floor, his eyes blazing with fury. You useless fools! They're flaunting their military might within our airspace, and you can't do a damn thing about it. What the hell are you lot even good for? He pointed at the intelligence chief and Milgan, cursing them out. Though everyone felt deeply frustrated, they could do nothing about it. And what about that so-called neurovirus you hyped up? The Dragon Nation cracked it with ease. Is that the extent of our academy's capabilities? He spoke to his subordinates with palpable fury. That neurovirus is absolutely incurable with current medical technology. It only proves that Dragon Nation has made rapid progress in medical research. It doesn't mean our neurovirus is ineffective. Keynes continued to argue his case. Stop quibbling with me. Is China's rapid medical advancement a blessing for us? If you can't devise a plan to drive away China's aerospace mothership within 3 days, you'll all resign in disgrace. My presidency will be over by then. Dawn declared furiously. The American public's fury was now impossible to contain. Everyone felt the Dawn era had been too weak, allowing Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership to roam freely. Numerous lawmakers had already initiated impeachment proceedings against him. If this motion passed, he would be forced from office immediately. As for re-election, there was no hope in sight. It was precisely because of this that he was so enraged by the Dragon Nation's provocation. It's leaving. The Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier is departing. Just then, the secretary burst through the door once more. This time, however, he brought news that sent Dawn into a frenzy of joy. Excellent! It seems the Dragon Nation finally couldn't withstand the pressure, forcing them to withdraw the aerospace mothership. Upon hearing this news, Dawn was overjoyed. Issue a public statement immediately. Declare that under the strong pressure from our military and diplomatic efforts, our nation has successfully driven away the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership. He announced cheerfully to everyone. A trace of contempt flashed across the faces of his subordinates. Just moments ago, Dawn had been frowning over the aerospace carrier issue. This was clearly Longhwa's own decision to withdraw. It had nothing to do with Dawn. Yet here he was, claiming credit for something he hadn't achieved. His subordinates immediately followed his orders and issued the public statement. Thanks to our latest fighter jets taking off to drive them away, the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership has now departed our airspace. We strongly condemn the Dragon Nation's blatant violation of another nation's territory. The Dragon Nation's government must come forward and give the Eagle Nation an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for imposing a series of coercive sanctions against the Dragon Nation. The Eagle's official statements to the outside world were undeniably tough. But anyone with half a brain understood perfectly well. The withdrawal of the Dragon Nation's aerospace carrier had absolutely nothing to do with the Eagle Nation's official stance. Shortly after the Eagle State's official statement, the Dragon Nation also released an explanatory statement regarding the incident. We advise the Eagle Nation not to make a mountain out of a molehill. The aerospace carrier's inadvertent entry into Eagle Nation airspace was purely due to technical reasons. Once the carrier is repaired, our personnel will naturally return. As for Eagle's claim that it used its most advanced fighter jets to drive away the aerospace carrier, that is pure nonsense. Subsequently, the Dragon Nation authorities directly released a video. It showed the very scene from earlier: Eagle's Air Force personnel piloting Black Hawk fighters maneuvering alongside the aerospace carrier. However, these fighter jets were utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest damage on the aerospace carrier. The moment this video was released, it immediately caused a global uproar. Particularly among the Eagle's former allies, their leaders expressed profound contempt. The Eagle Nation only flexes its muscles against us allies. When it comes to a real showdown with the Dragon Nation's aerospace carriers, they're utterly helpless. It seems we should also consider drawing closer to the Dragon Nation. The Eagle's military might has been utterly crushed by the Dragon Nation. While we don't know if they still have hidden weapons, privately cultivating good relations with the Dragon Nation is absolutely the right move. The Eagle has long sought to drive a wedge between us and the Dragon Nation. While our paths diverge, the Dragon Nation remains highly valuable to our nation's interests at present. Realizing the Eagle has run out of tricks, many Western leaders have begun to recognize that only by cultivating relations with the Dragon Nation can their countries achieve further development. Many have already begun secretly contacting Dragon Nation officials, and numerous Western heads of state have even arranged plans to visit Dragon Nation. Upon learning this news, Dawn's anger flared. The feeling of being betrayed was unbearable. Chapter 153: The Olive Branches of Two Nations. Dragon Nation, Tiannan Sea. The heads of state from Gaul and Ladian arrived together. Of course, this diplomatic mission was conducted privately, as the combined strength of these two nations still fell short of fully escaping the influence of the Eagle. They smiled as they looked upon the assembled high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation. Yet everyone's attention was drawn more to a young man standing nearby. This was none other than Lu Qiu. It's truly remarkable that your country has produced such a young and accomplished researcher who has single-handedly shifted the global scientific landscape. How enviable! If Mr. Lu has time, we warmly invite you to visit our two nations. Let's exchange academic ideas together. I'm sure it would benefit us all. Unable to contain themselves, the two officials extended olive branches to Lu Qiu right before the eyes of so many high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation. This left the Long Nation officials feeling somewhat displeased. That won't be necessary. Gentlemen, if you wish to pursue academic exchange, you are welcome to arrange for researchers to visit our Dragon Nation. My current status makes it extremely difficult for me to travel abroad. Even under the protection of multiple parties here in Dragon Nation, I still face assassination attempts. How many lives do I think I have to dare venture out? Lu Qiu said with a smile. He politely declined both nations' offers while subtly taking a jab at the eagle. A trace of awkwardness flashed across the faces of the two nations' leaders. Certain nations have truly acted disgracefully in this matter. Researchers are a shared treasure of humanity and deserve proper protection. We cannot commit such inhumane acts merely for national gain. Our two nations are different. From the very beginning, our countries have pursued freedom and equality, treating all scientific talent worldwide with equal respect. Our hearts are filled with admiration. Seeing the two men drifting further off topic, the Dragon Nation's leadership quickly steered the conversation back on track. Regarding this collaboration, we hope you'll refrain from any military-related ideas for now. The aerospace mothership is our strategic-level weapon. It cannot be sold to any foreign entity. However, we can offer you a portion of the engines after they've been modified. The words from the Dragon Nation's leadership instantly filled the representatives of the other two nations with delight. That's more than enough. Your engine efficiency modification technology doubles fuel utilization. For nations like ours, lacking significant domestic oil resources and reliant on imports, this is nothing short of a blessing. As a sign of our commitment to cooperation with your nation, we will publicly declare our willingness to engage in trade with you immediately. We will lift all trade restrictions. The two leaders spoke with beaming smiles. This decision had been carefully considered for a long time. Neither Gaul nor Britannia possessed the strength to confront the eagle alone, which is why their respective leadership had come together. Hearing these promises, the Dragon Nation's leaders showed a hint of satisfaction. Very well. If you are willing to publicly declare the lifting of your embargo against our Dragon Nation, you are indeed our friends. And Dragon Nation has never been stingy with its friends. We will sell our energy-efficient engines to both nations at the lowest market price. Simultaneously, we hope certain scientific research products from your countries can be made accessible to our Dragon Nation. Beyond that, we propose that trade between our nations be conducted directly in our respective currencies, bypassing the need for delay. The conditions set forth by the Dragon Nation were not particularly onerous. However, the final demand presented significant challenges for Gaul and Britannia. The eagle's global dominance stems from its pivotal role in the world economy. A major reason for this dominance is the establishment of a global trading system centered around the dollar. All they need to do is print money like crazy. If all transactions between them and the Dragon Nation were conducted in their own currencies, resistance from the Eagle Nation would likely be immense. Conducting trade in your own currencies should greatly benefit you. Especially since Gaul is a member of the European Union, using the euro for transactions would benefit the entire bloc, and other nations would certainly support you. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials smiled as they addressed them. After a moment's hesitation, the two finally made up their minds. Agreed. Henceforth, trade between our two nations shall be settled in our respective currencies, no more dola. Finally, the two turned their gaze to Lu Qiu standing nearby. We hope to send a pair of young researchers to your country for an exchange visit. What do you think? Though they addressed the Dragon Nation official, their eyes remained fixed on Lu Qiu. Lu Qiu smiled and nodded. Certainly. Beyond academic exchange, I can also invite these young researchers to work in my laboratory for a period, allowing them to experience the technological advancements of our nation. Lu Qiu's words sent the two nations' high-ranking officials into a frenzy of excitement. They understood clearly that even if their scientists entered Lu Qiu's lab, they would likely struggle to access core secrets. But given Lu Qiu's scientific genius, even a little guidance could propel their nation's talent to a quantum leap. It's settled then. Eagle, Black House. Unbelievable. Recently, other Western nations have been getting so close to the Dragon Nation. Don gritted his teeth, his heart boiling with fury. It can't be helped. Though we've provided other Western nations with technological and financial support, even collaborating on numerous projects, Dragon Nation's technological advancement has reached astonishing heights. He says if they persist with their blockade strategy against the Dragon Nation, they won't last much longer themselves. Michelle said with a hint of resignation. Oomph. As if I didn't know that. The problem lies squarely with your Academy of Sciences. If your scientists could develop superior technology to consistently stay ahead of the Dragon Nation, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Don frowned as he spoke. I have a solution that could break this deadlock. After being thoroughly berated, Michelle's eyes darted about as an idea formed. He hoped it would quell Daoan's anger. I hear Gaul and Britain are preparing to resume trade with Dragon Nation. All we need to do is sabotage their business deals. Once everyone realizes Dragon Nation isn't a reliable partner, won't our problems be solved? Chapter 154, Energy Crisis. Inside the Black Palace. Everyone burst into laughter. Your Excellency, Michelle makes it sound so simple, but disrupting their trade, how easy is that? Neither Gaul nor Britannia are exactly saints themselves. Add to that the Dragon Kingdom being even more difficult to deal with. How could we possibly disrupt their trade? The only method we have is framing them, but crucial trade between the two nations now happens under the table. We're stuck. After hearing Michelle's words, a look of disdain flashed across everyone's faces. How will you know unless you try? I've heard that most trade between the Dragon Kingdom and the Western nations revolves around their pioneering low-consumption engines. We could easily manipulate the oil prices. A cold smile spread across Michelle's face. His words elicited surprise from the assembled group. As everyone knows, although our Eagle Nation is extremely poor in oil resources, nearly all the globally monopolized oil conglomerates are based here. Especially the oil reserves in the desert nations, they're practically under our direct control. Why are all nations using low-consumption engines forced to purchase oil at double the price? Whether it's Gaul or Britain, their collaboration with Brother Long this time would be utterly futile. Eventually, they'll have no choice but to obey our commands. Michelle's words caused a flicker of sudden understanding to pass over everyone's faces. You're absolutely right. Since most oil prices are now under our direct control, I can use this as an opportunity to plunge the Dragon Nation into the quagmire of a resource crisis. Dawn also found the plan feasible, a hint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. However, some presidential advisors voiced dissent. We've operated in the desert regions for so long, finally securing a few allies. Arbitrarily altering oil prices could provoke discontent among these oil-producing nations. Indeed. While we can leverage capital and monopolistic enterprises to adjust oil prices, triggering a new round of stagflation could prove counterproductive. Oil-producing nations have finally reached a stable phase, resolving our energy concerns. If we provoke conflicts with them by arbitrarily altering oil prices, wouldn't that create even greater difficulties? Yet Dawn's character had always been unyielding. Faced with the betrayal of two allied nations, he could not stand idly by. We'll proceed as Michelle suggested. Even if those oil nations harbor resentment, they'll have to endure it. Oil prices are now tied to the dollar, they have no say in the matter. Dawn narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Under the Hawk's relentless maneuvers, oil prices targeting Dragon Nation exports began skyrocketing. The Dragon Nation instantly felt the crushing pressure. Of course, besides the Dragon Nation, some oil-producing nations also suffered the greatest losses. The insane price hikes left their oil stockpiled in storage, unsellable, even causing funding issues. But the Eagle was simply too powerful. These desert nations had no means to resist. Moreover, the Eagle Nation didn't resort to military coercion or similar tactics to force the desert nations to raise prices. Instead, it employed a method of layered markups through monopolistic organizations, driving oil prices to unprecedented heights. As China's oil purchase costs skyrocketed, orders plummeted immediately. To clear the accumulated oil stockpiles, these oil-producing nations had no choice but to resell it to other countries at even lower prices. This instantly made the Eagle Nation rake in huge profits. Many citizens of the Dragon Nation could no longer tolerate the Eagle's actions. The Eagle Nation is truly outrageous. How dare they threaten our Dragon Nation with tactics that harm other countries' interests? Now, thanks to soaring oil prices, no one can afford to drive anymore. Exactly. Even though our country has developed engines that improve fuel efficiency, they're not widely adopted yet. For ordinary people like us, these sky-high oil prices are simply unaffordable. This move by Eagle Chan to pull the rug out from under us is utterly treacherous. It's utterly despicable. Everyone spoke with righteous indignation, venting their frustration online. Many also felt the Dragon Nation government was far too weak. They argued that China should implement countermeasures and impose sanctions on the Eagle Nation. At that moment, within the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, Zhou Hong and others gathered together. Frowns clouded their faces and a hint of helplessness flickered in their eyes. You've all witnessed the Eagle's despicable tactics lately. Our nation's energy prices have skyrocketed. This is severely impacting our economic development. Now, the higher-ups have tasked our academy with developing our own independent energy system to the greatest extent possible, breaking free from Eagle's control. Zhou Hong stated helplessly. His words filled the faces of these scientists from the Academy of Sciences with deep worry. It's too difficult. Currently, petroleum is the primary energy source for every country. Whether it's automobiles or other industrial equipment, they all rely on petroleum for power. Developing an alternative energy system now would mean overhauling all existing equipment. Someone said helplessly. This was the biggest challenge facing them. From the automotive perspective alone, Dragon Nation had at least 1 billion vehicles. Most of these vehicles primarily rely on gasoline. Even if they now possess the capability to develop a new energy source to replace petroleum, they must simultaneously devise ways to retrofit these existing vehicles to accommodate the new energy source. The difficulty was undeniably immense. If only nuclear energy could be safely applied to civilian use. What are you dreaming about? Even applying nuclear energy to military fields is already a struggle. How could it possibly be widely adopted? Actually, I think we could fully utilize electricity. Our country has abundant coal resources, and thermal power generation technology is highly mature. The group plunged into a heated discussion. Yet after half a day of intense debate, with opinions running wide and varied, they still couldn't come up with a viable plan. Witnessing this, Zhou Hong and the other veteran members of the Academy of Sciences instinctively turned their gaze toward Lu Qiu, who stood nearby. As their gazes followed the collective attention, the voices in the room gradually fell silent. If there was anyone who could resolve their current predicament, it was Lu Qiu. But alas, Lu Qiu merely shrugged. I'm human, not a god. Developing an energy system in such a short time is too difficult. However, we could try a different approach. Chapter 155, New Energy. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes turned to Lu Qiu, filled with anticipation. But we're truly at a loss for other solutions. If we can't popularize nuclear energy and can't replace it with other sources, what new energy could we possibly develop? Zhou Hong said with a bitter smile. I think we could just use electricity for everything. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the group. Most cars have gasoline engines. If we switch to electricity, we just need to install an electric motor. That should be pretty straightforward, right? However, everyone shook their heads. You don't understand. While our country has abundant coal resources, making thermal power generation entirely feasible, the waste and pollution are simply too severe. It's utterly impossible to replace petroleum energy with electricity. Moreover, the power provided by electricity is largely inferior to petroleum energy. Many applications still rely on diesel engines. Lu Qiu shook his head. My plan to vigorously develop electric power isn't about coal-fired generation. I intend to pursue nuclear power generation. This approach avoids pollution while bringing numerous conveniences. As for concerns about insufficient power output, there's no need to worry. I can completely upgrade and transform electric motors, doubling their energy conversion efficiency. Lu Qiu declared with unwavering confidence. Seeing his firm assurance, both Zhou Hong and the other researchers lit up with delight. That's wonderful news. But we can't afford to wait too long. The people are counting on our government to find solutions day by day. If this drags on, public discontent may boil over. Zhou Hong cautioned. It will take no more than a week. Lu Qiu declared with confidence. We've already developed nuclear-powered engines that are highly portable. All we need to do is install these engines in power plants across the country. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. In that case, we're truly indebted to you. Zhou Hong said with profound gratitude. He had come to realize that although the Academy of Sciences gathered all of Dragon Nation's top scientific talent, when it came down to it, the only one who could truly deliver in critical moments was Lu Qiu himself. It's not really that much trouble. Using nuclear power for propulsion is just a temporary solution. Given time, I believe hydrogen energy could be fully adopted. Lu Qiu explained to everyone. I understand your concerns. Currently, hydrogen production is extremely costly, primarily relying on water electrolysis. However, I possess a technology that can drastically reduce hydrogen production costs. It could even make hydrogen far cheaper than petroleum resources. However, developing this technology will likely take 2 or 3 months, so we'll have to stick with nuclear power for now. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone was suddenly overcome with wild excitement. Whether nuclear or hydrogen energy, both far surpass petroleum in terms of quality and environmental sustainability. If Lu Qiu truly succeeded in developing a low-cost hydrogen production method, their nation could break free from oil dependence and become the world's foremost resource powerhouse. We believe in your capabilities. This mission is yours. Over the next few days, Lu Qiu poured nearly all his energy into developing the new energy source. Soon, he developed a highly efficient electric motor. This motor achieved nearly 100% conversion of electrical energy into kinetic energy, with virtually no loss during the process. Faced with such an achievement, both the veteran researchers at the Academy of Sciences and the high-ranking officials of Manhwa were overcome with ecstatic joy. They had been shrouded in the gloom of an energy crisis for quite some time. Although Dragon Nation possessed considerable oil reserves, these were all strategic reserves. You've saved our nation from an urgent crisis. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official looked at Lu Qiu with excitement. This long-lasting electric motor you've developed has ushered electrical energy usage into a new era. Its value is immeasurable. No material reward seems sufficient to match your contribution. The crowd murmured in admiration. If Lu Qiu were so inclined, he could easily charge patent fees for this technology. He could become the wealthiest person in the world with this invention. Wealth rivaling a nation was no longer a mere dream. If you can develop a low-cost, economical production method, we old-timers can personally award you a Dragon Nation medal. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were at a loss for what else to offer Lu Qiu, so they could only say this. The Dragon Nation medal. Hearing this, many researchers present nearly stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The Dragon Nation medal represented the highest honor a Dragon Nation citizen could receive. Since its inception, the medal had been reserved for those who made monumental contributions to Dragon Nation across all fields, its influence extending far beyond any single domain. Over the years, every recipient of the Dragon Nation medal had been at least 70 years old. If Lu Qiu could indeed develop a low-cost hydrogen production method within the next few months, he would become the youngest recipient of the Dragon Nation medal in history. Such an honor is absolutely priceless, no amount of wealth could ever buy it. Even Lu Qiu felt a twinge of disbelief. I'm just an ordinary young man. Serving the nation is everyone's duty, there's no rush. Why talk about rewards? Lu Qiu waved his hand dismissively. The Dragon Nation's leadership grew increasingly pleased with his attitude. Most young people would have lost their composure upon hearing about the Dragon Nation medal. Yet Lu Qiu remained remarkably composed. That mindset alone was truly admirable. Little did they know that Lu Qiu, having mastered the system, placed little value on fame and fortune. He understood clearly that the technological prowess held within the chair could propel Longwei to global supremacy within the coming years. When that time came, the focus should be on the interests of all humanity. Announced to the world immediately, Dragon Nation's researchers have developed a high-power electric motor, temporarily freeing us from the oil energy crisis. Furthermore, announced to the world that within the next few months, Dragon Nation will develop a low-cost method for hydrogen production. This will completely revolutionize the existing energy system. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials declared with unwavering confidence to the propaganda department. Chapter 156, Moral Blackmail. When the Dragon Nation released the news, the entire world erupted. Impossible. While electricity is indeed a primary energy source, it cannot replace petroleum as the most vital industrial resource. They're merely trying to cover up their true intentions. In the Eagle's Nest, the Black Palace. Dawn waved his hand, panic evident in his eyes. Yet he stubbornly insisted he didn't believe it. Michelle beside him remained far more composed. Your Excellency needn't fret. Even if the Dragon Nation develops an engine powered by electricity instead of petroleum, what difference does it make? Our objective is merely to disrupt trade relations between the Dragon Nation, Gaul, and Britannia. Our objective has already been achieved. Gaul and Britain are now stretched thin for energy. Just recently, their leaders contacted me. It seems they're ready to capitulate. Michel said with a smile. His words finally eased Dawn's mind, and he let out a long sigh of relief. You're absolutely right. Our goal is to isolate the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring no nation in the world will ever trust or cooperate with them again. Dawn nodded as she spoke. But Dragon Nation's research in new energy keeps me on edge. What if they truly develop a low-cost method for hydrogen production? Wouldn't that completely transform the world's energy system? He said with a look of deep concern. Think about it, it's impossible. Keynes suddenly spoke up. He'd been overshadowed by the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences for so long, and his frustration was palpable. Now that he finally had a chance to shine, he wasn't about to let it slip away. All eyes turned to Cairns. Everyone. Currently, the only known methods for producing hydrogen are electrolysis or directly utilizing solid hydrogen found in nature. Beyond that, I've never heard of any other means capable of producing hydrogen. The hydrogen atom is the lightest atom in the universe and readily reacts with oxygen. Beyond the complexity of production, storage poses a significant challenge. The Dragon Nation could never develop this new energy source. He declared with absolute certainty. However, at this moment, neither Dawn nor Michelle trusted Cairns much anymore. Perhaps Cairns was considered a scientific genius among their eagle-eye peers, but compared to Lu Qiu, he inevitably seemed somewhat overshadowed. Seeing the skeptical looks on everyone's faces, Cairns felt utterly frustrated. I stake my entire future scientific career on it. The Dragon Nation absolutely cannot develop low-cost hydrogen production technology. Cairns made a bold declaration. Yet his words still left the others unconvinced. Regardless of whether Dragon Nation can develop low-cost hydrogen production technology, we must prepare early and plan ahead. Dawn said with a grave expression. We must procure vast quantities of petroleum resources in the near term, at least enough to secure Eagle Nation's oil needs for the next decade. Only then can we avoid losing our leading position amid future upheavals. Michel added. Beyond that, we must accelerate the development of new energy technologies. We absolutely cannot fall behind. He looked solemnly at Cairns beside him. A faint, bitter smile appeared on his face. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we will certainly exert our utmost effort in developing new energy technologies. Though he spoke these words, Cairns knew full well that with their current technology, they simply couldn't develop new energy sources to replace petroleum. There's one more matter your intelligence department must thoroughly investigate. Dawn seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow as he addressed the intelligence chief beside him. Earlier, your intelligence agency mentioned coding the weapon used to assassinate Lu Qiu with a nerve virus. Logically, with Dragon Nation's medical technology, they should be unable to neutralize such viruses. This clearly indicates a major problem. Your intelligence personnel must urgently verify the facts, determine whether Dragon Nation's medical capabilities have advanced further. This is critically important for us Eagles. Hearing Dawan's words, the intelligence minister nodded emphatically. I've actually gathered some intelligence on this matter. Kane suddenly interjected from the side. After learning that Dragon Nation had neutralized the neurovirus within Jiang Ying's body, I returned to the Academy of Sciences to consult with several virologists. None of them could believe Dragon Nation had cracked this type of neurovirus. The only feasible approach would be to meticulously strip each neurovirus particle from the brain cells, an extraordinarily difficult task. It would even require nanoscale medical technology. We suspect the Dragon Nation has already mastered nanomedicine robotics technology. Hearing Cairn's words, Dawn's eyes narrowed instantly. I never imagined Longwa's medical technology had advanced to this level. But surely the developer of these nanomedicine robots isn't Lucio anymore? He spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Over recent times, Lucio had become a veritable nightmare in the minds of their team members. Virtually every major scientific breakthrough in Dragon Nation seemed to bear his name. It absolutely cannot be Lucio. The medical field and our atomic technology field are entirely different concepts, separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Even if this person were a genius born once in a millennium, it would be impossible for them to master both fields simultaneously. Keynes declared with absolute confidence. In that case, let's apply some pressure to Dragon Nation. Let them taste the feeling of being morally blackmailed. A sly smile spread across Dawn's face as another scheme seemed to form in his mind. Immediately arrange for a group of patients with similar conditions to seek treatment in Dragon Nation. I'll see if they actually admit these patients. If they refuse treatment requests, we Eagles can stir the pot and pin a major scandal on them. At his words, a flicker of delight crossed everyone's faces. Exactly. Dragon Nation always likes to stand on the moral high ground condemning us. Today, we'll turn the tables. If Dragon Nation refuses to treat these patients, won't that give us the perfect justification? As they debated, a look of hesitation crossed Kane's face. He spoke with evident conflict. You may not know this, but this virus is entirely synthetic. It doesn't exist in nature. The only way to infect someone is through injection. At Kane's words, the smiles on every Eagle's face froze instantly. Chapter 157, Has the Academy of Sciences become a marketplace? Inside the Black Palace. All eyes turned to Dawn, as this had been his proposed strategy. A flicker of conflict and hesitation crossed Dawn's face, but he ultimately steeled his resolve and declared. Compared to the grand cause of our Eagle Nation, what do the sacrifices of a few individuals matter? Immediately find some desperate outlaws and infect them with this virus, send them to stir up trouble in the Dragon Nation. At these words, all the Eagle brand leaders fell silent. Injecting their own citizens with a neurovirus? That seemed utterly preposterous. I still feel this plan is rather unwise. Since the neurovirus is artificially synthesized, what if the Dragon Nation uncovers this during treatment? Wouldn't our Eagle Nation's reputation be utterly ruined? Indeed. This approach is inhumane. We urge you to reconsider. But Dawn seemed resolute, his eyes burning with determination. What do you know? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Go find some homeless or desperate individuals to participate in this operation immediately. Make sure they're tight-lipped. Dawn frowned as he addressed his subordinates. Though everyone present felt deeply reluctant, they reluctantly agreed under Dayan's authority. Soon, a group of individuals selected from the refugee camp underwent direct implantation of the neurovirus. Within less than 3 hours, their brains began to slow down and their reactions became noticeably sluggish. These subjects have a portion of the neurovirus attached to their brain cells, but the dosage is relatively small. It only affects their movement and consciousness, making them appear sluggish in everything they do. It won't kill them just yet. Kane explained. Dawn nodded in satisfaction. You all understand your mission, right? Once you arrive in the Dragon Nation, your first priority is to gather at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences and cause a disturbance. The bigger the commotion, the better. The American hawks nodded one after another. Rest assured, Your Excellency. You've given each of us a full $100,000. With such wealth, once we complete this mission, our future will be completely secure. Though they had accepted the neurovirus and risked their lives for this mission, they spoke with tearful gratitude. Dawn nodded with satisfaction. Once you're out, claim you infected yourselves. Under no circumstances reveal this neurovirus to the Eagle Sausage authorities. Dawn then personally carried these sluggish, zombie-like individuals onto the aircraft. In less than a day, the aircraft landed smoothly at the capital airport of the Dragon Nation. A group of people who looked decidedly unwell immediately hailed taxis upon disembarking and headed for the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. Their movements were sluggish, and their speech was impaired. Upon reaching the Academy's entrance, they unfurled a banner declaring, "We implore the Longwei Academy of Sciences to help us treat our illnesses. The Chinese Academy of Sciences should uphold humanitarian principles and save all the sick people in the world." These protesters had even learned a few phrases in the Dragon Nation language before arriving. We are all afflicted with a peculiar disease infected by some mysterious neurological virus. We've heard the Longway Academy has developed technology to eliminate this enigmatic virus from the brain. We implore the people of Longway to save us. We are all pitiful souls, wandering far and wide due to this peculiar disease, spending countless fortunes without finding a cure. Hearing that Longwa possesses such advanced technology, we came to try our luck. We implore the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences to extend humanitarian assistance. We are utterly desperate. These people crowded the entrance of the academy, each weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. A truly pitiful sight. Dragon Country citizens passing by frowned upon witnessing this scene. These people look like they're all Eagle's minions. They're causing trouble at the academy for some ulterior motive. But they do look pitiful, all lopsided eyes and crooked mouths, speaking so slowly they resemble zombies. What's this medical technology they keep mentioning? Curious onlookers stopped to watch, and the crowd at the Academy of Sciences entrance grew larger by the minute. Many people even pulled out their phones from their pockets to record the scene unfolding before them and post it online. Lu Chiu, who was in the midst of scientific research, frowned upon hearing the news. A group of Americans infected with a mysterious virus actually came to our Dragon Nation for treatment? The news about our nanomedicine technology shouldn't have leaked this quickly. Lu Chiu was utterly perplexed, but he was certain these individuals blocking the Academy of Sciences entrance had ulterior motives. I should go take a look. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chiu ultimately decided to go out and deal with the crowd gathered at the entrance. But he was stopped by Zhou Hong and the others. These troublemakers are clearly agents sent by the Eagle worshippers. Some might even be assassins. If you show your face and they seize the opportunity, it would be a massive loss for our Dragon Nation, Zhou Hong said with a grave expression. They had truly been terrorized by Eagle's assassins during this period. No one could tell if any assassins were hiding among those sickly-looking Eagle sauce agents outside. If anything happened to Lu Chiu, the technological edge Dragon Nation had gained at this stage would vanish in no time. Agreed. But you'd better collect blood samples from these patients. That way, I can determine whether they're genuinely infected with the virus. Lu Chiu addressed the group. Zhou Hong then led the senior officials of the Academy of Sciences directly to the entrance. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but frown. This is outrageous. The Academy of Sciences is a sacred institution. How can it resemble a noisy marketplace, with people shouting and causing a commotion like this? I strongly suspect these people are all spies sent by the eagle-eyed ones. They might be blocking the entrance to our Academy of Sciences just to steal some technology. Why don't we just have our people clear these troublemakers out? The surrounding academy executives chimed in one after another. Xu Yun, having received word of the commotion, hurried over with his team. Seeing the chaos at the academy's entrance, his expression darkened considerably. This is outrageous. How did the Academy of Sciences turn into a bustling marketplace? Disperse these unauthorized individuals immediately. Chapter 158, A Plot Within a Plot. Dragon Nation, Capital City. Outside the Academy of Sciences. The entire street was packed tight, bustling like a crowded market with people everywhere. Xu Yun personally led a squad of soldiers, rushing toward the Academy of Sciences. Upon arrival, he immediately ordered his men to disperse the troublemakers. However, his usual approach was immediately halted by Zhou Hong. General Chu, that's not wise. We should hear their demands first. Zhou Hong shook his head in protest. His gaze swept over the crowd gathered along the surrounding streets. With information so readily available these days, people were everywhere. If the military acted irrationally now, it could easily become ammunition for criticism later. Though Chu Yun recognized the necessity of Zhou Hong's caution, the bitter resentment in his heart refused to subside. How could they let those eagle-eyed bastards bully them right at their own doorstep? Who are you people? Why are you blocking the entrance to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences? This is a military jurisdiction. Xu Yun demanded, his brow furrowed. We've made ourselves clear. We're all people who accidentally contracted a mysterious virus. The hospital doctors said that virus has attached itself to our brain cells. With Eagle's current medical technology, there's no cure for our condition. But we heard rumors that Dragon Nation might have successfully treated this virus before, so we rushed here to beg for your help. If you're willing to treat us, we'll pay whatever it takes. The group spoke with palpable urgency. They truly appeared to be suffering terribly from their affliction. Their speech was sluggish, their eyes vacant. They genuinely appeared as if their brain cells had been eroded by a neurological virus. Xu Yun, Zhou Hong, and the others who witnessed this scene couldn't help but turn pale. The mysterious virus described by these Eagle Sauce people sounded remarkably similar to the poison Jiang Ying had been infected with. This didn't seem like some mysterious virus at all, but rather one synthesized by the Eagle Sauce people specifically to erode human brain cells. Let's stabilize the situation first. If we drive all these Eagle Sauce people away in front of so many witnesses, it could easily spark trouble. As Lu Chiu suggested, we should extract blood samples from these individuals. Test them to determine exactly what this mysterious virus is, and then take them to our Dragon Country hospital for admission. After a moment's deliberation, Zhou Hong proposed a solution. Though Chu-yun seethed inwardly knowing these troublemakers were sent by the Eagle Nation yet unable to act, the frustration was unbearable. But to preserve Longhua's image, he ultimately chose to escort them to Longhua Capital Hospital for examination. The incident instantly ignited a frenzy online. What's going on? A bunch of eagle-wielding people gathered outside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. They look just like zombies, moving slowly and speaking incoherently. Could this be some new bioweapon developed by the eagles? Terrifying. I'm on the scene. Word is these folks are infected with some mysterious virus. They somehow heard the Dragon Nation Academy has the cure, so they came seeking treatment. Upon learning the truth, Dragon Nation netizens were furious. Even if our country's medical technology is advanced, it should serve our own citizens. How can they just treat those people from the Eagle Nation? I heard all these patients were sent to Dragon Nation's capital hospital to receive the best treatment. If it were ordinary Chinese citizens, they probably wouldn't get such treatment. Why is our government playing favorites? Aren't Longhua's medical facilities supposed to serve Longhua citizens? Why are they suddenly catering to foreign dignitaries instead? Faced with the pressure from netizens, the Dragon Nation authorities found themselves overwhelmed. Many even gathered outside the gates of Longhua Capital Hospital, demanding the hospital expel all those American patients. The pressure on Longhua's capital hospital surged dramatically. Hurry and send all these blood samples to the Academy of Sciences to determine exactly what virus these patients are infected with. The hospital director urgently ordered his staff to extract blood samples from the infected foreigners and deliver them immediately to Lu Qiu's laboratory. After thorough examination, Lu Qiu confirmed the virus infecting these patients was identical to the one Jiang Ying had contracted. The virus could erode the human brain and attach itself to brain cells. Judging by its composition, this is clearly a man-made virus. That means every single one of these infections among the eagle wings originated from a laboratory. It's even possible the eagle wing authorities deliberately inoculated them. Lu Qiu declared to the stunned group, his face etched with shock. Everyone was stunned. Are you sure about this? The Eagle Nation always prides itself on respecting human rights. How could they possibly do something like this? Could they be trying to frame us, the Dragon Nation? The others voiced their concerns. Regardless, we should make this information public first. At least it might temporarily calm the public's anger. Shu-yun frowned as he spoke. Shortly after, the Dragon Nation's official media outlets directly published Lu Qiu's research findings. Upon learning the news, everyone was stunned. No wonder our government was preparing to treat these Eagle brand patients. Turns out they were all just cannon fodder pawns for the Eagle brand. The Eagle Nation has gone too far injecting such a terrifying virus into their own citizens to satisfy their political ambitions. This is the nation that claims to prioritize human rights. Utterly ridiculous. Countless people began mocking online, and the public sentiment shifted instantly. Upon hearing this news, Dawn felt not the slightest panic, but rather immense delight. Looks like the Dragon Nation truly possesses technology to eliminate viruses attached to brain cells. Keep stirring the pot behind the scenes, let them scramble to save every single one of these people. If Dragon Nation successfully treats these infected individuals, we can pin the virus's origin squarely on them. Should they refuse treatment, we'll unleash a media blitz against them. Either way, Eagle has already secured an unbeatable position. Don Shifeng burst into maniacal laughter. His presidential advisors wore smiles on their faces, their voices dripping with frenzied flattery. But inwardly, they had already cursed him to high heaven. A president who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. For Eagle Sauce, this was a curse, not a blessing. Chapter 159, Publicly Releasing Technology? This mysterious virus was not synthesized in our Eagle Lab. Dragon Nation is clearly trying to smear us. Under Dawn's direction, the Eagle Nation officials naturally denied the accusations pinned on them by the Dragon Nation. Suddenly, no one knew which nation to believe. By all accounts, no one would believe the Eagle would sacrifice its own citizens' interests, using their lives as cannon fodder to smear the Dragon Nation. However, based on the viral mechanism provided by the Dragon Nation, it does appear to be a laboratory-synthesized virus. Upon learning this information, the Dragon Nation's leadership immediately resolved. Cure every single infected Eagle Whip citizen. If this lab-made virus was developed by our Dragon Nation, there'd be no need to go to such lengths to save Eagle Whip people. Then, no matter what, the Eagle state government won't be able to escape the fact that they harmed their own people. After the Dragon Nation's leadership made their decision, Daenlik deployed nanomedicine robots to thoroughly cleanse the virus from the brain cells of all infected patients. Now it was the turn of those troublemaking Eagle worshippers in Dragon Nation to be at a loss. According to the plan, Dragon Fruit shouldn't have treated them so readily. The most advanced medical technology Dragon Nation possessed would certainly not be used on outsiders like them. Yet unexpectedly, the Dragon Nation had actually eradicated the virus infecting them. What do we do now? Are we just supposed to slink back to Eagle Land? Our mission failed, and the money the government promised us might just go down the drain. I say we keep pretending to be sick. Even if they claim to have cured us, we just lie in bed and act sick. Exactly. The government gave us all that money, we've got to squeeze every last drop out of Dragon Country. After making up their minds, these supposedly cured eagle wings began lying in bed, pretending to be sick. Despite all indicators showing perfectly normal results, they stubbornly refused to admit their bodies had fully recovered. This posed no real problem for the Dragon Nation. They publicly released all the patients' bodily function metrics. As you can see, after our meticulous treatment, these virus-infected individuals have fully recovered. It's clear the lab that created this virus is right here in Eagle Land. We strongly suspect this is all part of Eagle Swan's conspiracy. They deliberately infected their own citizens with their own virus to smear Dragon Nation. The world erupted. The moment the Dragon Nation's official announcement hit, the entire world erupted in uproar. Countries that had previously been close allies of Eagle Nation began to waver. If the Eagle Nation is willing to sacrifice its own people as cannon fodder, what hope is there for its allies? Partnering with the Eagle Nation could mean getting stabbed in the back at any moment. Even within the Eagle Nation itself, numerous citizens took to the streets to protest their government's actions. The government owes us an explanation. Why are healthy people suddenly infected with synthetic viruses? Dawn must step down immediately. We strongly demand Congress initiate impeachment proceedings against Dawn. Countless people poured into the streets, their voices filled with fury. The crowd surged with fury. They even surrounded the entire White House. Watching the crowd outside the Black House, Dawn's face twisted into a cold smile. What a bunch of ignorant citizens. I'm clearly working for their benefit, yet they think I'm the problem. If anyone else were president, the entire Eagle Nation would be ruined. Dawn felt intense anger toward these rioting rebels, but more than that, he felt utter contempt. What should we do now? Dragon Nation has already turned its sights on us. We've practically become the world's public enemy and the ultimate villain. Michelle said anxiously. That's not something we need to worry about. Dawn's face radiated confidence. We just need to make Dragon Nation hand over their medical technology. He let out a cold chuckle as he addressed his subordinates. The group exchanged stunned glances. The technology to treat the neural virus is undoubtedly Longwa's most advanced medical capability. How could they possibly make it public? Your Excellency, you're thinking too simplistically. In my opinion, we should explore other options. The others said helplessly. They now suspected whether Dawan had lost his mind. That's where you're missing the point. Dawn tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and smiled at everyone. If the Dragon Nation refuses to release this treatment for the neural virus, it only proves they developed the virus themselves and possess the antidote. When that happens, nations worldwide will turn their accusations toward Dragon Nation. Can they withstand that kind of public pressure? Hearing Daowen's words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant strategy. Since Dragon Nation has already stated that this neural virus attaches to human brain cells, making it extremely difficult to treat, their successful cure can only mean one thing: they develop the virus themselves. If they wish to clear their own suspicion, they have no choice but to publicly reveal their latest medical breakthroughs. The group looked at Dawn with admiration. Only now did they realize how vast the gap in wisdom was between themselves and Dawn. Issue a public statement immediately condemning Dragon Nation. Dawn signed a presidential decree on the spot. The Eagle Nation's foreign propaganda department sprang into frantic action. Dragon Nation's statements contain numerous inconsistencies and even contradictions. This is clearly their tactic to frame others. We've consulted virology experts who analyze the structure of this nerve virus. It's completely beyond current medical technology to treat. There is only one truth: Dragon Nation is the culprit behind this virus. They possess the antidote themselves, which is why they could cure so many infected individuals in such a short time. To expose Longwa's guilt, they must reveal their treatment methods to the public. What a masterful strategy to cut off the problem at its source. At that moment, inside the Longwa Academy of Sciences, researchers stared silently at the latest news released by Eagle, their faces grim. He's forcing us into a corner. He wants to compel us to disclose our nanomedicine robot technology, letting every nation on Earth reap its benefits. This is utterly despicable. Who would have thought there were such cunning minds among the Eagle Nation, setting layer upon layer of traps to lure us in? We absolutely cannot fall for Eagle's trick and hand over our nanorobot technology. The group murmured in unison. Chapter 160, Come to Dragon Country for Treatment. While developing the nanomedicine robots didn't require immense effort, handing them over to others like this is absolutely out of the question. Lu Chou immediately set the tone for the matter. But now Eagle Chong insists the synthetic virus was developed by us. They pinned the blame squarely on our shoulders. If we can't publicly release the nanomedicine robot technology, we'll never clear our names of these charges. Someone said helplessly. I have a solution that not only clears our suspicions but could even tear the Eagle Empire apart from within. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chou's face. Spread the word immediately. Dragon Nation has mastered nanomedicine robot technology. That's precisely why we successfully treated those infected patients. Anyone suffering from incurable or complex illnesses is welcome to seek treatment in our Dragon Nation. For a reasonable fee, our nanomedicine robots can cure the vast majority of ailments. However, there is one prerequisite. Lu Qiu said with a smile. That is, no eagle-eye people are permitted to receive treatment in our Dragon Nation. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. This was indeed a brilliant strategy. Allowing citizens from other nations to receive treatment with nanobots in Dragon Nation would not only bring substantial wealth to the country but also clear them of suspicion. Meanwhile, imposing sanctions on the Eagle Nation would only deepen the resentment of its citizens toward their government. I'll report your strategy to the higher-ups immediately. Zhou Hong declared with visible excitement. He immediately drafted a report and submitted it to the Dragon Nation's leadership. Upon learning of this, the Dragon Nation's leadership was also delighted. Excellent. Lu Qiu truly has a sharp mind. This is indeed a brilliant strategy that kills two birds with one stone. With the full backing of the Dragon Nation's leadership, news of their breakthrough in developing nanomedicine robots soon flooded the media. What? Dragon Nation has developed nanomedicine robots and is offering treatment to people worldwide? Does that mean my illness might be cured? What? Has Longguo lost its mind? With such advanced technology, shouldn't they hoard it for themselves? Why would they willingly open this treatment to us? Longguo's reasoning is simple, they just want to clear their name. But this move is genuinely a blessing for people worldwide. Everyone buzzed with excited discussion. Of course, this excludes the American people. What exactly is our government doing? Why have relations with the Dragon Nation become so strained? Now look, they won't even let us eagle wings enjoy their most advanced medical technology. I've been suffering from ALS for 3 years now. Over these 3 years, my body has gradually lost all mobility. Who can possibly understand this feeling of having wealth but watching life slip away helplessly? Now, just when a chance to cure my illness finally presents itself, the Eagle Nation government's misguided decision has snatched this opportunity right from my grasp. We strongly demand the Eagle Chicken government shift its hardline diplomatic stance toward Dragon Nation and issue an immediate apology. Countless Eagle Flag citizens were now raging like madmen, unleashing a torrent of abuse against the government. Every vile insult imaginable was hurled. At that moment, within the Black Palace, Dawn's face was ashen. Who would have thought? The Dragon Nation would come up with such a scheme. He growled bitterly. They're letting the entire world enjoy their latest medical technology, yet deliberately leaving us eagles out. This is a blatant attempt to sow discord between our government and the people. He then shot a glance at Cairns. Can't your Academy of Sciences achieve anything in the medical field? I recall you initiated research on nanorobotics technology long ago, didn't you? Dawn asked, his brow furrowed. Cold sweat poured down Cairns' forehead. He felt utterly helpless inside. While nanorobotics research has indeed been initiated, numerous technical barriers remain. Both the control systems and the robotic materials themselves are far from achievable in the short term. Cairns replied helplessly. He too wanted to develop nanorobots as quickly as possible, even applying them to the medical field. But the technology simply wouldn't allow it. Dawn didn't say much more. The Academy of Sciences had been disappointing him for quite some time now, and he had grown accustomed to it. We need to figure out a solution fast. Our citizens are on the verge of revolt. More and more people are realizing that the virus infecting those carriers was synthesized in our very own lab. Should I be saddled with this blame, it wouldn't just jeopardize my re-election, it might even threaten my current position. You advisors are all in the same boat as me. If I fall, don't expect to escape unscathed. Dawn spoke with a hint of urgency. Everyone sighed inwardly. They knew full well that Dawn had a point. The saying, a new emperor, new ministers, held true even for the Eagle Nation. Why don't we contact patients from other countries and urge them to seek treatment in Dragon Nation? But even if they recover, we must refuse to acknowledge it. I'll make the whole world know that Dragon Nation's nanorobots are a scam. Michelle's eyes darted around as a devious plan formed in her mind. Though his plan was utterly devious, it was precisely what Dawn had been waiting for. You're absolutely right. Both Britain and France would be more than willing to cooperate with this operation. Contact their high-level officials immediately. Dawn said with a smile. Soon, the leaders of the three nations convened a video conference. We've noticed your recent closeness with the Dragon Nation. I won't dwell on it. If you can help us Eagles weather this crisis, past grievances will be forgiven. Hearing Dawn's words, the presidents of both nations flashed expressions of delight. Although they had obtained high-powered engines from the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation's meddling with oil resources meant neither country had reaped any real benefits. Both nations had been fretting over the lack of opportunity to mend ties with Eagle Country, and now, unexpectedly, the chance had come knocking. They were determined to seize it. Just name your terms, Your Excellency. Our nations share the same path, it's only right we support each other. Exactly. Britain and the Eagle Nation share common roots, this favor is ours to grant. The two nations eagerly pledged their support. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Dawn's face. I need you to send a group of patients to the Dragon Kingdom for treatment. However, during the treatment process, I require these patients to die suddenly. You two understand what I mean, right? Chapter 161, The Madness of Medical Economics. What? Both the Gaulish and Britannian presidents turned deathly pale. Sir, are you mocking us? Sacrificing our citizens' lives for political gain is not our way. Though our nations may be in decline now, we haven't sunk so low as to resort to such heartless tactics. The two declared with righteous indignation. Their gaze fixed upon Dayan was as though they were staring at Satan himself in hell. Seeing their expressions, Dayan felt quite displeased. What were these men playing at, putting on airs of moral superiority before him? Anyone who's climbed to the position of head of state has blood on their hands. I advise you both to think carefully before answering. You should know that nearly all the world's oil resources are now under my control. With a single word from me, your two nations could plunge into an instant energy crisis. Do you still harbor hopes for the Dragon Nation's so-called low-cost hydrogen production methods? Even a fool knows that's nothing but a worthless promise. Dawn sneered. The two heads of state hesitated. They knew Dawan's words held weight. If Eagle Nation so desired, it could sever oil supplies to every nation at this very moment, plunging the entire world into an energy crisis. But if they truly acted on Dawn's demands, they would inevitably give him leverage over them, becoming his puppets from that day forward. This was equally unacceptable to the proud and ambitious heads of state. Noticing their hesitation, Dawn softened his tone. Isn't this kind of thing quite common in our nations? Those eagle-obsessed individuals who caused trouble outside the Dragon Nation Academy not long ago, they were all people we'd inoculated with a special virus. Dawn said with a smile. His words plunged both men into profound shock. We never imagined the Dragon Nation's claims were true, that you would actually target your own citizens to frame and incriminate them. The pair clearly hadn't anticipated Dayan bringing this up voluntarily. But they also felt relieved. Since Dawan had revealed the truth to them, they could now use it as leverage. They no longer had to fear that their upcoming plans would be held hostage by Dawan, turning them into puppets of the Eagle Nation. After much hesitation, the two ultimately decided to agree to Dawan's request. We can agree to your terms, they stated solemnly, but starting today, your nation must fully open oil supplies to our two countries and cease all interference. The two stated solemnly. Rest assured. I can fully arrange for the oil resources of those desert nations. The portion originally destined for the Dragon Nation will be transferred to your hands. Dawn chuckled, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. With these two nations agreeing to his terms, his objective was already half achieved. At this very moment, the international arena was abuzz with discussions about Dragon Nation's nanomedicine robots. Judging by the prices set by Dragon Nation, undergoing a single treatment with these nanomedicine robots was quite costly, far beyond the means of ordinary households. But this was only natural. The R&D costs for nanomedicine robots were astronomical to begin with. Add to that the fact that Dragon Nation had achieved complete monopoly in this field, holding all pricing power, it was only natural for the price to be high. For wealthy business tycoons, if money could buy back their health, it was simply the best deal possible. Wealthy individuals from every nation have rushed to take advantage of this opportunity. Anyone with health issues and lacking access to advanced medical technology has practically all applied for Chinese visas to seek treatment there. For these individuals, no matter how steep the treatment costs, it posed no financial burden whatsoever. Consequently, the Dragon Nation reaped billions in medical fees alone. Dragon Country, Capital City Hospital. Observing the patients before him dressed in fine attire yet radiating deep worry, Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile. Our strategy has proven quite effective, he remarked. Not only have we cleared our name of unjust accusations, but we've also generated substantial revenue. Moreover, it has demonstrated to the world that Dragon Nation's medical capabilities have reached a new level. Shu Yun remarked beside him, his expression filled with satisfaction. We still need to be cautious. Among these patients seeking treatment, there are all sorts of people. We can't be sure if some spies from the Eagle Nation have infiltrated the mix. If they're plotting something, they could cause trouble for our Dragon Nation. They might even steal our nanomedicine robot technology. Lu Qiu cautioned. He always felt Eagle Lady wouldn't let this slide. The Eagle Nation's government never takes a loss lying down. Now that the Dragon Nation has opened its nanomedicine treatment technology to people worldwide, yet deliberately excluded the Eagle Nation, they absolutely won't swallow this humiliation easily. Shu Yun nodded solemnly. We will conduct background checks on all patients seeking treatment in Dragon Nation. Should any connection to Eagle Sauce be discovered, we will deny entry immediately. Shu Yun had anticipated this long ago and made thorough preparations, so there was little need for concern. Over the next few days, countless wealthy individuals poured into the capital's hospitals from other nations, seeking treatment. The evidence was undeniable. Dragon Nation truly possessed nanomedicine technology. Many wealthy individuals suffering from hidden ailments or chronic conditions felt refreshed and rejuvenated after receiving treatment. And they were more than willing to serve as Dragon Nation's ambassadors. I've been suffering from ALS for over 3 years. I've visited major medical institutions worldwide, yet no solution was ever found. I never imagined that using Dragon Nation's nanomedicine technology could cure me in less than a day. My physical condition? I feel like I could punch a bull to death. I'm in incredible shape. Dragon Nation's nanomedicine technology has reached perfection no other country can compare. Even for those without illness, using nanomedicine robots to cleanse blood lipids and glucose offers tremendous health benefits. Most recipients of Dragon Nation's nanomedicine are wealthy individuals from various countries. Their testimonials naturally carry immense credibility and influence. Hearing these recommendations from the wealthy, many people were intrigued. Increasing numbers traveled to Dragon Nation to undergo nanorobotic treatment. The economic standing of Dragon Nation's medical sector continued to soar. But at this very moment, a piece of extremely unfavorable news suddenly emerged for Manhwa. Based on our observations, 3 individuals who recently underwent Manhwa's basic nanotherapy have suddenly succumbed to severe illnesses. Chapter 162, Cure or Cause? This news first appeared in an obscure tabloid in the United Kingdom. But with some individuals fanning the flames, it quickly spread like a tornado across the globe. Subsequently, more and more individuals who had undergone Dragon Nation's nanorobotic treatment began experiencing complications. Even Gaul reported several fatal cases. Rumors began swirling wildly. Some went so far as to make baseless accusations. Dragon Nation's so-called nanorobot technology is actually a scheme to harvest the world's wealthiest. They use nanorobots to control the lives of global billionaires. Anyone who receives Dragon Nation's nanotherapy becomes their puppet. If you disobey, with a single thought, they can activate the nanobots lurking within you to destroy your vitality, causing you to drop dead on the spot. Though such claims sound utterly ridiculous, they resonate with the public's conspiracy-minded mindset and have surprisingly gained a significant following. Governments worldwide began issuing statements. Everyone. Even if Dragon Nation has developed nanomedicine robot technology, it remains in the clinical trial phase with significant safety risks. Please stay rational and avoid following the crowd. As more governments directly intervened, the frenzy to seek nanotherapy in Dragon Nation gradually subsided. Now, many wealthy individuals who had already undergone nanotherapy began to regret their decision. They went to hospitals to check for any residual nanorobots in their bodies. However, with the technology available at their hospitals, it was completely impossible to detect the whereabouts of the nanorobots within their bodies. Many wealthy individuals who had undergone nanotherapy now live in constant anxiety, feeling as if they carry a ticking time bomb inside them that could detonate at any moment. Consequently, many are now demanding that the Dragon Nation step forward and provide an explanation. Even consumer goods come with after-sales service, let alone medical procedures. We strongly demand that the Dragon Nation step forward and give us an explanation. Is this nanomedicine robot technology actually safe? I feel like I have hundreds of thousands of nanorobots lurking inside me, ready to destroy my internal organs at any moment. Did Dragon Nation unleash nanorobot therapy just to fleece us wealthy folks? Even if I die at the hands of these robots, I'll never hand over my fortune. Meanwhile, the citizens of Eagle Nation breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Dragon Nation didn't release nanomedicine technology to us earlier. Otherwise, we'd have foolishly rushed over for treatment, essentially walking straight onto the chopping block. I used to criticize Dayan, but it turns out the conflict between Dayan and Dragon Nation saved us Eagle Sauce people from disaster. Dawn truly had foresight. If there's another presidential election next term, I'll definitely vote for Dawn again. Eagle Wing citizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Dawn's approval ratings skyrocketed exponentially. A satisfied smile spread across Dawn's face as he studied the data in his hands. It seems our strategy has succeeded brilliantly. Dragon Nation is now mired in a quagmire of public opinion. What good is their advanced nanomedicine robot technology if it only serves to dig their own grave? Dawn declared triumphantly. But Your Excellency, you should still be cautious. Whether it's Britain or Gaul, the wealthy individuals we eliminated were all prominent figures locally. This could stir up some unrest. Michelle cautioned from the side. Rest assured. These deaths have absolutely nothing to do with us Eagles. They were all carried out by their respective governments. Dawn declared with a smug expression. The assembled Eagle faction leaders were stunned. While they knew Dawn had struck some kind of deal with both Ladian and Gallia, they never imagined it would involve the governments of those nations personally orchestrating the murder of their own wealthy merchants. If word got out, the entire United Kingdom and Gaul would erupt in outrage. It might even force the heads of state to step down. Those two fools trusted us far too much. Now that we hold evidence of these nations harming their own citizens, we can manipulate them however we please starting today. As long as those two remain in power, Britain and Gaul will remain our most steadfast allies and our most useful white gloves. A cruel smile spread across Dawn's face. Clearly, he had no intention of keeping the heads of these two nations in the dark. Instead, he intended to use this leverage to force both nations to obey the Eagle's commands from now on. The crowd sucked in a collective breath, their gazes toward Dawn brimming with caution and wariness. Such a fickle bastard could stab you in the back at any moment. They must be wary. You see things clearly, sir. But we must also prepare for the dragon bone to fight back desperately. Michelle cautioned from the side. Let's add fuel to the fire. Immediately have our media condemn the Dragon Nation and demand they come forward with an explanation. Even at international conferences, publicly denounce the Dragon Nation for disregarding the lives of its wealthy citizens and attempting to manipulate them to subvert other nations' governments. As protests mounted, the pressure on the Dragon Nation's government intensified. The Eagle's spokesperson even publicly accused the Dragon Nation at the United Nations, claiming it threatened other nations' sovereignty and slaughtered innocent lives. The tactics were utterly despicable. Despite Dragon Nation repeatedly asserting that its nanomedicine robot technology was absolutely safe and had long undergone clinical validation, no one was willing to believe its claims. Rather than accept plain, unremarkable facts, people preferred to believe the bizarre, fantastical lies concocted by the Eagle Nation. And all manner of conspiracy theories. At this moment, across the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials wore grim expressions. This is utterly absurd. We opened our nanomedicine to other nations based on humanitarian principles, yet we're being framed for something despicable. Xu Yun, a man of fiery temper, could no longer contain himself. Exactly. We can't keep enduring and yielding forever. Otherwise, won't every nation on Earth look down on us? This time, we must respond head-on and show the world that the Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. Several Chinese officials, their anger ignited, slammed their fists on the table in agreement. Everyone's faces darkened. Only Lu Chou remained calm and composed, seated at his place. May I offer my perspective? I believe we can overcome all challenges by further advancing our technology. Recent breakthroughs in nanomedicine have opened new possibilities. Chapter 163, Clinical Trials. Stunned. The entire room fell into profound shock. Did I hear that correctly? Nanomedicine was only developed less than a month ago. Could there already be new breakthroughs? The crowd asked in disbelief. You're not mistaken, everyone. I have redesigned and upgraded the nanomedicine robots. Through neural stimulation from these medical robots, we can even awaken vegetative patients whose brain cells have been damaged. We can fully utilize nanorobots to replace damaged brain cells. As soon as Lu Chou finished speaking, the hands of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials began trembling. They were no strangers to major crises. Yet hearing Lu Chou's words, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Who would have thought? You really are good at surprising people. Saving even vegetative patients. With such miraculous technology, even those secretly undermining nanomedicine robotics will likely be green with envy. Who hasn't had a headache or fever these days? No one can predict their future health. If they keep relentlessly attacking our nanomedicine technology, they'll never get treated in our country again. The crowd grew visibly defiant. This afternoon, I plan to conduct a public clinical trial. If you have time, you're all welcome to come observe. Lu Chou extended the invitation with a smile. We'll definitely be there. Not just us, will livestream the entire clinical trial globally so the world can witness our Dragon Nation's medical prowess. The Dragon Nation's high-level officials finally made the decision. At first, Lu Chou had been hesitant. After all, this was merely a clinical trial. While he had full confidence in the blueprints provided by the system, no one could guarantee the first experiment would proceed smoothly. However, seeing the Dragon Nation's high-level officials so confident, he realized that if they couldn't even trust the technology they developed themselves, then even with the system's assistance, they would inevitably hit a bottleneck in future research and development. Alright, let's proceed as you suggest. We'll broadcast it live globally. Let those who doubt our nanomedicine technology see the true medical prowess of our Dragon Nation. Shortly thereafter, official Manhwa media released a statement that sent shockwaves across the globe. Our Dragon Nation researchers have achieved a groundbreaking breakthrough in treating vegetative states using nanomedicine technology. This afternoon, we will broadcast a live demonstration of nanomedicine treating a vegetative patient. The entire world erupted in excitement. Naturally, many found Dragon Nation's bold claims hard to believe. Numerous experts even stepped forward, condemning Dragon Nation for disregarding facts. They probably don't even understand what vegetative state entails. Damage to brain cells and spinal nerves isn't something that can be fixed simply by introducing nanobots. Those dead brain cells and spinal nerves aren't something a simple nanorobot can fix. Without suitable replacement cells, it's all just empty promises. I can't stand these academic charlatans from Manhwa. They'll make up any gimmick for fame. This announcement from Dragon Nation has sparked widespread outrage. It infuriated leading medical experts worldwide. In their minds, nanorobots could never possibly awaken a vegetative patient. At that moment, within the Black Palace. What do you all think? Is this a publicity stunt to grab attention, or does Dragon Nation genuinely have a way to treat vegetative states? He asked, frowning. Your Excellency may rest assured. I consulted our nation's foremost medical experts, and they unanimously agree it is impossible for the Dragon Nation to cure vegetative patients using nanomedicine robots. It's pure fantasy. Michelle stated with absolute certainty. The mysteries of the human body aren't as straightforward as the realm of atoms. There are still vast unknown territories humanity hasn't explored. Especially when it comes to dead brain cells, absolutely nothing can replace them. His words brought relief to Dawn. I've seen through it now. Dragon Nation may be useless at everything else, but they sure are good at blowing smoke. Anyway, they're going live this afternoon. I'll be watching to see how the Dragon Bone people plan to deceive the entire world this time. A trace of disdain flashed across Dawn's face. As time passed, the moment arrived for Dragon Nation to announce its public demonstration of healing treatments to the world. Inside the capital hospital of Dragon Nation, Lucio, clad in a lab coat, gazed intently at a patient lying in a hospital ward. After amicable negotiations with the patient's family, they had finally agreed to participate in this clinical trial. The patient had suffered brain cell damage from a car accident, resulting in the complete loss of all bodily functions. Only basic life signs remained. Even the most renowned neurologists in Dragon Nation were unable to treat him. It was precisely for this reason that the family clung to Lucio's help with the desperate hope of grasping at straws. Success would be ideal, but even if the clinical trial failed, it could alleviate the suffering of the bedridden vegetative state patient. After all, vegetative patients retain consciousness, though they remain trapped in perpetual darkness, devoid even of time and space awareness. Such a life is an immense burden for any family. Hang in there. Whether researchers from the Academy of Sciences or specialists from the hospital, all watched Lucio with solemn expressions. Meanwhile, the official media cameras beside them remained fixed on Lucio's face. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks our first clinical trial using nanorobots to treat vegetative patients. Lucio took a deep breath and addressed the camera with a smile. Our nanomedicine robots can clear away dead brain cells and neurons, then accumulate within the human brain to sustain its functions. The moment Lucio finished speaking, experts gathered around televisions burst into derisive laughter. The live stream's comments section erupted with scathing remarks. Replacing human brain cells with industrial machinery? What kind of cyberpunk fantasy is this? This kid must play too many games. Is he trying to follow the path of flesh is weak, metal is strong? Pure hype. I've never heard of metal components replacing human tissue to perform biological functions. If that were possible, everyone would replace organs with metal parts, no need for transplants at all. Lucio couldn't see the scathing comments in the bullet chat, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. Because the truth always ends up slapping those who stir up trouble in the face. He strode into the ward with unwavering confidence, his gaze fixed firmly on the patient lying in the bed. Chapter 164, Slapping the World in the Face. The pungent smell of disinfectant mingled with the crisp white sheets. Together, they formed the distinctive elements of a hospital. Lucio slowly entered the special ward, observing the patient lying in bed. She was a young woman, barely 20 years old, in the prime of her youth. He heard she hadn't even graduated from college yet. A weight settled in his heart, and his shoulders felt heavier. The development of nanomedicine robot technology for treating vegetative states was indeed meant to silence those Western nations. It was equally aimed at restoring normal lives to countless individuals suffering from severe illnesses. Lucio slowly approached the patient and injected the solution containing tens of thousands of nanomedicine robots into her body. The moment the solution entered the body, Lucio activated the nanorobots. He guided the robots to the patient's brain. The scene before him was devastating. Part of the patient's brain had been completely destroyed by the impact. It appeared gray and lifeless, devoid of any vitality whatsoever. Everyone watching the live feed gasped in horror at the sight. So this is what a vegetative state looks like? Parts of the brain cells have actually died off. It's truly heartbreaking. Can Longwei really cure vegetative states? Even if Lucio could use nanomedicine robots to remove all the dead brain cells, it probably wouldn't help, right? It's definitely impossible. Simply removing the dead brain cells would only accelerate the patient's demise. The patient's brain is currently in a delicate state of equilibrium. Intervening now could very well backfire. Numerous experts voiced their opinions in the live chat, with many demanding that Dragon Country immediately halt this clinical trial. Otherwise, it could lead to a major disaster. But at that moment, Lucio had already begun directing the nanomedicine robots to eliminate the dead brain cells within the patient's body. His expression grave, he manipulated the nanomedicine robots to dissect every dead brain cell. Using the nanorobots as carriers, he transported them outside the body for expulsion. The patient's condition now appeared extremely critical. With a full quarter of his brain removed, the patient previously in a deep coma turned deathly pale as his bodily functions began to fail. The monitors flashed wildly. Witnessing this scene, many high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation clenched their fists in tension. Meanwhile, more and more viewers watching the live stream grew increasingly dismissive. They increasingly felt that this medical clinical trial in Dragon Country was nothing more than a publicity stunt. Lu Cho, his expression grave, re-injected a batch of nanomedicine robots into the patient's body. These medical robots can promote cell proliferation and even replace brain cells. He directly controlled the nanobots, guiding them to the patient's brain region where they attach themselves to healthy brain cells. Gradually, a metal-forged brain materialized before everyone's eyes. Remarkably, the patient's condition stabilized. All vital signs ceased declining. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation and the assembled research team outside the ward breathed a collective sigh of relief. They understood clearly that regardless of whether this clinical trial succeeded, at least the patient's life had been saved. They would naturally no longer face intense public scrutiny. Meanwhile, numerous medical experts watching the live broadcast stared in disbelief. This defies science. It's beyond what modern medicine can explain. It's nothing short of a miracle. Holy! Who would have thought this approach would actually work? It completely overturns the entire medical field's consensus. Lu Cho must be the one leading this experiment, right? Who would have thought he could achieve such groundbreaking results in medicine? He's a true polymath. Countless voices buzzed with discussion. But what truly stunned them was yet to come. Another 5 minutes passed, and the patient before them actually blinked. Though the movement was extremely subtle, under the focused lenses of Manhwa's official media cameras, it was clearly captured by many viewers. Did my eyes deceive me? The eyelids of the vegetative patient lying on the bed actually moved. Could human brain cells truly be replaced by nanomedicine robots? Dragon Nation has pioneered a new path in medical science. How ridiculous that we once believed those people's nonsense, thinking nanomedicine robots were harmful to the human body, and thus missed out on the opportunity to receive nanotherapy. Moments later, the patient lying on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed blankly at her surroundings. You've been in a coma for 3 full years. Congratulations on waking up, Lu Cho said to the patient with a smile. Only then did the patient slowly come to her senses, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Having lain motionless in the hospital bed for so long, the patient couldn't suddenly jump up and about, but simple, light movements came easily enough. Thank you so much, doctor. For these past 3 years, I've been trapped in darkness, as if my consciousness and body had completely separated. There were times I wished my parents would abandon me. I never imagined I'd wake up again. I can't thank you enough, the patient said, his face brimming with gratitude. Lu Cho waved his hand dismissively. You've only just regained consciousness, and your body is still very weak. Take good care of yourself during this period. With that, he left the ward. Outside the room, a long, sustained round of applause erupted. You're nothing short of a blessing for our Dragon Nation. You actually revived a vegetative patient. Such miraculous medical technology must have left those petty scoundrels speechless. Exactly. Those eagle wings had the nerve to demand we disclose our nanomedicine technology, refusing to believe we possessed such capabilities. After this live broadcast, I bet the eagle wing authorities are seething with rage. I love seeing them seethe with envy yet powerless to act. Truth be told, Eagle Nation has only developed over a mere 2 centuries, while we've carried forward our heritage for millennia. Such profound depth of tradition, how could they possibly compare? The crowd spoke with palpable excitement. The official cameras hadn't even been turned off yet, and many had already heard these words from the Dragon Nation researchers. Watching the live broadcast, Don's rage boiled over, causing him to smash the projector in front of him. Those arrogant fools dare insult us like this. Damn them! What's so great about reviving a mere vegetable? What's there to brag about? Chapter 165, Opening the Dragon Nation Medical Laboratory. Don was furious. He never imagined that Dragon Nation had actually used nanomedicine robot technology to revive a vegetative patient. Even someone as seasoned as him found this extraordinary feat hard to fathom. What are we to do now? After witnessing Dragon Nation's formidable medical prowess, nations across the globe will surely scramble to cultivate relations with them. Don, barely suppressing his rage, spoke with a hint of resignation. What is the most precious thing in the world? Undoubtedly, one's own life. Don understood all too well that with Dragon Nation now showcasing its formidable medical prowess, the world's elite would undoubtedly be scrambling to curry favor with them. After all, no one knew whether disaster or tomorrow would come first. Should they ever contract an incurable illness, it would be convenient to request Dragon Nation's medical intervention. Having grasped the crux of the matter, he couldn't help but ask. Yet his subordinates harbored deep resentment toward Daoan for antagonizing the Dragon Nation. If the Dragon Nation refused to share its nanomedicine technology with them due to the Eagle Nation's recent suppression, what would happen if they fell ill in the future? Wouldn't they be left without any place to seek treatment? Though they harbored resentment toward Daoan's actions, none dared show it outwardly. I believe we can absolutely collaborate with the Dragon Nation in the medical field. We can stand on the moral high ground, invoking the future destiny of humanity, and request our medical experts join the Dragon Nation's laboratories. Then, even if we can't steal some of their confidential technology, we can still sabotage their work. Michelle spoke up. Dawn felt deeply frustrated. He knew all too well that Dragon Nation held a commanding lead in medical research. To obtain their technology, they would have to swallow their pride and actively request access to their laboratories. Are you suggesting I go begging the Dragon Nation? I refuse to stoop to such humiliating subservience, Dawn said with a frown. Hearing this, Michelle's eye twitched violently. Seriously? You can't bring yourself to do something that humiliating, so now you're going to shift the responsibility onto me? Sir, there's no other way. Dragon Nation's nanomedicine technology truly leads the world. Our medical field absolutely cannot afford to antagonize them lightly. Who knows when we might need Dragon Nation's help in the future? Michelle laid it out plainly. The presidential advisors nodded in agreement. These days, you dare offend no one but doctors. Dawn frowned but ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. It's merely cooperation in the medical field. We must maintain our leading edge in all other sectors. Dragon Nation absolutely must not overtake us, Dawn declared sternly, his gaze shifting to the silent cairns beside him. Keynes nodded. Your Excellency, rest assured. Our Academy of Sciences has recently launched numerous new projects, striving to maintain our lead in scientific research. We will absolutely not let the Dragon Nation catch up, Keynes declared with unwavering confidence. Yet deep down, he knew full well that the Dragon Nation was no longer the same as before. Whether in atomic energy or energy sectors, the Dragon Nation held a commanding lead. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts in front of Dawn. Keynes' response left Dawn thoroughly satisfied. I'll find a way to increase your research funding for next year. As long as we maintain technological supremacy over the Dragon Nation, it doesn't matter how much resources and wealth the Academy consumes. Dawn waved his hand generously, speaking with remarkable magnanimity. Immediately afterward, he issued a public statement. Dragon Nation's medical technology truly stands unmatched globally. In the past, we Eagles were overly narrow-minded. However, I hope Dragon Nation will open its medical laboratories to all nations of the world. Disease and suffering are common enemies of all humanity. We hope the Dragon Nation will set aside national biases and permit outstanding medical professionals from every country to enter its laboratories, collaborating together on medical technology research. Shameful. People were at a loss for words. This statement from the Eagle Nation is utterly shameless. The Dragon Nation painstakingly developed nanomedicine robots, only to be slandered by Western nations. Now that they've seen the benefits of nanorobots, they actually want to join their laboratories. But many other nations share the same thoughts as the Eagle Nation. This is indeed a brilliant approach. With Dragon Nation's medical advancements progressing so rapidly, it represents progress for all humanity. I believe we should echo Eagle Nation's call and demand Dragon Nation open its medical laboratories. Exactly. Dragon Nation's medical achievements are undeniable, and disease is a shared human tragedy. They constantly boast about upholding humanitarian principles. Surely they wouldn't refuse such a reasonable request. More and more nations joined the chorus, urging the Dragon Nation to open its medical laboratories and share its medical achievements with the world. This development infuriated many Chinese citizens. Westerners have the nerve to say such things. What does open laboratory really mean? It's nothing but an excuse to steal our Dragon Nation's technological secrets. Their intentions are as obvious as daylight. Those Western nations have such thick skin, how dare they say such things? When they made breakthroughs in medical research, we never saw them opening their labs to the public. Why should our Dragon Nation be expected to do so? Many citizens of the Dragon Nation were filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, in the heart of the Dragon Nation, numerous high-ranking officials and medical experts from Dragon Nation gathered together. Anger flashed across every face. This is utterly absurd. How dare they make such a brazen demand? Nanomedicine was previously torn to shreds by Western media. It just shows how far we've advanced in medical technology, so much so that other nations are starting to covet it. We absolutely cannot compromise with Western nations. We must never let them into our laboratories, otherwise, vital secrets could be compromised. The group slammed their fists on the table and glared angrily. Their anger toward the Eagle and the Western nations had reached its peak. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, however, remained remarkably composed. All eyes turned to Lu Qiu. Chapter 166, Conditions. Regardless of the circumstances, the nanomedicine robotics technology was developed entirely by Lu Qiu. Other personnel had virtually no involvement. Therefore, everyone still focused more on Lu Qiu's opinion. As everyone's gaze turned to him, a smile spread across Lu Qiu's face. I believe we can absolutely open our lab and invite medical experts from other countries. His words left everyone present utterly speechless. You need to think this through. Nanomedicine technology is the fruit of your blood, sweat, and tears, the result of your immense effort and time invested in its development. While we could let researchers from other countries assist with some tasks in the lab, there's no guarantee they won't covet our technology. If our nanomedicine robot technology were stolen by another country, it would be a huge loss. Everyone spoke up to dissuade him. This was no time for Lucio to play the hero. He had to consider the nation's interests. Everyone, hear me out, Lucio said with a smile. Opening our medical lab doesn't mean we'll let people from other countries join without conditions. On one hand, we can charge them research fees. On the other, we'll require them to share their corresponding technologies with us. Only medical technologies monopolized by their own countries will serve as the threshold for their researchers to enter Dragon Nation's laboratories. Hearing Lucio's words, everyone present's eyes lit up instantly. You're absolutely right. Our nation's medical labs must raise the entry bar. We can't let researchers from other countries stroll in and conduct our D here without a fight. Beyond securing a wave of funding, we can also acquire some of their monopolized medical technologies. For us, it's absolutely beneficial with no downsides. But we absolutely must enforce strict confidentiality protocols to prevent researchers from other countries from stealing secrets in our labs. Everyone spoke with excitement. Regarding security measures, I assure you there's no need for concern. Our nanomedicine robots have achieved full automation in production. This means the manufacturing process requires no human involvement whatsoever. Every unit is crafted entirely by my own hands. The only blueprint exists solely within my mind. Unless they can steal my memories, they'll never succeed. Ecstasy. The entire Tiananhai region erupted in euphoria. The Dragon Nation government immediately issued an official statement. We welcome scientific talent from other nations to join our Dragon Nation's medical laboratories. However, given the high entry barriers in the medical field, we require each nation to provide one proprietary medical technology to demonstrate their medical capabilities. Many Dragon Nation citizens were stunned. They couldn't fathom why, with their own medical technology clearly far ahead, the nation would voluntarily open its laboratories, giving others an opportunity to exploit the situation. Wasn't this like putting the Monkey King in charge of guarding the peach orchard? Western researchers would surely steal their own secrets. Everyone was utterly perplexed. What they didn't realize was this. Although Dragon Nation had achieved astonishing progress in nanomedicine robotics, arguably leading the world, it still lags behind in other medical fields. Precisely for this reason, Lucio hoped to seize this opportunity to incorporate advanced medical technologies from nations worldwide. Upon learning of Dragon Nation's decision, Western leaders were overcome with delight. What a bunch of fools. They actually tried to raise the bar to block us from joining the Dragon Nation labs. They seriously underestimated our determination. Forget monopolizing certain medical technologies. Even if we had to pay our own way into Dragon Nation's medical labs, we'd gladly do it. Even the slightest bit of technology we can steal from Dragon Nation's medical labs will be a huge boost to our future medical development. Everyone spoke with excitement. But the happiest of all was Eagle Sauce. Dawn was grinning from ear to ear. Prepare our Eagle's most advanced medical technology immediately to present to the Dragon Nation in exchange for entry into their medical laboratories. Dawn cheerfully instructed his subordinates. A flicker of worry crossed Michelle's face. Is this wise? Even if we join their medical lab, we might not be able to steal Dragon Nation's nanomedicine robot technology. Yet we're offering them our absolute best medical technology outright. Michelle's words had barely left his mouth when they drew immediate criticism from countless presidential advisors. Secretary, you're overthinking this. You know Dragon Nation's nanomedicine robotics can cure almost any disease. The only drawback is the high cost. Even stealing the tiniest bit of that technology would be a huge leap forward for our Eagle Nation's medical capabilities. The crowd frowned in response. They all refuted Michelle's seemingly reckless remarks. Michelle was anxious inside. He knew full well that given Dragon Nation's nature, they would never commit such a foolish act. This must be a trap. They'd dug a pit, just waiting for them to fall in. But what could Michelle do? His words carried little weight. No matter what he said, no one believed him. I've already made my decision on this matter. There's no need to discuss it further. Immediately arrange for some medical experts trusted by our Eagle Nation to head to Dragon Nation. Under his command, over a dozen medical experts were hastily dispatched. Seeing them before him, a look of relief flashed across Dayan's face. You are all treasures of our Eagle Nation's medical field. If we can adapt Dragon Nation's nanomedicine robot technology, I'll approve whatever drug names or potencies you propose. He said earnestly. This trip to the Dragon Nation's medical labs isn't for research and development, it's to steal their technology. Don't feel bad about it. Dragon Nation has been stealing our Eagle Nation's technology all along. As Lamhu would say, it's simply using their own methods against them. The medical experts selected for the Dragon Nation lab mission had initially been filled with excitement. But after hearing Dawan's words, they felt somewhat uneasy. After all these years of hard work in the medical field, how had they ended up reduced to stealing secrets from the Dragon Kingdom? But the moment they heard the terms Dawan promised them, everyone instantly beamed with delight. Chapter 167, Technology and Money. The medical experts dispatched by Eagle Sauce were the first to arrive in Dragon Nation. This time, Michelle herself led the team. The moment he stepped off the plane and saw the deserted airport, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Dragon Nation doesn't hold us in the slightest regard, not even a single person to greet us. So what if they've mastered the most advanced nanomedicine technology? It seems Lord Dawn was absolutely right. We absolutely cannot give Dragon Nation any leeway, or they'll take advantage of us. Michel declared, his face ashen. As the nation's Secretary of State, he was second only to Dawan himself. Yet here in Dragon Nation, he was treated with such utter disdain. Guided by several protocol officers, the medical experts boarded vehicles and arrived at the conference room of the Academy of Sciences. After waiting for over an hour, just as Michelle was growing impatient and about to lose her temper, Lu Qiu and the others finally walked in slowly. A faint smile played on his lips as he looked at Michelle before him. Who would have thought we'd meet so soon? You look as dashing as ever, sir. Lu Qiu said with a smile after taking his seat. However, Michelle, already seething with anger, naturally interpreted his greeting as mockery. Oomph. You certainly put on airs, keeping us waiting this long. Is this how your Dragon Nation treats its guests? And you dare call yourselves a nation of etiquette when you can pull off such an outrageous stunt? Michel couldn't hold back and voiced his displeasure directly. Hearing this, Lu Qiu found it rather amusing. You should know, sir, that I'm merely an ordinary researcher. My primary duty is developing scientific products. If I were to halt my insignificant research just because the Shuiji arrived, how could I possibly live up to being called a researcher? Lu Qiu's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. Instead, he had thoroughly dismantled Michelle's argument. Hearing this, Michelle's expression darkened further. However, he knew the Eagle Nation currently needed China's cooperation, so he refrained from openly antagonizing the Dragon Nation just yet. He forced down his anger and plastered on a smile as he addressed Lu Qiu. I understand your nation's medical laboratories are preparing to open their doors to countries worldwide. I've brought our nation's most distinguished medical experts here today precisely to seek participation in your medical research facilities. Michel said with a forced smile. I trust you've heard that you must present a unique medical technology to demonstrate your capabilities? Lu Qiu said, narrowing his eyes. Rest assured, you needn't worry about that. We Eagles aren't the shameless sort. I have here a targeted cancer treatment technology. Please take a good look, Mr. Lu. Michel smiled as he produced a USB drive. Lu Qiu opened it and found the contents indeed documented a targeted precision medical technology, truly a cutting-edge medical advancement for Eagle Sauce. He nodded with a smile. Very well. Your country's medical technicians may all work in our Dragon Nation laboratories provided each pays a 30 million yuan security deposit. Lu Qiu's words made Michel want to hurl the glass of water in front of him right at his face. 30 million? Are you out of your mind? Michel exclaimed, eyes wide. We've already entrusted you with such precious cancer cell suppression technology, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money? He roared. Lu Qiu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Sir, there's no need for concern. The deposit is merely to prevent your country's medical experts from stealing our Dragon Nation's technology. If our technology remains secure, every penny will be returned to your nation intact. We don't need a single penny. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, Dawn's face lit up with a broad smile. Mr. Lu, you've certainly gone to great lengths. It's only 30 million, after all. Of course we can pay it. Michel grinned, his lips stretching wide. Jia Lu. Lu Qiu added another word, causing Michel's eye to twitch. However, in order to steal Dragon Nation's nanomedicine technology, he suppressed his anger and immediately transferred the funds to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences on the spot. Leaving behind a group of eagle-eyed medical researchers, he departed without a backward glance. He feared that lingering any longer might cause him to lose control and do something irrational. Surveying the eager American medical experts before him, some likely nearing 70 years of age. Follow me, everyone. Lu Qiu beckoned them with a wave, leading them directly into his medical laboratory. Mr. Lu, developing something as miraculous as nanomedicine technology must require a large team in your lab, right? That's only natural. I imagine the lab must be enormous, perhaps even the most luxurious in the Dragon Kingdom. The group speculated silently. However, Lu Qiu led them into a small room that resembled a middle school classroom. Inside, various instruments were piled up, though rather haphazardly. This is where I conduct my medical research. You'll be working here for the foreseeable future, so everyone should give it a good cleaning. Lu Qiu said with a smile to the medical experts before him. The group was stunned. Is Professor Lu joking? How can we conduct medical experiments in such a dilapidated place? And where are Professor Lu's other students? Could it be that Professor Lu fears we're spies who will steal your country's technology, so he deliberately assigned us this dump? The group voiced their discontent one after another. They had paid a tremendous price to reach the medical lab in Dragon Country. They certainly weren't satisfied with conducting experiments in this dump. I never had any students here. When developing the nanomedicine robots, I did it all by myself. While I did enlist several medical experts for assistance, they only handled specific components. Once everyone finished their work, they naturally left, and things quieted down here. Hearing Lucio's words, the entire group fell silent. Developing nanomedicine robots single-handedly. With such talent, no wonder the Eagle Agency was willing to pay such a huge price to have them steal Dragon Nation's technology. Who would have thought that the revolutionary nanomedicine robots transforming the entire medical field were created entirely by Lucio alone? Chapter 168, Successful Infiltration? After settling the Eagle brand researchers, Lucio departed immediately. Over the next 3 or 4 days, medical experts from numerous Western nations arrived at the Dragon Nation laboratory. But upon seeing the true state of the Dragon Nation's medical lab, they were utterly devastated. This place is actually inferior to our own medical laboratories back home. And here, we're only assigned the most basic tasks, we'll never gain access to Longwa's cutting-edge medical technology. Unbelievable. Lucio single-handedly developed nanomedicine robots? Ridiculous, and we actually tried to steal Longwa's technology. This can't go on. We must devise other means to secure some advantage. Our nations have paid enormous costs to gain entry into Longwa's laboratories. For Western medical experts gathered together, no longer hiding their intentions as they began to conspire in collusion. Yet after hours of discussion, they remained deadlocked. Dragon Nation's surveillance was so tight they couldn't even touch core secrets. At best, they could only perform auxiliary tasks. After searching for a long time, everyone grew increasingly frustrated. I'll report our current situation to higher-ups first and see if they have any better solutions. Finally, a middle-aged man with short brown hair spoke up. This man was Cousins, a renowned expert in the field of neuroscience at Eagle Sauce. The others nodded in agreement. Though they hailed from different nations, their objectives were aligned. Now was the time to set aside past prejudices and unite to steal Dragon Nation's secrets. Cousins quickly contacted Michelle, who had already returned to Eagle Sauce. After briefly outlining their current situation, there was a long, uncomfortable silence on the other end of the line. Just as Cousins began to wonder if his communication device had malfunctioned, Michelle's voice finally came through. You must immediately join forces with scientists from other nations to lodge a protest with the Dragon Nation, demanding participation in core research projects. Otherwise, we will demand the Dragon Nation return our medical technology. Michelle said with a frown. Dragon Nation is a nation that values face immensely. If this matter leaks out, the entire world will assume Dragon Nation is attempting to deceive us into handing over our medical technology through such means. That is absolutely not something they would want to see. Michelle declared with confidence. Based on his understanding of Dragon Nation, as long as medical technicians from various countries united in protest, the other side would inevitably share some crucial research projects with them. Upon hearing Michelle's words, Cousins immediately nodded in agreement. He immediately contacted the medical experts from various nations present. Everyone. This situation is unsustainable. We must have a serious discussion with Lucio. We need to secure the core research projects. Under his leadership and influence, medical experts from other Western nations swiftly agreed. They approached Lucio, who was in the midst of conducting experiments. Sir, you owe us an explanation. Cousins spoke with a solemn expression. Lucio maintained a steady smile throughout, as if he had anticipated their visit all along. May I ask what brings you here? Is it that you're having trouble adjusting to life here? Or perhaps the food isn't quite what you expected? If there are any issues, feel free to contact our staff at any time. Lucio addressed the group with a smile. Each of them had contributed $30 million to the Dragon Nation. Providing essential living services was the least they could do. Cousins raised an eyebrow. Sir, there's no need to change the subject. With your intelligence, you surely understand the purpose of our visit. We demand that Dragon Nation expand its medical laboratories and allow us to participate in core project development, not just perform menial tasks. The group declared angrily. They were all top medical experts from various nations. Though their true purpose was to steal Dragon Nation's nanomedicine technology, they could not tolerate Lucio's humiliating treatment. This was precisely why each of them was filled with righteous indignation. Seeing their expressions, Lucio still wore a faint smile on his face. Would you like to participate in our Dragon Nation's core medical research project? Lucio asked with a smile. Wasn't that a no-brainer? Among the Western medical researchers present, wasn't every single one of them here with the intent to steal Dragon Nation's core technology? Coincidentally, I've recently been developing methods to replace damaged body parts using nanomedicine robots. If you're interested, you're welcome to join my research team. Lucio addressed the group. Everyone was thrilled. They even doubted their own ears. Sir, you're not joking, are you? You're genuinely inviting us to participate in this research? Cousins asked, sounding almost incredulous. Of course. I have some finished prototypes of the nanomedicine robots here. You can take them to study. I'll assign specific R&D projects to everyone in 3 days. Lucio addressed the assembled group. Everyone eagerly accepted a small syringe from Lucio's hand, their excitement impossible to hide. For now, familiarize yourselves with the operation of the nanomedicine robots. In 3 days, I expect each of you to have a systematic understanding of them. Lu Cho addressed the group solemnly. Academician Lu, rest assured. We understand the stakes. For the upcoming research project, we will spare no effort to thoroughly master the nanomedicine robots and absolutely live up to your trust. Cousins pounded his chest, speaking with unwavering confidence. Soon after, the group of Western medical experts eagerly carried the nanorobots back to their laboratories. Watching their receding figures, a trace of disdain flashed across Lu Cho's face. Several assistants beside him looked at each other in confusion. Is Academician Lu planning to focus his energy on the medical field again? Aren't we supposed to develop a low-cost hydrogen production method within the next few months? They asked curiously. Lu Cho smiled and shook his head at them. You should have seen it too, these guys are up to no good. Their real target is the nanomedicine robots. If we don't get our hands on that nanomedicine robot technology, who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up. Just keep them occupied for a few days. I've already tampered with these nanorobots, they won't find any flaws, let alone crack the code. Lu Cho declared confidently to the group. Chapter 169, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Cousins was thrilled. He no longer cared how dilapidated the lab looked. Instead, he held a syringe in his hand as if it were a sacred relic. Don't underestimate this tiny syringe, it holds over 10,000 nanomedicine robots. It's precisely this miraculous technology that has allowed Dragon Nation to instantly outpace us by a huge margin in the medical field. Cousins remarked with palpable awe. He turned to the medical experts from other nations beside him and declared, Everyone. 3 days is an extremely short time frame. To avoid arousing Lu Cho's suspicion, we must crack the nanomedicine robot technology in the shortest possible time. I urge you all to set aside national biases and reach consensus over the next 3 days. We will spare no effort, applying all our knowledge to crack this nanorobot technology. He knew full well that relying solely on the capabilities of American medical experts would be utterly insufficient to crack the nanorobotics within such a tight deadline. Only by uniting all Western experts could there be a glimmer of hope. Everyone nodded solemnly. We abandoned our comfortable research environments in our respective countries and came to this godforsaken place in Dragon Nation for the sake of nanomedicine technology. Exactly. Since we all share the same purpose here, we have a solid foundation for cooperation. I hope everyone can set aside past prejudices and conflicts. Once the group reached their decision, they immediately plunged into research. They didn't mind the dilapidated medical lab, starting to use existing instruments and equipment to examine the internal structure of the nanomedicine robots. Yet 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They still hadn't figured out anything. They didn't even fully understand the nanomedicine robot's internal structure, let alone decrypt it. Cousins was on the verge of despair. Over these 3 days, he worked at least 10 hours every single day. Compounded by homesickness, he'd visibly wasted away. Dark circles hung under his eyes like a panda's. The other medical experts from various countries were in the same state, their spirits were worn down, their faces exhausted. It's unbelievable. How does Lu Cho's brain even work? I'd love to dissect it and see for myself. The nanomedicine robots function as a single integrated unit, there's no discernible structure to dissect. We lack the advanced observation tools needed to probe their inner workings. It's a shame the lab equipment here is so outdated. With our advanced observation tools, we might have caught a glimpse of something. But time is running out. By tomorrow, Lu Cho will likely take back the nanomedicine robots we have. The group spoke with heavy hearts. Don't worry. Since Lu Cho entrusted the nanomedicine robots to us for research, I'm sure this young man has great faith in us. No matter how brilliant he is, he's still just a 20-year-old. We've seen more of the world than he has. We'll definitely find a way to get those nanomedicine robots back. Then we'll use our most advanced observation technology to crack the underlying structure of those nanomedicine robots. Amidst the group's gloom, Cousins remained calm, even radiating confidence. The others nodded in agreement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. But when Lu Cho came to assess their progress on the nanorobot applications, a look of awkwardness spread across everyone's faces. Over those 3 days, they had poured all their energy into deciphering the nanorobot structure, leaving them with no understanding whatsoever of their practical applications. Fortunately, Lu Cho showed no disdain. Instead, he patiently taught them how to control the nanorobots step by step. He then shared a method for using nanorobots to repair amputated limbs, showing them no favoritism whatsoever. Over the next few days, figure out how to put this theory into practice. Success would be a tremendous achievement. Lu Cho said to the medical experts with a smile. The medical experts all smiled back. Rest assured. We possess extensive experience in clinical practice. Cousins replied with unwavering confidence. Lu Cho was still too young. He has no idea how treacherous human nature can be. If they were allowed to participate in the clinical trials of nanomedicine robots for limb reconstruction, they would inevitably steal some of the robots and find a way to send them back to the eagle-eyed, relying on advanced equipment for detection. After giving instructions, Lu Cho actually left them with even more nanorobots. Quick! Find a way to get these nanobots out immediately and have our domestic research institutes reverse engineer their structure. Cousin said solemnly after watching him leave. Lu Chou emerged from the medical laboratory. Not far away, Zhou Hong and other high-ranking officials from the Academy of Sciences stood waiting. Worry was etched across every face. Isn't this a bit too radical? We're handing over our most advanced medical technology to Western medical experts who knows what ulterior motives they might have. Exactly. Though each of them has deposited substantial security deposits with us, for those shameless Western politicians, this money is practically nothing. Everyone spoke with evident anxiety. They still felt Lu Qiu's approach was somewhat extreme. Lu Qiu, however, shook his head dismissively. Rest assured, everyone. You should know that the products I've developed are virtually impossible to replicate. Even if they study these nanomedicine robots under the most advanced equipment, they'll never uncover any clues. Instead, we can use this opportunity to squeeze every last drop of value out of them. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the group. I'm even planning to recruit a group of outstanding young talents from medical schools. They'll join our lab and learn alongside these Western medical experts, stealing every bit of their technology. That was precisely Lu Qiu's plan. While these Western medical experts had long coveted Lu Qiu's nanorobots, didn't Lu Qiu also yearn to incorporate every ounce of their expertise into the Dragon Nation's arsenal? Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. You really are a deep thinker. Those medical experts must be overjoyed to get your nanorobots. They never imagined they'd be the ones caught on the hook. Looks like it won't be long before we've squeezed every last drop of value out of them. Chapter 170. We did our best. Neither Cousins nor the other medical experts under Eagle Sauce knew of Dawn's true intentions. After obtaining a large quantity of nanobots, everyone was extremely excited. Their first move was to find ways to transfer a portion of the nanobots out. They were secretly transported into Eagle's territory. At that moment in Eagle's Sage, a fighter jet touched down slowly. Countless soldiers, fully armed and ready, hurried over to secure the perimeter. A man in a lab coat hurriedly exited the aircraft and proceeded into the Eagle State Academy of Sciences, escorted by armored vehicles along the way, a security detail of the highest caliber. Is this the nanomedicine robot they developed? Michelle and the others marveled at the liquid swaying within the emerald green syringe. Don't underestimate this vial, it contains hundreds of thousands of nanomedicine robots. Once we unlock its secrets, we can build our own. Several experts in medical and automation fields beside them declared confidently. This move was absolutely the right one. Who would have thought that Kid Lu Qiu would be so easy to manipulate, placing such trust in our country's medical personnel in such a short time? Once we develop these nanomedicine robots, those medical experts in Longwei can finally return. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. They carefully extracted a single drop of the solution and placed it on a microscope slide. Then, using the most advanced microscopes and other electronic instruments, they began observing the robot's internal structure. These are spherical particles. Once inside the human body, they activate and travel through the bloodstream to target specific areas for treatment. With these advanced instruments, their observations became significantly easier. They quickly grasped the nanorobot structure. Within 3 days at most, we'll successfully crack this technology. Sir, await our good news. After gaining a general understanding of the nanorobot structure, the team patted their chests and assured him with a calm expression. Michelle nodded in satisfaction. You are all the most skilled medical experts in Eagle Land. I have full confidence in your abilities. With that, he turned and departed. The team of experts at the academy plunged into frantic research. Yet as time ticked by, their spirits sank to the lowest depths. Soon, the time agreed upon with Michelle arrived. When Michelle rushed back to the academy, the scene that greeted him left him utterly stunned. Before him stood several medical experts, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, radiating exhaustion and unease. You've worked so hard. To exhaust yourselves like this for our Eagle. Honestly, there's no need to push yourselves with round-the-clock development, take your time cracking it. Michelle remarked with genuine admiration. Hearing his words, the experts present flushed with embarrassment. Are you serious, sir? Would you be willing to give us a little more time? Michelle froze. So you lot haven't cracked the nanorobot technology yet. The realization flashed a hint of displeasure across his face. All this time, Dawn had been pressuring him relentlessly. While he could grant these medical experts more time, Dawn wouldn't give him any. What's going on? Have you hit a snag? Michelle asked, frowning. Everyone nodded awkwardly. Through our research and observation, we've discovered that the nanorobots from the Dragon Nation can only be monitored externally. As for their internal structure, it remains completely beyond our control. Perfectly replicating the robots is simply impossible. The group admitted awkwardly. Michelle froze in shock. They had paid an enormous price, even handing over their most advanced medical technology to the Dragon Nation, along with a substantial guarantee deposit. Yet this was the outcome they received. Though conflicted inside, he didn't dwell on it too much. Sending the researchers to the Dragon Nation had been Dao's idea. Even if this mission failed, it wouldn't reflect poorly on him. Devote all your energy to cracking this technology during this period. Try every possible method to break it. After speaking, he gathered everyone's research reports and briefed Dao in on the matter. So you think my strategy is unworkable? Don narrowed his eyes at Michelle standing before him, his gaze revealing a discerning light. Michelle's heart tightened involuntarily, and he hastily denied it. Your Excellency misunderstands. This is entirely due to the incompetence of our Academy of Sciences personnel. They can't even complete the most basic decryption work. I will urge everyone to accelerate their progress, Michelle stated. But he knew full well that 3 days had already passed, and the Academy's experts still hadn't succeeded. Clearly, even more time wouldn't make a difference. Should we recall all the medical experts dispatched to the Dragon Nation? Michelle suggested hesitantly. The medical experts in Dragon Nation were among the Eagle Nation's absolute elite. With the mission now seemingly impossible to complete, keeping them in the Dragon Kingdom risked trapping them in a desperate situation. Dawn waved his hand. I hear Lu Qiu has placed great trust in these medical experts lately, even entrusting them with some core research projects. I think we should continue to monitor the situation, Dawn said with a smile. With these medical experts present, we can keep a close watch on Dragon Nation's latest research priorities. With a bit of luck, we might even manage to steal some technology. Hearing Daoan's words, Michelle could only nod in resignation. At that moment in Dragon Country, after handing over the treatment plan for amputated limbs to the Western researchers, Lu Qiu channeled all his energy into developing low-cost hydrogen production. It worked. Gazing at the blazing blue flame before him, Lu Qiu's face lit up with delight. His numerous assistants around him were equally thrilled. Who would have thought that by exploiting the atomic properties of hydrogen and oxygen, we could isolate hydrogen so effortlessly? If this technology were made public, it would completely revolutionize the global energy system. The key is the incredibly low cost. Both seawater and groundwater can be used to produce hydrogen. These are raw materials found everywhere in nature. Do the math, it could be half the cost of petroleum resources. That's absolutely staggering. Everyone spoke with palpable excitement. It took them over 2 months to finally develop this low-cost hydrogen production method. Chapter 171, New Energy. It actually worked. Upon receiving the news, high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation hurried over. They watched with excitement as the blue flames blazed before them, fully aware that this was the distinctive color of burning hydrogen. What a stroke of luck! Hydrogen produced using the latest technology costs less than half the price of petroleum. It can completely replace oil as our newest energy source. Compared to petroleum, it's even cleaner and more environmentally friendly. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the group. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. After gaining a general understanding of the production principles, they grew even more impressed by Lu Qiu's wildly imaginative ideas. This means our nation's energy crisis is finally resolved. The Eagle won't be able to keep pressuring us with oil anymore. Most crucially, once our news breaks, many Western nations are waiting to see us fail. If our successful development is made public, these people will be left red-faced. I wonder what their reactions will be when they learn Dragon Nation has developed a low-cost hydrogen production method. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials smiled with narrowed eyes. I propose we announce this immediately. Simultaneously, we must aggressively build hydrogen production plants nationwide. Only then can hydrogen energy fully replace petroleum, Lu Qiu suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Our nation never hides its achievements under a cloak. Since we've invented something remarkable, we must showcase it to the entire world. Immediately afterward, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials ordered official media outlets to report on the matter. Manhwa has recently developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. From now on, hydrogen will replace petroleum as the primary energy source for Manhwa. The news report was brief. Yet those who heard it were profoundly shaken. The entire Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Did I hear that right? We can actually replace petroleum energy with hydrogen energy. This is fantastic. Hydrogen combustion only produces water, no pollutants whatsoever. Hydrogen has always been the most ideal clean energy source. It only emits water when burned. But the high production costs have prevented widespread civilian use. Who would have thought we'd develop low-cost production technology? Everyone was thrilled. At first, they had complained bitterly about rising gasoline prices in the Dragon Kingdom. But now, even if the Eagle Nation imposed an oil embargo on the Dragon Nation, what difference would it make? China could still leverage its scientific edge to force humanity into the new energy era ahead of schedule. More accurately, it's ushering China into the hydrogen energy era. The Dragon Nation government has repeatedly declared that the technology for low-cost hydrogen production will be classified as top-level scientific research secrets, with no nation permitted to pry. Gradually, this news began to spread internationally. Many are panicking, especially the oil-producing nations and oil tycoons. If hydrogen energy replaces petroleum from now on, oil will no longer be called the lifeblood of industry. It will become worthless. Thankfully, the Dragon Nation won't let other countries access this technology. Otherwise, us oil-rich nations would go from nouveau riche to paupers overnight. But once low-cost hydrogen production becomes available, our oil prices will definitely plummet. That's extremely detrimental to us too. It's all Eagle's fault. If they hadn't deliberately inflated oil prices and restricted exports to Dragon Nation, no one would be so fixated on hydrogen energy. The leaders of several oil-producing nations were practically seething with hatred toward the Eagle Nation. Although the Dragon Nation's breakthrough in low-cost hydrogen production could disrupt their oil prices, they harbored little deep-seated resentment toward the Dragon Nation. The oil nations and the Dragon Nation generally maintained decent relations. The Eagle Nation had already blocked all imported oil resources to the Dragon Nation. They couldn't just sit idly by, could they? Developing low-cost hydrogen production technology was only natural. Regardless, the future global energy landscape is poised for seismic shifts. We oil-producing nations had better prepare early. Eagle Nation. Black House. Don's face was ashen, his hands trembling as he clutched a report, his eyes blazing with fury. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? He flung the report to the floor and shouted, eyes wide. Our medical experts in Dragon Nation keep reporting that Lu Qiu is working on limb regeneration techniques? How did he end up developing low-cost hydrogen production technology instead? The Dragon Nation's unexpected speed had completely stunned the Eagle Nation. They had assumed the so-called low-cost hydrogen production technology was merely lip service, never expecting the Dragon Nation to actually pull it off. That alone would be bad enough. If only those medical experts in Dragon Country had relayed the news earlier, they could have prepared in advance and quickly offloaded their stockpiled oil. But those medical experts in Manhwa hadn't leaked a single hint. They were probably kept in the dark too. The most urgent task now is to find a way to clear out the oil stockpiled in our warehouses as quickly as possible. Michel frowned as he spoke. Hearing this, Don sighed deeply, his eyes filled with resignation. Earlier, to block Dragon Nation's oil resources, they'd paid high prices to hoard massive quantities of oil. Now it was all piled up in warehouses. Whether the Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy was for its own use or for global distribution, it would deliver a massive shock to the global energy landscape. Oil prices would likely plummet. All that crude oil they've stockpiled will become worthless. The losses incurred then would run into the billions. Everyone fell silent in fear. This scheme was entirely Don's brainchild. Though others tried to dissuade him, he stubbornly refused to listen. He wouldn't listen to a word of it. Find a way to offload all the stockpiled oil immediately, even if it means selling at a loss. Once hydrogen energy becomes fully mainstream, oil prices will inevitably plummet. Selling then would mean losing everything. Don waved his hand helplessly as he spoke. He understood perfectly well that this was the Dragon Nation's open strategy. Although the Dragon Nation had only developed low-cost hydrogen production technology and hadn't fully popularized it yet, the mere announcement of their success would send shockwaves through the entire oil industry. But oil prices will inevitably plummet. Other nations must see this coming too. I doubt any country would want to buy oil at this moment, right? Michel said with a bitter smile. Chapter 172, Bleeding Money. A full 50% loss. Don had intended to sell all his oil at 1/3 of the original price, but to no avail. There were simply no buyers. Left with no choice, he had to sell at half price just to barely offload some of the oil he was stuck with. I have to find a way to recoup this money from the Dragon Nation. Don gritted his teeth in fury. In just the past year, ever since that Lu Qiu suddenly appeared in Dragon Nation, Eagle Nation's national fortune seemed to have vanished entirely. Even its once dominant technological edge was steadily being overtaken by the Dragon Nation. Now, while the advisors in the presidential office still outwardly obeyed his every command, Don knew full well that the tide had turned against him. Forget the ignorant voters, even some of his closest confidants were likely murmuring criticism behind his back. In the coming period, the Dragon Nation will undoubtedly focus all its efforts on hydrogen production. We must prepare countermeasures, Michel said with a grave expression. At this moment, he no longer believed antagonizing Dragon Nation was wise. Though their oil venture had suffered losses due to Dragon Nation's actions, bilateral relations absolutely could not deteriorate further. Ultimately, this mess stems from our medical experts embedded in Dragon Nation failing to relay intelligence promptly. Contact them immediately and demand answers. Don couldn't suppress the anger welling up inside him. Someone had to take the fall. And the medical experts stationed in Dragon Nation were naturally the most convenient scapegoats. With no other choice, Michel contacted Cousins and the others back in the Dragon Nation. When Cousins learned that Lu Qiu had already developed a low-cost method for producing hydrogen, he froze in place. Impossible. Lu Qiu has been fully occupied with developing nanotechnology for treating amputated limbs lately. How could he possibly have spare time to work on a hydrogen production project? Cousins said in disbelief. He had been holed up in the lab with a team of medical experts researching nanobots and hadn't kept up with the latest news from the Dragon Kingdom. Michel felt a growing sense of unease in her heart. Are you certain Lu Qiu has been completely occupied lately? Could he genuinely lack the time and energy to develop hydrogen production technology? He asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Cousins answered with unwavering certainty on the other end of the line. I'd stake my entire medical career on it. Hearing this, Michel's dedicated phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. He nearly lost his footing. He rushed to find Dawn. Sir, the so-called low-cost hydrogen production technology from Dragon Nation is likely a scam. Their goal is likely to force us to sell off all our oil reserves at a loss. Hearing this, Dawn was immediately enraged. Even the advisors in his office were seeing stars, nearly collapsing to the floor. What did you say? Is this information reliable? Dawn disregarded all decorum, rushing forward to demand answers. Spittle flew from his mouth, even splattering onto Michel's face. Michel didn't hold back either, relaying Cousin's words verbatim. No matter how brilliant Lucio is, he couldn't possibly be working on 2 projects simultaneously. And each one involves near-revolutionary technology. Michel stated with absolute certainty. Even Keynes beside him nodded in agreement. While I personally admire Lucio's talent immensely, no matter how brilliant he is, he can't possibly divide his focus between 2 things. Dawn was stunned. Once he regained his composure, rage turned to laughter. Ha 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 ha. Well done. How ridiculous that my entire think tank was completely outmaneuvered by a mere researcher. A full $100 billion worth of oil. And we sold half of it at a loss just because of a fake news story released by the Dragon Nation. No wonder the Dragon Nation declared all hydrogen energy temporarily unavailable for export. They never even developed the technology in the first place. The more Darwin thought about it, the more sense Michel's words made. Even many crucial details began to connect involuntarily. What on earth are we to do now? If Congress finds out we lost this much money because of a fake news story from the Dragon Nation, they'll impeach me on the spot. Dawn seemed to age 10 years overnight, slumping helplessly into his chair. Everyone wore expressions of deep distress. As Darwin's trusted confidants, they shared his fortunes rising and falling together. If it comes to it, we'll leak this news ourselves. If Dragon Nation admits they released fake information, they'll inevitably lose the trust of the international community. If they refuse, we'll force them to sell hydrogen energy on the global market to prove their innocence. They'll have to sell below market price, and we might even make a killing off it. It had to be Michel. He handles these thorny matters with such ease. Hearing his words, Dawn felt as if he'd found his anchor. His energy returned as he stood up and gave Michel a firm pat on the shoulder. You're a hell of a guy. Once I'm re-elected next year, I'll throw my full weight behind you for the next presidency. Dawn first dangled a carrot. Then, following Michel's plan, he directly mobilized the major media outlets of the Eagle Nation to declare to the world that Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy production technology was nothing but a scam. Our experts have determined that it is impossible for Dragon Nation to develop low-cost hydrogen production technology based on the properties of hydrogen and oxygen atoms. This is fake news. Its sole purpose is to destabilize the international energy system for profit. When the Eagle's official statement delivered this declaration with absolute certainty, the entire world erupted. Countries that had been panicking and preparing to dump their oil reserves at the fastest possible pace immediately decided to hold off upon hearing this news. I knew it. While Longwa's technological prowess is formidable, there's no way they could have developed low-cost hydrogen production technology in such a short time. Who would have thought? We always believed the Dragon Nation was honest, yet behind the scenes they've been scheming all along. They actually want to collapse the international energy market and profit from the chaos. Thank goodness we didn't dump our oil reserves immediately, otherwise, we'd have taken a huge hit. Many high-level officials from various nations sighed in relief, their hearts still pounding with fear. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation's official media jumped into the fray once more. If Dragon Nation admits it has developed low-cost hydrogen production technology, it should release a batch for international sale. Chapter 173, Setting the Trap. Western media, led by the Eagle Nation, grew increasingly vocal in their demands. They demanded that the Dragon Nation must publicly sell hydrogen energy abroad, otherwise it could not prove that it had developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. They even demanded that when selling hydrogen energy, the Dragon Nation must offer it at below market prices. Otherwise, how could anyone verify whether the hydrogen produced truly had low costs? This is like roasting someone over a fire. Upon hearing this news, many Westerners became even more convinced that China had never developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. Otherwise, the Eagle wouldn't be so brazen. Yet, just as everyone believed the Dragon Nation could never publicly sell hydrogen energy abroad, a stunning announcement shook the entire world. Within the next month, the Dragon Nation will open large-scale exports of hydrogen energy. All are welcome to inquire and negotiate pricing. Countries like the Eagle Nation and many others in the West nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets upon hearing this. It seems the Dragon Nation is truly determined to go all in. Now the entire world knows they only spread false rumors to disrupt the international energy order. Who would have thought they actually intend to sell hydrogen energy? This is selling at a loss just to make a splash. Isn't that exactly the kind of thing Dragon Nation always does? For us, this might be a golden opportunity. With Dragon Nation dumping hydrogen energy at rock-bottom prices, we can stockpile massive quantities. Many were itching to act, with some Western nations already initiating talks with Dragon Nation to inquire about hydrogen energy pricing. Time rewound to one day prior. Across the Dragon Nation. It's clear the Eagle is trying to force us into a corner. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials frowned as they spoke. While we have indeed developed low-cost hydrogen production technology, how could we possibly sell it abroad and let other Western nations benefit? But if we don't sell it, the whole world will think China is just bragging. Everyone was deeply conflicted. After much deliberation, their eyes turned to Lu Qiu. I think we can sell a portion of our hydrogen energy abroad. And at a price slightly below market rates. Lu Qiu said with a smile. Eagle-san, this is a strategy within a strategy. They're already convinced we haven't developed hydrogen energy production technology. If we sell it at a slightly discounted price, Eagle-san will definitely snap it all up. Then we can sell it at the real price later and make Eagle Lady take a big hit. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, everyone's eyes lit up. The hydrogen production technology Lu Qiu had developed had an extremely low cost. This gave Dragon Nation immense pricing power and negotiation leverage. Even selling it just slightly below current market prices would yield massive profits, potentially tenfold returns. Western nations would surely assume China was selling at a loss just to make a splash. They would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to make massive purchases. This truly presents a golden opportunity to outmaneuver them. In that case, let's release the news immediately. We will sell a batch of hydrogen energy within the next month, but the price will not be set by us. Instead, we'll let those Western nations bid against each other. Whoever offers the highest price gets the hydrogen energy. A smug smile spread across everyone's faces. They could already envision Western nations squabbling over cheap hydrogen energy. After Dragon Nation released this announcement, it quickly received numerous bids from Western nations. Fearing that a low bid might offend the Dragon Nation and jeopardize the sale. Thus, one after another, they submitted bids that barely scraped the surface of market prices. Just 10% below the normal market price. However, the Dragon Nation still hasn't decided which country to sell the hydrogen energy to. Until the Eagle Nation also submitted a bid to the Dragon Nation. This offer was exceptionally generous. It surpassed all other nations' offers. Witnessing this, the Dragon Nation's leadership was overjoyed. We had already planned to sell all our exported hydrogen energy to the Eagle Nation. We never expected them to offer such a high price. It seems these guys are convinced we haven't developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. Let them doubt us. Once they paid such a high price for hydrogen, it won't be long before our hydrogen production systems ramp up full-scale operations, and hydrogen prices will plummet. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials exclaimed excitedly. Ultimately, they announced the winning bidder. Since Eagle State offered the highest price, we're allocating all hydrogen energy exports for the next month to them. Upon hearing this news, countless Western nations sighed in regret. They knew a surefire, no-lose business opportunity had been right before their eyes, yet they had let it slip through their fingers. This feeling was truly agonizing. They cursed themselves for bidding too low. Had their offer been just a tad higher than Eagle's, this cheap hydrogen energy would have been theirs. Unlike the frustration felt by other Western nations, Dawn couldn't have been happier at that moment. In their own words, this is clinging to pride at the expense of suffering. They could have admitted they hadn't developed low-cost hydrogen production technology, but instead sold it cheaply to prove their claims were true. They're just asking for trouble. He remarked with a hint of smug satisfaction. The first batch of hydrogen energy exported to us by the Dragon Nation totals a whopping 30 million tons. The price difference alone will cover the losses from our previous oil resource sales. Michel added, equally excited. After all, he had devised this strategy, and its success was partly his doing. Right. But we must ensure the Dragon Nation ships promptly. Those Dragon Nation people are shameless, they often break contracts. We absolutely cannot let them exploit any loopholes this time. Dawn frowned as he spoke. Rest assured. We've already transferred the first payment. Word is 5 cargo ships will depart Dragon Nation for our port in 3 days, delivering all goods within a month. Michel declared with unwavering confidence. This business deal had captured the world's attention. If Longwood didn't want to lose face, they certainly wouldn't tamper with the contract. At this moment, many citizens in Eagle Nation had already begun preparing to purchase new energy vehicles. They understood clearly that the price of new energy vehicles would inevitably plummet in the future. Buying them now would be a much wiser investment. Chapter 174, One More Scam. We've hit the jackpot. Don narrowed his eyes, watching as canisters of hydrogen were unloaded from the cargo ship, his gaze brimming with delight. The Dragon Nation probably never imagined we'd pull this move. And they actually fell for it, delivering hydrogen to me at such a low price. It's practically like they're handing us money. Dawn exclaimed excitedly. You useless bunch could never have thought of such a brilliant plan. Thanks to my brilliant decision, we Eagles have recouped a lot of our losses. Dawn declared with satisfaction. Behind him, Michel nearly jumped out of his skin with rage upon hearing these words. This was clearly his own idea, yet the credit was being taken by Dawn. The man was shameless. Why don't we sell this hydrogen off while we still can? Selling it at the original price might still net us a hefty profit, Michel suggested. Dawn, however, glared at him instead. What do you know? The Dragon Nation just sold us this batch at such a low price. If we flip it immediately, it'd look downright greedy. Besides, we won't get a good price for it anyway. Let's store this hydrogen in the warehouse for now and wait for the right price. When the new energy market picks up, we'll sell it, then we'll make even more, Dawn said excitedly. In his view, Michel had only suggested this because he feared Dayon would steal his thunder. Hearing Dayo's words, the others felt something was off. In their view, since they'd already gotten a bargain, it made more sense to sell it off as soon as possible. Yet Dayo's reasoning held some merit. Selling the hydrogen energy now might bring a small profit, but it would be limited. The group could only watch helplessly as the hydrogen energy was stored away in the warehouse. Dragon Nation. Inside the Academy of Sciences. Contrary to what Eagle and the others had anticipated, a hint of excitement now flickered across everyone's faces. Who would have thought that in such a short time Eagle would give us such a huge surprise? A full 10-fold increase. Eagle's move has delivered 10 times our profits. If they knew our hydrogen production costs barely cover 10% of the selling price, Eagle's executives would likely be furious. It really is outrageously profitable. Once we settle accounts with Eagle Lady, we'll have to lower our prices. Otherwise, it could severely disrupt the future market order. The group debated heatedly. Just this single deal netted our Dragon Nation over $100 billion. Even if hydrogen prices drop later, the sheer volume of usage will keep it profitable. Hydrogen energy will inevitably replace petroleum as the primary power source. With our low-cost hydrogen production technology, it's like holding a money-printing machine, a never-ending stream of cash. We can start throwing money around like those big oil-rich nations. Many had already begun envisioning the future landscape of the global energy trade system. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Dragon Nation had delivered all the hydrogen energy stipulated in the contract to Eagle Nation, and Eagle Nation had promptly transferred the final payment into Dragon Nation's account. Both sides felt they had struck a tremendous bargain. But now Eagle Nation was hatching another scheme. Dragon Nation must continue supplying hydrogen energy to other nations, or else it cannot prove it possesses low-cost hydrogen production technology. Through various authoritative media outlets, including their own official channels, Eagle San broadcast this shameless demand to the world. Though this behavior appeared utterly shameless to everyone else, many Western nations welcomed it. Last time, due to their lower bids, they failed to secure some of the low-cost hydrogen energy Dragon Nation had offered for sale. If the Dragon Nation were willing to sell hydrogen energy this time, it would be highly advantageous for their respective nations. Gradually, numerous official media outlets from Western nations joined in the verbal attacks against the Dragon Nation. They demanded that the Dragon Nation should act in the interest of all humanity and provide low-cost hydrogen energy to the entire world. Their actions were nothing more than an attempt to put the Dragon Nation on the hot seat. Upon learning this news, many Dragon Nation netizens were instantly filled with rage. These Western countries are truly going too far. Our domestic hydrogen energy prices have indeed plummeted dramatically, even to the point where the state is now subsidizing the conversion of all vehicles to hydrogen power. The fact is, we've already developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. Their questioning is just a ploy to pressure us into selling our hydrogen energy abroad at rock-bottom prices. How utterly shameless. The reason Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy costs are so low is because our Academy of Sciences researchers work day and night. If other countries want low-cost hydrogen energy too, they should develop it themselves. Many people spoke with righteous indignation. Anger boiled within everyone's hearts. At that moment, across the Dragon Nation, numerous high-ranking officials gathered together. Facing the mounting public pressure from Western nations, they remained remarkably composed. Looks like the Eagle Nation isn't satisfied with just a slice of the hydrogen pie. They want long-term cooperation with us, hoping to drain our domestic hydrogen resources dry. These guys probably never imagined we could achieve the transition from petroleum-powered to hydrogen-powered within just 1 month. Let's sell all our current hydrogen reserves to the Eagle Nation. At the original prices. I'm sure the reduced rates will be irresistible to them. The Dragon Nation's high command finally made their decision. They resolved to seize this opportunity to fleece the Eagle Nation for all it's worth. Once Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy production is fully operational, Eagle Nation will surely regret the decision it made today. The Dragon Nation government immediately issued an official statement. As you can see, our hydrogen energy production has entered a fast lane. For other well-behaved nations in need, I will do my utmost to facilitate the export of hydrogen energy. Naturally, we will prioritize supplying hydrogen energy to nations that have already established cooperative relationships with us. This statement from the Dragon Nation government could not be clearer. The underlying message, new energy will only be sold to the Eagle Nation. Dawn and the others, who had been anxiously awaiting news, instantly erupted into wild celebration upon hearing this. In their eyes, this was the very sign that the Dragon Nation had backed down. Chapter 175, Step by Step into the Trap. Dawn felt immense satisfaction. He never imagined the Dragon Nation would proactively approach them, requesting cooperation in hydrogen energy trade. At this moment, Dawn grew even more certain the Dragon Nation absolutely did not possess a low-cost method for producing hydrogen. It was precisely their relentless pressure that had forced the Dragon Nation into compromise. The Dragon Nation had even proactively offered to further reduce prices from their previous agreement. Their intentions were now crystal clear. They hoped to bribe the Eagle to steer international public opinion. Dayan saw right through these petty tricks. I believe we can now begin selling hydrogen energy to the public in appropriate quantities. As you all know, if we keep supplying hydrogen energy non-stop whenever requested, our storage capacity will eventually become insufficient. Letting the people experience the convenience of hydrogen energy will inevitably make everyone believe our government has firmly bet on the Dragon Nation. Michelle's suggestion immediately earned Dayan's approval. Excellent. Dawn's eyes lit up. Recently, Eagle Nation had been overshadowed by Dragon Nation's technological advancements, causing many citizens to lose faith in their government. Under these circumstances, Dawn's approval ratings had plummeted almost vertically. He had to find a way to secure greater benefits for the people of Eagle Nation. Otherwise, he might not secure re-election in the upcoming presidential race. Immediately open our official hydrogen energy reserves and sell it to the people at the same price we imported from Dragon Nation. We won't take a single penny in profit, this is purely for the people's benefit. Dawn declared with a cheerful smile. After all, the hydrogen energy in the warehouses had been acquired at extremely low prices. Even selling it at cost to their own citizens wouldn't cause them the slightest bit of pain. Such a move taking credit for someone else's work was nothing out of the ordinary for a politician like Dawn. In the days that followed, Eagle Nation society plunged into a fierce, yet silent, battle for hydrogen energy. Although the government released a substantial quantity of low-cost hydrogen energy, the amount per citizen became quite meager. Consequently, conflicts erupted in numerous regions over the scramble for hydrogen resources. It took the Eagle Swan government considerable effort to calm the populace. In the end, every Eagle Nation citizen praised Dawn. In their eyes, had it not been for Dawn's ingenious idea and clever maneuver that persuaded the Dragon Nation to sell such a massive quantity of hydrogen energy, they would never have been able to purchase this clean energy at such an affordable price. In no time, Dawn's approval ratings began skyrocketing. With the upcoming re-election just around the corner, Dawn glanced at the public opinion survey analysis in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. All thanks to the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, my approval ratings wouldn't have surged so dramatically in such a short time. Dawn remarked with a touch of emotion. By importing Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy, Dawn was now reaping both fame and fortune. The profit margin from hydrogen energy easily compensated for the losses incurred from hastily selling off oil resources earlier, and it even helped rally public support. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Little did he know. Everything Dawn had done was precisely within Lucio and his team's expectations. Over the next month, the Dragon Nation suddenly announced that it would provide hydrogen energy exports indiscriminately and without restriction to every country in the world. And at an extremely low price. Even significantly cheaper than what they offered to the Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this news, people in numerous countries went wild. What is Dragon Nation playing at? Are they just throwing money around to prove they've developed low-cost hydrogen production technology? Everyone knows Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. If they truly open up hydrogen exports to other nations, their losses would be in the hundreds of billions. Regardless of China's motives, this is a boon for our nations. Previously, China exclusively exported hydrogen energy to the Eagle Nation, leaving us with nothing. Many people exclaimed excitedly. They finalized import agreements with Dragon Nation almost immediately. At first, they couldn't believe the Dragon Nation offered such low prices, but when they saw the black and white terms in the contracts, they finally chose to believe. The Dragon Nation was genuinely selling hydrogen energy to them at prices lower than those offered to the Eagle Nation. After securing Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy, many Western leaders followed the Eagle's example. They sold all the hydrogen energy to their citizens at cost price. For a time, people across the globe were filled with gratitude toward Dragon Nation. But Eagle Nation's citizens were dissatisfied. Why is the price of hydrogen energy sold to us so much higher than in other countries? Does our government only know how to exploit its own people's money? We all import hydrogen energy from the Dragon Nation, why should theirs be cheaper? This is all part of Dawan's conspiracy. We strongly suspect he's lining his own pockets through trade with Dragon Nation, hoarding vast wealth. How can anyone trust someone like that as our president? Many took to the streets to protest. Perhaps the hydrogen energy previously sold to them by the Eagle Nation government was significantly cheaper than regular market prices, but compared to other countries' prices, it was still far too high. This led Eagle Nation citizens to subconsciously suspect foul play by the government. Little did they know that at this very moment, Dawn was also being driven to distraction by the Dragon Nation's sudden price slash on hydrogen energy. When they purchased hydrogen energy from the Dragon Nation, the price was below market rates, but compared to what other nations were paying now, it was far too high. Moreover, their warehouses were stockpiled with vast quantities of hydrogen energy, hoping to reap huge profits when prices eventually rose. But unexpectedly, the Dragon Nation slashed prices and lifted supply restrictions on all nations worldwide. This could only mean one thing. Manhwa has indeed developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. That's why they possess such confidence. How ridiculous. Dawn said to his subordinates, his face etched with despair. We were all so smug before, thinking we had Dragon Nation by the throat. Little did we know we'd walked right into their trap, he said with a hint of resignation. At the same time, his gaze toward Michelle carried a hint of reproach. If Michelle hadn't encouraged him to procure hydrogen energy from the Dragon Nation earlier, they wouldn't have ended up in this awkward predicament. Everyone, think quickly. What should we do now? With public outrage mounting, my presidency may be on the line. Chapter 176, Forced Buying and Selling. We must sell every last bit of hydrogen energy in our inventory immediately, Dawn said helplessly to his subordinates. This was a mandatory order. The high-ranking officials under him turned pale, exchanging glances that revealed a shared sense of profound helplessness. Sir, the hydrogen energy stockpiled in our inventory will likely be impossible to sell off anytime soon. Right now, Dragon Nation is flooding the global market with hydrogen energy not only at rock-bottom prices, but also of exceptionally high quality. If we sell our stockpile, we'll inevitably take a massive hit, his subordinate said helplessly. Don't I know that? But given the current situation, Manhwa has undoubtedly developed low-cost hydrogen production technology. If we don't offload our surplus hydrogen energy now, its price will only plummet further in the future. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Dawn frowned as he spoke. Even if we sell at the same price as Dragon Nation is currently offering, we must offload it as quickly as possible. Dawn's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the room. Currently, the Dragon Nation was driving hydrogen energy prices down to rock bottom, less than half of what they had originally paid. If they sold all their accumulated hydrogen energy at this price, they'd lose at least half their investment. That amounts to hundreds of billions of dollars. Hydrogen energy could very well become worthless in the future, priced no higher than water. This is our only option, better than losing everything down the road. Michelle nodded in deep agreement beside him. She voiced her support for Dawn's decision. He shouldn't have said anything. The moment he spoke, he immediately caught Dawn's attention. If you hadn't proposed this treacherous scheme back then, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. You bastard, are you planning to run in next year's election and deliberately sabotage me? Dawn frowned as he spoke. Michelle's suggestions were usually quite sound, but who would have thought that a month ago, he'd proposed massively purchasing hydrogen energy from Dragon Nation? It was precisely because they'd heeded his advice that Eagle Nation now had such massive stockpiles of hydrogen energy in its warehouses. And the people's dissatisfaction with the government was growing by the day. Michelle's face instantly drained of color. Truthfully, he did harbor thoughts of running in next year's election, though these ambitions remained buried deep within him, never revealed to others. Now, with Dawn's approval ratings steadily plummeting, this was naturally a boon for him. But he couldn't possibly show it. Your Excellency, no one could have predicted that Dragon Nation would actually develop a low-cost method for hydrogen production. Moreover, our medical experts stationed there explicitly confirmed that Lu Qiu had not previously focused his efforts on hydrogen energy research. Based on all the information available at the time, Dragon Nation truly hadn't developed a low-cost hydrogen production method. My proposed strategy was completely sound. Besides, wasn't I doing this for Lord Dawn? Hoping to ease his troubles, Michelle said with a look of pent-up frustration. Hearing this, though Lord Dawn felt immense anger, he knew it was the truth. After all, Michelle's intentions had been pure. This man had followed him for decades, and their interests had long been intertwined. No way, he certainly wouldn't stand by and watch him get impeached by Congress. Besides selling off our hydrogen energy stockpiles at rock-bottom prices, does anyone have any better ideas? If not, we'd better get moving on it. Dawn waved his hand dismissively, his eyes brimming with exhaustion. Ever since that Lu Qiu fellow emerged, Dragon Nation's technological prowess had advanced by leaps and bounds. This left Dawn increasingly at a disadvantage in his standoff with the Dragon Nation. Upon receiving Dawan's orders, Eagle's officials immediately began contacting other buyers to sell hydrogen energy to other nations at prices comparable to those offered to Dragon Nation. Yet after approaching 5 or 6 countries in succession, every one of them declined to purchase Eagle's hydrogen energy. Are you kidding me? This entire batch of new energy from Eagle Nation was produced by Dragon Nation, essentially Dragon Nation's first ever batch. Who knew if there were flaws in Manhwa's hydrogen production methods back then, resulting in subpar hydrogen energy? At the same price, they might as well buy directly from the Dragon Kingdom's original source and avoid the hassle. Even Western nations, supposedly allies, turned their noses up at the Eagle's hydrogen energy offerings. Upon learning this news, Dawn was furious enough to tear those so-called allies to shreds. Damn it! True colors show in times of crisis. Who'd have thought these bastards, who've been using our tech left and right all this time, wouldn't lift a finger to help when it really mattered? Dawn rubbed his hair in frustration. His eyes were bloodshot. The hydrogen energy piling up in inventory, with no buyer in sight, was driving him increasingly mad. To make matters worse, the public back home was seething over the exorbitant prices they'd paid for hydrogen energy earlier. Caught between internal and external pressures, he hadn't slept for 2 full days. Since those Western countries aren't willing to buy our hydrogen energy, I think we should try approaching some smaller nations. Michelle suddenly spoke up from the side. While those smaller nations may not have abundant financial resources, their sheer number makes them a viable option. If we can establish partnerships with several smaller countries, I believe they could absorb the hydrogen energy sitting in our inventory. Michelle's words immediately sparked deep contemplation among the group. Your Excellency the Secretary of State is quite right. While our Western allies might dare to reject our offers, those smaller nations certainly wouldn't. If we offer to sell them hydrogen energy at the same price as we do to Longwa, these smaller nations certainly won't be so out of touch with reality. Then our problem of excessive hydrogen energy stockpiles will naturally be resolved. Dawn's advisors unanimously endorsed Michelle's proposal. Excellent. Contact those weaker, smaller nations, immediately reach out to as many as possible. We'll sell them our hydrogen energy stockpiles right away. I refuse to believe they'd dare refuse. Dawn declared with a vicious glint in his eyes. Clearly, he had already designated these smaller nations as dumping grounds for his surplus. Chapter 177, Metals? Forced buying and selling. This wasn't the first time Eagle had pulled such a stunt. Upon learning of the Eagle's demands, people from some smaller nations felt deeply reluctant. Yet under the Eagle's intimidation, they had no choice but to comply. Though priced the same as Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy, Dragon Nation's product was of superior quality. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill forced down their throats by the Eagle. In less than half a month, the Eagle's surplus hydrogen stockpile problem vanished. Over a dozen small nations practically emptied their coffers to patch up this hole for the Eagle Nation. Meanwhile, citizens of those small nations suddenly felt the sharp rise in hydrogen energy prices. We strongly oppose Eagle's course of buying and selling practices. This is pure hegemony. The hydrogen energy Eagle sauce supplied from its stockpiles is of extremely poor quality. How dare they expect us to buy it? I heard Eagle Squad originally intended to sell this stockpiled hydrogen to their Western allies, but they refused. Yet we small nations had no right to refuse. Countless nations began fiercely condemning the Eagle Nation. The Dragon Nation government naturally seized this opportunity to kick them while they're down, fiercely condemning Eagle's course of sales tactics during their State Council daily meeting. Yet the Eagle's official face had long since grown thick enough to shrug off any criticism from other nations. After all, the pressure of hydrogen energy stockpiles had been resolved. While they'd lost nearly $100 billion, at least they hadn't been left holding all that hydrogen energy themselves. At that moment in Tiananmen, several high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation began celebrating triumphantly. Who would have thought the Eagle would resort to such drastic measures at the last moment, selling off its accumulated hydrogen energy at nearly half the cost? Had they stubbornly clung to their position, hoarding new energy in warehouses, future prices would have plummeted further. Then all that hydrogen energy would have been stuck on their hands. Our plan this time was flawless. Not only did we rake in hundreds of billions from Eagle-chan, but we also rallied support from nations across the globe. The group discussed excitedly. Having mastered low-cost hydrogen production methods, the future reliance on petroleum energy would naturally diminish significantly. Of course, hydrogen energy couldn't completely replace petroleum resources overnight. After all, petroleum serves purposes beyond just power generation. For instance, in producing asphalt or lubricants, among other things. After Dragon Nation began openly selling its new energy to the world, oil prices naturally began to fall. However, the extent of the decline was limited. Precisely for this reason, oil-producing nations have even proactively approached Longwa, hoping to sign an energy cooperation agreement with them. This way, their oil prices would naturally avoid significant disruption. Upon learning of this, the Dragon Nation's leadership readily agreed. Given the immense value oil still held, they naturally sought to secure the friendship of these oil-producing nations. After the final agreement was signed, the Dragon Nation secured priority supply rights from these oil-producing nations. They even managed to wrest away some of the Eagle's rights in these oil-producing nations. And all of this was, of course, thanks to Lucio. Had Lucio not developed the low-cost hydrogen production technology, Dragon Nation would likely still be mired in an energy crisis. Not to mention production across all other sectors. For this very reason, after thorough deliberation by the Dragon Nation's leadership, it was ultimately decided to award Lucio the Dragon Nation Medal. When the Dragon Nation released this news, it sent shockwaves not only through its own citizens but across the entire world. People were quite familiar with the Dragon Nation medal, knowing it represented the nation's highest honor. Previous recipients had all been academicians who had made immense contributions to the nation, some even in their twilight years. Lu Chou, however, was merely 20 years old. While his scientific breakthroughs had indeed revolutionized traditional approaches and propelled Dragon Nation's technological prowess to dominate the entire Blue Star, yet his age and credentials were simply too young. The Dragon Nation placed immense importance on seniority and credentials. Even Lu Chou himself hadn't imagined that the higher-ups were actually preparing to bestow the Dragon Nation medal upon him. Upon learning of this, he hurriedly sought out the Dragon Nation's leadership. "Gentlemen, my experience is still limited. There are many senior researchers who have dedicated their entire lives to this field. They are truly deserving of the Dragon Nation medal. I am still young. It would be perfectly acceptable to wait a few more years before awarding me the Dragon Country medal. I suggest this opportunity be given to those who are older and have made outstanding contributions to Dragon Country." Lu Chou frowned as he addressed the group. He didn't want his sudden emergence to result in those veteran researchers, who truly deserved the Dragon Nation medal, ending up with nothing. After all, he was still young and had plenty of time. Moreover, given the prowess he had already demonstrated, he certainly didn't need a medal to prove himself. Hearing Lu Chou's words, many of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials present nodded in satisfaction. Such a young man, neither servile nor arrogant, yet free from self-importance, was truly a rare sight. Any other inexperienced youth, upon learning they were to be awarded the Dragon Nation medal, would likely have been overjoyed to the point of losing their bearings. Who would have thought Lu Chou could remain so level-headed? Since you've made your position clear, we shall respect your decision. This year's Dragon Nation medal will be awarded to those of advanced age, as per tradition. After his persuasion, the Dragon Nation's High Command ultimately accepted Lu Chou's suggestion. The medals would be awarded to others. Moreover, the Dragon Nation government issued a formal explanation regarding this decision. Upon learning of this, many Chinese citizens were deeply moved by Lu Chou's noble character. Who would have thought? Despite clearly possessing the caliber to receive the Dragon Nation medal himself, he turned down such prestigious honors. This attitude of indifference to fame and fortune is truly admirable. He truly lives up to being the leading figure of our nation's younger generation. The numerous scientific products he has developed have already enabled our country to gradually gain a leading edge in the field of technology. Perhaps he no longer needs the Dragon Country medal to prove himself. Such talent is precisely the role model we should emulate. May Lu Chou continue to develop more innovations that benefit our nation and its people. Our unwavering support for him remains steadfast. Chapter 178. They had a falling out? News of Lu Chou declining the Dragon Nation medal. Like a tornado, the news swept across the globe in an instant. Upon hearing the news, many Westerners found it utterly unbelievable. Given Lu Chou's talent and accomplishments, he was more than deserving of this medal. People simply couldn't fathom why Lu Chou would refuse. Speculation began to run rampant. Inside the Black Palace, Dawn's mood was as refreshing as taking a bite of ice cream on a sweltering summer day. Excellent. Based on my analysis, the Dragon Nation must have had a falling out with Lu Chou, which is why he refused to accept the official Dragon Nation medal they awarded him. Dawn exclaimed excitedly. This was the conclusion he'd drawn from his latest intelligence analysis. But the moment the words left his mouth, the presidential advisors surrounding him all wore peculiar expressions, as if they wanted to say something. Yet for a moment, none knew how to begin. Everyone's expressions turned grim. They knew full well. It was extremely rash to conclude that conflict had erupted between Lu Chou and the Long Nation's government based solely on this. But Dayan was riding high on momentum now, and no one dared interrupt his enthusiasm. We must find a way to lure Lu Chou away from the Dragon Kingdom. This might be our only chance. I've heard a saying in Longwei, flowers don't bloom forever, and people don't stay on top forever. It seems the Longwei authorities have shifted their stance toward Chung Feng. Whether it takes wealth, fame, or even beauty, we must secure Lu Chou. Dawn declared with unwavering confidence. Then he turned his gaze toward Michelle beside him. Meeting his gaze, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Michelle's face. In his view, Lu Chou had merely refused to accept the medal awarded by the Dragon Nation. It proved absolutely nothing. Their continued attempts to lure Lu Chou with fame, fortune, or other enticements were like clownish antics, utterly ineffective, only serving to increase their losses. Yet, meeting Dayan's gaze, Michelle simply couldn't bring himself to refuse him. Whether it's fame or fortune, I don't think Lu Chou cares much about either. If he valued reputation, he wouldn't have refused the Dragon Nation's medal. As for wealth, when we tried to recruit Lu Chou before, we promised him hundreds of billions. Besides, with all the patents he's developed, he could easily achieve financial freedom. Lu Chou clearly doesn't care about fame or fortune. What could possibly attract him? Michelle said with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, the presidential advisors nodded in deep agreement. They had long given up hope of Lu Chou defecting to the Eagle Nation. If fame and fortune won't sway him, we can approach it from another angle. Like beauty. Dawn's face broke into a meaningful smile. The others flushed with embarrassment at his suggestion. Lu Qiu has a girlfriend in the Dragon Nation, Jiang Ying, the current CEO of the Dragon Nation's Oriental Group. When our operatives were sent to assassinate Lu Qiu, they accidentally left Jiang Ying critically injured. Lu Qiu, enraged for his beloved, developed nanomedicine robots in just 3 days, eradicating the mysterious virus within Jiang Ying. Dawn's words instantly brought clarity to the group. Looks like Lu Qiu isn't entirely heartless after all. At least he shares the same taste for beautiful women as any ordinary young man. Knowing his weakness makes things easier for us. I think we can absolutely send a beauty to Dragon Nation to seduce Lu Qiu. It might just turn the tide. Everyone present strongly agreed with Dawen's proposal. They understood clearly that Lu Qiu cared nothing for fame or fortune. Even if the Eagle Nation offered more wealth and social status, it wouldn't be enough to lure Lu Qiu into betraying his own country. But beautiful women were another matter entirely. Throughout history, countless heroes worldwide have fallen at the feet of women. When surging hormones clouded rational judgment, many made decisions driven purely by emotion. Perhaps deploying a beauty trap could truly bring a turning point for the Eagle. Do you have any suitable operatives in your intelligence division? Dawn turned to the intelligence chief beside him. The minister pondered for a moment, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. There is one exceptionally suitable candidate. Have you heard of Dr. An Wei? Dr. An Wei. Upon hearing the name, many high-ranking Eagles present wore puzzled expressions. Dr. Anive is arguably our most renowned medical expert. Beyond her exceptional medical skills, she possesses stunning looks that rival even the biggest celebrities. But Dr. Anwei already has status and wealth. Why would she risk her reputation by resorting to seduction tactics? The crowd asked in puzzlement. Annie Wei was a household name in Eagle Sauce, a beauty so renowned that many of the Eagle general executives present were her fans. No one wanted to see such a beauty involved in this. Gentlemen, you are unaware. Annie Wei joined our intelligence division long ago as a top-tier operative. During her routine medical exchanges with other nations, she gathers intelligence for us. The intelligence chief declared with confidence. Moreover, given Lu Qiu's exceptional talent, would any other woman of mere beauty truly capture his attention? The intelligence minister's words effectively silenced the crowd. Everyone knew deep down that the intelligence minister had a point. Many had seen Jiang Ying's photo. She was undeniably stunningly beautiful. Had anyone else been assigned this beauty trap mission, success would have been highly unlikely. In the end, Dawen made the decision. Send Anwei to the Dragon Kingdom. Since she's also a medical expert, we can arrange for her to visit the Dragon Kingdom's medical laboratories under the guise of a medical cooperation project. With Dawn having spoken so decisively, the others naturally raised little objection. Shortly thereafter, a special aircraft carrying Annie arrived directly in the Dragon Kingdom. The Eagle Chicken authorities had already made arrangements with the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences in advance, handing over $30 million to send Annie Wei to the Dragon Nation's medical laboratory. Given such a generous offer of money delivered right to their doorstep, the Dragon Nation certainly wouldn't refuse. Who would turn down money burning a hole in their pocket? Chapter 179, Xin Guolian's Warning. Sitting aboard the private jet, Annie Wei's eyes were filled with worry. True to her status as the Eagle Nation's national goddess, her long coffee-colored hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features resembled the most exquisite marble artwork. Compared to the typical rough complexion of Eagle Sauce citizens, her skin appeared fair and luminous. At this moment, a sense of unease stirred within her. She had never truly understood Lu Qiu's character. Though she'd seen his photo and knew he was merely a young man in his 20s. But she had never experienced this kind of beauty trap before. Previously, while assisting intelligence agencies with gathering information, she had relied almost entirely on her authority in the medical field. She had never once sacrificed her own beauty for such purposes. What if Lu Qiu truly harbored ulterior motives toward her? Would she really have to submit herself to him? The thought filled her with unease. With her reputation and looks, she could easily find a young, wealthy, and gentle man to be her future partner. But recalling the spirit of devotion to the Eagle instilled during her intelligence training, Annie Wei instantly steeled her resolve. After disembarking the plane, she took a car directly to the Long Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Annie Wei was a clever woman with considerable experience in intelligence gathering. She certainly wouldn't immediately reveal her keen interest in the Longwei Academy of Sciences. Guided by staff, she arrived at Lu Qiu's office. Mr. Lu, this is Ms. Annie Wei, the latest medical expert recruited by Eagle Sauce. The staff member introduced her to Lu Qiu with a smile. Lu Qiu looked up, glanced at Annie Wei, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't expected the visiting medical expert to be so young and beautiful. Even compared to celebrities, she held her own. Hello, Mr. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope our future collaboration will be a success. A smile graced Annie Wei's face. She struck just the right balance, neither overly artificial nor distant. It was perfectly balanced. Lu Qiu recovered and nodded with a smile. Let's go. I'll take you to our Academy of Sciences medical laboratory. On the way, Lu Qiu briefly introduced the current experiments underway at the medical lab and the future research projects Anwei would primarily oversee. Originally, Anwei had looked down on Lu Qiu's research projects. After all, she wasn't some ornamental figure, she was hailed as the most brilliant medical expert in Eagle Nation. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, she gained a systematic understanding of the medical laboratory at the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. She also put aside her previous underestimation of Lu Qiu. She understood very well that great reputations are never undeserved. Lu Qiu had earned such global renown in the medical field for a reason. He was undoubtedly exceptional. Some basic foundational research work should be well within Dr. Anwei's capabilities. I hope you'll get along well with your Eagle brand medical experts here in the lab. After escorting Anwei to the medical lab, Lu Qiu turned and departed. Throughout their conversation, a faint smile lingered on his face. Yet in his eyes, there was none of the discomfort that might have unsettled Anwei. His composure was utterly unlike that of a young man. This left Anwei sinking into self-doubt. Could her appearance truly be that repulsive? She shook her head, banishing the last vestiges of self-doubt from her mind. In Anwei's view, this must be Lu Qiu's tactic of feigning disinterest to capture her. She mustn't fall for it. Upon entering the laboratory, Cousins and the others had already heard that Anwei was coming. When Anwei's figure appeared in the lab, many Western medical experts present flashed a look of delight. Their eyes grew intense with anticipation. Look who it is. None other than Anwei, hailed as our Eagle Nation's foremost medical genius. Unbelievable. Who'd have thought our government would actually let you out? Cousins remarked with a touch of emotion. Their research life in the Dragon Nation was utterly dull. On ordinary days, they could only stay within the laboratory. After finishing dinner, they had no choice but to return to their dormitory. Even when they wanted to go out for fun, language barriers often led to trouble. For these experts enduring monotonous experiments, the appearance of a stunning beauty like a celebrity in the lab was naturally a welcome treat. Seeing the eager gazes of the group, Anwei confirmed her charm had not diminished. Hello, everyone. I hope we can all have a pleasant time in the Dragon Country laboratories. A faint smile touched her lips, though she made no mention of her true mission objectives. Though these individuals were all Western researchers, they were not intelligence operatives. They were simply a group of individuals with near-perfect IQs but emotional intelligence approaching zero. If she revealed her mission objective, it wouldn't take long before the entire Dragon Nation knew she was about to execute a beauty trap. At that moment, Lu Qiu had no idea she was already being set up for a beauty trap by Eagle Sauce. His entire focus was now on the hydrogen energy conversion device, striving to maximize the efficiency of hydrogen power. But just then, Xin Guoliang burst into the room, looking frantic. I hear we have another genius joining our medical lab. Xin Guoliang asked, his face etched with urgency. Lu Qiu smiled and nodded. Rumor has it she's a renowned medical expert from Eagle Nation named Anwei. I didn't expect even old Shen to have heard of her. Xin Guoliang shook his head. I've never heard of her. But I've heard she's quite the looker. You must be careful and cautious, don't let her beauty blind you. Shen Guoliang cautioned earnestly. Lu Qiu and his granddaughter were currently deeply in love. While he believed his granddaughter was in no way inferior to others in either talent or looks, this Eagle lady medical expert named Anwei had an overwhelming reputation. If Lu Qiu were to lose control during the bilateral research collaboration, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Where on earth would he find another son-in-law like that? Where would the Dragon Nation find such a genius? Upon hearing his warning, a faint smile touched Lu Qiu's lips. Rest assured, Elder Shen. Though I am young, I take matters of the heart very seriously. Having chosen Jiangying, I will never waver. Chapter 180, Best Friend? Enemy? This report is flawed. Send it back for revision. Inside the Dongfang Group president's office, Jiang Ying's voice echoed through the room. Everyone under her fell silent, their eyes flickering with fear. None of them understood what had gotten into their president today. Though Jiang Ying was known for her stern demeanor, she never flew into a rage without cause. Speculation began to stir among the staff. I heard the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences recently welcomed a medical expert named Anwei. They say she's a stunning beauty and national goddess back in her homeland. No wonder our CEO is upset. Who wouldn't feel uneasy seeing such a stunning beauty around their boyfriend? But I don't think anything will happen. Lu Qiu's feelings for our CEO are well known, and besides, our CEO isn't exactly lacking in looks either. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Are you done talking? Just then, a voice that sent a chill down their spines suddenly echoed from behind them. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they turned to look. It's Jiang Ying. Go back to whatever you were doing. Jiang Ying waved her hand dismissively. She knew full well that so-called Anwei would never sway Lu Qiu's heart. The bond between her and Lu Qiu had long since reached a level where their love was stronger than gold. Still, upon hearing the news, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Just as she was about to head back to her office, news suddenly came from the front desk downstairs. John Lanlan had come looking for her. Ever since she had been seriously injured in an assassination attempt and recovered, Jiang Lanlan had visited her only once and had not been seen since. Now, feeling troubled and restless, the news of her best friend's arrival naturally lifted her spirits. Even as the president of Dongfang Group, Jiang Ying still craved the chance to open up and have a heart-to-heart with her best friend when troubled by troublesome matters. She had Jiang Lanlan brought to her office. Jiang Ying began pouring out her troubles. "You studied abroad in the US before, right? Have you ever heard of Manhwa?" Jiang Lanlan's face flashed a look of shock. "What? Are you saying that genius medical expert who joined Lu Qiu's lab is actually Manhwa?" she asked incredulously. Manhwa, she was once hailed as a national goddess. With her talent, she could have easily broken into Hollywood, but no one expected her to reveal such astonishing gifts in the medical field. She earned her medical doctorate from Harvard in just 2 years. Now she's built an immense reputation in the medical field. Jiang Lanlan said with a serious expression. "In my opinion, we should tell Lu Qiu immediately and have him get rid of Manhwa. After all, our Dragon Country medical lab isn't short of researchers. Having one more Manhwa won't do us any good." Jiang Lanlan's words left Jiang Ying feeling deeply conflicted. However, she had no intention of following Jiang Lanlan's suggestion and demanding Lu Qiu expel Manhwa. She understood clearly that Lu Qiu never interfered in Oriental group affairs, granting her immense freedom and respecting her privacy. Moreover, the multinational collaborative projects at the medical lab were a core function of the Dragon Nation facility. How could Jiang Ying possibly ask Lu Qiu to expel Manhwa just to satisfy her own selfish desires? Seeing that no matter how she pleaded, Jiang Ying refused to pressure Lu Qiu, Jiang Lanlan could only sigh helplessly. "You've always been beautiful and kind-hearted, unable to bear the world's cruelty. Even if you once shielded Lu Qiu from a bullet, what difference does that make? It wasn't my intention to drive a wedge between you two. If he truly remembered your sacrifice, wouldn't he have proactively refused Manhwa's admission? You nearly gave your life for him." Jiang Lanlan's words grew increasingly unreasonable. Even Jiang Ying, with her remarkably even temper, felt a surge of irritation at her words. This wasn't a best friend, she was a worst friend. She never imagined Jiang Lanlan would say something like this. Seeing Jiang Ying's sudden change in expression, Jiang Lanlan realized she'd overstepped. A hint of apology flickered in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I got carried away out of concern. I know you can handle your own affairs. I won't meddle in matters of the heart. Please don't take what I said today to heart," Jiang Lanlan said apologetically. Then she turned and left without another word. Watching Jiang Lanlan's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression flashed across Jiang Ying's face. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Lu Qiu remained completely unaware that his girlfriend had been tricked by her best friend. Meanwhile, the hydrogen energy conversion device had reached its most critical stage of development. Through the observation device, Lu Qiu watched the blazing blue flames before her and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it worked. With this energy conversion device, we can better match our hydrogen energy. It might even cut its energy consumption in half. Lu Qiu exclaimed with delight. Although they had already developed low-cost hydrogen production technology, combining it with the power conversion device would undoubtedly yield even better results. It could even allow ordinary citizens to access hydrogen energy at near zero cost. This is fantastic. Our hydrogen energy is already extremely affordable. If this hydrogen power conversion device can be applied across all sectors of our citizens' lives, I'm confident their quality of life will continue to improve. Now, no matter how much other Western countries try to block our energy supply, we have absolutely nothing to worry about. This is another huge leap forward for our nation. This means we can now freely export hydrogen energy to other nations. Whether they have their own hydrogen resources or not is irrelevant to us. Our energy conversion efficiency is simply superior. Lu Qiu shook his head upon hearing the crowd's remarks. We must continue to ration our hydrogen energy supply. We absolutely cannot lift restrictions entirely, he said with a grave expression. The transition from petroleum to hydrogen energy requires a transitional period. It absolutely cannot happen overnight, or else it could plunge entire petroleum-dependent regions into chaos. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The oil-producing nations were perpetually embroiled in conflict. If their oil became worthless overnight, who knew what irrational actions they might take? Chapter 181, 1 month to capture Chengfeng. Soon after, the Dragon Nation government issued an official announcement. Dragon Nation has successfully developed a hydrogen-powered propulsion system. Converted to oil prices, the cost per 100 kilometers was now less than 5 yuan. Such a price is a blessing for people worldwide. Countries around the world erupted in excitement. Longwa should share this technology. It's a tremendous boon for the entire world. Exactly. Doesn't Dragon Nation always emphasize concepts like a community with a shared future? If so, they should share this technology so everyone can enjoy its benefits. Do you really believe the Dragon Nation developed such a miraculous device? I suspect this is just another publicity stunt like usual. Don't let the Dragon Nation fool you. Countless voices buzzed with debate. However, Dragon Nation had already announced it would not sell this device to other countries. Upon hearing this news, people from nearly every country on Earth were furious. The happiest, of course, were the oil-producing nations. This is fantastic. While Dragon Nation claims to have developed low-cost hydrogen production methods and now boasts a hydrogen-powered energy device, they haven't made it publicly available. It seems the Dragon Nation understands the importance of gradual progress. Otherwise, us oil-producing nations would be in real trouble. It's a blessing in disguise, I suppose. The people of these oil-producing nations felt nothing but immense relief. Their hearts were filled with gratitude toward the Dragon Nation. If Dragon Nation were to immediately release its new energy supplies and hydrogen conversion technology, these oil-rich nations would go bankrupt overnight. Yet, a lingering worry remained. Western nations are relentlessly pressuring the Dragon Nation to hand over the technology. If hydrogen energy truly becomes widespread globally, our oil prices will plummet. Someone voiced their worry. Everyone feared the Dragon Nation might buckle under the external pressure of public opinion. Regardless, we must stand firmly with Dragon Nation. Officials from numerous oil-producing nations had resolved to unite, standing behind the Dragon Nation to help it withstand the mounting pressure from Western countries. Eagle. Inside the Black House. Don's expression darkened considerably. He hadn't anticipated that the Dragon Nation's application of hydrogen energy would progress so rapidly. It wouldn't be long before hydrogen power replaced conventional energy sources across all industries in the Dragon Nation. We must find a way to acquire Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy conversion technology. Future energy prices will inevitably plummet. If we fall behind Dragon Nation in this race, catching up later will be nearly impossible, he said solemnly. However, upon hearing his words, the expressions of those beneath him all darkened considerably. They were well aware of the importance of the hydrogen energy conversion device. But why would Dragon Nation share the technology they'd worked so hard to develop with the entire world? Damn it! Lucio should have already fallen out with Longhu's officials. Why are they still developing new products? Don grew irritated at his subordinate's silence. Has our beauty trap operation yielded any leads yet? Don turned to ask the intelligence chief. The intelligence chief shook his head. Lately, Anwei has devoted almost all her time to research and development in the lab, while Lucio is a complete research maniac. He barely has time to show his face around here. They barely even get a chance to meet, let alone engage in a beauty trap scheme. The intelligence chief said with a bitter smile. His words were like pouring gasoline on a raging fire, instantly igniting the fury within Don. What the hell have you lot been doing? Aren't you always bragging about how Anwei is our Eagle Nation's national goddess? Why can't even her charm attract Lucio? Don snapped, his voice tinged with fury. I'm giving you 1 more month. If Anwei still can't win Lucio over within that time, she won't be returning to Eagle Island. Don declared, his face ashen. The people around him turned pale upon hearing this, but they had no idea how to persuade Don at that moment. Don was in a rage right now. If you didn't want to provoke a tiger, the best choice was to keep your mouth shut. The intelligence minister grimaced upon hearing Don's ultimatum. 1 month. Use a beauty trap to lure Lucio from Dragon Country to Eagle Land. Even if Anwei possessed divine beauty, there was absolutely no way she could accomplish this mission in such a short time. He had intended to argue further, but the sight of Don's iron-gray face made all his thoughts vanish like smoke. Rest assured, we will complete the mission within 1 month. The intelligence minister declared solemnly. A beauty trap sounds simple in theory, but executing it is incredibly difficult. The intelligence minister repeatedly urged Anwei to secure Lucio within the shortest possible timeframe. Yet this mission proved overwhelmingly daunting for Anwei. She rarely even saw Lucio in person. How could she possibly execute a beauty trap? On the rare occasions they had crossed paths, he had merely offered a polite smile and greeting, showing no interest in conversation whatsoever. Over the next few days, Anwei paced outside the laboratory, attempting to create opportunities for chance encounters with Lucio. Of course, she had to appear completely nonchalant. Any obvious effort would be easily detected. Footsteps echoed again. Anwei looked up and locked eyes with Lucio. As usual, Lucio merely nodded in greeting, paying Anwei no mind whatsoever. Anwei knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She absolutely couldn't let it slip away again. If she failed to complete her mission within the month, Dawn had issued her final ultimatum. Her dream of becoming an eagle would be shattered forever. Mr. Liu. Anwei suddenly called out to Lucio. Lucio raised an eyebrow, looking slightly impatient. What is it? Seeing Lucio's expression, Anwei, who had been brimming with confidence about her appearance, was instantly deflated. Nothing much. The research project you assigned us has made some progress. Wouldn't you like to take a look, Mr. Liu? After casually assigning them some research tasks, Lucio had paid no further attention to these Western medical experts. This provided the perfect excuse for Anwei to strike up a conversation with Lucio. Seeing the curiosity in Anwei's eyes, Lucio's face softened into a smile. Chapter 182, Anwei's Transformation. Observing the way Anwei looked at him, Lucio understood everything perfectly. He wasn't exactly a narcissist, but he could sense that the way Anwei looked at him carried a hint of purpose. Clearly, Anwei must have accepted some special assignment from Eagle Sauce. Considering Anwei's looks and fame, Eagle's so-called strategy became painfully obvious a beauty trap. At this realization, Lu Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Back when he hadn't mastered the system, how could he ever have experienced a beauty trap? Forget someone as stunningly beautiful as Anwei, even pursuing an ordinary woman would have been incredibly difficult. The two entered the medical laboratory, one ahead and one behind. As night had fallen, the other Western researchers in the lab had already returned to their lodgings to rest. We've made significant progress in our research on using nanomedicine robots to treat amputated limbs. We've discovered that these nanorobots can replace lost limbs. Once programmed with specific instructions, they enable physically disabled individuals to live as freely as anyone else. And Wei pointed to the research results before them as she spoke. Her eyes shone brightly as she spoke of this. It must be acknowledged that the nanomedicine robots developed by Lu Qiu had indeed revolutionized traditional medical technology, offering new avenues for treating stubborn ailments and even incurable diseases. Their contribution to the entire medical field was undoubtedly unprecedented. After listening to Anwei's explanation, Lu Qiu nodded with satisfaction. These medical experts from Western countries, though arriving at the Dragon Nation laboratory with ulterior motives, had indeed been exceptionally dedicated to their research work. With the blueprints provided by Lu Qiu, their research progress could almost be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Surveying the samples before him, Lu Qiu gave a satisfied nod. Excellent. Treating amputated limbs with nanomedicine robots is certainly ideal, but this is merely my initial concept. Lu Qiu first acknowledged the recent achievements of these Western experts. But then he shifted gears and raised some questions. Hearing Lu Qiu speak this way, Anwei couldn't help but curl her lips. In her view, Lu Qiu was clearly just putting on airs in front of her. Using nanomedicine robots to treat amputated limbs was already a genius concept. Could Lu Qiu possibly have an even better approach? Nanomedical robots ultimately rely on external systems for control, not the human brain. I want to develop a product that can replace amputated limbs, truly achieving control as effortless as moving one's own arm. Lu Qiu declared with boundless ambition. His words left Anwei somewhat unconvinced. Controlling prosthetic limbs made from nanorobots through the human brain would require incredibly complex neurological knowledge. With our current technology, it's completely impossible. Anwei shook her head. Nerves and the brain have always been two of the greatest challenges in human medicine. The brain contains incredibly fragile and minuscule brain cells. The slightest mishap could turn someone into a little cutie. As for nerves, needless to say, they are densely distributed throughout the entire human body. They form the crucial pathways through which the brain controls every part of the body. Seeing Anwei's expression of utter disbelief, Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile. Everyone says Dr. Anwei is the most renowned genius medical expert in Eagle Town, not just a pretty face. Seeing you today, I fear the rumors may have been a bit exaggerated. Lu Qiu's blunt remark stung Anwei's pride. While she was undeniably beautiful, Anwei preferred to win others over with her genuine expertise. She absolutely refused to be defined by others as a mere ornament. Now, her very mission target was denying her worth. This left Anwei feeling an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Some things aren't what they seem, don't judge them by common sense. We have an old saying in our Dragon Nation, beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven. It means that just because you can't accomplish something, don't assume others can either. Lu Qiu spoke with a hint of a smile. Anwei couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive of his words. In her view, this was clearly Lu Qiu trying to make a good impression on her, putting on an act. But before she could voice her skepticism, Lu Qiu casually tossed over a set of documents that stunned her on the spot. This is my latest research breakthrough using nanomedicine robots to reconstruct the human nervous system. He tossed the document aside as casually as a schoolchild handing their report card to their parents. Not a hint of self-consciousness. Anwei hurriedly picked up the document, her eyes widening as she scanned it intently. In that moment, she forgot her mission entirely, utterly absorbed in Lu Qiu's wildly imaginative concept. This is truly incredible. After a long moment, Anwei slowly closed her eyes, carefully digesting everything before her. You're nothing short of a genius in the medical field. I truly don't understand why you're pouring all your energy into developing those energy sources. If you dedicated yourself solely to advancing medicine, I have no doubt that one day, humanity could break through the limits of lifespan. Anwei said with deep emotion. In the past, she had always considered herself a medical genius. After all, who else in the world could complete a Harvard medical doctorate in just 2 short years? But after witnessing Lu Qiu's groundbreaking research achievements, she realized how laughable her own so-called genius truly was. In the face of true genius, degrees and academic credentials proved utterly insignificant. Could it be possible that my talents in other fields are just as remarkable as they are in medicine? Lu Qiu said with a smile. I know your purpose in coming to Longwood extends beyond joining our lab, but I still hope you'll always remember you're a medical specialist. I don't know what mission you've been assigned by the Eagle Agency, but I hope you handle it wisely. Securing a position in the Longhua Medical College laboratory was no easy feat. I urge you to cherish this opportunity. Lu Qiu finished speaking with a smile before turning and walking away. Not a trace of lingering emotion remained in his eyes. Annie could tell this was absolutely not a ploy to play hard to get. His gaze was crystal clear. She had been judging a noble man with a petty mind all along. For a moment, Anwei watched Lu Qiu's receding figure, her expression complex. Chapter 183, A War is Needed. Lu Qiu had no idea that his words had left an indelible mark on Anwei's heart. His goal had merely been to give Anwei a stern warning to keep her focused on her research in the lab instead of stirring up trouble everywhere. He could see that Anwei possessed remarkable talent. Guided by the principle of not wasting her potential, he had offered his guidance. Over the next few days, following Lu Qiu's admonition, Anwei finally settled down. Her entire focus was now on the medical laboratory. As for the beauty trap scheme, she'd long since forgotten it. But Eagle's intelligence agency wouldn't stand idly by and watch Anwei achieve nothing in Dragon Country. What's the status of your progress? Lord Dawn has issued an ultimatum. If you fail to successfully turn Lu Qiu within a month, your identity will be exposed. You won't have a home to return to. Neither the Dragon Nation nor the Eagle Nation will accept you. The intelligence chief's words carried a clear threat. Hearing this, a look of anguish flashed across Anwei's face. She had come to realize that Lu Qiu and the Dragon Nation government had no underlying conflict whatsoever. It was all Dawan's wild speculation. I'm afraid there's little I can do, Anwei said with evident distress. Her words sent the intelligence minister reeling in shock. Are you planning to betray us, Eagle? Do you know the consequences? Once your identity is exposed, even if you defect to the Dragon Nation, they won't trust you. The intelligence chief threatened. You misunderstand. You may not be aware, but Lu Qiu maintains exceptionally cordial relations with the Dragon Nation's government and shares profound affection with his girlfriend. What possible incentive could I offer to persuade him to join our Eagle Nation? His current status in the Dragon Nation brings immense honor. He's even called a national treasure by their government. If he betrays them to join us, he'll become a pariah, condemned by all. Anwei's words were undeniably objective. The intelligence minister acknowledged the validity of her argument, yet he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Dawn was a man of strong convictions, even bordering on arrogance. Once he made up his mind about something, there was absolutely no changing it. Thus, only a dead end lay before Anwei. Anwei was utterly despairing. After hanging up the phone, she was utterly distraught, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Her heart was filled with disappointment toward Eagle. After all, she had gathered significant intelligence for Eagle's intelligence agency, investing immense effort and dedication. She never imagined the Eagle would discard her like an old shoe. Her mindset began to shift. Within the Black Palace, the intelligence minister ultimately decided to report Anwei's shifting mindset to Dawn. He knew full well that if he waited until Anwei had fully defected before informing Dawn, the latter would be even more furious. So both you and Anwei are questioning my decisions, is that correct? Upon hearing the intelligence minister's words, Dawn's eyes narrowed instantly. The intelligence minister's heart tightened, but he nodded reluctantly. Your Excellency, after thorough analysis, our intelligence department believes that Lu Qiu's relationship with Ronghua may not be as tense as we had imagined. He finally voiced his assessment. What courage! The presidential advisors surrounding Dawan all looked at the intelligence department with expressions of admiration. In truth, everyone knew full well that there was no real conflict between Dawn and the Dragon Nation. Out of deference to Daoan's standing, however, they had refrained from voicing their opinions. Who would have thought the director of intelligence would voice this directly? Hearing this, Dawn's anger flared even more. He then proceeded to berate the intelligence minister mercilessly. But Dawan wasn't some pushover either. He knew full well that the intelligence minister's words held a grain of truth. Even if our judgment was flawed, what solutions do you propose? Stop bringing problems to me empty-handed. Bring concrete measures to resolve them. I need officials who can help me solve problems, not a bunch of useless fools, he said, frowning. The intelligence minister hesitated, waiting for a long while without knowing what to say. Useless! Dawn cursed under his breath. Then he turned to face the presidential advisors standing behind him. I know each of you harbors resentment and dissatisfaction. Do any of you have a better plan? As always, the room remained silent. As presidential advisors, sometimes silence was indeed the wisest choice for self-preservation. Michelle, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold and shook her head helplessly. He knew he couldn't let Dawn continue like this. This was sheer nonsense. Your Excellency, I believe it is time to wage war. When Michelle finally spoke, his words sent a wave of shock through the entire room. Wage war? How could Michelle even think of such a thing? Have you forgotten the aerospace motherships the Dragon Nation has built? Even in a modern war, how could we possibly stand a chance against them? This is nothing short of courting humiliation. I urge you to reconsider. His words immediately drew fierce opposition from many. Yet Michel remained steadfast in his stance. When I speak of waging war, I do not mean direct confrontation with the Dragon Nation, I mean launching a proxy war. A faint smile played on Michel's lips. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. They understood the scheme brewing in Michel's mind. Today, hydrogen energy and various advanced new energy sources are emerging in rapid succession, posing a significant challenge to the traditional energy system. This isn't merely a war between proxies, it's a war between new energy and old energy. Although the Dragon Nation hasn't fully opened its hydrogen energy exports yet, the fiscal revenues of oil-producing nations have already been severely impacted. Among these nations, while some remain steadfast allies of the Dragon Nation, others may well harbor resentment toward it. We can easily stir up conflict among these oil-rich desert states and profit from the chaos. His strategy immediately earned a satisfied nod from Dowan. You're absolutely right, Mr. Secretary. My advisors are utterly useless, they can't come up with a single constructive idea. The proxy wars you speak of are precisely the tactics we routinely employ in our quest for global dominance. Chapter 184, Civil Unrest in the Oil Nation. The Eagle ultimately made up its mind. They decided to provoke a war. For the Eagle, war was nothing more than a routine affair. In their daily struggle for control over oil-rich nations, they had ignited countless conflicts, large and small. Now, under the impact of Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy, the desert region that once stood united as one nation was likely already showing cracks. By exploiting these internal conflicts among the oil-rich nations, they could easily ignite war in the region. You have full authority over this matter. You must destabilize the entire desert region. The more chaos, the better. Only when the desert region is sufficiently chaotic can we seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Dawn chuckled. He couldn't care less whether igniting war would inflict other adverse effects on the oil nations or plunge their citizens into dire suffering. As long as it served the interests of their eagle swan, what did it matter if all those oil-producing nations were wiped out? Under the hawk's instigation, several oil-producing nations eventually grew restless. They began openly provoking the Dragon Nation. Dragon Nation's hydrogen energy will deal a fatal blow to our traditional energy systems. We oil-producing nations should unite to resist Dragon Nation. How can we be grateful to them just because they haven't opened up sales of new energy? Exactly. We oil-producing nations must unite. The Dragon Nation is our sole enemy, we absolutely cannot treat our enemy as a savior. I believe we need to implement countermeasures against Dragon Nation. As you all know, the world still cannot fully break free from petroleum resources. Whether it's asphalt, lubricants, heavy oil, or other products, all require petroleum as raw material. We must take action against the Dragon Nation. Several oil-producing nations, swayed by the Eagle's persuasion and enticed by promised benefits, began one after another to publicly condemn the Dragon Nation. They were even preparing sanctions against the Dragon Nation. These nations were led by Turkey. Having long maintained ties with the Eagle, they now, under its direction, spared no effort in attacking the Dragon Nation. Surprisingly, several oil-producing nations, swayed by Turkey's manipulation, chose to join the camp opposing the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, nations like Camel Country, traditionally friendly with Dragon Country, were furious upon hearing this news. Has Turkey lost its mind? Desert nations like ours should stand united. What sweetener did the Eagle offer them? To make Turkey openly break ties with the Dragon Kingdom. Our desert nations have endured countless wars. We absolutely cannot be dragged back into the turmoil of conflict. The Sand Nation intends to push our desert region back into the abyss of war. Who knows how many innocent civilians will be displaced or even lose their lives? Many peace-loving nations in the desert region have begun uniting to condemn Turkey. They knew full well that the Eagle was undoubtedly backing Turkey. Turkey's stance was extremely hardline. Even facing a united boycott from Camel Nation and other desert states, it has weathered the storm thanks to its massive economic clout. Even smaller nations following Turkey's lead received economic aid from it. In the blink of an eye, the desert region has been divided into two opposing camps. Dragon Nation, South Sea. Several high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation wore grim expressions. They never imagined the Eagle would stir up conflict among desert nations at this critical juncture. Peace had endured among the desert nations for a full 5 or 6 years of fragile equilibrium achieved through the concerted efforts of many countries. Should the delicate balance among desert nations be shattered, it would inevitably unleash a catastrophe. This was a scenario neither Dragon Nation nor the nations currently riding a wave of development wished to see. After all, beyond its abundant oil reserves, the desert region serves as a vital bridge connecting two continents. Should conflict erupt there, disrupting trade routes, the global economy would inevitably suffer a downturn. There's no doubt the Eagle is stirring up trouble behind the scenes of the desert unrest. Everyone spoke with solemn expressions. Their actions are clearly aimed at destabilizing the region to profit from the chaos. What on earth are we to do? Surely we can't send troops into desert nations. Everyone felt deeply conflicted. Let's observe the situation first. Though the desert region is currently in chaos, it might be all bark and no bite. The eagle might just be bluffing. Most of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were prepared to wait and see. After all, while the desert region was extremely tense, it hadn't yet reached the brink of war. But if they sent troops into the desert now, it would only escalate local tensions and trigger a war. Then, Dragon Nation would become the spark that ignites the war. Such a colossal blame is something the Dragon Nation certainly does not wish to bear. So while the situation isn't entirely clear yet, we'd be wise to prepare in advance. Shu Yun interjected from the side. We cannot rely on Eagle-san to refrain from igniting conflict in the desert region. Instead, we must formulate contingency plans in advance. Should war truly erupt, we will be able to respond with composure. Everyone found Shu Yun's words deeply convincing. After all, the eagle is notoriously unpredictable. No one knows what they're scheming. Agreed. Over the next period, have Lu Chou temporarily set aside the energy propulsion research and development work. See if existing weaponry can be further upgraded. The Dragon Nation's high command stated. When Lu Chou received this assignment, a look of surprise flashed across his face. He'd been holed up in the lab lately, completely unaware of the shifting external situation. So Eagle Chou is actually planning to stir up trouble in the desert region? After a moment's thought, Lu Chou grasped the eagle's true intentions. Nothing more than trying to take advantage of the chaos. Could it be that Eagle-chan truly intends to wage a proxy war against Dragon Nation? Back when the Dragon Nation's technological development wasn't particularly advanced, they had fought a proxy war against Eagle-chan on the Taiji Peninsula. It was a real, all-out fight back then. In the end, the Dragon Nation emerged victorious, forcing the Eagle's commander to sign the ceasefire agreement. Today, while the Dragon Nation's military technology may not be light years ahead, it certainly stands in a league of its own. Even if the Eagle Nation possessed the boldest audacity, it would never dare to ignite a proxy war lightly. Chapter 185, Seeking Allies. Within the next month, I will upgrade every single piece of our existing weaponry and equipment. Lu Chou declared with grave solemnity. He knew full well that with the Dragon Nation's current military technological capabilities, it was entirely capable of countering threats from the Eagle Nation. But extra preparation always meant extra odds in our favor. No one could say for certain whether Eagle Nation had developed even more advanced military technologies. Only by being fully prepared could they remain invincible in future competition. Originally, Lu Chou had planned to focus his efforts over the next few days on using nanobots to reorganize neurons. But now it seemed this plan would have to be shelved. Over the next few days, Lu Chou began a comprehensive upgrade of existing military weaponry. Mr. Lu, may I speak with you? Just as he was fully immersed in his research, Annie Wei suddenly came knocking. Standing at the laboratory entrance, Annie Wei wore a white lab coat that accentuated her figure to perfection, making her appear like a seductive demon incarnate. Lu Chou stepped out of the lab. Frowning, he addressed Annie Wei. No one is allowed near my lab without my permission. I don't want this happening again. His tone was filled with reproach. Annie Wei couldn't help but feel a pang of hurt. She had come to see Lu Chou solely for work-related matters. She hadn't expected to be met with such harsh reproach. Get to the point quickly. Lu Chou said, frowning. She looked quite impatient. This dealt a crushing blow to Annie Wei's heart. Usually, every man who saw her fawned over her, practically treating her like a princess to win her favor. Yet Lu Chou, of all people, was so utterly clueless. The neural network technology utilizing nanobots you entrusted to me, I've made significant progress. Aren't you going to take a look? Annie Wei forced down her rising anger and asked. I have other matters to attend to. The technical blueprints are already in your hands. If you can't develop it according to the blueprints, that's not my problem. Lu Chou finished speaking and immediately adopted a dismissive expression. This infuriated Annie Wei, who promptly stormed off. But after calming down, she quickly realized something. Lu Chou had mentioned earlier that he might focus his efforts on neural nanorobots in the coming days. What could have caused him to change his mind? Connecting this to the recent instability in the desert regions, the sharp-witted Annie Wei instantly understood. It must be because the Dragon Nation had realized that behind the chaos in the desert region lay the shadow of the Eagle Nation. They wanted Lu Chou to continue developing military technology products. They were laying the groundwork in advance. Yet, even after grasping the situation, Annie Wei felt no particular joy. She even hesitated about whether to report this information to the Eagle's intelligence agency. Her mission from the intelligence agency was to employ the beauty trap tactic to find a way to turn Lu Chou against the Dragon Nation and recruit him to their Eagle faction. This was an utterly impossible mission. Even if she relayed the news about Lu Chou developing the latest scientific weaponry back to Eagle Nation, the intelligence agency would likely demand she steal Dragon Nation's military technology. She had absolutely no reason to invite trouble. Moreover, the research on manufacturing neurons with nanorobots had reached a critical stage. Success in this endeavor would cement her legacy as a groundbreaking figure in the medical field. Even if Lu Chou's name appeared first in the list of researchers, hers would undoubtedly follow immediately. Compared to such a chance to make history, what did the identity of a mere Eagle Sparrow spy matter? With this thought, Anwei silently resolved within herself. Since this mission was doomed to fail anyway, she might as well pour all her energy into the research. Eagle. Inside the Black Palace. Dawn examined the intelligence report in his hands, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. The entire desert region is now in utter chaos. This plays right into our eagle's hands. Dawn remarked with a smile. But that's not enough. We must devise other means to create a spark that will divide all nations in the desert region into two opposing camps. Beyond that, the Dragon Nation possesses formidable military technology. If they decide to aid the oil-producing nations, we won't stand a chance. So we absolutely must secure some allies. Michelle reminded him. His words prompted unanimous nods of agreement from everyone present. The Dragon Nation was no longer the weakling it once was. In a direct confrontation, even the Eagle Nation wouldn't stand a chance. Let alone waging proxy wars. That will be extremely difficult. Our allied nations currently maintain ambiguous relations with the Dragon Nation. After all, they now possess low-cost hydrogen production technology. The future energy landscape might very well be dominated by them. I believe that if we appeal to their emotions and reason with them, our Western allies certainly won't stand idly by. A Dragon Nation dominating alone would be highly detrimental to them too. For now, the Dragon Nation hasn't revealed its true colors. On the surface, it appears friendly toward Western nations. But once we Eagles lose our influence, their fangs will inevitably be bared. President Down's numerous advisors murmured among themselves. Though he too suspected the Western nations might not aid the Eagle in war, Dawn knew full well that without other allies, the Eagle could never defeat the Dragon Nation in a one-on-one fight. Contact the leaders of other nations immediately. I need to convene an online meeting with them. Dawn declared with grave expression. When representatives from other Western nations learned that Dawn was once again demanding a joint online meeting, their moods couldn't have been more gloomy. Dawn was the kind of guy who never came knocking unless he needed something. Whenever he organized a conference call, it was always because he needed something from them. Given the current situation in the desert region, it was clear this was related to the impending territorial conflict. Everyone's mood was beyond gloomy. But everyone knew full well that all Western nations were now dependent on the Eagle. Not to mention that the core technologies of various nations are almost entirely controlled by the Eagle. The annual debt owed to the Eagle alone amounts to a colossal sum. The debts incurred from the post-war reconstruction assistance provided by the Eagle to Western nations remain unpaid to this day. Though everyone knew this online meeting could only spell trouble, they reluctantly attended. Chapter 186, The Fuse. Dawn scanned the heads of state displayed on the screen. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Dawn's face. Since the other Western leaders had chosen to attend this virtual summit, he believed they had already made up their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all understand why I have convened this virtual summit. Dawn's face softened into a faint smile. Our partnership has always been unquestionable. We share the same ideology, making us the most natural allies. To be perfectly frank, the current chaos in the desert regions is entirely our doing. I intend to wage a proxy war against the Dragon Nation. I wonder if any of you might be interested in joining? He looked around at the assembled group as he asked. Everyone knew the chaos in the desert region bore the unmistakable mark of the Eagle Nation, but none had anticipated Dawn would plan to ignite a proxy war there. Has this guy lost his mind? Everyone stared at Daowen in utter disbelief. They all understood clearly that with Dragon Nation's military and technological prowess, Eagle Nation stood no chance. I know what you're all thinking, that we stand no chance against the Dragon Nation. That's precisely why I called this meeting. A faint smile touched Dawn's lips. But to many Western leaders, that smile looked like the grin of a demon. Are you suggesting we all enter the war? If all 20+ nations engage simultaneously, it could very well spark a world war. You would become a villain for the ages. If it's merely a proxy war, we believe the Eagle's strength is more than sufficient. Indeed. Should all our nations join the conflict, whether through direct troop deployment or indirect arms supply, it could escalate the situation further. None of the Western nations present wish to be drawn into the conflict between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. This was clearly a conflict between those two nations. Why should they drag their own countries into it? Seeing such reluctance, Dawn couldn't help but snort coldly. Though he had anticipated this outcome long ago. But he still felt a bit dissatisfied. I've already made it clear to all of you. We are the true alliance. If any of you plan to stand in the same trench as the Dragon Nation over hydrogen energy, you're digging your own graves. I hope you'll all think this through carefully. Dawn didn't close the door completely. He knew that even if these Western leaders were temporarily unwilling to antagonize the Dragon Nation for the sake of profit, their cooperation would certainly not last. After all, decades of mutual hostility between these two major powers couldn't be resolved overnight. Seeing that Dawn seemed determined to force their stance, the group sighed helplessly. Let's be clear, we absolutely will not deploy troops to directly intervene in the desert conflict. At most, we might provide them with some essential weapons and equipment. I advise you, Mr. Dawn, to cease your proxy war in the desert region. It could very well drag all Western nations into an abyss from which there is no return. In the end, many had to compromise. Yet some Western nations remained steadfast in their stance. They had no intention of getting involved. Dawn had no intention of pressuring those who wished to remain neutral. Even if he forced their participation, they wouldn't commit wholeheartedly, they might even sabotage him behind the scenes. In the end, a full 10 nations confirmed their participation in this proxy war. After the final list of combatants was confirmed, many high-ranking officials from Western nations who had chosen to remain neutral couldn't help but shake their heads. Many recalled the proxy war on the Taiji Peninsula. Back then, just like today, a coalition of several nations had landed on the peninsula to fight against the Dragon Nation. Yet they ended up getting utterly routed. Who would have thought the Eagle would learn nothing from that lesson? After the final roster for this proxy war was confirmed, Dawn convened a small, private meeting with the heads of state from these nations. We must turn the desert region upside down. We absolutely must light the fuse. Dawn declared with solemn conviction. Gentlemen, any good ideas? He asked, smiling broadly as he looked around the room. However, many of the Western leaders present exchanged glances with one another. They simply couldn't come up with a coherent answer. When it came to stirring up trouble, the Eagle was the true expert. Seeing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, Dawn felt a surge of anger. Sure, the Eagle had caused trouble in desert regions before, but surely they hadn't left such a lasting impression on everyone. Several oil-producing nations are planning to procure hydrogen energy reserves from the Dragon Nation. I believe this presents a prime opportunity. When transporting this hydrogen energy, we launch surprise attacks on their transport ships. I'm certain this will ignite conflict across the entire Middle East. Dawn declared with unwavering confidence. His words left everyone present speechless. Only the Eagle-wielding nation could pull off such a despicable scheme. But if the Eagle is willing to handle all the dirty work, it wouldn't hurt for them to contribute some military equipment. We agree to this plan, but during its execution, our involvement must remain undisclosed to other nations. Otherwise, it could easily escalate the situation. As for the specifics, we trust your Eagle-san has ample experience. We won't meddle unnecessarily. Should you require our assistance, just say the word. The group said with smiles. Though everyone seemed to be praising Eagle, for some reason, Dawn felt they were mocking him instead. Rest assured. This sort of thing is right up our Eagle chick's alley. Dawn declared, taking full responsibility. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Countries like Camel Nation, seeking to stockpile hydrogen energy, made an unprecedented move to import a batch from Dragon Nation. 5 or 6 massive cargo ships plowed through the ocean. The crew members wore faint smiles on their faces. They had been sailing for over a month. In just 3 or 4 more days, they would reach the coastal port of Camel Country. Though the journey had been grueling, the profits were substantial. Seafaring was a youth-dependent profession. A single month's work could often match a year's earnings. Some young sailors were already dreaming of marrying and starting families. Chapter 187, A Call for Help. A hint of contentment flashed across everyone's faces. After enduring over a month of sea trials and tribulations, they were determined to splurge once they got their pay. Just as everyone relaxed their guard and prepared to rest, a series of thunderous roars suddenly echoed from the distance. Lifting their eyes, they saw fighter jets soaring into the sky, hovering directly overhead. At this sight, every sailor's face turned grim. They knew full well that tensions had recently flared among the desert nations. Led by the desert nation, several desert states had openly severed ties with Camel Nation. And these fighter jets were most likely dispatched by the Turkish nation. We can't escape. Immediately send a message back to the homeland. Tell them all our cargo ships have been destroyed by Turkey's fighter jets. We hope the military will avenge us. The captain issued the order in despair. He knew full well that since the desert nation had deployed fighter jets, they would leave no survivors. Their stance was resolute. They intended to annihilate every single cargo ship. And the cargo ships carried no weapons capable of dominating the skies. They were like sitting ducks, helplessly at the mercy of their attackers, with no chance of survival. Just as they had feared. The moment the fighter jets appeared, they began unleashing a torrent of munitions upon the cargo ships. Since the cargo ships were almost entirely loaded with hydrogen fuel, contact with the munitions instantly ignited them into raging infernos. Many crew members began frantically fleeing. But surrounded by open sea, there was nowhere to run. In the end, most of them were burned alive on the spot. Many more perished at the bottom of the sea. After completing their mission, the Turkish fighter jets even circled triumphantly overhead several times before departing. Because Turkey had executed this mission with extreme secrecy, when Camel Nation learned from the cargo ship that they had been attacked by Turkish warplanes, they initially found it hard to believe. In their view, even if Turkey genuinely sought to fragment the desert nations, it was utterly inconceivable they would orchestrate such a horrifying atrocity. However, when Camel Nation dispatched its own fighter jets for reconnaissance, they discovered the scene was far more brutal than they could have imagined. Numerous high-ranking officials from Camel Nation immediately condemned Turkey's crimes. They even brought Turkey's crimes directly before the United Nations. Yet, in the face of this, Turkey flatly denied all allegations. This is nothing but Camel Nation deliberately framing our country. We absolutely refuse to bear such baseless accusations. While many desert nations, led by Camel Nation, have strained relations with our nation, we absolutely could not commit such horrifying atrocities. We strongly urge the United Nations to establish a special expert panel to thoroughly investigate this matter and clear our nation's name. The desert nation was naturally furious at Turkey's blatant attempt to shift blame. But alas, they could find no evidence whatsoever. The Turkish fighter jet involved bore no markings. Although the cargo ship's captain had relayed information identifying the perpetrator as a Turkish fighter, it ultimately amounted to nothing more than hearsay. For a time, the Camel Nation's officials were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Yet they were utterly helpless. Perhaps we should seek Dragon Nation's assistance. While Turkey appears responsible for this cargo ship attack, Eagle Nation is undoubtedly involved. Exactly. With tensions between the Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation escalating, this operation is clearly a warning shot. Moreover, this shipment originated from the Dragon Nation. Hearing these words from numerous officials, Camel Nation's leader hesitated. He was a rather indecisive man. The Camel Nation leader understood all too well that seeking Dragon Nation's aid would likely turn Camel Nation into Dragon Nation's puppet. Then the Eagle would support the Earth Nation, while the Dragon Nation backed them. The entire desert region would descend into utter chaos. It might even trigger a proxy war. This was not an outcome he desired. While seeking Dragon Nation's help might uncover the truth, it's far more likely to make them our shackles. Once the door is opened, Dragon Nation could directly interfere in our internal affairs. The Camel Nation's leader spoke hesitantly. Though the Dragon Nation currently presents an image of harmless innocence, routinely boasting it never interferes in other nations' affairs. But if we hand them the knife directly, they certainly won't refuse. Hearing the Camel Nation's leader speak thus, a look of helplessness flashed across the faces of his officials. Camel Nation was now trapped in a deadlock. Without seeking Dragon Nation's assistance, they might never uncover the truth behind the cargo ship explosion. Yet seeking Dragon Nation's aid carried an even greater risk, the potential loss of their domestic sovereignty. It could even trigger even greater chaos in the desert regions. The Minister of Internal Affairs clenched his teeth. Your Excellency, I believe we should now seek the Dragon Nation's assistance. His words instantly drew the attention of everyone present. As you all know, the technological advancement of Dragon Nation is advancing at a breakneck pace, far outstripping Eagle Nation's progress. The future world will inevitably see the coexistence of two superpowers, the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation. Every country on the planet will inevitably choose to align with one of these camps. This is an unalterable fact. Rather than joining the Dragon Nation's camp out of sheer desperation in the end, it's far better to join now. His words prompted numerous ministers of Camel Nation present to nod in deep agreement. I find the Minister of Internal Affairs' reasoning sound. With Dragon Nation's formidable technological prowess today, it will undoubtedly hold a prominent place in the future world. The sooner we align with Dragon Nation, the more advantageous it will be for us. Your Excellency, there's no need for further hesitation. Seeking Dragon Nation's aid brings us nothing but benefits. Do you truly intend to stand by and watch our sailors on those cargo ships die unjustly? Under the urging and encouragement of the crowd, the leader of Camel Nation finally gritted his teeth and nodded. In that case, let us devise a plan to seek the Dragon Nation's aid. Our citizens cannot die in vain. We must uncover the truth to honor their souls. The Camel Nation's leader ultimately issued the order. Soon, a special envoy departed Camel Country and arrived in Dragon Country. They carried the Camel Nation leader's confidential letter to meet with Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Your leader wishes us to investigate who attacked the cargo ship. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials smiled as they examined the confidential letter before them. Chapter 188, Extending Assistance. Since the Eagle's hand is behind this, we absolutely must lend our support. Across the vast expanse of the Dragon Nation, Chuyun's magnetic voice echoed. To discuss whether to intervene and help Camel Nation uncover the truth behind the cargo ship destruction, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials convened a meeting. Chuyun was clearly the type who relished a good spectacle, clamoring for a thorough investigation. However, many Dragon Nation leaders voiced opposition. The situation in the desert regions is already a complete mess. If we get involved, it could easily make an already chaotic situation completely unmanageable. Indeed. Moreover, the United Nations has already dispatched an investigation team. What justification would Dragon Nation have for sending our own? The slightest misstep could lead to accusations of interfering in another country's internal affairs, which goes against our principles. The arguments of those opposed were indeed compelling. For years, Dragon Nation has consistently respected the internal affairs of other nations. It never interferes unnecessarily. This is precisely what sets Dragon Nation apart from the Eagle Nation. Strong but not domineering. Over the years, this has become the very foundation of how the Dragon Nation interacts with other countries. If it were to step in to assist Camel Nation in investigating the truth behind the cargo ship destruction, it could easily be seized upon by other nations as grounds for accusing it of interfering in their internal affairs. Such a heavy accusation is no easy burden to bear. A profound silence fell over the conference room. Everyone heard it clearly: the destruction of the cargo ship was undoubtedly the work of the Earth Nation. And the Eagle's hand was undoubtedly behind it. Camel Nation alone would never uncover the truth. Even if the UN dispatched an investigation team, results would be slow to materialize. This is a blatant scheme. The Eagle and Turkey have joined forces, clearly digging a pit for us to fall into. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials sighed helplessly. I believe we can step in and assist Saudi Arabia. At that moment, Lu Qiu, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. Due to Lu Qiu's numerous achievements in the field of technology, he was now invited to nearly every internal meeting of the Dragon Nation's high-level officials. He served as their technology advisor, offering counsel and suggestions. What suggestions does Yun Lu have? The others asked curiously. Lu Qiu's opinions were now highly valued by them. After all, some of the technological products he had developed could sometimes help resolve issues for their country. Lu Qiu smiled and shook his head. Honestly, I don't have any brilliant ideas either. I just think we should step in and help Camel Nation. Think about it. Eagle-san is clearly targeting our Dragon Nation by inciting Earth Nation to attack Camel Nation's cargo ships. Now Camel Nation is asking us for help. If we ignore them, what will our friendly nations think? Won't it make every country believe Dragon Nation is afraid of Eagle Nation? Lu Qiu's words plunged the assembly into deep contemplation. You're absolutely right. If we don't act, our allies will surely be disappointed when they find out. If we can't even protect our own allies, who would still want to be friendly with our Dragon Nation? The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. If you all agree, I'm willing to take on the investigation. Using existing scientific research, I have some experience in determining which country's fighter jet it is. Lu Qiu said with a smile. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. In that case, we will dispatch you to assist Camel Nation with their investigation. However, regardless of the findings, you must instruct Camel Nation to follow proper channels and file a formal complaint with the United Nations. Under no circumstances should they seek revenge on their own. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials reiterated their instructions. Rest assured, I know how to handle this with discretion. Lu Qiu assured them with a smile. However, for this investigation, I hope to request several personnel from the military to join my investigative team. He turned to look at Chu Yun as he spoke. That's no problem. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have arranged for military personnel to accompany you on the investigation. It's for your own protection. Chu Yun replied with a smile. Lu Qiu then directly requested Zhao Long's assignment to him. Zhao Long had been stationed as his personal guard during this period, demonstrating meticulous caution in all his dealings. Lu Qiu felt quite at ease entrusting certain tasks to him. Go to the waters where the cargo ship sank. Collect some ammunition fragments or similar debris and bring them back. Remember, you must do this personally. Under no circumstances should anyone else handle the evidence. Lu Qiu said with a grave expression. Zhao Long nodded. Yet a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help but ask. But relying solely on ammunition fragments, doesn't that seem insufficient to prove that Turkey is the nation behind this? Most of the country's weapons and equipment were imported from the Eagle Nation, and many of the Eagle Nation's supplies were also imported by other countries. This alone was wholly insufficient to pinpoint the true culprit. I have other means at my disposal. Of course, I wouldn't rely solely on broken shrapnel to uncover the real culprit. Lu Qiu explained with a smile. Having been by Lu Qiu's side throughout this period, Zhao Long had no doubt about his scientific capabilities. Hearing his words of such conviction, Zhao Long hesitated no longer. He immediately accompanied the Camel Kingdom's envoy back. It must be acknowledged that Zhao Long, a seasoned combat veteran, handled matters with remarkable efficiency. In less than 3 days, with Camel Kingdom's cooperation, he successfully located several damaged shrapnel fragments from the crash site. He personally brought them back to the Dragon Kingdom. He handed them over to Lu Qiu. Gazing at the damaged fragments before them, Chu Yun and the others wore expressions of doubt. Are you sure you can pinpoint the real culprit behind this using just these fragments? The others couldn't help but ask curiously. Though they had unwavering faith in Lu Qiu's scientific abilities, could one truly determine the mastermind behind this attack based solely on a fragment washed by seawater? Noticing their puzzled expressions, Lu Qiu's face broke into a faint smile. Has anyone heard of pheromones? Pheromones? The word caused the assembled group to exchange bewildered glances. They were all high-ranking military officials, a bunch of rough-and-tumble types. How could they possibly know such specialized terminology? Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, everything was self-evident. Lu Qiuji explained to them. Actually, each of us possesses unique pheromones. These pheromones are composed of hormones and various bioelectric substances emitted by our bodies. They're impossible to replicate. Chapter 189, The Real Culprit. Ah, so that's it. After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, everyone suddenly understood why he had sent Zhao Long all the way to the accident site to retrieve a damaged shrapnel fragment. It was obvious. This shrapnel fragment still carried the pheromones of the person who loaded the shell. If they could identify the pheromones on the fragment, they could pinpoint the real culprit behind it all, which nation was responsible. Yet hesitation gripped them once more. This fragment has been submerged in seawater for 5 or 6 full days. Perhaps pheromones were indeed present originally, but after being washed by the ocean, they've likely vanished entirely, haven't they? Xu Yun asked doubtfully. Researchers from other countries would likely be helpless in this situation. But I'm different. Lu Qiu said with a smile. I happen to possess a method that can detect pheromones not just after a week in seawater, but even after 1,000 years. Seeing Lu Qiu's unwavering confidence, the group erupted into wild excitement. I knew you'd have a solution, you rascal. I heard the UN investigation team is still completely baffled. Looks like we can uncover the real culprit behind the scenes before they do. If we can successfully pinpoint the culprit, Camel Nation and the other countries that originally supported our Dragon Nation will surely rally even more closely around us. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. They then left the lab, quietly awaiting Lu Qiu's good news. Lu Qiu and his assistants got busy. The so-called pheromones weren't merely hormones emitted by individuals. It was a complex blend of various factors. Even the pheromones emitted by the same person varied across different stages of life. The technology to pinpoint individuals through pheromones was naturally obtained by Lu Qiu from the system. The only difference with the pheromone identification device we've developed this time is that it locks onto the atomic level directly. Like all substances, pheromones are composed of atoms. We must precisely control the observation system to extract and analyze the atomic information preserved on the shrapnel fragments. Lu Qiu stated solemnly. Under his direction, the development work commenced in an orderly fashion. Originally, everyone had assumed that using pheromones to identify the mastermind behind the scenes would take at least a week. But unexpectedly, results emerged that very night. We've identified the mastermind, it's the Earth Nation. And these munitions have passed through the hands of the Eagle Jaw people. Lu Qiu declared with absolute certainty. His words sent shockwaves through the Dragon Nation's high command. Who would have thought Turkey and the Eagle Nation would commit such heinous acts? It's truly a disgrace to humanity. Hurry and relay this information to Camel Nation. They must still be struggling desperately to uncover the real culprit behind this. I wonder how Camel Nation will react once they learn the truth. Let's hope they keep their heads. The Dragon Nation government immediately delivered a confidential investigative report authored by Lu Qiu to the Camel Nation authorities through secret channels. After reviewing the report, the Camel Nation's leader's face turned ashen. His rage had reached its peak. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The Earth Kingdom is, after all, our neighbor. I never imagined they would do such a thing. Over 100 sailors' lives. They are nothing but beasts. Officials who saw the report were equally filled with rage. Your Excellency. Send in the troops. Since the Turkish nation has dared to bully us right at our doorstep, are we to swallow our pride and endure this? Over 100 sailors brutally killed by Turkish artillery fire. If we do nothing, we won't just lose face internationally, we'll have no way to explain this to our own people. We implore Your Excellency to order military action against Turkey. Though Camel Nation avoids conflict, we never fear it. The officials' eyes burned red with fury. They yearned to take the battlefield themselves and slaughter those Turkish devils. They had lost all reason. Of course, some officials remained uncorrupted by rage and hatred. When the Dragon Kingdom sent this forensic report, they explicitly warned us to exercise restraint. Do you truly wish to bear the guilt of provoking war? We should first condemn the Eagle Nation and Turkey through proper channels. At the very least, we must force them to admit they are the murderers who slaughtered our crew. Exactly. First, we must voice our stance through the United Nations and other international organizations to exert pressure on Turkey and the Eagle Nation through public opinion. If these two nations remain stubbornly obstinate, it won't be too late to initiate war then. Hearing his subordinate's words, the Camel Nation's leader took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and nodded. You are all correct. We cannot let anger cloud our judgment. Only by exposing Turkey and the Eagle's crimes can we gain the sympathy of the international community. Release this investigative report immediately. Have the United Nations condemned the Eagle Nation and Turkey. Under the Camel Nation leader's orders, the Camel Nation's ambassador to the United Nations directly appealed to the General Assembly, submitting all investigative evidence to the UN General Assembly. We regretfully announce to the world that our investigation has uncovered Turkey as the true mastermind behind the cargo ship attack, with the Eagle's shadow looming behind Turkey. We have even obtained detailed evidence. We implore the international community and all nations of conscience to stand with us. Turkey's actions are undeniably barbaric. If you remain silent today, tomorrow it may be your turn to face their aggression. This official statement from Camel Nation immediately sent shockwaves through the international community. Who would have thought Turkey would commit such an outrageous act? It's utterly heartless. Those deceased Camel Nation sailors are beyond pitiful. I cannot even imagine the despair they must have felt before dying. Turkey must provide an explanation, or else the public outrage will be impossible to quell. While there have been some recent tensions between Turkey and Camel Nation, no one anticipated they would resort to such ruthless tactics. In an instant, all fingers pointed squarely at Turkey. As for the other mastermind behind the scenes, Eagle Chan, since their involvement was indirect and the evidence wasn't particularly solid, they managed to escape unscathed. Turkey's pressure surged dramatically. Numerous nations even announced economic sanctions against the nation. Chapter 190, Military Upgrade. People could clearly sense that war was imminent. Turkey now found itself in a precarious position. Your Excellency, what should we do now? The Turkish leader looked at Dawn with a troubled expression, his eyes filled with anxiety. Though they were also a desert nation, the Turan Kingdom had long sought to join the North Sea Alliance. This military operation against Camel Nation was precisely to prove their loyalty to Eagle Nation. Dawn wore an unconcerned expression. You wish to join the North Sea Alliance? Our nations would naturally welcome you with open arms. But you must demonstrate your worth. Dawn said with a smile. And at this moment, the only way to prove your worth is undoubtedly to defeat Camel Nation and become the dominant power among all desert nations. Dawn's words made the leader of the Earth Nation's face turn extremely grim. While he did indeed want to deal with Camel Nation, he had never considered launching a full-scale war. The last military operation against Camel Nation had already provoked widespread outrage, leaving Camel Nation nearly isolated from the rest of humanity. Even some desert nations that had once followed the Camel Kingdom began defecting en masse upon learning that the Camel Kingdom was the true mastermind behind the cargo ship incident. This was utterly intolerable. War would be a devastating blow to the entire desert region. Resolving this dispute through peaceful means would be the best outcome. We hope your nation can leverage its international influence to help our nation, the Desert Kingdom, overcome this crisis. The Turkish leader spoke with grave solemnity. But the scorn on Dawn's face only grew more pronounced. You started this mess. You dug your own grave. Why should we Eagles help fix it? Let me be blunt, annihilating Camel Nation and the entire desert region is your blood oath for joining the North Sea Alliance. There is no other way. Hearing Dawn's unwavering stance, the Turkish leader's expression darkened considerably. Our military strength is actually comparable to Camel Nation's. If war breaks out, it will inevitably be a stalemate. A protracted conflict would be disastrous for the global economy. He tried to elaborate further. However, Dawn waved his hand dismissively. Let me be perfectly clear, in this war, we the Eagle and over a dozen nations of the North Sea Alliance will supply your country with the most advanced weaponry available. With these weapons at your disposal, dealing with a minor power like Camel Nation should be a breeze, wouldn't you agree? If the Turkish leader still hadn't grasped that the Eagle was preparing to wage a proxy war, then he had no business occupying that position. An indescribable hatred welled up within him. Had he not been blinded by greed back then, accepting all the benefits promised by the Eagle, he wouldn't have severed ties with Camel Nation and the other desert states. Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. For the Turkish nation now, there was no other option but to wage war and unify the entire desert region. I understand. If the North Sea Alliance is willing to supply us with advanced weaponry, we will conquer the entire desert region within a month. We will turn the desert into your nation's backyard. Having resolved to become the Eagle's proxy, the Turkish leader vowed to pursue this path to its bitter end. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Once you successfully unify the desert regions and join our North Sea Alliance, I will personally assist Turkey in becoming one of the world's most powerful nations. Promising pie in the sky cost him nothing. It was one of Dawn's signature tactics for recruiting followers. Though inwardly dismissive of such empty promises, the Turkish leader dared not show any displeasure on his face. A flattering smile graced his lips as he nodded in agreement. Tensions began to rise. The Earth Nation began deploying troops along its border with Camel Nation. Everyone thought the Turkish nation had gone mad. What strength did the Earth Nation possess to dare challenge the entire desert region's order? Something fishy is definitely going on. If conflict erupts between the Earth Nation and the Camel Nation, it won't just be between those two countries, it will surely disrupt the existing order of the entire desert region. The Earth Nation absolutely lacks the audacity to challenge every nation in the desert region simultaneously. After the cargo ship incident, the Earth Nation has become a pariah, universally condemned. No one understands what the leader of the two kingdoms is thinking, suddenly creating tension in the desert region for no apparent reason. Public resentment toward the Earth Nation had reached its peak. Dragon Nation. Numerous high-ranking officials gathered in one place. Their gazes carried an unprecedented gravity. Who would have thought it would actually come to this? At first, we thought the incident involving the cargo ship manufactured by the Earth Nation was just a simple terrorist attack. It seems they aren't satisfied with that alone. This must be the Eagle's doing. If war erupts in the desert nations, what will become of our Dragon Nation? If we choose to stay out of it and do nothing, Turkey, backed by the Eagle Nation, will easily overrun the desert nations. This truly is a dead end for us. If we aid Camel Nation, we'll inevitably be accused of interfering in another country's internal affairs. But watching the desert region fall into the Eagle's grasp is unbearable. The conflict raging within everyone's hearts was beyond description. The most radical voice came from Chu Yun, the hawkish advocate. His expression stern, he declared, "We need not deploy troops, but we can provide limited military assistance to those desert nations, supplying them with advanced weaponry and equipment, for instance." His words resonated deeply with the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials, who nodded in agreement. Exactly. We must avoid direct involvement at all costs. Otherwise, we risk a direct confrontation with the Eagle Nation. Our nation is currently experiencing rapid development. To provoke a world war at this juncture would likely prove counterproductive. We could very well follow in the footsteps of those nations that have already perished. Dragon Nation's development philosophy centers on the principle of moderation. We cannot place ourselves in a disadvantageous position or allow ourselves to be drawn into unfavorable circumstances. Lu Chou, how is the military weapons development progressing on your end? At the thought of impending military aid to Camel Nation, all eyes turned to Lu Chou. All military weapons have undergone a full upgrade cycle. Aside from core technologies like the aerospace carrier, we can supply Camel Nation with every other military asset. I'm confident that even if Eagle Chan supplied the space carrier to the Camel Kingdom, they still wouldn't succeed. Lu Chou declared confidently to the group. For the past month, he had practically worked day and night, buried in the laboratory. Chapter 191, The Fuse. Excellent. Hearing Lu Chou's words, many high-ranking officials present revealed a look of excitement in their eyes. They had requested Lu Chou to upgrade the existing conventional weapons precisely for this day. Core military assets like the aerospace mothership absolutely had to remain firmly under Dragon Nation's control. No matter how close their relationship with Camel Nation became, lending them out was utterly out of the question. To gain an overwhelming advantage over the Eagle Nation and other weapon systems, upgrading existing military capabilities was imperative. For now, let's adopt a wait-and-see approach. I estimate that only a spark is needed for war to erupt. The Earth Nation will definitely seek a pretext to act first. Xu Yun analyzed. Little did they know that within the very borders of the Camel Nation, many citizens harbored discontent toward the Dragon Nation's leader for this reckless gamble. Has our leader lost his mind? Why prepare for war? The desert region has finally achieved a fragile peace. Are we going to be the villains of history? Damn it! Who knows how much scheming our government has done to start this war? Inflation has already reached outrageous levels domestically. The government takes our taxes and lavishly buys weapons from other countries, while completely ignoring the plummeting living standards of our own people. Anti-war sentiment is running high across the country. Many citizens even took to the streets spontaneously to protest against the government. Yet their protests have had no effect whatsoever. The Turkish leader seems determined to wage war. All those who took to the streets in protest faced brutal suppression. The international community has also begun to exert pressure on Turkey at multiple levels. We urge Turkey to exercise restraint. Peace in the desert region is hard-won. We hope all project nations can coexist peacefully and maintain the current favorable situation. Otherwise, it could very well send shockwaves through the global economy. Turkey should focus all its energy on developing its own domestic economy, rather than seeking gains through plunder and other false terror tactics. We strongly condemn Turkey's irresponsible actions. Surprisingly, among the nations issuing condemnations were even the United States and several Western countries. Their purpose in doing so is nothing more than to divert attention. Seeing such widespread international support, Camel Nation grew momentarily elated. Excellent. It seems Turkey is universally unpopular worldwide. Camel Nation is no nation that sits idly by awaiting destruction. Immediately deploy border troops to the border between the two nations, stand ready at all times, and prepare to act. The Camel Nation's leader issued this order directly. Hearing this, his subordinates couldn't help but feel conflicted. They knew full well that Turkey's brazen actions stemmed from the unwavering backing of the Eagle Nation. The Eagle could supply endless military weapons to their homeland. But which nation could Camel Country possibly rely on? Not a single one. The Eagle Nation had openly chosen Turkey merely to distance itself from suspicion. It is not to support their Camel Nation. Upon reflection, they realized they were now cornered. Turkish troops were stationed right at their doorstep. If they didn't respond now, once Turkey launched a surprise attack, Camel Nation would inevitably be caught in a terribly passive position. Therefore, the Camel Nation also began massively amassing troops along their border. War was imminent. Meanwhile, the Eagle continued to fan the flames from behind the scenes. They continuously shipped advanced military weapons into the Turkish territory. Among them are even strategic great ion cannons. These represent the latest military technological achievements developed by the Eagle Nation. Upon receiving these weapons, the Turkish leader hesitated no longer and immediately ordered a full-scale offensive against Camel Nation. Turkey invaded Camel country from three fronts: sea, land, and air. Fortunately, Camel Nation was not entirely unprepared and avoided being caught off guard. They had long since prepared their defenses, ready to meet the enemy at any moment. For a time, they even managed to repel Turkey's first wave of attacks. However, when the Turkish nation deployed the advanced weaponry they had acquired from Western powers like the Eagle Nation, the Camel Nation's forces could no longer hold out. In this era of information warfare, Turkey severed all of Camel Nation's communication channels. This left Camel Nation utterly ignorant of the battlefield situation. Frontline and rear intelligence became completely disconnected. Command and control became utterly chaotic. The Camel Nation's troops began fighting blindly, each on their own, with no coordination whatsoever. In less than a week, half of Camel Kingdom's territory fell into the hands of Earth Kingdom. Who knows how many innocent lives were lost in this war? Both the Dragon Kingdom and other nations have issued strong condemnations of this incident. They demanded that the Earth Kingdom unconditionally withdraw from Camel Kingdom's territory and provide appropriate compensation. Yet the Tuja Kingdom, having already reached a dead end, would never heed the opinions of other nations. The leader of the Earth Nation had already tasted the sweetness of invading other nations. So this is the benefit war brings. As he studied the report before him, the Turkish leader's eyes seemed to glint like coins. They had seized nearly half of Camel Nation's oil fields, and all the wealth accumulated by Camel Nation over the years had been absorbed into Turkey's coffers. This influx of funds not only significantly eased the official fiscal pressure but also stabilized domestic prices. The inflation rate dropped considerably. Those citizens who had once opposed the war, having reaped tangible benefits, instantly became fervent supporters of the conflict. The stance of both the Turkish government and its people began to align remarkably. I used to think the Eagle was egging us on to invade Camel country for their own gain. Now it seems I overcomplicated things. Our national economy is now booming, and the people's lives are improving day by day. Even if this war subjects us to international criticism, the cost is acceptable. The Turkish leader chuckled as he addressed his assembled officials. Flattery filled every face in the room. Your Excellency speaks wisely. With our strength, dealing with those Camel Nation scoundrels is child's play. All thanks to Your Excellency's tactics. Otherwise, how could our nation ever hope to dominate the entire desert region? Once we become the rulers of the desert, we'll gain seamless entry into the North Sea Alliance. Then we'll be among the world's most powerful nations. No country will dare to bully us. Chapter 192, The Special Envoy. The situation grew increasingly dire. The Camel Nation's leader, whose hair had begun to show streaks of gray, found it had turned entirely white overnight. They were now completely unable to contact the soldiers at Camel Nation's frontline positions. All communication devices had been severed. After all these years of dealing with Turkey, don't we know their capabilities? Turkey simply lacks the power to jam our military communications signals. There must be another nation backing them. It's most likely Eagle. Eagle has coveted our desert nation for years. When Turkey opposed us before, Eagle was backing them. Exactly. When we requested Dragon Nation's assistance investigating the cargo ship incident, they detected Eagle Nation's pheromones on the shell fragments. The group buzzed with discussion. Yet while everyone knew Turkey had Eagle backing, no one knew how to respond. How about we ask the Dragon Nation for help? Someone suggested. This might be the best solution for now. The Eagle Nation could be called the most powerful country in the world. With the Eagle Nation's weapons backing Turkey, crushing Camel Nation was only a matter of time. And the only nation capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Eagle Nation was undoubtedly Dragon Nation. Hearing his subordinates' words, the Camel Nation's leader's face twisted with conflict. If the Dragon Nation were to intervene and get involved in this war, it could very well escalate into a proxy war. Then Camel Nation would be completely tied to Dragon Nation. There would be no turning back. Who could say whether the Dragon Nation would meddle in Camel Nation's internal affairs? Many immediately voiced their opposition. If we seek the Dragon Nation's aid, how would we differ from the Earth Nation? We'd merely become puppets of another country, completely losing our sovereignty. This requires careful deliberation. Seeking Dragon Nation's aid could easily escalate the situation, potentially even triggering a global war. It's difficult. While the Dragon Nation presents a friendly face and even makes non-interference in foreign affairs a cornerstone of its diplomacy, who knows what lies behind that facade? The consensus was clear: they did not wish to seek aid from the Dragon Nation. Just then, the Camel Nation's head of state secretary rushed in, his face etched with urgency. Your Excellency. The armored forces of Earth Nation are only 60 kilometers from our capital. The United High Command must find a way to evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this news, the faces of Camel Nation's leader and the other high-ranking officials immediately turned grim. None had anticipated that the Turkish forces could advance to the vicinity of their capital in just 1 week. And they had been completely unaware of it beforehand. It seems we truly must seek assistance from the Dragon Nation. The Camel Nation's leader sighed helplessly. Their capital was on the verge of being overrun by the Earth Nation, and Camel Nation faced the imminent threat of annihilation. If they couldn't even protect their nation, what good would it do to worry about Dragon Nation's potential retaliation afterward? Faced with the Camel Nation leader's decision, the assembled high-ranking officials fell silent, their tacit agreement evident. Immediately, the Camel Kingdom's envoy set off in haste for the Dragon Kingdom to meet with the Dragon Kingdom's high command. Dragon Nation, the land of boundless skies and seas. Upon learning the purpose of Camel Nation's envoy, Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were plunged into profound shock. They never imagined Camel Nation would actually seek aid from them. Honorable leaders, our nation of Camel is now in dire straits. With the support of Eagle's arms, the nation of Earth relentlessly pursues us. Our people are suffering terribly. Before I was brought to your country, our capital was under attack by the Turkish nation, leaving many citizens displaced. I implore you to help us. The Camel Kingdom envoy's tone was utterly earnest, bordering on pleading. He knew full well that the more desperate he appeared, the more likely he was to be manipulated by the Dragon Nation. But there was simply no other choice. Camel Nation stood on the brink of national extinction. If Dragon Nation refused to aid them, Camel Nation would likely vanish into history. To the Camel Kingdom's surprise, however, none of the Dragon Cabinet's high-ranking officials present rushed to respond after his plea concluded. All eyes turned to a young man standing nearby. This youth appeared like an ordinary student, even giving off an impression of inexperience. At first, the Camel Kingdom envoy assumed this person was merely an ordinary staff member. Only now did he realize that the identity of this young man before him was likely far from ordinary. He could only turn his pleading gaze toward the youth beside him. The youth nodded, then produced a list. These are some weapons I've recently improved. All can be used to aid Camel Country. Of course, this is only the initial batch. Subsequent weapons and equipment will depend on the situation. Lucio said solemnly. He couldn't possibly list every single piece of weaponry and equipment all at once. Otherwise, their trump cards would be exposed to Eagle Lady too soon. Only after Eagle State revealed their new weapons could he seize the opportunity to act. Initially, the Camel Kingdom envoy felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Lucio's words. In his view, this was clearly Lucio deliberately making excuses, unwilling to fully assist Camel Nation. But when he took the list in hand, he wanted to slap himself. This seems rather inappropriate. Are you all truly resolved to supply Camel Nation with every single weapon listed here? He asked, utterly incredulous. Nearly every item on that list represented the world's most advanced specialized weaponry. There were even specialized signal transmission devices capable of bypassing enemy signal jamming. They wouldn't have to worry about Turkey's information warfare at all. Of course. As we've stated, this is merely the initial armament. Should Turkey deploy weapons exceeding our expectations on the battlefield, we will immediately update your arsenal. Lucio declared with unwavering confidence. His words sounded like heavenly music, filling the Camel Nation envoy's eyes with hope. I don't know who you are, young man, but on behalf of the people of Camel Country, I offer you our deepest gratitude. The Camel Nation envoy said solemnly. This is Lucio, the chief expert of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. I'm sure you've heard his name. Shu Yun introduced with a smile. So it's Professor Lu. The Camel Kingdom envoy's face was frozen in utter astonishment. Chapter 193, Has Camel Country Gone Wild? Staring at the rows of advanced weapons laid out before him, the Camel Kingdom envoy's eyes widened in disbelief. He believed that with these weapons, if his nation still couldn't defeat the Earth Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be their own fault. My deepest gratitude to all of you. With these advanced weapons, we will drive the invaders of the Earth Kingdom from our lands in the shortest time possible. The Camel Kingdom envoy declared with unwavering confidence. Truthfully, in terms of overall national strength, Camel Nation and Earth Nation were fairly evenly matched. Their only deficiency lay in military strength. Now, having received such a large quantity of weapons and equipment from the Dragon Nation, this gap would naturally be bridged. Remember, we ask that you keep our provision of weapons to your nation confidential for now. At the very least, do not let the outside world perceive that Dragon Nation is involved in your war. Otherwise, it could very well escalate the situation. Lucio said solemnly. The Camel Nation envoy nodded solemnly. They understood perfectly well that even though the Eagle Nation had supplied considerable arms to the Earth Nation, it had all been done discreetly, never openly acknowledged. If this war still cannot be resolved, we may send a large army directly over. Lucio declared. His words even caught several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation off guard. After the Camel Kingdom envoy departed, everyone asked curiously. Why agree to send troops directly to Camel Country? If our forces go there personally, it could escalate tensions and even trigger global unrest. Indeed. While the Eagle Nation often stirs trouble in smaller countries, they rarely engage directly in warfare. Instead, they supply arms and weapons. With the weapons we've supplied, Camel Nation should easily resolve this crisis. There's absolutely no need for us to send our own troops there. The others frowned as they spoke. Lucio, however, shook his head. Gentlemen, you must understand the weapons we supply Camel Nation are conventional arms, with almost no strategic equipment. While they proved effective against Earth Nation, if Eagle Nation intends to drag us into this conflict, they will certainly intervene directly. Then we'll have no choice but to send our troops into Camel Country to fight. To assist Camel Country in repelling the Eagle Army. His words prompted the others to nod in deep agreement. You're absolutely right. The Eagles are exactly the kind to pull something like that. Our hydrogen energy is about to revolutionize the global energy system. If they want cheap energy, they'll have to seize the entire desert region to secure an endless supply of oil. Therefore, seizing the desert region is absolutely essential for them. After this analysis, everyone finally understood. This time, Eagle Nation's support for Earth Nation's attack on Camel Nation wasn't just about countering Dragon Nation, it was also to plunder vast oil resources, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about an energy crisis anytime soon. Then our forces must prepare immediately. Strategic assets like the aerospace mothership must remain on constant standby, ready to deploy to Camel Nation at a moment's notice. The Dragon Nation's high command spoke with grave expressions. After the Camel Nation's envoy brought back such advanced weaponry from the Dragon Nation, the Camel Nation's military strength surged dramatically. The Camel Nation's leader stared at the weapons before him, utterly transfixed. So this is the true might of a great nation? With the aid of these weapons from Dragon Nation, I am confident we can repel the invaders in the shortest possible time. The Camel Nation leader declared with unwavering confidence. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked the envoy with a hint of unease. We've taken these weapons back without agreeing to any harsh conditions from the Dragon Kingdom? The Camel Nation envoy shook his head. The Dragon Nation made no demands whatsoever. They even volunteered that if Eagle Nation continues to intervene in this war, they can send reinforcements to assist us at any time. The envoy's words caused many high-ranking officials present to exchange stunned glances. They couldn't believe the Dragon Kingdom would genuinely offer such goodwill. We've long heard that Dragon Nation generously aids smaller nations. It seems those rumors hold true. With these weapons and equipment, I believe driving out the invaders from Earth Nation is only a matter of time. A faint smile touched the Camel Nation leader's face. He hadn't anticipated things unfolding so smoothly. Deploy these advanced weapons to the battlefield immediately. Our first mission is to reclaim our capital city. All Camel Nation forces were equipped with special signal communication devices provided by Dragon Nation, instantly transforming their previously blind combat operations. Several combat units coordinated their efforts and ambushed the Earth Nation. The Earth Nation suffered heavy losses in an instant. Moreover, they deployed the most advanced fighter and bomber squadrons to unleash relentless bombardment on the enemy's positions. Since these fighters were equipped with the latest stealth technology, even the Tuja Kingdom's most advanced radar systems couldn't detect them. The fighters moved through enemy territory as if unopposed, completely unstoppable. If Turkey still didn't realize they'd acquired advanced weaponry from the Dragon Nation at this point, they'd be utterly naive. The Turkish leader's face darkened with fury. He roared angrily at his subordinates. This is a war among several nations in our desert region. What right does the Dragon Nation have to intervene? Their actions have severely violated international norms and even interfered in Camel Nation's internal affairs. His furious roar left every subordinate visibly shaken. After all, hadn't their own country been able to maneuver so skillfully in this war precisely because of the equipment supplied by the Eagle Nation? Yet now, simply because the Dragon Nation supplied weapons to Camel Nation, the Earth Nation leader was so enraged. As if suddenly realizing his own overreaction, a flicker of embarrassment crossed the leader's face. Yet he maintained a stern expression as he declared, "We must expose this to the international community. Tell the entire world that the Dragon Nation has intervened in our war with Camel Nation. Let the whole world condemn them." His words sent shockwaves through his entourage. While they knew Dragon Nation had supplied Camel Nation with some weapons, it hadn't been done openly to the point of outright provocation. Completely severing ties with Dragon Nation now would bring them nothing but harm. Yet the leader of Earth Nation seemed utterly resolute. He was a formidable figure, and his officials dared not voice dissent, complying obediently with his orders. Chapter 194, Exposing the Dragon Nation's Crimes. We strongly condemn the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation has openly provided military aid to Camel Nation. This violates humanitarian principles and only fuels our ongoing conflict. The Dragon Nation is a complete and utter war profiteer, a treacherous international criminal. Earth Nation stood firm. Mobilizing countless state-run media outlets, it launched a frenzied condemnation campaign against Dragon Nation. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. Initially, many found it hard to believe. After all, Dragon Nation had always touted its independent and peaceful policies, never interfering lightly in other nations' internal affairs. It even touted peace as its banner. How could it possibly do such a thing? However, when the Earth Nation released extensive battlefield footage, the world became utterly convinced. Much of Camel Nation's weaponry and equipment had been sourced from Dragon Nation, including some of its most advanced military technologies. Seeing this, people from many nations felt a surge of anger welling up inside them. The Dragon Nation is truly disgusting. They constantly boast about their love for peace, yet for their own interests, they sold weapons to Camel Nation. This hypocritical behavior is classic Dragon Nation. We strongly condemn Dragon Nation for providing arms assistance to a nation currently embroiled in war. This violates international norms. Dragon Nation must immediately cease supplying weapons to Camel Nation. Countless nations began to vehemently condemn the Dragon Nation. Most of these nations were Western powers. Most were allies of the Eagle Nation. In truth, these nations knew full well that if Camel Nation had requested assistance from Dragon Nation, they would have extended aid without hesitation. After all, as the aggressor, Camel Nation could easily justify arms sales to Dragon Nation under the pretext of liberating its people from invasion. Their condemnation of the Dragon Nation is nothing but stoking the flames. By dragging the Dragon Nation into conflict and pitting it against the Eagle Nation, these developing Western nations stand to gain immensely. At this very moment, within the Black Palace of Eagle Nation, Don's expression darkened considerably. "Idiot. Utterly foolish," he said angrily. Don couldn't fathom why Turkey would dare to reveal that the Dragon Nation had supplied weapons. Now that Turkey had begun condemning the Dragon Nation, it was only a matter of time before the Dragon Nation publicly exposed the Eagle Nation, accusing it of providing military aid to Turkey. When that happened, the two global superpowers would inevitably be drawn into a bitter struggle. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. And the only ones to profit from this would naturally be the Western nations. Don now even began to suspect whether the Turkish leader had accepted money from other Western nations. That's why he's dragging the Dragon Nation into this. What are we to do now? It won't be long before the Dragon Nation leaks information accusing us of supplying arms to Turkey during the war. He asked his subordinates with a look of deep concern. His subordinates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After hesitating for a long while, Michel finally spoke up. "In that case, we might as well send troops directly to the Turkish battlefield and turn Turkey into our puppet state," Michel declared with a vicious glint in his eyes. They had originally planned to wage a proxy war, supplying Turkey with arms to dominate the entire desert region. But who could have predicted the Turkish leader would be so foolish? Dragging the Dragon Nation right into the fray. Without even consulting us, the Eagle Nation, beforehand. If we deploy troops directly, the Dragon Nation won't stand idly by either. Once a world war erupts, it won't be good for us at all. Don spoke hesitantly. Though he was notoriously harsh and unyielding with his subordinates, the prospect of direct conflict with the Dragon Nation still filled him with apprehension. Victory would make everything manageable. But if they lost, he would inevitably become a historical villain in the entire Eagle Nation. He might even face impeachment over this and be forced out of office. Wouldn't that make Secretary of State Michel the prime candidate for the next presidency? After hearing Michel's proposal, Don grew even more suspicious. He couldn't shake the feeling that Michel harbored ulterior motives. As if sensing Don's thoughts, Michel grew visibly agitated. "We have no other choice now. Dragon Nation will inevitably expose our arms supply to Earth Nation. Let's just swallow our pride and send troops directly. Whether we win or lose, the fighting will be confined to Turkish and Camel territories. It won't threaten our nation's security. At worst, we'll incur some military expenses. I'm confident our major conglomerates will welcome the conflict. Your position will only grow stronger. How could impeachment even be a possibility?" Michel urged him with subtle persuasion. Finally, Don made his decision. "Enough, enough. There's no need to wait for Dragon Nation to publicly expose our arms supply to Turkey. Dispatch our aircraft carriers to the waters near Turkey immediately. Send the floating fortresses too. Simultaneously, have our Marines land in Camel country and declare military action against them." Don finally issued the order. Admiral Wu Xing Milgan, standing nearby, felt his heart surge with wild joy. For military men like them, nothing was more desirable than war. Only during wartime did their power expand without limit. And if they fought a few brilliant battles, they might even compete for the presidency in the future. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. The military will spare no effort in this operation and will absolutely not disappoint you. I will secure the entire Camel Nation before Thanksgiving." He stood at attention, his back straight as an arrow, and saluted the benefactor. "This operation must seize Camel Nation in the shortest possible time. Most crucially, we must plunder every last bit of wealth Camel Nation has accumulated over the years. Win or lose this battle, as long as we seize all of Camel Kingdom's assets, it will be advantageous for us," Don declared with a cheerful smile. As a major oil-producing nation, Camel Kingdom had amassed considerable wealth over the years. In the eyes of the Eagle, Camel Nation resembled a money-spreading fairy, radiating dazzling golden light. It's just that they've never had a reason or excuse to invade Camel country. Now that they'd set aside their pride, they certainly wouldn't pass up this treasure trove. Chapter 195, Eagle Sauce Strikes. They've launched an attack. The Eagle has actually invaded Camel country. Shuyan rushed into the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, clutching a document and looking anxious as he addressed Lu Qiu, who was deep in research. Hearing this, Lu Qiu froze in surprise. He had assumed Eagle Sauce would maintain a semblance of restraint for a while longer. He hadn't expected them to lose patience so quickly and to personally intervene against Camel Nation. While Eagle's military might fall short against Dragon Nation, dealing with a small country like Camel Nation was a piece of cake. Even if Camel Nation possessed some military equipment supplied by Dragon Nation, it ultimately wasn't strategic-level weaponry. They would be stretched thin against Eagle's most advanced weaponry. The moment Eagle's forces landed, Camel Nation's army began to collapse. Despite knowing their homeland lay behind them and fully aware that once Eagle Nation's soldiers set foot on their soil, they would inevitably pillage, plunder, and commit every conceivable atrocity. Yet they were utterly no match for the Eagle Nation. Even as they fought desperately, they could not halt the Eagle's advance. This tipped the scales of war once more. The leader of Camel Nation had been elated, never expecting Eagle Nation to personally intervene and aid their cause. But soon, his smile vanished. Because they had signed an agreement with Eagle San beforehand, all military supplies needed during Eagle San soldiers' deployment in Camel Country would be provided entirely by Turkey. Initially, the Turks had assumed these Eagle soldiers wouldn't consume much grain, but they soon witnessed the full force of the Eagle's exploitation. The Eagle's soldiers constantly demanded the finest delicacies from Turkey, sometimes even requesting women. If their demands weren't met, the Eagle Squadron soldiers would halt their advance and even deliberately reveal the Turkish army's position to Camel Country, bringing utter disaster upon their own Turkish soldiers. Crucially, the Turkish nation had previously monopolized the resources and wealth plundered during the war. But since the Eagle-winged soldiers arrived, they've pocketed every last piece of the spoils. The Turks couldn't even get a sip of soup. Who knew the Eagle-winged ones were so vicious? It seems we've provoked a demon. Glancing at this month's military expenditure report, the Turkish president's eyes widened as he slammed his fist on the table. Yet it was all to no avail. He knew full well that even though the eagle-wielding nation appeared friendly now, if Turkey couldn't meet its demands, they might just turn on them. Already in the wrong for this invasion, Turkey would inevitably face global condemnation if abandoned by the Eagle. Therefore, no matter what demands the American military made, even the most unreasonable ones, they had no choice but to fulfill them with every ounce of effort. All high-ranking Turkish officials were now frozen in fear. They don't know what to say. In truth, many among them had initially opposed this war. But Turkey's leader, blinded by greed, saw only the benefits promised by the Eagle. He recklessly launched the war. This reckless act led to the current situation. Seeing the collective silence, the Turkish leader's fury only intensified. He berated his officials harshly, then reluctantly signed the military expenditure list. He couldn't imagine how dire Turkey's predicament would become without the Eagle's backing. A look of contempt flashed across the faces of many Turkish officials. They knew full well that the Turkish leader had single-handedly brought this upon himself. Had the Turkish leader exercised restraint back then, resisting the sweet talk of the Eagle, they might not have found themselves in this awkward predicament. But Camel Nation wasn't so fortunate. They had believed that with the cutting-edge weapons supplied by Brother Dragon, victory in this war was assured. Yet no one could have anticipated that the Eagle would personally intervene in the conflict. The capital they had recaptured fell once more. The Camel Nation's leader and other officials could only flee in panic. This is outrageous. Has Eagle really become completely lawless? The Camel Nation's leader's face turned extremely grim. They had never once offended the Eagle Nation in their dealings. Even most of Camel Nation's oil fields were controlled by Eagle Nation's financial conglomerates. This is outrageous. Though the Dragon Nation supplied them with highly advanced weaponry, it still proved inadequate against the Eagle Nation's main forces. What on earth are we to do now? The worst part is, the Eagle Nation invaded without any justification whatsoever. They're like rabid dogs, intent on tearing a huge chunk of flesh from us. I hear many of our nation's wealthy tycoons have been robbed by the Eagle Gang. Everyone's faces darkened. They knew all too well that unless the Dragon Nation personally intervened in this war, they had no chance of victory whatsoever. Does this mean we have no choice but to invite the Dragon Nation into this war? They murmured hesitantly. If we let the Dragon Nation's troops enter our territory, who knows what they might do? And who can say whether this move would be good or bad? Even if we win the war, what if the Dragon Nation uses the pretext of protecting Camel Nation's security to station troops here permanently? How would we handle that? I don't believe the Dragon Kingdom would do such a thing. If they truly harbored ulterior motives toward Camel Kingdom, they would have imposed harsh conditions when supplying us with advanced weaponry earlier. The crowd debated heatedly, yet ultimately failed to reach a consensus. Though many harbored confidence in the Dragon Kingdom, no one could guarantee they would restrain their greed without such immense stakes at stake. We have no other options now. Without seeking Dragon Nation's aid, we risk national extinction. Even if we invite the Dragon Nation's army to aid us, could the situation possibly become worse than it is now? We implore you to issue the order, invite the Dragon Kingdom to send troops to save our Camel Kingdom. Otherwise, if this continues, we may well face national extinction. Many well-informed officials pleaded earnestly. The Camel Nation's leader hesitated for a moment, analyzed the situation before him, and finally nodded in resignation. Enough, enough. Compared to the Eagle Nation, at least the Dragon Nation is easier to deal with. Chapter 196, The Dragon Kingdom Dares Not Send Troops. Camel Nation began announcing a major event to the world. Given that Eagle Chan launched unprovoked attacks against Camel Nation, causing widespread devastation and displacement of our people, bringing irreparable calamity upon Camel Nation, we shall request assistance from the Dragon Nation, demanding they deploy troops to counter the Eagle Nation and defend our homeland. The moment this news broke, it sent shockwaves across the entire world. No one anticipated Camel Nation would make such a high-profile move. By all logic, shouldn't requests for foreign aid be conducted discreetly? This was the first time they had witnessed such an open and public approach. Camel Nation's actions are undoubtedly escalating regional tensions. We urge both Camel Nation and Dragon Nation to exercise restraint and not let momentary gains cloud their judgment. We condemn Eagle Nation's meddling in regional conflicts and strongly demand its immediate withdrawal from Camel Nation. It must guarantee the safety of Camel Nation's citizens and their property. Neither Dragon Nation nor Eagle Nation should meddle in the internal affairs of other countries. This violates international norms. When Eagle previously deployed troops to Camel Nation, these Western nations never reacted with such intensity. But now that the Dragon Nation might send troops to Camel Nation, suddenly everyone is rushing to condemn us. Such condemnation is utterly useless. The Eagle Nation certainly won't withdraw its troops from Camel Nation just because of external condemnation. They've already tasted the benefits of war. Endless wealth flows from Camel Country to Eagle Land. Oil prices began plummeting wildly. Even some Eagle Nation citizens who originally opposed the war have begun supporting it after receiving tangible benefits. The Eagle Nation. Inside the Black House, Dawn beamed with delight. It seems our decision to deploy troops to Camel Country was absolutely correct. Who would have thought Camel Country had accumulated such vast wealth only for it all to come to us? At the very least, we've already recouped the entire cost of this operation. All thanks to your military's excellent command during the campaign. Dawn chuckled as he addressed Milgan, his eyes brimming with undisguised praise. Milgan, of course, dared not take credit for himself. With a hint of flattery in his eyes, he smiled and replied to Dawan. All credit goes to your excellency, Lord Daoan. Had you not made the decision to deploy our forces against Camel Kingdom, our military would have had the capability but no platform to demonstrate it. One had to admit, Milgan's skill at flattery was truly first-rate. His words left Dawn feeling thoroughly gratified. Michelle, however, standing nearby, turned a shade of green. This proxy war had clearly been his idea. Yet now, when it came to distributing credit, all the glory seemed to belong solely to Milgan and Dayan. Seeming to sense Michelle's discontent, Dawn chuckled and remarked. Of course, the smooth execution of this operation would not have been possible without the logistical coordination and preparation by our esteemed Secretary of State. Though these words appeared to praise Michelle's contributions. But in truth, it was mostly sarcasm. After all, nearly all the logistical tasks for this war had been handed off to Turkey. The Eagle Nation itself had provided virtually no logistical support whatsoever. However, our next task will be far more challenging. I hear Camel Nation is preparing to request assistance from Dragon Nation. Based on my understanding of Dragon Nation, they certainly wouldn't dare to send troops directly. At most, they might provide some weapons and equipment support. With the Dragon Nation's current economic strength, they lack the capacity to wage a large-scale war, especially a defensive one. If it were an invasion, they could still reap some benefits to offset the economic losses incurred by waging war. But this kind of defensive war will only make them poorer the longer it drags on. Dawn stated with great confidence. After a year or two of open and covert struggles with the Dragon Nation, he had long since figured out the personalities of its high-ranking officials. They would never engage in something that offered no benefits whatsoever and could even tarnish their reputation. No sooner had Dawn finished speaking than waves of sycophantic praise erupted. Your Excellency speaks wisely. Neither the courage nor the economic strength of the Dragon Nation's leadership permits them to wage a distant defensive war. The only thing Dragon Nation can do is hand over some of its advanced weapons to Camel Nation. If Dragon Nation could hand over weapons like the aerospace mothership to Camel Nation, we could take a gamble and perhaps seize such a colossal vessel from them for our own internal research. The discussion grew increasingly wild, with fantasies of seizing aerospace carriers from Camel Nation already taking hold. After all, the aerospace mothership was practically a revolutionary creation. In the hands of Dragon Nation, it could unleash its full power. But in Camel Nation's hands, their inexperience would surely prevent them from unleashing its full potential. This would naturally create an opening for the Eagle Nation to exploit. The sycophantic words of his advisors only strengthened Dawn's resolve. It seems everyone believes the Dragon Nation won't send reinforcements to Camel Nation. But even so, we must accelerate our invasion of Camel Nation. We must seize the entire Camel Nation in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, delay will invite trouble. He declared with a look of deep conviction. The others nodded in agreement. Standing nearby, Milgan straightened his back and declared with unwavering confidence. Just as I promised you before, we will ensure every Eagle soldier gets home to eat turkey before Thanksgiving arrives. Michelle, standing nearby, heard these bold words but said nothing. A hint of worry lingered on his face, starkly contrasting with the joy radiating from those around him. Witnessing this scene, Dawn couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. Everyone else believed conquering Camel Country was merely a matter of time. Why was Michelle alone wearing such a look of deep-seated bitterness? "Michelle, is there something troubling you?" Dawn inquired, his brow furrowed. Michelle nodded. "I can't shake the feeling that the Dragon Kingdom won't stay out of this like we expect. There's a high probability they'll send troops to Camel Kingdom, and not just any troops, but their most elite forces. We must seek other allies to form a coalition and have them send troops too. Otherwise, relying solely on our Eagle Squad's strength won't be enough to handle the Dragon Kingdom." Chapter 197, War is Plunder. Dawn took a deep breath, forcing down the anger rising in his chest. He'd finally seen through it. Michelle was utterly incapable of offering any valuable suggestions. Instead, he kept creating problems for him at every turn. Sometimes he even went out of his way to contradict him. Is this person so eager to defeat me in the next election? But clearly, Michelle still has considerable supporters among the hawkish elite. Many others chimed in. We all find His Excellency Michelle's reasoning sound. To err on the side of caution, we should unite with other allied nations and request their military deployment as well. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, better safe than sorry. I find that wisdom quite sound. Anyway, those allied nations have already pledged to stand with us in the war against Camel Nation. Now is the time to leverage their military strength. Dawn knew full well he could leverage the military strength of other allied nations. But Camel Kingdom's pie was only so big. The more nations shared it, the smaller their individual slices would be. Allowing other nations to participate in this war would actually be highly disadvantageous for the Eagle Wings. Yet the clamor supporting Michelle was equally strong. Left with no choice, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Notify the other allied nations immediately and demand they deploy troops now. As for the final spoils of war and their distribution, well, we'll each have to rely on our own wits. Dawn said with a hint of resignation. Then he shrugged at Mill. The implication was clear. I've done my best to secure an opportunity for your military to earn battle honors, but Michelle's influence is simply too great. A flash of venom crossed Mill's eyes. In his view, Michelle's proposal to allow allied nations' forces into Camel Country was clearly aimed at him. Michelle simply couldn't bear the thought of his own achievements overshadowing everyone else's. Worried about future elections, he feared that Milgore might crush him with military-industrial clout, so he deliberately exaggerated the situation. Demanding allied nations send troops. However, the decision was already final. Milgan could say little more. Over the next 3 days, numerous Western nations began mobilizing in response. They dispatched large armies en masse to Camel Country, preparing to join the war. Originally, these Western allies of the Eagle Nation had only intended to supply weapons and equipment, with no plans to deploy their own troops into combat. But seeing the enormous profits the Eagles were raking in on the battlefield, they couldn't sit idly by any longer. The war's expenses could be easily recouped by seizing a few oil fields. Moreover, Camel Nation had accumulated considerable wealth over the years. In the eyes of many Western nations, Camel Nation now resembles an unguarded treasure trove. They were itching to plunder every last bit of Camel Nation's wealth. One after another, the armies of over a dozen Western nations marched into Camel Country's territory. Their sole purpose? To pillage, plunder, and burn. The people of Camel Country now lived in dire straits, each sinking deeper into despair. Their hatred toward the Western nations grew ever more intense. Many Western nations were no longer content with merely plundering Camel Country's wealth. They began to brazenly invade other nations near the desert regions, plunging the entire desert population into a state of utter misery. More and more nations rose up in resistance, hoping to break free from Western aggression. But alas, their strength was far too meager to stand against the formidable weaponry of the Western powers. Armed only with standard-issue weapons, they were utterly defenseless against the strategic missiles of Western powers. Driven by desperation, these invaded nations collectively sought aid from the Dragon Nation. They hoped the Dragon Nation would intervene. They were willing to pay a price rather than endure humiliation. Watching their wealth plundered by invaders. Across the Dragon Nation, from north to south. As the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials gazed upon the row of Desert Nation envoys seated before them, a look of conflict flashed across their faces. Though this request sounds extremely unreasonable, we still hope you will agree to our plea and send troops to help us resist the invaders. The nations invading our desert territories are mostly allies of the Eagle Nation, with whom your country shares extremely hostile relations. Should you assist us in expelling these nations, you would not only gain our friendship but also weaken our enemies. I understand the Dragon Nation currently wishes to avoid involvement in this conflict. Yet as the Dragon Bone proverb states, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Our desert homeland has suffered devastating blows from the west. The Dragon Nation will be next. The group pleaded earnestly. Yet hesitation lingered in the eyes of the Dragon Nation's leadership. If they directly dispatched a large army to the desert nations this time, they would undoubtedly face immense pressure from international public opinion. It would violate both the principles of the Shangshur era and the United Nations Charter. It would be easy for others to seize upon this as leverage. If you gentlemen are concerned about international pressure, I believe that is unnecessary. The Dragon Nation's military entering our respective nations is authorized by us, indeed, requested by us. As humanitarian reinforcements, I believe not only will you not face condemnation from the international community, but it will also establish a favorable international image for the Dragon Nation. The numerous envoys had come to realize that the only concern of the Dragon Nation's leadership now was the pressure of international public opinion and, well, their image. Thus, they relentlessly focused on these 2 points, launching a frenzied lobbying campaign. Ultimately, they succeeded in persuading the Dragon Nation's leadership. Grant us 3 days to prepare our forces. 3 days hence, the Dragon Nation's army will formally land in the desert region. The envoys from the desert nations were overjoyed. Clearly, no one had anticipated the negotiations proceeding so smoothly. The Dragon Nation was actually preparing to go to war with Eagle Nation and others. Though it remained a proxy war on the surface, and the battlefield wouldn't be between these two great powers, as the world's top 2 superpowers. Any collision between them would be like a collision between Mars and Earth. The slightest miscalculation could ignite a world war, bringing catastrophic consequences. Over the next few days, the Dragon Nation fell into a flurry of activity. Troops from all fronts began assembling. Even special forces equipped with mechs were fully assembled, standing by at all times, ready to rush into the desert regions. The Dragon Nation made no effort to conceal these movements. Many nations grasped its intentions the moment Dragon Nation began mobilizing its forces. Chapter 198, The Terrifying Weapon. The entire world was in an uproar. Many even wondered if the end of the world was imminent. No one could have imagined that the Dragon Nation would actually deploy its forces. It must be noted that although the Dragon Nation had previously launched counterattacks in response to the Eagle Nation's aerospace carriers and maritime fortresses entering its territorial waters, but those were countermeasures, necessary actions to defend their territorial sovereignty. But now, the battlefield between the Earth Nation and Camel Nation lies a world away from Dragon Nation's homeland. And yet, the Dragon Nation is preparing to send its own massive forces into the fray. Long known for its gentle demeanor, the Dragon Nation has always projected an image as gentle and harmless as a giant panda. Only now did the world begin to realize that pandas are actually carnivores. When this giant panda bared its gleaming white fangs, the entire world trembled in fear. The most panicked, without a doubt, are the Eagle Nation and the Western powers. According to their projections, the Dragon Nation was highly unlikely to directly intervene in this conflict. No one could have predicted that the Dragon Nation would defy all expectations this time. The Eagle Pentagon. This is the core military base of the Eagle Nation, its very command center. All military orders emanate from here. Milgan stared at the military intelligence before him, his face turning ashen. He hurriedly relayed the news to Dawn. Based on our projections, within 3 days at most, the Dragon Nation's forces will be fully mobilized and successfully land in the desert region. We must prepare early and respond calmly, or we risk making mistake after mistake. Milgan said solemnly. A flicker of contempt crossed Dawn's face. You idiot! Do you think I didn't know the Dragon Nation would send troops after the 3-star rating? What I need now is a solution, not you throwing problems at me. How the hell are we supposed to devise countermeasures against Lungwa's advanced weaponry in just 3 days? Dawn shouted angrily, his usually neat hair now slightly disheveled. He looked utterly exhausted. Milgan stammered incoherently, unable to articulate a single solution. He could only turn to Cairns beside him with a pleading look. Cairns couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy sure knows how to deflect blame. Cairns, you must have seen the state our nation is in now. If we can't produce some powerful military technology weapons, I fear we'll be at a disadvantage in the upcoming war. Has the Academy of Sciences made any new breakthroughs lately? Dawn frowned as he spoke. Cairns gritted his teeth before finally speaking. Your Excellency, we have indeed developed the most advanced high-tech military weapon recently. However, its deployment might be considered unethical. Cairns hesitated as he spoke. Lately, they had been conducting research on genetic weapons and other related fields, achieving significant progress. However, the project was still in its prototype stage. Once deployed, it could very well trigger uncontrollable consequences. At that point, Cairns would likely become a sinner in the eyes of humanity. But what could he do? The pressure Dawn was putting on him was simply too great. He had no choice but to release this genetic weapon prematurely. Cairns' words instantly filled Dawn with delight. It's fine. As long as this weapon ensures our invincibility on the battlefield, some sacrifices are necessary. Besides, the order to deploy it will come from Milgor and me. It has nothing to do with you. So you shouldn't carry any psychological burden either. Dawn reassured him. Cairns nodded solemnly. This genetic weapon accelerates human genetic mutations, silently transforming individuals into deformities or inflicting incurable diseases like leukemia. Its dangers are on par with nuclear radiation, and it's extremely difficult to detect. Whoa! Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. They never imagined the Academy of Sciences would develop such a terrifying weapon. This bizarre weapon could even be called inhumane. Nuclear weapons themselves aren't terrifying. What's truly terrifying is the radiation produced during nuclear fission. Now, Cairns had invented a genetic weapon capable of generating nuclear radiation without nuclear fission, truly inhumane. Even Milgon felt a pang of unease in his heart. He understood all too well that once deployed on the battlefield, such a weapon could indiscriminately attack both friend and foe. I think, whether this weapon should be used is debatable. In my opinion, we should stick to conventional weapons to counter the Dragon Nation. Milgon spoke hesitantly. His gaze shifted nervously. He knew full well that although Dawn claimed they would share responsibility for using this genetic weapon, the moment an accident occurred, Dawn would immediately push him forward to take the fall. Hearing Milgon's words, Dawn raised an eyebrow. Do you seriously believe our other weapons can stand against the Dragon Nation? If you dare pledge to defeat their reinforcements using conventional arms alone, I'll agree to forego the genetic weapons. Milgon sighed helplessly. He glanced up at the expressionless Cairns, a flicker of apprehension stirring within him. He'd intended to redirect Dawn's anger toward Keynes, but unexpectedly, Keynes had turned around and pushed him back into the line of fire. These seemingly harmless researchers were indeed not to be trifled with. Who knows? This guy might take advantage of my guard being down and unleash a genetic virus on me. Understood. Should conventional weapons prove ineffective, I will deploy this newly developed genetic weapon against the Dragon Nation. Everything must serve the greater interests of the Eagle Nation. What do my personal gains or losses matter? Milken knew evasion was futile. Rather than prevaricate, he might as well agree openly. Take these genetic weapons to the battlefield immediately. Show no mercy. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. This truth never grows old. Dawn reiterated his instructions emphatically. Soon after, the Eagle Squad military transported several tons of genetic weapons from the Academy of Sciences laboratories toward the battlefield. All of this, naturally, remained classified information. It was never made public. Even the soldiers transporting the genetic weapons were unaware of the terrifying nature of their cargo. To prevent the secret of using genetic weapons from being leaked, Milgon personally arrived on the battlefield. He stood ready to command operations, deploying the genetic weapons against the soldiers of Dragon Nation and Camel Nation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's forces had successfully landed in the desert region. Chapter 199, Bombardment. Gazing upon the city once hailed as a desert oasis, now reduced to ruins and utterly desolate. The expressions on everyone's faces darkened considerably. Who would have thought these Western nations could be so brutal? How are they any different from bandits? Shu Yun exclaimed angrily. Beside him, Lu Qiu, the military technical advisor, wore an equally grim expression. He finally understood why the nations of this desert region had united to seek aid from the Dragon Nation. They were truly cornered. After occupying each city, the Western invaders not only plundered vast wealth but even destroyed the cities themselves. Countless refugees lived each day with nothing to eat. Life held no hope. Their homes lay utterly ruined. Their husbands and sons had perished on the battlefield, while the women were reduced to playthings. Those nations that call themselves civilized have finally revealed their demonic fangs at this very moment. Advance swiftly. I fear that if we delay, those Western nations may commit even more heinous acts. Only by applying pressure and letting them know our Dragon Nation's army is approaching might these Western powers show some restraint. Lu Qiu said with a frown. He was already itching to teach those Western nations a lesson. Shu Yun nodded solemnly. Following the march route provided by Camel Nation, they advanced toward a besieged city. Mudrian City. This city lay in the northern reaches of Camel Kingdom, serving as a vital industrial hub for its northern territories. Countless oil fields and diverse chemical plants were scattered throughout the area. Yet at this moment, Mudrian City presented a scene of utter desolation. Thousands of allied forces from Western nations had encircled the city, preparing to storm it in one decisive push. Their commander is none other than General Jones of the Eagle Squadron. Damn it! I hear the Dragon Nation's army is already here. We must capture this city as quickly as possible, loot it thoroughly, and then get the hell out of here. Sweat beaded on Jones' forehead. He pulled off his military cap and spoke nervously. Though he was an army officer and had never faced the Dragon Nation in combat. But even a fool could see that the Dragon Nation, with its airspace carriers, was no foe to be trifled with. Once the Dragon Nation's forces arrived, there'd be no chance left to plunder Camel Nation's wealth. Therefore, they must squeeze every last drop of blood and bone marrow before the final hour. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. You're absolutely right, sir. We must seize this final opportunity to make a killing. Why not carpet bomb this city? The Camel Kingdom's forces are still putting up a desperate fight, and we've no patience for a drawn-out war of attrition. Exactly. Blow open every defensive line in this city with firepower. After plundering the wealth, we'll make a swift exit. The others chimed in one after another. Upon hearing this, Jones nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone feels this way, I can rest assured. Contact our Air Force immediately and order them to conduct a carpet bombing of Mudrian City. A sinister gleam flashed in Joan's eyes. Yet among his subordinates, many still possessed a shred of conscience. Hearing this, they couldn't help but hesitate. Do you realize that within Mudrian City, there are still many women and children who haven't had time to evacuate? If we bomb now, we risk taking the lives of countless innocent people. I implore you, Legion Commander, to reconsider. If women and children are caught in the bombing, and this news is exposed by those unscrupulous media outlets, you may not be able to keep your position as Legion Commander. Faced with their warnings, Jones flashed a look of contempt. You damned whiners. The Virgin Mary painting in Notre Dame should be taken down and replaced with your photos. I understand your concerns, but compared to the immense wealth within this city, what do these accusations matter? Besides, the order came from me, the Legion Commander. It has nothing to do with you. You needn't carry any psychological burden. Just sit back and reap the rewards. What's there to complain about? Having spoken, he overruled all objections. He immediately called the air support unit at the rear, ordering them to launch an all-out bombing raid on Mudrian City. The commander of the air support unit hesitated for a moment, but after Jones promised various benefits, he immediately dispatched aircraft to bomb Mudrian City. At that moment, the citizens of Mudrian City remained utterly unaware of the impending disaster. General Aris, the military commander responsible for defending the city, gazed through his binoculars at the distant Eagle camp. His face was as cold as ice. I suspect they're about to make a desperate last stand. With the Dragon Nation's forces approaching, they'll seize this final opportunity to lash out. They'll likely subject our city to relentless bombardment. Order everyone into the air raid shelters immediately. Aris commanded. After battling the Eagle and Western nations for this period, he gradually came to understand. These so-called advanced civilizations were actually more brutal than anyone else. Their eyes were fixed solely on profit, and their methods were brutally direct. Whatever they covet, they will stop at nothing to seize it by any means necessary. Hearing Aris speak thus, everyone trusted his judgment implicitly. They immediately arranged for the women, children, and elderly among the strong to take shelter in the air raid shelters. Sure enough, almost the instant his order was given, the distant roar of bombers echoed through the air. Wave after wave of warplanes streaked toward them, unleashing heavy bombs that rained down. They obliterated every line of defense. Countless lives were lost beneath the bombers' fire. Aris and the other officers hiding in the air raid shelter watched the scene unfold, their eyes suddenly turning bloodshot. Damn it! Does our nation's weakness mean we can be invaded at will? Do small countries have no say? He exclaimed indignantly. No one answered his question. For they all knew the answer was already painfully clear. A backward, weak nation possessing vast wealth. It would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of other nations. Without the corresponding military means and strength, they would inevitably become lambs for the slaughter. Listening to the distant rumble of artillery fire outside, everyone fell silent. The air raid shelter was eerily quiet. Though our defenses have been breached, we absolutely cannot allow the Western Allied forces to enter the city unopposed. Chapter 200, The Orbital Ion Cannon demonstrates its might. After the bombing ceased, Aris led his men out. They prepared to engage in street-to-street combat with the Western Allied forces invading the city. Every inch of ground must be fought for. They absolutely could not allow the wealth painstakingly accumulated by the citizens to become someone else's windfall. The fighting was brutal. The weapons in their hands were all ordinary conventional arms. Although they had received a batch of modern weapons from the Dragon Nation earlier, the quantity was insufficient to equip every soldier. Facing the Western Allied forces' superior weaponry, they often couldn't even get within range before being struck by fierce artillery fire. The casualties were staggering. Aris had lost all hope. He knew this city could not be held. Prepare to retreat. He closed his eyes in resignation, his retreating figure radiating profound desolation. His soldiers seethed with resentment, glaring at the Allied camp in the distance, their hatred boiling over. They longed to tear him limb from limb. But what could they do? Their strength was no match for the enemy's. They could only submit like fish on a cutting board, helplessly awaiting their fate. In their helplessness, they ultimately chose retreat. But at that very moment, a sudden darkness engulfed their vision. As if the clear sky had suddenly become overcast with dark clouds. Everyone froze in shock. When they looked up again, their eyes lit up with wild excitement. This must be the legendary Sky Mothership. Reinforcements from the Dragon Nation have arrived. Mudrian City is saved. All the soldiers of Camel Country began to cheer wildly, venting the resentment and fury they had been harboring all this time. Meanwhile, the Allied soldiers across the field were plunged into utter panic. Facing a weapon that seemed straight out of science fiction, anyone would feel utterly helpless. Damn it! I never thought the Dragon Nation would arrive so quickly. We were just one step away from capturing Mudrian City and claiming all its riches for ourselves. Jones exclaimed in despair. Now, he could only gaze at the city before him, one he had nearly conquered, and sigh in regret. He then ordered the troops to prepare for retreat. But his men were filled with despair. "Commander, it seems we can't leave," his men said, their faces etched with despair. They pointed behind them. Another aerospace carrier had appeared. Two entire aerospace carriers had completely cut off their army's advance and retreat routes. At this moment, they had no air support, no ground missile support. Caught like fish in a barrel, that was precisely the situation before them. Everyone's faces turned grim. They knew they were trapped in a deadly stalemate. What are we to do now? We're no match for the Dragon Nation's aerospace carriers. Fight to the bitter end? That would only lead to a more miserable death. The Dragon Nation's aerospace carriers are armed with plasma cannons. Once they truly strike, we won't stand a chance. Why not surrender? I hear the Dragon Nation treats prisoners very well. If we give ourselves up, we might just save our lives. The voices echoed in unison. Faced with the colossal aerospace carrier, they didn't even have the will to resist. Either flee or surrender. Those were their only options. Jones closed his eyes in resignation. Surrender. I imagine none of you would wish to engage such a colossal aerospace carrier, would you? Though he was deeply reluctant, he had no choice but to surrender. All escape routes had been sealed off. Seeing the Allied forces capitulate, the soldiers of Camel Nation erupted in cheers. Indeed, overwhelming strength reigned supreme. They had struggled to hold out for so many days, yet the Dragon Nation only needed to display their airship carrier as a deterrent to force the enemy's surrender. Shu Yun descended from the sky carrier with his troops, ordering the confiscation of all Allied weapons and the capture of their soldiers. The Dragon Nation's forces had made their grand entrance and immediately captured the Eagle's Ace Regiment, a truly brilliant victory. Thank you all for your assistance. Had you not arrived in time, the city would likely have fallen into the hands of the Allied forces, and all the wealth accumulated by our people would have been plundered by these bandits. Eris spoke with tears of gratitude upon seeing Shu Yun. Western nations led by the Eagle have trampled upon your country's sovereignty with impunity. As Camel Nation's strategic ally, Dragon Nation absolutely cannot stand idly by. This is our duty. Shu Yun waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. Subsequently, both sides began exchanging intelligence they possessed. Though you have rescued us with your army, at least 5 or 6 cities and military bases within Camel Nation still face attacks from the Eagle-led coalition forces. Rescuing all these besieged cities simultaneously in such a short time is simply too difficult. Eris voiced his concern. Upon learning of the Dragon Nation's dispatch of reinforcements, the Western Alliance immediately accelerated their invasion of Camel Kingdom. Everyone shared Jones's mindset, hoping to plunder sufficient wealth before the Dragon Kingdom's main forces arrived. At this very moment, countless Camel Country citizens were enduring relentless bombardment from the Eagle sausage forces. Quickly list all the bases or cities under siege. I can't rescue them. Lu Cho remarked with a smile from the side. Eris froze instantly. He knew full well that even if the Dragon Nation sent reinforcements to rescue him, they would be severely outnumbered. If they split their forces, they'd likely be picked off one by the Western Coalition. How could they possibly save multiple cities simultaneously? You might not know this, but Dragon Nation developed orbital ion cannons long ago. Our weapons are now poised in outer space, ready to strike. Once we pinpoint their location, our orbital ion cannons will effortlessly defeat the enemy. Lu Cho said with a smile. Hearing this, Eris's heart surged with overwhelming joy. He had never heard of such a marvelous weapon as the orbital ion cannon before. If they could utilize these weapons effectively, it would be a tremendous boon for saving the besieged cities. Then I'll leave it to you all. I have distribution maps of several nearby cities here. He then handed over an intelligence map. It detailed the deployment status of all military bases across Camel Nation. Lu Cho froze in shock. He hadn't expected this man to hand over Camel Nation's defense map so readily. Fortunately, their Dragon Nation harbored no ulterior motives. Otherwise, armed with this single military deployment map, they could have easily conquered the entire Camel Kingdom. Lu Cho nodded with a grateful smile. With this, taking action will be much easier. Chapter 201, Destroy. Truthfully, Lu Cho had no need to request these topographical maps from Eris. Back when deploying the climate weapon, the Dragon Nation had already memorized the terrain of every desert nation. They could even use satellite monitoring systems to pinpoint the locations of Western Allied forces. The reason for inquiring about the terrain from Eris was purely to throw off suspicion. Otherwise, if the entire world witnessed the overwhelming power of the orbital ion cannon, wouldn't other nations be plunged into panic? Locate the Western Coalition forces immediately and launch an orbital particle cannon strike. Shu Yun ordered from the side. Operators within the aerospace mothership scrambled into action. The orbital ion cannons activated, ultimately targeting military strongholds of the Eagle Nation within Camel Country and unleashing a torrent of firepower. Western Alliance soldiers were either idling in their barracks or relentlessly attacking Camel Nation's cities. None noticed the sudden flash of light appearing in the sky. By the time they reacted, the cap was engulfed in raging flames. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Many lost their lives without even realizing it. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Why did a white light suddenly erupt in the sky? Could it be some strange astronomical phenomenon? We're just too unlucky. A meteorite actually crashed right into our camp, causing such heavy casualties. Many Western Alliance soldiers began shouting in panic. Those still alive felt immense relief. Those who perished never understood what had happened. The news reached Milgan's command center immediately. From our observations, after a flash of white light appeared in the sky, our camp melted away like snow encountering a coal fire. Numerous soldiers perished without a sound. I suspect this was not an astronomical disaster, but a special weapon from the Dragon Nation. Military advisors reported to their superiors. Milgan nodded solemnly. You may not be aware, but the Dragon Nation previously developed a weapon known as the orbital ion cannon. The peculiarity of this weapon lies in its orbital deployment. The ion cannon is positioned on a space-based trajectory. This means the Dragon Nation possesses the capability to launch military strikes against any region on Earth. Milgan remarked with a look of deep reflection. They had once sent agents to steal the orbital ion cannon technology, but with Lu Chou's assistance, every single spy they had infiltrated into the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences was uncovered. The matter naturally came to nothing. Back then, to appease Dawn's fury, Keynes had even claimed the orbital ion cannon wasn't particularly effective. Little did they expect to be undone by this very weapon today. What are we to do now? Launch a military strike against Dragon Nation as well? His military advisors looked utterly bewildered. They might possess extensive military theory, but faced with new weapons, they were utterly at a loss. They couldn't even grasp the operational mechanisms of the enemy's weapons. How could they possibly mount a defense? Milgan shook his head helplessly. Dragon Nation's aerospace carriers have already appeared on the battlefield, and they're backed by orbital ion cannons as supporting fire. If we engage them head-on, we're no match for them. Milgan's rise to become the Eagle's sole 5-star general during peacetime was testament to his formidable military prowess. Therefore, he immediately concluded that the current Eagle forces were no match for the Dragon Nation in a direct confrontation. It seems we have no choice but to deploy that genetic weapon. Milgan said helplessly. He knew that once the genetic weapon was deployed, he would inevitably become a criminal not only to the Eagle Nation, but to all of humanity. Before taking action, he first contacted Dawn back home. Sir, our forces are currently being crushed on all fronts by the Dragon Nation. Should we retreat now, or deploy the genetic weapon? Milgan asked, deeply conflicted. In truth, he already had a faint answer in his heart. Do I need to elaborate? We've sacrificed far too much to wage this war. If we lose now, there will be no chance for redemption. The Dragon Nation will become the sole dominant power on Blue Star. Can you bear the weight of that responsibility? Dawn demanded loudly. Rest assured, we'll maintain strict secrecy during the operation. The world must never learn we deployed genetic weapons. As long as we move silently, no one will ever know. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Dawn understood that Milgan was now the field commander leading the charge. Pushing him too hard risked provoking insubordination. A commander in the field might disregard orders. Understood. After hanging up, Milgan's face turned ashen, but he ultimately made his decision. Launch our new weapons against Camel Country. We won't give them a moment to breathe. Milgan gritted his teeth as he barked the order. Since we've decided to deploy genetic weapons, we must go all out. It would be best to wipe out every last soldier sent by Camel Country and Dragon Country. That way, no one would ever learn this secret. His order issued, his men sprang into action immediately. The soldiers didn't even know what this new weapon was actually for. They simply treated these weapons as basic missiles, unleashing them upon the positions of the Dragon Nation and Camel Nation armies. However, the Dragon Nation possessed an exceptionally powerful air defense system. Facing this missile barrage, every single one was intercepted and shot down mid-air. Not a single missile landed within Dragon Nation's positions. His subordinates reported this shocking news to Milgan with stunned expressions. Upon hearing the situation, everyone was deeply astonished. Numerous military advisors urgently advised. General, the Dragon Nation's strength is beyond our capacity to oppose. Perhaps we should hasten our withdrawal. If we get bogged down in a stalemate on the desert battlefield, it could even drag down our domestic economy. Indeed. We've already plundered ample resources through this war, enough to ensure our Eagle Nation's future economic prosperity. Yet, despite the chorus of advice, a faint smile remained fixed on Milgan's face. He paid them no mind whatsoever. He understood perfectly well that this genetic weapon spread through airborne transmission. There was no need to directly launch missiles into enemy positions. Before launching the genetic weapon, he had already arranged for meticulous calculations of wind patterns. It wouldn't be long before all manner of bizarre ailments erupted among the soldiers of the Dragon Nation and the citizens of Camel Nation. They would be utterly incapacitated. Chapter 202, Mysterious Illness. Everyone believed victory was within reach. After entering Camel Nation, the Dragon Nation's army successfully repelled the first wave of attacks from the Western Allied forces. They were even summoned to meet with the Camel Nation's president. The Camel Nation president gazed at the assembled troops with palpable excitement. Thanks to all of you. Otherwise, Camel Nation indeed, the entire desert region would have faced utter catastrophe. During this period, the Western Alliance has plundered much of our wealth, which we accumulated at tremendous cost. At this point, the Camel Nation president felt a pang of regret. After all, while oil-rich nations like theirs accumulated wealth at an astonishing pace, they remained perpetually constrained by external forces. Even oil prices are tied to the dollar. Completely manipulated by the eagle. Xu Yun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Modern warfare is more about technological warfare and information warfare. We haven't really exerted much effort, it's just that our military technological capabilities are slightly stronger than those of the Western Alliance. He showed no trace of arrogance or self-importance. Xu Yun understood perfectly well that while Camel Nation was currently deeply grateful for Dragon Nation's military assistance, any display of overbearing arrogance would inevitably cause resentment. It might even raise suspicions about whether the Dragon Nation harbored ulterior motives. I've heard that several other desert nations are also suffering from Western Alliance aggression. We will find ways to assist them as well. Lu Qiu interjected with a smile. The Camel Nation's president nodded solemnly. You are quite right, Your Excellency. As more Western nations join the war, they will certainly not be content with plundering wealth from just our country alone. Therefore, many neighboring desert nations will suffer the consequences. His anger was beyond words. Though the desert nations were weak, did that mean they could be bullied at will? Trust us, the Dragon Nation. We will uphold peace and stability in the desert region. We will never let these Western Alliance nations succeed. Xu Yun declared with utmost sincerity. He then unfolded a cloud map and began explaining their next military operation plan to the president of Camel Nation on the spot. We plan to use orbital ion cannons to bombard existing Eagle Sang military bases. Simultaneously, we'll strike at the heart of their operations by deploying mecha warriors to the Western Alliance Command Center. We'll capture that old codger Milgan alive. I'm confident the Western Alliance will withdraw their forces. The assembled officials nodded in agreement. The Camel Kingdom officials couldn't help but feel envious. The military plan proposed by Dragon Nation was undoubtedly the simplest and most effective, yet Camel Nation itself was incapable of executing it. There was no way around it. Their military technology was stuck in the last century, with nearly all their weapons and equipment purchased from other nations. They simply lacked the capability to execute a decapitation strike against the Western Alliance Command Headquarters. In that case, we must trouble you all. The Camel Nation's president immediately prepared a grand welcoming ceremony for the Dragon Nation's military high command within the palace. Delicacies of every kind flowed endlessly. Lu Qiu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Though Camel Nation was currently enduring war, the extravagant lifestyle of its elite remained unchanged. It was the common folk who suffered the most. After the celebratory banquet concluded, Lu Qiu, Xu Yun, and the others returned to the aerospace mothership. The massive airspace mothership had now become their command center. Lu Qiu immediately dropped his confident expression, his face now clouded with worry. It's been a full day since we launched our first counterattack against Eagle Sauce, yet they haven't responded at all. It's certain these bastards are holding back a major move. Lu Qiu knew Eagle Sauce fairly well. He knew that neither Milgan nor Dawn would ever accept such a crushing defeat. They must be plotting something sinister. Just then, an intelligence officer rushed into the room. Gentlemen, according to our intelligence, a strange illness has suddenly emerged in several nearby cities. He handed over the intelligence report with a grave expression. Simultaneously, he explained to the two men. According to our intelligence, those infected with this strange disease begin to develop physical deformities, while their risk of leukemia and cancer also increases dramatically. These symptoms resemble exposure to nuclear radiation. Lu Qiu furrowed his brow. Could this be the work of the eagle-eyed ones? He asked, his brow furrowed. Absolutely impossible. Nuclear radiation requires a nuclear leak. They haven't launched nuclear weapons at our positions, nor have they created any opportunity for a nuclear leak. How could radiation possibly occur? Xu Yun shook his head, dismissing Lu Qiu's speculation. Go question Camel Nation's officials immediately. Find out if they've built any nuclear power plants in the nearby cities. In Xu Yun's view, it was highly likely that a Camel Country nuclear plant had suffered a leak due to the war, exposing countless people to radiation. However, Camel Nation immediately denied it outright. We do have 2 nuclear power plants, but both were constructed with aid from your country. They are currently located in our northern cities that remain uninvaded. It is absolutely impossible for them to cause nuclear radiation. Only then did Xu Yun and his companions realize that Camel Nation's sole 2 nuclear power plants had been constructed with assistance from their own Dragon Nation. And they made a hefty profit doing it. After eliminating all impossibilities, only one cause remains. This is all the work of the Eagle Nation. Lu Qiu grew increasingly certain of his initial suspicion. These bastards have no conscience. How could they develop such inhumane weapons? Surely the UN has explicitly banned such technology? Xu Yun declared indignantly. Though he was a radical commander, he would never stoop to harming civilians with nuclear radiation. Too bad we don't have proof yet. Otherwise, we could expose Eagle's crimes to the world and show everyone their true colors. Lu Cho smiled. Have you forgotten I'm the military's scientific advisor? Bring me a few patients immediately. I'll study their symptoms. We might just develop a countermeasure. And we might uncover evidence of Eagle's use of inhumane weapons. Lu Cho's words sent shockwaves through Chu Yun. Impossible. We still don't know if this disease is contagious. If you develop a treatment and get infected, how could I possibly explain it to the people of Dragon Nation? Lu Cho was a national treasure of the Dragon Nation. How could he be allowed to risk his life? Chapter 203, Turning the Tables. Seeing Chu Yun's anxious expression, Lu Cho knew full well he was thinking of her safety. However, based on Lu Cho's current medical knowledge, this wasn't a symptom of viral infection, it was a genuine genetic mutation. Even if we stay safely aboard the space carrier, it's likely impossible to avoid such a condition. Lu Cho said with a grave expression. This is likely a genetic mutation induced by some form of radiation from Eagle, not spread through a virus. Even if we hide away in the space carrier, we won't escape this disease. Only by taking the offensive, understanding how to counteract or even prevent this genetic mutation, can we seize the initiative and secure an unassailable position. In the medical field, Chu Yun naturally knew far less than Lu Cho, especially concerning such a rare genetic mutation. He could only nod helplessly. Safety must be our top priority. Shortly after, they had the Camel Kingdom's people bring in several patients. Upon seeing the patients' conditions, everyone closed their eyes in anguish. Before them stood individuals with either extra fingers sprouting from their hands or muscles beginning to atrophy across their bodies. They looked like deformed creatures. It was utterly horrifying. Perhaps we should condemn Eagle Chong right now, so the international community can see their true colors. But, we must respect these patients' privacy. It's not right to publish their photos publicly. Chu Yun said with a hint of resignation. His words were overheard by the patients. And among them were several who could understand the language of the Dragon Nation. Their expressions suddenly grew animated. We never worry about our privacy rights being violated. Generals, please use us as case studies for your public campaigns. We've endured inhuman torment. Now, reduced to this state, neither fully human nor ghost, our hearts are filled only with boundless hatred for the Eagle. Several patients declared with bloodshot eyes. If attacking Eagle could be achieved through them, they'd gladly have their photos exposed to the international community or even die. Hearing the patient's words, Lu Cho's face visibly softened. Rest assured, I will find a way to restore you to your former selves, and I will uncover the evidence of Eagle's atrocities against us. Chu Yun, filled with reverence, instructed the embedded journalists to photograph these patients and immediately convened a military press conference. We strongly condemn Eagle's use of genetic weapons on the battlefield. This gravely violates the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter. Look at the people of Camel Nation after being attacked by these weapons. They've been reduced to this state entirely because of the Eagle Swan. When this news broke, the world erupted in outrage. No one had imagined the Eagle could sink to such depravity. Even Western allies felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the horrifying state of Camel Nation citizens. They never imagined their own ally could commit such ruthless atrocities. How could they have trusted Eagle as an ally? If they were to suffer a covert genetic attack from them, wouldn't they die unjustly? This act by the Eagle has gravely violated international law. We strongly demand the Eagle immediately withdraw from Camel Nation. Damn it! How could our government do such a thing? Is it not enough that their hands are stained with blood? Must they commit such heinous crimes? This is utterly incomprehensible. We demand the Eagle's military provide a full explanation. Governments worldwide, even Eagle Sauce's own citizens, erupted in furious condemnation. If this were a routine military operation or even armed aggression, it might not have caused such an uproar. But those grotesque, diseased bodies were laid bare before everyone's eyes. The sheer visual horror sent chills down their spines. Inside the White House, Dawn, now at the epicenter of global outrage, wore a grim expression. What on earth are we to do now? Who could have imagined the Dragon Nation would be so utterly decisive? They've exposed the genetic weapon matter in one fell swoop. Dawn seethed inwardly. When two nations engage in war, it should be a matter between those two countries. How could the details of the battlefield be made public? Didn't the Dragon Nation also commit violations of international warfare laws on the battlefield? Once nations began exposing each other's secrets, it would be detrimental to all. A look of contempt flashed across the faces of many presidential advisors present. They never imagined Dawn could be so shameless. He was the one who ordered the deployment of genetic weapons, yet now that trouble had arisen, he dared to seek their counsel. Your Excellency, you're letting concern cloud your judgment. What is there to worry about? At that moment, Michelle stepped forward. This is merely Dragon Nation's one-sided account. They possess no concrete evidence, just a big hat they've placed on our heads. On the contrary, we could just as easily turn that accusation back on them. Michelle said, narrowing his eyes. His words sparked a flicker of insight in everyone's eyes. Exactly. Dragon Nation hasn't produced any solid evidence either. They just released a few photos to falsely accuse Eagle Nation of using genetic weapons. We should immediately spread the word that this is all the Dragon Nation's conspiracy. They're trying to frame us. Exactly. The Dragon Nation is utterly brutal. They'd infect Camel Nation citizens with nuclear radiation just to frame us Eagles. The real savages are the Dragon Nation. All the officials in the Black Palace burst into loud laughter, their eyes flashing with malice. What's the big deal about making baseless accusations? Anyway, Dragon Nation has no evidence, so they can say whatever they want. Just as Michelle had anticipated, when the Eagle Nation threw the accusation back at the Dragon Nation, many countries around the world hesitated. They couldn't tell. While no one believed the Dragon Nation would sink so low as to persecute citizens of Camel Nation just to attack the Eagle Nation. But they were equally aware that Eagle Nation, which had always presented itself as a civilized superpower and self-styled global policeman, was equally unlikely to commit such heinous acts. Clearly, one side was lying. Without concrete evidence, the nations suspended their attacks on Eagle Nation for the time being. At Eagle Nation's command headquarters. Upon learning that the official and public condemnations from various nations had finally subsided, Milgan breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart finally settling. It seems, we must accelerate our plan. Chapter 204, Evidence. Continue targeting Camel Nation cities with our new weapons. Milgan declared with unwavering resolve. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Many officers had already guessed that this new weapon was most likely the legendary genetic weapon. If they continued firing genetic weapons into Camel Country cities, their consciences simply couldn't bear it. They even felt their hands were stained with blood. This was no ordinary weapon of war. Everyone's faces darkened, save for Milgan, who remained utterly unfazed. After all, they had already launched one round of genetic weapons. Besides, they'd already pinned the blame on the Dragon Nation. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Milgan's expression darkened considerably. I know what you're thinking, that we shouldn't have used genetic weapons. But have you considered that we've already used them once? Even if you launched prohibited weapons unknowingly, you're still guilty. If this gets leaked, every single one of us here will face a military tribunal. He threatened. The officers under him sighed repeatedly. Everyone knew that once they'd boarded this sinking ship, there was no turning back. We guarantee mission completion. His men immediately began unleashing a barrage of genetic weapons toward the cities of Camel Country. They even targeted Camel Nation's capital city. In no time, the number of genetically mutated individuals surged. Even scattered Dragon Nation soldiers have suddenly undergone genetic mutations. Upon hearing this news, Lucho's expression darkened considerably. It's clear that their weapons are causing these genetic mutations. But I need at least 3 days to find evidence. I hope everyone can hold out for 3 more days. His gaze fell upon the genetically mutated Dragon Nation soldiers before him, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Fortunately, his research had made significant progress. As long as his treatment plan passed clinical trials, their deformed bodies could surely be restored to normal. Lucio had already discovered that this genetic weapon exploited ultraviolet radiation to induce mutations, triggering a range of inexplicable ailments. Therefore, he planned to employ a reversal therapy. By exposing them to light of a completely different wavelength than ultraviolet radiation, he aimed to restore their genes to their normal state. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Watching the clinical trial subjects before him gradually return to normal, Lucio exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with astonishment. I never imagined the recovery would be this swift. It seems Eagle's research in the field of genetics is truly impressive. But they certainly never imagined we could directly apply reversal therapy to cure this new mutation. That's what you call outsmarting the devil. The group exclaimed with evident delight. Many Camel Country experts present also looked at Lucio with profound gratitude. They knew full well that without Cheng Feng's efforts, Camel Nation's genetic science alone could never have cured these mutated patients. The recovered patients gazed at their bodies in the mirror, their eyes brimming with joy. They knelt directly before Lucio. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your help. Otherwise, we would have been stuck in that half-human, half-ghost state for the rest of our lives. It's truly incredible. My leukemia, caused by a genetic mutation, was cured in less than 3 days. In their eyes, Lucio now resembled a god. Lofty and mighty, possessing all manner of miraculous abilities. Gentlemen, curing your illnesses is merely the first step. I still need to gather sufficient evidence to prove that the genetic weapon was launched from the Eagle's territory. A flash of anger crossed Lucio's face. He absolutely refused to let Eagle pin this on Tiger. Dispatch personnel immediately to retrieve fragments from recent Eagle missile launches and deliver them to me. At his command, the entire Camel Nation sprang into action. Even ordinary Camel Country citizens took to the streets voluntarily, searching for remnants of Eagle Splitter missile fragments. Surveying the mountains of missiles before him, Lucio immediately began analysis. Simply by analyzing the residual spectra within the missiles, Lucio uncovered the evidence. This weapon, capable of inducing genetic mutations through ultraviolet radiation, had leaked from Eagle's missiles. The evidence is irrefutable. We can now declare to the world that it is Eagle Sauce who is deploying this genetic weapon. Lu Chou's expression darkened considerably. Deep down, he had hoped this was all a misunderstanding, but the facts were undeniably laid bare before them. In that case, there's no need for further concealment. With this definitive proof, I'm confident the Eagle Nation won't be able to keep pinning the blame on our Dragon Nation. Xu Yun, however, felt little conflict. In his view, since it was confirmed that Eagle Lady was behind this, their crimes must be exposed. The senior officials from Camel Nation beside him nodded solemnly. Their conflict with Eagle Country had now become a matter of life and death. The rage in their hearts could no longer be contained. We must expose their crimes. Though Mr. Lu's treatment has restored our genetically mutated personnel, Eagle Sauce must pay for the suffering they inflicted. Exactly. Eagle's invasion of our nation was an unjust war of aggression from the start. If we expose their crimes to the world, the international community will surely sympathize with our plight. Ultimately, following a joint decision by the Dragon Nation military and Camel Nation government, they convened a press conference. When the news broke, the entire world was stunned. No one could have imagined that the Eagle Nation was truly behind all this. Moreover, these treacherous Eagle Chow leaders had actually attempted to pin the blame on Dragon Nation. This was no longer merely the persecution of ordinary citizens, it involved political conspiracy. The Eagle Nation's actions are utterly outrageous. Don't they feel any remorse for the lives of so many ordinary people? Genetic weapons are explicitly banned in every country. Who would have thought the Eagle Nation would stoop to such measures for victory? What a disgrace! I'm ashamed to be born in this country. Look at the photos from the front lines, those genetically mutated bodies are utterly deformed. God will never forgive the soldiers who carried out this atrocity. Chapter 205, Sacrificing the Pawn to Save the King. Lu Chou watched the flood of condemnation on the screen, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The Eagle had committed unforgivable crimes. If their atrocities weren't exposed, the entire world would remain in the dark. Now the people of the world are consumed by rage. Everyone believes the Eagle's use of genetic weapons violates humanity's most fundamental morality. This war will likely be accepted soon. To quell global outrage, Eagle Sauce will probably offer compensation to nations like Camel Country. Xu Yun exhaled deeply, stretching his back as he spoke. They had been residing aboard the aerospace mothership for some time, and their spirits were somewhat weary. With Lu Chou's assistance, the soldiers who had undergone genetic mutations were now fully healed. As long as the Eagle Nation chose to withdraw, they could return home in triumph at any moment. It won't be that simple. Xu Yun was being overly idealistic, and Lu Chou remained deeply concerned. The entire blame for deploying genetic weapons against Camel Nation fell squarely on Eagle Nation alone, while other Western powers faced no repercussions whatsoever. They're likely to remain in Camel Country or even other desert nations to continue plundering their wealth. Lu Chou said with a grave expression. The Eagle invited those Western nations to join the invasion of Camel Country not only to unite their forces against Dragon Country but more importantly to secure a backup plan for itself. Upon hearing Lu Chou's warning, a look of gravity flashed across Xu Yun's face. Indeed. The incident involving the use of genetic weapons dealt a severe blow to Eagle's public image. But the other Western nations remained completely unaffected. Looks like we'll have to stick around and put in some extra hours, Xu Yun said, narrowing his eyes. Simultaneously, he ordered his men to heighten vigilance, remaining constantly on guard against further attacks from the Western Alliance. Eagle Nation, within the Black House. At this moment, Dawn and a group of Eagle Sauce high-ranking officials knew full well. Dragon Nation had already presented the evidence. They now stood at the epicenter of global public opinion. The slightest misstep could lead to condemnation from nations worldwide. Though panic stirred within them, they did not lose their composure. I anticipated this outcome when we decided to deploy the genetic weapon. Dawn's face twisted into a cold sneer, clearly unconcerned. Immediately inform our allied nations they must condemn us vehemently, even go so far as to distance themselves from us. Dawn's words left everyone baffled. They were perplexed. With the entire world condemning Eagle, wouldn't it be better to have Western allies publicly support them? That would surely ease the immense pressure on Eagle's shoulders. Why would Dawn order the allies to condemn themselves? Wasn't this digging their own grave? Only Michelle grasped Dawn's reasoning, inwardly marveling at his insight. One had to admit, experience truly counts. Dawn's ability to defeat countless formidable competitors during the presidential election was proof enough of his brilliance. Seeing Dawn's self-satisfied expression, Michelle, as his subordinate, knew she had to give him the chance to show off. So Michelle began explaining to everyone. By having our allied nations distance themselves from us, we'll pin all the blame for the genetic weapon squarely on ourselves. Meanwhile, our allies will clear themselves of suspicion and continue invading nations across the desert regions, securing benefits for us. Brilliant! After hearing Michelle's explanation, the eyes of the high-ranking Eagle officials present lit up one by one. They gazed at Dawn with admiration. Words of praise poured from everyone's mouths, making Don feel as refreshed as eating ice cream on the hottest day of summer. He nodded approvingly at Michelle. This veteran subordinate knew how to create opportunities for him to show off. Exactly. That's precisely my thinking. As long as those allied nations continue fighting in the desert region, they'll act like a wedge driving instability into the area. They can also provide us with a steady stream of intelligence and even deliver various benefits. Once his resolve was set, Don sprang into action. He contacted the heads of state of all allied nations involved in the conflict, demanding they distance themselves from the Eagle. Upon receiving this news, the allied leaders naturally accepted the offer with gratitude. Initially, they harbored resentment toward the Eagle for deploying genetic weapons, believing it had tarnished their nation's reputations as well. Now that Eagle had proactively requested their public clarification, these nations naturally sprang into action. Nearly simultaneously, all nations involved in the invasion of Camalistan held press conferences, strongly condemning Eagle's crimes of using genetic weapons. They declared they would henceforth sever all military cooperation ties with the Eagle nation. Upon hearing this news, citizens across the desert regions erupted into celebration. However, these allied nations promptly issued another announcement that plunged the jubilant crowd back into despair. Given Eagle's use of inhumane weapons during the war, we have decided to expel Eagle's forces from the Allied coalition. The Allied forces will continue the war against Camel Nation. Holy crap! This bold move stunned nations across the globe. Is this even allowed? Camel Nation's capital city. Alongside the Camel Nation, leaders from other desert nations had also gathered. This is outrageous. We thought they'd withdraw under public pressure, but these bastards have no shame. Sacrificing the pawn to save the king, a bold move. Does this mean the war in our desert region will drag on for some time? Our people can't endure prolonged warfare. Their wealth has been almost entirely plundered by the allied nations. Our domestic economy has stagnated, and recovery will be incredibly difficult. The crowd sighed in unison. As special guests, Xu Yun and Lu Chou witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Their predictions had actually come true. Rest assured, everyone. As long as the Western Allied forces refuse to withdraw, our Dragon Nation will remain steadfastly guarding the desert regions. We will never allow our people to suffer casualties. Xu Yun declared with unwavering conviction. He couldn't stop the Allied nations from plundering the desert region's resources and wealth, but he could strive to ensure the safety of every civilian. This was the unwavering conviction of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 206, The Petrochemical Industry Welcomes a New Spring. Many heads of state from desert nations present gazed at Xu Yun with gratitude. Had it not been for the Dragon Nation's military intervention, their nations would likely have fallen to the Western Alliance long ago. Their accumulated wealth would have fallen entirely into others' hands. Even the civilian population would have suffered far greater casualties. The Dragon Nation treats us small nations as equals, even helping us repel invaders without seeking anything in return. We hold this kindness in our hearts. Indeed, the Dragon Nation will be the steadfast ally of all nations in our desert region. Should this crisis be resolved, we will spare no effort in supporting the Dragon Nation. The attendees were all politicians, and they understood this all too well. Though the Dragon Nation offered unconditional aid to drive out the invaders, its true aim was undoubtedly to secure the support of the desert nations. After all, as hydrogen energy gradually became widespread in the future, the desert nations, with their unique advantage in oil resources, would inevitably clash with the Dragon Nation. Establishing good relations in advance held no downside for the Dragon Nation. Thus, aside from Camel Nation, the leaders of other desert nations maintained a consistently lukewarm attitude toward the Dragon Nation military. Lu Chou, observing this scene, understood exactly what everyone was thinking. After a moment's thought, a win-win solution instantly formed in his mind. Ladies and gentlemen, General Chu has just pledged on behalf of the Dragon Nation military to guarantee the safety of all civilians. Now, on behalf of the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, I assure you that the Dragon Nation will spare no effort in supporting the petroleum industries of every nation. Within 6 months after the war concludes, we will restore each nation to its pre-war economic level. The moment his words fell, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Professor Lu, you're not joking, are you? With the widespread adoption of hydrogen energy, oil prices are bound to plummet in the future. Plus, after enduring a war, our infrastructure has suffered severe damage. How can we possibly restore our economies to pre-war levels? Forget fully recovering to pre-war levels. If we can reach half of what we had before the war, we'd be satisfied. The audience shook their heads and smiled wryly. They were deeply grateful for Lu Chou's goodwill. Yet in their hearts, they felt that as a young man, Lu Chou was still far too idealistic. Yet a faint smile flickered across Lu Chou's face. I know you don't believe it. After all, hydrogen energy's impact on petroleum energy is truly unparalleled. But hydrogen isn't just for powering engines. His words sparked a sudden realization among the group, as if they had collectively grasped something. Professor Lu, could you be referring to the petrochemical industry? The Camel Nation's leader exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. Beyond fuel, petroleum serves as the raw material for producing synthetic rubber, resins, polyethylene, and more. If we could reduce the production costs of synthetic rubber, polyethylene, and similar products while improving their quality. Lu Qiu left the rest unsaid, giving everyone ample room for imagination. The hearts of these high-ranking officials from oil-producing nations present were set ablaze. If petrochemical technology truly reached the level Lu Qiu described, oil prices wouldn't just stabilize, they could even rise. The added value it would bring would be the envy of any nation. To be perfectly honest, I have also conducted research in petrochemical technology. If I continue my studies, I could achieve results in about a week. I am willing to share these findings with all desert nations suffering from war and turmoil. Share the results? The high-ranking officials from oil-producing nations present could scarcely believe their ears. The technologies Lu Qiu described could elevate any nation that mastered them to developed world status. They could rake in unimaginable profits. Yet Lu Qiu was offering to share this technology with them. As nations sitting atop vast oil reserves, everyone present understood exactly what these technologies meant. With these technologies as a foundation, the oil-producing nation's future economic prospects could soar even higher. On behalf of countless desert dwellers, I extend my deepest gratitude to Professor Lu in advance. The Camel Nation's leader bowed deeply to Lu Qiu, his voice choked with emotion. After the banquet concluded and they returned to the aerospace mothership, Shu Yun looked utterly perplexed and asked, "Why share petrochemical technologies with oil-producing nations? Our country possesses substantial oil reserves too." He was genuinely puzzled. Lu Qiu smiled and shook his head. "General Chu, sharing this technology with desert nations achieves two objectives with one move." He began to break down the reasoning step by step. First, we can leverage the oil resource advantages of desert nations to continuously obtain low-cost petrochemical products. Second, we could seize the opportunity to win these oil-rich nations over to our side. Do you really think, General Chu, that simply deploying our troops would be enough to make these oil nations completely lower their guard and cooperate with the Dragon Nation? After hearing Lu Qiu's explanation, Shu Yun burst into laughter. "You're the one who always sees things clearly. How did I miss such an obvious point?" While he was a genius at commanding battles, his cunning and depth of calculation certainly couldn't match Lu Qiu, who had lived 2 lifetimes. Over the next few days, Lu Qiu led a team of researchers from the oil-producing nations, immersing themselves in the laboratory. They began developing petrochemical technologies. All the oil-producing nations threw themselves into the effort, determined to fuel their post-war economic recovery. These days, whatever resources Lu Qiu needed, they spared no effort in providing. Over $1 billion had been poured into technological R&D alone. Under normal circumstances, such a sum would be mere pocket change for oil-rich nations. But in the midst of war, this was undoubtedly a massive investment. Fortunately, Lu Qiu did not disappoint. A week later, surveying the array of synthetic rubbers and polyethylene products emerging from the laboratory, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Qiu's face. "We have finally lived up to the trust placed in us by all the heads of state. Building upon our foundation in petrochemicals, we have achieved a qualitative breakthrough." He smiled broadly as he addressed the surrounding heads of state from oil-producing nations, explaining, "Oil resource utilization can be doubled, and product quality has also improved significantly. I believe that with these products, after the war ends, every nation will surely recover to its former glory." Seeing the petrochemical products before them and Lu Qiu's smiling face, the oil-producing nation leaders present were deeply moved beyond words. Chapter 207, Sending Some Money to the Dragon Nation. Thanks to Professor Lu. Otherwise, our oil resources would be worthless. We are confident that once the war ends, our economies will soar once more. Should Dragon Nation ever require assistance from our nations in the future, please do inform us, we will spare no effort. The crowd expressed their profound gratitude. If a week ago, many leaders of oil-producing nations had expressed gratitude to Dragon Nation out of necessity, now it was genuine appreciation from the heart. There's still one question before us. Should we announce the successful development of this petrochemical technology? Lu Qiu frowned as he posed the question. If we go public, we'll likely face retaliation from the Western coalition. But it could also greatly boost our people's confidence. I believe disclosure is the more appropriate course. The leader of Camel Nation said after a moment of contemplation. Camel Nation now faced a nation in ruins, with everything in need of rebuilding. Although the Dragon Nation had helped them reclaim some territory, the major cities lay in ruins after the war. The landscape was scarred and ravaged. The livelihoods painstakingly built by the people had all been reduced to ashes. Many had suffered such devastating blows that they were left utterly broken and unable to recover. Announcing to the world at this moment that Camel Nation had achieved a new breakthrough in petrification technology would undoubtedly boost national morale immensely. Only when the people have hope for the future can the nation's economy continue to thrive. Lu Qiu nodded. His responsibility was solely to develop the new petrochemical technology. How it would be implemented in practice was not his concern. Subsequently, Camel Nation issued a joint announcement with several other oil-producing nations. It stated that with the assistance of Brother Long, several major oil-producing nations had achieved a breakthrough in new petrochemical technology. The announcement specifically expressed gratitude for Long Nation's support. Upon hearing the news, the people of Camel Nation, those who had lost their homes to war, spread the word, their confidence restored once more. With this miraculous technology, our oil energy foundation is finally secure. And that's not all. With the continuous improvement of our industry, our nation's economy will soon recover to its previous level and even surpass it. All this is thanks to Dragon Nation. Without their assistance, given our nation's technological capabilities, developing this new technology would have taken an eternity. The people of Camel Nation proved themselves to be a grateful and discerning populace. They weren't ungrateful. Everyone saw the various forms of assistance Dragon Nation had provided Camel Nation. But this news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Eagle and the Western Coalition forces. At that moment, Don paced restlessly in his office, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. What a masterstroke! Who would have thought Lucio could devise a strategy to restore Camel Kingdom's former economic strength in such a short time and even develop cutting-edge petrochemical technology? He exclaimed furiously. Plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Originally, the Eagle had planned to implement a strategy of delay in the desert region, plunging the nations there into chaos so they could take advantage of the turmoil. But no one anticipated that the Dragon Nation would win over the hearts of Camel Nation and the entire desert region with a single new technology. This had completely derailed their carefully laid plans. If we wish to maintain our influence in the desert region, we must find a way to force the Dragon Nation's troops to withdraw, Michel stated bluntly. His words made Dawn roll his eyes. That was pure nonsense. Everyone knew the Western Alliance's offensive had stalled because Dragon Nation reinforcements had arrived. But the Dragon Nation military had long made it clear, as long as the Western Alliance's forces remained in the desert region, they would defend the peace to the death. Those damned Dragon Nation people keep saying they won't interfere in other nations' internal affairs, but in the end, they still intend to control the entire desert region. Dawn roared angrily. Actually, we could use non-military means to force the Dragon Nation's troops to withdraw from the desert region. Michel knew Dawn had lost his reason at this point, so he had to come up with a plan himself. We could bribe some Camel Kingdom officials to pose as Dragon Nation soldiers and carry out acts of pillage and destruction in the desert. Then we'd arrange for other officials to accuse the Dragon Nation military of accepting their bribes. With all this negative publicity exposed, I'm certain the Dragon Nation won't keep their troops stationed in Camel Nation. Michel's scheme was truly vicious. What a masterful frame-up. Even many presidential advisors present gasped in shock upon hearing the plan. The look in everyone's eyes as they turned to Michel was filled with apprehension. From now on, no one would dare provoke this man lightly. Dawn and Michel were cut from the same cloth. They were thoroughly satisfied with this utterly ruthless scheme. Excellent. We did plant several spy officials in Camel Country earlier. At worst, we'll treat these spies as disposable assets and have them cooperate with the plan. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Dawn's face. He turned to address the intelligence minister beside him. The intelligence chief nodded firmly. Rest assured, Your Excellency. We will accomplish this mission flawlessly. Ever since the failed assassination attempt on Lucio, his competence had been under Dawn's scrutiny. Lately, he could clearly sense Dayan's growing dissatisfaction with him. Therefore, upon accepting this mission, he steeled himself, determined to reclaim Dayan's trust. In a small town along the Camel Kingdom border, several armored vehicles rumbled into the town. The vehicles bore the distinctive insignia of the Dragon Nation military. Upon seeing this, many Camel Nation citizens gathered around. It was precisely because of the Dragon Nation military that they had been able to reclaim their homeland from the Eagle Nation's grasp. Gratitude filled every heart. Bang! 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 However, once the crowd had surrounded the armored vehicles, the machine guns mounted on them suddenly opened fire, nearly injuring the surrounding civilians. Hand over all your valuables right now. And find us some decent-looking girls, or don't blame us for getting rough. An impatient voice blared from the armored vehicle's loudspeaker. Hearing these words, the war-weary villagers' eyes bulged with fury. This was precisely how the Western Allied forces had treated them before. Plundering their wealth, defiling their daughters. But force prevails over reason. These armored vehicles were equipped with heavy weaponry, leaving them no choice but to comply meekly, surrendering their household treasures. Chapter 208, Massacre of Civilians? Within the small town, the ordinary citizens of Camel Country glared at the armored vehicles before them with bitter resentment. Their eyes burned with fury. Yet they dared not resist. They had barely managed to survive the clutches of the Eagle Wing soldiers. Any act of defiance would surely cost them their heads. No one was willing to lose the lives they had fought so hard to keep. Then, several young women were pushed forward, their faces contorted with pain as they stepped into the armored vehicle. They had already given everything the enemy demanded. Yet the machine guns on the armored vehicle still opened fire. Bang! 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 Dozens of ordinary citizens fell into pools of blood, their eyes filled with the look of unwillingness. The surrounding villagers scattered in a panic, fleeing in a mad rush. They hid in their homes, too afraid to come out. Once the armored vehicles had departed their city, the crowd ventured back onto the streets only to discover that the women they had forced out had all been brutally murdered. Who would have thought soldiers from the Dragon Nation would stoop to such acts? The Dragon Slayer has become the dragon himself. The enraged citizens exclaimed. They recorded every moment of the scene before them, intending to expose it publicly as evidence. Simultaneously, they escalated the reports through the ranks, all the way to the Camel Nation's head of state. At that moment, in the presidential office of Camel Nation's capital city, the Camel Nation president's expression darkened as he studied the documents before him. What are we to do now? I never imagined Dragon Nation's soldiers would start burning, killing, and looting within our Camel Nation's borders. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. However, with the Camel Nation currently facing invasion by the Western Allied forces, they could not afford to antagonize the Dragon Nation just yet. The Camel Nation president was momentarily unsure whether to expose this incident. Only his closest confidants remained in the office at that moment. Observing the president's expression, they narrowed their eyes. I believe we should suppress this matter. The Western Alliance is still lurking menacingly. If we expose the Dragon Nation military's lawless actions within our Camel Kingdom, it might provoke their displeasure. Indeed. If we wish to drive out the Western Alliance, we will inevitably need Dragon Nation's support. At this critical juncture, any hint of discord between us and Dragon Nation would be seized upon by those Western powers. They would use public opinion to pressure Dragon Nation into withdrawing its troops. We'll just have to inconvenience our citizens for now. Many voiced similar concerns. Though the Camel Nation's president seethed with anger, he knew this matter demanded careful deliberation. The slightest misstep could jeopardize the favorable situation before them. Enough. We must suppress this matter. After all, it's only a few ordinary citizens who died. Under no circumstances must this news be allowed to spread further. The Camel Nation president tossed the document into the shredder. Watching the paper disintegrate into tiny snowflake-like fragments, he closed his eyes in anguish. He never imagined he would one day commit such an act against the will of his people. Yet while the Camel Nation president struggled to contain the situation, the Dragon Nation military only grew more aggressive. They seemed to have realized that Camel Nation was now precisely where they were needed, and dared not easily make this matter public. Instead, they intensified their rampant plundering of the people's wealth. This even led to numerous bloody incidents. The Camel Nation president could no longer hold back. With the Dragon Nation military fanning the flames everywhere, over 100 ordinary citizens had already perished at their hands. Left with no choice, the Camel Nation president urgently summoned Chu Yun and Lu Chou. His face ashen, the president handed them a document. While Dragon Nation has bestowed great favors upon Camel Nation, I trust you wouldn't stoop to exploiting that kindness for ulterior motives. Chu Yun and Lu Chou had initially been puzzled, but after reviewing the documents, their expressions darkened considerably. Chu Yun knew all too well. All Dragon Nation combat equipment was equipped with combat recorders. Based on their surveillance, Dragon Nation soldiers had never committed such heinous acts. Your Excellency the President, I can assure you this is absolutely not the work of our Dragon Nation military. Someone is definitely framing our nation in secret. Chu Yun declared furiously. Whoever was falsely accused would likely find it impossible to suppress their rage. Hearing Chu Yun's words, the Camel Nation's president was momentarily speechless. He had expected Chu Yun to readily admit his military's actions, but instead, the man was stubbornly denying everything. If you don't believe us, you can check our combat recorders. And while these armored vehicles may look identical to our Dragon Nations on the surface, there are significant differences in the details. Chu Yun began meticulously analyzing the discrepancies between the armored vehicles. After listening, the Camel Nation president was nearly convinced. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his mind. After all, the footage from the so-called combat recorder could easily be fabricated. With Dragon Nation's current technological prowess, Camel Nation had no way to verify the authenticity of the video. Seeing the Camel Nation president's expression, Lu Chou understood clearly that he still harbored doubts. This is what we'll do, Lu Chou said. Within 3 days, we will uncover the true culprits behind the frame-up against Dragon Nation. Once that happens, all doubts will vanish like smoke. Lu Chou said with a smile. The Camel Nation president nodded, seemingly realizing he had indeed overstepped. Thank you both for your understanding. Camel Nation isn't solely my domain. Our high-level officials are deeply dissatisfied with this matter, and we must provide them with an explanation. Hearing the Camel Nation president's words, Lu Chou remained non-committal. He understood perfectly well that the Camel Nation president held immense power and influence domestically, effectively ruling the entire Camel Nation government as a one-man show. If the president was willing to sweep this under the rug, even if other high-ranking officials harbored grievances, they certainly wouldn't dare speak up. Upon returning to the aerospace mothership, Chu Yun's anger still raged unabated. This is outrageous. Who on earth is committing these atrocities under the banner of our Dragon Nation military? If I find the real culprits behind this, I won't let them off lightly. Lu Qiu shook his head with a smile. No need to even think about it, this is definitely a plot by Eagle Sauce or some other Western nation. We must find the real culprits before this escalates, or we'll be dragged into a whirlpool of public opinion. Who else but the Eagle could orchestrate such a frame-up? Chapter 209, Bribery Allegations. Yet the very scenario the Dragon Nation military feared unfolded. Before they could uncover the truth, driven by certain Camel Nation officials with ulterior motives. News of the Dragon Nation military's indiscriminate slaughter of Camel Nation civilians exploded across the globe. Upon learning this, numerous nations launched frenzied attacks against Manhwa. We strongly condemn the Dragon Nation's heinous crime of indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary citizens of Camel Nation and demand the Dragon Nation withdraw immediately. We hereby prohibit Dragon Nation merchant ships from operating in designated maritime zones and terminate all trade relations with Dragon Nation unless it withdraws its forces from Camel Nation. This heinous crime by the Dragon Nation is utterly appalling. Should they persist in their folly, they will face our uncompromising response. Many ordinary citizens knew nothing of the details. They had somehow obtained images from the scene and, upon seeing the horrors depicted, felt a chill run down their spines. Simultaneously, their anger toward the Dragon Kingdom grew ever more intense. Dragon Nation must give the world an explanation. What a ruthless country, resorting to any means to achieve its goals. Who would have thought? Under the pretext of helping Camel Nation resist foreign invasion, Dragon Nation sent in its army, yet its true purpose is no different from those Western allies. This is utterly horrifying. Dragon Nation's actions deserve to be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history. We strongly demand Dragon Nation provide an explanation for this incident. Fueled by Western nations, condemnation of Dragon Nation erupted like a tidal wave. The Dragon Nation's government faced immense pressure. With no other choice, the Dragon Nation military announced the suspension of all military operations in Camel Nation until a thorough investigation was completed. Upon hearing this news, the Western coalition forces erupted in excitement. Seizing the opportunity presented by Dragon Nation's inability to launch military operations in Camel Nation, they immediately launched a massive offensive. They invaded 5 or 6 cities in Camel Country in one fell swoop. The cities of Camel Nation, which had just returned to peace, were once again engulfed in the flames of war. Even so, many high-ranking officials in Camel Nation still demanded the Dragon Nation military exercise restraint and refrain from intervening. They stood by silently as their own citizens were plunged into suffering. Just as the eyes of the entire world were riveted on the atrocities committed by the Dragon Nation military in Camel Country, an individual claiming to be a high-ranking official of Camel Country suddenly released another piece of information. The Dragon Nation military had accepted bribes from Camel Nation. When this news broke, the world erupted in outrage. No one had imagined that the Dragon Nation, which prided itself on being the champion of justice, would actually accept bribes from another country. In an instant, official condemnation of Dragon Nation from nations around the world intensified. Inside the aerospace mothership, Lu Qiu, who had been investigating the mastermind behind the frame-up of the Dragon Nation military, turned ashen upon hearing the news. This must be a leak from an Eagle Nation spy infiltrating Camel Nation's government. Immediately apprehend the high-ranking Camel Nation official responsible for spreading this rumor. Interrogate him until he reveals the truth. Lu Qiu said with a frown. However, Chuyan shook his head with a bitter smile. It's already too late. I heard the Camel officials who leaked the information have collectively defected. They're probably already within Eagle's territory by now. Hearing this, Lu Qiu shook his head helplessly. Looks like Eagle Sauce had it all planned out. We absolutely cannot retreat. Otherwise, all the efforts of our soldiers and the petrification technology we developed earlier will go to waste. Lu Qiu said solemnly. For now, we must find a way to prove our innocence. Evidence of massacring Camel Nation civilians is easy to obtain. We only need to extract pheromones from the bodies of those dead Camel Nation citizens. As for the bribery charges, I doubt they'll have any solid proof. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures, they suddenly received an invitation from the Camel Nation's president. By the time they hurriedly arrived at the Camel Nation presidential palace, the place was already packed. Many high-ranking officials of Camel Nation wore complex expressions upon seeing the two. On one hand, Camel Nation genuinely needed military assistance from Dragon Nation. Yet on the other, Dragon Nation's military had recently been plagued by unsavory rumors. This had left many with lingering reservations. We apologize for the inconvenience of requesting your personal presence. We firmly believe the Dragon Nation military would never accept bribes. However, the outcry from the common people is growing louder. We hope your military will cooperate with us to thoroughly investigate this matter. Hearing this, Chuyan felt deeply dissatisfied. He could tell Camel Nation still didn't trust their military. Just tell it like it is. Those who falsely accused our Dragon Nation military of bribery, haven't they all defected to Eagle Nation? What evidence could they possibly produce? This is undoubtedly the Eagle scheme to sow discord. If you fall for it, you'll let the Eagle succeed. The Camel Nation president remained silent, but several presidential advisors snorted coldly. Evidence? Those high-ranking defectors have indeed produced evidence. After that remark, someone handed a document to Chu Yun and Lu Qiu. It was a transaction statement detailing a whopping $30 billion. And the recipient's account belonged to none other than the Dragon Nation's military. Lu Qiu glanced at Chu Yun with surprise. Chu Yun was so furious he nearly exploded. This account was used for our previous arms deals with the Eagles. I never imagined we'd fall into their trap. If those $30 billion had actually reached the Dragon Nation military, it wouldn't be so bad. But unfortunately, this account has now been frozen by the Eagle Nation's bank, and all the money is currently sitting in their hands. What a cunning scheme! Chu Yun declared furiously. But the Camel Nation's high-ranking officials clearly didn't buy his explanation. The evidence was right before their eyes. Unless the Dragon Nation could prove its innocence. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence of Eagle Sauce's false accusation that we massacred civilians has been uncovered. We will make it public shortly. As for the evidence clearing us of bribery allegations, we will present it within 3 days. The two men assured them repeatedly. Hearing this, the Camel Nation's president looked astonished. Could it be that the massacre of civilians was actually perpetrated by those Western nations? Lu Qiu nodded. Through our pheromone tracing system, we identified that all shell casings left at the scene originated from Eagle's military factories. Furthermore, the pheromones detected on the abused women all trace back to nations within the Western Alliance. This entire affair is a conspiracy to frame us. Chapter 210, Suspension of Duties. After Lu Qiu presented all the evidence, the Camel Nation president was completely convinced. They now suspected that the alleged bribery charges were likely another frame-up orchestrated by the Eagle State. A smile immediately spread across his face. I knew it. As our most steadfast ally, how could Dragon Nation possibly stab us in the back like this? Eagle and the Western nations have truly gone too far. Though his words were eloquent, he clearly still hoped the Dragon Nation military would uncover evidence proving their innocence. After all, only facts could silence the murmurs of the masses. After the Dragon Nation military partially cleared their suspicions, Camel Nation's high-ranking officials visibly softened their stance. Smiles spread across their faces. Gentlemen, we will prove as soon as possible that they did not accept bribes. I believe you all understand very well that if the Dragon Nation military were to act against your country over $30 billion, we would have no reason whatsoever to share our new petrochemical technology with you. Lu Qiu's words prompted deep reflection among the assembly. Indeed. The petrochemical technology Lu Qiu developed was worth far more than just $30 billion. If they were willing to share such precious technology with Camel Nation, why would they cling to Eagle Nation's measly $3 billion? Shortly thereafter, Camel Nation and the Dragon Nation military jointly held a press conference. They proved to the world that the accusation of massacring Camel Nation's ordinary citizens was a framed job orchestrated by Eagle Nation and certain Western powers against Dragon Nation. The real mastermind behind the scenes was actually the Eagle. The tide turned instantly. While many nations remained skeptical, suspecting Camel Nation's concessions were merely a ploy to pressure Dragon Nation into swift intervention as Western forces intensified their invasion. But with Dragon Nation's irrefutable evidence laid bare, disbelief became impossible. Dragon Nation netizens finally had a moment to breathe easy. During this period, they had consistently been at a disadvantage in online arguments with netizens from other countries. There was no way around it. The power of rumors was simply too overwhelming. So much so that many Dragon Nation citizens even began to doubt whether their military had gone rogue. Now, however, the facts proved that the alleged official massacre of ordinary citizens by the Dragon Nation never happened. It was all a frame-up orchestrated by the Eagle Nation. The Eagle's top brass are nothing but a bunch of bastards. They're the ones who massacred the people, yet they try to pin it on the Dragon Nation. Just think about it. Those children had bright futures ahead of them, yet they suffered such a terrible fate. Don't the so-called God-fearing leaders of the Eagle Nation feel a shred of conscience? They've long since lost any semblance of conscience. When it comes to profit, even God can become Satan. Countless people began furiously attacking the Eagle Nation's government. Even the Dragon Nation military bribery scandal gradually faded from public memory. Inside the Black House, Don's face turned ashen as he pointed at the intelligence minister and unleashed a torrent of curses. Damn it! When have you ever gotten anything done properly? Now we're facing accusations from all sides, and who cares if the Dragon Nation military took bribes? Can you even complete the mission I assigned you? Dawn roared furiously. They never expected to force the Dragon Nation to withdraw by framing them for massacring civilians. Their real objective was to frame the Dragon Nation military for bribery. I'll have someone handle it immediately. Previously we framed the Dragon Nation military for bribery. This time we can frame Chu Yun and Lu Qiu. As long as we get Chu Yun and Lu Qiu transferred for investigation, we'll have won half the battle. The intelligence chief hastily assured him. This is your final chance. If this plan fails, you can resign in disgrace. Don closed his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Although the intelligence minister was someone he had personally promoted and who had served under him for a very long time, and enjoyed his deep trust. But if the man took advantage of that trust to slack off, that was something he absolutely would not tolerate. The intelligence minister, now facing an ultimatum, immediately went into overdrive. He mobilized every operative under his command to exert pressure on the Dragon Nation's high command. He even directly named the two individuals accepting bribes, Lu Qiu and Chu Yun. Under duress, the Dragon Nation's high command finally issued an order. Suspension of all duties for Lu Qiu and Chu Yun until the truth behind the military bribery scandal is fully uncovered. When this order reached Lu Qiu and Chu Yun, both were taken aback. They clearly hadn't anticipated that the Eagle would resort to such a move. Chu Yun handed over his military authority to the deputy commander of the operation. The deputy commander was also one of his men, named Lu Hang. He had served under Chu Yun for over a decade. Thus, the actual military authority remained firmly within Chu Yun's grasp. The Dragon Nation government even dispatched members of its investigation team directly. What surprised everyone was that the head of this investigation team was none other than Zhou Hong. Clearly, the Dragon Nation's leadership still held great trust in Lu Qiu and Chu Yun. The suspension of their duties was merely a concession to public pressure. Appointing Zhou Hong as the investigation team leader was intended to give Lu Qiu and Chu Yun an opportunity to clear their names. When the investigation team arrived in Camel Country, Lu Qiu and Chu Yun greeted them warmly at the airport. The higher-ups have sent word, regardless of whether evidence exonerating you is found, your authority will be restored in 3 days. Military operations will continue to help Camel Nation repel the invasion. Zhou Hong delivered this uplifting news immediately upon arrival. Lu Qiu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, we won't put the higher-ups in a difficult position. I won't need 3 days. I can find evidence proving Eagle Sauce framed us, Lu Qiu declared with unwavering confidence. But many experts on the investigation team shook their heads with wry smiles. The evidence provided by those defecting Camel State officials consists entirely of transaction records. Unless we can hack directly into Eagle Sauce's federal banking system, we simply won't be able to produce proof of our innocence. You must understand, Eagle's information security system has always been among the world's most advanced. With our current technology, we simply can't breach their firewalls. Therefore, we plan to fabricate evidence to prove your innocence. The information specialist spoke solemnly. Lu Qiu, however, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Do you truly believe the Eagle Federation Bank's information security system is impenetrable? I happen to have a solution. Chapter 211, Compiling the Virus. Lu Qiu's words had already sparked realization among the group. Could it be that Mr. Lu intends to breach Eagle Union Bank's firewall, infiltrate the Dodge system, and uncover the transfer details? That's utterly impossible. Mr. Lu may possess extraordinary talent in inventing new things, but the firewall at Eagle Union Bank is arguably the most formidable on Blue Star. It requires not just flashes of genius, but complex computational processes. Mr. Lu, please stick to our plan. We can fabricate evidence that will absolutely prove your innocence. Numerous experts chimed in. They still felt playing it safe was the better option. But Lu Qiu shook his head. Trust my capabilities, everyone. Give me just one night, and I'll design a data diffusion system capable of effortlessly breaching their firewall, he declared with unwavering confidence. And this confidence, naturally, came from the system. Lu Qiu had already discovered a remarkable computer virus within the system, one that could effortlessly breach any existing information security system on Blue Star. Seeing Lu Qiu's resolve, the others reluctantly nodded in agreement. We'll give you 1 night. If you fail to breach the Eagle Union Federal Bank's firewall, you must comply with our plan without question, Zhou Hong said sternly. The situation in the desert region remained extremely tense. If Dragon Nation failed to effectively dispel the rumors, the repercussions would be disastrous. The investigation team entered the military's aerospace mothership, where several computer experts prepared to assist Lu Qiu in attacking the Eagle Union Federal Bank's firewall system. The military's computer systems were more than sufficient for writing virus code. Lu Qiu retrieved the data virus from the system. After just a glance, his scalp tingled. There was no way around it. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming. Had his mind not undergone systematic enhancement, granting him exceptional numerical acuity, crafting such a data virus would likely require the combined efforts of at least a dozen computer specialists. Lu Qiu shared his approach with the other computer experts, leaving them utterly astonished. The data virus Professor Lu described will require massive computational power. Please assign us tasks. We'll strive to process all the data in the shortest time possible and deliver it to you. Agreed. But completing it overnight is unlikely. Even writing the virus code itself will probably take at least a week. The difficulty is still too great. Perhaps we should stick to our original plan. Deep down, everyone knew that the data virus Lu Qiu proposed represented a groundbreaking feat. But alas, time was not on their side. They had to clear Lu Qiu and Chu Yun's names as quickly as possible. It won't take that long. Lu Qiu spoke with a faint smile on his face as he looked at everyone. I can write the code for this data virus tonight. Then you all can help me check for any vulnerabilities. His expression radiated confidence. Everyone stared at Lu Qiu in utter shock, wondering if they'd misheard him. Professor Lu, you're not joking, are you? You plan to write the data virus all by yourself? The group asked in disbelief. Exactly. And I'll do it in one night. Trust in my abilities. After that, he ceased communicating with the others, immersing himself entirely in the supercomputer before him. His fingers danced across the keyboard like a butterfly flitting through flowers, moving with frenzied speed. Trails of motion blur appeared in his wake. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled computer experts couldn't help but gasp in awe. Everyone understood that the data virus Lu Qiu proposed involved immense computational demands, but that was only one aspect. To successfully complete the programming, it had to be done in one go without a single mistake. Otherwise, it would have to start from scratch. Although Lu Qiu's typing speed was exceptionally fast, it was utterly impossible for a single person to complete this task in a single night. Seeing that Lu Qiu showed no intention of asking for their help, the group could only shake their heads helplessly and return to their rooms to rest. When they arrived at the computer lab early the next morning, they found Lu Qiu still full of energy. You young folks really are something else. Your sheer stamina alone puts us old-timers to shame. Someone remarked with a chuckle. They crowded around the screen, eager to see Lu Qiu's progress. They had already prepared words of consolation. After all, no one could possibly complete such a massive workload in a single night. But the moment their eyes fell upon the computer screen, the words of consolation vanished from their lips, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The computer data before them showed the virus had already begun executing. With just one command from Lu Qiu, the virus could infiltrate the Eagle Union Federal Bank's computer system. This can't be. How did you do it? Sorting through such a massive amount of data in a single night? That's not something a human could do, it's something only a god could achieve. Beyond the word gifted, I have no other way to explain what you've done. You're a genius, kid. In today's world, the word genius has long been overused. But everyone had to admit, Lu Qiu truly deserved that title. At that moment, Zhou Hong and the others, drawn by the fervent praise, entered the room. Thinking something had gone wrong, Zhou Hong asked anxiously, is there a problem? Lu Qiu shook his head. I'm about to hack into the Eagle Union Federal Bank system. With that, he pressed the enter key on his keyboard. Instantly, a torrent of data surged forth from the Dragon Nation's aerospace mothership computer room. After zigzagging through tens of millions of nodes, it launched an assault on the Eagle Union Federal Bank's firewall. Nix was the head of the Eagle Union Federal Bank's Information Security Department. Holding such a position within this massive institution, coupled with his family's considerable wealth and the fact that he now had both a son and a daughter, made him a true winner in life. Today, like any other day, Nix planned to coast through another day of slacking off. No hacker in their right mind would dare breach the Eagle Union Federal Bank's information systems. After all, the Federal Bank's firewall was integrated with the Eagle Swan National Security Agency's firewall. Chapter 212, Database Intrusion. Not bad. An espresso first thing in the morning really wakes you up. Unlike most eagle wings, Nix had a particular fondness for espresso. Just as he set down his coffee cup and prepared to scan today's news, an alarm suddenly sounded throughout the system. Boss! Our firewall is under attack from an unknown source. His subordinate froze for a moment before speaking urgently. Nix remained unruffled. Every year, a few reckless individuals, convinced of their IT prowess, dream of striking it big overnight by pulling off major heists. But these self-important jerks' cyber attacks always get blocked by solid firewalls. And immediately uploaded to the Eagle's national security agencies. This triggers a counterattack. Directly pinpoint the attack's origin and deploy assassins for elimination. Physically eradicate the attack source. His subordinates nodded and settled back into their seats. After all, their boss remained unflappable. If the sky fell, someone taller would catch it. What was there for them to worry about? 10 minutes passed. At this time, all attacks would normally be neutralized. But now, the crisis alert remained active. Nix finally took notice. Report this immediately to the National Security Department. Let them handle this little problem, he said, frowning. But before he could even hand over the data attack to the National Security Department for handling, the intelligence alert sound abruptly vanished. He exhaled deeply, a faint smile touching his lips. What an impatient bastard. If he'd held out just a little longer, he could have gone head-to-head with our top cyber experts. That would have made a name for himself. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, preparing to call the National Security Department. He wanted them to trace the source of this cyber attack. But just then, his subordinate, who had remained silent until now, suddenly let out a startled cry. Our firewall's been breached. The database has been hacked. All the data's been stolen. The sheer horror in his subordinate's voice was so intense it sounded almost shrill, like a woman's scream. Nix, who had just picked up the phone, froze, dropping the receiver to the floor. It's over. His career was ruined. To cover up this blunder, he immediately ordered someone to draft an incident report, shifting all blame onto the cybersecurity division of the National Security Agency. After being passed up the chain of command, it finally reached Michelle's desk. Upon seeing the intelligence report in her hands, Michelle rubbed her temples with a headache. It was obvious even to a fool that this was a cyber attack originating from the Dragon Nation. He wasted no time, promptly handing the documents to Dayan and convening an emergency meeting. "Sir, this is serious. If the Dragon Nation has stolen the entire contents of our federal bank database, not only will Lu Qiu and Chu Yun find evidence to clear their names, but all the dirty deals we've been involved in over the years will be in their hands. Especially since we've been funneling substantial funds to their spies, all traceable through bank transfers." Michelle spoke awkwardly, glancing cautiously at Dawn. Sure enough. Dawn flew into a rage, flinging the documents in his hand straight into Michelle's face. "Useless. All of you are useless. Fire every single person in the federal bank's IT department immediately. Suspend all personnel at the National Security Agency's Cyber Center too. Come up with a solution right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." He roared furiously. The frame-up operation had been proceeding smoothly. Even Chang Feng and Chu Yun had been suspended pending investigation. But then, out of nowhere, some unknown hacker appeared and stole all the federal bank's data. It could even implicate all of Eagle's spies within Dragon Nation. Michelle took a deep breath and said helplessly, "At this point, we can only try to minimize the damage as much as possible. It won't be long before the Dragon Nation proves to the world that the so-called bribery allegations against Lu Qiu and Chu Yun were actually our frame-up. But we can easily pin all the blame on those traitorous Camel Country officials." Dawn nodded in resignation. At this point, there was no other choice. He turned to face the intelligence chief, his expression cold. "Your mission has failed. You should remember what I told you before, right?" The intelligence minister's face turned ashen. He knew his position was likely untenable. "Resign voluntarily. I'll grant you the last shred of dignity. Let's not make things too awkward between us." After speaking, Dawan waved his hand dismissively. His frame instantly slumped, as if all his vitality had been drained from him. The intelligence minister had served him for decades. Yet not a single task assigned to him recently had been completed. If the intelligence minister remained in his position, the other subordinates would surely voice their discontent. The team would become difficult to manage. "Yes. I understand what needs to be done." The intelligence minister bowed deeply before leaving the presidential office immediately. Inside the aerospace mothership's computer room, watching the progress bar before them gradually reach 100%, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Unbelievable. Who would have thought the data virus you programmed actually cracked the Eagle Union Federal Bank's firewall? We computer experts have been outclassed. Hurry up and search the Federation Bank database for evidence. We need to clear your name and General Chu's as soon as possible. Exactly. We must clear both of your names. The group chattered excitedly, their eyes already fixed on the Federal Bank database. After searching through the indexes, Lucio finally found the evidence that would clear his name. All the funds deposited into the bank account originated from an Eagle Sang foreign trade enterprise, one that directly served Eagle Sang's intelligence agency. Just as I suspected. This was all Eagle's conspiracy. Both Lucio and Chu Yun breathed a long sigh of relief. Though they were innocent and had nothing to fear, the external pressure from public opinion was overwhelming. If they couldn't clear their names soon, it would feel like a massive boulder crushing their hearts. Call a press conference immediately. I'll prove myself to the entire world. Chapter 213, The Truth Comes to Light. Inside the conference room, reporters crowded the room. Though the exact purpose of the Dragon Nation military's press conference remained unclear, it undoubtedly concerned the bribery allegations against Lu Qiu and Chu Yun. Thus, numerous journalists had gathered for this event. They knew this press conference would capture the world's attention. With just a bit of spin and editing, they could generate massive traffic for their publications. Soon, Lu Qiu and Chu Yun emerged, looking energetic and spirited. Both men radiated energy and appeared genuinely pleased. Not a trace of discouragement from their suspension and investigation could be seen. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've gathered you here today to prove to the world that General Chu and I have never accepted bribes or engaged in corruption. This entire affair stems from a conspiracy orchestrated by the Eagle," Lu Qiu declared cheerfully to the crowd. The journalists below the stage erupted into a frenzy, exchanging stunned whispers. "How could that be? I heard the evidence of bribery has already been presented by several high-ranking officials from Camel Country. If Chu Yun and Lu Qiu are innocent, why didn't they explain themselves earlier? Even the Dragon Nation authorities have suspended them pending investigation. There must be something fishy going on." Talk talk. Lu Qiu tapped the table, signaling for everyone to quiet down. A serious expression crossed his face. "I understand you may still have doubts, but we now possess sufficient evidence to clear their names." After speaking, he immediately displayed the recent transaction records of Eagle Union Federal Bank on the screen. "You should all be able to see from these transaction records. The funds transferred into our Dragon Nation military account came from a trading company affiliated with Eagle. This company is a front openly operated by the Eagle's intelligence agency. I believe everyone here is well aware of that. This is a political frame-up orchestrated by the Eagle. Lu Cho declared with righteous indignation. His eyes blazed with fury. The journalists below the stage had sensed something amiss, but upon seeing the transaction records displayed on the screen, their doubts vanished one by one. The evidence was right before their eyes, ironclad proof. It seems both of you have been wrongfully accused. But how did your country obtain this document from the Eagle Federation? If memory serves, the Eagle Federation Bank's cybersecurity defenses are supposed to be the strongest in the world, right? The crowd asked curiously. They now strongly suspected that the Dragon Nation had a mole within the Eagle Federation Bank and one of considerable standing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to access such core data. A faint smile flashed across Lu Cho's face as he heard the questions, but he did not respond. How we obtained this information is classified intelligence of our Dragon Nation. I cannot disclose it at this time. Though the exact source of Longwa's evidence remained unclear, it at least proved the innocence of Lu Cho and Chu Yun. After extensive coverage by numerous journalists, many nations expressed deep contempt for Eagle's act of framing and slander. How shameless! Unable to defeat Dragon Nation on the battlefield, they resort to underhanded tactics. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Who can disagree? I've lost count of how many times Eagle has framed Dragon Nation. Those high-ranking officials who defected to Eagle's Camel Nation must be their pawns too. It's terrifying. Who knows if our own country harbors Eagle spies? In an instant, all nations turned their ire toward the Eagle Nation. The Dragon Nation government issued a strong condemnation, demanding the Eagle Nation government provide an explanation for this incident. But Eagle Chow had anticipated this. They immediately pushed the defected Camel Nation officials to the forefront. This entire scheme was orchestrated by these Camel officials. Their ideology clashed with the Camel presidents, so they concocted this lie to bring down the Camel president. We, the Eagle Nation, are also victims. After this statement was released, people from many countries scoffed at it. Everyone knew exactly what kind of face Eagle Chan wore. Several high-ranking officials who defected from Camel Nation, no one knows what deal they struck with the Eagle Nation government. They actually volunteered to take the blame. Yet when the Camel Nation's government expressed willingness to extradite these individuals back home, Eagle Chicken refused. Are you kidding me? What if these scoundrels return home only to face capital punishment and trial in Camel country? These cowardly defectors, desperate to save their own skins, would surely crack under pressure and spill everything about their crimes. After proving their innocence, Lu Qiu and Chu Yun were swiftly reinstated to their positions. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's high command issued an order: military reinforcements must safeguard Camel Nation's territorial integrity and repel all invading forces. After a long period of inactivity, the Dragon Nation's great army finally moved again. Everyone's spirits soared. These Western Alliance forces dared to act recklessly under their banner. If these scoundrels weren't taught a lesson, they might think the Dragon Nation military was easy to bully. Both aerospace carriers advanced to the front lines, while various stealth fighters darted back and forth, penetrating deep into the Western Alliance's command center. A wave of bombardment struck directly. Beyond that, the orbital ion cannons roared to life once more, wiping out every Western Alliance stronghold in sight. They were beaten into a state of utter panic. Inside the Allied command center at that moment. Although Eagle had ostensibly withdrawn from this military operation, Milgan remained on the battlefield as the overall commander of the invading forces in Camel country. As he listened to his advisor's report on the current situation, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it! Against the overwhelming might of the Dragon Nation, we have absolutely no chance of resistance. Looks like we'll have to negotiate. Milgan said helplessly. He had exhausted every conceivable tactic, yet even genetic weapons proved utterly useless against the Dragon Nation. Beyond negotiations, he could think of no other way to maintain the current status quo. Let's negotiate. At worst, we'll divide the entire desert region with the Dragon Nation. Surely they don't want to completely alienate us countries. Exactly. While the Dragon Nation's technological advancement is rapid and remarkable, there are still many scientific achievements beyond their grasp. They also rely on our nations for numerous aspects of their daily industrial production. I trust the Dragon Nation won't be so unreasonable. If push comes to shove, we'll let them take the lion's share. Just promise them more concessions during the talks. Chapter 214, Negotiations. The Western Coalition finally signaled their willingness to negotiate. They were acutely aware that despite employing every possible underhanded tactic, they still couldn't gain the upper hand against the Dragon Nation's military. If the conflict continued, the Dragon Nation military would certainly not tolerate their actions. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's advanced weaponry had surpassed their understanding of warfare. They now lived under constant threat of orbital ion cannon bombardment. Under these circumstances, negotiation was the only viable solution. Milgan served as the Western Coalition commander in the capacity of a private military advisor. Thus, his initiative to propose negotiations with Dragon Nation did not arouse excessive suspicion. Camel Nation and other desert states possess weapons of mass destruction. Guided by humanitarian principles, our Western coalition has launched military operations against Camel Nation. Based on our current intelligence, this operation has undoubtedly achieved significant results. Therefore, we now intend to initiate negotiations with both the Dragon Nation and Camel Nation. We hope the Dragon Nation will accept our negotiation request and contribute to stabilizing regional peace. Milgan began to flatter Dragon Nation. It seemed as though if Dragon Nation refused their negotiation demands, it would be tantamount to deliberately provoking war. Upon hearing this news, many netizens from Dragon Nation took to the internet to vent their fury. Milgan truly embodies the essence of those eagle-eyed officials. What a masterful diversion tactic. It's clearly the Hawks and Western powers pushing for military action against Camel Nation, yet now they're roasting us, Dragon Nation, over the fire. They've milked us dry, and only now do they think to negotiate. The Dragon Nation military now found itself pushed to the brink. However, both Lucio and the Dragon Nation's leadership intended to engage in earnest talks with the Western coalition forces. War ultimately served no one's interests. The Dragon Nation military and Western allied representatives gathered at a hotel in a neutral country, preparing to discuss reparations for Camel Nation. As Lucio surveyed the Western Alliance leaders before him, a flicker of contempt crossed his face. If these fools continued to resist, Lucio could annihilate them all within a month. Unfortunately for them, each clung desperately to their lives. Realizing they were no match for the Dragon Nation military, they decisively chose negotiation. Milgan scratched his scalp, a faint smile touching his lips. We will withdraw our forces from Camel Country, but we will station a portion of our troops within Earth Country to bolster its defenses. After all, we can't guarantee that after the Allied forces withdraw, your Dragon Nation and Camel Nation won't retaliate against Earth Nation. Milgan said with a cheerful smile. On the surface, he appeared genuinely committed to negotiations, but his words sent a chill down the spine. Even the Turkish representatives accompanying them in the negotiations turned grim. The Western Alliance had never consulted with the Turkish nation beforehand about establishing military bases within their territory. This was an outright trampling of Turkey's sovereignty. Yet Turkey was powerless to resist. Having made one misstep after another, it had long since become a vassal state of the Eagle Nation. Do you possess the right to station troops in Turkey? Have you considered Turkey's legitimate rights and interests? We absolutely refuse to accept this condition. Both Dragon Nation and Western Alliance forces must withdraw from the desert region immediately. Not a single warship may remain. Shu Yun declared decisively. While the Dragon Nation also coveted the desert region's resources and its uniquely advantageous geographical position. But following Lucio's counsel, the Dragon Nation preferred collaborative development with the desert states over military occupation, rampantly trampling on the sovereignty of other nations. Hearing Chu Yun's words, a cold smile involuntarily spread across Milgan's face. In their view, the Dragon Nation's refusal stems solely from the perception that its interests aren't adequately safeguarded. Of course, it's not just that we have the right to station troops in the land of Earth, you too can have the right to station troops in the land of Earth, and even in the land of camels. Milgan stated this matter-of-factly, leaving the Dragon Nation military negotiators present and even the Camel Nation representatives quite astonished. The Camel Kingdom representative regarded the Dragon Kingdom with a complex expression. With the war nearing its end, whether the Dragon Nation genuinely sought to aid them or coveted their wealth hinged entirely on the military's decision. Camel Nation, however, possessed not even the right to resist. At this negotiating table, they weren't even worthy of speaking. This is absurd. Our nation has always maintained a partnership with Camel Nation and other desert states. How could we possibly station troops within their territories? If you refuse to negotiate, we can continue fighting to the bitter end. Shu Yun declared with righteous indignation. The Western Allied representatives across the table were utterly dumbfounded. How could they possibly fail to subdue the Dragon Kingdom? Just how insatiable are their ambitions? We're all seasoned veterans here, stop playing games with us. Allowing your Dragon Nation to station troops in desert nations is already our greatest concession. At worst, we can simply increase the compensation amount. Milgan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Even now, he believed his terms hadn't yet reached the point where Dragon Nation would budge. Little did he know they'd already slapped an insatiable greed filter onto the Dragon Nation. I don't think there's any point in continuing these talks. Upon hearing this, Shu Yun stood up immediately, preparing to leave. The Camel Kingdom representatives beside him were deeply moved. They understood perfectly well that if they were in Shu Yun's position, they would be more than willing to reach an agreement with the Western Alliance to station troops in Camel Country. Only then could Camel Nation become a complete military vassal of Dragon Nation. It could even become the foothold for the Dragon Nation to gradually encroach upon the European continent. Yet, faced with such lucrative terms, the Dragon Nation had actually refused. A sense of shame welled up within the Camel Kingdom delegates. They had actually doubted the Dragon Nation's military just moments ago. Gentlemen, if you have any demands, just state them plainly. Everything is still open to negotiation. Seeing Chu Yun actually rise to leave, Milgan grew anxious. There was no other option. The current battlefield situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. They had no chance of victory whatsoever. Choosing to negotiate was merely an act of desperation. They were entirely at the mercy of the Dragon Nation. Our demands are straightforward. The Western Allied forces must provide at least $500 billion as post-war reconstruction funds for the desert nations. Furthermore, all plundered wealth and resources must be returned to their respective nations. Chapter 215, Suicide Attack. Good grief! You're so high and mighty. Upon hearing Chu Yun's demands, sweat began beading on Mill's forehead. He finally understood. The Dragon Nation truly couldn't care less about the various benefits offered by Camel Nation. Their sole focus was on stabilizing the chaotic situation in the desert region. Nothing more. By comparison, it was their Eagle Nation and the Western allies who now appeared insatiably greedy. The representatives of the desert nation exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Had they known the Dragon Nation was so principled, why would they have so readily sided with the Eagle Nation? Sorry, but we absolutely must secure the right to station troops in the Desert Kingdom. There can be no compromise on this point. Mergen shook his head helplessly once he came to his senses. This was a deadline order issued by Dawn himself. He had to obey. Rumor had it that the political landscape within the Black Palace had been turbulent lately, with even the Director of Intelligence getting the boot. If he failed to complete this mission successfully, his position as a 5-star general would likely be gone upon his return. The negotiations had collapsed. Watching the Dragon Nation's military representative turn and walk away, Milgan made no attempt to stop him. He must find another way to end this war. Force the Dragon Nation to accept the predetermined negotiation terms. Just as hesitation gripped him, a deafening explosion erupted outside the conference room. Glass shattered everywhere. Milgan and the other Western Allied commanders were startled, fearing the Dragon Nation intended to wipe them out. They scrambled for cover. Yet after a long while, no further sounds followed. Soon, chaotic voices began to rise from the street below. Assassins! Protect Professor Liu and General Chu. Hearing these words, Milgan's heart sank. Damn it! Meanwhile, after Lu Qiu and Chu Yun left the conference room, neither of them was in particularly high spirits. They had come to negotiate with genuine sincerity, only to discover that the so-called talks were nothing but a pretext. The Eagle and those Western nations merely sought to carve up the desert regions alongside the Dragon Nation. How could the Dragon Nation stand idly by and watch the desert regions become vassal states? They would never agree to that. After this breakdown in negotiations, I expect the Eagle Nation will likely make concessions. The war simply cannot continue. Even if we were to win, the lives of the common people in the desert regions would be plunged into utter misery. Lu Qiu frowned as he spoke. Just as the two opened their car doors to step inside, a Hummer suddenly barreled through. It instantly scattered the surrounding journalists. In the collision, several reporters were crushed to death on the spot. Bodies were crushed beyond recognition. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The Hummer appeared to have been rigged with explosives. An invisible shockwave began violently sweeping through the area. Fortunately, most of the people he was negotiating with today were military representatives, possessing some battlefield awareness. They had already taken cover on the ground early on and weren't severely affected. At worst, they only suffered minor scrapes. As for Lu Qiu, the moment he detected the danger, he had already donned his mech armor. He even found time to rescue several panicked journalists. As thick smoke billowed from the Humvee before him, Lu Qiu's expression darkened considerably. This was clearly an assassination attempt targeting the Dragon Nation's military negotiators. The perpetrators' intentions were utterly malicious. Judging by the quantity of explosives used, they clearly intended to wipe out the entire Dragon Nation military delegation. However, the operatives carrying out the mission had faltered. Likely overcome by nerves, they had ignited the fuse prematurely, preventing the blast wave from fully dispersing. Apart from a few unfortunate journalists, there were no casualties among the Dragon Nation military delegation. Lu Qiu's face turned ashen as he glared at Chu Yun beside him. Take this guy away. The group approached the Humvee, now reduced to a mangled wreck by the blast. The driver's seat was nothing but a charred mass. It was a charred, blackened mess, utterly unrecognizable. Even DNA testing would likely prove impossible. The body before them was nearly entirely carbonized. Just as the Dragon Nation military personnel prepared to remove the body, Milgan and the others from the conference room rushed out in a hurry. What happened? Milgan asked, his face drained of color. A single glance at the scene made everything clear. Damn it! Which faction does this guy belong to? Gazing at the assassin now reduced to charcoal, Milgan declared angrily. Although today's negotiations with the Dragon Nation representatives had reached an impasse, with a little compromise in the future, there would certainly be room for further talks. But if the Dragon Nation representatives suffered casualties from the assassin's attack, there would be no room for negotiation between the two factions. Chu Yun shot him a cold glance. You truly don't know who the assassin is? He had already begun to suspect Milgan. Milgan was utterly speechless. Negotiations had just collapsed, and now the Dragon Nation's representative had been assassinated. It was like mud falling into your pants. Even if it wasn't, it still stank like. I truly know nothing about this matter. Once I return, I will personally send people to investigate thoroughly. Milgon gritted his teeth as he declared. At this moment, his hatred for the mastermind behind the attack burned even fiercer than that of Chu Yun and the others. The mastermind clearly intended to destroy his livelihood and ruin his political career. General Chu, we implore you to entrust this body to our care. We will see justice served for all involved. Milgon pleaded. He intended to personally investigate this incident. However, Chu Yun didn't trust him at all. The Dragon Nation military departed with the body, leaving Milgon alone, his face ashen. After pondering for a moment, he reported the matter to Dawn. What? A suicide attack during negotiations? Upon hearing the news, Dawn's expression darkened considerably. With anti-war sentiments surging within Eagle Nation, he had to find a way to resolve the desert conflict swiftly. He had fully endorsed Milgon's mission to negotiate peace with Dragon Nation and Camel Nation. But he never imagined someone would sabotage it. Could it be those arms-dealing tycoons? Milgon ventured a guess, careful not to speak recklessly. After all, the Eagle's military budget relies heavily on those major arms dealers. Hearing Milgon's reminder, Dawn narrowed his eyes. Indeed. If anyone stood to gain the most from this war, it was undoubtedly those arms dealers. They certainly wouldn't want the war to end so easily. I'll find a way to probe around indirectly. You all must fully cooperate with the Dragon Nation's investigation to prove our innocence. Beyond that, try to meet as many of the Dragon Nation's demands as possible. This war cannot drag on any longer. Chapter 216, Cherry Blossom Nation wading into troubled waters. After hanging up, Dawn let out a deep sigh. The Eagle Nation launched this desert war precisely to plunder wealth and destabilize the international order. To halt the Dragon Nation's burgeoning economic momentum. Yet unexpectedly, the war had spiraled into an uncontrollable direction. They desperately needed to halt the conflict, but fate had other plans. Douglas, investigate those arms dealers immediately and gauge their stance. I suspect they orchestrated the terrorist attack targeting the Dragon Nation's negotiators. Dawn said with a grave expression. Douglas was one of his distant cousins. After Dawn had removed the intelligence chief, this position naturally needed someone he could trust. Douglas was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Not only were they distant relatives, but their personal relationship was also exceptionally strong. Moreover, Douglas possessed considerable ability. However, after Douglas conducted a thorough investigation, he found absolutely no clues. The arms magnates showed no signs of unusual activity whatsoever. Many even approached Dawn proactively to clear their names. The assassination attempt on the Dragon Nation's negotiators was absolutely not orchestrated by us. While we arms dealers crave war and would love to see conflicts in the desert regions persist, we would never stoop to such actions. We're not foolish enough to assassinate a Dragon Nation military representative in front of so many witnesses. If we provoked a furious Dragon Nation retaliation, we'd likely lose our lives before we could even enjoy the profits. We implore you, Lord Dawn, to speak on our behalf to the Dragon Nation military. Please prevent any misunderstanding on their part. The men pleaded desperately. Dawn was utterly perplexed. After all, these arms dealers were almost all major tycoons in the British military. They normally didn't give him, the president, the time of day. It was hardly surprising that they would attempt to assassinate a Dragon Nation military representative for their own gain. Yet here they were, seeking him out to explain themselves. They seemed terrified of provoking misunderstanding from the Dragon Nation military. He couldn't help but ask curiously, are you really arms dealers for the Dragon Nation, or are you arms dealers for us Eagles? I haven't seen you being this polite to us Eagles before. Hearing Dayan's question, the arms dealers couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. You should know by now that our arms dealers wouldn't have reached this level without trade with the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences. The latest weapons developed by the Eagle Academy are often entrusted to us for production. But now, the high-end weapons sector has been monopolized by the Dragon Nation. We absolutely must keep the Dragon Nation military happy, especially win Lucho's favor. Who knows? We might land some arms contracts from them in the future. Hearing these arms dealers' words, Dawn felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. These guys were clearly Eagle's arms dealers, yet now they were groveling to Lucio and Dragon Country for profit. Is there any justice left in this world? Of course, Dowan couldn't bring himself to criticize them. After all, it was the Eagle Nation Academy of Sciences that lacked the capability. In any case, behave yourselves for now. Don't let any more incidents occur. This war can't possibly drag on. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the arms dealers to leave. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. If the attackers weren't those arms dealers, then what other faction could it be? The mastermind behind this must be the Eagle's financial conglomerate. Inside the Dragon Nation Command Center, Shu Yun spoke with palpable indignation. In his view, only those conglomerates would want the war to drag on to secure their interests. Lucho also harbored suspicions. Regardless, we should first confirm the killer's identity. Lu Qiu stated. Without any evidence, even if they suspected the Eagle conglomerate was behind this attack, they couldn't say much. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Chu Yun's face twisted into a bitter smile. Identify the killer? The perpetrator is now nothing but a charred corpse. How are we supposed to determine his identity? The Hummer is a military vehicle used by the Eagle conglomerate. We can start investigating from that angle. Before the attack, the mastermind had surely planned how to eliminate evidence. Faced with a charred corpse, even with Longwa's formidable technological prowess, confirming the killer's identity was impossible. Unless we could reverse time and bring the bastard back to life. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. DNA isn't the only way to confirm his identity. I can determine it entirely through the distribution of atoms remaining within his body. Lu Qiu explained with a smile. With the system at his disposal, he possessed ample means to confirm the killer's identity. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lu Qiu had taken full responsibility, he naturally trusted the man's capabilities. Then I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything, just let me know. Lu Qiu then brought the charred corpse into the real world and began using the atomic distribution point method provided by the system to confirm the person's identity. After a night of anxious, frantic work, a solemn expression flashed across his face as he studied the report in his hands. A surge of anger welled up within him. Confirmed. This individual is a citizen of Sakura Nation. Lu Qiu declared angrily. Based on his analysis, while it's impossible to determine the individual's exact appearance or age, it's entirely feasible to identify their nationality and ethnicity. Sakura country? Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, Chu Yun froze in shock. Japan had not joined the Western coalition forces in this military operation against Camel country. After all, the distance was simply too great. Even if they controlled the desert region, it wouldn't serve much purpose. He couldn't fathom why Sakura Nation would wade into this mess for no apparent reason. Could it be the Eagle-san pulling strings behind the scenes? Since Eagle-san can't step forward themselves, they're using Sakura country to strike at us. Chu Yun frowned as he spoke. Lu Qiu shook his head. Impossible. The Eagles faction definitely still wants to end the war as quickly as possible. They must be just as furious about this suicide incident. This must be Japan's unilateral decision. We can share our findings with the Eagle and see how they react. Lu Qiu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Though he was itching to personally take down the true mastermind behind this assassination attempt. But tossing the problem to the Eagle and watching them tear each other apart held its own kind of amusement. Chu Yun, who had read Lu Qiu's thoughts, chuckled darkly, a hint of malice flickering across his face. Let's do it. Chapter 217, The Eagle's Warning. After uncovering the true mastermind behind the assassination, Lu Qiu did not immediately confront the land of cherry blossoms for answers. Instead, he delivered this report into Milgan's hands. At the Allied Command Center, as he studied the report in his hands, Milgan's expression darkened considerably. What exactly do these lackeys of Sakura Nation think they're doing? They repeatedly claimed they wouldn't participate in this invasion of Camel Nation, yet now they're obstructing our negotiations? He was utterly perplexed. Among these nations, aside from Eagle and Europa, Sakura Nation ranked third in strength. If one disregarded Europa as a unified bloc, Sakura Nation's strength could even rank second only to Eagle Nation. With its national economy steadily rising, Japan had absolutely no reason to assassinate Dragon Nation's negotiators from any perspective. Milgan's face was clouded with worry, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He couldn't very well confront the Japanese Prime Minister directly, could he? Left with no choice, he handed the investigation report to Dawn. Dawn immediately convened a meeting of the Eagle's top leadership. What are your thoughts? He slammed the investigation report prepared by Lu Qiu onto the table before them, his face darkening as he demanded. Japan had always been regarded by him as a traitor, a very obedient dog. Yet he never imagined this dog would one day turn and bite its master. After glancing at the report, the others' expressions darkened as well. Michel pondered for a moment before voicing his assessment. Sakura Nation is playing the game of the clam and the snapping turtle, hoping the fisherman will reap the benefits. All eyes turned to Michel, awaiting further explanation. Japan's recent economic development has been quite robust, reaching the third largest economy globally. If war breaks out between us and the Dragon Nation, the land of cherry blossoms could seize the opportunity to develop itself and catch up to both our nations. What a cunning scheme! Michel narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in them. In the past, it was always the Eagle Nation scheming against others, never the other way around. Hearing Michel's words, a surge of anger welled up within everyone present. Sakura Nation is nothing but a dog we keep on a leash. Who would have thought they'd dare to plot against their master? Lord Down, order an immediate investigation into Japan's crimes. We cannot let their treachery succeed, nor allow the true masterminds behind this to escape justice. Exactly. I'm certain the Prime Minister of the land of cherry blossoms knew about this. Why not simply remove him and install a new, compliant leader? The crowd echoed in unison. Dawn felt furious as well, though he hadn't lost his reason. Over the past few years, as Sakura Nation's economic power steadily rose, their control over the nation had steadily diminished. The Sakura Nation had now achieved political independence. Removing a prime minister was no longer feasible. Give them a taste of their own medicine. At the very least, we must satisfy the Dragon Nation. After uttering these words, all the vitality seemed to drain from Dawn's body. He knew the eagle had fallen completely. Not only could they not control their own lapdog, but they had to personally dispose of it to win the Dragon Nation's favor and get their representative to sign the negotiation agreement. The Prime Minister's office of Sakura Nation. Prime Minister Kishimoto Koizumi hummed a tune as he handled state affairs. Recently, large-scale military clashes erupted between the Dragon Nation and the Eagle Nation, with the Dragon Nation clearly holding absolute dominance. The current situation was highly advantageous for Sakura Nation. When two nations clash, one must suffer. They could steadily chip away at the rival's influence while seizing the opportunity to strengthen themselves, leaping to become the world's foremost superpower. That was precisely why he had taken such a risky gambit, dispatching operatives to the negotiation site between Sakura-chan and Dragon Nation to orchestrate a suicide bombing. The effect was spectacular. Although the Dragon Nation's delegation suffered no casualties, they undoubtedly harbored deep resentment toward Eagle Nation. The conflict between the two sides would inevitably persist. Cherry Blossom Nation, naturally, would reap the benefits of this conflict. Your Excellency, the Eagle Nation president is calling on the direct line. His secretary suddenly spoke up at that moment. Kishimoto Koizumi's expression changed, as if something had occurred to him. Nevertheless, he answered the transferred call. Mr. Down, what brings you here? He asked respectfully. Dawn's icy voice came through the line. Don't think we don't know what you've been up to. Apologize to the entire world immediately. We, the Eagle Nation, will hand over a portion of our enterprises in the land of cherry blossoms to the Dragon Nation. You'd better show some sincerity to appease the Dragon Nation's anger. This time I'm calling to warn you. If the Dragon Nation remains dissatisfied, next time it will be their aerial aircraft carriers descending upon your homeland. Dawn's words made Kishimoto Koizumi's heart clench so tightly he nearly fainted on the spot. He never imagined the Dragon Nation and Eagle General would actually uncover evidence. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Kishimoto Koizumi repeatedly lowered his stance. Yet the rage in his eyes remained utterly impossible to conceal. Dawn snorted coldly. You are the true masterminds behind this assassination attempt. Dragon Nation uncovered it. But Dragon Nation relayed this information to us here at Eagle Nation, clearly not intending to take direct action against you yourselves. Behave yourselves. Satisfy Dragon Nation, it'll benefit both Eagle Squad and your own country immensely. With that, Dawn hung up the phone. Kishimoto Koizumi clenched the receiver so tightly her hand trembled, then flung it to the floor. Her hair stood on end with fury. This is an utter disgrace. Kishimoto snapped. Serving one eagle had already drained them dry, and now they were expected to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom too. If they'd known this would happen, they never should have pursued the assassination plan. After venting his fury, Kishimoto immediately summoned high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation for a meeting. He relayed the warning Daon had issued, and the faces of the Sakura Nation officials turned grim. It seemed Daon had always regarded Sakura Nation as traitors to Eagle Nation. What are we to do now? Gentlemen, any suggestions? Kishimoto asked, his face clouded with worry. For now, we can only comply with the Eagle's demands, apologize to the Dragon Nation as sincerely as possible, and try to quell their anger. You're absolutely right. This assassination attempt has angered both major powers. If we don't handle this incident properly, we'll be in serious trouble. Transfer some proprietary technologies to the Dragon Nation, compensate them financially, and even hand over part of our domestic company's international operations to them. Chapter 218, Sugar-Coated Bullets. Everyone chimed in with suggestions. But none of their words satisfied Kishimoto. Must we always grovel like this? When will our Sakura Nation finally stand tall and act without bowing to other nations? Kishimoto exclaimed furiously. His subordinates, witnessing his fury, fell silent one by one. The plan for the suicide terrorist attack had been Kishimoto's own idea. They had all tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Now that things had gone wrong, he was blaming them for not coming up with better suggestions. Realizing he might have overreacted, Kishimoto sighed and rubbed his temples. Actually, I have a good solution. Just then, Sakura Nation's State Minister, Itokaku, suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to Itokaku. In truth, relations between Ito and Kishimoto were usually extremely strained. Ito represented the interests of the opposition party, and the two sides were like oil and water. No one expected Itokaku to step forward at such a critical moment. Kishimoto immediately frowned, convinced Ito harbored no good intentions. Please share your solution, Your Excellency. A faint smile appeared on Ito's face. Has anyone here heard of the Oriental Group? The Oriental Group? Of course they had. It's a multinational corporation from the Dragon Nation, and it's enormous. It even had significant operations in their own Sakura country. As far as I know, Jiang Ying, the president of Dongfang Group, is Lu Qiu's girlfriend, and their relationship is quite close. We can absolutely use Dongfang Group as a lever to control Lu Qiu, Ito Kaku said with a chuckle. The others froze, momentarily unable to process the revelation. He had to explain again. We can cede a portion of the market to the Oriental Group while simultaneously providing them with various patented technologies. Once they taste the benefits, Oriental Group will surely deepen cooperation with our Sakura nation. Then we can turn around and accuse them of treason and collaboration with the enemy. I'm confident the Dragon Nation authorities won't stand idly by. Then, with the entire Oriental Group caught between a rock and a hard place, they'll have no choice but to cooperate with us. And as Jiang Ying's boyfriend, Lu Qiu certainly won't stand idly by either. Hearing Ito Kaku's words, a look of delight spread across every face in the room. Indeed, they could execute a flanking maneuver. Since breaking through Lu Qiu and the Dragon Nation military proved difficult, they could instead target those close to Lu Qiu. Excellent. Minister, you finally proposed a sound strategy, Kishimoto remarked indifferently. He immediately dispatched personnel to initiate contact with the Oriental Group. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. To gain the trust of the Oriental Group and lure Jiang Ying into the trap, Sakura Nation promised all manner of benefits. They even began suppressing their own domestic enterprises solely to facilitate the Eastern Group's smooth entry into Sakura Nation and expansion into its market. Inside the Oriental Group conference room at that moment, several high-level executives wore expressions of delight. Who would have thought Sakura Nation would actually offer us the chance to seize their domestic market? Sakura Nation has maintained severe trade protectionism over the years. We've long sought to penetrate their market using our product and price advantages, yet progress has been slow. Who would have thought their government would suddenly ease restrictions? The executives were clearly thrilled. Only Jiang Ying's face still bore a trace of worry. She remained convinced this matter was far from straightforward. Japan had always been a ruthless nation, willing to resort to any means to protect its interests. How could they possibly be actively seeking to befriend the Oriental Group? We must proceed with caution. They likely have ulterior motives. But since they've offered us this juicy opportunity on a silver platter, we can't afford to pass it up. Immediately notify our international market team to fully develop the Sakura Nation market. Aim to completely dominate their market in the shortest possible time. Jiang Ying was a woman of decisive action. She wouldn't let such an opportunity slip through her fingers. The senior executives nodded solemnly in agreement. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Ying couldn't shake a sense of unease. She immediately called Lu Qiu. Sakura Nation actually invited Donghua Group to enter their domestic market? Lu Qiu was clearly taken aback upon hearing the news. He couldn't fathom why Sakura Nation would make such a move. However, recalling the recently uncovered Japanese assassin, he suddenly realized that this official move by Japan was likely an attempt to lure him into a trap. This is likely a sugar-coated bullet. Japan will first use various benefits to lull us into complacency, then gradually present demands will find hard to refuse, guiding us step by step down the path of treason. Lu Qiu said with a grave expression. He then shared his findings on the suicide attack with Jiang Ying. Now it was Jiang Ying's turn to feel anxious. What should we do now? Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile. Simple. We'll swallow the candy coating and fire the cannonballs right back. Whatever benefits Sakura Nation offers the Dongfang Group, accept them all. During this period, make sure to register everything with the Dragon Nation's High Command. Keep the authorities informed of our every move. When Sakura Nation starts making demands of your Dongfang Group, just flat out refuse them. Lu Qiu's words made Jiang Ying's eyes light up. After all, with the government backing of the Oriental Group, as long as they reported everything to the authorities, they could confidently take the candy coating and spit out the cannonballs. After hanging up, Lu Qiu immediately contacted the Dragon Nation's High Command to report the situation. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official responded with a smile. Rest assured, we're a pretty open-minded bunch. Since Sakura Nation is handing us this juicy morsel on a silver platter, why on earth would we refuse? Oriental Group should boldly devour this juicy morsel. With the assurance from the Dragon Nation's leadership, Lu Qiu exhaled deeply and watched the situation unfold quietly. He was confident that Sakura Nation's scheme would backfire spectacularly, costing them both their bride and their army. 3 days later, Dongfang Group's international operations had fully entered Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation's government provided nothing but green lights and smooth sailing. Any request Dongfang Group made to the Sakura Nation authorities was promptly fulfilled. Oriental Group's revenue tripled in a remarkably short period. At this point, many senior executives within the group began to sense something was amiss. They started voicing concerns to Jiang Ying, demanding an immediate scaling back of the group's operations in Sakura Nation. Chapter 219, Kishimoto digs a hole. Time flew by, and a month had passed. During this month, while negotiations between Dragon Nation and the Western Alliance made no substantive progress, both sides exercised maximum restraint. The Western Alliance refrained from further military actions against Camel Country, while Dragon Nation temporarily stationed its forces within Camel Country's borders. However, this stalemate could not continue indefinitely. Inside the Black Palace at that moment, Dawn's eyes were filled with deep contemplation. So much time has passed, yet Sakura Nation still hasn't issued a public apology. What exactly are they up to? He hesitated. Deep down, he sensed Sakura Nation wouldn't let this matter rest. He knew all too well that the land of cherry blossoms harbored ambitions far too grand. Michel, standing nearby, wore a hint of scorn on his face. I hear the Oriental Group is aggressively expanding its operations in Sakura Nation right now. Perhaps that's why they're suddenly lowering their stance and trying to curry favor with Lucio. The high-ranking officials of Eagle River present were all well aware of the relationship between Zhang Ying and Lucio. Upon hearing Michel say this, Dawn couldn't help but snort coldly. Absurd! Is the Dragon Nation solely Lucio's Dragon Nation? No matter how brilliant he is, he's still just a researcher. What good would a simple apology from the Cherry Blossom Nation do? Dawn felt profound contempt for Sakura Nation's approach. In his view, bribing Lucio's girlfriend was clearly the worst possible strategy. Just then, a look of sudden realization flashed across the face of Douglas, the newly appointed Minister of Intelligence. I believe you may all be mistaken. Sakura Nation's actions were not intended to bribe Lucio's girlfriend. After a moment's thought, he declared with conviction. A flicker of curiosity crossed everyone's faces. Although Douglas was a relative of Dawn, his lack of seniority and youth meant he held little sway in the Eagle's high-level meetings. He often found himself in the role of a listener. Go on. Dawn tapped the table, eager to give his nephew an opportunity to shine. This move by Sakura Nation is likely a sugar-coated bullet. Douglas's words instantly jolted all the senior Eagle officials present into realization. They nodded in deep agreement. You're right. Sakura Nation has been scheming to get the Oriental Group to expand its operations within their borders. Their goal is to drag Zhang Ying into the fray. When Zhang Ying betrays the Dragon Nation for the sake of the Oriental Group, I'm sure Lucio won't stand idly by. Given the bond between them, Lucio will surely follow Zhang Ying. Michel analyzed aloud. What a ruthless scheme. But Japan's tactics also present us with tremendous opportunities. Dawn's face softened into a faint smile. At least Japan remains within our sphere of influence for now. Even if Lucio defects to Japan, we can devise ways to lure him back. Exactly. At the very least, we can get Lucio to sign the negotiation agreement first. The group chuckled in agreement. A cheerful atmosphere filled the presidential office. At the Prime Minister's office in Sakura Nation, Kishimoto gazed at the intelligence report before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Excellent. You've done well. The Oriental Group is now hooked. With just a little more guidance, we can make them betray their own country. Kishimoto declared with evident satisfaction. Contact the president of the Oriental Group immediately. I need to speak with her personally. He wore a smile, as if everything was under his control. Soon, with the staff's coordination and arrangements, Zhang Ying and Kishimoto Koizumi engaged in an encrypted call. Thank you so much, Lord Kishimoto, for your support of our Oriental Group. We've successfully established a foothold in Sakura Nation and are even expanding steadily. Zhang Ying expressed her gratitude sincerely. Kishimoto smiled. His earlier meticulous groundwork had been precisely to let Oriental Group taste the benefits. No need to thank me, Ms. Zhang. Many of your new products are precisely what Sakura Nation urgently needs. Market competition favors the fittest. Your products hold a distinct advantage in the market. Achieving such success undoubtedly stems from your inherent product strengths. However, if the Oriental Group intends to continue expanding within our Sakura Nation, we must discuss cooperation moving forward. Kishimoto finally revealed his true intentions. Zhang Ying had clearly anticipated his demand. She said little, instead recording the entire conversation for the record. Minister Kishimoto, please feel free to state your requirements. Oriental Group will certainly consider them appropriately. We hope to maintain our current positive relationship. Please grant Oriental Group more opportunities. Zhang Ying said with a smile. One had to admit her acting was quite convincing. She had completely fooled Kishimoto Koizumi into believing her. Kishimoto Koizumi felt extremely pleased with himself and immediately presented his request. I understand your Oriental Group also handles contract manufacturing for certain military projects in the Dragon Nation. I'd like to request access to some of those specialized blueprints for reference, he said with a smile. This plan wasn't just about dragging the Oriental Group and Lucio into trouble, they also intended to profit from it. After all, the Oriental Group maintained close ties with the Dragon Nation government and surely possessed access to classified information. There was no response over the phone for a long while. After a considerable pause, Zhang Ying's voice carried a hint of anger. What exactly do you mean by this? You should know I'm a citizen of Dragon Nation. Our Dongfang Group exists because of Dragon Nation. If we betray our own country, once word gets out, the entire Dongfang Group will collapse. she said angrily. You should at least hear the terms I'm offering. Kishimoto had anticipated this scenario and smiled as he promised various benefits. Among them was even deeper cooperation with the Sakura Nation's government, elevating the Oriental Group to become one of Sakura Nation's top conglomerates. His offer was undeniably generous. In the end, Jiang Ying was persuaded. I agree to your terms, but only this once. After saying this, Jiang Ying hung up the phone immediately. A cold smile spread across Kishimoto's face. Just this once? Once you've fallen step by step into my trap, you won't have a choice. Of course, before that happened, he needed to bait the trap further. Therefore, Kishimoto immediately ordered the authorities to continue lifting restrictions on the Oriental Group. Chapter 220, Losing Both the Wife and the Army. Prepare to close the net. Watching the Oriental Group burrow deeper into Sakura Nation's inner workings, Kishimoto finally steeled his resolve. He contacted Jiang Ying once more. Your Eastern Group's interests are now completely intertwined with Sakura Nation's. I hope you'll be sensible and lead your group to pledge allegiance to us. Otherwise, I need only hand over the evidence of our deep cooperation to the Dragon Nation authorities and your Dongfang group will collapse without a fight. Kishimoto finally revealed his true, sinister nature. Yet Jiang Ying seemed entirely prepared for his threats, showing no surprise whatsoever. Sorry, but defecting to your Sakura Nation is out of the question. Our Oriental Group captured the Sakura Nation market purely through our own product and pricing advantages. It has absolutely nothing to do with your Sakura Nation government. With that, she hung up the phone. Kishimoto's face turned green with rage. He hadn't expected Jiang Ying to be so decisive. This woman is no pushover. She probably thinks we're afraid to hand over the evidence to the Dragon Nation authorities and that we have ulterior motives. Kishimoto sneered coldly. If the Oriental Group could indeed be utilized for the benefit of their Sakura Nation, that would be ideal. Since negotiations had completely collapsed, they could only resort to sowing discord. Expose the deep collaborative ties between the Oriental Group and Sakura Nation to the public, compelling the Dragon Nation authorities to expel this traitorous corporation themselves. Thus, the Sakura Nation government immediately convened a press conference. They announced to the world their recent in-depth collaboration with the Oriental Group. Along with classified information obtained from the group. The news sent shockwaves throughout the Dragon Nation. The people of Dragon Nation were filled with outrage. Who would have thought the Oriental Group and Sakura Nation had such murky ties? I used to be proud of the Oriental Group, but it turns out they're a company that betrays its own people. Starting today, we must consciously boycott the Oriental Group. This doesn't make sense. If the Eastern Group and the Sakura Nation government had such a close relationship, that profit-driven bastard Kishimoto wouldn't have exposed it so easily. Some were immediately led by the nose by Kishimoto's press conference, while many more level-headed Dragon Nation citizens voiced their doubts. Amidst the growing public anxiety, the Dragon Nation government issued a statement. They began backing the Oriental Group. The Oriental Group has official backing from the Dragon Nation, with even some state capital invested in it. Its collaboration with the Sakura Nation's government has long been officially registered. Moreover, the materials provided by the Oriental Group to Sakura Nation are all inconsequential. Upon learning this news, the people of Dragon Nation were completely reassured. Not only did they cease boycotting Oriental Group's products, they began buying them in a frenzy. In no time, a buying frenzy for Oriental Group products swept the nation. Countries around the world mocked Sakura Nation for this self-defeating move. What fools! Can't they see the Eastern Group is deliberately stringing them along? Those officials in Sakura Nation must have had their brains eaten by dogs. They're just a bunch of useless fools. Ridiculous. They gave Oriental Group the chance to infiltrate Japan. Now they probably don't know how to clean up this mess. Faced with ridicule from numerous nations, Kishimoto was utterly enraged. How is this possible? How did the Dragon Nation uncover our scheme? Immediately impose a total blockade on Oriental Group products within our Sakura Nation. Kick them out of our country. They'll never set foot in our market again. He roared hysterically. This was the greatest humiliation of his entire tenure as Prime Minister. Upon hearing Kishimoto's words, the expressions of his officials turned awkward. Your Excellency, as the saying goes, it's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send them away. Currently, Oriental Group products are already on the shelves of every supermarket across our nation. Their goods possess unparalleled advantages in both quality and price. A sudden, wholesale withdrawal would likely provoke public discontent. Exactly. After getting used to the Oriental Group's high-quality, low-cost goods, our people won't agree to switch to entirely new domestic products. I implore you to reconsider your decision. Hearing his subordinate's words, Kishimoto gasped for air, then coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. When he slowly regained consciousness, he found Ito Kaku standing before him. It suddenly dawned on him this strategy seemed to have been proposed by Ito Kaku. Sir, we've just received intelligence that the Oriental Group has urgently produced a batch of high-performance hydrogen-powered vehicles at shockingly low prices. They've already entered our Sakura Nation's market. Ito Kaku stated coldly. If Kishimoto still hadn't realized he'd been set up by this Ito Kaku, then he truly had a brain for nothing. You damned old fool. Though our political views differ, we should both strive for the benefit of Sakura Nation. How could you do such a thing? Ito Kaku maintained his smile, showing no anger at Kishimoto's rude outburst. Your Excellency would do well to consider how you'll explain this to the people. With that, he left the hospital room. With Oriental Group's products flooding the Sakura Nation market, domestic industries naturally suffered massive blows. Numerous Zaibatsu conglomerates began inciting the public to besiege the Prime Minister's residence, demanding Kishimoto immediately impose a ban on Oriental Group's products. However, some ordinary citizens believed Dragon Nation's products offered better value for money and opposed imposing a ban on the Oriental Group. The heated debate between the two sides left Kishimoto with a massive headache. Left with no choice, he dispatched his special envoy to Camel Country to seek out Lucio. He hoped to persuade Lucio to show leniency. Within Camel Country, Lucio had been assisting Camel Kingdom in its reconstruction and vigorously developing its economy. With the new petrochemical technologies he provided, the Camel Kingdom and other desert regions slowly began to recover economically. However, since the Western Alliance had yet to reach a negotiated settlement with the Dragon Nation, they showed no urgency in withdrawing their forces. At this moment, Lucio sat in the conference room of the aerospace mothership, observing the representatives from Sakura Nation before him. A hint of displeasure flashed across his expression. After all, if that suicide assassin hadn't been so incompetent, he might have died on the spot. Chapter 221, Scheming and Negotiations. What brings you all here? Lucio asked, feigning ignorance. He had no intention of giving them a warm welcome. Seeming to sense the chill in Lucio's tone, the faces of the several Sakura Nation negotiators before him grew awkward. Not long ago, they had attempted to assassinate Lucio and his companions, and now they were turning around to beg for forgiveness. They had been thoroughly dismayed when assigned this mission. Your Excellency, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between our nations. We have come to meet with you today in the hope of resolving this misunderstanding and restoring harmony between our two countries. Speaking with the utmost humility, the negotiator before him was clearly in a position of supplication. This man was Ichiro Tanimoto, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sakura Nation. Lucio narrowed his eyes. If they could seize this opportunity to shift Sakura Nation from being an ally of the Eagle Nation to becoming a partner of the Dragon Nation, it would be a golden chance. Let's get straight to the point. You previously arranged assassins to target Dragon Nation's negotiators, and not long ago, you orchestrated a scheme to frame my girlfriend's organization. If you truly wish to turn swords into plowshares, you'll have to show me your sincerity. Lucio was prepared to demand exorbitant terms. Tanimoto Ichiro gritted his teeth. He knew this matter would not be easily resolved. From this moment onward, I refuse to comply with the Eagle's demands to blockade the Dragon Nation's economy. I pledge to open our markets to all Dragon Nation enterprises. However, when your nation's products enter our Cherry Blossom Kingdom, they must negotiate pricing agreements with our Sakura Valley enterprises. They absolutely cannot use low price advantages to seize market share. This was the maximum concession he could offer within his negotiating authority. Lucio heard this and felt a surge of surprise. Dragon Nation's manufacturing sector was rapidly advancing, boasting unmatched advantages in both product quality and pricing. If Sakura Nation opened its market, even under price sanctions, Longu products would undoubtedly capture significant market share there. Is your country truly willing to pay such a heavy price? He asked, frowning. He couldn't shake the feeling there might be hidden pitfalls lurking beneath the surface. Knowing he couldn't hide anything from Lucio, Tanimoto Ichiro sighed helplessly and slowly revealed their other demand. Once Dragon Nation's products enter our Sakura Nation market, they will inevitably impact our domestic enterprises. But on the other hand, the public will undoubtedly want to purchase Dragon Nation's low-cost, affordable products. A significant conflict has already arisen between the two sides. Therefore, we hope the Dragon Nation will publicly support us, creating a balance with domestic enterprises so they cease pressuring our current administration. Lucio narrowed his eyes. He had finally discerned the other party's scheme. In a country like Sakura Nation, becoming prime minister doesn't mean absolute power or dominance. Behind them lie intricate networks of family-run enterprises and powerful conglomerates. If opening the domestic market to Dragon Nation companies angered the local conglomerates, Prime Minister Kishimoto Koizumi would certainly struggle to manage the fallout. But if the conflict were left to be resolved directly between the Chinese and Japanese domestic enterprises, allowing them to reach an agreement, then the Japanese government and its domestic businesses would naturally avoid major friction. Simultaneously, this presents an opportunity to introduce cost-effective products from Dragon Nation, thereby strengthening public support for the government among Sakura Nation citizens. It would be a win-win situation. Even securing re-election in the future would not be impossible. Lucio pondered for a moment. He did not give an immediate answer. This matter was of great importance, and he must report it to the Dragon Nation's high command. After arranging for the Japanese representatives to rest in the guest quarters of the aerospace mothership, Lu Qiu promptly relayed the news to the Dragon Nation's High Command. In response, the Dragon Nation's leadership convened an emergency meeting. The success of this endeavor hinges entirely on whether our Dragon Nation enterprises can maintain their competitive edge. Precisely. If our Dragon Nation products can consistently outperform Japan's domestic enterprises, helping the Japanese government withstand pressure from those conglomerates, it might be feasible. At this point, all eyes turned to Lu Qiu. They understood clearly that the future industrial framework of Dragon Nation would undoubtedly be shaped by Lu Qiu. Whether they could maintain global leadership hinged entirely on Lu Qiu's capacity for technological innovation. A faint smile touched Lu Qiu's lips. Rest assured, everyone. I have full confidence that for at least the next century, the industrial realm will belong to our Dragon Nation. What was once made in Dragon Nation will inevitably become intelligently manufactured in Dragon Nation. No enterprise anywhere can rival the products we produce. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation breathed a collective sigh of relief. Excellent. You'll lead the negotiations from here on out. Agree to the terms proposed by the Sakura Nation's negotiators. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials said with smiles. This also served as a reward for Lu Qiu. After all, when Dragon Nation's official representatives negotiated directly with Sakura Nation, they ultimately represented the nation's interests. But if Lu Qiu handled the negotiations, he could secure far greater benefits for the Oriental Group. The Oriental Group itself was controlled by Lu Qiu's girlfriend and also possessed official backing. The stronger it grew, the more beneficial it would be for both the Dragon Nation and Lu Qiu himself. Hearing their words, Lu Qiu smiled and nodded. By the time negotiations with the Sakura Nation representatives commenced the next day, his tone had softened considerably. I can personally approve the terms you've proposed. The Dragon Nation's other enterprises entering the Cherry Blossom Nation's market must not face arbitrary obstruction from your government. Of course, we also don't require any policy support from your government. However, Dongfang Group is an exception. The Sakura Nation government must provide appropriate policy preferences to Dongfang Group. Otherwise, there is no point in continuing these negotiations. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, Tanimoto Ichiro, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, sucked in a sharp breath. He knew full well that this negotiation must have been authorized by the Dragon Nation government. Yet he never imagined the Dragon Nation government would willingly allow Lu Qiu to secure such substantial benefits for the company where his girlfriend worked. This clearly demonstrated the high regard in which Lu Qiu was held. With this realization, Tanimoto Ichiro, who had previously dismissed Lu Qiu as a mere researcher lacking strategic acumen, quickly abandoned his condescending attitude. Here's to even more fruitful cooperation in the future. He smiled broadly and extended his hand proactively. Both parties signed the treaty directly. Tanimoto Ichiro declined Lu Qiu's invitation to tour the aerospace mothership, rushing back to Sakura country to deliver this good news and seek credit from Prime Minister Kishimoto. Meanwhile, Eagle-san, observing the marked improvement in relations between Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation, concluded it was time to resume in-depth negotiations with Dragon Nation. Chapter 222, Money? Just material possessions. As Milgan sat before him once more, Lu Qiu's expression finally relaxed. He knew the war between their factions must come to an end. Dragon Nation couldn't focus all its energy on the desert region. He still had numerous research projects awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, Milgan secretly hoped Lu Qiu and his team would sign the negotiation agreement. The Eagle had long desired to end this conflict. We can agree to your nation's demands, withdrawing our forces from the desert nation within the shortest possible timeframe and relinquishing all rights to maintain a military presence there. Milgan said with a hint of resignation. Their primary objective was to establish a long-term military presence in Turkey, using it as a foothold to dominate the entire desert region and gradually seize hegemony. But if they refused to compromise, the Dragon Nation would certainly not sign the negotiation agreement. Should the standoff persist, the disadvantage would undoubtedly lie with them. Moreover, their Western allies had long grown weary of the war. As long as the Dragon Nation remained in Camel Country, they couldn't profit from the war, only squandering real gold and silver. Hearing Milgan's words, Lu Qiu and Chuyan exchanged a glance. A flicker of surprise lit up their eyes. They hadn't expected the Eagle to actually consider abandoning this prime piece of desert territory. We certainly agree, but regarding the matter of compensation. Lu Qiu tapped the tabletop with his fingers. The Camel Kingdom representative beside him lit up with delight upon hearing his words. Camel Nation's bottom line was that Western Allied forces absolutely could not station troops in the desert region. As for compensation and such, it had never been within Camel Nation's scope of consideration. Milgan was furious upon hearing Lu Qiu's words. Withdrawing from the desert regions was already their greatest concession. He never imagined Lu Qiu would be so relentlessly demanding. This war has inflicted immense losses on all our nations. Even if we were to pay reparations, we simply cannot afford to pay much more. $1 billion. That is our absolute limit. Milgan gritted his teeth as he spoke. If they exceeded this amount, their entire military operation would undoubtedly be a colossal failure. It would even be a complete loss. Seeing that Milgon was truly backed into a corner, Lucho didn't want to antagonize the eagle just yet, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Lucho ease off the pressure, Milgon breathed a sigh of relief. If the conflict with the Dragon Nation continued to drag on, his subordinate nations might well follow the example of the Cherry Blossom Nation and refuse to accept Eagle Swan control any longer. The nations jointly signed a ceasefire agreement and issued a public announcement. To everyone's surprise, the desert conflict that had raged for nearly 3 months had ended just like that. Thanks to the Dragon Nation. Without their mediation, this war could have dragged on for another year or two. Camel Nation might even have become an Eagle Nation vassal state. Who'd have thought the Eagle would pay reparations? Woke up to find I'm now the superpower. Dragon Nation is incredible. Not only did they help Camel Nation repel the invaders, but they also provided all kinds of advanced technology. I believe Camel Nation's economic recovery is just around the corner. The crowd's praise for the Dragon Nation was endless. Beyond that, they looked down on the humiliated Eagle Nation with utter contempt. Camel Nation Presidential Palace. Numerous leaders from desert nations gathered, smiling warmly at Lu Qiu. All thanks to Mr. Lu. Without his assistance, our desert nations would still be mired in the ravages of war, with our people suffering terribly. Therefore, we have decided to establish deeper cooperative ties with the Dragon Nation. We hope the Dragon Nation will not look down upon our small nations. Starting today, all our petrochemical products will be sold to the Dragon Nation at cost price. Furthermore, 30% of the profits from these sales will be paid to Mr. Lu as patent fees. The president of Camel Nation spoke with tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Some Dragon Nation representatives present sucked in a sharp breath. 30% profit. What did that even mean? It wouldn't take long before Lu Qiu became the world's richest man. After all, Camel Nation's petrochemical products were bound to sell like hotcakes worldwide. Even Lu Qiu himself was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Camel Nation to be willing to pay such a huge price. Following Camel Nation's lead, other desert nations swiftly announced their willingness to cede 30% of their profits as patent fees to Lu Qiu. It seemed they had already coordinated their positions. Observing Lu Qiu's stunned expression, a faint smile touched the Camel Nation president's lips. This was actually part of their strategy. Everyone had recognized Lu Qiu's immense potential. A single research breakthrough from him could potentially reshape a nation's future. Even if their petrochemical industries hit bottlenecks in the future, they could seek Lu Qiu's assistance to secure new technologies. With a foundation of cooperation established, they were confident Lu Qiu wouldn't refuse. At worst, they'd simply offer a higher share of the patent royalties. Hearing these remarks, the other representatives from Dragon Nation felt a certain displeasure. They could clearly see that these desert nations had come to poach Dragon Nation's talent. Now it all depended on Lu Qiu's decision. Lu Qiu waved his hand. Gentlemen, patent royalties hold no personal value for me. Money is merely a number to me. If you are genuinely willing to cede 30% of the profits, I believe the Dragon Nation government can officially collect them. With this single, effortless remark, Lu Qiu swiftly resolved the matter. The numerous Dragon Nation representatives nodded in satisfaction. Lu Qiu's resolution was undoubtedly the most appropriate. On one hand, it did not reject the goodwill offered by the desert nations. On the other, it directly handed over a full 30% of the profits to the government. While the matter seemed straightforward, making such a choice amidst immense financial stakes demonstrated unwavering integrity. The Dragon Nation representatives present privately admitted they themselves could never have done the same. Upon hearing Lu Qiu's words, the heads of state from the desert nations grew even more convinced of his character. A researcher who views money as something external to himself will surely achieve boundless accomplishments in the future. Had Lu Qiu been someone who placed great importance on wealth, even with his extraordinary scientific talent, he would surely have been shackled by these material concerns. In that case, we look forward to deepening our cooperation with the Dragon Nation. The Camel Nation representative did not press the matter. He extended his hand with a warm smile and addressed Lu Qiu. We welcome talented young individuals from Camel Kingdom to visit Dragon Kingdom for mutual exchange and learning. I will spare no effort in nurturing these talents. Chapter 223, The Short-Sighted. Lu Qiu failed to notice. As he expressed willingness to accept Camel Kingdom talents for study at Dragon Valley, several officials behind the Camel Kingdom president exchanged glances. Who knows what they were thinking? Lu Qiu, returning to the Dragon Kingdom with his army, received a warm welcome from the high-ranking officials. Thanks to the various new petrification technologies you developed, nations across the desert region are increasingly favorable toward us. Not only that, but regarding Sakura Nation schemes, you handled them with such composure, swallowing every sweetener and firing back every shell, giving us a tremendous boost. Now Sakura Nation's official stance toward us is warmer, while their relationship with Eagle Nation has cooled to freezing point. The group chuckled heartily. By evening, a celebratory banquet was held in your honor. Any thoughts on what comes next? Zhou Hong asked with a smile, observing Lu Qiu deep in thought. Lu Chou's face broke into a smile as he set down his wine glass. I do have plans. Over the next 3 months, I intend to revolutionize our nation's industrial system, making our industrial capabilities even stronger. Lu Chou said, narrowing his eyes. Revolutionize the industrial system? Everyone froze in surprise. Exactly. I plan to build smart factories, utilizing data-driven production lines and various mechanical equipment to at least double factory productivity. He declared with boundless ambition. Dragon Nation had already opened up the Cherry Blossom Nation's market. He must ensure Dragon Nation's products maintain a constant edge in both quality and price. Therefore, developing the smart factory had become an urgent priority. Lu Chou's words prompted many high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation to shake their heads. You should be aware of Dragon Nation's current situation. Although the birth rate continues to decline, our population remains enormous, and the employment pressure is immense. While converting all factories into smart factories could certainly boost efficiency and reduce costs in the short term, how would we address the massive employment pressure? When contemplating such matters, Dragon Nation's leadership clearly considered the broader picture. Sacrificing a large number of jobs for the sake of smart factories would ultimately bring more harm than good to Dragon Nation. Lu Chou shook his head. Developing smart factories and providing employment opportunities are two separate matters. Smart factories enhance efficiency, but essential positions should be preserved. Moreover, emerging new fields are constantly creating new job opportunities. For instance, I plan to develop artificial intelligence in the future. You may invite experts to calculate the figures. If the jobs created in these new fields nearly offset the losses from developing smart factories, I believe it's absolutely worth a try. Lu Chou's words plunged all the senior officials present into hesitation once more. They knew full well that Lu Chou's reasoning was sound. Future national strength would undoubtedly hinge on technological prowess. To halt technological advancement out of fear for employment would be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. After prolonged deliberation, the Long Nation's leadership finally nodded in agreement. We will have professionals assess the employment trends in new fields. If the impact is negligible, we can proceed with developing the smart factory. Lu Chou shook his head. I propose launching the project immediately. Even if smart factories do affect job positions, that doesn't preclude their application in specialized fields like military manufacturing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Chou's reasoning was undeniably sound. If applied solely to specialized fields like defense and aerospace, the advent of smart factories would undoubtedly boost efficiency significantly. The impact on employment would be minimal. Excellent. I'll approve this project immediately. Your ideas are truly ahead of their time, young man. I fear our institutional reforms can't even keep pace with the speed of your technological progress. I can't wait to see how far Dragon Nation's technology will advance under your leadership. Everyone chuckled in agreement. Though they still believed the advent of smart factories might impact Longwa's current social stability, given Lu Chou's enthusiastic attitude, no one dared to dampen his spirits. Following this celebratory banquet, the Longway Academy of Sciences publicly announced the Smart Factory RD project. Upon hearing the news, numerous entrepreneurs and factory owners rejoiced. Meanwhile, within the Black Palace, as he studied the intelligence report in his hands, a broad smile spread across Dayan's face. Longway is about to develop smart factories. This is excellent news for us, he remarked to his subordinates with a smile. Douglas was deeply puzzled. Sir, if the Dragon Nation's smart factory development succeeds, the future of manufacturing could very well become a monopoly for them. How could that possibly be good news for us? Douglas was his nephew. Others might hesitate to ask such questions, but he felt comfortable voicing them freely, relying on his relationship with Dawn. Dawn patted him on the shoulder. You're still young, kid. China's population is currently the second largest in the world. Such a massive population naturally creates a huge market. That's why China has risen so rapidly. But a large population also brings numerous social issues like healthcare systems and even employment pressures. If Dragon Nation develops intelligent factories, it could very well put many people out of work. When that happens, their society will inevitably face turmoil, Dawn stated with conviction. After his thorough analysis, the others snapped back to reality and nodded in admiration. You're absolutely right. While smart factories represent the latest revolutionary technology in manufacturing, they are completely mismatched with Dragon Nation's current stage of development. They're taking a giant leap forward. Aren't they worried about pulling a muscle? It seems the Dragon Nation's leadership is short-sighted, seeing only the immediate benefits of smart factories without considering their far-reaching consequences. The group spoke with palpable excitement. This is the path to self-destruction for Dragon Nation. Not only should we not hinder their development of smart factories, but we should actively support them. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. After a long pause, he issued an order that left everyone speechless. Issue an immediate announcement declaring to the entire world that Dragon Nation's development of smart factories is a blessing for all humanity. We, Eagle Nation, will provide all necessary research materials free of charge. The moment his words left his mouth, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. This move was like pouring gasoline on a fire, utterly ruthless. Now, even if Dragon Nation wanted to halt the smart factory's development, it would be impossible. Chapter 224, Aiding the Enemy. Are you truly prepared to proceed with this? Michel, standing nearby, voiced a dissenting opinion. In his view, the Dragon Nation's leadership couldn't be so foolish as to overlook the employment pressure issue. Since the Dragon Nation's leadership was willing to support it, they must have measures in place to address the employment issue. Providing materials for free to support Dragon Nation's smart factory development was nothing short of aiding the enemy. Rest assured. Once this order is issued, Dragon Nation won't be able to back out of developing smart factories even if they wanted to. This is hugely beneficial for us Eagles. Don said, narrowing his eyes. Lately, whether in the Desert War or the indirect confrontation with Dragon Nation, most of the ideas had come from Michel. This had placed a certain amount of pressure on him. Making this decision meant that if it succeeded, his prestige would inevitably soar to new heights. Sensing Don's resolve and calculating the high probability of success, no one voiced further objections. Soon after, Eagle Sauce's Foreign Affairs Department issued a direct statement, declaring their willingness to supply all raw materials for the Dragon Nation's smart factory project, without seeking any compensation. Upon hearing the news, many Dragon Nation citizens scoffed at the announcement. In their eyes, Eagle Sauce was a nation that never rose early without profit. How could it possibly offer our materials for free without expecting anything in return? They should just publish the contract outright. Let's see if there's any trickery hidden in the fine print. We must be cautious. For all these years, Eagle Sauce has never gotten along with Dragon Nation. How could it possibly have good intentions and be willing to hand over its materials to help Dragon Nation? The public saw this proposal from Eagle as nothing but a sinister scheme. Yet when Eagle Sauce unveiled their draft contract, everyone fell silent. There it was, in black and white, stating clearly, provided free of charge, no compensation required. Even professional lawyers couldn't find any loopholes. The sun's risen in the west. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation's South Sea conference room, everyone stared at the draft contract in their hands, their eyes filled with confusion. Lu Chou was the first to spot the catch. The eagle is roasting us over a fire, he remarked with a chuckle. This contract is perfectly fine, of course. Eagle's goal is precisely to get us to develop the smart factory. Lu Chou's words instantly brought clarity to everyone. Exactly. If we accept this contract, we have to develop that smart factory. Otherwise, the whole world will be watching us. If we fail to deliver, it'll be a huge loss of face. And once the smart factory is built, future employment rates will inevitably be impacted, leading to a decline in social stability. Everyone now understood the stakes involved. All eyes turned to Lu Chou. What are your thoughts, Professor Lu? Unconsciously, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials present had gradually begun to regard Lu Chou as their equal. When making decisions, they even began seeking his counsel. Of course we should sign this contract. Since Eagle-chan is willing to deliver the materials to our doorstep, we certainly can't refuse. We get to decide exactly what materials are needed for developing the smart factory. We can ask for the moon demand more than necessary and even secure some scarce materials from Eagle Country, he said with a smile. The contract Eagle had presented was clearly a sugar-coated bullet. Lu Chou intended to swallow the sugar coating and fire the bullet back. Seeing Lu Chou's confident demeanor, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Lu Chou is absolutely right. Since they brought the juicy deal right to our doorstep, wouldn't it be a shame not to take a bite? We'd be letting down all their scheming efforts. Arrange for someone to contact Eagle immediately. We agree to sign this contract. Lu Chou and Michel were designated as the signatories for their respective parties. 3 days later, Michel's private jet touched down in the capital of Dragon Nation. Long time no see, Mr. Lu. You look as sharp as ever. Your name has been making waves around the world lately. Here's to a smooth collaboration. He shook hands with Lu Chou, his smile forced and insincere. Michel's resentment toward Lu Chou wasn't as deep-seated as Don's. He and Don were more like partners and rivals. Both Michel and Don belonged to the same political party. If Michel were to run in the next election, it would inevitably impact Don's re-election prospects. After all, internal competition would inevitably split the vote. Half an hour later, both parties entered the conference room directly. Michel cut straight to the point. I trust your country has reviewed the contract we've released. We've demonstrated our utmost sincerity, so we hope your country will reciprocate with equal sincerity. Throughout this process, I expect your country to consistently disclose the RD progress to the public. After speaking, he turned to Lu Chou with a broad smile. He waited quietly for his decision. Lu Chou frowned, feeling rather displeased. The progress of any scientific research project is considered confidential by every nation. Demanding its disclosure was undoubtedly unreasonable. Still, he understood Eagle's intentions to some extent. It was nothing more than a desire to constantly monitor the progress of the Dragon Nation's smart factory research, ensuring every single one of their investments could be applied to the Dragon Nation's development of smart factories. I have no objections. Lu Qiu signed his name on the contract immediately after finishing his statement. Developing the smart factory would likely take only 1 or 2 months. Therefore, Lu Qiu must seize this 2-month window to demand exorbitant terms. Michel, however, wasn't thinking that deeply. His sole focus now was to get the Dragon Nation to sign this contract and push them to build the smart factory in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, agents from the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency had already begun covert operations. They had already colluded with numerous factions, poised to incite civil unrest the moment Longwa's smart factory was operational. Lu Qiu, of course, remained unaware of all this. He had already retrieved the blueprints for the smart factory from the system and started assembling a project team by drawing research talent from major universities. Everyone, please familiarize yourselves with our blueprint proposals first. Lu Qiu's face softened into a faint smile as he surveyed the dozens of nation's top automation production researchers gathered before him. All eyes were fixed on him with palpable excitement. A consensus had formed within the research community: any project involving Lu Qiu was guaranteed to succeed. Chapter 225, Material Shortage. After all the experts present finished reviewing the blueprints Lu Qiu had presented, they fell into a deep silence. There was no denying it, Lu Qiu's proposed smart factory construction plan was virtually flawless. These blueprints are flawless. We'll strive to develop the smart factory in the shortest possible time. Indeed. With our current technological capabilities, we can build this smart factory in just 1 month. The world will surely take notice of us then. The group spoke with great excitement. Lu Qiu, however, shook his head. We must strictly control the development pace. We absolutely cannot complete the smart factory too soon, or we'll lose our steady supply of materials from Eagle Sauce, he said cheerfully to the assembled team. Over the next few days, Lu Qiu focused all his energy on developing the smart factory in the lab. But during the process, everyone started slacking off. They knew full well that the longer they dragged things out, the more materials they could extract from Eagle Sauce. Of course, this was merely the official progress. In reality, the smart factory had already taken shape within a month. Begin testing. Lu Qiu frowned as he addressed his team. Since all materials were supplied by Eagle Sauce, he had no worries about material waste. They had ample room for trial and error. As hydrogen energy surged through its systems, the smart factory sprang to life. The assembly line commenced, its speed dazzlingly fast. The power output even exceeded the calculated values. Boom! The production line exploded due to operating at an excessively high speed, while the material quality failed to meet the required standards. The materials aren't up to par. Lu Qiu, witnessing this scene, let a faint smile touch his lips. He felt no discouragement from the experiment's failure. Announced their experimental progress to the world. Immediately afterward, the Smart Factory project team began announcing their R&D progress to Eagle and other Western nations. The Smart Factory has taken initial shape, but the experiment failed due to substandard materials. We require more and higher quality materials. Upon receiving this news, Eagle immediately suspected Dragon Nation was deliberately demanding materials from them. Unfortunately, both sides had already signed an agreement. If Eagle Lady failed to promptly supply Dragon Nation with the required research materials, she would inevitably face criticism. Dawn had no choice but to arrange for a steady supply of materials to be sent to the Dragon Nation. But he wasn't sitting idly by, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to make exorbitant demands. Instead, he prepared to have spies embedded within the Dragon Kingdom verify whether they genuinely required these experimental materials. This challenging task naturally fell upon Anhuai's shoulders. After ending her call with the new intelligence minister, Annie Wei wore a complex expression. At this moment, she had poured all her energy into the experiment. Lu Qiu accorded her a level of respect unprecedented in the Eagle Nation. In the Dragon Nation's laboratory, she felt more like a researcher than the national goddess the Eagle Nation touted her as, or perhaps even a spy. So this reconnaissance mission was naturally just a formality. But she wanted to use this chance to have a proper chat with Lu Qiu. Professor Lu, our research is nearing completion. It's proven that using nanobots for prosthetics poses no issues whatsoever. I wonder, if this medical project concludes, would it be possible for me to remain in the Dragon Kingdom? She gazed at Lu Qiu with a complex expression, her emotions in turmoil. Annie Wei had grown accustomed to life in Manhwa, finding this scientific pursuit to be precisely what she had always sought. Lu Qiu clearly hadn't anticipated such a request from Anhui, but he still nodded with a smile. Of course. If you're willing, Dragon Nation would be delighted to welcome talent like yours. A wave of delight washed over Annie Wei. Then, as if remembering something, she hesitated before finally revealing her true identity. Professor Lu, you may not know this, but I have another identity. I'm a spy for Eagle Chan. Annie Wei cautiously studied Lu Qiu's expression. Seeing no flicker of surprise, she relaxed and continued. I believe Professor Lu's intellect has likely already uncovered my true identity. The reason I chose to come forward voluntarily is because I've realized that working in Longwa's laboratories is the life I truly desire. Therefore, I intend to betray Eagle Sauce. Her eyes brimmed with longing as she looked at Lu Qiu, hoping he would agree to her request. Lu Qiu smiled. He had indeed known long ago that Anwei was a spy sent by the Eagle faction, though he hadn't expected her to voluntarily reveal her identity. I've told you before, Longwo welcomes any talent who chooses to join us. He reached out his hand, his face radiant with a smile. Anwei finally exhaled deeply, looking at Lu Qiu with profound gratitude. Professor Lu, rest assured. From this moment on, I will consider myself a citizen of Dragon Nation and will sever all ties with the Eagle Intelligence Agency. Lu Qiu nodded, then produced a USB drive. The technology for replacing prosthetics with nanomedicine robots is now in its final stages of development. I also have a new research project here, a universal antitoxin serum. As you know, I've been occupied with building the smart factory lately, so I can't focus resources on this area. I'm assigning the development of the universal antitoxin serum to you. Anwei's eyes lit up. She solemnly accepted the USB drive from Lu Qiu's hand. She never imagined Lu Qiu would actually entrust her with such a crucial mission. This level of trust was something she had never experienced before. Rest assured. I won't let you down. With that, she hurried away, the USB drive in hand. Watching Anwei's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression flickered in Lu Qiu's eyes. Of course, he couldn't fully trust Anwei. Who knew if this woman had feigned surrender to deceive him? Therefore, the so-called universal antidote formula on the USB drive he handed over to Anwei actually contained a deliberate flaw. If developed according to the data on the USB drive, this antidote serum would become a deadly poison. It would be utterly incurable. If Anwei leaked this formula to the Eagle, whatever they developed would only be poison. Only by incorporating a new substance excavated from the moon by the Dragon Nation could this antidote serum be considered successfully developed. Everything hinges on Anwei's choice. Chapter 226, that much? Back in the lab, Anwei didn't rush to open the USB drive and view the data. Instead, she immediately contacted Douglas. Minister. I just infiltrated Lu Qiu's smart factory lab. Their progress is indeed slow, primarily due to material shortages. So their request for more materials is entirely reasonable. Hearing this, Douglas on the other end of the line let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder. For now, you must continue your undercover work in Dragon Nation. Under no circumstances reveal your identity. After saying this, he hurriedly hung up, clearly preparing to report to Dawn. Anwei shook her head. She knew there was no turning back now. Only then did she begin taking out the USB drive to prepare for developing the universal antidote serum. Meanwhile, inside the Black Palace. After hearing Douglas's report, Dawn nodded with satisfaction. I knew the Dragon Nation wouldn't dare deceive us. We can start negotiations with the Dragon Nation now. Have Lu Qiu send over a list of all the materials they require. Dawn waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. Though the Eagle Nation had indeed declined considerably in recent years, its ancestors had once been wealthy, and its current economic scale remained the world's largest. Providing some experimental materials was nothing to the Eagle Nation. Michel immediately set to work on the matter. But when he received the list of required materials from Lu Qiu, his face turned green with fury. Sir, this is the list of materials Lu Qiu sent us. I think we should reconsider this. Michel said, feeling somewhat stifled. It's just some experimental materials. Look at your petty attitudes. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. If we want to bring down the Dragon Nation, the initial investment is absolutely necessary. Dawn chuckled. However, when he took the list and examined it carefully, his face turned an equally ghastly shade of green. Absurd. This is utterly absurd. Even if Dragon Nation is developing smart factories, they couldn't possibly need materials worth tens of billions of dollars. They're trying to fleece us eagles like suckers. Furious, he tore the list into shreds, scattering them across the floor. Announce it, immediately terminate this contract. We will no longer supply experimental materials to the Dragon Nation. Dawn declared furiously. But even after hearing his order, Michel remained rooted to the spot. His expression darkened even further. After all, he was the one responsible for signing this contract with Dragon Nation. Breaching it would utterly ruin Michel's international reputation, and no other country would ever negotiate with him again. Not to mention, the penalty clause in the contract was astronomical. Maybe we should just hand over the materials. The penalty for breaching this contract is a staggering $100 billion. If we terminate it unilaterally, we'll be handing over a huge sum to Longwei for nothing. Michel groaned, clutching his forehead in agony. If we deliver all the materials they need, demonstrating to the international community that we honor our contractual obligations, we'll not only earn a favorable reputation but also ensure our plans proceed smoothly. He began to persuade. Dawn's anger remained unabated, but he was acutely aware that the cost of unilateral termination was simply too high. He could only wave his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it. Enough, enough. Handle this matter yourself. Deliver every single material they require. If they had only signed a verbal agreement with the Dragon Nation, breaching it might be forgivable. But alas, a written contract had been signed between the two nations. The Eagle had no chance to back out. Michelle had no choice but to grit her teeth and prepare every single item on the list. She arranged for cargo ships to deliver every last item to the Dragon Nation's laboratory. Staring at the mountain of experimental materials piled in the warehouse, Lucio's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would have thought someone would actually deliver experimental materials right to our doorstep? Since joining the Academy of Sciences, I've never fought such a well-supplied battle. Looks like we absolutely must take advantage of this chance to squeeze more out of Eagle Lady. We can keep demanding materials from her later. Exactly. The Eagle has already provided us with so much material it's practically sunk costs now. Lucio and his assistants burst into laughter. With the new materials, the smart factories are progressed by leaps and bounds. Another half-month passed and the smart factory, upgraded with the new materials, was finally completed. Surveying the fully operational smart factory before him, Lucio exhaled a long sigh of relief. With this technology, our Dragon Nation's industrial output will leap to the top of the world. Both the quality and efficiency of our industrial products will be greatly enhanced. The only thing left to do now is to open up markets worldwide, turning every nation into a dumping ground for our Dragon Nation's products. A gleam of sharp determination flashed in Lucio's eyes. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation who had come to witness the ceremony nodded in agreement upon seeing this. But before that, we can squeeze a few more payments out of the Eagle Nation. Lucio's smile grew even broader. He then delivered 2 more lists to the Eagle's official representatives, demanding they prepare all materials within the specified timeframe. Gripping the increasingly outrageous list in his hands, Don was furious beyond measure. He wanted nothing more than to grind Lucio's bones to dust. This is outrageous. Any reasonable person can see these materials are clearly fake. Lucio is blackmailing us. Don angrily swept all the documents off his desk onto the floor. His subordinates fell silent, frozen in fear. This scheme had been Dawan's own brainchild. Now that they were being blackmailed, who could they blame? After his impotent rage subsided, Dawan gradually calmed down. With his thick skin, he certainly didn't believe his plan had failed. Meet Longwo Laboratories' demands immediately. I'm confident their smart factory will be operational soon enough. Then we can stir up public opposition against it. A cold smile flickered across Dawan's face. Let them extort more. What's a few $100 billion worth of experimental materials? Even if we give it all to Dragon Nation, so what? Soon, Dragon Nation's society will be plunged into chaos. His expression grew increasingly grim as numerous officials and advisors nodded in agreement. Your Excellency, this move is truly a masterstroke for the ages. The Dragon Nation's downfall is but a matter of time. Chapter 227, Screwed Up. Whether the Dragon Nation would fall, the Eagle Nation officials didn't know. But Eagle Nation's treasury was nearly empty. The Eagle Nation's treasury funds were not actually controlled by the government, but by Congress. Every single dollar the Eagle state government wants to spend must pass through layers of congressional scrutiny. Now, after shelling out over $100 billion and for the sake of providing experimental materials to the Dragon Nation, it has drawn significant discontent from Congress. They've even threatened to slash other government expenditures. Upon hearing this news, Dawn felt even more troubled. Meanwhile, the American public had learned of the government's reckless spending. Citizens took to the streets in protest, demanding accountability. Spending our taxpayer money to give experimental materials to Dragon Nation for free? Doesn't our government feel a shred of conscience? Isn't Dawn being way too spineless? Just because we lost a desert war, does that mean we have to cut out a dragon brother and give them free experimental materials? If our government really has that much spare cash, I suggest they spend it on ordinary Eagle Sauce citizens instead. Suddenly, condemnation of Daowen erupted like a raging storm. Some even erupted into violent clashes, sparking a new wave of $0 purchases. Just as Dayan felt he couldn't hold on much longer, news finally came from the Dragon Nation government. The smart factory has been successfully developed. To mark the occasion, the Longway Academy of Sciences would hold a special press conference. Upon hearing the news, Dawn was overjoyed. He knew that after all his sacrifices, the time had finally come to reap the rewards. At the press conference, make sure to plant a few reporters to stir up trouble. Simultaneously, activate our spies within Longwa. Organize people to take to the streets in protest, claiming Longwa's smart factory development is stealing their jobs. After holding back for so long, Dawn finally saw his chance to strike back. He wasn't about to let it slip away. Under Dawn's orders, Eagle began to move. 3 days flew by, and soon it was time for the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences to hold its press conference. Lucio glanced at the sea of journalists below the stage, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew full well that among these journalists, there were bound to be agents of the Eagle who would surely make him look foolish. But Lucio wasn't the least bit worried. He had prepared every contingency plan imaginable. Ladies and gentlemen, Through the tireless efforts of our research team, and with Eagle Sauce generously providing us with free experimental materials, our smart factory has finally lived up to expectations and been successfully developed. With pride, he activated the screen, presenting a short video to all the journalists present that detailed the smart factory's operational mechanisms. Our smart factory will achieve production efficiency 3 times that of current mechanical chemical plants, while being adaptable to virtually all heavy industrial production. After watching the video, every reporter in the room fell silent. There was no other reason the performance of the smart factory developed by Dragon Nation was simply too outstanding. Once widely adopted in Manhwa, the nation would officially become the world's factory, causing industrial production in other countries to plummet. Faced with Dragon Nation's products, no other nation would hold any competitive advantage. After a long pause, the journalists below the stage seemed to snap out of their daze and immediately erupted into a flurry of chatter and heated discussion. Soon, it was time for the Q&A session. Several Western journalists seized the moment and raised their hands to ask questions. As far as we understand, Dragon Nation's population currently ranks second only to White Elephant Nation, with over 1 billion people. The size of its workforce is also enormous. Once smart factories are widely adopted in Dragon Nation, could they displace ordinary citizens' jobs and trigger a new wave of layoffs? Asked a reporter from the New York Times. His words, broadcast live, sent a chill through the hearts of countless Manhwa viewers glued to their televisions. Indeed. Initially, they were immersed in the joy of their nation developing smart factories. But as this reporter pointed out, once smart factories become widespread, wouldn't they threaten people's jobs? Wouldn't labor become increasingly devalued then? Looking at the hawk-nosed reporter with deep-set eyes before him, Lu Chou knew this guy had come to deliberately stir up trouble. But instead of calling him out directly, Lu Chou flashed a faint smile. There's no need for you to worry about that. The advancement of productivity will only make ordinary people's lives better and better, not make them fret over whether it will take away their jobs. If all industries in our Dragon Nation were to be managed by robots, ushering in an era of intelligence, then jobs would become nothing more than a label for the common people. I can proudly announce to everyone, even after introducing smart factories, no enterprise in Dragon Nation will ever lay off workers. In fact, all workers' wages will increase by 30%. Lu Chou's words sent a collective gasp of astonishment through the assembled journalists. They simply couldn't believe it. Would Manhwa's entrepreneurs agree to Lu Chou's demands? Sir, you seem to overlook one crucial point: whether workers' positions should be retained is decided by entrepreneurs, not by you as a researcher. The reporter from Eagle Press clearly seized upon the crucial point and pressed on with relentless questioning. When we sell smart factories to companies, we include a clause requiring them to guarantee no layoffs or pay cuts. Otherwise, we will not sell the smart factory to that company. Lu Chou had prepared his response long ago. Viewers across the nation watching at home erupted in cheers. What a noble man! Professor Lu is truly noble. If we removed this clause, sales of smart factories would likely increase. But including this rule is entirely for the benefit of ordinary citizens like us. Look! This is the true character of our great nation. Our government officials never stoop to exploiting the people for personal gain, unlike certain other countries. The eagle-eyed reporter who had been trying to corner Lu Chou fell completely speechless upon hearing his words. He had no rebuttal. Upon witnessing this scene, certain nations began scheming, planning to inquire about the price of genuine factories from the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, Dawn, glued to his screen expecting a spectacle, turned ashen-faced. What a cunning and ruthless move! Who would have thought they'd sacrifice some profits for ordinary people's jobs? We're screwed. We're completely screwed this time. Everyone, think fast. Is there any way to salvage this? Chapter 228, Ignorance. Inside the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences laboratory. Lu Chou nodded with satisfaction as he observed the intelligent factory operating before him. In the coming period, we must find ways to open up global markets. Otherwise, no matter how much we improve production efficiency in Manhwa, if we can't sell our products, they'll just pile up in our warehouses. Lu Chou said to everyone with a smile. Everyone nodded earnestly. Smart factories are the key factor in our nation becoming the world's factory. Therefore, the technology behind smart factories absolutely cannot be sold abroad. This is the greatest secret of our Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official stated solemnly. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. They all understood clearly that today's high-end manufacturing sector was almost entirely monopolized by the Eagle Nation. To break through this blockade and seize market share from the Eagle Nation, smart factories were their key to turning the tide. Just as the discussion was heating up, the secretary to the Dragon Nation's high-ranking official suddenly entered the room. His face was etched with urgency. Sir, there's trouble. Citizens are taking to the streets in protest against our newly developed smart factory. Hearing this, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials and Lu Chou were stunned. Opposing smart factories? What are their reasons? If it's because they fear losing their jobs, haven't we already stated that we'll require companies using smart factories to refrain from layoffs? Lu Chou was utterly perplexed. The secretary shook his head. The protesters are very clear. They say the smart factory will only widen the wealth gap and increase their living burdens. That's why they oppose it. Hearing this, Lu Qiu couldn't help but slap his forehead. What kind of logic was this? After all, Lu Qiu had explicitly stated at the press conference that companies purchasing smart factories would be required to raise wages by 30%. Precisely to prevent wealth disparity. There must be people from other countries stirring up trouble behind the scenes. It's most likely the work of those hawks. Lu Qiu declared with absolute certainty. What should we do now? The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials frowned as they asked. Unconsciously, the Dragon Nation's leadership had begun to place great importance on Lu Qiu's opinions. Lu Qiu shook his head with a smile. At a time like this, establishing a pilot factory is the most appropriate course of action. Once everyone sees that after introducing smart factories, employees' incomes not only haven't decreased but have actually increased, the issue will naturally be resolved. The others nodded in deep agreement. Then let Dongfang Group serve as the pilot enterprise. After all, Dongfang Group still has official backing from our Longwa government, yet it remains ostensibly a family-run business. It shouldn't arouse too much suspicion. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking official chuckled, intending to grant Lu Qiu this favor. After all, they could easily use state-owned enterprises for the pilot. Lu Qiu smiled and nodded. He could certainly see the goodwill of the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. I thank you all on behalf of Jiangning. After making the decision, the Long Kingdom Academy of Sciences immediately announced that Dongfang Group would serve as the pilot enterprise, becoming the first company to introduce smart factories. The news sent shockwaves across the nation. Many Dongfang Group employees were deeply dissatisfied, believing this was nothing more than an excuse for the company to lay off workers. Everyone worked with trembling hearts, becoming increasingly diligent in their duties. They feared their positions would be replaced by the smart factory. However, after the smart factory was introduced, they discovered not only were they not laid off, but they had signed permanent contracts with the Oriental Group. It was like holding onto a secure job for life. Moreover, their salaries increased by a whopping 30% from their previous levels. Many Dongfang Group employees were overjoyed and immediately posted their newly signed contracts and pay stubs online. Seeing the content shared by Oriental Group employees, the previously anxious public breathed a collective sigh of relief. They began criticizing those who opposed the smart factory online. Who knew 500,000 yuan was right under our noses? Those anti-smart factory folks must be Eagle Chan spies. Exactly. The eagle-eyed ones wouldn't want our smart factories to spread. It could disrupt the current international order. How laughable. Instead of developing their own industries, the Eagle Nation constantly smears our Dragon Nation. Is this their strategy for world domination? Meanwhile, inside the Eagle's Black Palace. Mr. President, please stop fanning the flames and calm down. Michelle stepped forward to plead. Dawn was violently slapping himself across the face. His eyes were bloodshot. I never imagined our strategy would be so easily thwarted by the Dragon Nation. We even wasted over $100 billion worth of experimental materials. I'm such a fool. Dawn was on the verge of tears. This plan was his own brainchild, meant to bolster his standing among Eagle Wing's top brass. Yet Dragon Nation had neutralized it with astonishing ease. Now, the members of Congress were frantically impeaching him, accusing him of gross dereliction of duty. We're truly at a loss now. Does anyone have any suggestions? Though Dawn was a man of considerable depth, panic now gripped him. He faced impeachment pressure from Congress while domestic public dissatisfaction with his decisions loomed, threatening his position at any moment. His presidential advisors exchanged glances, utterly at a loss on how to turn this unfavorable situation around. Seeing the blank, helpless expressions on his team's faces, Dawn couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. He could only turn his gaze to Michelle standing nearby. Among the top echelons of the Eagle Agency, Michelle was the only one with real capability. Michelle frowned. If he planned to run for president next year, he certainly wouldn't want to clean up after Dawn. But he couldn't show that now. So he merely offered a perfunctory response. Now that Dragon Nation has smart factories, their products could flood the global market. We must impose a comprehensive blockade on them. Force them to absorb their own products domestically. Under no circumstances can Dragon Nation's goods be allowed to flow into other countries. Otherwise, once that floodgate opens, it will unleash a torrential deluge. He said solemnly. Dawn nodded frantically. Your Excellency the Secretary of State is absolutely correct. If Dragon Nation's products begin dominating the world, we'll have no chance whatsoever. Immediately unite with other Western nations and issue an order to blockade Dragon Nation's products. Chapter 229, Opening the Market. A meeting among Western nations convened under the Eagle's chairmanship. You all know our stance. Regarding smart factories, we must unite to resist the Dragon Nation. We should not purchase any products from the Dragon Nation. We absolutely cannot allow them to enter our domestic markets. Dawn addressed the assembled leaders with grave expression. Upon hearing his words, the heads of state from numerous Western nations exchanged glances. Their faces turned ashen. Everyone knew that Dragon Nation had developed smart factories, producing high-end goods in large quantities at incredibly affordable prices far cheaper than Eagle Nation's offerings. Yet now, the Eagle Nation was demanding they refrain from purchasing Dragon Nation products for its own benefit. This posed a severe threat to their own national interests. Especially Sakura Nation. Recently, Sakura Nation began introducing a series of products from the Eastern Group. Citizens were thrilled to access affordable, high-quality goods. Moreover, Dragon Nation enterprises have assisted Sakura Valley's government in curbing local conglomerates, solidifying Prime Minister Kishimoto's position. Thus, Sakura Nation was the first to voice opposition. Our Sakura Nation absolutely must import Dragon Nation's products. Otherwise, the entire nation would grind to a halt. So, we simply cannot grant this favor. Please forgive us, Lord Dowan. Kishimoto touched his forehead, his expression apologetic. Hearing this, a twitch flashed across Dawn's eye. He was itching to announce sanctions against Sakura Nation right then and there. Ever since Sakura Nation aligned with Dragon Nation, Kishimoto's position had only grown more secure. He had even begun disregarding some of Eagle's orders. But it wasn't time to sever ties with Sakura Nation just yet. So Dawn forced a smile and said, "This is certainly understandable, but I still hope everyone can unite as one to jointly confront the challenges posed by the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, the future will inevitably belong to the Dragon Nation." Dawn surveyed the assembled heads of state from allied nations. However, everyone shook their heads in unison. While we all acknowledge your point that Dragon Nation will undoubtedly rise to become the world's leading power, the products from their smart factories are simply too cheap. If we were to block imports from the Dragon Nation, I fear our citizens would not be pleased. We implore you, Lord Dayan, not to put us in such a difficult position. Hearing their words, Dawn's expression instantly darkened. Let me offer you all a word of caution. Do you truly believe that Dragon Nation's development of smart factories is a blessing for you? While Dragon Nation's smart factory products are indeed remarkably cheap and affordable, they intend to use this price advantage to squeeze out our domestic industries across all nations. Once all domestic industries in every country are driven out of business by Dragon Nation's products, Dragon Nation will dominate the market. They will hold complete control over pricing power. After hearing Dayan's analysis, the others found his reasoning compelling. After some hesitation, they finally nodded in agreement. In that case, we'll trust Lord Dowan one more time. Let's hope this move isn't a mistake. Seeing that all nations except Sakura Nation had agreed to his proposal, Dawn finally exhaled a lone sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, these nations jointly issued a declaration. They began boycotting imports from the Dragon Nation. Lu Cho, who was preparing to launch AI research and development, turned grim upon receiving the news. It's one thing for the Eagle Nation to boycott us, but dragging other countries into this? They clearly don't hold us in any regard. Lu Cho seethed with anger. His goal in developing smart factories was to leverage Dragon Nation's superior products to open global markets. But now, the Eagle Nation had blocked that path. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Even if every single one of our enterprises installs smart factories, if we can't find markets for our products, they'll just pile up. Then, Dragon Nation's economy will inevitably stagnate. And due to cash flow issues caused by purchasing smart factories, it could even trigger an economic crisis. Shu Yun nodded in agreement as he analyzed the situation. It doesn't matter. Aren't there plenty of other countries we can dump our goods into? Lu Cho shook his head, banishing the gloom from his mind. He smiled. Whether it's the nations in the desert regions, our neighbor Sakura Nation, or even the countries on the Black Pearl continent, all possess enormous markets. Once we establish sales channels in these markets, Western consumers will recognize the superiority of our products. That pressure alone will force their governments to lift restrictions. Lu Cho declared with unwavering confidence. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. As usual, let's start by having some state-owned enterprises introduce smart factory equipment. Let these enterprises open up sales channels in smaller nations. The Dragon Nation's high-level officials finally made their decision with smiles. Immediately afterward, the Dragon Nation government issued several direct orders. All state-owned enterprises in Longwa must procure smart factory equipment to boost production efficiency. Within a month, the adoption rate of smart factories among Dragon Nation's official enterprises reached an astonishing scale. Thanks to the dramatic increase in production efficiency, Dragon Nation's export prices became extremely low. This was especially true in Sakura Nation. To capture more market share in Sakura country, the Oriental Group even adopted a low-price strategy. They swiftly captured 70% of Sakura Nation's market. Domestic enterprises in Sakura Nation could only cling to their own regional markets, barely surviving. They had absolutely no power to fight back. There was no way around it. The prices they offered were simply too low. And they weren't even operating at a loss. If other companies tried to match the prices, they'd inevitably go bankrupt. Meanwhile, nations in the desert regions began importing all manner of products from the Dragon Kingdom in a frenzy. The amount of money ordinary people spent continued to decrease. This greatly boosted the post-war economic recovery in desert regions. Upon witnessing this, citizens in many Western nations immediately protested. We want to buy Dragon country products too. Our trade protection policies are going too far. We should open up the global market and let good money drive out bad. Dragon nation's products are low-priced and high-quality. How can our domestic goods possibly compete? Exactly. Our governments must immediately lift import restrictions on Dragon nation goods. We too must buy their affordable, high-volume products. In an instant, Western nations that had previously blocked Dragon country goods faced immense pressure. Citizens took to the streets in protest. Chapter 230, Private Cooperation. Reveal. This was the heart of the European Union. At this moment, numerous Western nations gathered together, their leaders' faces grim. What on earth are we to do? Our citizens are now in an uproar. If we don't lift restrictions on Dragon nation products, we rulers will likely be ousted soon. Dragon nation's smart factories are truly terrifying. If we lift the restrictions, Japan's current situation will become our future. At that point, our domestic industries will inevitably face bankruptcy. The heads of state all wore expressions of deep concern. Everyone understood that with smart factories, Dragon nation's products weren't just cheap, they were also exceptionally high quality. With limited incomes, ordinary citizens naturally seek the best products at the lowest prices. But their domestic industries simply couldn't withstand such competition. Once Dragon nation's export restrictions were lifted, domestic industries worldwide would suffer a devastating blow. And if companies went bankrupt, national tax revenues would vanish. At that point, nations themselves could face bankruptcy and fiscal crises. The Eagle nation is still in better shape. After all, they once held the title of the world's top superpower, accumulating considerable wealth. Their citizens are rolling in money. Even if they ban Chinese goods from entering their markets, it won't significantly impact their citizens. But for countries like ours, it's a different story. After lengthy discussions, all parties agreed that import restrictions on Chinese goods must be lifted. Of course, there was one precondition. They must purchase a batch of smart factories from China. Otherwise, their domestic industries simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of Chinese goods. After reaching this decision, various European nations began privately engaging with the Dragon nation. They expressed willingness to purchase a batch of smart factories. If the Dragon nation agreed to sell them these smart factories, these European nations would also lift restrictions on Dragon nation products. Upon learning this news, Dragon nation's leadership was instantly buoyed with confidence. They promptly signed contracts with over a dozen European nations, delivering the first batch of smart factory production lines. Dragon countries' products naturally appeared on the shelves of European stores. With affordable, quality goods readily available, citizens no longer took to the streets to protest against the authorities. Though the European nations handled this matter with extreme secrecy, the Eagle gradually caught on. Damn it! We've been betrayed by our own allies. Inside the White House, Don angrily smashed the cup in his hand onto the floor, spilling coffee all over his leather shoes. In his rage, he cared not for decorum, his eyes blazing with fury. We have no choice. Forcing other allies to impose an embargo on Dragon nation's products is merely a last resort. As the saying goes, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Now that Dragon nation's smart factories can benefit our allied nations, they'll naturally betray the Eagle. Michelle said with a hint of resignation. Don shook his head in resignation, but suddenly his expression changed drastically as he realized something. Damn it! If only the Dragon nation possessed these smart factories, the impact on us wouldn't be too severe. But if other Western nations purchase them from the Dragon nation, our productivity will inevitably suffer a massive blow. As if struck by a sudden realization, he immediately turned to look at Keynes beside him. You must develop an intelligent factory within 3 days. Otherwise, you won't keep your position as chief expert of the Academy of Sciences, he said, his eyes widening. Keynes froze upon hearing this. Develop a smart factory within 3 days? Are you kidding me? Not to mention that smart factories involve multiple fields like automation, electronics, and energy, making R&D extremely complex. Just assembling the R&D team in the early stages takes at least half a month. How could a smart factory possibly be built in just 3 days? Sir, developing a smart factory within 3 days is simply too difficult. I'm not trying to avoid it, no one could possibly accomplish that, Keynes said with a hint of resignation. Michelle, standing nearby, stepped forward to defend her loyal subordinate. Keynes is correct. 3 days is indeed rather rushed. Moreover, we're starting from scratch. Without 3 to 5 years, success is simply impossible, Michelle said awkwardly. He knew full well that while Keynes' talent might not match Lucio's, he was still among the most gifted individuals within Eagle Sauce. Even so, building an intelligent factory in such a short time was absolutely impossible. Don's demand was utterly unrealistic. Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch other countries master smart factories while we're still stuck with primitive industrial production lines? He frowned as he asked. Michelle shook her head. If we must pursue smart factories, we can leverage our strengths in the information sector, he said with a smile. Information sector? This time it was Dayan who was a bit confused. Smart factories encompass a complex array of fields. It's certainly not limited to just information technology. The reason smart factories are called smart is precisely because their systems are controlled by online networks. And our Eagle's network information technology is incredibly advanced. We could just hack into the Dragon Nation's smart factory systems and steal all their core data. With that core data, developing our own smart factory would be much easier. We could probably pull it off in just over a month, he declared with confidence. He glanced at Keynes beside him. Keynes hesitated. As a scientist, his conscience still weighed on him. But the thought of losing his current position if he failed to develop the smart factory weighed heavily on him. He nodded vigorously. Rest assured, with the core data, everything will be much simpler. At this point, Dayan had no better options and could only nod in agreement. He then turned to the intelligence minister beside him and ordered, "Immediately assign our IT department to launch a full-scale cyber attack on the Dragon Nation's smart factory systems. Steal their core data within the shortest possible time frame." Douglas's face lit up with excitement. This was the most crucial mission Dayan had entrusted him with since he took office as intelligence minister. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. Our intelligence division will spare no effort to secure that core data." He harbored no doubts about this mission's success. After all, Eagle's cyber technology was unmatched globally. Chapter 231, Hacker Intrusion. Oriental Group. Inside the smart factory. Production lines hummed with activity, churning out products at an astonishing rate. The efficiency gains were truly remarkable. Jiang Ying, who was inspecting the facility, couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the scene. She had to admit that since dating Lu Qiu, Dongfang Group's business had flourished. Although Dongfang Group had official backing in the past, most government resources were still directed toward directly controlled enterprises. Therefore, after reaching a certain scale, Dongfang Group had stagnated. But everything changed after Lu Qiu became her boyfriend. Setting aside his reputation as the nation's foremost genius scientist, the patents he developed alone were enough to propel Dongfang Group to unprecedented heights. Clank! Just as she was deep in thought, a sudden, sharp grinding sound erupted from the production line before her. Then it ground to a complete halt. Something's wrong. An unknown hacker has infiltrated our smart factory system, triggering the system's self-protection protocol and causing a complete shutdown. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The factory manager beside her broke out in a cold sweat. Today was the day the CEO was scheduled to inspect the facility, and now this mess had erupted. Jiang Ying frowned. "Don't panic yet. Go find out if it's just this one processing plant that's having issues, or if all our factories are affected." She remained composed as she instructed the secretary beside me. Soon, the secretary returned with the results. "Ms. Jiang, all our smart factories are experiencing issues. In fact, smart factories nationwide have halted operations." Jiang Ying narrowed her eyes, sensing a whiff of conspiracy in the air. To get to the bottom of things immediately, she called Lu Qiu directly. "The control systems of all smart factories nationwide have been hit by inexplicable attacks. I suspect it's the Eagle Gang. You must be prepared," she cautioned with concern. Lu Qiu remained silent on the other end for a long moment before his voice finally came through. "Don't worry, I anticipated this. This little trouble will be resolved soon." Though Lu Qiu sounded nonchalant, he was actually feeling some pressure. Inside the Academy of Sciences, chaos had already erupted. Countless information domain experts had gathered together. "This is an information war." Lu Qiu slammed his hand on the table after hanging up the phone. "It's clear the Eagle is attempting to steal the core data from our smart factory. Can any of you experts write a protective program to temporarily fend off the Eagle's cyber attack?" Many information specialists present, each with a computer in hand, were furiously typing away at their code. After a long while, beads of sweat began to form on everyone's foreheads. Finally, their hair completely disheveled, the experts looked at Lu Qiu with resignation. "It's impossible. Their attack is simply too swift. Eagle Sauce is the undisputed leader in the information field, and their official agencies employ numerous hackers. We're no match for them." As he spoke, a hint of guilt flickered across everyone's faces. Although Dragon Nation had made rapid strides in information technology over the years, it still couldn't catch up to Eagle Nation. Hearing this, Lu Qiu felt equally helpless. He could only open the system again, hoping to find a viable solution within it. Seeing Lu Qiu's blank expression, the many information experts present felt even more guilty. It was all their fault for being powerless against Eagle's cyber attacks, forced to watch helplessly as the core data of Longhua's newly developed smart factory was gradually stolen by Eagle. "I've got it." Just then, Changfeng, who had been completely immersed in the system, suddenly snapped back to reality. His abrupt declaration startled everyone present. He glanced up at the assembled experts, clearly seeing the guilt in their eyes. He smiled reassuringly. "Everyone, Eagle Nation's information technology has been developing for decades, while our Dragon Nation's IT sector only began taking its first steps after entering the new century. It's only natural we couldn't withstand their cyber attacks. But from this moment on, there's no need for such worries. I will build a firewall for our Dragon Nation's networks. A firewall that Eagle's technology will never be able to breach. His tone brimmed with confidence. The information technology experts present exchanged glances upon hearing Lu Qiu's declaration. While they all believed in Lu Qiu's research capabilities and talent, building a firewall wasn't necessarily about innate ability. It demanded an extraordinary digital acumen. Seeing the skeptical looks on everyone's faces, Lu Qiu understood perfectly well. Enough talk, just watch. After speaking, Lu Qiu headed straight for the main control room of the smart factory. All the main hosts of the world's smart factory systems were housed within this control room. To everyone's astonishment, he proceeded to power up the mainframe, which had been automatically shut down. Witnessing this, the information specialists were utterly shocked. Professor Lu, what are you doing? Our AI system automatically shut down due to the Eagle's attack. It's an autonomous defense mechanism. If you restart it, our data will be lost. Yes. Professor Lu, please reconsider. Professor Lu is still young. You youngsters are eager to prove yourselves, but sometimes you just have to back down when you need to. Everyone rushed to plead with him. Restarting it now would be courting disaster. Lu Qiu shook his head. We can't wait any longer. If our system host remains offline, the other countries that purchased our smart factory will inevitably demand compensation. Moreover, our nation's industry is currently in a growth phase. Even a single day of downtime at the smart factory could result in numerous orders failing to be completed on time, which would also represent a significant economic loss for our nation. By the time he finished speaking, the smart factory's system had already completed its startup. However, the screen displayed nothing but garbled code. It was flashing wildly. Clearly, Eagle's cyber attack persisted. Lu Qiu, witnessing this scene, let out a cold sneer. Do they really think the people of Dragon Nation are pushovers? After speaking, his hands began dancing frantically across the keyboard like a butterfly flitting through flowers, moving so swiftly that only trails of motion blur remained visible. Whoosh! The crowd gasped in unison. Regardless of Lu Qiu's talent in information technology, his sheer hand speed alone was something even veteran programmers like them couldn't match. Chapter 232, Firewall. Could it be? Professor Lu is truly capable of creating a miracle? Watching Lu Qiu's hands dance across the keyboard, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. China's information technology sector had been held back by the Eagle for over a decade. If they could finally turn the tables, these people would naturally be overjoyed. Lu Qiu was now pushing himself to the absolute limit. Though he possessed the super firewall code provided by the system, and his own brain enhanced by the system had become highly sensitive to numbers. But Eagle Nation had over 100 hackers simultaneously attacking Dragon Nation systems. So he was getting pretty worn out handling it all alone. It took a full half day before he finally found a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. A smile spread across his face. Excellent. The firewall is now fully constructed. I believe Eagle Eye's hackers should no longer be able to attack our AI system, he said with a smile to the many information specialists around him. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. That's it? Eagle Eye possessed the most advanced information technology, and its ranks were constantly replenished with new experts. Each one a titan in the field of information technology. Could the firewall Lu Qiu built single-handedly in less than half a day really withstand Eagle's hacker attacks? If that were the case, then all the skills these experts had learned would have been wasted on a dog. Everyone, take a look. Knowing their skepticism, Lu Qiu slid his computer screen toward them. The experts began scrutinizing the firewall Lu Qiu had built. Initially, they approached it with disdain, even preparing questions to make Lu Qiu back down. But as they watched, everyone fell silent. Impressive. Beyond that single word, they couldn't think of any other way to describe Lu Qiu at that moment. Beyond leveraging the inherent variability of data, Lu Qiu's firewall incorporated diverse network relay points. It could disperse the Eagle hackers' attacks. It might take Eagle's hackers half a day of frantic work to realize they'd been attacking systems that weren't even their intended targets. This technology was undoubtedly ahead of the entire world. Brilliant! Using the matrix properties of numbers to build a firewall, I wouldn't have dared to even conceive of the theory, yet Professor Lu has directly applied it in practice. Looks like we old-timers are truly past our prime. Professor Lu's genius in information technology is simply too high, leaving us old-timers in the dust. I bet the Eagle Network intelligence folks are scrambling right now. They never imagined our firewall would suddenly become this impenetrable. The group chuckled. Although Lu Qiu's approach had stolen their thunder and might even tarnish their reputations if word got out. Witnessing the emergence of a genius in information technology within the Dragon Nation filled these veteran scientists with profound satisfaction. Lu Qiu scratched his head with a smile. The super firewall is just a preliminary solution. Actually, after completing the smart factory, I plan to develop artificial intelligence. Once the next generation of AI is created, our information technology will truly be unmatched globally. Gentlemen, if you're interested, I'd like to invite you all to join our artificial intelligence research project. Lu Qiu extended his invitation sincerely. The information specialists exchanged glances, each seeing a spark of excitement in the other's eyes. Joining Luccio's project team would surely secure their place in history. Professor Lu, you're too kind. We'd be thrilled to join your team. After dedicating most of our lives to this field, we realize we've been like frogs in a well. There's still a vast gap between us and Professor Lu. Even the slightest progress within Professor Lu's team would be an immeasurable benefit to us. These were words straight from the heart. Eagle Sauce. Cyber Intelligence Division. Douglas watched his team bustling about with great satisfaction. This was the first major assignment entrusted to him by His Excellency the President. He had to execute it flawlessly. Fortunately, everything was proceeding smoothly. All smart factories worldwide had been forcibly shut down to prevent further data breaches. But this could never be a long-term solution. If the smart factories remained offline for too long, the Dragon Nation would suffer immense losses. They've powered up. Just as he felt certain of victory, his subordinate exclaimed with delight. His heart swelled with even greater joy, as if the dawn of victory was within reach. Excellent. Steal the core data from the smart factory at top speed. Do not give Longwa any chance, he declared with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Longwa's firewall is like paper to us. It offers no real defense at all. His subordinate was equally brimming with confidence. And they had every reason to be confident. Eagle's information technology has always been ahead of Dragon Nation, arguably unmatched globally. Stealing core data from Dragon Nation's smart factories? Not only possible, even infiltrating their military systems wasn't beyond reach. Yet a full day passed. Douglas, who had been quietly waiting nearby, was starting to feel sleepy. His men still hadn't cracked it. Damn it! Are you guys even capable? Didn't you say you'd steal the smart factory's core data quickly? He demanded, his voice tinged with frustration. Meanwhile, the hackers busily at work had already broken out in a fine sheen of sweat across their foreheads. Their hearts felt like they were being clawed by a cat, unbearably uncomfortable. They discovered that since the smart factory's reboot, the Dragon Nation's firewall seemed to have been reinforced. If the previous firewall was paper thin, the current one is like reinforced concrete. Impenetrable. Just then, one of the hackers suddenly let out a startled cry. We've breached it. We've successfully cracked the Dragon Nation's firewall, he exclaimed excitedly. Everyone crowded around, eager to see what had happened. But when they saw what was on his screen, their faces turned ashen. Open your damn eyes and look properly. What you've breached is the Polar Bear Nation's firewall. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Douglas slapped him hard across the face, his eyes blazing with fury. The Polar Bear Nation and their Eagle Nation had always been at odds. While the former's hacking skills couldn't match the Eagle Nation's, they could still cause them some minor headaches. Chapter 233, Betrayal. Douglas felt a deep sense of despair welling up inside him. Dealing with Dragon Nation alone had already left him utterly drained. Yet now, his own team was busy attacking the Polar Bear Nation's networks. Wasn't this just pure trouble-seeking? What's wrong with your operational capabilities? I ordered you to attack the Dragon Nation's smart factory systems. Why did you go messing with the Polar Bear Nation instead? Douglas snapped angrily. His subordinates looked utterly aggrieved. We were definitely targeting the Dragon Nation's smart factory systems. Unfortunately, we somehow got redirected from one of their firewall anchor points straight to the Polar Bear Nation. He was puzzled by the situation himself. Upon hearing this news, Eagle's chief cybersecurity expert immediately furrowed his brow. I see what's going on. He shook his head with a hint of resignation. Dragon Nation has rebuilt its firewall, and its power far exceeds our imagination. It can even freely shift attack anchor points. With our current capabilities, it would likely take 2 or 3 years just to pinpoint the true location of the Dragon Nation's firewall among the myriad network anchors. And breaching it? That would require at least another 2 or 3 years. This revelation nearly caused Douglas to collapse on the spot. Not long ago, his team of cyber experts had confidently assured him that breaching the Dragon Nation's smart factory systems would be as easy as eating and drinking a piece of cake. But who could have imagined that in less than a day, the tables had turned completely? If it took 5 or 6 years to breach the Dragon Nation's firewall, wouldn't that be waiting until the flowers had wilted? You bunch of useless fools. You call yourselves the world's top hackers? Now it's clear you're nothing but a bunch of pretenders chasing empty fame. Douglas roared in fury, immediately relaying the news to Dawn without delay. What? We can't breach the Dragon Nation's firewall? When Dawn heard the news, he nearly fainted on the spot. Hacking Dragon Nation's smart factory systems to steal core data was already the Eagle's last desperate measure. If they couldn't develop their own smart factories, they would inevitably fall further behind. By the time other nations' smart industrial systems matured, the Eagle Nation would be left merely copying others' innovations. He closed his eyes in resignation, shaking his head with a bitter smile. We need to find a solution. At this point, he was running out of options. Michelle, however, still appeared confident. With a smile, he said to Dawn. Actually, we have another avenue indirectly acquiring smart factories from other Western allies. Dawn nodded. Exactly. While Dragon Nation currently banned exports of smart factories to Eagle Nation, the same restrictions didn't apply to other Western nations. Most of Eagle's allies have chosen to secretly trade smart factories with Dragon Nation behind closed doors. If we appeal to their emotions, reason with them, and offer incentives, we could certainly secure several smart factories. Immediately afterward, Dawn privately contacted several other Western allied nations. Upon learning of their intentions, the leaders of these Western nations shook their heads like rattles. What a joke! No one would ever have too many smart factories. The smart factories they currently procure from Dragon Nation are only sold after privately agreeing to certain stringent treaties. Such priceless commodities couldn't possibly be sold to the Eagle for free. Seeing the resolute stance of the various leaders, Dawn's expression darkened considerably. It was bad enough that these allies had betrayed him, but now they wouldn't even grant such a trivial request. Their wings have truly grown strong. In that case, gentlemen, you'd better hurry up and repay your debts. Dawn immediately played his trump card. Back when aiding Europe's post-war reconstruction, the Eagle had poured in a massive sum of money. Even now, some European nations still haven't fully repaid their loans and interest. Seeing Dawn threaten them with this issue again, the Western leaders were thoroughly displeased. After deliberation, they collectively decided to sell one smart factory each to the Eagle Nation at a price of $300 billion. Faced with this exorbitant price, Dawn could only silently accept it. In his view, with these smart factories, it was only a matter of time before they recouped the investment. After transferring over $10 trillion in other resources to allied nations, the Eagle directly acquired 4 used smart factories. At this moment, the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences suddenly stepped forward to issue a condemnation. Not long ago, our smart factory systems suffered an unknown cyber attack. Our analysis confirms these attacks originated entirely from the Eagle Nation. We strongly condemn their shameless actions. These cyber attacks not only harm Dragon Nation's interests but also damage the interests of nations that purchased our smart factories. The moment this news broke, the nations that had purchased Eagle Eye smart factories instantly regretted their decision. Damn it! Who would have thought the real culprit behind the smart factory shutdowns was Eagle Eye? If we'd known, we never should have sold them smart factories. They've gone too far. Why attack the core systems of the smart factories? The last forced shutdown cost us over $100 billion in orders. Countries began vehemently condemning Eagle-chan. Western nations that had sold smart factories to Eagle immediately contacted the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. I must apologize to Professor Lu Chiu. Dao pressured us, demanding we sell Eagle Nation an intelligent factory. With no other choice, we had to hand over the few factories we had to Eagle Nation. We hope Professor Lu can find a way to make the Eagle Nation pay. They absolutely cannot be allowed to use the smart factories so easily. Seeing the ambassadors who had come knocking at his door, Lu Chiu was momentarily stunned. It seemed Eagle's allied nations had long been seething with resentment. He smiled and nodded. Rest assured, gentlemen. Even if Eagle Eye buys back the smart factory, they won't be able to produce so much as a single needle or thread. He declared with confidence. The core systems of the smart factory were entirely under his control. He could shut down any factory without hesitation. After learning the serial numbers of the smart factories purchased by Eagle from those nations, Lu Chiu immediately returned to the lab and forcibly shut down all of them. Rendering them incapable of autonomous operation, they could only function as ordinary factories. Chapter 234, Can it be cracked? Dawn surveyed the newly acquired 4-site smart factory. He felt quite satisfied. Not bad. Though it cost a full $1 trillion, possessing these smart factories means we'll recoup our investment in no time. He then turned to look at Keynes beside him. You've disappointed me time and again. So this time, I expect you to seize this opportunity. Cracking the smart factory's security is your responsibility. Keynes nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Developing smart factories is undoubtedly a monumental challenge. However, with the existing blueprint to reference, I'm confident we can develop our own smart factory within a few months. Cairns declared with considerable self-assurance. He knew his scientific talent couldn't match Lu Chiu's, but he was still among the top tier. If he couldn't develop it even with a ready-made smart factory as a reference, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Let's get started then. Dawn waved cheerfully as she spoke. This tour of the smart factory included not only some high-ranking officials from the Eagle Agency but also a number of congressional representatives. His goal was to show Congress exactly where his money was being spent on the right things. He began his presentation with evident pride. All 4 smart factories we've acquired come from allied nations. Their production efficiency can increase up to tenfold. Within 3 years, at most 3 years, we'll recoup our investment. He explained to the assembled congressmen. Chairman Montier nodded approvingly. Very good. It seems our previous impeachment proceedings against you were indeed a misunderstanding. Allowing you to mobilize such substantial funds is entirely justified. Montier said with a smile. Begin construction. Dawn nodded with a smile and immediately began issuing orders. At his command, the smart factory roared into operation. The smiles on everyone's faces grew even broader. Yet, after a full 20 minutes had passed, aside from the constant rumbling, the smart factory's production line hadn't started operating at all. An awkward expression crossed Dayan's face. He quietly pulled Michelle aside. "Go check what's going on." Michelle crept into the central control room, watching the busy operators with growing frustration. "Damn it! What are you all doing? Numerous lawmakers and tycoons are here. How could you let mistakes happen?" The operators were as frantic as ants on a hot pan, and seeing Michelle only made them feel even more aggrieved. "Sir, these so-called smart factories don't seem particularly smart at all. We can't even get the systems online. We're stuck running them like regular factories. Did we just get ripped off after spending all that money?" Michelle's heart skipped a beat as realization struck him. It must be Manhwa. Manhwa shut down the central control system. Then treat it as a regular production line, absolutely no stoppages. He ordered with a frown, then reported the sudden incident to Dayan. Upon hearing the news, Dayan's anger flared, but in front of the assembled lawmakers and tycoons, he dared not show it. He plastered on a smile, suppressing his inner fury, and proceeded to brief everyone on the production status. But the conglomerates and council members weren't pushovers. After observing for a while, they sensed something was amiss. "Lord Dayan, I recall you mentioned earlier that the smart factory's production efficiency is over 10 times that of a conventional factory. Yet from what we see now, it appears no different from an ordinary production line." "Indeed. Could there be some explanation for this discrepancy?" The crowd stared at Dawn with puzzled expressions. They certainly didn't want Eagle Chan to have wasted a full $1 trillion worth of funds. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Dawn's face. "The initial production runs require an adjustment period. I estimate it should be fully operational in 3 to 4 months. Hearing this, the expressions of the assembled lawmakers and talents darkened one by one. With a cold snort, they turned and stormed out, leaving Dayan standing there without a shred of dignity. Dawn was left standing there with a group of Eagle Sauce executives, their faces ashen. How did the Dragon Nation find out we secretly procured smart factories from an allied nation? Could there be a traitor among us? He cast a suspicious glance at the senior officials standing around him. His mind was filled with confusion. Could it be those allied nations betrayed us? Michelle frowned as he spoke. Dawn shook his head. That's utterly impossible. Those allied nations secretly sold us smart factories. If the Dragon Nation found out, they'd terminate all cooperation with them immediately. So the traitor must be among us. Dawn shot Michelle a meaningful look. He suspected the Secretary of State had secretly betrayed him, aiming to drive a wedge between him and Congress. By then, should Michelle run for office, his approval ratings would soar dramatically. But without evidence, he couldn't directly name names. Keynes. Everything rests on you now. We spent trillions of dollars to acquire this intelligent factory, and it's useless. If you can't crack the system, there's no point in keeping you in your current position. Dawn warned. But his words were clearly meant for Michelle. The Academy of Sciences where Keynes worked was directly under Michelle's jurisdiction. If Dawn were to remove him, it would be like Michelle cutting off her own arm. Michelle's face remained smiling, but inside, he was already cursing. He didn't place much importance on the upcoming election. Michelle was still young, he had plenty of opportunities ahead. All he needed now was to steadily cultivate his prestige and standing among the populace. He was confident that in a few years, he could easily attain Dawn's position. Observing Michelle's silent demeanor, Dawn offered no further words. With a wave of his sleeve, he departed without delay. Michelle approached Kane and patted him on the shoulder. "I've dragged you into this mess. But no matter what, you must find a way to crack the smart factory. Otherwise, our Eagle Agency's fiscal deficit will become critically severe," he said gravely. As the Eagle Nation's Secretary of State, he bore undeniable responsibility should the government face a massive fiscal deficit. The citizens would surely vent their fury upon him. Cairns nodded firmly. "I'll give it my all and won't let you down." After saying this, he immediately began assembling a team of experts to deploy directly to the smart factory. Chapter 235, Artificial Intelligence Project Launch. Lu Cho remained unaware that Eagle was preparing to hack the smart factory. At this moment, he applied for a new research project. Artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, the field of artificial intelligence has long been dominated by Eagle Sauce. While our Dragon Nation has conducted research in this area, we have struggled to achieve breakthroughs. Lu Cho adjusted his glasses as he addressed the assembled Longwei officials and researchers below the podium. Though his words stung, everyone nodded in deep agreement. They knew it was true. But whether it's the Eagle Nation or other countries developing AI, everyone treats artificial intelligence as an auxiliary tool. They feed it vast amounts of data and information to refine it to perfection. So-called artificial intelligence is merely a tool that has mastered vast amounts of information and expresses it through specific algorithms. It still cannot possess independent consciousness. What I'm saying is that the AI we need to develop must achieve complete independent consciousness. As soon as Lu Chou finished speaking, gasps rippled through the audience below the stage. This might be a bit reckless? Humanity's current AI research is still at a relatively low level. If we develop AI with independent consciousness, wouldn't that cause widespread panic among humans? Quite right. I think Professor Lu should reconsider this carefully. While we now possess the capability to develop AI with independent consciousness, taking such a giant leap could prove disastrous. The crowd spoke hesitantly. Lu Chou shook his head. I understand your concerns. Essentially, you fear that once AI gains independent consciousness, it might slip beyond human control. But there's no need for such worries. I've already made provisions. We can embed a data restriction into the AI system, keeping it entirely under human control. Absolutely no accidents will occur. Lu Chou declared with unwavering confidence. Once our AI is successfully developed, the entire global network will become our Dragon Nation's internal network. We'll be able to freely access any system in any country in the world. After hearing Lu Chou's analysis, anticipation for artificial intelligence gradually began to outweigh the fear. Nevertheless, the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials did not make an immediate decision. Instead, they turned their gaze to the numerous information technology experts seated among the audience. No problem. We approve the development of the artificial intelligence system. Ultimately, the experts reached a unanimous consensus. The Dragon Nation's leadership made the final decision. We hope your AI system development goes smoothly. Everyone said with smiles. In no time, various sources of funding once again poured into the laboratories of the Longwei Academy of Sciences. Everyone understood clearly that once the AI system was successfully developed, Dragon Nation would become unrivaled in the information field. I've completed the source code for the next generation AI system. Everyone, please take a look. Just as numerous experts in the information field were gearing up to dive into the project, Lu Chou suddenly pulled out a USB drive and began demonstrating it to the assembled experts. The crowd was stunned. They had assumed Lu Chou would merely provide a conceptual framework, with subsequent research requiring their collective effort. But unexpectedly, Lu Chou had actually written the open source code for the AI system. The group stared in disbelief, growing increasingly stunned as they examined it. Not a single flaw. If development continued based on this source code, they believed a new generation of AI systems could be developed within a month. They were all deeply curious, how had Lu Chou managed to write this source code single-handedly? Even the Eagle Nation, with decades of development in the information field, couldn't produce such an extraordinary genius. As if sensing their unspoken questions, Lu Chou waved his hand, a hint of exhaustion visible in his eyes. Although he had perfectly replicated this open source code with the system's assistance, his mental energy had been severely depleted. He was feeling rather worn out at this point. I'll leave the rest to you all for now. I need to rest for a bit, Lu Chou said. Everyone nodded urgently. Professor Lu, please go rest. Your health is crucial to the future of our Dragon Nation. Yes, you've been working non-stop lately without proper rest. Take this chance to unwind, we'll handle the rest. Everyone spoke with genuine concern. Beyond their admiration for Lu Chou, there was a deeper sense of worry. Setting aside how vital Lu Chou's scientific genius was to the Dragon Nation, for their own careers alone, as long as Lu Chou remained, they could follow in his footsteps to gain a steady stream of project opportunities. Achieve even greater accomplishments. This was a monumental opportunity to make history. Lu Chou had already written the most crucial open source code, the rest was trivial. It was simply a matter of refining and improving upon the open source foundation. Taking advantage of this rare break, Lu Chou began frequently going on dates with Jiang Ying. And every single moment was captured by the paparazzi. After all, Lu Chou is now a major celebrity. Countless eyes were watching his every move. By the next morning, tabloids and media outlets were already reporting on Lu Chou and Jiang Ying's relationship. Upon seeing the news, many people's first reaction was to offer their blessings. After all, one is the most brilliant scientist in the Dragon Nation, and the other is the youngest female CEO in the Dragon Nation. They were truly a match made in heaven. Yet the exposure of their relationship also stirred the minds of many. Some newspapers launched fierce attacks against the Oriental Group. The only reason Oriental Group received support from the Academy of Sciences is because of Lu Chou. Oriental Group's revenue has skyrocketed recently, even expanding into Sakura country, clearly backed by Lu Chou. Lu Chou, this is abuse of power for personal gain. Who knows what new technologies under development at the Academy he might have leaked to help his girlfriend. Faced with the overwhelming online backlash, most people remained skeptical. But there were always those who loved to stir up trouble. Driven by jealousy or a desire to cause chaos, they began fanning the flames online. Influenced by the backlash, Dongfang Group's market began to fluctuate. Operating revenues suffered significant impacts. Even many opponents began unfurling banners outside the Dongfang Group headquarters. Chapter 236, Publicizing the Relationship. Absurd! This is outrageous! The high-ranking officials of Longwa stared at the newspapers in their hands, their expressions turning grim. They never imagined that the first to attack Lu Chou would be their own country's media. Didn't these people realize Luchio's importance to Dragon Nation? How dare they openly tarnish Luchio's reputation in print? It had even impacted the entire market of the Oriental Group. Those around them shook their heads helplessly. We've already ordered a media blackout on these gossip stories and instructed the Cyberspace Administration to monitor online discourse, but unfortunately, the situation has already escalated. As you all know, our Dragon Nation citizens are particularly fond of this kind of gossipy news. Now it's spreading like wildfire. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials shook their heads helplessly. It seems there's little we can do except minimize the negative impact on public opinion. We hope it doesn't put too much pressure on Luchio and Jiang Ying. How to break this deadlock now rests entirely on Luchio. Luchio, who was vacationing with Jiang Ying, felt somewhat unconcerned upon seeing the news. Jiang Ying, however, was deeply concerned. In today's society, the pressure from public opinion can be overwhelming. Countless athletes and researchers had seen their careers derailed by getting entangled in scandalous gossip. Jiang Ying desperately hoped her influence wouldn't derail Luchio's future in science. As if sensing her worry, Luchio took her hand. "Don't worry. Once we get back, I'll hold a press conference to officially announce our relationship. I'm sure all those rumors will be debunked on their own," he said with a smile. Luchio was certainly not cold-blooded, and he would never commit such a heinous act as killing his wife to prove his path. Jiang Ying's feelings for him were profoundly genuine. She had even shielded him from an ion gun before. When he first entered the field of scientific research, had it not been for Jiang Ying helping him gather so many scarce materials, it was uncertain whether he could have achieved his current standing. Hearing Luchio's words, Jiang Ying felt reassured. 3 days later, upon returning from his trip, Luchio and Jiang Ying jointly held a press conference to announce their relationship to the nation and the world. "Recently, I've seen numerous rumors circulating about my relationship with Jiang Ying. Today, I can declare to the world, these are not rumors. We are together. As for the claims that the rise of the Dongfang Group stems from my misuse of public resources to provide them with substantial research findings, this is entirely a misunderstanding. Because Dongfang Group itself has official backing from the Dragon Nation government." Luchio directly revealed the Dongfang Group's official connections. Having already coordinated with Dragon Nation's high-level officials beforehand, he knew the eagle-eyed authorities were undoubtedly aware of the Oriental Group's true nature. Publicly confirming it now posed no harm. Upon hearing this news, many Dragon Nation citizens who had previously harbored doubts about Luchio fell silent. It turned out that the Dragon Nation government had consistently supported the Oriental Group not because of Luchio's connections, but because the group itself was backed by official backing. It seems all those online rumors about improper dealings between Luchio and the Dongfang Group were just falsehoods. It must be the eagle-eyed nations deliberately stirring up public sentiment to oppose Professor Lu. Their motives are downright sinister. Meanwhile, inside the Eagle Nation's Black House, Dawn, facing the grievances of the Dragon Nation citizens, listened to Kane's report with a deathly pale face. "We've tried every possible method. While we've gained some understanding of the smart factory's structure, its core data codes remain inaccessible since the main control system forced a shutdown. Even if we were to replicate the intelligent factory exactly, it could only function as an ordinary assembly line." Kane spoke cautiously. By now, he had long since shed the sharp edges of his scientific identity, submitting to the power of the elite. Dawn was about to erupt, but seeing Kane's cautious demeanor, he tossed the report onto the table and sighed helplessly. "Is there any way to salvage this? What other means can we use to obtain the core data from the smart factory's internal systems?" Dawn asked, his brow furrowed. Keynes paused briefly before offering his response. "We can only infiltrate a fully operational smart factory and install our developed data stealing device. That way, we can access its core data." The moment the words left his mouth, the numerous high-ranking officials present shook their heads with wry smiles. How could that possibly be done? Not only is the Dragon Nation already on high alert against us, but even if we went to our Western allies, they'd never let our intelligence operatives near their smart factories. It's far too difficult. We'd be better off exploring other options. In my opinion, we should bribe their staff. Everyone offered suggestions. But the solutions they proposed were utterly unfeasible. None of them held any practical value whatsoever. Watching his subordinates begin to argue, Dayan couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. After a long while, he seemed to make up his mind. Enough. Actually, Cairns's proposal isn't entirely impossible to implement. As soon as Dawn spoke, all eyes turned to him. We previously planted a mysterious spy. This individual now holds a highly unique position within the Dragon Nation and maintains favorable relations with Luchio. We originally intended to keep this person as a backup option. But now, if we don't develop the smart factory, Eagle Sauce risks falling behind other nations. We've reached a life or death crisis. It's time for this person to make their move. Dawn's words brought a dramatic turn of events, plunging everyone into wild excitement. Excellent. If you can arrange for someone to infiltrate the Dragon Nation's smart factory, we'll undoubtedly steal their core data. Keynes declared with unwavering confidence. He knew he couldn't disappoint Dawn again. If Dayan could even remove his most trusted intelligence chief, who could guarantee he wouldn't be moved by his chief scientist? Keynes produced a device resembling a USB drive and handed it to Dawn. Simply plug this into the mainframe of the Dragon Nation smart factory and leave the rest to me. Chapter 237, It was her. The sky was high and the clouds were sparse. Before they knew it, time had slipped into late autumn. Jiang Ying gazed at her best friend before her, a faint smile touching her lips. Sigh, personally, I'd really love to introduce a batch of smart factories. But those old fogies in the family are just too conservative. They keep insisting smart factories aren't stable enough. Well, there's no helping it. I'll just have to come see for myself and learn from your Oriental group's experience in setting up smart factories. That way, I might be able to convince the elders back home. Jiang Lanlan said cheerfully. Jiang Ying shook her head with a smile. These days, many Western countries around the world have already adopted our smart factories. That alone proves their convenience. I believe smart factories will definitely become the future trend. Come on, I'll give you a tour. Without a second thought, Jiang Ying took her best friend's hand and led her into the smart factory. No wonder your Oriental group has been growing so rapidly lately, you've even left our Tianlong group in the dust. As soon as Jiang Lanlan got a clear look at the factory's internal structure, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The production efficiency was simply staggering. The production lines before them raced along at an astonishing pace, yet there were hardly any workers in sight. The speed of the production line is just one aspect. The most important thing is that compared to manual labor, the smart factory can operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Jiang Ying explained with a smile. Jiang Lanlan nodded, her eyes sparkling with thought, lost in her own thoughts. After touring for a while, Jiang Ying led her directly to the central control room. Faced with the dense array of instruments before her, Jiang Lanlan felt overwhelmed. Her palms were sweating with nervousness. Recalling some identification knowledge someone had taught her, she finally located the main control computer. Taking advantage of a moment when Jiang Ying wasn't paying attention, she swiftly inserted a device resembling a USB drive into the main control unit. That's right. Jiang Lanlan was Eagle's intelligence operative. It was a contingency plan left behind by Dawn. As the future heir to the Tianlong group and Jiang Ying's closest confidant, Eagle had recently elevated her spy classification to the highest tier, S level. Over the past period, to avoid premature exposure, Dawn had deliberately not assigned her any missions. At most, she'd been given support roles. But unexpectedly, not long ago, Dawn suddenly contacted her and sent someone to give her this USB-like device. Plug this thing into the main control computer at the smart factory. Jiang Lanlan kept her mission firmly in mind. Though it had been ages since she'd last acted, thankfully her skills from her spy training remained intact, no rustiness here. So, without Jiang Ying noticing, she had already successfully completed her task. Of course, stealing the data would take time. She had to find a way to stall for 3 minutes here. Jiang Lanlan displayed great interest in the headquarters' various equipment and began asking questions. Jiang Ying didn't suspect much, after all, who could have imagined that the future heir of the Tianlong group was actually a spy for the Eagle? What's more, this person was her closest confidant. After a lengthy explanation, she had managed to stall for over 10 minutes. Taking advantage of Jiang Ying's distraction, Jiang Lanlan unplugged the data stealing device and slipped it into her pocket. With her mission accomplished, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. She then went off to lunch with Jiang Ying, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. Early the next morning, she handed over the data stealing device in her possession to her contact. After a circuitous route, she finally made it back to Eagle Sauce. Ha 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 ha. No matter how tight Lu Qiu's security measures are, he'd never imagined that even the strongest fortress crumbles from within. If he knew his girlfriend's best friend was actually one of us Eagle SWAT operatives, I can't even imagine the look on his face. Dawn couldn't have been more pleased with himself. In truth, planting Jiang Lanlan as this pawn wasn't his idea, it was the decision of the previous intelligence chief. But the former head had long been dismissed by Dawn, and only Dawn knew Jiang Lanlan's true identity. Thus, the credit naturally fell to Dawn. The presidential advisors were quick to heap praise upon him. Your Excellency Dawan sees the big picture in the smallest details, orchestrating victories from afar. To successfully turn the future heir of the Tenryou group against his own faction demonstrates the sheer power of Your Excellency, Dawen. Indeed. If Your Excellency were to take on intelligence work, you would undoubtedly become the finest director of intelligence in our Eagle Nation's history. Faced with the flattery, Dawn merely smiled. He enjoyed hearing it, but he knew these people were merely putting on a show. Who knew what they were really thinking inside? Dawn handed the documents to Cairns and asked with solemn gravity. You must give me a clear timeline. When will the smart factory be developed? He couldn't wait any longer. Both Congress and the conglomerates were piling immense pressure on him. After all, the smart factory purchased at a staggering cost of over $1 trillion sat there useless, like a piece of junk. No matter how deep the pockets of the Eagle, they couldn't withstand this kind of squandering. Keynes took the data materials from Dawn with solemn care. After a moment of deep thought, he replied, Half a month. We only need half a month. We can retrofit the systems of the 4 smart factories we've already purchased. Using the data involved, we'll build our own smart factory system and install it onto those acquired factories. This way, we can prevent those 4 factories from going to waste. Dawn's heart leapt with joy. Excellent. I must see tangible results within half a month. When that time comes, we'll make sure to promote it heavily, let the whole world see that we Eagles have our own smart factories too, he declared with confidence. The surrounding officials once again erupted in waves of flattering applause. Keynes returned to the lab with the core data. After the eagle eye researchers decoded it, they couldn't help but marvel at its complexity. Good heavens! That young scientist from Dragon Nation is simply astonishing. Who would have thought his talent in scientific research was so extraordinary? If we had to develop this system ourselves, it would take at least 4 or 5 years. Who knew Dragon Country's technology had advanced this far? It's truly astonishing. Chapter 238, Success. Longwei Academy of Sciences. Lu Chou returned to the lab after his vacation. By this time, the team had made significant progress in developing the artificial intelligence system. Though at least another month remained, the project team's work was now firmly on track. With Lu Chou's addition, progress accelerated by leaps and bounds. With Professor Lu on board, I'm confident our AI project will be completed very soon, the team members said cheerfully. Lu Chou nodded nonchalantly. The AI project they were currently developing was merely the first-generation product. Future iterations would undoubtedly require continuous refinement. Just then, one of Lu Chou's assistants hurried over. Professor Lu, it seems there's been an incident at our smart factory. Hearing this, Lu Chou narrowed his eyes. He handed his work to others and followed the assistant to the Central Control System Center. Our system monitoring indicates a potential information leak threat targeting one of Oriental Group's smart factories not long ago. Based on our analysis, it appears the perpetrators directly deployed information theft devices to physically infiltrate and steal our core data, the assistant said with a grave expression. Lu Chou nodded. Keep this under wraps for now. It likely involves some eagle-related espionage. We'll investigate privately first. He then immediately called Jiang Ying. Has anyone from outside the company entered the main control room of Dongfang Group's smart factory recently? Lu Chou's question caught Jiang Ying off guard. She quickly caught on. Besides a few maintenance staff, the only person who entered the main control room recently was Jiang Lanlan. Just a few days ago, Lanlan suddenly told me she wanted to inspect the smart factory project, planning to introduce it at their Tianlong Group. I didn't think much of it and simply brought her along for the tour. Jiang Lanlan. That name made Lu Chou narrow his eyes once more. He never expected it to be her. Stay away from her for now. Even though we don't have solid proof yet, she's likely a high-level spy sent by the Eagle, Lu Chou said with a frown. The words exploded in Jiang Ying's ears like a thunderclap. Jiang Ying and Jiang Lanlan had been childhood friends. Although Jiang Lanlan spent most of her time studying abroad in the Eagle country, their connection had never been severed. She never imagined her closest confidant would betray the country. This is merely my conjecture. Without sufficient evidence, it proves nothing. Lu Chou tried to reassure her. That said, the numerous coincidences linking together undoubtedly pointed to the truth. I'm sorry, because of my mistake, the spy successfully stole the core data from our smart factory. I hope it won't cause too much trouble for our country. Lu Chou shook her head with a wry smile. Don't worry. Even if they've stolen the core data of Dragon Nation's smart factory or even replicated our core data to build their own smart factory, the Eagle's source code originated from us. When that time comes, we'll still maintain strong control over the smart factories developed by Eagle, Lu Chou said cheerfully. Hearing this, Jiang Ying finally relaxed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The final deadline for delivering the smart factory to Keynes had arrived. Inside the Black Palace at that moment. Your Excellency. Thankfully, we did not disappoint. Cairns burst into Dawn's office, his face aglow with excitement, exclaiming jubilantly. Dawn froze for a moment before finally processing the news. Excellent. I never imagined you'd actually develop it. Announce it to the world immediately. Our Eagle Nation now has its own independently developed smart factory, Dawn said with a broad smile. He had expected Keynes to follow his usual pattern, spending endless hours researching without producing any tangible results. Yet here he was, having actually created an intelligent factory. This time, you get major credit. Past mistakes are forgiven. I didn't misjudge you. You truly are one of our Eagle Nation's top scientists. After all, a few kind words cost nothing, Dawn encouraged him. However, to avoid embarrassment in front of the entire world this time, Dawn chose to preview the completed smart factory himself beforehand. Watching the production line operate at breakneck speed, Dawn let out a long sigh of relief. Excellent. In 3 days, invite journalists from every country to tour our smart factory. Simultaneously, we'll announce that we can sell smart factory solutions to any enterprise worldwide, Dawn declared excitedly. For over a year, Eagle's technological prowess had consistently lagged behind Dragon Nations. Now, at last, they saw an opportunity to turn the tables. His subordinates immediately began making arrangements. When international media learned that Eagle Nation had also built a super factory, they clearly didn't believe it. Other Western nations that had previously purchased Dragon Nation's smart factories had attempted to reverse engineer them, but had made little progress. Even if Eagle Nation held the world's most advanced technology, replicating such a feat in such a short time was simply impossible. 3 days later, the eyes of the world turned to Eagle Nation. Numerous foreign envoys stationed in Eagle River were even invited to witness the unveiling. Dawn surveyed the densely packed crowd, which included numerous journalists alongside many tycoons and influential figures. Ladies and gentlemen, the smart factory is undoubtedly the optimal model for propelling human industry toward postmodern development. Precisely because we recognize its importance, when Dragon Nation was developing it, we, Eagle Nation, proactively offered to provide experimental materials for their research free of charge. But no one could have imagined that after developing the smart factory, Dragon Nation showed no intention of reciprocating. They even sold the technology to other nations, leaving us, Eagle Nation, out in the cold. There's a saying in Dragon Nation, shame spurs courage. Realizing we couldn't rely on Dragon Nation, we embarked on our own independent development path. And now, under Kane's leadership, we've finally succeeded. As soon as Dawn finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers and applause. Now, I invite everyone to tour our smart factory at your leisure. Dawn extended the invitation with a broad smile. The crowd eagerly began streaming into the factory interior. Chapter 239, Orders Pouring In. Who would have thought Eagle Sauce actually developed a smart factory? Impressive. But looking at the factory's internal structure, why does it feel so familiar? It seems no different from Dragon Nation's smart factories? Could Eagle Chan have stolen the smart factory from Dragon Country and claimed it as their own invention? Many journalists touring the site murmured in confusion. When Longwa's smart factory was completed and put into operation, numerous journalists had also visited it. The Eagle Nation's smart factory left an impression that seemed identical to Longwa's. Hearing the murmurs around him, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Dayan's face. What do you mean, similar to Longwa's smart factory? It was clearly identical. The only difference was that its core control systems were entirely based on systems they had reverse engineered. So there was no need to worry about anyone catching on. A satisfied look spread across the face of Parliament Speaker Montier. Earlier, many lawmakers in Congress intended to impeach you, claiming you wasted trillions of dollars purchasing 4 useless production lines. I was the one who helped suppress that. Now it seems, despite some significant deviations along the way, the overall outcome aligns with our expectations. Dawn's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Satisfying Parliament meant his term wouldn't be cut short by impeachment. Thank you for your consideration, Chairman Montier. Next year's budget will definitely allocate more funds to our Parliament. Dawn returned the favor, and Montier's eyes lit up. At this moment in the Dragon Kingdom, inside the Academy of Sciences, seeing the smug expression on Dayan's face, many researchers felt their anger surge. This is clearly our own factory. I even spotted our special serial numbers on the equipment. Who would have thought the Eagle would be so shameless? This is outrageous. Do they really think cracking our system means they can rest easy now? Professor Liu, shouldn't we step in and teach the Eagle a lesson? Amidst their fury, the crowd turned to Lu Qiu with a hint of expectation. Lu Qiu shook his head. Hold off for now. This time, Eagle Chan will inevitably sign contracts with other nations. Once they finalize their smart factory orders, that's when we strike. By then, Eagle Chan won't just be the laughingstock of the world, their credibility will be utterly destroyed. Hearing Lu Qiu's words, the crowd sucked in a collective gasp. What a cunning plan! Who would have thought that Professor Liu, who usually appeared so gentle and refined, would be so ruthless when it came to action? In that case, let's just sit tight and watch how things unfold. The group exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, inside the Eagle Sauce Smart Factory, representatives from numerous nations, having witnessed Eagle's cutting-edge smart factory, saw their eyes light up. Many Western nations had previously chosen to collaborate privately with the Dragon Nation precisely because smart factories held the potential to reshape the global industrial landscape. But now that Eagle had invented the smart factory, everyone felt it would be better to procure directly from them. After all, Western nations and Eagle Nation shared a natural foundation for cooperation. Thus, after touring the facility, numerous representatives approached Dayan or Michelle, expressing their intent to purchase smart factories from Eagle Sauce. Upon learning of their intentions, Dawn was instantly thrilled. Great! Since you all trust us, Eagle Nation, we absolutely won't let you down. To be perfectly honest, our smart factories are indeed modeled after those from the Dragon Nation, with identical performance capabilities. However, we have established cooperative foundations with numerous European nations, so we are willing to offer them at a lower price. Whatever price the Dragon Nation charges, we will reduce it by 30%. All the representatives were stunned upon hearing this. Clearly, no one had anticipated Eagle Sauce would offer such a low price. Many silently reflected. Indeed, many advanced technologies should not be allowed to be completely monopolized by a single country. Otherwise, once they gain pricing power, they can demand exorbitant prices at will. We'll reserve 3 units first. We'll take 5 units. We can sign the contract and pay the deposit right now. Representatives from numerous countries exclaimed excitedly. By the time the contracts were finalized, it was already afternoon. Seeing the extra $1 trillion in his account, Dayan was overjoyed. Who would have thought? Only now do I realize how satisfying it is to snatch business from the Dragon Nation. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin installing smart factories for all these clients. He chuckled as he addressed Keynes beside him. If it weren't for Keynes leading the Academy of Sciences team to crack the core system of the smart engineering project, they wouldn't have made this much money. And remember, this was merely the down payment. Once the full payment is made after completing the transaction, the profit alone would reach trillions of dollars. Dawn was already lost in the intoxicating dream of sudden wealth. Everyone, there's a banquet hall within the smart factory. To celebrate the trade partnership we've forged, let's all celebrate together tonight. Dawn announced cheerfully to the group. Just as everyone stepped out the door, ready to indulge in a wild celebration, the production line, which had been running smoothly, suddenly ground to a halt. Witnessing this, the group froze in shock, staring at Dawn in disbelief. Dawn, equally baffled, cast a suspicious glance at Keynes. I'll go find out what happened. Before he could even reach the main control room to investigate, a manager responsible for the smart factory rushed over. Everyone, we have a problem. Our central control system is no longer under our command. Signals from the Dragon Nation have taken over our central control system. In other words, the entire smart factory is now completely under the control of the Dragon Nation. The moment the words left his mouth, Dayan's vision went black and he collapsed unconscious. The representatives from various countries, who had already signed contracts and deposited their down payments into Eagle's account, turned pale with shock. They glared at Dayan with fury. Compensation. Pay us the breach of contract damages immediately. Who would have thought? Your so-called smart factory is nothing but stolen Dragon Nation technology. Now that the rightful owners have come knocking, how dare you still try to sell it? Enough nonsense. You must pay compensation. Facing the relentless pressure from these international representatives, Michel felt a headache coming on. Unfortunately, Dayan had already fainted, leaving him to take charge of the situation. Everyone, please calm down. The penalty fee is no small sum. We kindly request a little time. Chapter 240, Penalty Fees? After calming the representatives from various nations, Michel felt even more troubled. He had verbally promised to pay the penalty. But he knew his own situation better than anyone. The Eagle Nation's treasury was now utterly depleted. The previous military campaign against Camel Nation had drained their coffers. While they had plundered considerable ill-gotten gains during the conflict, the Dragon Nation's intervention had significantly reduced their profits. Compounded by the insane intelligence expenditures to counter the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation was now running a deficit. Therefore, he could only wait until Dawn regained consciousness before discussing further. It took a full night before Dawn finally regained consciousness from his coma. He appeared to have aged a decade overnight, his hair now half gray. Wrinkles seemed to be spreading across his face. He sighed helplessly. It seems I truly am not suited for this presidency. I will find a way to resign before Congress and request they hold new presidential elections. When that time comes, I will do everything in my power to support Your Excellency Michel in taking office. He looked at Michel with hopeful eyes. Had Dawn shared this news before yesterday, Michel would have been overjoyed. But now, Dawn had left him with a mess and expected him to clean it up? That was absurd. This is inappropriate. Your Excellency remains highly respected domestically. How could I possibly covet your position? We should focus on finding a solution to this immediate crisis instead. Michel sighed helplessly. Hearing this, Dawn also frowned. Now that all our smart factories are in trouble, the future situation will likely become even more difficult. Where are we supposed to find the extra money to pay those penalty fees? I even suspect the countries that signed contracts with us colluded with the Dragon Nation beforehand, just to trap us into paying those penalties. Not a single penny should go to them, Dawn said viciously. Rage consumed him now. Being so blatantly outmaneuvered by the Dragon Nation felt like a crushing blow to his pride. Hearing this, Michel felt slightly awkward. He had already promised representatives from other nations that compensation would be paid. Now, here was Dawn flatly refusing. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly damage his reputation. It could even become a stumbling block on his path to the presidency. Do you have any suggestions? Seeing Michel's expression shift repeatedly, Dawn realized he might have overstepped. I suggest we temporarily return the deposits we've discussed to each country. As for the compensation issue, we'll figure out a solution later. Besides, our conflict with Dragon Nation is now completely out in the open. That heir to the Celestial Dragon Group is probably already under suspicion. Why not turn the entire Celestial Dragon Group into our pawn in Dragon Nation, pitted against the Oriental Group? This way, we can harness the Dragon Nation's internal wealth for our own purposes while gradually wearing them down through relentless economic infighting. Upon hearing his words, Daoen nodded. You're absolutely right. Tianlong Group is a major player in Longhu. With our financial backing, I'm confident we can take on Dongfang Group. Then we can continuously siphon funds from Longhua. He narrowed his eyes, seeming satisfied with the plan. In that case, I'll make the arrangements. Michel said, his eyes narrowed. Have Douglas accompany you on this mission. We have numerous intelligence operatives in Longhua who might prove invaluable. Dawn reminded him. He couldn't let Michel handle this alone after all. It determined whether the Eagle Nation could weather this debt crisis. What if Michel dug herself into a hole? That would only make things worse. Douglas was his cousin trustworthy. With him keeping an eye on things, Michel wouldn't dare overstep her bounds, let alone seize power under the guise of this mission. Michel narrowed her eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Tianlong Group. President's Office. After instructing her secretary to send everyone outside far away, Zhang Lanlan pressed a button on the bookshelf. A hidden chamber instantly materialized before her. May I ask what you require, Your Excellency? She picked up the communication device and asked hesitantly. Zhang Lanlan? It's Michel. Hearing this voice, Zhang Lanlan felt a twinge of confusion. In the past, she had always reported directly to Dawn, and only Dawn knew her contact information. Regarding Michel, she knew the individual was the Secretary of State of the Eagle Nation, but their interactions had been limited. What are your instructions, madam? She asked cautiously. Ever since stealing core data from the Oriental Group's smart factory last time, she had been living in constant fear. Although she was classified as an S-level spy by the Eagle Nation, it wasn't due to any exceptional espionage skills, it was because of her prominent status in the Dragon Nation. Relax. Without concrete evidence, the Dragon Nation government can't touch you. After all, you control the entire Dragon Group. Any instability could impact the Dragon Nation's economy. Seeming to sense Zhang Lanlan's fear, Michel smiled reassuringly. One had to admit that as Secretary of State, he possessed a natural talent for communication. After Michel's reassurance, the weight on Zhang Lanlan's shoulders lifted considerably. From this moment on, I will be your official liaison. We at Eagle Incorporated will transform the Tianlong Group into the world's most renowned enterprise. We'll make you the richest person on the planet. Whoa! Michel had just painted such a grand vision for her, but upon hearing it, Zhang Lanlan didn't feel particularly excited. Instead, she felt a bit terrified. Though she was the designated successor to the Tianlong Group and currently served as its president. She was hailed alongside Jiang Ying as one of the most outstanding female entrepreneurs in the Dragon Nation. But ultimately, she still carried the identity of an Eagle Sauce spy. Her reputation was already quite prominent. She occasionally drew scrutiny from government agencies. If she were to receive official support from the Eagle-wielding nation in the future, wouldn't her exposure become even more obvious? How could she then continue operating as a spy undetected? Isn't it a bit reckless for the Eagles to help our Tianlong Group expand? If it draws the attention of the Dragon Nation's authorities, they could very well get me killed. Zhang Lanlan voiced her concerns. She would rather maintain the status quo. Enjoying the current glory was enough. Chapter 241, The Rise of the Dragon Group. Zhang Lanlan never considered herself a competent spy. Compared to spying, she preferred the perks that came with being the president of the Dragon Group. Therefore, she wasn't particularly eager for Tianlong Group to expand under Eagle's support and seize more profits. Instead, she hoped to preserve the status quo. Do you think you have any other choice now? Michel's voice, like that of a demon, echoed through the phone. You have absolutely no other choice. Even if you do nothing now, Lu Qiu and the others have already begun to suspect you. Only by obediently continuing to cooperate with us will you have a glimmer of hope. Besides, haven't you lived under Jiang Ying's shadow your entire life? Whether it's academics or business, she always outshines you. That's why you fled, why you came to study abroad with us at Eagle Group. Trust me. With our help, you'll become the shadow looming over Jiang Ying from now on. Michel's skill at reading people had reached a masterful level. By analyzing Zhang Lanlan's past life, he concluded she'd always lived in Jiang Ying's shadow. Zhang Lanlan hesitated. Because Michel had struck a nerve. From childhood onward, the most frequent refrain she heard was how outstanding Jiang Ying was. Even after taking over the company, Dongfang Group's growth outpaced that of their own Tianlong Group. Beyond that, what made Zhang Lanlan seethe with envy was that Jiang Ying had the most brilliant boyfriend in all of Longhua. Lu Qiu's scientific research capabilities were enough to lead an entire era. I promise you. Whatever you need done, just give me the order. But I expect you to keep your word and help our Tianlong Group continue to grow. Michel smiled. Even though Zhang Lanlan was the president of the Tianlong Group, she was ultimately just a young woman. Manipulating her was far too simple. After ending the communication, Michel immediately instructed Eagle Union Federal Bank to transfer $300 billion into Tianlong Group's account. Seeing the funds in the account, Zhang Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief. A faint smile also appeared on her face. A smile born of ambition. Over the next few days, Eagle began frantically handing over every piece of technology it had developed, including those not yet publicly announced, to the hands of the Tianlong Group. Many of Tianlong Group's products saw a noticeable increase in technological sophistication and efficiency. Leveraging its financial strength, the group embarked on a frenzied acquisition spree across major sectors in Dragon Nation. In less than a month, Tianlong Group had climbed one spot in the national corporate rankings. Kyoto. Inside a Gall restaurant. Tianlong Group's expansion has become increasingly aggressive lately. They've even started encroaching on some of our Oriental Group's holdings. Zhang Ying remarked with a hint of resignation. Before her, Lu Qiu wore an unconcerned expression. At this point, he had a high probability of deducing that Zhang Lanlan was the real mastermind behind the core data leak at the smart factory. However, lacking concrete evidence, he was unable to take action against her. Consequently, Lu Qiu had already dispatched personnel to monitor the Dragon Group. The sudden rise of Tianlong Group is truly unexpected. Where did they get all that acquisition capital? And where did they acquire such advanced production technology? I now suspect Tianlong Group has fully aligned itself with the Eagle. Lu Qiu said with a grave expression. Zhang Ying froze, clearly unwilling to believe her close friend would take such a path. Yet all the evidence pointed to one conclusion: Tianlong Group's capital and technology originated from the Eagle. Is there still a chance to turn this around? If I go persuade Zhang Lanlan, will she realize her mistake? Zhang Ying asked, her voice filled with anguish. Lu Qiu shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Lanlan likely defected to Eagle Sauce long ago. After stealing the core data from our smart factory, she probably decided to go all in, intending to leverage Eagle Sauce's power to develop Tianlong Group. Currently, their primary targets are electronic components and network information systems, areas where Eagle Sauce holds near global technological dominance. Lu Qiu said with grave concern. However, he wasn't particularly concerned about this. It wouldn't be long before the first generation of artificial intelligence systems was developed in Dragon Nation. By then, Dragon Nation's network information systems would stand unrivaled globally, with no other nation capable of matching them. Even with the Dragon Group's Eagle Eye network technology, they'd never stand a chance. Hearing Lu Qiu say this, Zhang Ying could only sigh helplessly. She knew her best friend had no intention of backing down. With the entire Tianlong Group currently thriving, we absolutely cannot take direct action against Zhang Lanlan. It would jeopardize the bigger picture. We must wait. Only after we've seized all of Tianlong Group's markets or even acquired the entire company at a rock-bottom price can we move against Zhang Lanlan. That's the only way to prevent asset leakage. Lu Qiu reminded her. His words carried the weight of seasoned wisdom. Lu Qiu understood perfectly well that if they pushed Zhang Lanlan too hard now, she might transfer all her assets to the Eagle Nation. Wouldn't that amount to subsidizing another country for nothing? Rest assured. Though Tianlong Group's offensive is fierce, our Oriental Group isn't pushovers either. We can hold out for a while longer. Once your first-generation AI system is developed, we'll sound the counterattack. When it came to business matters, Zhang Ying radiated confidence. Then let's divide our responsibilities. I'll strive to develop the AI system as quickly as possible, while Oriental Group uses this time to consolidate its position. After finalizing their strategy, both parties simultaneously reported to the Dragon Nation's High Command. The Dragon Nation's leadership agreed with both of their proposals. For now, they would refrain from pushing Tianlong Group too hard or applying excessive pressure. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanlan, seemingly sensing the government's softer stance, grew increasingly brazen. Under her leadership, Tianlong Group launched a frenzied push into the online information sector. Huge sums of money poured in, and a barrage of celebrity endorsements bombarded the market. It even showed signs of becoming the top group in the cyber information sector. Meanwhile, the Oriental Group adopted a strategy of retrenchment. Faced with Tianlong Group's relentless offensive, Zhang Ying did not immediately counterattack. Instead, she began withdrawing all funds and personnel from the cyber information sector, redirecting efforts toward other areas of strength. To Zhang Lanlan, this move unmistakably signaled capitulation. Just as she believed she had gained the upper hand over Zhang Ying, she suddenly received an invitation from him. Chapter 242, Research Success. Though they had only been apart for a month, the two best friends sat together like strangers. Zhang Lanlan stared at Zhang Ying before her with a complex expression. She couldn't pinpoint when it started, but every time she faced this friend, a sense of inferiority would creep into her heart. She knew it was her pride playing tricks on her. Yet she was equally aware that, whether in ability or appearance, she was no match for Zhang Ying. You were once a beauty, why did you choose to follow the wrong path? With your abilities, even without Eagle's help, you could have propelled Tianlong Group to new heights in no time. Our two companies could have collaborated seamlessly. Why did it have to come to this? Zhang Ying asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. By now, Zhang Lanlan had long abandoned her former exaggerated makeup. With her bare face, she actually possessed a certain delicate beauty. Zhang Lanlan shook her head with a smile. Even after all these years together, you still don't understand me. Once I chose this path, I never considered turning back. I believe Tianlong Group will become the most powerful company in Dragon Nation. Just wait and see. Of course, she couldn't openly admit that her group had the backing of the Eagle Nation. Even though she trusted Jiang Ying's character implicitly, what if the other party had a listening device? Wouldn't she be walking straight into a trap? Seeing no way to persuade Jiang Lanlan, Jiang Ying could only shake her head helplessly. From this moment on, we are adversaries in the business world. I hope you know what you're doing. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Jiang Lanlan stood alone, her expression complex as she watched Jiang Ying's retreating figure. Longwei Academy of Sciences. Inside the laboratory, the team meticulously input and integrated all the code. Success or failure hinges on this very moment. Lu Qiu's heart was equally heavy. This was the first experiment for the new generation of artificial intelligence. Although all the code and data were provided by the system, ensuring no errors, no one could predict the actual outcome once it was developed. First generation AI showing at your service. Suddenly, a figure composed of data materialized on the display before him. It was a girl who looked like an elementary school student. Did it work? The crowd asked, their voices tinged with doubt and uncertainty. No one knew how to define artificial intelligence, so they couldn't confirm whether their development had succeeded. Lu Qiu, standing nearby, broke into a smile the moment he saw the figure on the screen. He nodded at the others with a smile. Yes, it's a success. The crowd erupted in cheers. Who would have thought that in just over a month, we've developed the latest generation of artificial intelligence, instantly propelling our nation's information technology to the forefront of the world. All credit goes to Professor Lu. Without the open source code he provided and the subsequent data support, we never could have achieved this in such a short time. With this AI system, we can do whatever we want in the cyber realm. Even the Eagle's firewall won't be able to stop our cyber attacks, right? Everyone felt incredibly excited. Many of the developers involved had even begun to show gray at their temples. In truth, the oldest among them were barely in their 30s. But alas, the field of information technology is incredibly taxing on the mind. Sometimes, complex calculations alone could kill countless brain cells. After working so hard for so long, without Lu Qiu's assistance, they likely wouldn't have been able to develop the next generation AI system in their lifetimes. That's right. The new generation AI system is now fully commercial ready and can replace standard servers. Plus, its computational efficiency is significantly higher. Lu Qiu smiled as he addressed the group. The reason he had developed the AI system in such a short time was to curb the expansion of the Tianlong Group. Indeed. With this AI system, our nation's network information industry will surely flourish. Everyone nodded in deep agreement. Lu Qiu immediately filed a patent for the AI system he developed and reported it to the Dragon Nation's high-level officials, intending to hand it over to the Oriental Group for practical application. 1 hour later, in the conference room of Tiannan South. It's now confirmed that the mastermind behind Tianlong Group is Eagle. We must seize all of Tianlong Group's markets and then take action against Jiang Lanlan. Xu Yun presented his investigative findings to the assembled Dragon Nation executives. The assembled officials couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Jiang Lanlan's grandfather, the founder of Tianlong Group, was actually an old acquaintance of several of us. He established Tianlong Group with the hope of aiding Longwa's development. Who would have thought that once the group fell into his granddaughter's hands, Eagle Sauce would become the puppet master behind the scenes? If he knew this from beyond the grave, he'd be furious beyond measure. Both the Tianlong Group and the Dongfang Group originally had official backing. Yet Tianlong began reducing our government influence over a decade ago. It seems that besides Jiang Lanlan, there are likely many Eagle agents within the company. Lu Qiu, who was attending the meeting nearby, froze upon hearing these words. He clearly hadn't anticipated such hidden depths within the Tianlong Group. Now that we've developed the first-generation AI system, let the Oriental Group boldly expand into the market. We must seize all of Tianlong Group's market share in the shortest possible time. We must not give them a chance to react, much less allow them the opportunity to transfer all their domestic assets abroad. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials spoke with grave expressions. Tianlong Group's market value was a staggering several hundred billion. With their backs against the wall, Jiang Lanlan might just transfer all the group's wealth to the Eagle Nation. At that point, the nation's losses would undoubtedly be immense. Rest assured, everyone. With the AI system in place, I am confident that Oriental Group will swiftly achieve a turnaround in the network information sector. Tianlong Group? What can they possibly achieve with Eagle's funding and technology? Even without official intervention, fair market competition alone will leave Tianlong Group utterly destroyed. I can hardly wait to see Eagle's reaction after the Dragon Group's collapse. All their current investments will ultimately become our nation's wedding gown. Numerous Dragon Nation executives chuckled, utterly unconcerned by the gradually rising Dragon Group. Chapter 243, The Turning Point for the Oriental Group. At this very moment. Eastern Group Executive Boardroom. Utter incompetence. This is the first time Oriental Group has suffered such a devastating blow. Under Tianlong Group's relentless pressure, I never imagined you'd simply hand over the information sector market. Do you have any idea how valuable this market is? Fang Shan slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide as he glared at Jiang Ying before him. Hearing his words, numerous Dongfang Group executives nodded frantically in agreement. Exactly. We cannot keep retreating. While Tianlong Group's relentless advance in the network information sector is backed by technological strength, we cannot simply abandon such a lucrative opportunity right before our eyes. Our board's recommendation is to continue leveraging our existing products to expand into the network information market. No matter the cost, we must win this market battle. The board executives began exerting pressure. At this moment, Jiang Ying found herself at a disadvantage in this high-level meeting of the Oriental Group. She was under attack from all sides. Fortunately, after sustained efforts, Jiang Ying had led Oriental Group to steadily expand into overseas markets, winning significant support. Several executives now stood behind Jiang Ying, vehemently denouncing the shareholders led by Fang Shan. You lot are only concerned with short-term gains. Temporarily contracting our market presence would be entirely beneficial for us. Why must we compete head-on with Tianlong Group in their dominant arena? Can't we simply avoid their sharp edge? Exactly. President Zheng's approach is precisely what suits Oriental Group's current development stage. Most of Jiang Ying's supporters were members of the management team. They possessed rich business experience, unlike Fang Shan and others who relied solely on capital to control the company. Everyone could see that Tianlong Group was currently backed by unknown sources of capital and technology, fueling its rapid momentum. But this couldn't last forever. If we can just weather this period of Tianlong Group's frenzied expansion, I'm confident Oriental Group will reach new heights in its development. Fang Shan sneered coldly at the group of dissenters before him. Perhaps none of those present knew where the capital and technology for Tianlong Group had come from, but Fang Shan understood perfectly well. Because he, too, was working for the Eagle. This is utterly absurd. Do you have any idea how much market share we stand to lose by abandoning the information sector? You keep talking about the company's future, but who can predict what the future holds? Exactly. If we can't even secure our immediate interests, what's the point of talking about the future? Fang Shan slammed his fist on the table as he continued. Jiang Ying was already getting a headache from these people. She was about to step in forcefully to end this pointless dispute. Just then, her secretary walked in and handed her a document. After reviewing the document, a smile instantly spread across Jiang Ying's face, her eyes brimming with confidence. I believe your dispute can come to an end starting today, she said cheerfully, looking at everyone. Fang Shan glared at her coldly. You won't get away with this one. If you can't give us a definitive explanation, we absolutely won't agree to your decision to continue shrinking the information sector market. Jiang Ying shook her head with a smile. Contracting the network technology market? That was merely a temporary measure. From now on, we're going to expand aggressively. Her words left everyone present stunned. Some who had previously supported Jiang Ying thought she couldn't withstand the pressure from Fang Shan and the others and was preparing to compromise. Their gazes toward her now carried a hint of disappointment. Fang Shan also froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and burst into laughter. My niece truly understands how to assess the situation. Excellent, excellent. I'm confident we'll achieve tremendous growth in the information sector. Ignoring Fang Shan's smug satisfaction, Jiang Ying flung the document in her hand across the table. Everyone, I've just received news from the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. They've developed a new generation of artificial intelligence systems and granted our Oriental Group exclusive commercial application rights. This new AI system is a full 5 years ahead of the rest of the world. With this system, no company in the network information field will be able to compete with us. The room fell silent. Dead silence. The assembly stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing the document Jiang Ying had displayed. Fang Shan began trembling uncontrollably. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to slide off his chair. How is this possible? Our Academy of Sciences research and development on artificial intelligence systems was only just approved as a project. How could it have been developed so quickly? Fang Shan spoke with a mix of shock and disbelief. He was completely caught off guard by this news. Jiang Ying narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the flustered Fang Shan before her. What? Isn't it a good thing that our Longwei Academy of Sciences has developed even more powerful technology? Why does Chairman Fang seem so flustered? Fang Shan realized he had indeed lost his composure. He quickly regained his composure, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. For our group, this is indeed a blessing. By launching a massive push into the online information sector now, we can crush the Tianlong Group in one fell swoop, even seize their entire market share. Fang Shan said with a smile. In truth, within the competition between the Tianlong Group and the Dongfang Group, regardless of which side prevailed, it would bring him immense benefits. If the Tianlong Group prevailed, his intelligence contributions would be rewarded handsomely by Eagle Sauce. If the Dongfang Group prevailed, it went without saying revenues would surge dramatically and his share of the profits would naturally increase. Fang Shan had already secured an unbeatable position. Given this, immediately arrange for our staff to liaise with the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. They will dispatch specialized R&D personnel to our company to assist us in commercializing the artificial intelligence system. I am confident that whether we launch virtual games centered around AI systems or develop the metaverse, both will bring us immense benefits. At this point, even Jiang Ying, who had remained remarkably composed throughout, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The numerous shareholders and executives present began celebrating prematurely, as if victory were already within their grasp. Meanwhile, Fang Shan knew the tide had turned against Tianlong Group. He began scheming how to extract massive profits from the company. He intended to have his cake and eat it too. At this thought, the greed in Fang Shan's eyes could no longer be contained. Chapter 244, I Have Secrets. That night, dark clouds obscured the moon. Fang Shan drove around in circles before finally arriving at a private club owned by the Tianlong Group. Guided by a waiter, he pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Zhang Lanlan dressed elegantly before him, a smile spread across his face. Miss Jiang, do you still recognize this old man? He asked cheerfully. Without hesitation, he sat down directly across from Zhang Lanlan and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhang Lanlan, witnessing this scene, instantly furrowed her brows. Not long ago, Fang Shan had suddenly contacted her. He claimed to have urgent matters to discuss and requested a meeting. Zhang Lanlan had assumed he was a messenger sent by Jiang Ying and hadn't planned to meet him. But she couldn't resist his relentless barrage of phone calls. With no other choice, Zhang Lanlan finally carved out time to meet him. Mr. Feng, it really has been ages since we last met. I remember visiting your home when I was a child. Zhang Lanlan responded with a warm smile, avoiding any confrontation. Seeing Zhang Lanlan's attitude, Fang Shan nodded in response. Who's backing you, Secretary of State Michelle or Lord Dawn? But the next words he uttered instantly sent Zhang Lanlan's heart plummeting to the depths. How did he know? Fang Shan was bluffing. It seems Chairman Fang really is getting old. What are you talking about, Michelle and Dawn? Aren't they high-ranking officials in the Eagle Empire? What does that have to do with me? Zhang Lanlan retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. Fang Shan shook his head with a smile. We're both seasoned foxes, no need to play games. I can see through certain things. To be honest, the one backing me is the current Director of Intelligence for the Eagle Nation, His Excellency Douglas. Fang Shan brought his own backers into the picture. Ever since the former intelligence chief was dismissed by Dawn, Douglas had become his direct superior. Having just assumed his new role, Douglas urgently needed spies to supply him with intelligence. Therefore, Douglas held Fang Shan, who occupied a high position within the Eastern Group, in considerable respect. Their collaboration proved highly effective. Gradually, Douglas became a key supporter behind Fang Shan. He even provided him with substantial funding and connections. Hearing Fang Shan speak thus, Zhang Lanlan wasn't some naive little thing. She grew deeply suspicious that Fang Shan was deliberately trying to draw her into revealing information. Thus, she steadfastly denied her identity. Seeing Zhang Lanlan's extreme caution, a hint of approval flashed across Fang Shan's face. Then he directly revealed a secret order from the Eagle Sauce intelligence personnel, and only then did Zhang Lanlan completely let down her guard. Who would have thought, Chairman Fang, that you're also an Eagle Sauce intelligence operative? Zhang Lanlan stared at Fang Shan before her with a complex expression. What? If the heir to the Tianlong Group can be an Eagle Sauce intelligence operative, why couldn't I, a shareholder of the Oriental Group, be one too? Fang Shan said with a smile. Enough small talk. I'm here to share some classified intelligence with you. Though we're both Eagle Sauce agents, even brothers must keep accounts clear. I can exchange information about the Oriental Group, but you'll need to provide compensation. The smile on Fang Shan's face grew even broader. Zhang Lanlan couldn't help but curse inwardly. That damn money-grubbing bastard, completely blinded by greed. We're all in this together with the Eagle Gang, yet this man still tries to seize personal gain. How utterly despicable. She drew a long breath, forcing down the rage boiling within her. Spill it. Give me your intel, and I'll pay you accordingly based on its value. Zhang Lanlan said, her brow furrowed. The Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences has developed a new generation of artificial intelligence systems and delivered them to the Oriental Group. It won't be long before the Oriental Group leverages this AI to create cutting-edge network products. Fang Shan's words sent shockwaves through Zhang Lanlan, leaving her stunned for a long moment. She found it hard to believe the authenticity of this information. After all, Longhua's internet technology was notoriously inferior to Eagle's. Even Eagle Nation hadn't developed a new generation AI system. How could Dragon Nation possibly achieve it? Seeming to read the disbelief in her eyes, Fang Shan shook his head. Believe it or not, I've already shared this valuable information with you. Hurry up and transfer the money to this account. If this collaboration goes smoothly, we'll definitely have more opportunities to work together in the future. Fang Shan handed Zhang Lanlan an account address with a cheerful smile. Zhang Lanlan finally snapped back to reality, her gaze toward Fang Shan transformed. Where once there had been condescension and disdain, now there was respect. I hope our future collaborations will be equally pleasant. This intelligence is invaluable. I'll transfer $500 million to your account immediately. Hearing Jiang Lanlan's words, Fengshan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected her to offer $500 million directly. Rest assured, niece. The moment any news surfaces from the Oriental Group, I'll notify you immediately. Fengshan hurriedly departed, while Jiang Lanlan rushed to report the news to Michelle. What? Dragon Nation has made another breakthrough in artificial intelligence? Upon hearing this, Michelle was utterly stunned. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Dragon Nation's technological progress advancing so rapidly. After all, it had only been a month since the AI project was initiated, and Dragon Nation had already developed it. Act fast to seize control of Longwa's online information market. Secure every last bit of it before the Oriental Group can put their AI system into practical use. Defending your turf is always easier than fighting for it. Michelle ordered with a grave expression. In truth, though Dragon Nation had developed an AI system, Michelle didn't take it seriously. In his view, Dragon Nation's so-called AI system was likely no different from theirs. It was nothing more than a system fed with a mountain of data. It lacked true self-awareness and could only serve as an auxiliary tool at best. So while Oriental Group's network information products might see some improvement, they'd never catch up to Dragon Group. Actually, we Eagles have also developed our own intelligence system. I can send you the code for this system later. Based on this intelligence system, you can develop more network products. I believe the Oriental Group will definitely not be able to match your products. Hearing Michelle's confident assurance, Jiang Lanlan felt a weight lift from her heart. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I won't let you down. Within 5 years, I'll make the Tianlong Group the #1 conglomerate in Dragon Nation. Chapter 245, An Ordinary Metaverse. After a period of intensive research and development, finally unveiled an intelligent chat software named Chat. Simply input any question, and the software would draw upon historical data to provide the desired answers. It could even compose articles, write code, draw diagrams. All these functions in one. Upon its release, the software instantly swept across society. Not only in Dragon Nation, but even Eagle Nation and other countries began adopting this software. Who would have thought human society would advance so rapidly in the realm of information technology, even developing the most basic artificial intelligence? I believe it won't be long before artificial intelligence reaches a terrifying level. For now, AI development benefits human society at the very least. It makes knowledge acquisition far more convenient. Following the launch of the chat software, Tianlong Group's market value tripled. This clearly demonstrates its immense influence. Oriental Group Laboratory. To expedite the commercialization of the latest AI developed by the Longwei Academy of Sciences, Lu Qiu personally joined the product development team. We must urgently develop a new AI social software. Otherwise, Tianlong Group might seize the entire market first. Lu Qiu said with a grave expression. He retrieved a blueprint directly from the system and handed it to the RD team present. The team plunged into frantic development work. In less than 3 days, they successfully developed the latest metaverse social platform and launched it onto the market. At first, people thought it was just another ordinary metaverse. Not many paid it much attention. But Oriental Group clearly invested heavily in promotion. The overwhelming flood of advertisements and celebrity endorsements left the people of Dragon Nation overwhelmed. Many tried it out of curiosity and were instantly hooked. Are you sure this is just a regular metaverse social app? It feels like I'm talking to a real living being. Whether it's problems in life, work, or studies, just ask, and this metaverse app can practically provide answers for everything. This is incredible. Is this the legendary artificial intelligence we've heard about? Countless users who tried the app, dubbed Firefly Lite, became enthusiastic advocates. They began enthusiastically promoting it online without prompting. Many dismissed it, assuming it was just another marketing ploy by the Oriental Group. Its purpose, they assumed, was nothing more than to compete with the Tianlong Group for market share. Yet as more people joined in, they discovered this software was far more convenient than the chatbot developed by the Tianlong Group. Not only did it support social interactions, but it also made their daily lives easier. It was essentially an upgraded version of Tianlong Group's chat software. So much so that the market share originally seized by the Tianlong Group was instantly reclaimed by the Dongfang Group. Tianlong Group's business suffered a significant decline and its market value began to shrink. The executives were overwhelmed with work. Our entire market in Sakura Nation has been taken over by the Oriental Group, and they're even showing signs of expanding into other countries. Although the Eagle Nation has banned Oriental Group's Firefly Lite from entering, many Eagle Nation citizens are changing their network nodes to use it secretly. We must find a way to innovate technologically and surpass the Dragon Nation. Jiang Lanlan looked at her team of researchers with a hint of resignation, a sense of helplessness rising within her. Thanks to the technological support Eagle Chicken provided to the Dragon Group, many members of the Dragon Group's research team were fair-skinned and blonde-haired. They were all experts and scholars from Eagle Sauce Academy. Yet when Jiang Lanlan turned her gaze toward them, their heads drooped. They remained silent for a long while. Does anyone have any good ideas? Seeing their silence, John Lanlan had no choice but to ask. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, the group could only shake their heads helplessly. Based on our research, Oriental Group's Firefly-like metaverse was also developed using an artificial intelligence system as its foundation. However, its system performance far surpasses ours. From a technical standpoint, it'll take us at least 3 to 5 years to catch up. The group voiced their discouragement. Despite their pride and ambition, they couldn't help but admire the AI system developed by the Longway Academy of Sciences. It was precisely because Dragon Nation had achieved a leapfrog advancement in AI that Tianlong Group's chat system fell far short of Oriental Group's Firefly Lite. Enough! Since there's no viable solution technologically, we'll have to explore other avenues. Jiang Lanlan narrowed her eyes. While her talent for running a company might not match Jiang Ying's, it was still formidable. Host a cocktail party. I want to poach every single celebrity endorsing Oriental Group. Jiang Lanlan declared with narrowed eyes. 3 days later, at the Enos Hotel. This was one of the most luxurious hotels in the capital of Dragon Nation. It was also an asset under the Tianlong Group. A long red carpet stretched from the hotel entrance straight into the grand lobby, where celebrities from all walks of life gathered. Who would have thought the Tianlong Group would organize such a grand charity gala? The scale of this event is truly unprecedented. Virtually every major star in the domestic entertainment industry is here. Rumor has it so many celebrities are here to vie for the Tianlong Group spokesperson position. Just for the endorsement fee alone, Tianlong Group has put up $500 million. Whoa! These actors sure know how to rake in the cash. When will our scientists' incomes catch up to theirs? The reporters outside the door grumbled. Look! Lu Mengyuan is here. The reporters gasped in unison. A woman in an evening gown stepped out of the limousine. Though called a gown, it barely covered the essentials. Most of the fabric featured intricate cutouts, creating a tantalizing glimpse that sparked the imagination. Who would have thought she'd show up? After all, she's currently the only international superstar our country can boast about. The crowd murmured in admiration. Lu Mengyuan smiled broadly, striking a few poses before striding confidently into the banquet hall. The banquet hall was now packed with celebrities. Once most of the guests had arrived, Jiang Lanlan walked onto the stage with a smile. I'm sure you all know why we've gathered here today. Chapter 246, The Devoted Fans. Inside the banquet hall, all conversation ceased. All eyes turned expectantly toward Jiang Lanlan, who was speaking on stage. Though these actors appeared glamorous and successful in the eyes of ordinary people, they were all acutely aware of their true status. Without the backing of capital, they were no different from ordinary people. If they could win Jiang Lanlan's favor at tonight's banquet, their acting careers would soar to new heights. One day, even landing in Hollywood wouldn't be out of the question. As you all know, our Tianlong Group is currently in competition with the Oriental Group. Therefore, Tianlong intends to sign lucrative endorsement contracts with every celebrity present here tonight. The prerequisite is that you must cease all business dealings with the Oriental Group. The moment her words fell, a storm erupted within the crowd. A few actors with ties to the Oriental Group immediately turned pale and left the venue. Jiang Lanlan made no attempt to stop him. Ms. Jiang, we've already signed endorsement contracts with Oriental Group. Terminating those agreements would likely require paying substantial penalty fees. Some actors, tempted by the high endorsement fees Jiang Lanlan had promised, were swayed. But they were bound by their contracts with the Oriental Group and couldn't afford the steep penalties. Everyone needn't worry about that. Tianlong Group can cover your penalty fees. You don't need to overthink external factors, simply choose between Tianlong Group and Oriental Group. Jiang Lanlan said with a cheerful smile. The actors no longer hesitated. Like merchants, they were driven by profit. Whoever offered the most money would naturally be the one they chose to work with. The remaining individuals chose to partner with the Tianlong Group without hesitation. Lu Mengyuan, who had already signed a contract with Dongfang Group, went out of her way to curry favor with the hostess. She stepped forward to greet Jiang Lanlan, hoping to establish a connection with her. Yet faced with Lu Mengyuan's almost fawning smile, Jiang Lanlan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Befriending such a phony would only drag down her own standards. Seeing Jiang Lanlan's icy tone and cold expression, Lu Mengyuan didn't lose heart. For at that moment, she was utterly stunned by the contract in her hands. 3 years. 500 million. And it was Dao Lu. This must be the highest individual endorsement fee in the entire world. She could never spend it all in a lifetime. This banquet was definitely worth attending. She immediately instructed her agent to begin negotiations with the Oriental Group regarding the contract details. The other celebrities present were doing the same. Though their endorsement fees weren't as high as Lu Mengyuan's, they were still substantial sums. One by one, their eyes turned into dollar signs. In just one night, Dongfang Group received dozens of contract termination notices. The trending topics on Zhulang exploded. Jiang Lanlan stared at the trending news about the banquet and the mass contract terminations by celebrities with Dongfang Group, a cold smile spreading across her face. So what if Dongfang Group's Firefly Light had higher technological content than their Tianlong Group products? This was a traffic-driven society. As long as you controlled the traffic, you could make money. That was the absolute truth. She vowed to crush Jiang Ying beneath her feet and prove to the entire world that she was no less than her. The banquet concluded swiftly. The excitement still lingered on the celebrities' faces. Especially Lu Mengyuan. This event had been a goldmine for her. However, she still needed to rush back south tonight to attend the wrap party for a film. Therefore, she wouldn't be staying overnight in the capital but was preparing to fly out. At the airport, countless fanatical fans were wildly shouting Lu Mengyuan's name. Passengers passing by dared not complain, none wanting to provoke these crazed fans. Upon seeing this scene inside the airport, Lu Mengyuan felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. She understood perfectly well that it was precisely because she had such a massive fan base that the Tianlong Group valued her so highly and offered her such a hefty endorsement fee. Just as she smiled and waved to the crowd, 5 men suddenly burst out beside her. A man in a white shirt police uniform led the way, followed by a young man in a plaid shirt with a stern expression. 3 young men with crew cuts and alert expressions brought up the rear. "Excuse us, everyone. We need to board the plane immediately," one of the officers said with a frown. The plaid-shirted youth was naturally suited for Lin Qingshan. Looking at the crowd of enthusiastic fans pressed against him, he couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. Having heard that a type of silicon crystal ore had been unearthed in High Province and are suitable for use as a carrier for artificial intelligence systems, Lin Qingshan was rushing to see it for himself. Behind him, Zhao Long and several other special forces soldiers accompanied him. "Who the hell are you? How dare you block our Yuan's way? You people must be tired of living. Is this guy some kind of big shot? Does that give you special privileges? Get out of Yuan's way right now. You worthless scum, what gives you the right to walk ahead of our bow?" These enraged fans began hurling insults wildly. Many even pulled out their phones, ready to livestream the scene online so the sisters of the Yuan fan club could join in cyberbullying these people. "Superintendent Lu, looks like we won't be able to get through." Facing the barrage of abuse from the crazed fans, Lu Qiu remained utterly unfazed, a faint smile never leaving his face. But Inspector Lu, leading the way ahead, was already sweating bullets. He knew full well how important Lu Qiu was to the Dragon Nation. Even the nation's top leaders treated him with utmost respect. If these crazed fans caused even the slightest injury to Lu Qiu, he'd likely lose his police rank. "Make way. The gentleman behind me is an expert from the Longwei Academy of Sciences. You must clear out immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcibly dispersing you." After uttering these words, Inspector Lu charged forward, determined to push a path through the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan's fans began shoving and pushing each other. Lu Yuan, already annoyed at being passed over. Seeing so many supporters rallying behind her, her resolve hardened. "Hey! How dare you lay a hand on my fans? Let's talk this out calmly." Her words were clearly turning the tables. It was clearly those fanatics who started the physical altercation. She was saying this to create an image of someone who always defends her fans. Superintendent Lu was so furious he broke out in a sweat. He had personally come to escort them through boarding to make a good impression on Lu Qiu, only to have this happen. Beijing Capital Airport. Requesting backup. Send 300 officers immediately to restore order. Chapter 247, Nationwide Ban. After Superintendent Lu sent out the distress call. Within less than a minute, a swarm of police officers flooded the departure lounge. They began rounding up the numerous crazed fans who had gathered along the way, one by one. These fans initially tried to struggle, even attempting to resist the officers. But they were just ordinary geeks and nerds. How could they possibly stand a chance against seasoned, trained officers? Within 5 minutes, the officers on the scene had cleared away all the fanatics. Seeing this unfold, Lu Mengyuan's anger boiled over. She was one of the most famous celebrities in the entertainment industry of Dragon Nation, and on top of that, she had just secured a major, globally significant contract. She was riding high on confidence. Who would dare to disrespect her? "Oomph, and you claim to be from the Longwei Academy of Sciences? What academician is as young as you? I see you're clearly some unknown scion of privilege, acting however you please because of your family background. I'll expose you online. And you enablers using violence to enforce the law." Lu Mengyuan sneered coldly. However, neither Superintendent Lu nor Lu Qiu paid her any mind. By evening, news of the incident at Beijing Capital International Airport had spread like wildfire. Many of Lu Mengyuan's fans began spontaneously attacking Lu Qiu. In their eyes, anyone daring to oppose their idol must be some rich kid or the offspring of powerful figures. "Everyone, come see. Some unknown rich kid bullied Lu Mengyuan's fans at the airport. The police around him were complicit in his abuse, even shoving us. They even called in a bunch of cops to arrest us. We strongly protest this behavior and demand an official explanation. We reserve the right to defend our freedom." These fans began raging wildly online. But soon, something seemed off. "Wait, didn't you notice that man in the plaid shirt is Professor Lu? Wow, who knew these actors' fans could be so extreme?" They'd even confront Professor Liu? They'd harass a national hero just to protect their idol? It's utterly shameful. If this video spreads abroad, our Dragon Nation will become a laughingstock. Once the crowd recognized Lu Qiu's identity, they turned their fury on Lu Mingyuan's fans. Superintendent Liu seized the moment, releasing the full body camera footage. Only then did everyone grasp the truth. So it was these fans crowding the boarding area that caused the chaos, disrupting others' travel. This is outrageous. He's a national hero who's developed countless projects. How could he be treated so badly by some actor? We strongly urge the government to banish this toxic artist. Anything less won't appease public outrage. What the hell is Lu Mingyuan? Some international superstar? Does she even know that Lu Qiu doesn't give a damn about the American president or secretary of state? What does some actor think he is? At that moment, Lu Mingyuan was attending a wrap party for a film in Jiangnan province, completely unaware that the airport incident had already gone viral online. She remained utterly unconcerned. In her view, even after last night's major incident, her fans would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail to restore justice and defend her reputation. Even the authorities would surely suppress the incident. After all, that spoiled brat had clearly wasted police resources. This incident certainly wasn't worth making a big fuss about. Just then, the film's director suddenly approached. His expression was grave, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. Due to your misconduct, our film has suffered severe consequences. Our sponsors have withdrawn their investment and are demanding compensation for breach of contract. This is all you're doing. Your contract with the production team is automatically terminated. Remember to compensate us with 10 times the penalty. The director declared angrily. Lu Mingyuan froze in shock. She never imagined the director would speak to her in such a tone. After all, just yesterday she had secured 500 million yuan from Tianlong Group. The pay for this film was nothing to her. Yet to be arbitrarily scorned by the director, this deeply wounded the pride of Lu Mingyuan, who had always held herself in high regard. Director Zhang, what does this mean? What gives you the right to unilaterally terminate my contract? What does the investor pulling out have to do with me? Her face drained of color as she demanded angrily. Director Zhang's expression grew even more dismissive. Just check your phone. Seeing his dismissive expression, Lu Mingyuan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the latest news. Announcement from the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television regarding the ban on Lu Mingyuan. It was an official document bearing the red letterhead of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. Seeing her name and familiar ID number, Lu Mingyuan collapsed to the floor after grasping the full context of the situation. Could it be Lu Qiu? After a long moment of utter disbelief, she snapped back to reality. No! Lu Qiu was a researcher. While she was an artist in essence, she provided emotional value to the public. Sometimes, doesn't that transcend certain scientific products? She immediately posted her thoughts online. What's so special about researchers? Are scientists really that impressive? We artists work tirelessly to create quality works that provide emotional value to people. Our profession deserves the utmost respect. She shouldn't have said it. When she posted this on social media, the entire nation erupted. People had never seen such brazen audacity. Artistic workers? Put. This woman sure knows how to flatter herself. Besides being pretty, what works does she have to show for herself? Lu Qiu isn't even in the same league as you, a mere actress. Just look at yesterday's video. Lu Qiu was wearing a cheap outfit from a street vendor that cost a few hundred yuan, while you were in a custom-made gown worth over 100,000. The cheap hydrogen energy you use, the ability to film safely in China, all that is thanks to Lu Qiu's hard work. What gives you, a mere actress, the right to be so arrogant? A torrent of criticism instantly drowned out her comments. She had expected her devoted fans to rally to her defense, but under the relentless condemnation of hundreds of millions of Long Nation citizens, they retreated like turtles hiding in their shells, too afraid to show their faces.